Waking up, I found myself transformed into an ant, and in Japan of all places. In my past life as a special forces soldier, I had witnessed my comrades betrayed by this country and dying on the apocalyptic battlefield. And now, I've been reborn as the weakest creature on this land. But what they don't know is that I possess the all-consuming system. As long as I keep evolving, I can become an army all by myself, even wiping an entire nation off the face of the earth. My name is Lín Mò, a poor wretch who was reincarnated as an ant in the Yasukuni shrine of the island nation. This place, this identity, utterly unlucky. What's worse, I remember the apocalypse is coming in just a month. In my past life, I was killed by islanders on the battlefield during the apocalypse. Before dying, I discovered they had colluded with invading monsters, plotting against Dragon Country. At this thought, a faint red glow flickered in my tiny insect eyes. Just when I thought becoming an ant meant all hope of revenge was lost, a system's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Ding! The All-Devouring System has been successfully activated. Turns out, all I needed to do was devour things to gain experience points, then evolve and extend my lifespan. It can also split off loyal clones of me. I check my panel, name, Lín Mò %% category, ant %% talent, division %% number of individuals, 1% remaining lifespan. Experience points required for 38-day evolution, 0/100. Although life is short, as long as one keeps devouring, they can continuously evolve and grow stronger. As long as I consume enough, the clones I split can be endless. I could even form an army by myself. While I was contemplating how to begin, a bee with a broken wing suddenly fell beside me. It became my first prey. Using the formic acid enhanced by my system, I completely devoured the bee in less than 20 minutes. As the consumption ended, a white light emanated from my body, and 10 ant clones identical to me appeared by my side. Experience points have also increased by 20. Just need to devour 4 more to evolve for the first time. I glanced at the fruit stand not far away, where there were even more bees. With my 10 little brothers, we took care of the remaining 4 bees in less than an hour. The number of ants behind me has also increased to 50. A system prompt sounded. Experience points meet the evolution conditions. Do you wish to initiate evolution? I chose yes without hesitation. Evolution initiated. A surge of heat coursed through my body as I felt my physique strengthen and my frame expand by a full size. Dark black tendrils also sprouted from my upper jaw. System panel updated. Species, venomous and king. Remaining lifespan, 69 days. Experience required for next evolution, 0/1000. I understand now. I've acquired the venomous ability, and my attack power has greatly increased. However, the experience points required for the next evolution have shockingly increased tenfold. To level up quickly, I took 50 underlings and headed into the forest. Although I'd rather go devour the Yasukuni shrine, my current strength is too weak, so I have to postpone that plan for now. In the forest, I encountered my natural enemy, the anteater. It spotted me and tried to make me its lunch. I immediately made the decisive move, ordering my underlings to act as cannon fodder to divert the anteater's attention. Seizing the moment it swallowed, I climbed onto its body and plunged a deadly poison into its abdomen. The anteater quickly collapsed to the ground and went into shock. I began devouring this giant anteater, which took a full week. As the anteater's body collapsed, a white light flashed over me, and 400 venomous ant clones appeared behind me. My panel experience has increased by 300. My strength has grown significantly now, but there are only a little over 20 days left until the apocalypse arrives. To develop faster, I need more food. I noticed a massive cave and deduced it might be an anteater's nest. I decided to take the risk and enter. After all, the substantial experience points were too tempting. I commanded hundreds of venomous ants to scout ahead while I followed closely behind. Deep in the cave, I discovered several small anteaters, clearly surrounded by their nest. After confirming there were no giant anteaters, I crawled out with the remaining poisonous ants and hid behind the dirt mound. I ordered the venomous ants to split into 4 teams, each with 50 ants, to simultaneously attack the 4 little anteaters. My venomous ant minions are absolutely loyal to commands, fearlessly charging toward their natural enemies. They climbed onto the anteaters almost simultaneously and bit down hard. The anteaters roared in pain, but the venom quickly spread, causing them to collapse one after another. I was about to move forward to devour them when a noise came from the other side of the cave. I hit again, directing the remaining 150 venomous ants to lay an ambush. As expected, a giant anteater charged out. Seeing the small anteater on the ground, it let out an angry roar. I ordered the poison ants to attack and quickly crawled toward this big fellow myself. With the cooperation of the poison ants, I successfully climbed onto the anteater's belly and injected the toxin into its body. After the anteater collapsed, I immediately called the other poison ants to devour it together. In just over 10 hours, the 5 anteaters were completely digested. Host experience reached 1000. Would you like to evolve? I nodded without hesitation. The end is coming, and I must become stronger than those powerful Shikigami and ancient guardians before they appear. The heart-wrenching pain struck, 10 times stronger than the last time. Half an hour later, the pain vanished. I opened my eyes and discovered I had grown a pair of wings, with a silver armor-like shell covering my body. The system panel displays, category, venomous flying ant king remaining lifespan, 159 days experience required for evolution, 0/10,000. I also gained a new passive skill called Silver Armor, capable of withstanding a full force attack from an elephant. I can finally fly now. The next evolution requires 10,000 experience points. I must hurry and find prey. I flew out of the cave with over 900 venomous ants and found myself in a paddy field. I fell into deep thought. After the apocalypse, food will become extremely scarce. If I devoured this entire rice paddy, it would at least starve hundreds of islanders to death. This way, I could both gain experience and exact revenge, killing two birds with one stone. I immediately ordered the poison ants to take action. Once my flying ant army is formed, devouring the entire rice field will be a piece of cake. Chapter 4, Revenge on the Island Nation, Devouring the Rice Fields. Just as Lín Mò commanded the poisonous ants to begin methodically devouring frogs and other creatures in the rice paddies, several cherry blossom countrymen, dwarfed in stature, approached from the rice paddies. As they walked, they pointed at the rice paddies and chattered excitedly. This year's harvest looks promising. Just a few more days, and we can start reaping. With this rice, we can ensure food supplies for the people in this region for the next year and reduce imports from the Dragon Nation. What a pity. If we had conquered the Dragon Nation back then, we wouldn't be living in such misery now. Just wait. We'll reclaim it sooner or later. Enough of that. You get in touch with the harvesting crew and have them get ready. As they spoke, the group slowly made their way to the edge of the rice paddies. Meanwhile, Lín Mò in the sky heard every word of their conversation. I've long heard that the land of cherry blossoms has been preparing for war nationwide, quietly making preparations all these years to reignite hostilities. Who would have thought it was actually true? If even farmers tilling the fields spend their days scheming to invade the Dragon Nation, what about the rest of them? At this thought, Lín Mô's recently lifted spirits grew heavy once more. Though seething with rage, Lín Mò refrained from rash action. He knew full well that if he flew over now and injected the toxin into these men, he could easily kill them. But doing so would only invite even more formidable enemies upon himself. Lín Mò knew he lacked the power to confront the entire Sakura Nation. Though he was now a flying poisonous ant, easily evading the investigations and pursuits of ordinary police officers, he sensed that Sakura Nation undoubtedly harbored some unknown, mysterious organization. Otherwise, how could they have summoned the legendary Shikigami before the apocalypse even began? Without absolute certainty, Lín Mò didn't want to draw too much attention to himself and risk bringing about his own demise. Nevertheless, he secretly memorized the faces of those individuals, so that when he grew powerful enough, he could devour them first. After all, those who constantly schemed to conquer the Dragon Nation simply couldn't be spared. Meanwhile, the poisonous ants dispatched by Lín Mò had already commenced their devouring work. Each time a devouring concluded, some experience would feed back to Lín Mò. Not only that, as the experience arrived, the newly split flying poison ants also gathered around Lín Mò. To accelerate the splitting process and obtain more flying poison ants, Lín Mò dispatched all the newly split poison ants. As time passed, the numbers on Lín Mô's interface kept flickering. It wasn't until nightfall, deep into the early hours of the morning, that Lín Mò, resting on a rice stalk, finally opened his eyes. Glancing at his system panel, he saw his experience points had reached 5,000. And the number of his minions had increased to over 6,000. He fluttered his wings and soared into the air. Based on the feedback from his subordinates, he learned that all the frogs in this area had been devoured. Lín Mò knew it was time for him to act. Soaring into the sky, he used the vibrations of his wings to gather his scattered kin throughout the rice fields. Buzz buzz buzz. Over 10,000 poisonous ants gathered together. A dense, dark mass formed, creating a truly spectacular sight. Fortunately, it was nighttime. No one noticed them. Devour every grain of rice here. Once consumed, inject venom into the paddy field's water to destroy all fish, shrimp, and crabs within. Lín Mò, determined to turn this entire area into a wasteland, issued his command immediately. At his command, the swarm of poisonous ants that had been gathered together instantly scattered and charged into the rice paddies. Rice ears were no match for other animals. They were incredibly easy to devour. The poisonous ants dispatched by Lín Mò swarmed like locusts, leaving no rice ears standing in their wake. Experience +10, +10, +10, +10. Split poison ants +10, +10, +10. As the rice vanished, Lín Mô's side continuously received system notifications. New poison ants kept joining the ranks. Thus, the rate of consumption accelerated. Lín Mò hovered above the swarm of poison ants. Watching the rice gradually vanish, his mood lightened considerably. Lín Mò made a rough estimate. Once all the rice was consumed, his experience points would be sufficient for evolution. Though the rice provided relatively little experience, the sheer volume made up for it. Watching the poison ants work, Lín Mò suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. After all, each evolution granted by the system brought him a surprise. He wondered what form his next evolution would take. Just as Lín Mò was lost in anticipation, new intelligence arrived from the distant poison ants. Barbed wire fencing? Judging by the setup, this must be some kind of research facility, right? If I'm not mistaken, the plants in these fields are all the latest varieties cultivated by Sakura Nation. Devouring all of these would probably drive a researcher or two absolutely mad, wouldn't it? Using the bodies of other poison ants to survey the surrounding area, Lín Mò murmured to himself. Glancing up at the sky, he saw dawn was still about 2 hours away. He immediately decided to take action against this experimental research field. While this wouldn't pose any fatal threat to Sakura country, but giving them a taste of their own medicine would be satisfying. Lín Mò acted on his decision immediately. He immediately led a portion of the poisonous ants over the barbed wire fence and began devouring the plants within the experimental field. Besides rice, the field contained various other grains and vegetables. Judging by their appearance, these were varieties Lín Mò had never encountered before. Without a moment's hesitation, he began devouring them without a second thought, to utterly destroy everything here. After devouring the fruits, Lín Mò deliberately injected venom into the plant's roots, ensuring its complete eradication. Time passed swiftly, and a sliver of sunlight began to appear on the distant horizon. Meanwhile, Lín Mò had already devoured every last crop in the entire area. Not only that, because Lín Mò had injected toxins into the water using poisonous ants, all the fish, shrimp, and crabs in the rice paddies floated to the surface, with over 18,000 poisonous ants now swarming around him. To avoid being spotted by the early rising Sakura country residents, Lín Mò immediately commanded them to scatter and hide in the surrounding areas. After all, such a large number could easily be wiped out if discovered. For Lín Mò, nearly 20,000 venomous ants were now his most crucial allies in his quest for consumption. If they were all wiped out, all his recent efforts would vanish into thin air. It would also directly impact the pace of his future evolution. If that were to happen, when the end of the world arrives, he would likely be devoured due to his weak strength. After the poison ants scattered and went into hiding, Lín Mò realized his experience points were sufficient to trigger his next evolution. Considering the inevitable influx of people to this area soon, Lín Mò immediately spread his wings and flew to a secluded location. System, initiate evolution. Chapter 5, Storage Space and Unexpected Delight. As Lín Mò uttered the command, his entire body was instantly enveloped in a brilliant white light. Accompanied by a series of creaking sounds, Lín Mò felt his flesh and bones being dismantled and reassembled once more. After multiple cycles of disassembly and reassembly, not only did his body grow significantly larger, but his strength had also increased considerably. The excruciating pain did not last long. Soon, all traces of pain vanished completely. Opening his eyes, Lín Mò focused his attention on the system prompt. Host evolution complete. Storage space activated. This storage space will not appear on the other split poison ants. Storage space, the host may store all split counterparts within this space. With a single thought, all counterparts may enter or exit. What a marvel! Reading the system's description, Lín Mò couldn't help but exclaim. Just moments ago, he'd been agonizing over how to conceal the growing number of poison ants. Then, in the blink of an eye, the system had conjured up a storage space for him. How could this not fill him with delight? After understanding the gains from this evolution, Lín Mò immediately flew back into the air and scanned his surroundings. Recall all venomous ants. With that single thought, the venomous ants hiding nearby instantly returned to the space. This makes things so much easier. Watching the ants within the spatial pocket, Lín Mò couldn't help but chuckle to himself. But just then, a group of people suddenly ran out from beyond the rice fields. Their faces filled with panic, they pointed at the devastated rice paddies, chattering incessantly. Before long, more people poured in from the nearby entrance. Seeing this, Lín Mò swiftly spread his wings and flew over quietly. After finding a concealed spot to hide, he began eavesdropping on their conversation. I just checked, the entire surrounding rice paddies are destroyed. Not just here, but even the experimental fields over there didn't escape. Judging by the scene, it must have been locusts or something. But I suspect these locusts were carrying a virus, otherwise, the fish and shrimp in the rice paddies wouldn't have all died. I just reviewed the surveillance footage. It was definitely a swarm of ants. After ravaging the rice fields, they vanished. Judging by the scene, they must have fallen into the water and drowned. I've already had people spray pesticides all around the area. This is a huge problem. The people around here depend on this grain. What are we supposed to do next year? Everyone, don't panic. I just called to check none of the surrounding farmlands have been affected. We can just source our supplies from different places next time. That's a relief. Losing just this patch of rice won't affect our livelihoods, but it's a shame about those new varieties in the experimental field. I heard the people in charge have already committed suicide. Under Lín Mò's gaze, the group shook their heads regretfully as they walked off into the distance. As they departed, several agricultural drones took flight, beginning to spray pesticides over the surrounding fields. Seeing this, Lín Mò, concerned about the pesticide's effects on himself, flapped his wings and took flight. He slowly flew out along the areas not covered by the drones. Fortunately, he had already collected the remaining poisonous ants beforehand. Thus, he didn't draw any attention. After flying away from the area, Lín Mò found a grove of trees and came to a halt. Judging by these people's conversation, there should be plenty more in the nearby rice fields. My next evolution requires 100,000 experience points. If we devour all the farmland in this region, wouldn't that allow us to evolve again immediately? And if all the rice paddies in this area were destroyed, they'd have to urgently import grain. By the time the food arrived, the apocalypse would already be upon them. They'd starve to death. At this realization, Lín Mò's expression shifted abruptly, his entire body surging with determination. To pinpoint the locations of the surrounding rice paddies, he summoned dozens of poisonous ants from his spatial pocket, sending them out in different directions to scout. After all, this approach was far more efficient and kept him completely out of harm's way. After the swarm of poisonous ants had all flown away, Lín Mò found a branch and stretched out comfortably on it. The greatest advantage of being reborn as an ant was the ability to rest anytime, anywhere. While the other ants conducted their reconnaissance, Lín Mò began mapping out his next course of conquest. Given the abundance of rice paddies in this region, he absolutely couldn't let them go to waste. Given the current situation, devouring all the grain in the entire Sakura Nation seemed unrealistic. However, consuming all the crops in this particular area should pose no problem. Once this area was devoured, he would lead his little army to sneak into the granaries and consume everything inside. By then, he should have accumulated roughly 100,000 experience points. Since he was only consuming the granaries and rice fields in this specific area, Lín Mò isn't worried about drawing the attention of Sakura Nation's higher-ups. This way, he wouldn't invite any unnecessary trouble. Once everything consumable in this region was devoured, he would move on to other areas one by one. As long as he remained cautious, no major issues should arise. Lín Mò had calculated it. By the time he began large-scale devouring and Sakura Nation detected it, the apocalypse would be upon them. By then, he wouldn't need to worry about anything. After all, the entire world would be in utter chaos. All he needed to do was begin devouring with abandon. Given enough time, the complete disappearance of the land of cherry blossoms from this world would be no difficult feat. As Lín Mò planned each subsequent step, the poisonous ants he had dispatched began returning one after another. Lín Mò glanced around cautiously. With a sudden thought, he stored them all within his spatial pocket. All information within this surrounding area was instantly synchronized into his mind. Lín Mò lowered his wings and closed his eyes. Began processing this information. After all, the surrounding area was densely packed with farmland. He must devise an action plan. Only then could he devour all the crops. He knew full well. If he continued using last night's method, devouring one field after another, it would surely arouse the suspicion of these people of Sakura country. If they truly prepared defenses, it would directly slow down his own pace of evolution. The apocalypse looms. Lín Mò simply didn't have that much time to spare. Soon, all the surrounding information was processed by him. Lín Mò opened his eyes once more. A wild smile surged from the corners of his mouth. He hadn't expected it. That beyond these farmlands, there would be an unexpected bonus. Chapter 6, Devour Everything, Not a Single Grain Left. From the intelligence he'd brought back, Lín Mò learned. By morning, everyone in the surrounding area had received news of the rice fields being destroyed. Therefore, to respond, they had mobilized a large flock of birds, and placed them throughout the rice fields. This was done to prevent Lín Mò and his army of poisonous ants. I was worried whether devouring just the rice fields would be enough to accumulate 100,000 evolution experience points. But with these newly deployed birds, it should be just enough. Lín Mò chuckled to himself, then paused to think before summoning another wave of poison ants. Go search the vicinity. Find their grain storage. Upon receiving Lín Mò's command, swarms of poisonous ants fluttered their wings and swarmed out into the surrounding area. Lín Mò's reason for doing this was primarily to secure an extra layer of protection for himself. After all, once they had devoured all the grain tonight, the people of Sakura country would surely defend the granary to the death. At that point, he would have no chance whatsoever. Therefore, to be safe, he decided to wait until nightfall and devour every single granary in this region, completely extinguishing any hope of survival for the people in this part of the island nation. Lín Mò knew full well, once all this grain was consumed by him, it would not immediately impact the island nation. But when the apocalypse arrives and order collapses, the entire island nation would plunge into utter chaos. At that point, it would be able to devour the entire island nation without restraint. Approximately 3 hours later, the poisonous ants dispatched by Lín Mò had all returned one after another. As he recalled them into his spatial realm, Lín Mò obtained all the information. This area contained a total of 15 grain warehouses. Though the grain reserves inside weren't particularly large, they were sufficient to sustain everyone in this region for 3 years. The 15 granaries stood tall and imposing. They were situated at different points throughout the region. Each warehouse is about 10 kilometers apart. Although security was extremely tight, the ventilation ducts, neglected for years, they offered no real barrier to me. And a mere 10 kilometers distance was a simple matter. After finalizing the nighttime route, Lín Mò found another tree trunk and lay down comfortably. For safety's sake, during his rest, he locked his entire body within the shell. From afar, it resembled the weathered carcass of an insect. It drew no attention whatsoever from animals or humans. No one could have imagined that such an inconspicuous poisonous ant, 1 month later, it would become the nightmare of every islander. Even the guardian beasts they had worshipped their entire lives. Before Lín Mò, they couldn't even last a second. While Lín Mò rested, the nearby rice farmers sprang into action. Fearing their rice fields might be ravaged, they not only set up extensive electric fences around their fields, but also continuously transported various trained birds to the area. Beyond that, they employed every possible method. Were all put to use. Soon, as dusk began to fall, the islanders who had labored all day in the rice fields returned home with peace of mind. In their eyes, whether it was locusts or something else, even if they came, could not destroy a single grain of rice. What they didn't know, however, just as they departed, Lín Mò, who had waited all day, had already flown over silently, and their prized insect-catching birds couldn't even get close to Lín Mò. Whenever they dove down, swooping toward Lín Mò, hundreds upon hundreds of poisonous ants, identical to Lín Mò, would suddenly appear. Then, with near monstrous speed, devour them completely. Wherever Lín Mò arrived in the rice fields, he would use the same method, eliminating all the birds in the vicinity. Then he released the other poisonous ants from the space and let them begin devouring. Because there were many poisonous ants, the devouring process is remarkably swift. As time passed, the poisonous ants within Lín Mò's space grew ever more numerous. By the time it reached 2 in the morning, the number of poisonous ants in Lín Mò's space, it had reached a terrifying 45,000. The surrounding rice fields were also largely destroyed. Only a few smaller patches remained. Because Lín Mò didn't want to waste time, they were spared. 45,000 poisonous ants can now devour an entire rice field in a mere 30 seconds. But after devouring for hours, they still lack 60,000 evolution points. Looks like we need to hurry and take care of those grain warehouses. Fortunately, those granaries are fully sealed off. They won't think to look there anytime soon. Lín Mò muttered to himself as he withdrew the venomous ants outside into his spatial pocket, then flew toward the nearest grain warehouse. Since all 40,000 poisonous ants had been fully recalled into his spatial pocket, so Lín Mò, flying alone toward the grain depot, didn't cause much of a stir. He soon arrived at the granary. Following his predetermined plan, he flew straight to the ventilation outlet. Lín Mò slipped through the gap with ease. Following the ever-shifting currents of air, he quickly located the grain storage area. This is the spot. Let's get to work. Lín Mò smiled faintly. As he landed lightly and steadily, a dark swarm of poisonous ants was summoned forth. The moment the poisonous ants appeared, they instantly covered every grain of food. In an instant, the entire warehouse echoed only with the fluttering of the ants' wings and the incessant sound of chewing. Though the poison ants devouring the food made no sound, their sheer numbers, quantity directly led to a qualitative change. As the poison ants consumed their meal, the experience points on Lín Mò's interface steadily increased. Not only that, the number of poisonous ants splitting off also grew ever larger. Since the grain depot's surveillance was all outside the door, therefore, everything happening here remained completely unknown to anyone. After spending over 20 minutes consuming every last grain in the entire warehouse, Lín Mò finally felt satisfied and recalled the venomous ants now swollen to 55,000 into his spatial pocket. Once the last venomous ant had returned to the spatial pocket, Lín Mò flapped his wings. He flew out along the passageway he had come through. Without pausing for a moment after exiting, he immediately pressed on without pause toward the next grain depot. Driven by his urgent need to evolve, he had to devour all 14 remaining granaries and consume all 14 remaining ones. Because the poison ants were now numerous enough, so the speed of devouring them would only increase. Lín Mò soon arrived at the second granary. Following the same method as before, he once again devoured all the grain inside. But just as he was devouring the fourth granary, daybreak had already arrived. The island's residents, having slept through the night, began to stir one by one. The group responsible for cultivating the rice paddies After eating breakfast, set off for the fields with various harvesting tools, their faces beaming with joy. Having discussed it at length the previous night, to ensure the rice would not be damaged, decided to harvest early. Because there were so many rice fields. While hurrying to the fields, they kept making phone calls, calling on other relatives and friends to come help with the harvest. Chapter 7, Press Conference. The joy of a bountiful harvest filled the faces of every islander. Filled with energy, they'd even planned where to go for drinks to celebrate once the harvest was done. Let's all work hard today and aim to finish the entire harvest. As long as we harvest quickly, those bugs and ants won't have a chance to damage the rice. You're absolutely right. But don't worry, brother. With so many well-trained insect-catching birds, no pests would dare come near our crops. Once the harvest is complete, we'll dry it all and send it to the granary. This grain will not only ensure the survival of our nation's people, but any surplus will be sold to fund military expenses. Just thinking about invading the Dragon Nation again fills me with strength. Damn it! Why does that Dragon Nation get to have such vast territory? If we could seize it all, I can't even imagine how much grain we could grow. The islander in wooden clogs. They walked toward the fields, chattering incessantly. Their words dripping with ambition to invade the Dragon Kingdom. Yet just as they chattered away in glee, the one leading the way suddenly halted. His tool slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. As if he had witnessed some horrifying scene. He plopped down onto the ground. It's over, the rice fields, all ruined. His hands pounded the ground as he muttered incessantly, now even contemplating cutting open his own stomach. Saburo, are you thinking of? Ouch. The person behind him hadn't even finished the sentence before their eyes widened in horror, their body trembling as they collapsed into the ditch beside the road. Seeing this, the others behind him all craned their necks to look. Like the two in front. Their smiles vanished instantly. Each seemed drained of all strength. They could barely stand on their own. The air seemed to freeze solid. Everyone stared blankly at the stinking rice paddies, utterly speechless. They simply couldn't comprehend it. Just over 10 hours ago, these fields were filled with rice plants. How could it have become like this? The insect-catching birds they had brought earlier had vanished without a trace. And the plump rice ears were now nothing but a single withered stalk. Not only that, even the fish, shrimp, and crabs in the rice paddies all floated belly up on the water's surface. If that were all, it wouldn't have caused them to lose their composure so completely. But seeing the once crystal-clear lake water now bubbling with green foam, this was simply too much for them to bear. After all, everyone present understood deep down. This meant the land was utterly ruined. For years, even decades, it would be utterly unfit for cultivation. And that wasn't all. If not cleared promptly, over time, these toxic water flows will directly impact the health of everyone in the surrounding area. They simply couldn't fathom. What on earth could have caused this place to become like this? Quick, retrieve the surveillance footage. After making several calls and learning that rice fields elsewhere had suffered similar devastation, the leader urgently waved his hand and shouted to the person behind him. Now that the rice fields were destroyed, if they can't even figure out why this happened, they'd likely have to commit seppuku before the emperor. The person in charge of surveillance naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing the leader's words, he dropped his tools and sprinted toward a nearby hut. Seeing this, hurriedly followed suit. After all, this incident was simply too bizarre. The rice paddies had been ravaged like this. Yet they hadn't heard a single sound last night. Soon, the group arrived at the small hut housing the surveillance equipment. Bang! The young man who pushed open the door rushed to the monitor and began fiddling with it. The others stood behind him, watching with bated breath, not daring to make a sound. Soon, the footage switched to last night. Watching as one insect-catching bird after another was eliminated by the shadowy figure. Their eyes widened in shock. And the subsequent scenes of swarms of poisonous ants devouring everything in sight made cold sweat break out on their brows. This. The eldest among them pointed at the screen, stammering for a long moment before losing his words entirely. The sudden appearance and disappearance of the black poisonous ants on the screen left an indelible impression on them. These ants aren't normal. Look, they appear and vanish instantly. This is definitely high-tech. I'm certain someone is deliberately sabotaging our rice fields. Judging by the scene, these poison ants aren't just destroying the rice fields, they're also contaminating our water sources. Our own people wouldn't do this. The only ones with a blood feud against us are the Dragon Nation. Therefore, I suspect these poisonous ants are the latest micro-robots developed by the Dragon Nation. Their presence here is solely to sabotage our rice fields and water sources. Just as everyone fell silent, a middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Originally at a loss for ideas, after hearing his well-reasoned analysis, nodded in agreement. The Dragon Nation is truly despicable. To resort to such underhanded tactics. What a waste of all those insect-catching birds we trained. We absolutely must seek justice from the Dragon Nation for this. The Dragon Nation's mindset is so narrow-minded. War is a matter for the previous generation. So many years have passed, yet they still hold grudges. Quickly, report this discovery immediately. In an instant, the scene inside the room shifted dramatically. The crowd, who had been in a panic moments ago, now all pointed fingers at the Dragon Nation in unison. Many secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the true culprit behind the rice field destruction had finally been found. They could now avoid the bulk of the punishment. The situation has been reported. Higher-ups have instructed us to prioritize calming public sentiment and absolutely prevent panic. Go back and tell the people in your districts that all 10 of our grain warehouses are fully stocked. There's absolutely no need to worry about their livelihoods going forward. The higher-ups have decided to open the granaries tomorrow and distribute rice to every household. As for Longhua, higher-ups will employ diplomatic channels to rally international condemnation and demand reparations. After reporting the situation, the middle-aged man hung up the phone and turned to address the assembled crowd in the room. The look on his face had completely shed the earlier panic. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the others in the room all laughed and turned to leave. What they didn't know, however, the grain depot mentioned by the middle-aged man was being rapidly devoured by Lín Mò. The towering piles of grain was vanishing at a visible pace. And while Lín Mò was busy consuming it all, officials from the land of cherry blossoms had already convened a press conference targeting the Dragon Nation. Chapter 8, Firm Stance. If you want war, bring it on. Sakura Nation moved swiftly. From receiving the intelligence to convening the press conference, it took no more than 2 hours. Facing the barrage of cameras and microphones from journalists, the representative of Sakura Nation standing on the podium immediately began ranting indignantly. The Dragon Nation has truly failed to uphold the dignity befitting a great power, resorting to such despicable methods to sabotage our nation's agricultural production. In the past, Dragon Nation consistently advocated for peaceful development. But now it seems the Dragon Nation is actually the most ambitious country of all. Our nation has consistently advocated for peace, yet the Dragon Nation clings to grudges from years past and resorts to such tactics against us. This deeply disheartens all peace-loving people worldwide. Apart from the Dragon Nation, all other countries in the world maintain harmonious relations with us. We hope the Dragon Nation government will correct its attitude, set aside the grudges of the previous generation, and treat our nation with tolerance and magnanimity. Given the Dragon Nation's despicable tactics this time, I urge other nations to join us in holding them accountable and demanding prompt compensation for our losses. The sleazy-looking representative from Sakura Nation even wiped away non-existent tears at the end of his speech. One might have thought Dragon Nation had truly done something to harm them. As the representative of Sakura Nation concluded his speech, journalists from around the world immediately disseminated video and written materials. Moreover, within half an hour of these videos being released, Japan's other allies began issuing statements to China, while condemning the Dragon Nation, demanded that the Dragon Nation not only apologize to the land of cherry blossoms but also promptly compensate for its losses. Several nations that routinely target the Dragon Nation went so far as to declare they would support Japan at all costs during critical moments, including but not limited to waging war across the vast ocean in the Dragon Kingdom. Faced with this sudden slander, they not only kept their composure. Instead, they calmly and swiftly issued a response. Perhaps the land of cherry blossoms had overstepped its bounds this time. So the Dragon Nation adopted an exceptionally firm stance this time. To wage war, certain nations resort to such flimsy justifications. Utterly shameless. Our great nation would never stoop to your level, scheming against other countries day in and day out. If you seek war, we shall fight. Though the Dragon Nation advocates peace, we will not tolerate being bullied. As these sharp, forceful statements were issued, all military units across Dragon Nation's major military districts entered a state of emergency. Especially in the coastal regions, warships and combat units at all levels began conducting military exercises in an orderly fashion. Faced with this series of responses from the Dragon Nation, countries like Sakura Nation, which had previously been clamoring for reparations, were left dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that the Dragon Nation, which had always downplayed major issues and swept minor ones under the rug, would suddenly reverse course and begin striking back against them. Especially Sakura Nation, having already prepared to accept compensation from the Dragon Nation, were now utterly dumbfounded. To avoid triggering an actual war, Sakura Nation hastily convened with other nations to discuss their next course of action. But while they were debating countermeasures, the citizens of the Dragon Nation erupted in an instant. Damn it! Those bastards in the island nation think we're still the Dragon Nation from decades ago? This feels satisfying. That's exactly how it should be done. Otherwise, those beasts would really think our Dragon Nation is easy to bully. Those bastards. If war breaks out, I'll be the first one to charge. A century of resentment has built up. It's time to teach these bastards a lesson. Years of pent-up frustration boiled over, igniting a surge of patriotic fervor among the Dragon Nation's people. Some domestic Chinese enterprises even began covertly employing various tactics to undermine Japanese industries. For a time, the atmosphere between nations worldwide grew tense and delicate. After all, peace had endured for so many years. If war were to break out, it could very well draw all nations into the conflict. While everyone speculated on the Dragon Nation's motives, in a secluded courtyard house within the capital of the Dragon Nation, a man in his 50s appeared, dressed in military uniform. Tall and imposing, his gaze was resolute yet cold, radiating an intense aura of authority. He moved swiftly through the courtyard until he reached an antique-style door, where he paused. Straightening his uniform, he knocked respectfully. "Come in." Hearing the calm yet authoritative voice from within, the man smiled and pushed open the door to enter. "Old Wang, with all this commotion, are we really going to war?" The man who entered the room showed no fear whatsoever when the word war was mentioned. Instead, he was filled with excitement. "You're old enough to be a grandfather, yet still so impatient." The elderly man addressed as Old Wang slowly set down his brush, smiling as he gently chided him. He then wiped his hands and sat down on a nearby chair. "Our Dragon Nation endured countless humiliations in the past. All these years, to achieve rapid development, we've kept a low profile. Even when faced with other nations' provocations, we've consistently chosen to yield." As he spoke these words, the old man's face remained expressionless. Yet the air in the room suddenly hung heavy, as if sucked out. The aura of a leader emanated from his words. Even the seasoned man in military attire felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. In recent years, our Dragon Nation has achieved leapfrog development in both economy and technology. It's time to show those ambitious little bastards who still dream of swallowing us whole what we're made of. Mark my words. Once you return, withdraw a portion of the new weapons developed in recent years. Take them to the training grounds and unleash them. Let them witness firsthand that our Dragon Nation is no longer the nation it once was. If they know their place, fine. But if they remain stubbornly deluded, then we'll just have to make an example of a few reckless fools. After all, how could a great nation like ours be threatened by a mere speck of land like those Japanese pirates? From start to finish, the old man's tone remained utterly unchanging. As if war itself were merely a trivial household matter to him. "I understand." The man in military uniform stood, saluted, and strode out with resolute steps. Once outside the courtyard, he pulled out his phone and began issuing orders. Subsequently, a large batch of new weapons was deployed into the exercises. Nations like Sakura Country, closely monitoring Dragon Nation's movements, instantly abandoned their demands for reparations upon witnessing these unprecedented new weapons. After all, they were greedy, but not so foolish as to be beyond redemption. Inside the island nation's conference room, the stunned attendees stared at the video feed of Dragon Nation's new weapons, all of them at a loss. Dragon Nation is sending a warning shot. Given our current situation, we're not in a position to start a war. Convene a press conference immediately. Declare the previous incident a misunderstanding. We must stabilize the Dragon Nation first. But don't lose heart. The Shrine has already discovered a method to revive the guardian beast of the nation, and we've reached the most critical stage. Once the guardian beast reappears, forget about the Dragon Nation. Even the beautiful country will be under our command. As for the disaster-stricken areas, issue orders immediately to open the grain stores, distribute food supplies, and calm the people. We absolutely cannot have any unrest. Just as everyone hung their heads in despair, a middle-aged man dressed as a warrior suddenly appeared and spoke calmly. The room fell silent as the words echoed. Faces turned to each other in stunned silence, then erupted in joy. Immediately afterward, following the middle-aged man's instructions, orders were issued one after another. The leaders in Lín Mò's region also received the directive to open the grain warehouses and distribute food. What they didn't know, however, at this moment, the grain stored within the granaries had already been entirely converted into Lín Mò's evolution experience. Not just the grain. Even the wooden planks and other items within the granary had been devoured clean. Having completed the absorption, Lín Mò was preparing for another evolution. Chapter 9, Lightning Ant King, Power of Thunder. Flying through the air with flapping wings, Lín Mò came to a halt only after spotting a barren patch of land. Nearly 20 hours of devouring had amassed him the necessary experience. Not only that, the number of poison ants within his spatial realm had reached a terrifying 100,000. Released all at once, they would blanket the sky, instantly covering every inch within a 30-mile radius. Still too weak. Though their numbers are substantial, they couldn't withstand even ordinary cannons and missiles, let alone the monsters that emerged after the apocalypse. I hope this evolution brings me a complete transformation. Hiding within an abandoned bird's nest, Lín Mò examined his own body, unable to suppress a sigh as he shook his head. Though he now commanded a considerable following. But if he were to truly take on the land of cherry blossoms, he was far from ready. System, initiate evolution. Lín Mò snapped back to focus, gave his body a few more appraising glances, then ordered in a deep voice. Evolution in progress. This evolution will take considerable time. Please wait patiently, host. No sooner had Lín Mò spoken. The system's voice echoed in his mind. However, by this point, he had already fainted from the excruciating pain. Naturally, he was completely unaware of the system's words. Fortunately, it's invincible during the evolutionary process. Otherwise, any predator could have easily dispatched him. As Lín Mò lost consciousness, his body continued to grow larger. If it had been the size of a grasshopper before, it had now expanded dozens of times over. Both his body and wings had grown significantly. Now resembled a swallow in size. His body had exploded in size. The original shell covering his body was now completely covered in steel blade-like feathers. Not only that, a lightning bolt emblem now adorned the center of his forehead. A lightning bolt emblem had emerged. Enveloped in thunder and lightning, Lín Mò resembled a tiny boat tossed about in a vast ocean, spinning endlessly. Even more peculiar, the thunderous energy surrounding him was being absorbed into his body at a visible speed. A quarter of an hour later, Lín Mò, who had been unconscious, slowly opened his eyes amidst the forging of the thunder. A flash of lightning flickered in his eyes as he began to survey his own body. At the same time, the purple lightning surrounding him surged entirely into his body. Is that it? Wasn't it supposed to take a long time to evolve? Lín Mò, his eyes filled with confusion, couldn't help but mutter to himself as he examined his own body. But at that very moment, another transformation occurred. The space beside him warped. Immediately after, a pitch-black gate abruptly opened. Before Lín Mò could react, his entire body was sucked inside. As Lín Mò vanished, accompanied by a twitch of the surrounding space, the black gate that had appeared earlier slowly vanished, as if it had never been there at all. Meanwhile, Lín Mò had been transported to a world blanketed in white. Just as he was about to survey his surroundings, a purple thunderbolt as thick as a bowl suddenly crashed down from the sky. Simultaneously, Lín Mò's wings detached automatically and charged straight into the thunderbolt. Boom! The collision between the wings and the thunderbolt produced a tremendous roar. Lín Mò felt his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. Just as he tried to force himself awake, a sudden sensation of weightlessness washed over him. Immediately after, he blacked out once more. Lín Mò only remembered. As he lost consciousness, bolts of thunder once again streaked across the sky, striking his wings. While Lín Mò was undergoing evolution within the mysterious space, the land of cherry blossoms also began its operation. National-level officials held a press conference. They declared that the previous events had nothing to do with the Dragon Nation, but were merely a natural disaster formed by Mother Nature. They had mistakenly implicated the Dragon Nation due to erroneous intelligence. Simultaneously with the press conference, the residents of the region devastated by Lín Mò had gathered in batches outside 15 grain warehouses. Dense crowds of islanders formed long lines outside the warehouses, waiting for the gates to open. Thanks to the government's promise of food security and monetary subsidies, there was no gloom or discontent on their faces after the disaster. Instead, every face radiated joy. After all, they could receive food and money without having to work for it. How could they not be happy? Gathered together, they chatted and laughed, looking to an outsider like they were celebrating some festival. We've been incredibly lucky this year. Even though the rice crop was ruined, the government gave us substantial compensation. All things considered, we've actually earned more than usual. Yeah. I was worried this morning, thinking all our hard work for the year was gone. Sigh, I heard that in Dragon Country, farmers have to bear all their losses after disasters. Living conditions there are especially harsh, they can't even afford meat. Just the other day, I saw a video of them lining up to fight over some grilled food. How pitiful. Longwei is nowhere near as developed as our country. If it weren't for our nation's mercy back then, their country would have been conquered long ago. Enough. The gates open. As the crowd chattered, the grain warehouse doors slowly swung open. As the doors swung open, uniformed staff members led the way inside. For beyond this main gate lay several more locked iron doors. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, the staff swiftly unlocked each gate in turn. Everyone, please don't push. Line up and come one at a time. Our grain. As the final iron gate swung open, the staff who had been maintaining order were stunned to see the empty grain warehouse. Outside, the smiles vanished instantly from the faces of the waiting crowd. Exchanging bewildered glances, they froze for a moment before charging toward the warehouse like madmen. Because there were simply too many people. The few staff members standing at the front were instantly trampled underfoot. They didn't even have a chance to cry out for help. The emotionally charged crowd had no concern for the staff being trampled beneath their feet, frantically surging into the grain warehouse. Now all of them were clutching their hair in fury. Where's the grain? They said this place was stacked high with food. Damn it, what are we supposed to do now? Oh no. My friend just called, he says the other grain warehouses are empty too, just like this one. It's over. Is this divine punishment? Food has always been scarce in our cherry blossom nation. With crop failures worldwide these past years, even imports can't arrive in time. The only solution is for the government to coordinate and transfer grain from other warehouses. Sigh, no other choice. We'll have to eat fish. At least we're by the sea, we won't starve to death. The people in the grain warehouse looked ashen-faced, shaking their heads and sighing repeatedly. Amidst their bewilderment, Lín Mò, who had vanished earlier, had completed his evolution. Emerging from the mysterious space back to his original location, he seemed reborn, his entire body now radiant gold. Lightning and King? That name sounds pretty cool, but I wonder if it has any special abilities. Lín Mò muttered to himself. He couldn't help but glance at the information panel. Chapter 10, The 10,000 Poison Flying Ant King. At a glance, Lín Mò noticed the text on the information panel had significantly expanded. Looks like they've added quite a bit of stuff. Muttering to himself, Lín Mò quickly examined it from top to bottom. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Lightning and King. Talent, Split. Individual count, 100,000 300 100,000 venomous flying ant kings, 300 venomous ant kings. Remaining lifespan, 379 days. Experience required for evolution, 500,000. Passive skill, golden legendary shell. When encountering danger, the host can curl its entire body, including wings, within a golden shell. This silver shell can withstand the impact of a 1 kilogram TNT explosion. Active skill, Violet Divine Thunder. By flapping its wings, it can unleash a bolt of lightning toward a target. Upon striking a living being, the current inflicts temporary paralysis. The current contains potent venom that is directly injected into the target's body. Active skill, Wings of Space. After being cleansed by Divine Thunder, the wings absorb spatial energy, enabling significantly faster flight. After carefully reviewing the entire panel, Lín Mò nodded thoughtfully before shifting his gaze away. Judging by the information displayed on the panel, this evolution not only altered his entire physical form, but also granted him several special skills. His previous shell had become significantly harder. It was no exaggeration to say that unless bombarded by specialized missiles, he was now immune to all ordinary attacks. Beyond that, building upon his original venomous abilities, he now possesses a lightning attack. Moreover, its flight speed underwent a revolutionary transformation. The only thing Lín Mò found unsatisfactory was the staggering 500,000 experience points required for the upgrade. After all, at his current rate of absorption, this would keep him busy for quite some time. Although he possessed 100,000 venomous ants, they were all splintered off before evolution. They lacked the enhanced abilities of later evolutions. When facing even slightly stronger foes in the future, they'd be nothing but cannon fodder. Hope these little bastards haven't caught on yet, giving me more time to develop. Aware of the urgency, Lín Mò didn't have time to think much. He quickly flew toward the densely populated area. Now, thanks to the spatial wings, his flight speed was as swift as a flash in a game. Lín Mò had a feeling. At his current speed, even if surveillance cameras were present, they might not capture his figure clearly. Soon, Lín Mò appeared above the bustling downtown area. With the surrounding citizens all protesting over the grain warehouse incident, no one noticed Lín Mò soaring through the sky. Watching the islanders marching eastward down the street, chanting slogans and holding banners aloft, Lín Mò smiled and flew to a tree trunk. Hidden by the dense foliage, he pricked up his ears, listening to the surrounding conversations. Good thing I acted fast. Otherwise, they would have divided up all the grain in that warehouse. Those little devils know how to panic, huh? Just wait and see what you'll do when the end comes. Huh? Condemning the Dragon Nation? Demanding reparations? Seems I didn't teach you a harsh enough lesson. Ha, never expected the Dragon Nation to take such a hard line this time. That really hits the spot. While eavesdropping on the Japanese soldiers' conversation, Lín Mò muttered silently to himself. Through the chatter of the few people by the roadside, he roughly pieced together what had transpired during this period. Lín Mò hadn't anticipated that so many events had unfolded during the 10+ hours he'd spent devouring and evolving. After listening intently for a few more moments and finding no noteworthy information, Lín Mò prepared to leave. After all, he needed a lot of experience for his subsequent evolution. He had no time to listen to others gossiping about various island nation teachers here. But just as he was about to take flight, a passerby's remark suddenly caught his attention. Have you heard? People from the shrine are here, saying the disappearance of grain from the storehouse is a divine miracle, it's punishment from the gods. To quell the protests in our area, hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain were just transported out of Dongjing City. Besides the grain, they say there's a lot of cash too, all escorted by armed police throughout the journey. Hearing the commotion, Lín Mò retracted his wings and peered through the foliage at the middle-aged man speaking. The man picked up a glass of water from the table, took a sip, and then, with a smug look, dropped another bombshell. Did you hear? Our Prime Minister and several others just announced that to appease the gods' punishment, they'll be conducting a ritual at Yasukuni Shrine in a few days. If the disappearance of grain truly is divine punishment, then after this ritual, the gods should no longer hold it against us, right? I've made up my mind on the day the Prime Minister performs the ritual, I'll set up an altar at home and offer my own prayers. The middle-aged man spoke while clasping his hands together and gazing up at the sky. Little did he know, the very deity he invoked now perched on a branch above his head, glaring down at him with furious eyes. At that moment, Lín Mò was itching to unleash a bolt of divine lightning and reduce this damned Japanese bastard to dust. His previously splendid mood was now utterly destroyed. Lín Mò knew full well. The shrine at Yasukuni enshrined nothing but the bones of Japanese invaders who had once ravaged the Dragon Nation. Every single one of their rituals and prayers was an insult to the Dragon Nation. Those war criminals committed heinous crimes in the Dragon Nation back then. Who would have thought they would now be honored with offerings? At this thought, Lín Mò trembled with rage. Sacrifices? Offerings? Dream on, little devils. On the day you hold your ceremony, I'll be there to deliver a grand gift, watching the shrine you worship slowly vanish before your very eyes. Furious, Lín Mò shot a fierce glare at the Japanese soldiers on the road. Muttering to himself, he spread his wings and soared into the distance. To successfully destroy the entire divine toilet, he now had to hurry and devour other things to evolve again as quickly as possible. Soaring through the sky, Lín Mò navigated his course while his mind churned with calculation. On the day those Japanese bastards hold their ritual, the eyes of the entire world will be fixed on the divine latrine. Then, before all of humanity, I will destroy it, and with it, the very foundation of the Cherry Blossom Nation's beliefs. More importantly, this will not only give the Dragon Nation a chance to vent its fury, but also turn the land of cherry blossoms into a laughingstock before the world. I must complete my new evolution before then it'll increase my chances of escape. Lín Mò was powerful now. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could stand against the military might of the land of cherry blossoms. As Lín Mò flew along, deep in thought, he suddenly froze mid-air, as if remembering something. Damn it! I forgot. That shrine still enshrines the legendary guardian beasts of the island nation. If I recall correctly, those guardian beasts appeared when the apocalypse descended. By my calculations, they might already be appearing in that shrine right now. At this thought, Lín Mò's brow furrowed. He knew full well. With his current abilities, taking on those things would be nothing short of suicide. Chapter 11, Devouring the Armored Car. Lín Mò, who was mentally sorting through all the clues. He controlled his body, landing steadily on a rooftop. To grasp everything faster, he simply closed his eyes. As his eyes closed, for safety's sake, Lín Mò summoned several poisonous ants to scatter around him, guarding his perimeter. Soon, memories from before his rebirth surged back into his mind like a tidal wave. Like flipping through a diary. As Lín Mò meticulously sifted through the memories related to the apocalypse, his mood grew increasingly heavy. The contents of his memories once again confirmed his suspicions. That damn Japanese Prime Minister wasn't there to pay respects to war criminals at all. They were using this opportunity to resurrect those damn mythical beasts. As the full picture crystallized, Lín Mò couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He dared not imagine the consequences. If the apocalypse hadn't struck, what atrocities might the Japanese have committed with these resurrected divine beasts? After all, even without the divine beasts, they had dared to extend their claws toward the Dragon Nation. I wonder what stage of revival those divine beasts have reached. If they're already thriving in the divine latrine, any rash action on my part would be extremely dangerous. It seems I must devise a solution that satisfies both objectives. Lín Mò understood this well. If these divine beasts had already materialized into physical forms, even if he brought countless poisonous ants, they wouldn't be able to cause any damage to the divine latrine. Not only would he fail to cause any damage, he himself would meet his end there. If that were truly the case, when the apocalypse arrives, the entire Dragon Nation will be reduced to a wasteland. After all, in his memory, in his previous life, the Dragon Nation had never seen any guardian deities. Reborn into this new life, he absolutely could not let the Cherry Blossom Nation's schemes succeed. Enough. The most urgent matter now is to quickly enhance my strength. Perhaps with one more evolution, I could handle these divine beasts summoned by the Japanese devils. But divine beasts? They're nothing but second-rate demons who couldn't make it in the Dragon Nation and fled over here. Unable to come up with a better plan for the moment, Lín Mò sighed inwardly before shaking the feathers on his body and gazing toward the distant highway. He recalled the earlier conversation among those people. They'd mentioned grain and cash being transported from Dongqing City. Desperately needing to consume large quantities, Lín Mò immediately had a target. As he flapped his wings to take flight, Lín Mò recalled the poisonous ants he had just released back into his spatial pocket and immediately headed toward Dongqing City. Flying at full speed without pause. Soon, he spotted several vehicles approaching head-on. The banners hanging from them revealed that the cargo inside was precisely the food and cash he sought. Time to get to work. With a smile, Lín Mò dove straight onto the vehicle. Several vehicles filled with armed police surrounded the area. Lín Mò didn't make any rash moves. After using toxins to corrode a hole in the cargo compartment, he fully crawled inside before summoning a portion of the poisonous ants. The poison ants were highly mobile. The moment they appeared inside the carriage, they began devouring the grain scattered around them. Faced with the swarm of poisonous ants, a whole wagon load of grain couldn't last long. Soon, it was devoured completely. Had Lín Mò not wished to conceal his presence from the Sakura Nation government for the time being, the entire carriage and likely the whole vehicle would have been devoured. Watching the slight increase in experience points, and the dozens of lightning ant queens that had split off, Lín Mò immediately flew out through the entrance. He landed on the roof of the next car. In less than half an hour, hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain and the cash from over a dozen vehicles were completely devoured by Lín Mò. The only thing that left him feeling helpless was, even after devouring such vast quantities, his experience bar had only risen by a mere 40,000 points, compared to the required 500,000. It was utterly insignificant. Fortunately, he had split off several thousand lightning ant kings, which offered some small consolation to Lín Mò. After devouring everything on the vehicles, Lín Mò took off without delay, soaring straight off the highway. Heading north along the residential area, he kept glancing down at the ground, desperately needing vast amounts of experience. His sole focus was finding living beings to devour. Moreover, during the devouring process, he must avoid drawing the attention of Sakura Nation. After all, Lín Mò didn't want to be targeted by a nation before he truly grew stronger. Though he despised the land of cherry blossoms from the bottom of his heart, he still couldn't underestimate their technology and weaponry. He dared not underestimate their technology and weaponry. Soon, flying above, Lín Mò noticed a sea of green desire, along with a dense cluster of fishing boats docked at the harbor. How could I have forgotten this? It's like having a golden rice bowl right under your nose yet begging for food. Gazing at the teeming schools of fish on the boats, Lín Mò's eyes lit up instantly. After devouring for so many days, he gradually discovered a pattern. Ordinary crops yielded little experience. The amount of experience gained after consumption depended on the size and rarity of the devoured object. For instance, if Lín Mò were to devour a rice ear and a ginseng root of equal size, the ginseng would yield tens of times more than the rice ear. There are so many fish here. Judging by the appearance, this area near the dock must be a farming zone for local fishermen. It's getting late now. If I electrocute the fish and devour them directly, I should be able to gain a lot of experience in one night. Soaring through the air, surveying the numerous farming zones separated by fishing nets, Lín Mò had already begun plotting his next consumption strategy in his mind. There were easily dozens of these farming areas in the vicinity. Lín Mò concluded, if he were to consume all the fish and seafood in these farming areas, it would likely disrupt the entire supply chain of Sakura Nation. Then, another wave of chaos would likely ensue. And that outcome was precisely what Lín Mò desired. Having made up his mind, Lín Mò found an inconspicuous spot and waited. He waited until all the fishermen had departed before soaring back into the night sky. Under the cover of the thick night and the roar of the massive tide surging nearby, Lín Mò summoned all his venomous ants at once. Lightning Ant King, bombard the aquaculture zone with thunderbolts. Once all the sea fish are electrically stunned, the other poison ants will swiftly devour them. If any islanders are spotted, devour them immediately. But leave absolutely no trace behind. Everything from clothing to flesh and blood must be consumed. Surveying the vast, dark swarm of free mercenaries before him, Lín Mò flapped his wings, signaling them to begin their operation. The venomous ants, receiving Lín Mò's command, showed no mercy as they sprang into action. As flashes of lightning sliced through the night sky, fish after fish were electrocuted and floated to the surface. As they floated to the surface, the other poison ants, already lurking nearby with hungry eyes, swarmed in. They swiftly devoured them, converting them into experience points. Meanwhile, some islanders living aboard the fishing boats had just peered out upon hearing the commotion, only to be completely devoured by a dark, swarming mass of poisonous ants. Not just flesh and blood. Not even a single bone remained. As if the person had vanished from the face of the earth, leaving not a single trace behind. While Lín Mò was busy devouring, the grain transport truck and armored cash van bearing banners arrived at their designated location. As the vehicles came to a halt, the tens of thousands waiting in the square all stood up in unison. They had been waiting here for nearly half a day. All for these supplies and cash. Chapter 12, The Sea Monster Appears. As the smallest district within the winter capital, Listening Spring Road had a modest population, yet it directly impacted the entire nation of Sakura. This is precisely why the Sakura Nation government places such importance on this area. If another region were struck by disaster, it goes without saying that relief supplies and funds would arrive within the same day. It would be extremely rare for relief supplies and funds to arrive within a month. While expediting such deliveries incurs additional costs. But for the sake of stability here, the government has no other choice. After all the vehicles were parked, the official in charge of Tinquan Road approached with a group of uniformed police officers. After exchanging a few polite greetings, facing the crowd who had already risen to their feet, their expressions growing impatient, he hurried to a higher vantage point. Raising his megaphone, he announced, "Everyone, please calm down and line up one by one. I assure you, every household will receive both grain and money. Alright, starting with the line on the far left, please come forward one by one to register." Amid the middle-aged man's shouts, the originally agitated crowd reluctantly formed lines and began registering one by one. Meanwhile, the official in charge of transporting the grain and cash ordered the doors of the front vehicles opened. As the doors swung open, those who had already completed registration all approached the vehicles with eager expressions. Yet as the doors swung open, the sight of the completely empty interiors left the crowd dumbfounded once more. "Quick! Open every single compartment for inspection." The SWAT team leader, who reacted first, yanked the pistol from his waist as he barked the order to those nearby. Under his command, every remaining compartment was forced open. But to everyone's despair, dozens of train cars were completely empty. Forget about grain or money. Not even a single crumb remained. And on the roof of each carriage, there was a circular hole. "Seal off the scene. No one leaves." The SWAT team leader, noticing the anomaly on the roof, immediately began issuing orders. With such a large quantity of grain and cash missing, if the culprit isn't found, he'd likely find it difficult to keep wearing his police uniform. Fully armed SWAT officers, upon hearing their captain's orders, they all cocked their rifles, swiftly fanned out, and sealed off the surrounding area. Not only were no more people allowed to enter, even those who had been queuing to receive food supplies were unable to leave. However, this action immediately enraged everyone present. Already in a foul mood over the ruined grain, having been toyed with twice in a single day, combined with having waited over 10 hours at this location, their anger had reached a boiling point. The SWAT team's operation to seal off the scene acted like a fuse. It detonated the rage festering within them. The enraged crowd immediately picked up sticks and stones from the ground and began hurling them at the surrounding SWAT officers. The area was already densely packed with bystanders. Though armed with guns, the SWAT officers dared only fire warning shots into the air, never daring to open fire on the crowd. This emboldened the crowd further. Taking advantage of the chaos, some individuals even struck the SWAT officers, injuring them, and seized the weapons from their bodies. Soon, the original grain distribution site descended into utter chaos. Nearly every vehicle was overturned and set ablaze by the rioting crowd. The special police officers who had previously cordoned off the area had long since been knocked unconscious. As for the weapons they carried, had already fallen into the hands of those with ulterior motives. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Tinquan Road descended into utter chaos. The islanders, their inner savagery now unleashed, began rampaging through the streets, burning, killing, and looting. Having cast aside any notion of law, now sought only to vent their fury. Their relentless destruction also created an opportunity for Lín Mò, who was devouring his prey with frenzied intensity at the docks. Originally worried that the commotion might attract attention, upon learning that the entire listening spring path had descended into chaos, he boldly began his work. Swarms of lightning ant kings soared through the air, firing bolts of lightning with every flutter of their wings. Meanwhile, under Lín Mò's command, the other poison ants relentlessly devoured everything in sight. This area was home to numerous valuable marine fish. Thus, during the devouring process, Lín Mò gained vast amounts of experience. Watching the experience point steadily climb, Lín Mò's mood instantly lifted. He ordered them to accelerate their devouring once more. After all, the chaos in the town could persist for an unknown duration. He intended to devour every sea fish in this aquaculture facility before the chaos ended. Go cut those high voltage lines and toss them into the sea. Everyone, concentrate your lightning attacks in one spot, it'll be more powerful. Seeking greater efficiency, Lín Mò pondered for a moment before issuing his command to the venomous ants in the air. Upon receiving Lín Mò's command, the poison ants paused in surprise before immediately complying with his instructions. They merged all the lightning bolts they fired into one concentrated strike. Thus, in each subsequent attack, bowl-sized bolts of lightning slammed into the sea surface. Combined with the high-voltage cables being dragged into the sea, the entire sea surface seemed to boil. Before long, the sea surface was densely covered with fish. Meanwhile, Lín Mò, ensuring the safety of the poisonous ants. While they were devouring the fish, he had other poison ants pull the high-voltage cable aside. Soon, the experience points on Lín Mò's interface reached around 230,000. Seeing this method was effective, Lín Mò, he immediately ordered the other poison ants to accelerate their pace, aiming to max out their experience before dawn. However, just as they continued devouring using this method, a thick fog suddenly drifted in from the distant sea, as if materializing out of thin air. Within mere moments, it had reached Lín Mò's vicinity. The overwhelming stench of decay filled the air, making the atmosphere feel as though it had solidified. Knowing danger lurked within the fog, he landed steadily on a mast while summoning all the poisonous ants to his side. The moment the poisonous ants formed a barrier in front of him, Lín Mò realized. Within the thick fog, two red eyes, each as large as car tires, suddenly appeared. Beneath the crimson orbs lay a gaping maw as vast as an abyss. Just as Lín Mò was studying it closely, the mist gradually began to recede to both sides. Immediately after, a massive bald head slowly emerged from the sea surface. The bald head bore a terrifying visage, staring intently at Lín Mò with two enormous eyes, as if poised to attack at any moment. Its crimson eyes were eerily vivid. It was clearly no ordinary sea creature. Chapter 13, Poison? Who's afraid of who? Faced with this sudden appearance of the sea monster, Lín Mô's mind raced. He searched his memories relentlessly. He soon pieced together the origin of this creature before him. I don't know if it's bad luck or good fortune, but after just a few evolutions, I've run into the legendary sea monster of Sakura country, the Sea Priest. They say this thing is every sailor's nightmare, appearing in thick fog to devour entire ships. If I could just make a hole in this bald head and let my poison ants feast on it, wouldn't my experience points go through the roof? Lín Mò showed not a trace of fear, instead flashing a greedy look. If he weren't currently in bird form, he'd probably have drool hanging from his mouth. But jokes aside, Lín Mò didn't act rashly. As he studied the sea priest, a lingering doubt remained in his mind. After all, as far as he knew, this sea priest only appeared in the deepest depths of the ocean. And the last time it entered human sight was hundreds of years ago. Could it be that this sea priest was secretly cultivated by the land of cherry blossoms and deliberately placed here? Just as the doubt lingered, a thought suddenly sprang to Lín Mô's mind. Beyond this possibility, Lín Mò could think of no other explanation. After all, such legendary sea monsters, human records were exceedingly scarce. Recalling the various guardian beasts that emerged in the land of cherry blossoms after the apocalypse in his previous life, Lín Mò felt his conjecture was most likely correct. He just didn't know what methods Sakura Nation employed to bring these legendary creatures back to life in reality. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away, deep within a mountain range, dozens of Sakura Nation citizens clad in onmyoji robes emerged from their respective mountain dwellings and gathered together. They first glanced in Lín Mô's direction before turning to each other and murmuring, "How peculiar. Why would the sea monk beneath an aquaculture facility suddenly appear on the surface? Haifangzhu is still only a half-finished entity. His power is worlds apart from the legendary one. We placed him beneath the fish farm precisely to facilitate his consumption of sea creatures. Moreover, we set up restraints. His sudden emergence must mean something has gone awry at that fish farm. Here's what we'll do, everyone return to prepare. We'll regroup here shortly, board a plane, and rush over there as fast as possible." After brief deliberation, the group returned to pack light essentials before boarding the helicopter parked atop the mountain. They sped toward the port where Lín Mò was stationed. While en route, they also notified the relevant authorities in Dongjing about the abnormalities occurring there. Given the sea priestess's immense power, if she were to appear within the sight of other nations, it could potentially ruin all their plans. Upon learning of the sea priest's emergence, several departments in Winter Capital swiftly dispatched teams composed of sorcerers. Not only that, to prevent news of the sea demon from leaking out, alongside the sorcerers, they also dispatched a large military force. It could be said that the sudden emergence of the sea priest had immediately put some high-ranking officials in Sakura Nation on edge. At this moment, are solely focused on uncovering the reason behind the sea priest's departure from the ocean depths. As for all this, Lín Mò remained completely unaware. Right now, he was locked in a standoff with the sea priestess from a distance. A dense swarm of poisonous ants surrounded him, their wings vibrating as thunderous crackles filled the air. Roar! Suddenly, the sea monk, who had been standing motionless, suddenly let out a mighty roar at Lín Mò. Then, writhing its massive body, it charged toward him. Its abyssal maw gaped wider and wider. As seawater surged inward, the pungent stench of blood nearly knocked Lín Mò off the mast. Quickly regaining his balance, he immediately leapt into the air, watching the sea guardian draw ever closer. A hint of excitement flickered in Lín Mô's eyes. Though leaving now would be effortless. But driven by his urgent need to evolve, he resolved to devour the sea priest at the cost of sacrificing some of his poison ants. After all, such a massive sea monster. If he could fully devour it, wouldn't the experience gained be enough to evolve him instantly? Lín Mò, a man of action, immediately ordered the venomous ants at his side to prepare. Over 100,000 venomous flying ant kings charged forward, followed by more than 40,000 lightning ant kings, launching a direct assault on the sea priest. Lightning ant kings, target his left foot. Channel all lightning strikes to one point. The venomous flying ants charge forward, using every means to inject their toxins into his body and cling to him to begin devouring him. Hovering steadily in midair, Lín Mò fixed his gaze on the sea monk and issued his commands with unflinching precision. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the flapping of wings, bolts of lightning as thick as bowls struck the sea priest directly. Due to the sheer volume of lightning strikes. After 2 rounds of attacks, the sea monk's left leg was cleaved clean off. The poisonous ants, already prepared, rushed forward like mad upon seeing the severed limb. Ignoring the abyssal maw's gaping maw, they seized every moment to devour the flesh. Though many ants were swallowed by the sea monk during the devouring process, the massive severed leg vanished at a visible pace. After losing roughly tens of thousands of ants, the severed leg was completely devoured. 100,000 experience points? Not bad, not bad. Sure, I lost tens of thousands of venomous ants, but during the devouring process, I spawned tens of thousands of lightning ant kings. So in the end, not only did I suffer no loss, I actually grew significantly stronger. Muttering to himself, Lín Mò issued another command, directing all the lightning ant kings to concentrate their lightning strikes on the sea master's right arm. Just like before. In less than 2 minutes, a thick arm fell to the ground. Before it could hit the sea, a cloud of venomous ants swarmed up, suspending it mid-air to begin devouring it. Roar! 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 The sea priest, now missing an arm and a leg, roared furiously at Lín Mò several times before sucking in sharply and expelling a cloud of green poisonous mist. Wherever the mist touched, everything from the carcasses of sea creatures to the moored ships dissolved into gas. But that wasn't all. Even the sea surface seemed to boil, bubbling and gurgling with rising bubbles. You want to compete in poison with me? Then let's see whose poison is stronger. Facing this eerie green toxic mist, Lín Mò not only refused to retreat but charged straight into it, accompanied by his venomous ants. He'd been wanting to test this for a while. If he consumed toxic substances, would it truly evolve the toxins within his body? Now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Chapter 14, Abnormal Ability Immunity to All Deadly Poisons. Plunging headfirst into the toxic fog, Lín Mò attempted to activate his devouring ability. Originally prepared to retreat at the first sign of trouble, suddenly discovered that this toxic mist could indeed be devoured and absorbed by him. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately joined the other poison ants in a frenzied devouring spree. Though the experience gained was minimal. As he consumed, Lín Mò could distinctly feel the toxins within his body undergoing a transformation. What the hell did that little bastard use to cultivate the sea master's venom to such a potent level? What a freak! Muttering to himself, Lín Mò cursed while frantically absorbing the toxins. He was terrified of missing even a single wisp of the poisonous mist. After all, such potent venom isn't something you come across every day. Although the poison mist was continuously released by the sea monk, the sheer number of poisonous ants on Lín Mò's side proved overwhelming. Soon, the toxic mist that had blanketed the pier vanished completely. Lín Mò, still unsatisfied, glanced at the sea monk approaching him before swiftly flying to a safe distance. After all, this sea monk was rather peculiar. He feared the other might have other tricks up his sleeve. Though Lín Mò was eager to grow stronger, he didn't want to take excessive risks. Otherwise, he could have easily engulfed the entire city in a wave of devouring energy. The reason he didn't do that was precisely to minimize his own risks. The moment he paused, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the innate toxin. From this moment onward, no toxins can harm you. In toxic environments, your strength will increase several-fold compared to normal. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lín Mò felt a surge of delight. He hadn't expected that a simple act of consumption would yield such an unexpected bonus. Now, with this body immune to all poisons, he would face future dangers. He now possessed an additional layer of self-preservation. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, nearly every monster carries various toxins. The slightest carelessness in exposure could inflict irreparable damage upon oneself. Clearly, Lín Mò had no desire to see such an outcome. Having confirmed he was in a safe zone, Lín Mò hadn't even had time to order the other poison ants to continue their attack. He saw the monk's bald head suddenly swell to several times its size. Then his entire body followed suit. Like a balloon being inflated by a pump, it swelled at an exaggerated pace. The rapidly expanding Haifangzhu glared at Lín Mò with a savage grin, then opened his gaping maw once more. In an instant, a towering tidal wave surged forth from his maw, sweeping toward Lín Mò. The wave stretched hundreds of meters long, vaguely covering the entire beach. As for their height, judging by Lín Mò's current form, they were at least 5 or 6 meters tall. Just as I thought. I knew it. How could this legendary sea monster be so weak? Watching the wave crash toward him, Lín Mò muttered excitedly before swiftly recalling all the poison ants into his spatial ring. Next time we meet, I'll devour every last one of you. Turning to glance at the sea priest, Lín Mò spread his wings and swiftly flew away from the pier. At his current speed, even if the waves were several times faster, they wouldn't be able to catch him. Only after leaving the pier and reaching a relatively safe spot did Lín Mò come to a halt. His gaze followed the surging waves. He watched as hundreds upon hundreds of houses were swept away. For a moment, the entire Tinquan road echoed with the terrified cries for help. They never imagined such a massive wave could suddenly appear out of nowhere. Not a single warning had been issued beforehand. This is what you reap for your own actions. Compared to the atrocities your ancestors committed in the Dragon Kingdom, this isn't even enough to cover the interest. But don't worry, more surprises await you later. Watching the island nation's people struggle in the sea, Lín Mò's gaze was icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. For these beasts who never ceased plotting to invade the Dragon Nation, he felt not a shred of sympathy. After briefly orienting himself, he flew toward another county office adjacent to Tinquan Road. He now roughly guessed that, besides the Yasukuni Shrine, the surrounding ocean depths also harbored all manner of sea monsters they had conjured. Though most of them hadn't fully awakened their power yet, they were still far beyond Lín Mò's reach. Therefore, before he was discovered, he must act swiftly to raid every granary and rice paddy in the entire Sakura Kingdom. Shortly after Lín Mò departed, the government sent sorcerers and several onmyoji arriving by helicopter all converged near the dock. Due to the rough seas, they each found a relatively elevated spot to land. They paid little attention to the endless waves engulfing the cities where humanity lived. Instead, the gaze of the group of over 10 people was almost entirely fixed on the sea priest, who had descended into madness. Watching the sea priest leap about like a madman, everyone's brows furrowed. The sea priest must have clashed with some creature and suffered significant damage in the fight. This area only has the sea monk as its legendary sea monster. What on earth could have injured him? We absolutely must investigate this thoroughly. Put the investigation on hold for now. The most urgent task is to ensure these legendary sea monsters evolve into their final forms. Lord Fate is correct. Especially the sea priest, his injuries have completely shattered his sanity. To calm him, we must gather more resources. This will allow him to repair his body while completing the final step of his evolution. I'll contact the government immediately. Earlier, I had them prepare a significant amount of nuclear waste for these sea monsters. The energy field created by dumping this waste into the ocean will perfectly facilitate their evolution. After some discussion, the group quickly finalized their next course of action. While the youngest onmyoji contacted the government, several sorcerers sat cross-legged on the ground. They began pulling out various hideous-looking creatures, using their blood to inscribe talismans in the air. As the talismans took shape, crimson threads shot skyward, landing upon the sea priest. As the crimson threads merged into him, the once frenzied sea priest gradually calmed. As if sensing some information, his body rapidly shrank. After growling in displeasure a few times, he slowly retreated back into the sea. Amidst a thick fog, the sea priest's form began to fade away. Meanwhile, the government of Sakura Nation descended into chaos. At that moment, had all gathered in the conference room to deliberate on the plan to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Chapter 15, The Godmaking Project. Within the hundreds of square meter conference hall, alongside several high-ranking officials from the island nation's government, there were also numerous islanders dressed in kimonos, samurai attire, and other traditional garments. It could be said that, due to the sudden appearance of the sea priest, all the key figures from various factions of the island nation had been gathered together. Soon, as everyone took their seats, an aged figure slowly made its way to the very center of the room. The old man wore a black and white patterned kimono, his skin withered and shriveled like a desiccated corpse. Standing on the platform, he seemed weightless, giving off an unsteady, precarious impression. From a distance, one could scarcely tell if he was even alive. But strangely enough, the skin on his exposed hands was as delicate and translucent as a newborn's. The stark contrast instantly silenced everyone in the conference room. Regarding the matter of the sea priest, I trust you've all heard the rumors? Once the room had settled, the withered old man spoke slowly. Without waiting for a response, he continued. In recent days, numerous incidents have occurred in the Listening Spring area. First, all the rice ears vanished from the paddies. Then the grain storehouse was compromised. Finally, every fish farm in the harbor was affected. Investigations indicate several distinct ant colonies are responsible. These are photographs taken at the crime scenes. Please take a look. As the old man spoke, a light screen appeared before everyone, slowly displaying photographs of several ants. Had Lín Mò been present, he would have recognized the ants as photographs of himself at different stages of his life. The Japanese attendees in the conference room, upon seeing these photos and the details of the scene, immediately began voicing their opinions. I believe these ants are definitely being controlled by someone. Judging by their method of destruction and their targets, it seems they're simply seeking revenge against our country. I agree with what Ari-kun's assessment. The appearance of the sea priestess might be coincidental. The most likely scenario is that the mastermind behind this accidentally disturbed the sea priestess while handling farmed sea fish. But these ants look rather peculiar. They must be a specially bred strain. I just can't fathom what methods they use to carry off all that grain and fish. In my opinion, there's definitely something peculiar about these ants. They might be equipped with some cutting-edge technology. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for tens of thousands of identical ants to appear suddenly and then vanish mysteriously. Almost everyone agreed that someone was manipulating these ants to cause destruction. After all, apart from the ants themselves, there were no other clues at the scene. More crucially, the ants would swarm in vast numbers one moment and dwindle to a single creature the next, clearly abnormal behavior. After everyone had voiced their opinions, the elderly man in the center spoke again. Your speculations are correct, but the mastermind behind this is well hidden. We haven't detected their trail yet. We believe this individual likely originates from the Dragon Nation. However, the Dragon Nation has adopted an extremely hardline stance this time. To avoid disrupting our God-making plan, we must refrain from provoking conflict with them for now. Once those legendary beasts and guardian deities regain their full power, a mere Dragon Nation will be no match for us. Time is pressing. After deliberation, I've decided to release decades of stored nuclear wastewater in 2 days. It will form a designated zone in our coastal waters, aiding the sea monsters in fully restoring their power. Additionally, a ritual will be held at Yasukuni Shrine in 10 days. The most crucial item for this ritual is the Mount Tai stone from the Dragon Nation. It has already been transported out of their country and will arrive in ours in 3 days. Before the ritual, it must be guarded at all costs, no matter the price. Otherwise, if the deities within the shrine become enraged, it will bring down a colossal disaster. As for the mysterious figure controlling the ants, intensify the search efforts. We absolutely cannot allow him to continue wreaking havoc with impunity. After speaking, the gaunt old man proceeded to assign specific tasks to each person present. The entire meeting lasted over 4 hours. By the time they adjourned, Lín Mò had already arrived in Hangbing City, dozens of kilometers away. This city was renowned worldwide for its automotive manufacturing industry. Therefore, after consuming the grain reserves, devour all the newly manufactured vehicles here. After all, compared to grain, cars yielded several times more experience points. Having already mapped out the locations of all Hangbing's industrial facilities, he immediately resorted to his old method. He dove headfirst into the grain warehouse. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of Sakura Nation who had left the meeting also sprang into action. Since the last sighting of the Lín Mò had been near the docks, to prevent Lín Mò from causing further disruption, they immediately established a security perimeter centered on the docks, spanning a radius of 20 kilometers. Mobilizing nearly all available police forces in the region, the Sakura Nation government vowed to capture Lín Mò this time. Little did they know. At that very moment, Lín Mò was already devouring everything in sight within the grain warehouse of Hangbing City. He was just 100,000 experience points away from evolving. His eyes were now bloodshot. Not only the grain in the granary, he had devoured 3 meters deep into the very foundation of the granary. However, this particular granary held relatively little grain. After devouring every single granary, Lín Mò realized he still needed tens of thousands more experience points to evolve. With time running short, he didn't hesitate. He immediately flew toward the nearest automobile manufacturing plant. Yet barely minutes after leaving the granary, his attention was completely captured by the giant screen in the square. Displayed on the screen was Sakura Nation's current leader, Joichi Higashijima. Standing at the podium of a press conference, he gripped his speech with a solemn expression as he addressed the cameras. As our nation is already overwhelmed after deliberation, we have decided to begin discharging nuclear wastewater into the ocean from 8 designated areas in 40 hours. I will now announce the latitude and longitude coordinates of these 8 areas. 108 degrees east longitude. Lín Mò perched atop a streetlight. His gaze fixed intently on the speaker on the large screen while the coordinates streamed into his ears. As the spokesperson finished announcing all 8 coordinates, a hint of confusion flickered in Lín Mò's eyes. These coordinates, he knew them all too well. He vaguely recalled. In his previous life, it was precisely in these regions that hordes of legendary monsters had suddenly appeared. That was when the apocalypse had already descended. While on a mission in the land of cherry blossoms, had glimpsed them from afar. Could it be that this so-called nuclear wastewater is actually nourishment for those demons? The area where the sea priestess appeared earlier is also one of the nuclear wastewater discharge sites, and the volume discharged there is greater than in the other regions. I had just wounded that sea priest when the Sakura Nation government rushed to prepare for the nuclear wastewater discharge. There's definitely a connection between the two. Lín Mò muttered to himself, a deep, unmistakable glint flashing in his eyes. Fully aware of the formidable power these legendary monsters possessed, he resolved to disrupt Japan's operation. Over 40 hours. While he couldn't prevent it from devouring all the nuclear wastewater, but sabotaging its transport pipelines to flood the island nation's cities with the contaminated water? That was no difficult task. Before that, however, he needed to deal with the vehicles in this manufacturing plant. After all, once this devouring was complete, he would have enough experience to evolve once more. Lín Mò had a premonition. This evolution would bring about earth-shattering changes. Chapter 16, Satellite Mobilization. We're about to be discovered. Knowing time waits for no one, Lín Mò plunged headfirst into the automobile manufacturing plant. Numerous finished vehicles were neatly stacked across the open yard. Glancing around, Lín Mò estimated there were at least tens of thousands. The vehicles were brand new, their protective films still intact. Each of these things is worth hundreds of thousands. After I devour them all today, the CEO of this Japanese car company is going to have a heart attack from the rage, right? Circling the perimeter once, Lín Mò muttered to himself while mentally noting the positions of the surrounding surveillance cameras. Right now, the entire nation's attention was still focused on the area where the sea priest had appeared. Thousands of police were lying in wait there, hoping he'd walk right into their trap. Therefore, before devouring all these vehicles, Lín Mò didn't want to reveal his position prematurely. After all, the apocalypse was imminent, and he needed to resolve the situation before the nuclear wastewater discharge. Otherwise, if those legendary monsters regained their full power, it might not bode well for him. Lín Mò knew his current strength was formidable. He wasn't foolish enough to confront those things head-on. His previous success against the sea priestess was partly because that thing underestimated him, looking down on his abilities. On the other hand, it was because the creature hadn't fully regained its strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have devoured a portion of its body so effortlessly. Lín Mò, having already formulated his next plan. After a moment's thought, he flapped his wings and flew to a surveillance blind spot, summoning a group of his minions. Divide into 5 teams. Starting from left to right, devour every surveillance camera here. Move fast and keep it quiet. With that, Lín Mò led the charge toward one of the cameras. His recent evolution had granted him remarkable speed, combined with his deliberate increase in wing flapping frequency. From the camera's perspective, only a few flashes of golden light were visible. His entire form remained indistinguishable. Just as the security guard watching the feed rubbed his eyes, preparing to get a better look, Lín Mò and his subordinate had already bitten through the surveillance cable. The surveillance feed instantly turned into a screen of static, causing the security guards to frown in frustration. But before they could react, streaks of golden light flashed across the other surveillance feeds. Then, just like the previous one, every single camera in the entire area turned into a sea of gray static. Damn it, the surveillance is malfunctioning again? I've reported the aging wiring to upper management ages ago, but nobody gave a damn. Enough complaining. You guys come with me to check it out. Nagashima, call logistics and have them send someone to inspect it. Faced with the snowy surveillance feed, the group remained composed. After assigning tasks, they followed their captain toward Lín Mò, batons in hand. Lín Mò, as if anticipating the security guards' moves all along. After sabotaging the surveillance system, he immediately dispatched his men to destroy the roller door's control switch. With the switch disabled, the vehicle storage area became completely inaccessible, unless someone used brute force to break in from the outside. But Lín Mò knew full well, breaching the outer gate wasn't something a few security guards could decide. In this perverse nation of Sakura, hierarchical distinctions were starkly defined. Without the approval of higher-ups, these guards would likely just wait outside. And even if they received authorization from their superiors, by the time they opened the door, Lín Mò would likely have already completed the absorption process. Having mentally rehearsed the plan dozens of times, had already anticipated every possible contingency. He took another look around. Finding no issues, Lín Mò soared into the air. With a flutter of his wings, tens of thousands of lightning ant kings, identical to him, appeared densely packed around him. At Lín Mò's command, the golden sea of ants surged toward the surrounding vehicles. The moment they charged out, the car that had been brand new just moments ago, all reduced to ashes and vanished. Within a 30-meter radius centered on Lín Mò, the area was instantly cleared. Watching the cars vanish one after another, Lín Mò felt a surge of satisfaction. With his own evolution, the lightning ant kings he had split off had significantly increased their devouring capacity. Back when he first reincarnated, clearing out all these surrounding vehicles would have taken at least a year or two. But now, it took merely a few breaths. Beyond that, both my defensive and offensive capabilities have been markedly enhanced. More importantly, Lín Mò also discovered that, after each evolution, his ability to split also grew considerably stronger. This signified that, when devouring the same item, would yield far more fragments than before evolution. Experience plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. Watching the ever-rising experience points, Lín Mò, suspended mid-air, resembled a sovereign surveying his domain from above as the swarm of ants ceaselessly consumed. He knew full well, at this rate, the number of poison ants around him would keep growing. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. As long as enough things were devoured. In the not-too-distant future, he would become everyone's nightmare. He knows deep down, if he continues to evolve and divide, should he ever encounter a demon like the Sea Priest again? In an instant, he could easily dispose of it. While Lín Mò pondered this endlessly in his mind, he commanded his minions to devour voraciously. The evolution experience was almost sufficient. Amidst his joy, a hint of anticipation now mingled within his heart. At the same moment, security personnel who had rushed to the scene found the main gate stubbornly locked. After going through multiple departments and layers of approval, they finally arrived with tools originally installed for security. This roll-up door was built exceptionally sturdy. It took 7 or 8 security guards quite a while to finally pry open a gap. Lín Mò, who had long since heard the commotion, the moment they cut an opening and prepared to enter, he swiftly recalled all his subordinates into his spatial pocket. Then, before anyone could react, he transformed into a golden light and flew away. He was still over 10,000 experience points short of leveling up. He didn't want to waste time here. Just as Lín Mò flew out, several security and support personnel entered the area. Chatting and laughing, they froze in their tracks upon seeing the empty space. Clatter. The sheer shock caused them to drop their tools to the floor. The more timid security guards even stumbled backwards several steps before plopping down onto the floor. Ghost, were haunted. Panicked, they scrambled out on all fours, screaming even as they sat on the ground. Gulp. The remaining few swallowed hard, exchanged glances, then scrambled out as well. Compared to those who had fled earlier, they appeared much more composed. After leaving the premises, they immediately called their company leaders and reported everything that had happened here. These companies had already received official notifications from the government. Upon hearing the security personnel's report, the company's responsible party immediately escalated the situation to higher authorities. Quick! Mobilize all nearby police units. Arm them. We must apprehend the mastermind behind the ant-like sabotage today. Activate satellite surveillance and start the search from the area where the vehicles vanished. Upon receiving the company's report, the Japanese government immediately sprang into action. In their previous search for Lín Mò, they had already activated several satellites, blanketing the entire nation of Sakura. Therefore, locating Lín Mò was no difficult task for them. Chapter 17, Evolution Once More, Solar True Flame. Soon, Sakura Nation police and SWAT teams, having received their orders, all rushed to the designated locations. Not only that, some of Sakura Nation's most renowned detectives had also gathered here. They were analyzing Lín Mò's escape route by enlarging each frame of the satellite footage, piecing together clues from the images. Although Lín Mò moved swiftly, the satellite surveillance footage captured him with exceptional clarity. Not only could his flight path be traced, even the motion of a supersonic bullet being fired could be captured. So while Lín Mò was still devouring his prey in another underground parking garage, the government of Sakura Nation had already pinpointed his approximate location. According to satellite imagery, the last known location of that golden ant was this parking garage. If my guess is correct, the mastermind controlling the ants should be hiding in this location. Dispatch all SWAT teams immediately. Also, instruct them to bring heavy weapons. Beyond standard operational firearms, this time they can bring some machine guns and small grenade launchers. After all, that ant's firepower is quite formidable. After confirming Lín Mò's location, the Sakura Nation government immediately issued the operational order. The task force had already prepared in advance. Fully armed, they immediately rushed toward Lín Mò's location. Just as these personnel deployed around the parking lot, Lín Mò finally received the long-awaited system notification. Congratulations, host! Your experience points have met the requirements for evolution. Would you like to initiate evolution now? Though he knew the area was swarming with Sakura Nation police, Lín Mò chose evolution without hesitation. After all, during evolution, he was completely invincible. Forget the police. Even a nuclear bomb detonating overhead wouldn't scratch him. Completely disregarding the officers outside, Lín Mò initiated his evolution amidst the system's beeping prompts. This evolution was different from before. As the process commenced, Lín Mò was enveloped by a crimson eggshell. Outside the shell, raging flames burned relentlessly. Within the shell, Lín Mò's entire body underwent significant transformation. In addition to the usual dramatic enhancements in physical strength and speed, Lín Mò now possessed a third eye in the center of his forehead. The eye was entirely blood red. Upon closer inspection, one could discern flickering flames within. The scorching flames continuously emitted terrifying heat. The heat radiated through the eggshell, significantly raising the temperature throughout the entire underground garage. If anyone had been present, they would have noticed that around Lín Mò's eggshell, the intense heat had begun to melt some of the steel structures. Solar fire? Lín Mò, trapped within the eggshell, frowned as he read the notification in his mind. Knowing this was his newly evolved ability, he had no time to ponder further. He immediately focused on integrating it with his body. Boom! During the fusion process, the lightning power and the sun's true fire collided violently within Lín Mò's body. As the deafening roar erupted, a surge of energy burst forth from the eggshell, violently uprooting nearby floor tiles. The immense collision shattered the eggshell completely. Emerging from within, Lín Mò's face now bore a distinct look of excitement. Who would have thought that after this evolution, I'd gain an entirely new offensive technique? Combined with the eye on my forehead that can unleash true solar fire, I'll be unstoppable. Muttering to himself, Lín Mò flapped his wings. Suddenly, a massive palm materialized before him, golden at its core, encircled by a ring of flames and another of lightning. Break! With a flicker of his thoughts, the colossal palm surged forward with tremendous force. Simultaneously, a jet of flame erupted from the eye on his forehead. Following the palm, it attacked the pillar within the underground vault. Boom! The palm and flame arrived almost simultaneously. The immense force blew the pillar clean out of the ground, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Not only that, due to the sun's true fire, everything in the vicinity was reduced to ashes. While its power can't match a nuclear bomb, the effect is comparable to a howitzer. Moreover, this true solar flame not only incinerates enemies but also envelopes my entire body, forming a protective barrier. More importantly, as I continue devouring, my minions will multiply. When hundreds of thousands attack together, the palms and flames covering the heavens and earth will be an absolutely spectacular sight. I wonder if that little bastard's Yasukuni shrine can withstand the scorching of my true solar flame. Lín Mò nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward the garage entrance. Japanese SWAT officers, already lying in ambush, were silently raising their weapons, creeping along the walls, planning a surprise attack on Lín Mò. Little did they know. From the moment they arrived in the vicinity, every move they made had been under Lín Mò's surveillance. Though Lín Mò was currently just a giant ant with wings, he had plenty of minions. Keeping tabs on these islanders was a breeze. Chapter 18, Kill, Kill, Kill. Nothing but a pack of beasts. Coldly watching the approaching island nation SWAT team, Lín Mò's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Having been raised on patriotic education since childhood, his very bones seethed with fury and hatred toward the islanders. In his previous life, constrained by his lack of power, he could only vent his frustration through online rants and accusations. Now, reborn into this life, having mastered powers beyond nature, he would never pass up the chance to avenge his ancestors. More importantly, he intended to use this opportunity to test the true extent of his current abilities. Previously consumed by the relentless act of devouring, he'd never had the chance to test his true strength. Now that the opportunity presented itself, he was determined to make the most of it. Lín Mò's gaze followed the movements of the SWAT team. Taking a deep breath, he dual-wielded his weapons with a sharp clang, soaring into the air and abruptly appearing within their field of vision. Without summoning any minions, he unleashed the martial technique he'd just evolved, Thunderfire Palm. Quick! That ant's right there, fire! Second team, prepare grenades. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Boom! 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 Just as Lín Mò unleashed the Thunderfire Palm, the island nation's SWAT team members swiftly swung their guns and opened fire on him with relentless intensity. Bullets of various calibers whistled as they struck Lín Mò's body. Yet every single one was deflected away. Not a single one caused him any harm. As they fired, Lín Mò's Thunderfire Palm closed in on them. Before they could react, the colossal palm strike slammed into the ground, instantly obliterating them into dust. Due to its overwhelming power, these island nation SWAT officers didn't even have time to utter a scream before vanishing into thin air. Not only that, having shattered the foundation supporting the garage, as the explosion roared, the entire half of the garage closest to the blast crumbled to the ground in a cloud of dust. Holy crap, I didn't expect it to be this powerful. With my current physical defenses, ordinary bullets can't scratch me. If I add the protective layer formed by the sun's true fire, resisting this howitzer shouldn't be too difficult, right? Soaring high into the air from the dust, Lín Mò glanced at the howitzer on the ground that had locked onto him. Suddenly, the third eye in the center of his forehead snapped open. Scorching flames erupted. Soon, his entire body was enveloped. The relentlessly billowing flames scorched the area around Lín Mò crimson red. Even the air itself warped under the intense heat. Golden wings tinged with crimson flapped, stabilizing Lín Mò mid-air. This scene left everyone on the ground utterly stunned. After all, from their vantage point, Lín Mò at that moment resembled a deity gazing down upon mortals. Lofty and untouchable. Some island residents even opened their windows, murmuring prayers as they began to kneel and bow from afar. Damn it, being worshipped by animals. Noticing this scene, Lín Mò snorted coldly before turning his gaze back to the trembling SWAT officers below. Having recovered from their initial shock, they were now stuffing grenades several inches long into the barrel. Lín Mò, who was intimately familiar with every weapon, fully understood the destructive power of this particular mortar. Conservatively speaking, a single shell could obliterate a 30-story building. And on the ground, over 20 of them were locked onto him. 20 shells attacking a single target simultaneously. Even the most advanced tanks available today. It would be reduced to dust multiple times over. Yet Lín Mò, who placed absolute trust in the sun's true fire, paid them no mind. To test its defensive capabilities. Flying through the air, he spread his wings and closed his eyes. That is, he was currently in ant form. Otherwise, he'd definitely be clutching a cigarette and flipping off this bunch of bastards from the island nation. A blood feud, unforgettable for all eternity. Forgiveness is impossible. Forgiving them was for our ancestors. What he could do is to send them to meet their ancestors. That is all. Think hiding behind the scenes will save you? Once I crush you like an ant, see what you can do then. All units, lock onto targets, recalibrate bearings, prepare to fire. 3, 2, 1, launch. The island nation's high command, who had always believed Lín Mò was being controlled by someone behind the scenes, paid him no mind whatsoever. In their eyes, Lín Mò was merely a machine crafted by technology. These howitzers would easily destroy him. Arrogance had always been a tradition ingrained in the very bones of their nation. Thus, when confronting Lín Mò, they didn't bother with any heavy weaponry. Because the distance was close enough. So the howling shells appeared before Lín Mò in the blink of an eye. Overestimating your abilities. Have you lost even the courage to flee? I thought you were something special. Watching the scene unfold via satellite surveillance, the island nation's high-ranking officials raised their celebratory glasses as they spoke. In their eyes, Lín Mò, frozen mid-air and utterly motionless, was clearly nothing more than a discarded piece of junk, a useless machine abandoned by those pulling the strings. But just as they were about to down their drinks in one gulp, a strange occurrence unfolded. The grenade that had flown to Lín Mò's side earlier began to gradually melt. First the warhead, then the entire shell. In the time it took to light a cigarette, dozens of grenades had all melted into a pool of molten iron. Then, under the stunned gazes of the crowd, they evaporated around Lín Mò. What a waste. I should have deployed some poison ants earlier to devour these grenades. Lín Mò, who was fully aware of everything happening around him. Watching the lingering gas of the grenades in the air, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His expression turned sharp as he finished his lament. With a flutter of his wings, he plunged straight toward the ground. Test complete. Time to teach you a lesson. Knowing there was no threat to his existence nearby, Lín Mò dove downward as waves of heat surged from the third eye on his forehead. Immediately, flames laced with threads of lightning power swept across the entire ground. Temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees instantly incinerated everything on the ground. The Japanese special police officers who had been holding their weapons were reduced to charred corpses by the intense heat. The vibrations from Lín Mò's wings blew them directly into the air. Not a trace remained. After dispatching the SWAT team that had surrounded him, Lín Mò made no further delay. Knowing the island nation still had other means at their disposal, he flapped his wings, summoning every venomous ant within the space. The swarm of poisonous ants, darkening the sky, became the perfect cover for Lín Mò's departure. Even as the island nation's satellites relentlessly tracked his movements, Lín Mò, who had already made his plans, flew while devouring. He swiftly split into countless poisonous ants identical to himself. Using these endless clones, after circling half the island nation, Lín Mò finally landed above a pipeline discharging nuclear wastewater. Time was running out. Determined to prevent the demonic beasts from growing stronger, he resolved to drench the island nation's soil with this nuclear wastewater. Let those islanders who dream of swallowing the dragon nation whole, to taste the bitterness of despair. After all, such highly radioactive toxic substances will undoubtedly, before the apocalypse arrives, subject the island nation's beasts to inhuman torment. Due to prior conflicts with the Dragon Nation, the island nation had already deported all Dragon Nation citizens. Thus Lín Mò harbors no concern about harming innocents. In his view, there were no innocent people on the soil of the island nation. When their ancestors carried out mass killings in the Dragon Nation back then, they should have foreseen consequences like these. As for the people of Korea and other nations, Lín Mò harbored no qualms whatsoever. After all, the Dragon Nation's forebears had left behind their ancestral edicts. The Goryeo people are barbarian tribes of the frontier, unworthy of benevolence and righteousness, and cannot be held to the standards of common courtesy. Since ancient times, they have been treated as fish and turtles to be kept in captivity abroad. In generous approach is appropriate. Our ancestors have spoken, treat them as beasts, and kill them when necessary. As one who followed tradition would naturally show no mercy. Chapter 19, 200,000 Demon Ants. Terror. Lín Mò, having retracted his wings and curled his entire body within a single pipe, remained still. After all, there were numerous nuclear waste pipelines. He needed to first figure out the direction and location of these lines. Only then could he inflict maximum destruction upon the island nation. having already dispatched a contingent of poisonous ants to scout. He also took this opportunity to quickly activate his interface. After completing his evolution earlier, eager to test his newly acquired abilities, he hadn't thoroughly examined the information displayed. Name, Lín Mò. Species, celestial fire ant. Talent, fission. Population, 250,000 and 70,000 venomous flying ant queens, 130,000 lightning ant queens, 50,000 and 80 heavenly fire demon ants. Remaining lifespan, 859 days. Experience required for evolution, 1 million. Special constitution, demon ant mystic body immune to all poisons, ultra high defense, accelerates consumption rate. After dual forging by lightning and solar true fire, can withstand simultaneous attacks from up to 50 tanks. Active skill, solar true flame draws flame power from the sun, incinerating all surrounding objects upon use with temperatures reaching 1700 C. Can be used to attack enemies or transformed into a protective shield for defense. Active skill, Thunderfire Demon Wings. After being forged by divine lightning and flames, these wings grant the host flight speeds of up to 170 meters per second. Active skill, Lightning Fire Palm, a demonic technique infused with the power of thunder and flame. Upon activation, its surrounding elements into a palm-shaped form to strike enemies. Gazing at the information panel, now completely different from before, Lín Mò felt a flicker of joy. Yet it lasted only an instant before his brow furrowed once more. Though he now surpassed the vast majority of creatures and could even briefly hold his own against humans, this did not mean he was invincible in this world. Never mind the guardian deities and various demonic beasts already manufactured by Sakura Nation. Simply put, he couldn't stand alone against the modern weaponry they wielded. Then there was his demon ant mystic body. Even with its immunity to all poisons, it could only withstand simultaneous attacks from 50 tanks. From what he understood, Japan's military strength is already formidable. With the backing of his American father, the weapons in his arsenal now rival those of the Dragon Nation in quality. Nuclear bombs, lasers, electromagnetic pulse weapons, they possess them all. If these were used against us, given the current state of affairs, Lín Mò knew he'd have no chance of escape. Even with his supersonic speed, the existence of supersonic weapons was no longer a secret. If someone truly wanted to target Lín Mò, he'd have no chance of evading them. Moreover, his pride and joy, the solar true flame, offered no guarantee of safety. After all, thermobaric bombs developed decades ago already exceeded temperatures of 2,500 degrees Celsius. If Sakura Nation truly mobilized its entire national might against Lín Mò, he would have no choice but to flee for his life. He wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. Unless he could destroy all of Sakura Nation's weapons without anyone noticing. But clearly, with his current capabilities, it was utterly impossible. Ugh. The next evolution requires 1 million experience points. I'll have to make every second count for devouring now. Sighing, Lín Mò released more magic ants to scout for new devouring sites. Meanwhile, the video of Lín Mò instantly defeating the Japanese SWAT team had already been uploaded online. Watching Lín Mò perform like a god, netizens worldwide flooded the comments with diverse reactions. Cherry Blossom Nation netizen, such advanced tech ants must be developed by the Dragon Nation and the Mutt Nation. Strong protest. I suggest all nations unite to sanction them. South Korean netizen, this is our nation's latest technological breakthrough, but it was stolen by China not long ago. It's utterly shameful. China steals everything from us, even our kimchi. United States netizen, oh my god. This is clearly someone deliberately provoking war. As a superpower, our country should send troops to quell this chaos. Dragon Nation netizen, F King be cheese. While netizens worldwide argued fiercely, the reactions from countries around the world varied greatly. Led by the United States, nations issued various statements. Between the lines, they were all taking jabs at Dragon Nation, seeking to use this as an excuse to interfere in Dragon Nation's domestic affairs. Due to the Dragon Nation's previous firm stance, countries like the United States, which had previously hesitated to act rashly, secretly instructed nations such as South Korea and Vietnam to begin stirring up trouble along the Dragon Nation's borders. Faced with these provocations, the Dragon Nation could not stand idly by. After several artillery shells accidentally landed across the border, killing some South Vietnamese and Korean soldiers, the beasts from those tiny lands finally reined in their claws. As for Sakura Nation, fearing Lín Mò would disrupt their god-making scheme, they simply deployed heavy weaponry onto the streets. At critical locations, even their patrol vehicles were tanks. Not only that, to ensure Lín Mò's complete elimination later, they deployed various new generation fighter jets. The goal was to ensure that once Lín Mò was located, air support could arrive within 15 minutes. What they didn't know was, all these deployments had already been detected by the magic ants deployed by Lín Mò, and relayed back to Lín Mò at the fastest possible speed. You've gone to great lengths to deal with me. Arsenals across every city are on high alert, tanks patrolling the streets, fighter jets cruising overhead. Anyone unaware might think you're preparing to invade the Dragon Nation once more. The more you act like this, the more it proves how afraid you are that I'll disrupt the discharge of nuclear wastewater. And it only proves how crucial those demonic beasts are to you. I'll be watching to see what strange movements those beasts make after I disrupt the nuclear wastewater discharge. If only I could turn the entire island nation upside down. After receiving reports from other magic ants one after another, Lín Mò couldn't help but mutter to himself. Knowing that Sakura Nation was serious this time, he resolved to launch a full-scale assault, striking multiple points simultaneously. After leaving 50,000 magic ants in the spatial realm for his own use, he dispatched the remaining 200,000 across every corner of the land of cherry blossoms. All farmlands were completely overrun. All ports were simultaneously engulfed. Simultaneously, they began sabotaging every nuclear wastewater discharge pipeline. Beyond that, to further overwhelm the cherry blossom nation, Lín Mò, he unleashed over 10,000 magic ants into the city, unleashing thunderbolts and flames to wreak havoc. He wanted to see for himself, with 200,000 demon ants devouring and destroying all at once, how the land of cherry blossoms would possibly respond. Launch missiles in the heart of the city, blowing their own citizens to smithereens? If they actually did that, Lín Mò would be even more excited. Under Lín Mô's meticulous planning, 200,000 demon ants simultaneously mobilized, rushing to their respective locations to begin their destructive rampage. The Sakura Nation's high command remained completely unaware of Lín Mô's plan, never having imagined Lín Mò commanded an army of 200,000 demon ants. Or still anticipating Lín Mô's capture. After all, with such a meticulously laid trap, forget ants. Even a dragon would lose a pair of claws. Chapter 20, Dragon Nation Special Operations Squad. Under the cover of a moonless, wind-swept night, the perfect time for murder and arson. To evade satellite tracking from above, Lín Mò and his army of demon ants chose underground passages. In less than an hour, over 200,000 demon ants dispersed across the entire cherry blossom nation. They arrived at their designated positions, carefully concealing their presence while silently biding their time to catch the land of cherry blossoms off guard. They would launch their sabotage operations simultaneously. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation's high command remained completely unaware, because Lín Mò had deliberately concealed his actions. They could detect not a single trace. Meanwhile, Lín Mò was hiding near a nuclear wastewater pipeline, watching the massive clock in the distance. When the minute hand reached 12, he emerged with over 20,000 magic ants. The dense swarm of demon ants, under Lín Mô's command, instantly covered the entire pipe, though the pipe was constructed from special materials. But to Lín Mò, who had undergone multiple evolutions, it was as good as paper. In less than 3 minutes, multiple holes appeared in the once sturdy pipe. Not only that, even the valves and switches at the pipe joints were completely devoured, with the switches rendered inoperable. Coupled with the destruction of various instruments and pipelines, the nuclear wastewater intended for ocean discharge surged forth, flooding onto the land of cherry blossoms. Meanwhile, as Lín Mò continued his destruction, Japanese military forces, having learned of the situation, rushed to the scene at top speed in tanks and fighter jets. However, just as they were halfway there, distress signals began pouring in from other locations. "Commander, it's bad. The Western transport pipeline has also been destroyed. The urban military base is under attack. Enemy numbers are unknown, but they share the same ant-like appearance as those previously seen in the parking lot. Dorong port is under assault. All vessels docked there have been destroyed. The enemy employs massive palm-like weapons and flames. Airport aircraft destroyed. Over 300 citizens aboard perished. All national grain warehouses have been attacked by the very same ants that appeared earlier in the thousands. Emergency alert." As the operation commenced, the entire island nation descended into utter chaos. Inside the command center, the island nation's high-ranking officials paced frantically, clutching their heads with bloodshot eyes. They were as helpless as ants on a hot pan. They couldn't fathom where things had gone wrong. How could things that had been meticulously planned turn out this way? They remembered clearly. Only one ant had been capable of flame attacks before. Why, in just a few short hours, had tens of thousands of them? Moreover, the sudden attack made all their preparations look like a joke. The various armed forces previously organized were utterly incapable of handling such a sudden, massive emergency. Forget everything else for now. Deploy every available armed unit to the vicinity of the nuclear wastewater pipelines. At all costs, secure these pipelines and minimize nuclear wastewater leakage. Dispatch another regiment, fully armed, to Starbay Port immediately. The Taishan stone imported from Longguo will dock in 2 hours. At all costs, its safety must be guaranteed. After weighing the options, the gray-haired Miyamoto-sansei, after humbly taking several calls, finally bellowed at his military subordinates standing nearby. As the nominal leader of Sakura Nation, he appeared to hold immense power, yet in reality, he was merely a puppet. The true power behind him were the true masters who controlled the entire nation. Whether it was creating demonic beasts or resurrecting various guardian deities, it was those pulling Miyamoto-sansei's strings who orchestrated it all. Soon, under Miyamoto Sanjo's command, nearly the entire military of Sakura Nation marched in force toward the incident site. Soldiers clad in hazmat suits only knew they were to protect the nuclear wastewater transport pipeline. They were unaware of the true purpose of this nuclear wastewater. Meanwhile, as they rushed to the scene, Lín Mò, who had already deployed his magic ants across the region, received word of the approaching troops. Knowing these troops were armed with heavy weaponry, he immediately dispatched a contingent of demon ants to ambush them along the military's inevitable route. Following the previous devouring, the number of magic ants possessing his abilities had increased by tens of thousands. Thus, Lín Mò held no fear that they would be annihilated by the troops. After all, under the assault of the lightning palm, these unprepared troops wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. After arranging everything, Lín Mò led over 10,000 demon ants toward Xingguan Dock. The Mount Tai stone may seem ordinary, but it's intertwined with the Dragon Nation's national fortune. If those little devils actually consecrate it at the Yasukuni Shrine, the Dragon Nation's destiny itself will be affected. By any means necessary, we must seize that Mount Tai stone today. We'll find a way to return it to the Dragon Nation when the time is right. As Lín Mò sped toward Xingguan Dock, he observed the troops also rushing along the ground while pondering in his mind. Meanwhile, on a beach not far from Star Bay Dock, over 30 members of a special task force from the Dragon Nation stood on a beach, holding instruments to determine their direction. The Dragon Nation's high command had already been informed of the theft of the Mount Tai stone. Their sole purpose for coming here, with one sole purpose, to retrieve the Mount Tai stone intact. Among these 30 individuals, besides exceptionally skilled special forces operatives, more than half are individuals with special abilities, along with several elderly Taoist priests clad in robes and wielding feather dusters. Chapter 21, You little bastards, I'll damn you to hell. This peculiar group had their respective roles. Yet each face bore a trace of solemnity. Their glances sweeping the surroundings were filled with vigilance. One middle-aged man in a Taoist robe frowned deeply. While the elite soldiers at the front assessed the terrain, he drew out cinnabar and began sketching a stealth symbol on yellow paper. With swift, sweeping strokes, a Taoist talisman, crimson with flecks of gold, materialized before them. Hey, old Wu, does this thing even work? Watching the talisman burn rapidly and vanish into the night sky, Chang Dongyuan, the slightly older one, couldn't help but voice his doubt. Having awakened to immense strength since childhood, he harbored deep skepticism and disdain for these mysterious Taoist artifacts. After all, in his view, great strength could create miracles. As long as the force was great enough, the firepower fierce enough, all manner of demons and monsters must be utterly annihilated. This wasn't because he was overly self-assured. It was mainly because there had been precedents. Those who frequently encounter ghosts in the dead of night know well. Ghosts are unpredictable creatures. Ordinary human strength is utterly powerless against them. Back when the land of cherry blossoms invaded the Dragon Kingdom, they once summoned a horde of malevolent spirits on the battlefield using secret arts. They sought to disrupt our soldiers' resolve through such means. Since the entire Dragon Nation was engulfed in war at the time, even the most powerful masters possessed of extraordinary abilities could not arrive in time to offer support. Witnessing their soldiers being horribly mauled by these demons, the commander on the field immediately issued an order. All units were to withdraw 3 kilometers and then conduct artillery barrages on their previous positions. Unexpectedly, this tactic proved effective. After over 10 minutes of bombardment, the soldiers who had been in a dazed state all came to their senses. Their eyes now clear, had no recollection of what had transpired. This method of countering the evil spirits summoned by the land of cherry blossoms was later adopted by the entire army. Because of this incident, those with supernatural abilities began to look down upon Taoist sorcery. After all, in their view, there was nothing a shell couldn't solve. If there was, then just fire more. You know, Jack, do you think the entire land of cherry blossoms is full of incompetence? Back then, if it weren't for the powerful figures behind them busy clashing with our own, do you think artillery could have dealt with them? As the talisman burned to ashes, Wu Suowei's face darkened with sorrow. Observing the puzzled expressions of the surrounding psychics, he waved his long sleeves, seemingly lost in recollection. Back when war raged across the Dragon Kingdom, with smoke rising everywhere, the Onmyoji and distant Cherry Blossom Land weren't sitting idle. Separated by an ocean, they set up altars and cast spells, locked in fierce combat with the masters of our Dragon Nation's mystical arts. Wu Suowei paused here. He paused for a moment, then forced himself to suppress his anger before continuing. By all accounts, the entire yin-yang arts of the land of cherry blossoms were stolen from the Dragon Kingdom. During the magical duels, they naturally couldn't hope to defeat the masters of the Dragon Kingdom. But who would have thought these beasts would send soldiers to slaughter across the Dragon Nation, exploiting the souls of its people to develop all manner of wicked sorcery? Not only that, they secretly released all manner of demons and spirits sealed away by the great masters of the Dragon Nation. Had it not been for our master and others rushing to the land of cherry blossoms back then, risking their lives to confront them, the Dragon Nation's mystical arts community would have been utterly annihilated. Listening to Wu Suowei's solemn words, the surrounding crowd fell into silence. These events were news entirely new to them. Just as they were about to offer words of comfort, Wu Suowei's voice carried once more. Back then, those beasts imprisoned the souls of hundreds of thousands of Longhua citizens. In the decades following the ceasefire, we clashed with them in countless magical duels. But who could have imagined that these scum, worse than swine, would exploit the souls of Longhua's people to forge even more wicked Taoist arts? Not only that, they fed the souls of the Dragon Nation's people to their so-called guardian deity. When we first stepped onto this land, the compass left by my master began spinning wildly, proof that their so-called guardian deity has truly been resurrected. Therefore, everyone, this mission is a suicide mission. But no matter what, we must seize the Mount Tai Stone. Otherwise, this tiny place will once again set foot in the Dragon Nation and bring disaster upon its people. As he uttered the final words, Wu Suowei abruptly turned to face the group. His complex gaze brimmed with resentment, rage, sorrow, and disgust. Yet one thing was absent: fear. Though he knew this mission might claim his life on foreign soil, Wu Suowei harbored not a shred of regret. His sole desire now was to take down a few more of those Japanese bastards. Only then could the lives of future generations enjoy a moment longer of peace. Old goat. Master Wu, I was out of line earlier. I apologize. But rest assured, not a single one of us here is a coward. No matter what happens, we'll protect you and reclaim that Mount Tai Stone. I may be a rough and tumble fellow, old Chang, but the desire to kill those little devils runs deep in my bones. Chang Dongyuan scratched his head sheepishly before slapping his chest in assurance. Seeing this, the others chimed in agreement. Already harboring hostility toward the land of the cherry blossoms. After hearing Wu Suowei's account of these hidden truths, they were itching to get started immediately. Observing their reactions, Wu Suowei nodded before offering a reminder. While the talisman I just used can temporarily conceal our tracks, for safety's sake, I think we should hurry and find the Mount Tai Stone. After all, those Japanese bastards are cunning and ruthless. You never know what unexpected trouble might arise. At his words, everyone nodded in unison. They gathered their belongings and silently vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, as the group hurried toward the Taishan Stone, within the altar of the Yasukuni Shrine in Sakura country, several elderly figures seated cross-legged simultaneously opened their eyes. The Dragon Nation has discovered it after all. Those practitioners of the mystic arts who have fought us for generations have emerged. Notify all psychics and onmyoji within the nation. Have them come here at the fastest possible speed. This time, no matter what, we must keep these people from the Dragon Nation here. Their divine consciousness and flesh will be the finest nourishment for the guardian deities. The youth at the center opened his eyes slightly and spoke in a calm tone. Strangely enough, he did not open his mouth while speaking. It seemed as though the sound had materialized out of thin air. Yet the others around him seemed utterly accustomed to this, their expressions showing no change whatsoever. If Wu Suowei and the other mystics from the Dragon Nation were present, they would surely recognize this leading figure among Japan's onmyoji practitioners. Nagano Koichi. Chapter 22, Tengu? The great battle is imminent. No one knew Nagano Koichi's true identity. Legend has it, his true age exceeds 150 years. Yet throughout all these years, his appearance has never changed. As if he had consumed some elixir of eternal youth. Throughout the entire land of cherry blossoms, whether they were supernatural beings or other onmyoji, no one could stand against him. The term onmyoji in the land of cherry blossoms is merely a collective designation. He encompasses both native Shikigami and Oni tribes of the land of cherry blossoms. He also incorporates the 5 elements yin-yang doctrine secretly learned from the Dragon Nation. Though the Oni have traditionally clashed with both Shikigami and practitioners of the 5 elements yin-yang way. In recent years, both sides have forged a cooperative relationship. They have forged a cooperative alliance. Regardless of which faction. Now I'll answer to this Nagano Koichi. Once, a demonic clan, relying on their status as the Snow Woman clan, openly defied Nagano Koichi. They were instantly annihilated, body and soul. Thus, those who never dared to offend Nagano Koichi. Upon receiving orders, they rushed to the Yasukuni Shrine at top speed. Then, guided by the relevant personnel, they arrived at the altar, the designated gathering point. From receiving the order to arriving here, no faction took more than 20 minutes. After all, as onmyoji practitioners, naturally possessed their own methods of swift travel. Noticing everyone had arrived, Nagano Koichi opened his eyes once more. Those ranked 4th segment and above, but below 7th segment, proceed to the respective locations where legendary beings Yukai, Shikigami, Oni, and others have been revived to guard them. They still require time to regain their full strength. At any cost, do not allow anyone to disturb them. Without even glancing at the others, Nagano Koichi's voice was ethereal and utterly devoid of emotion. Though Onmyoji practice different schools, after so many years of integration, their strength classifications have been fully standardized. The lowest rank is 1st Dan, the highest is 9th Dan. Above the 9th rank, only the legendary guardian deities and demons can attain. Soon, those ranked from 4th to 7th segment all stepped forward. Each selected their assigned guarding position and departed to fulfill their duty. Knowing Nagano Koichi's unpredictable temperament, didn't dare to say much else. After these men departed, Nagano Koichi's voice sounded again. All those above 7th Dan rank, remain here at the shrine to prevent the Dragon Nation from causing destruction. I will personally oversee this location to ensure the achievements of over a century are not destroyed. At this point, Nagano Koichi paused briefly, closing his eyes in deep thought before continuing. The remaining psychics and those below 4th rank will split into 2 groups. One group will protect the Mount Tai Stone, while the other will deal with the Shinmen practitioners from the Dragon Nation. This Shikigami will guide you to their location. With that statement delivered, without any visible movement from Nagano Koichi, a lantern glowing with an eerie green light materialized out of thin air. As the lantern flickered, the figures of Wu Suowei and the others from the Dragon Nation appeared upon its surface. Witnessing this, the group of Onmyoji below the 4th rank bowed their heads in respect before swiftly departing with the lantern-shaped Shikigami. After they departed, the 7th rank and above Onmyoji summoned their respective magical artifacts and sat cross-legged around the altar. Meanwhile, Lín Mò, who was rushing toward Starbay Dock, encountered significant resistance. His frenzied attacks and devouring rampage had successfully enraged the high-ranking officials of Sakura Nation. To eliminate him, they not only deployed their latest war robots, but also deployed various laser weapons to encircle and eliminate him. Fully aware that he was currently no match for these weapons, he had no choice but to abandon high-altitude flight and instead chose the densely populated urban centers. After all, Sakura Nation hadn't yet reached the point of utter madness. They would not yet abandon their own citizens. While this maneuver allowed him to evade the advanced weaponry, it also significantly slowed Lín Mò's progress. Originally planning to arrive in half an hour, had now flown for a full 2 hours without reaching his destination. Though anxious, Lín Mò was utterly helpless. Frustrated, could only continue flying while devouring his prey. When the pursuit grew too intense, he occasionally unleashed a few thunderbolt palm strikes, collapsing surrounding buildings in their wake. As he sped along, countless citizens of Sakura Nation were buried beneath the rubble. The Japanese soldiers hot on Lín Mò's heels could do nothing about it. After all, in this environment, Lín Mò was comparatively more agile than they were. Even if they deployed supersonic fighter jets, they were utterly useless against such terrain. Gritting their teeth and cursing under their breath the entire way, desperately wanting to find the person backing Lín Mò and tear them to shreds. While Lín Mò weaved through the skies, attempting to shake off his pursuers, the Dragon Nation squad, led by Wu Suowei, was already racing toward the location of the Taishan stone. Having pinpointed the stone's location through arcane methods, while racing forward at full speed, they employed every method to erase their traces, preventing pursuit by the Sakura Nation. Everyone stop. Just as they rounded a mountain ridge, Wu Suowei at the front suddenly raised his hand and halted. Frowning as he scanned the dense forest to the right, his eyelid twitched several times. Before he could react, a pitch-black shadow lunged toward them. Get out of the way. With a roar, Wu Suowei pinched a Daoist seal with his right hand while his left hand drew a talisman in midair, slapping it directly at the shadow. Boom! As the shadow collided with the talisman, a violent explosion erupted. Wu Suowei, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying by the blast shockwave. Fortunately, the others reacted swiftly. They caught him from behind just before he hit the ground. As the smoke and dust from the explosion cleared, the group could finally make out the true form of the dark figure. At the edge of the dense forest, a tall figure stood, fan in hand, smiling warmly at the group. His nose and face were both red. A pair of wings spread behind him, the hand not holding the folding fan. It was pressed against the katana at his waist, as if poised to strike at any moment. A Tengu? Wu Suowei, who had been observing for a moment, spoke with astonishment in his voice. After all, this was a creature from the legends of the land of cherry blossoms. To be precise, it was both a yokai and a mountain deity of the land of cherry blossoms. Among the country's yokai, it held a very high status. No, its appearance resembles a crow. It can't be a true Tengu. I recall elders mentioning that Tengu in the land of cherry blossoms have ranks. This crow-like form is likely the weakest type, the crow Tengu. He serves under the Tengu and the great Tengu. At his peak, his strength was comparable to mine. Just as Wu Suowei and the others were startled, Master Xianqing, clad in a Taoist robe and holding a whisk, stepped forward. As the overall commander of this operation, naturally possessed broader knowledge than the others. Clap clap clap, Master Xianqing truly is remarkable. He recognized at a glance that this wasn't the real Tengu. But you're wrong about one thing, his power far surpasses yours. Therefore, I advise you all to cease resistance. Lay down your weapons and surrender peacefully, it will lessen your suffering. No sooner had Master Xianqing finished speaking than a ripple of energy surged around the Crow Tengu. Immediately after, over 40 oddly shaped onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms materialized before the crowd. The one who had spoken earlier was none other than Yamamoto Shinken, the commander of this operation. Chapter 23, Encountering Enemies at the Dock. Over 100 onmyoji and psychics below the 4th rank from the land of cherry blossoms. Since the Taishan stone was relatively important. Therefore, aside from the 40 men intercepting the Dragon Nation Xianmen practitioners, the rest had all rushed to Xingwan Dock. Master Xianqing, Wu Suowei, and others who had dealt with these onmyoji from Sakura country for years naturally anticipated this. None of them spoke. After exchanging glances, they prepared to leave a portion of their group behind to stall for time while the rest rushed to seize the Mount Tai stone. Master Xianqing and Wu Suowei, meanwhile, quietly placed their hands behind their backs and began drawing talismans in midair. Both had trained under the same lineage. Their Taoist arts were fundamentally aligned. To shake off these pursuers as quickly as possible, they prepared to jointly unleash the Taoist divine power known as the Spirit Binding Array. Though the power they unleashed wasn't overwhelming, it could still delay these pursuers for a short while. More importantly, while secretly drawing talismans, Wu Suowei also produced several Heavenly Thunder talismans. These Heavenly Thunder talismans, blessed by multiple Taoist masters, possess the purest yang energy and unyielding strength perfect for countering the sorcery of these individuals from the land of cherry blossoms. The others standing beside Wu Suowei and Master Xianqing instantly grasped their intentions. Each of them, having secretly prepared themselves, they waited for the talismans to take effect, ready to seize the moment to escape. After all, the enemy held the numerical advantage. Forcing a confrontation would likely leave them entangled. Escaping afterward would become exceedingly difficult. Fully aware of their purpose in coming to the land of cherry blossoms, and naturally did not wish to waste time here. Yet as they sat in secret, preparing their move, from among the crowd of onmyoji practitioners in the land of cherry blossoms, a figure drifted out leisurely. It was Yamamoto Shinken, who had spoken earlier. I advise you all to cease resistance. The area has long been sealed with formations, escaping won't be so easy. Yamamoto Shinken's form flickered and wavered. As he spoke, a soul-summoning scroll appeared in his hand. How would we know without trying? Heaven's thunder rumbles, earth's thunder roars. 6 Jia, 6 Ding, hear my command, do not linger. Trapping spirit array, activate. In the vast, shadowy void, where heaven and earth grow dim, thunder, lightning, wind, and fire officials, generals, and soldiers hear my name and hasten here. Banish the dark spirits, capture the malevolent entities. Seeing their ruse exposed, Master Xianqing and Wu Suowei immediately sped up their movements. As they drew the talismans, they chanted the corresponding incantations. In an instant, a golden light enveloped the onmyoji of the land of cherry blossoms. Not only that, above the once silent clearing, muffled thunder rumbled. Run! Taking advantage of the moment when the formation and talismans were activated, Master Xianqing and Wu Suowei shouted simultaneously. As they shouted, they continued to pull talismans from their robes, determined to buy every second they could for the others. After all, among the group from the Dragon Nation, they were the two with the highest combat prowess. At a time like this, they had to step forward, even at the cost of their own lives, to buy time for the others. The others wasted no time. Leaving behind Master Xianqing and Wu Suowei, they turned and fled at the fastest speed they had ever mustered. Everyone understood clearly. If they couldn't seize the Mount Tai stone before the remaining onmyoji of Sakura country did, it wouldn't just be their lives left behind here, but the Dragon Nation itself would face immense calamity. Yet before they could take a few steps, the surrounding environment abruptly shifted. The mountain path vanished entirely. In their place stood a sheer cliff. Not only that, the cliff's perimeter was now swarming with malevolent spirits. Even the heavenly thunderbolts Xianqing and Wu Suowei had just unleashed were completely blocked out. Everyone, including Xianqing and Wu Suowei, could only hear the thunderous roar of the celestial thunder echoing in their ears. Yet the cliff and the malevolent spirits showed no sign of vanishing. Realizing they'd fallen into an ambush, they began unleashing their most formidable abilities to resist. Yet to their frustration, the evil spirits seemed to be endless. No matter how fiercely they attacked, more would keep appearing. Did you think we came unprepared? We anticipated you'd come here to seize it. Before departing, Lord Nagano Koichi entrusted us with the 10,000 ghost banner he'd spent years refining. Let's be honest, unless those old geezers from your Dragon Nation show up, you lot can just stay put here for now. Once the Mount Tai stone is delivered to the shrine, someone will come to deal with you. TSK TSK TSK. Just wait. Once you've all been devoured, the guardian deities will surely recover greatly. Just as everyone strained to break free from the trap, Yamamoto Shinken's voice echoed from all directions. Immediately after, the trapped members of the Xinqing sect heard all sorts of eerie sounds. If I'm not mistaken, they haven't left. Instead, they've all gathered near this banner of 10,000 ghosts, intending to trap us. Ah, we were careless. Hearing the commotion outside, Master Xinqing seemed to age decades in an instant as he sighed helplessly. The others, upon hearing this, all wore expressions of helplessness and worry. After all, if they were to sacrifice this sacred stone of Mount Tai to their so-called guardian deity, the nation's fortune would be significantly weakened. Who knows what might happen then? But given the current situation, they had no other choice. Their faces were ashen, and they could only keep attacking their surroundings, desperately trying to find a way out. Meanwhile, Lín Mò, who was about to arrive at Star Bay Dock, had also noticed the commotion from the battle. After all, beneath the rolling thunder lay the eerie wails of ghosts. Such bizarre phenomena were impossible to ignore. Could it be reinforcements from the Dragon Nation? Though that thunder isn't as powerful as mine, it feels strangely familiar, almost as if it shares the same lineage as my own. Never mind. Time is tight. Once we secure the Mount Tai stone, we'll swing by to investigate. If they really are from the Dragon Nation, we might as well let them take the Mount Tai stone back with them. While pondering this, Lín Mò whipped around and unleashed a thunderbolt palm strike, slamming it directly into the laser tank that had closed in. It couldn't destroy it. The thunderous energy channeled through his palm completely disabled all the internal components of the tank. Watching the tank spew black smoke, Lín Mò immediately flapped his wings, summoning the other magic ants from the spatial pocket. Tens of thousands of magic ants appeared simultaneously. They instantly swarmed the entire dock area, alternate between solar flame and lightning palm attacks. After issuing the command for the magic ants to fend off the pursuing fighter jets, Lín Mò turned and charged toward the group on the dock. The one being protected among them was precisely his target this time, Mount Tai stone. Just as Lín Mò charged forward at full speed, over 40 onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms arrived on the scene. Spotting Lín Mò, they immediately raised their hands and launched attacks in his direction. Since their ranks included both psychics and onmyoji, their assaults came in an endless variety of forms. All Lín Mò could hear were various whistling sounds ringing in his ears. Even his flight speed slowed considerably, as if the very air around him had thickened. Chapter 24, Night Parade of 100 Demons. Chaos looms over the island nation. Facing these assaults, Lín Mò dared not confront them head-on. After all, yin-yang arts had been practiced in the land of cherry blossoms for centuries. Who knew what vicious attack methods might lurk within? He had heard rumors before. There was a secret art in the land of cherry blossoms that could directly assault the soul. Though Lín Mò's body was immune to all poisons, he possessed no defense against attacks targeting the soul. Therefore, for his own safety, he summoned the magic ants nearby while enveloping himself in the sun's true fire. Not only that, he pushed his speed to its absolute limit. He also frantically dodged the relentless barrage of attacks. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient. With the assistance of other demon ants, he managed to dodge the first wave of attacks without incident. But before Lín Mò could make another move, the group of onmyoji on the ground launched a second attack. Their previous assault had merely aimed to intercept Lín Mò and prevent him from approaching the Tai Shan stone. This time, however, they were prepared. They not only drew their respective weapons, but also began arranging formations on the ground. Having coordinated countless times before, moved with remarkable precision. In mere moments, various enhancement spells were already in place. Meanwhile, the onmyoji tasked with attacking Lín Mò chanted incantations, raising their hands and waving them repeatedly toward his position. Because all the spells from the land of cherry blossoms were deeply sinister. Thus, Lín Mò, positioned at the center, felt the temperature around him plummeting rapidly. Moreover, the sky had grown considerably darker than before. Not only that, a low, rustling murmur began to emanate from the surroundings, as if thousands upon thousands of people were speaking into his ears simultaneously. As the strange phenomena around him multiplied, Lín Mò frowned. These damn little devils may not have anything particularly powerful, but they're full of underhanded tricks. If this drags on any longer, forget about the Mount Tai stone, I'll probably be the one who ends up here. After a moment's deliberation, Lín Mò summoned the surrounding demon ants back into his spatial pocket. The onmyoji and psychics in the distance, noticing the complete disappearance of the demon ants around Lín Mò, immediately burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a load of crap about advanced technology. They couldn't even withstand the first wave of attacks before they all vanished. The government is utterly incompetent. They're being completely outmaneuvered by this little thing. Contact the shrine. Inform the elders that the Tai Shan stone is perfectly secure. We'll be returning it shortly. I thought it was supposed to be so powerful even summoning a Shikigami, but it turned out to be this weak. The Onmyoji of Sakura Nation, gazing at Lín Mò standing alone in the sky, all chimed in with their remarks. Their eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt. Even their vigilance toward their surroundings had relaxed considerably. In their eyes, the current Lín Mò could pose no threat whatsoever. Yet as they were discussing this, Lín Mò in the air flickered. With a flutter of his wings, instantly teleported the demon ants within the space to appear behind these Onmyoji. The moment they materialized, tens of thousands of demon ants under Lín Mò's command frenetically unleashed the skill Sun's true flame. Though the intense flames couldn't match the temperature of laser beams, they possessed an innate counteracting effect against dark, evil entities. Those Onmyoji standing too close, before they were engulfed by the surging flames, aware of the immense energy contained within these Onmyoji, immediately commanded a portion of his demon ants to advance and begin devouring them. Those who narrowly escaped the sun's true fire, just as they were about to react. The second wave of the demon ants' attack followed immediately. Under the dual assault of the lightning palm and the sun's true fire, it took less than 5 minutes. The Onmyoji who had been so arrogant moments ago were now all transformed into Lín Mò's experience. Even the weapons they brought were completely devoured by the demon ants under Lín Mò's command. As for the cherry blossom countrymen surrounding them, bearing their massive boulders, after witnessing the entire ordeal, had long since collapsed in terror. Though they had all undergone rigorous training, what unfolded before them utterly surpassed their comprehension. Their minds were now blank, their bodies utterly drained of strength. Even standing felt like an impossible luxury. Staring blankly upward as Lín Mò drew ever closer, several of the more timid ones had already fainted outright. Devour them all. Lín Mò, who had seized the massive boulder with both claws, didn't even glance at the fallen figures as he soared back into the air. As he soared upward, the other demon ants nearby, already impatient, devoured the islanders clean within mere seconds. These 40-odd Onmyoji actually yielded 200,000 experience points. Seems my hunch was right. Those with stronger devouring abilities, whether humans or beasts, gain more experience and can spawn more demon ants. I was lucky today these Onmyoji weren't very powerful. If their elders had shown up, I'd be in big trouble. Onmyoji have too many tricks up their sleeves. I'd better get out of here quickly. Muttering to himself, Lín Mò glanced at the supersonic fighter jet approaching nearby before taking flight toward the horizon. The demon ants surrounding him, seeking to shield his escape from pursuit, scattered in different directions. This unexpected maneuver left the pursuing fighter jet utterly dumbfounded. After all, the sky was swarming with demon ants. They couldn't locate the one they'd initially been tracking. After circling the area several times without finding any trace, they could only report the situation back to headquarters before returning to the airbase. Meanwhile, Lín Mò, gliding through the night sky, sensed the fighter jets had departed and commanded all the magic ants to return. After all, the Mount Tai stone was already in his possession. Moreover, all the nuclear wastewater discharge pipelines had been destroyed. Tens of thousands of tons of nuclear wastewater had now flooded into the city. The entire island nation was now engulfed in nuclear radiation. More importantly, Lín Mò learned from other demon ants. The revived yokai of the land of cherry blossoms, upon learning the nuclear wastewater could not be transported to their territories, have all become wildly agitated. Towering waves erupted from the ground. Tens of meters high, they could instantly sweep away entire coastal cities. From the depths of the raging volcano came waves of roars. Flames spewed outward relentlessly, as if intent on consuming everything. Beyond that, all manner of terrifying specters surged onto the streets of the land of cherry blossoms. The scene of a night procession of 100 ghosts reappeared. Even those sheltering within their homes were torn to shreds by demons that sought them out. The root cause of all this was Lín Mò's disruption of the nuclear wastewater transport, preventing them from swiftly regaining their peak strength. And precisely because of this, these legendary demons are now preparing to exact vengeance upon all of Sakura Nation with the greatest fury of their existence, using their own flesh and blood to replace the energy within the nuclear wastewater. The show is about to begin. Soaring above the city, Lín Mò cast a distant glance at the land of cherry blossoms, now filled with the deafening wails of its people. With a cold sneer, he headed toward the location of Wu Suowei and the other mystics from the Dragon Nation. Having already learned what transpired there from other demon ants, Lín Mò, he intended to deliver the Mount Tai stone to these Shin Men practitioners and ensure their safe departure before the land of cherry blossoms descended into complete chaos. Otherwise, once the powerful figures of the land of cherry blossoms had their hands free, trouble would be inevitable. More importantly, the Mount Tai stone was a hot potato. If he didn't get rid of it soon, he wouldn't be able to focus on devouring the chaos within Sakura Nation. Soon, Lín Mò arrived at the location where the Dragon Nation Shin Men disciples were gathered. But just as he prepared to launch his ambush, a Shikigami resembling a Yaka suddenly charged from afar, swiftly blocking his path. Chapter 25, Little Devils? Kill. 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 Having lived through the apocalypse, Lín Mò was well acquainted with this Yaka Shikigami. As the most troublesome Shikigami in the land of cherry blossoms, this Yaka caused headaches for many. Its body was exceptionally tough. Not only could it withstand many conventional attacks, but it also possessed no consciousness and felt no pain. Even if only a single tooth remained, it would relentlessly continue its assault. If that were all, Lín Mò wouldn't have given it much thought. After all, with the number of magic ants he now possessed, he could devour them in the blink of an eye. But the real challenge lay in its blinding speed. With his current abilities, he simply couldn't catch it. More importantly, its attacks are utterly unpredictable. Its strikes fluctuate wildly, making it utterly unpredictable. Lín Mò had witnessed this thing strike from afar in his previous life. When its attacks were weak, it couldn't even pop a balloon. But when its power surged, a single swipe could level an entire mountain. That's why Lín Mò was deeply concerned now. Could his body withstand this thing? He quickly reviewed the Yax's information in his mind. Finding no immediate solution to deal with it, Lín Mò swiftly summoned the other demon ants from his spatial pocket. The moment these demon ants appeared, Lín Mô's figure blended into their ranks, causing the Yaka to lose its target. Thanks to the previous devouring, there were now over 130,000 demon ants identical to Lín Mò. Thus, the moment the demon ants emerged, they instantly obscured the entire sky. The flapping of their wings stirred up small tornadoes across the surrounding area. The golden light radiating from their wings dispelled the surrounding darkness. Fearing the arrival of stronger onmyoji from Sakura country, Lín Mò dared not waste a moment. Amidst the golden glow, hidden among the swarm, he commanded the ants to attack with the sun's true fire while charging toward the onmyoji on the ground. Due to their sheer numbers, the solar true fire they spewed instantly engulfed the area in a sea of flames. The intense heat caused the ground formations to begin disintegrating. The onmyoji of Sakura Nation desperately holding up the banner of 10,000 ghosts. All wore expressions of agony. They never imagined that this seemingly ordinary flame, it could actually incinerate the malevolent spirits within the banner of 10,000 ghosts to ashes. In just a few seconds, the malevolent spirits within the 10,000 ghost banner had been reduced to ashes by more than half. The formation, which had relied on these malevolent spirits for sustenance, gradually lost its original potency as the malevolent spirits dwindled. This significantly eased the pressure on Wu Suowei, Master Xianqing, and the others trapped within the formation. Those who had been on the brink of despair now sensed that something had changed outside. Everyone, attack together and break the formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Master Xianqing roared, then led the charge by forming hand seals and launching an attack at the formation. Seeing this, the others followed closely, summoning every ounce of strength to strike at the same point Master Xianqing was targeting. As Xianqing and the others attacked, the 30-odd onmyoji outside, who had been sustaining the formation, all turned pale, their bodies beginning to tremble faintly. Several of the weaker ones even spat out mouthfuls of blood. After all, under attack from both inside and out, their ability to hold out this long was entirely due to the aid of the 10,000 ghost banner. However, as Lín Mò and the over 10,000 demon ants drew nearer, the light emanating from the 10,000 ghost banner gradually began to fade. Clack! As the last specter was consumed by the sun's true flame, the eerily suspended banner of 10,000 ghosts plummeted to the ground. The banner's fall immediately caused the entire great formation to begin shattering. Boom! Noticing this, Lín Mò spread his wings and unleashed a thunderbolt palm strike. The formation, already beginning to collapse under the force of Lín Mô's attack, exploded in a deafening roar. The over 30 onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms surrounding the area were all struck by the backlash, spitting blood as they were flung backward. Not only that, even the Shikigami they had summoned and their respective weapons all fell to the ground. At the same time, the Yakas that had relentlessly attacked the demon ants surrounding Lín Mò swooped away with a shrieking flight upon witnessing the formation's collapse. Though Lín Mò tried to intercept them, his speed proved too slow. He could only turn his attention back to the onmyoji lying on the ground. Go devour them all. Refusing to let any opportunity for experience growth slip away, Lín Mò glanced at the onmyoji of the land of cherry blossoms on the ground before issuing his command to the demon ants beside him. Wah! Accompanied by waves of howls, the swarm of demon ants plunged down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they devoured every last one of the Japanese onmyoji. The practitioners of the Dragon Nation Xianmen, who had broken through the formation, stared at the ferocious demon ants. Each drew their weapons, as if facing a formidable enemy. What stunned them, however, was that these demon ants seemed to have been trained. They swerved around the practitioners as they passed, not even brushing against the hems of their robes. What's going on? Could this be the work of some master from our Dragon Nation? These demon ants are incredibly swift, possess formidable attacks, and crucially, their numbers are staggering. What kind of master could cultivate such a vast horde? As the Dragon Nation group spoke, all eyes turned toward Master Xianqing and Wu Suowei. After all, among this group, they were the two with the broadest knowledge. I've never heard of any insect cultivator predecessors from our Dragon Nation. Perhaps they arrived in the land of cherry blossoms long ago. But since they haven't revealed themselves, it means they don't want us to guess their identity. Having said this, Master Xianqing cast a deep, lingering glance at the demon ants before stepping forward. He then pressed his palms together, palms inward, slightly curled his right thumb, and bowed deeply toward the heavens in a Taoist salute. We deeply thank you for your rescue today, venerable predecessor. The Taoist order of the Dragon Nation shall forever remember your great kindness. Yet, as calamity approaches our nation, this junior, Xianqing, dares to request your assistance. Though his mind was still preoccupied with the Taishan stone, Xianqing feared provoking the entity behind the demon ant. Yet, for the safety of the Dragon Nation, he made this decision nonetheless. The others behind him instantly understood the situation. They stepped forward in unison, positioning themselves behind Xianqing. Bowing low with hands pressed together in a formal salute, they declared in a resounding chorus. We humbly beseech you, venerable elder, to lend your aid and safeguard the peace and prosperity of our Dragon Nation. Their voices boomed, their aura shaking the heavens. Hidden within the swarm of demon ants, Lín Mò observed the blood-stained wrists of several figures and surmised the favor they sought. With a few flaps of his wings, he tossed the Taishan boulder directly before them. He then commanded the other demon ants to form an enormous aircraft-like structure. That's the Mount Tai boulder? Truly worthy of your reputation, senior. You've already secured the Mount Tai stone in advance. For such immense kindness, the people of Dragon Nation are eternally grateful. The figures who had been crouching down, upon confirming that Lín Mò had indeed thrown down the Mount Tai stone, immediately expressed their gratitude once more with great excitement. But Lín Mò didn't waste time chatting with them. The situation was urgent. Every second spent here meant increased danger. Up you go. I'll send you away. Conveying his instructions telepathically to the Xianqing group, Lín Mò concealed himself among the other magic ants, choosing not to reveal his presence. After all, there were spies from the land of cherry blossoms lurking in the Dragon Nation. He didn't want to invite trouble upon himself. Unless, of course, he had absolute certainty he could handle every single one of Sakura Nation's agents. As for enlisting the other demon ants to escort the Taishan stone and the Dragon Nation's people, it wasn't Lín Mò meddling in others' affairs. The main reason was his own situation. Those within the Sakura Nation's Yasukuni shrine would surely learn of this development very soon. If he did nothing and let Xianqing and the others leave on their own, they would most likely fall back into the hands of those onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms. If it came to that, even sacrificing over 100,000 demon ants wouldn't be enough to rescue them. Their deaths wouldn't matter much. The critical issue is that the Mount Tai stone would fall back into their hands, which would unleash catastrophic disaster upon the Dragon Nation. This was a scenario Lín Mò did not wish to see unfold. As Lín Mò had anticipated, while he was busy escorting the Dragon Nation delegation out at the Yasukuni shrine, Nagano Koichi had already opened his eyes. Chapter 26, The Flying Serpent? Kicked away in one stroke. As if sensing something, Nagano Koichi opened his eyes and immediately looked toward the opposite side of the altar. Placed there were the life tablets of every onmyoji in the entire land of cherry blossoms, crafted through a special secret technique. Upon an onmyoji's death, activated through a specific ritual, the corresponding life tablet would shatter instantly. Moreover, after shattering, will also project the final vision the onmyoji witnessed before their demise. Koichi Nagano, who had his suspicions, fixed his gaze intently on the soul tablets. His hands moved swiftly, tracing runes in the air. As the runes materialized, shadowy figures, entirely pitch black, began drifting in rapidly from all directions. Immediately after, all spirit tablets belonging to onmyoji below the fourth rank shattered instantly. A deafening roar caused the onmyoji surrounding the altar to open their eyes. Their faces filled with terror and confusion, they stared at the shattered soul tablets scattered across the floor before quickly shifting their gaze to the mirror nearby. What they saw was that the mirror, which had previously shown nothing unusual, now displayed images as the fate tokens shattered. What they saw reflected there scenes of these onmyoji being attacked by demon ants, watching their country's onmyoji vanish one by one, leaving not even corpses behind. Every person present, except for Nagano Koichi, turned pale, though they held little regard for the lives of onmyoji below the fourth rank. But the fact that the enemy could eliminate so many simultaneously with such effortless ease, as if they were being instantly killed, could only mean one thing. The enemy possessed extraordinary strength. Amidst their astonishment, all eyes turned to Nagano Koichi at the center of the altar. An insect cultivator? That's rather unusual. These demon ants started appearing a while back. We initially thought they were some new technological weapon developed by a nation, but it turns out they're actually fellow practitioners. But now that they've shown up, wouldn't it be a bit stingy of us not to extend a proper welcome? Under the collective gaze, Hirokazu Nagano, his expression unchanging, casually flicked his wrist. A 5-centimeter long black serpent coiled and shot forward. Swiftly moving through swirling black mist, after leaving the Yasukuni shrine, it headed straight for Lín Mò's location. Who would have thought Lord Koichi would deploy his personal puppet? 30 years ago, this Tang snake already surpassed the 7th rank. Dealing with whoever was behind those demon ants would be a piece of cake. It's a pity, though. Insect cultivators are so rare. One finally appears, only to meet such an end. But what can you do? He crossed paths with our nation's most formidable Onmyoji. In the end, it's a privilege to have met his match. Those fools from the Dragon Nation think a mere insect cultivator could carry off the Taishan stone? How laughable. It won't be long before not just the Dragon Nation, but even those nations like the beautiful country are ours. As Tangsha flew away, the Onmyoji of Sakura Nation gathered around the altar couldn't help but whisper their thoughts. None of them worried that the Dragon Nation would reclaim the Mount Tai stone. After all, a puppet of Tangsha's caliber had already been dispatched. Dealing with a few second-rate Xianmen practitioners and a mere insect cultivator would be child's play. As their excitement peaked, they had even begun dividing up the resource shares among the other nations. This wasn't due to their arrogance or hubris. It was mainly because Sakura Nation had nearly revived all its guardian deities and yokai. With these entities at their disposal, conquering the world was no empty boast. Though some enraged yokai have already begun causing chaos in the cities. However, led by Nagano Koichi, have no plans to intervene and suppress them prematurely. After all, the nuclear wastewater has already been compromised. To restore these demons' power as swiftly as possible, they must seize this opportunity. By having them consume ordinary people of Sakura country, this would achieve the goal of rapid recovery. For these beings, the restoration of their power far outweighs the lives of thousands or tens of thousands of ordinary people. At the same time, Lín Mò, flying at breakneck speed alongside over 100,000 demon ants, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Flying at the rear of the swarm, had long since spotted the soaring serpent approaching from afar. The demon ants carrying the members of the Dragon Nation Xianmen on their backs were far too slow to match the soaring serpent's speed. Below them stretched the boundless ocean. Land was out of the question. Not even a single ship to rest upon. Sensing a hint of danger emanating from the soaring serpent behind him, he could only desperately urge the demon ants ahead. But the gap in strength was too great, urging alone was useless. Within mere moments, the Tang snake closed in on the group. Knowing he was no match for it, Lín Mò, facing this colossal beast, he swiftly summoned the remaining demon ants, positioning them to shield him. After all, both in appearance and aura, these demon ants were identical to him, showing no difference whatsoever. He didn't believe the ascending serpent could single him out from such a swarm. Meanwhile, the Xianmen practitioners seated atop the flying machines formed by other demon ants all stared at the Tang snake behind them as if facing a formidable enemy. Their grim expressions fixed on the serpent as they gripped their weapons tightly, silently shielding the Taishan stone behind them. Xianqing Daoist, standing at the very front, was the first to act. During their previous entrapment, many of the talismans they carried had been depleted. This time, he could only draw other magical artifacts, launching attacks through a hastily constructed formation. Those with abilities unsuited for ranged combat stepped forward voluntarily, using their own bodies as shields. Their sole objective now was to buy as much time as possible. Once they crossed the sea, they would be met by reinforcements from other mystic sects of the Dragon Nation, then they would be safe. Just as their assault commenced, Lín Mò was not idle either. At a time like this, the early bird catches the worm. He certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait for death. Watching the Tangshi draw ever closer, he led his swarm of demon ants in launching the first strike. A sea of flames spread out, and palm prints rained down from the sky, all targeting the Tingsha's vital points. Seeing this, Xiansheng and the others joined the assault. Yet the dragon serpent seemed utterly unafraid. It charged straight into the barrage of attacks. Quick! Use cursed spells to slow it down. Seeing the attacks were ineffective, Master Xianqing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then bit his finger and began drawing blood talismans in midair. The others weren't idle either. Each drew upon their most powerful, last resort techniques. But what left them despairing was this. These techniques, which they considered formidable, only managed to delay the Tang snake for a brief moment. Before they could fly far, the Tingsha was hot on their heels once more. Must I truly sacrifice all these 10,000 demon ants? Watching the serpent's form grow larger in his pupils, Lín Mò couldn't help but sigh. Faced with this life or death crisis, he had no choice but to resort to his final tactic. He would trigger the simultaneous self-destruction of all 10,000 demon ants. Though he had never tested the sheer power such an explosion could unleash. But at this moment, he had no choice but to try. If the self-destruction of 100,000 ants succeeded in killing the Tang snake, the remaining demon ants would still be sufficient to deliver the Mount Tai stone and provide cover for himself. Boom! Yet just as Lín Mò prepared to detonate the rear ranks of the 10,000 demon ants, A deafening roar suddenly erupted overhead. Immediately afterward, a massive foot materialized. Then, before everyone's eyes, it kicked the soaring serpent flying. Chapter 27, The Gift of Vajra Talisman. As the Tang snake was kicked away, Nagano Koichi, seated upon the altar of the Yasukuni shrine in Sakura country, abruptly opened his eyes. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. His expression changed in an unusual way. "Old friend, it's been a long time. In due time, I shall personally visit you in the Dragon Kingdom to seek your guidance." Muttering to himself, Nagano Koichi raised his hand and withdrew the gravely wounded Tingsha back into his own body. "Issue the order, have them retrieve the artifact suppressing the nation's fortune from the land of the bamboo. By any means necessary, restore the guardian deity's power to its peak. As for those rebellious demons, let them be. These common folk are of little use anyway, it's better if they get devoured. But keep a close watch. They're only allowed to cause trouble in the outlying cities. If they venture further, suppress them with combined force. After all, I cannot let them undermine our own national fortune." After speaking, Nagano Koichi closed his eyes once more. He paid no heed to the astonished gazes of those around him. Lín Mò, who had been preparing to trigger the self-destruction of the demon ant, rushed to halt his plan upon seeing the Tingsha spewing blood as it was violently flung backward. After all, if all 10,000 demon ants were to detonate at once, it would directly impact his subsequent evolution speed. After abandoning the idea of detonating the other demon ants, Lín Mò turned his gaze toward the gradually dissipating giant foot. He knew even without thinking that this thing was undoubtedly the work of the Dragon Nation's Xianmen. It was a pity about that terrifyingly powerful Tang snake. If only he could have devoured it. Those 70,000 experience points would have been a breeze. Though he felt a twinge of regret, Lín Mò quickly pushed it from his mind. After all, that massive paw had appeared just in time. Had it arrived just a few seconds later, his entire army of over 100,000 magic ants would have been wiped out. I wonder what other tricks the damn cherry blossom country has up its sleeve. I need to pick up the pace. Lín Mò snapped back to focus and ordered his magic ants to pick up the pace once more. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's Xianmen practitioners attached to other magic ants had also snapped out of their shock. Their faces, once filled with despair, now lit up with excitement. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the legendary technique of the Wudong Patriarch, the Void Stepping Step, right? The nearest landing point is still over 200 kilometers away. For the Void Stepping technique to reach here, they must have anticipated our peril and come to assist us. Master Xianqing, who had been gazing into the distance from the center, fell silent for a moment before suddenly smiling and pointing ahead. "Our reinforcements have arrived." At his words, the others all turned their gaze in the direction he pointed. 1,000 meters away in the sky, a wooden vessel of archaic design drifted toward them. Its speed was remarkable. Almost as if teleporting. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before them. Hidden among the magic ants, Lín Mò watched this unfold without much surprise in his eyes. In his previous life, when the apocalypse descended, creatures from beyond the realms invaded. Every nation, including the Dragon Kingdom, had unleashed their ultimate reserves of power. Beyond the array of formidable weapons, immortals who had only ever appeared in movies and TV shows began to manifest before the eyes of ordinary people. It was only then that Lín Mò realized these legendary beings had always existed. They simply never appeared in the lives of ordinary people. "Ancestor, the Mount Tai stone is now in our possession." This operation was made possible thanks to the assistance of a senior figure. As Lín Mò was lost in recollection, the venerable Master Xianqing, his hair now streaked with gray, gestured for his followers to carry the Mount Tai stone aboard the ship. He then bowed deeply toward the cabin. After completing the bow, he recounted the entire sequence of events in meticulous detail. "Thank you for your assistance, fellow Daoist. If I'm not mistaken, you must have deep connections with the Dragon Nation. I've heard rumors of a terrifying ant infestation in the land of cherry blossoms recently. I suspect that too is your doing. Though I cannot fathom why you remain in the land of cherry blossoms, I must warn you, that realm is not as simple as you imagine. Nearly all the demons who fled the Dragon Kingdom years ago are now revered there. Should you encounter them, be exceedingly cautious." As the aged voice faded, a yellow talisman drifted from the wooden boat toward the demon ant. "This is a Vajra talisman gifted by an old friend of mine. It can shield you from one lethal attack. Consider it a token of my gratitude for your intervention. We shall meet again. Farewell, Dragon Nation." As the aged voice faded, Xianshang, Wu Suoei, and the others bowed deeply in unison. "We are profoundly grateful for your immense kindness and assistance, Senior." After bowing deeply several times, they turned and carried the Taishan stone into the ship's cabin. Only after the wooden boat vanished completely from sight did Lín Mò carefully stow away the Vajra talisman. Flapping his wings to hover mid-air, he gazed intently toward the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. It wasn't that he didn't want to return to the Dragon Kingdom now. The apocalypse was set to descend in just over 10 days. He had to make the most of his time to devour Once I've devoured every last one of these worthless guardian deities in Sakura country, Lín Mò declared, I will return to Dragon country with my demon ants to fight the apocalyptic disaster alongside you all. Leaving these words behind, Lín Mò lingered no longer. Immediately, he led the other demon ants in a mighty swarm, soaring once more toward the land of Sakura. As for why he hadn't recalled these demon ants into his spatial realm, it was to continue deceiving the people of Sakura Nation. He wanted them to persistently believe that a so-called insect cultivator still stood behind him. This served a dual purpose: it provided him with protection, and also allowed him to freely carry out his devouring. Soon, Lín Mò returned to the land of cherry blossoms with over 100,000 demon ants, due to Nagano Koichi's orders. At this moment in Sakura country, except for the major cities, the rest of the land had long since plunged into profound calamity. Eager to rebuild their strength, began devouring the Japanese people of Sakura Nation on a massive scale. Since the nation had tacitly permitted this, they faced no resistance whatsoever. Lín Mò watched the scene unfold, a smile spreading across his face. After all, the more chaotic these places became, the easier it was for him to take advantage of the chaos and expand his territory. After all of Sakura Nation's forces were now focused on stealing the national fortune artifact from the Stick Nation. They simply had no energy left to concern themselves with his affairs. While these demons are far stronger than me, their minions are weak. I just need to avoid the major demons and devour the lesser ones as quickly as possible. Within 10 hours at most, I can gather the remaining 700,000 experience points. After pondering his next move for a while, Lín Mò divided the demon ants into 10 groups of 10,000 each. They scattered in different directions, beginning their devouring spree. Chapter 28, Watanabe Tsuna, one of the 4 great ghost generals. With Lín Mò's army of demon ants joining the fray, the already chaotic situation descended into even greater disarray. At first, the islanders cheered with delight as they watched the demon ants devour the lesser demons, believing these creatures had come to save them. But unexpectedly, after devouring the surrounding minor demons, these demon ants immediately turned their attention to attacking the islanders. This was clearly Lín Mò's plan. After all, he had witnessed the true nature of these islanders firsthand. They usually pretended to be sensible and civilized, had never truly repented for their past invasion of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have unanimously supported the government's decision to hold a memorial service at the Yasukuni Shrine. What a load of bull about anti-war activists, all nonsense. After all, they had committed such heinous crimes in the Dragon Nation back then. How could Lín Mò not seize the chance for revenge? He wasn't some noble gentleman, just a patriotic demon ant. He couldn't care less about international public opinion. After all, from the outside world's perspective, this was merely nature's punishment upon the land of cherry blossoms. Besides, given the situation here, Sakura Nation had long since sealed off the news. The outside world simply couldn't get any information. After all, if their plan to resurrect demons and guardian deities were to leak out, the little boys around the world would likely detonate their weapons here. After all, no one wants to become fodder for these legendary creatures. Lín Mò, who had long since thought everything through, naturally felt not the slightest concern. Personally leading a squad of magic ants, devouring everything from the docks all the way to a gloomy little town. Upon entering just moments ago, he had already ascertained the dominant demon here was a Shuten Doji. As the most formidable demon in the history of transformation within the land of cherry blossoms, Lín Mò was no stranger to it. After all, this creature was the most important noble leader in the night parade of 100 demons. Every malevolent spirit in this entire town were all brought here by him. Not only that, when the people of Sakura country in this town were killed by the evil spirits, their souls would automatically become subordinates of Shuten Doji. Lín Mò's purpose in coming here was to devour every last one of Shuten Doji's minions. If possible, he would then consume the 4 demon generals beneath Shuten Doji. As for the Oni Shuten Doji himself, with Lín Mò's current strength, he still had no absolute certainty of devouring him. Therefore, he could only keep his distance for now. But Lín Mò wasn't worried about Shuten Doji coming after him. After all, this creature is currently roaming the island nation in search of virgins. Once found, it would transform into the form of a handsome man to seduce her. Once seduced, the maiden's body would be consumed as sustenance and used as raw material for brewing's sake. Soon, having thoroughly scouted the entire town, Lín Mò divided his demon ants into dozens of squads and began devouring the evil spirits within. These malevolent spirits varied in strength. The most formidable ones had even begun to develop consciousness and could effortlessly demolish multi-story buildings. But when facing the demon ants, they were clearly no match. As the sun's true fire and lightning flash thunderpalm continuously erupted, one by one, the evil spirits were pinned beneath the demon ants, becoming experience points on Lín Mò's panel. Due to their innate ability to split during the devouring process, the number of Lín Mò's demon ants kept growing. due to the sheer multitude of demon ants. In less than 3 hours, the malevolent spirits in the area closest to the eastern edge of the town had been completely eradicated. Just as Lín Mò prepared to lead these demon ants to devour other parts of the town, a 2-meter-tall warrior clad in ancient Japanese armor and wielding a katana suddenly charged from the distance. He quickly closed the distance to Lín Mò, raised his katana, and swung it down fiercely at the demon ants. Unlike the evil spirits earlier, the moment the blade descended, a thick black mist erupted, instantly shattering the demon ant's outer defenses. Not only that, the black mist clung to the ant like a flesh-eating ulcer, beginning to corrode its very body. Even though the demon ants had begun enveloping themselves in the sun's true flame, it proved utterly useless. After all, the sun's true fire could only form a protective barrier on the surface. It couldn't purge the black mist that had already seeped deep into their flesh and bone. Within mere seconds, the demon ant that had been struck earlier dissolved into a pool of filth. Just as the warrior prepared to strike again, Lín Mò, sensing something amiss, swiftly flew over. Still concealed among the demon ants, he flapped his wings and unleashed a thunderbolt palm strike. Roar! The warrior, who had already raised his katana, roared and dodged to the side upon noticing Lín Mò's attack. But his speed was too slow. As he dodged, his arm was still scorched. Seizing this opening, Lín Mò finally got a clear look at the warrior's full form and the strange katana he held in his hand. Anakiri? Lín Mò recognized the katana instantly, unable to suppress the name that escaped his mind. But soon, a smile spread across his face. The only one wielding the Anakiri katana is Watanabe no Tsuna, under the command of Shuten Doji. I was planning to deal with these little pests first, then go devour one of the legendary 4 great demon generals. Never expected them to come right to me. Damn it! It's the rule to burn incense when entering a temple. This area is under my protection. You came in and didn't even pay respects to this bodhisattva of mine, that's one thing. But to silently kill my men? You really think too highly of yourself. Lín Mò, muttering to himself, instantly soared into the air. He then commanded nearly 30,000 demon ants to unleash the lightning palm attack upon the samurai Watanabe Tsuna. Since towns in the land of cherry blossoms tend to be quite large, so Lín Mò wasn't worried his attack would alert Shuten Doji. Besides, even if it did, so what? If he couldn't defeat them, couldn't he at least outrun them? Thanks to the Vajra talisman gifted by the Taoist master from the Dragon Kingdom, Lín Mò's courage had grown considerably. The lightning palm's attack speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived before Watanabe Tsuna. Tens of thousands of palms. It instantly enveloped Watanabe no Tsuna. But after all, he was a demon general under Shuten Doji. Just as these palms were about to strike his body, Watanabe no Tsuna suddenly raised his Anakiri sword and thrust it into his own body. Then, with lightning speed, he severed one arm and one leg. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he closed his eyes and began chanting incantations. As he chanted the unknown incantation, a wave of black light suddenly surged from the surroundings. Immediately after, a mysterious gate, covered in intricate talismanic symbols, materialized before Lín Mò. Chapter 29, Stunned, aren't you? With the gate's appearance came a suffocating sense of pressure. Some of the demon ants surrounding the gate began swaying precariously in midair, as if they might plummet to the ground at any moment. As for the crippled Watanabe Tsuna, was enveloped by the black light emanating from the mysterious gate. His mouth chattered incessantly, and when he looked at Lín Mò, a cruel smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. As for the severed leg and arm he had just cut off with Anakiri, had long since been absorbed by the gate. Witnessing all this, Lín Mò understood that Watanabe Tsuna had sacrificed his own body to summon this mysterious gate. Uncertain what lay beyond the gate, Lín Mò did not approach rashly. As he observed carefully, he soon noticed something peculiar. The attacks unleashed by the tens of thousands of demon ants around him gradually dissipated and vanished once they entered the range of the mysterious stone gate's influence. It was as if they were all being absorbed. And Watanabe Tsuna, protected within, naturally suffered not a single scratch. Continue the attack. To uncover the stone gate's peculiarity, Lín Mò commanded his demon ants as he flew backward. Once he had retreated to a relatively safe position, the second wave of tens of thousands of magic ants launched another assault on Watanabe Tsuna. Yet, just as before, no matter the intensity of the assault, every strike was blocked by the stone door. Not only that, Lín Mò, who had kept his eyes fixed on the stone gate, also noticed. After the second wave of attacks, the stone door, which had been tightly sealed, began to show signs of opening. As if to verify Lín Mò's conjecture. Just as he was about to send a few magic ants to investigate, the stone door suddenly creaked open, slowly swinging outward. As it opened, waves of multicolored smoke drifted out from within. As the smoke drifted out, Lín Mò faintly caught the scent of an intense fragrance. This stuff is deadly poison. After just one glance, Lín Mò muttered to himself. Yet he made no attempt to dodge. After all, his body was now immune to all poisons. Not only that, in such a highly toxic environment, his power would multiply exponentially. My first wave of attacks made the stone door considerably more solid. The second wave forced it open, releasing this toxic mist. In other words, my attacks amplify the toxic mist released by the stone door. And within this toxic mist, both my strength and that of these demon ants will increase. If that's the case, things just got a lot more interesting. Realizing the crux of the matter, Lín Mò's heart was already bursting with delight. Normally, the toxic mist released by the stone door would be unbearable for most people. Combined with the stone door absorbing all damage, it could place Watanabe Tsuna in a state of invincibility. Unless one possessed strength vastly superior to his. Otherwise, under these circumstances, it was utterly impossible to inflict any damage upon him. It was precisely because Watanabe Tsuna understood this that he could act with such utter confidence. After all, in his view, no matter how many demon ants swarmed around him, they could never breach the stone door's defenses. Not only that, the poisonous mist released by the stone gate would swiftly eliminate all these demon ants. This was precisely why he was willing to sacrifice his own body to summon it. Yet what he hadn't anticipated was this. The surrounding demon ants seemed completely unaffected by the poison. Flying through the green poisonous mist, not only did they persist in their relentless attacks, but also seemed to be growing stronger. This left Watanabe Tsuna, a ghost general, somewhat astonished. Having been a ghost for so many years, he had encountered every kind of enemy imaginable. Had never encountered a situation like this before. In contrast to Watanabe Tsuna, upon noticing the poisonous mist's toxicity intensifying with each attack, Lín Mò immediately summoned all the remaining demon ants within the space. Dividing them into two groups. He commanded one group to attack relentlessly, while directing the other to begin devouring with full force. Soon, a peculiar sight emerged in the area. Dense swarms of magic ants flew through the air, devouring and attacking with obvious relish amidst the toxic mist. Moreover, as time passed, their attacks grew increasingly fierce. By the end, Watanabe Tsuna's entire body began to sway precariously. Forcing himself to hold up the stone door, he now found himself in a predicament. Originally expecting to quickly eliminate Lín Mò's demon ants, but unexpectedly, he had been holding on for over half an hour. During that half hour, the demon ants in the air showed no signs of poisoning, but their numbers kept growing. This filled him with profound despair. Now, beyond the vicinity of the stone gate, the entire area was swarming with demon ants. Even if he wanted to call out to Shuten Doji, he was utterly helpless. After all, forcibly sustaining the stone gate for so long had already drained his body completely. Lín Mò naturally noticed Watanabe Tsuna's gradually weakening state. Knowing the moment had nearly arrived, he immediately halted the demon ants devouring the toxic mist and directed them all to attack the center of the stone gate. Boom! Thud! 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 The thunderbolt palm, infused with the sun's true fire, slammed into the stone door like a meteorite plunging from 10,000 meters above. The immense force of the collision sent Watanabe Tsuna flying backward. As he flew backward, the stone door slowly closed, then began to gradually dissolve into the surrounding space. Fearing Watanabe Tsuna might pull another trick, Lín Mò immediately flapped his wings and soared forward, bellowing his command. Devour him! The words had barely left his mouth. The surrounding demon ants swarmed forward, enveloping Watanabe Tsuna mid-air. In no time at all. As the demon ants dispersed, Watanabe Tsuna, who had been lively and energetic just moments ago, vanished completely before Lín Mò's eyes. As if he had never been here at all. Only 100,000 experience points? What a pity. If that arm and leg were still attached, maybe the experience would have been higher. Next time we encounter these ghost generals, we absolutely must protect them. We can't let them hurt themselves again. Man, I'm such a saint. Even now, I'm still thinking about how to protect their bodies. How noble. Lín Mò silently gave himself a mental pat on the back before immediately recalling most of the demon ants into his spatial pocket. He then continued flying toward other parts of the town with the remaining handful. The evil spirits under Shuten Doji had only devoured a small portion. To avoid wasting such valuable resources, Lín Mò decided to pick up the pace. After all, once this opportunity passed, it might never come again. If he ever hoped to encounter such a bountiful opportunity again, would likely be a long time coming. Lín Mò had calculated. Judging by the pace these monsters were wreaking havoc, it would likely take only a few more hours. The government of Sakura country would intervene. Otherwise, their resurrection of these monsters would be impossible to conceal. Therefore, Lín Mò must seize these final hours to secure all the experience points he needed. Then he would seize every moment to evolve. He believed that, after evolving once more, he would at least possess the ability to protect himself against these powerful demons, preventing them from easily eliminating him. What Lín Mò didn't know, however, Just as he was rushing elsewhere to continue devouring, the other malevolent spirits in this small town had already closed in on him from all directions. The remaining 3 demon generals under Shuten Doji had gathered together. Following Shuten Doji's orders, they were preparing to eliminate Lín Mò and the other demon ants. The reason Shuten Doji hadn't come himself was because he had discovered dozens of virgins in this small town. Having gone centuries without tasting fine cuisine or fine wine, was now occupied with cooking these virgins and brewing wine. Chapter 30 Ambush of the Demon Ants, preparing for self-destruction. Unaware that Shuten Doji intended to target him, Lín Mò, after leaving the area where he had slain Watanabe no Tsuna, he soon encountered the demon army once more. Compared to earlier, this time the number of demons was vastly greater. Come forth, all of you, devour them. Devour them all at the fastest pace possible. Without hesitation, Lín Mò tore apart the oncoming demons while simultaneously releasing the demon ants from his spatial pocket once more. With the demon ants emerging from the space was instantly packed to the brim. Beyond the original structures, even the rooftops were swarming with evil spirits and demon ants. Though the demon ants vastly outnumbered the demons, so the evil spirits gained little advantage. Devoid of any thought, the demon ants now only knew how to endlessly repeat the actions of attacking and devouring. Amidst this chaos, Lín Mò remained largely detached, only occasionally intervening to eliminate demons that charged directly at him. Like a sovereign, he hovered in the air, constantly patrolling back and forth, keeping watch for any unexpected developments. After several rounds of observation, Lín Mò's brow suddenly furrowed. He noticed that the evil spirits were surging toward this location in an unending stream. Their target was squarely fixed on the demon ants under his command. Even when they spotted ordinary people, they showed no interest in attacking. This unusual behavior instantly put him on high alert. After all, aside from the occasional minor leader, most of the fiends possessed no independent thought. They made no choices when attacking prey. Yet now it only attacked the demon ants. That meant other ghosts were commanding them from behind the scenes. Judging by the numbers of these demons and the direction they're approaching from, Lín Mò concluded that he had caught the attention of Shuten Doji. But Shuten Doji had yet to make an appearance. Clearly, he intends to have his other 3 demon generals deal with me. Warabe Kazetsu, Sakata Kintoki, Yuzui Sadamitsu. Lín Mò's gaze swept around the area as he calmly uttered the names of the 3 demon generals. Though he knew these 3 were already on their way, his expression remained utterly unchanged. Hovering silently in midair, he stared at the steadily rising experience points on the panel, unable to help but fall deep in thought. The 4 demon generals possess comparable strength. Though their attack methods differ, their destructive power is largely similar. I currently have over 40,000 demon ants at my disposal. At the current rate of consumption, by the time those 3 arrive, I should have at least 50,000. With 50,000 demon ants attacking together, those 3 ghost generals won't stand a chance unless they use secret techniques. But if they unleash abilities like Watanabe Tsuna's, then things will get tricky for me. It's not that Lín Mò couldn't defeat these 3 ghost generals. The main concern is that if the battle drags on too long, it would easily lead to a direct confrontation with Shuten Doji. If that were to happen, not only would he be unable to kill it quickly, but he wouldn't be able to escape either. After all, with all the nourishment he's absorbed over such a long period, Shuten Doji's power had likely returned to its peak. Lín Mò's experience points were nearly sufficient. Evolution was imminent. He didn't want any complications. Lín Mò, soaring through the air, glanced at the demon ants swarming around him when a sudden thought struck him. If these 3 ghost generals want to cast their secret arts, they must go through a process. If I could neutralize all 3 of them before they finish casting, wouldn't that solve the problem? It's just a shame about these demon ants freshly split off and already destined to be my cannon fodder. With his plan set, Lín Mò wasted no time. He commanded the 20,000 demon ants to burrow through the soil, burying themselves beneath the surface to conceal their presence. Once they were fully concealed, Lín Mò turned his gaze to the other demon ants attacking the evil spirits. Divide into groups immediately, 1,000 per squad. From now on, all attacks and devouring must be executed simultaneously as a unit. When the 3 ghost generals arrive, spread out in different directions to seal off this area. Use the lightning palm and true sun fire to drive them into the zone where I currently stand. Once they've secured their positions, attack only upon my command. The demon ants, who had been devouring the evil spirits, immediately sprang into swift action upon hearing Lín Mò's orders. Soon, squad after squad of demon ants formed up and began moving through the area. Only after confirming his demon ant army had completely covered the entire area did Lín Mò silently nod approval. He then shifted his gaze toward the distance. He waited silently for the arrival of the 3 ghost generals. Soon, Lín Mò noticed a large horde of malevolent ghosts charging excitedly from the east. Following behind them were 3 ghost generals clad in samurai armor. Their eyes glowed with an eerie green light. As soon as they appeared, they began scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for Lín Mò's presence. Yet, aside from the swarm of demon ants filling the sky, they found nothing. Flying high above, Lín Mò continued attacking and devouring like the other demon ants, taking no actions that might reveal his identity. You have the guts to kill my comrades, yet no courage to show yourself? After searching in vain, the ghost general standing in the center stomped his foot on the ground and bellowed. Yet the only response came from the demon ants' relentless attacks. Fine. 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 Today I'll destroy every last one of your ants. Let's see if you dare show yourself. Fuming with rage, the ghost general raised his weapon and began attacking the surrounding demon ants. But the demon ants, already prepared, had flown away before his attacks could reach them. Having received Lín Mò's command. At this moment, all abandoned the demon before them and turned to attack the three ghost generals. According to Lín Mò's prior arrangements, tens of thousands of demon ants quickly drove the three ghost generals to their designated positions. Beneath them lay an ambush of 20,000 demon ants. Lín Mò planned to detonate them at the critical moment. To completely eliminate these three ghost generals. Chapter 31, Self-Destruct. Devour the ghost generals. Evolve. However, the three ghost generals remained completely unaware of Lín Mò's plan. Under relentless attacks from the demon ants, they reached Lín Mò's ambush site. Finding no place left to retreat, they immediately launched their counterattack. Standing in the center, Sakura Kentoki drew his katana while clasping his hands together. Instantly, he conjured a pitch-black longsword from thin air. As the sword materialized, streaks of lightning erupted across the surrounding sky. Shiman formation, open the Bing flag's punishment. Hands empty, sleeves tremble, dance the netherworld's flower. Nono Gogugu, left belted with 3 stars, right belted with 3 prisons, heaven and earth overturned. 9 paths all blot. Sakura Kentoki, his hands fluttering as he swiftly finished the incantation, let out a mighty shout before thrusting the sword forcefully into the ground. Standing beside him, Warabe Kisaburo and Utsui Sadamitsu simultaneously drew their own magical instruments, forming hand seals with both hands as they prepared for the attack. Soon, as the 3 demon generals halted their movements, the black mist surging from the surroundings slowly coalesced into hideous, grotesque demons. The moment these demons materialized, they immediately launched their assault upon the swarm of demonic ants in the air. Lín Mò, who witnessed this process, did not rush to order the ambushing demon ants to self-destruct. After all, he knew full well that these 3 ghost generals undoubtedly possessed their own means of self-preservation. If he rashly ordered the demon ants to self-destruct now, it would only consume their respective survival opportunities. It would be impossible to keep them here and successfully devour them. Therefore, to ensure absolute certainty, Lín Mò must first let them deploy their tactics to wear them down. Then, he would look for an opportunity to force them to play their trump cards. By that point, the ghost generals, having exhausted all options, would inevitably resort to their sacrificial rituals. And that's when the self-destructing demon ants Lín Mò had pre-arranged would finally come into play. Thus, Lín Mò, concealed among the demon ants, simply joined the other demon ants in attacking the continuously emerging monsters. Fortunately, these spontaneously materialized demons were not particularly powerful. A single blast of solar true fire could incinerate large swaths of them. But soon, he noticed a problem. Monsters he had just slain would resurrect in the blink of an eye. Not only that, each time these monsters revived, they would emerge significantly stronger than before. The very first batch that appeared would vanish upon contact with the sun's true flame. Yet after several resurrections, they could withstand 5 consecutive waves of the sun's true fire. If this trend continues, after another 10 or so resurrections, the demon ants on his side would be utterly powerless to harm them. Realizing this, Lín Mò immediately halted the magic ants' assault in secret. He then instructed them to transform the sun's true fire into armor, enveloping themselves within it. After all, even though they had ceased their attacks, the summoned demons continued their relentless assault. Fortunately, protected by the sun's true fire, these demons could not harm the demon ants for the time being. However, if no solution was found soon, the magic ants would inevitably be killed. This dilemma left Lín Mò feeling torn. After all, this situation was neither here nor there. If this stalemate continues, it might just summon the demon Shuten Doji. Unlike these illusory demons, that Shuten Doji was a true great demon. At this thought, Lín Mò couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, the 3 ghost generals on the ground, noticing all the demon ants had ceased their attacks, couldn't help but chuckle smugly. Ha 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 ha. Didn't expect that, did you? Let me tell you, this secret technique has absolutely no flaws. It can last over a dozen hours. And haven't you noticed? The entire surrounding area is already enveloped by this formation. There's no way you can escape. Though we don't know where you're hiding, once our master arrives, there'll be nowhere for you to hide. The 3 ghost generals chattered away in rapid Japanese, their voices mingling in a flurry of gibberish. Lín Mò, fluent in multiple languages, naturally understood every word. Recognizing their deliberate attempt to bait him into revealing his position, Lín Mò refused to take the bait. Carefully observing his surroundings, he rapidly pondered a way to break the deadlock. Having some understanding of the yin-yang arts of the land of cherry blossoms, fully understood that such techniques, stolen and modified from the Dragon Nation, could not possibly be flawless. Using the surrounding demon ants as cover, Lín Mò began soaring through the air, scrutinizing the entire formation. According to the Dragon Nation's Yin-Yang 5 Elements doctrine, every formation required a focal point, otherwise, it could not sustain its operation. This core connected the entire formation, destroying it would cause the array to vanish instantly. Having grasped this crucial point, Lín Mò circled the area once more before closing his eyes and sinking into deep contemplation. He understood clearly. These three ghost generals also understood the critical importance of the array's core. Therefore, they would undoubtedly conceal the array eye in a place difficult to detect. Every building on the ground had already been destroyed. The air was swarming with his own magic ants. The only place left to conceal the array's core was underground. As this thought struck Lín Mò, a sudden realization dawned on him, and a faint smile touched his lips. Reopening his eyes, after a glance at the three ghost generals, their faces smug with triumph, his gaze shifted to the long sword planted in the ground. And the surrounding demons relentlessly attacking the demon ants. Attack these demons with the lightning palm. Keep attacking them whenever they resurrect. To test his hypothesis, Lín Mò immediately commanded his demon ants. In an instant, a swarm of massive palms reappeared in the air, slamming down fiercely upon the demons. Because the attacking demon ants were numerous, the monsters were swiftly scattered and vanished before Lín Mò's eyes. Then, within seconds, the monsters reappeared. Since Lín Mò hadn't issued any commands, the moment they materialized, the demon ants in the air launched their attack once more. After this cycle repeated several times, Lín Mò finally exhaled in relief. Finally found you. Watching the endless stream of monsters resurrecting from the sword's tip, Lín Mò urgently halted the attacking demon ants. He was now 100% certain of the array's focal point. The next step, naturally, was to break the entire formation. Once the formation is broken, attack these three ghost generals and their surroundings simultaneously. To force them to use their life-saving techniques, Lín Mò secretly directed the subterranean demon ants to destroy the hidden array's focal point while simultaneously relaying his command to the aerial demon ants. Soon, the subterranean demon ants located the array's focal point. Destroy them directly with the sun's true fire. Prepare to launch your attack. To prevent the three ghost generals from preparing defenses, Lín Mò immediately issued simultaneous commands to both the subterranean and aerial demon ants. Boom! Bang! 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 As Lín Mò's command echoed out, a massive explosion erupted simultaneously, accompanied by the massive shockwave. The three ghost generals, utterly bewildered, were instantly blown away. However, thanks to the protective spells and artifacts safeguarding their lives, they did not sustain fatal injuries. Seeing the swarm of demon ants filling the sky, they realized escape was impossible. They immediately drew their katana swords, preparing to sacrifice themselves. But Lín Mò, who knew they had no escape tactics, wouldn't give them such a chance. He instantly recalled the aerial demon ants into his spatial pocket, then flapped his wings to depart the area. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued the command for the ground-based demon ants to self-destruct. Without a moment's hesitation, the demon ants, already lying in wait, detonated themselves the instant Lín Mò's command reached them. Boom! Beneath the night sky, beams of fire erupted from the earth, exploding in the darkness with deafening roars. The blaze instantly illuminated the surrounding scene, as bright as the sun at its zenith. The three demon generals, who had just thrust their katana blades into their bodies, were hurled into the air by the blast wave. Then they were violently flung away. Though they were formidable, the explosive energy unleashed by over 20,000 self-detonating demon ants was far beyond what these already exhausted foes could withstand. By the time the three of them landed, the demon ants dispatched by Lín Mò had been lying in wait for quite some time. Before they could react, thousands of demon ants surged forward, immediately beginning to devour them. Within mere seconds, the once formidable ghost generals vanished without a trace. In the air, Lín Mò, unusually, revealed a look of excitement. Finally, enough experience. Now I can find a place to initiate evolution. With a single thought, Lín Mò recalled all the demon ants from other locations into his spatial pocket. He immediately decided to leave this place with the demon ants by his side. After all, he had gathered enough experience. Continuing to devour them would bring him no further benefit. But just as he had chosen his direction and prepared to depart, a piercing howl suddenly echoed from the distance. Simultaneously, a massive gourd hurtled toward him at breakneck speed. Beyond that, Lín Mò also caught the scent of a rich, intoxicating aroma. Chapter 32, Shuten Doji. Forced Evolution. The moment the scent of wine appeared, Lín Mò's earlier excitement vanished instantly. replaced instead by a trace of caution and unease. Anyone who frequently dealt with demons knew. When the demon drunkard appears, it was usually preceded by the scent of wine wafting for 10 miles. And within that fragrance lies potent toxicity. Though Lín Mò had become immune to all poisons, his overall strength still fell short of Shuten Doji's. Therefore, he had no desire to engage in direct conflict with it. Moreover, his evolution was imminent. Lín Mò was even less inclined to waste time here. Having made up his mind, he hurriedly flew off in the opposite direction, shielded by the swarm of demon ants. But before he could fly far, an 8-meter-long steel blade plummeted from the sky, plunging violently into the ground. The moment the blade struck the earth, the gourd that Lín Mò had just seen appeared above his head, though he couldn't tell when it had materialized. As the stopper was removed, the surrounding air seemed to seal off completely. No matter which direction Lín Mò flew with the magic ants, they were blocked by an invisible wall. This sudden turn of events darkened Lín Mò's expression considerably. He knew the demon was powerful. He never imagined it would be this absurdly, monstrously powerful. Forcing himself to calm down, Lín Mò had the demon ants surround him while he quickly surveyed the area, beginning to devise a solution. After all, this Shuten Doji was a legendary yokai. Lín Mò's understanding of it remained superficial. He knew nothing about their attack patterns or the secret arts they wielded. Therefore, he could only observe his surroundings to gather as much information as possible. Lín Mò wasn't worried about dying at the hands of Shuten Doji. After all, he now commanded nearly 270,000 demon ants. If he were truly cornered, a mass self-destruction of this many demon ants could at least buy him some time to escape. If all else failed, there's still that Vajra talisman gifted by the Taoist priest. Using this to block a fatal attack from Shuten Doji? That's still a piece of cake. With the immediate threat to his life lifted, Lín Mò's thoughts began to race. Watching the nearly 7-meter-tall giant approaching from the distance, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The giant bore no difference from the image of Shuten Doji he had previously encountered. Only its features were even more hideous. Lín Mò had always been puzzled by one question. Why were all these legendary yokai of the land of cherry blossoms so hideously ugly? They were all yokai, after all. The monsters of the Dragon Kingdom looked far more pleasant. The question flashed through his mind. Before he could dwell on it further, Shuten Doji's massive form had already materialized before him. The long sword that had flown toward him moments before. After trembling a few times, it shot upward and landed firmly in Shuten Doji's hand. However, the surrounding barrier remained intact. Lín Mò couldn't escape at all. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for Lín Mò. After all, he was trapped within the barrier. There were only two ways out. Either break the barrier, or kill Shuten Doji. But Shuten Doji was outside the barrier. If Lín Mò wished to attack him, the only way is to break this barrier first. Fortunately, his demon ant space could ignore the barrier. He could teleport any flying demon ants outside the barrier at any time. Seeing Shuten Doji outside, already poised to attack, Lín Mò hesitated no longer. While commanding over 100,000 demon ants to assault the barrier from within, he simultaneously summoned the remaining 180,000 demon ants outside the barrier, directing them to assault Shuten Doji to buy himself more time. The combined assault of nearly 300,000 demon ants from both inside and outside plunged the entire area into a sea of lightning and fire. Swarms of true solar flames roared in and out. The entire sky was bathed in crimson. Giant palms crackling with lightning seemed poised to pierce holes through the heavens and plunge into the earth. Yet to Lín Mò's frustration, the attacks unleashed by these demon ants, though they forced Shuten Doji to retreat continuously, failed to inflict significant damage upon him. As for the barrier within, even the attacks he unleashed alongside the other demon ants couldn't completely destroy it. A barrier is different from an array. Unless the caster withdraws it, leaving it could only be achieved through violent destruction. After relentless attacks lasting 5 or 6 minutes, Lín Mò could no longer hold back and ordered all the demon ants to cease. At this point, evolution is the only way forward. With these demon ants providing cover inside, Shuten Doji shouldn't notice anything amiss. Once the evolution is complete, I should be able to take him down easily. Gritting his teeth, Lín Mò swiftly made his decision. He immediately summoned the demon ants from outside into the chamber and began his evolution amidst them. Because the evolution process rendered him completely invulnerable, he had no fear of mortal danger. The only consideration was avoiding detection by Shuten Doji and the other Onmyoji of Sakura country. This was precisely why he hadn't evolved immediately upon arrival. He had planned to leave this place first before evolving. But he hadn't expected Shuten Doji to arrive so quickly. And upon arrival, he launched an attack without a word. With no other choice, Lín Mò had no choice but to opt for this method of evolution. Chapter 33, Evolution. Soul-devouring demon ant. Just as Lín Mò began his evolution, Kitsune outside the barrier launched indiscriminate attacks. The demon ants surrounding Lín Mò, naturally, showed no mercy. Protecting Lín Mò at the center. Facing Shuten Doji's onslaught, they enveloped their bodies in solar true fire for defense while counterattacking with lightning flash thunder palm strikes. Because the barriers still held. The demon ants' attacks could only neutralize the portion of Shuten Doji's strikes that penetrated the barrier. They couldn't inflict any damage on Shuten Doji at all. After several consecutive attacks that failed to wound the demon ants, Shuten Doji finally lost his patience. Curse slaying enters the body, evil energy's origin. Burn the sky. As his long sword swung, the gray-black sky seemed to tear open like a vast gash. Propelled by Shuten Doji's incantation, massive meteors engulfed in flames plummeted from the heavens. Unlike ordinary flames, the flames upon these meteors were entirely green. As they fell, they even scorched cracks into the very fabric of space. Their immense power was plain to see. These are meteors and flames summoned from the depths of hell. Let's see how your little ants can stop them. Since you wish to hide like a turtle, I'll start by eliminating your minions. Unaware that Lín Mò controlled these demon ants, Shuten Doji extended his tongue to lick his lips, a savage grin crossing his face. Having just brewed exquisite wine using the body of a virgin. But after just a few sips, he sensed his 4 great demon generals being slaughtered by these demon ants. This was utterly unacceptable to the domineering, protective figure he was. That's why he rushed over immediately. He had intended to toy with these demon ants. But seeing the mastermind behind the scenes refuse to show themselves for so long, he completely lost his patience. Now solely focused on eliminating the demon ants and forcing the mastermind into the open, he cursed under his breath before accelerating his chanting once more. The meteorite, already hurtling downward at extreme speed, accelerated further with each incantation. The demon ants trapped within the barrier. Facing the meteorites falling from the sky, they not only refused to flee but instead withdrew the sun's true fire from their bodies. They then gathered this fire together, forming a wall of flames dozens of meters thick. Using the wall of fire to block the outside view, they then flew directly into the void, leaving Lín Mò behind alone. Beyond the wall, Shuten Doji remained unaware of the situation within. His sole focus was on destroying the demon ants. Continued chanting frantically, attempting to summon more meteorites. In an instant, a dense swarm of meteors blanketed the sky, crashing toward the demon ants' location. Since Lín Mò's position was obscured by the sun's true fire, Shuten Doji remained unaware of the situation within. Convinced all the demon ants remained within that space. Upon witnessing the meteorites tearing through the very fabric of space, he couldn't help but let out a smug smile. Knowing the sheer number of demon ants trapped inside, determined to annihilate them completely, he not only failed to slow his chanting of the spell, but instead recited it faster and faster. Only when he witnessed the entire area's space torn apart did Shuten Doji finally stop, satisfied. What he didn't know was, Lín Mò, who was in the midst of his evolution, had suffered no harm whatsoever. The violent energy leaking from the space torn by the meteorite had been completely absorbed by Lín Mò, who was in the midst of his evolution. What had been intended as a means to defeat Lín Mò, instead, it became the tonic for Lín Mò's evolution. Already in the midst of his evolution, his body was now saturated with the 3 elemental forces, ice, fire, and electricity. The clash between these 3 forces caused Lín Mò excruciating pain. The spatial fissure torn open by the meteorite then unleashed a torrent of spatial energy into his body. This perfectly neutralized the other 3 elemental energies. This created a delicate equilibrium among the 4 forces within him. As the energies within him stabilized, Lín Mò, who had been grimacing in agony, finally revealed a look of pure enjoyment. These distinct forces, having boiled and surged, finally settled into stillness. Throughout this process, every bone and tendon, every extraordinary meridian and ordinary channel within him underwent refinement and strengthening. Nourished by these energies, Lín Mò felt his physique ascend to a new level. Compared to before, it was a truly earth-shattering transformation. This feels incredible. Feeling the explosive power surging within him, Lín Mò couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. He never imagined that Shuten Doji had inadvertently done him a tremendous favor. Without this surge of spatial power, he wouldn't have known how long he'd be struggling here. Perhaps the 3 forces locked in confrontation would ultimately turn his body into a battlefield, staging a final showdown within. In that case, whether he lived or died would be anyone's guess. The thought sent a chill down Lín Mò's spine. Yet even as he recalled these events, the evolution continued unabated. His entire body was gradually growing larger, undergoing immense transformations everywhere. Because all the spatial power had concentrated on his back. This endowed his wings with immense spatial power. Compared to his previous flight speed, he could now traverse any distance within 3,000 meters at will. With a single thought, within 3,000 meters, he could reach any location instantly. Without exaggeration, the wings now adorning his body possessed the power to tear through space. Even in combat, they can be wielded as weapons. TSK, if I had time and power, I'd be unstoppable. What a piece of work, that Shuten Doji. I'd just reverse time and send him back to when he was weak, then I could take him out easily. But this spatial power isn't half bad either. Though it's only usable for teleportation for now, if hundreds of thousands were to unleash it simultaneously, it should be able to shatter this entire space. As Lín Mò pondered these thoughts, his current evolution reached its culmination. The skills displayed on his attribute panel underwent a revolutionary transformation. Seizing the last moments of invulnerability, Lín Mò quickly shifted his gaze to the panel. Name, Lín Mò. Species, soul-devouring demon ant. Talent, split. Individual count, 230,000 heavenly fire demon ants. Remaining lifespan, 1,465 days. Evolution experience required, 0-2 million. Special constitution, demon ant divine body immune to all poisons, ultra-high defense, possesses complete spatial power, accelerates devouring speed. After dual tempering by lightning, ice, solar true flame, and spatial power, can withstand simultaneous attacks from up to 100 tanks. Active skill, devouring god cloud, a dark cloud fortified by 4 elements. Upon condensation, it harnesses spatial power to instantly launch an endless barrage of elemental spears at enemies. Upon impact, these spears detonate. Simultaneously, the ice element freezes a 30-meter radius, while fire and lightning forces annihilate foes. Active skill, spatial blade. Evolved wings become lethal weapons, striking enemies with 10,000 tons of force during attacks. Active skill, soul dread, the signature ability of the soul-devouring ants. Through a piercing howl, it inflicts permanent damage to the souls of enemies within 500 meters. During use, it causes varying durations of stun based on the enemy's strength. Active skill, meteorite annihilation, summon meteorites formed from electricity, fire, and ice elements, smashing enemies directly into the ground and triggering 3 successive explosions. Extremely high damage and devastatingly destructive. Just as Lín Mò finished reviewing the skill panel, the entire evolution process concluded. Simultaneously, the firewall previously created by the magic ants began to slowly dissipate. Having exited the evolution state, Lín Mò could even hear the footsteps of Shuten Doji approaching from this direction. Shuten Doji, is it? I wonder how much experience I'll gain from devouring you this time. A mischievous grin played on Lín Mò's lips as he muttered to himself, unfurling his wings. The power of space activated. The next moment, he appeared directly above Shuten Doji. Chapter 34, Devouring Shuten Doji. The moment he materialized above Shuten Doji, Lín Mò's wings flapped violently, slashing directly at the demon's head. His wings, now evolved into spatial blades, moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, he traversed space and materialized at the demon's throat. But this Shuten Doji was, after all, a great demon. Just as Lín Mò's blade-like wings were about to slice his skin, Shuten Doji subtly shifted his body, swiftly raising his long sword to block the strike. Clang! The collision of the spatial blade and the long sword produced a piercing, ear-splitting roar. As the rumbling sound echoed through the air, Shuten Doji, eyes wide and face frozen in astonishment, was pulled entirely underground. Half his body buried in the earth, he raised his hand to summon his gourd while fixing his gaze on Lín Mò. Upon confirming no other demon ants remained by Lín Mò's side, a smug expression returned to Shuten Doji's face. Just you left. Still not running? Looks like the one behind you has abandoned you. Grasping his long sword, Shuten Doji effortlessly pulled his legs free from the earth and charged toward Lín Mò. Having just slaughtered over 100,000 demon ants, he now held Lín Mò in utter contempt. After all, in his eyes, Lín Mò was merely faster and stronger. Compared to a threat, he was even less of a threat than the previous demon ants. Determined to finish this quickly and return to his wine, he channeled all his power into the blade. Determined to finish Lín Mò in one strike. As he watched Shuten Doji charge toward him with fierce momentum, a playful smile suddenly appeared on Lín Mò's face. He simply dropped to the ground, staring straight at Shuten Doji as if utterly dumbfounded. How utterly overconfident. Seeing Lín Mò standing completely still, Shuten Doji raised his long sword high and swung it down with all his might. Yet, just as the blade was about to touch Lín Mò, the surrounding space suddenly warped. In the next instant, he realized his blade had struck nothing but a phantom. The next instant, before he could even process what had happened, a piercing pain erupted near his shoulder. Thud! As the agony surged through him, Shuten Doji realized his arm had cleanly severed and fallen to the ground. Immediately afterward, before his eyes, the demon ants that had appeared earlier materialized out of thin air, devouring both of his arms clean off. This can't be. I'm the Ghost King, I don't even have a physical form. How could you possibly chop off my arms? And those demon ants, weren't they all destroyed just now? Gripped by excruciating pain, Shuten Doji stared at Lín Mò in stunned disbelief. He who boasted of being a soul entity, immune to most physical attacks, had just suffered a crushing defeat at Lín Mò's hands. Yet Lín Mò's attack had utterly enraged him. His expression shifting wildly, he stared at his empty arm and began to howl loudly. Roar! 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 Accompanied by the thunderous roar, Shuten Doji's form rapidly swelled to over 30 meters in height. His blood-red eyes glowed with an ever-increasing ferocity and brutality. Not only that. As his form surged, the gourd floating in the air fused directly into his body. Immediately after, countless eyes and tentacles erupted from his body. These eyes, entirely blood-red, instantly shot beams of crimson light toward Lín Mò's position the moment they appeared. As the blood light enveloped Lín Mò, the tentacles on Shuten Doji's body all launched a fierce assault toward him. Each tentacle bore intricate, arcane runes. Each strike tore through space itself. Their power was truly formidable. Facing Shuten Doji's onslaught, Lín Mò showed no fear whatsoever. Soaring back into the air, he shot a cold glance at the demon before unleashing his skill, Devouring Cloud. Boom! The moment God-Devouring Cloud appeared, the entire world seemed to shift. Accompanied by various supernatural phenomena. Spears imbued with elemental and soul energy erupted directly from the dark clouds. In an instant, they enveloped Shuten Doji. After all, these spears contained spatial power. Thus, the moment they appeared, they reached Shuten Doji's side, leaving him utterly unable to block them. The spear detonated violently upon striking Shuten Doji. The explosive force not only inflicted damage upon Shuten Doji, but also instantly froze everything within a 30-meter radius using its freezing power. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before Shuten Doji could react, a dense swarm of spears, carrying the force of 1,000 soldiers, pierced the eyes on his body. This was merely the first wave of the assault. It destroyed more than half of Shuten Doji's eyes. This wasn't because Shuten Doji was weak. It was mainly because Lín Mò's attack method was utterly insane. One moment, the spears were still beneath the clouds. The next instant, it appeared within the eye on his body. There was simply no way to defend against it. Realizing he was no match for Lín Mò, Shuten Doji immediately prepared to unleash a secret technique. But just as he was about to act, Lín Mò, who had already sensed the threat, let out a piercing howl to the heavens, unleashing his skill, Soul Dread. Accompanied by the piercing howl, Shuten Doji's gaze went blank. Go devour him for me. Seizing this opportunity, Lín Mò swiftly released the demon ants from his spatial pocket, commanding them to devour Shuten Doji. Under the relentless barrage of Lín Mò's skills, the already weakened Shuten Doji instantly lost all ability to fight back. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. 50,000 experience points spawned 50,000 soul-devouring magic ants. Not bad, not bad. As Shuten Doji vanished, Lín Mò couldn't help but mutter to himself in admiration. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Dragon Nation, in the land of the bamboo, several onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms fought their way back, covering the rapid retreat of dozens of people toward the coast. What they held in their hands was the very artifact containing the nation's fortune. Chapter 35, The Demon Ant as an Undercover Agent? Korea was roughly the same size as Japan. Since much of its wealth was stolen from the Dragon Nation, there aren't many genuine treasures native to the land. The object bearing their nation's fortune is a national seal crafted from gold. Since this seal is intertwined with the nation's destiny, it profoundly influences the future of the entire country. Upon discovering its loss, the nation immediately mobilized all its sorcerers. After all, it was once a vassal state of the Dragon Nation. Thus, they did manage to secretly learn some yin-yang sorcery. However, they only picked up fragments here and there, never mastering or refining it like the land of cherry blossoms did. This deficiency meant their agents were no match for the land of cherry blossoms on Myoji. Having tracked the thieves all the way to the port, they were on the verge of capturing the ones who stole the imperial seal. But they were accidentally trapped within an array formation. They could only watch helplessly as the Sakura Nation agents slipped away unchallenged. The few Sakura Nation agents who had departed with the Korean imperial seal boarded a waiting warship immediately after leaving Korean territory. On the warship, several Japanese onmyoji dressed in kimonos had been waiting for quite some time. Taking the imperial seal, they proceeded to a makeshift altar where they began chanting incantations, initiating another verification process. After all, time was of the essence. If they brought back a fake, then all of them would likely become offerings to the sun goddess Amaterasu. To ensure absolute certainty, they must conduct final tests before bringing it back. The ritual itself was not complicated. In less than 15 minutes, the group ceased their actions. The imperial seal placed upon the altar was carefully placed into a specially crafted box. It just can't compare to the Dragon Nation. That Mount Tai stone from the Dragon Nation, which only bears a portion of their national fortune, is still far superior to this imperial seal that carries the entire national fortune of the Stick Nation. But there's nothing we can do about it now. Restoring the power of Amaterasu and the other guardian deities is the most important thing. Fortunately, others have also been gathering national fortune artifacts from neighboring countries. Collectively, they should compensate for that Mount Tai stone. After securing the imperial seal, the group shook their heads in resignation. though they had always harbored animosity toward the Dragon Nation. Its vast territory and abundant resources, coupled with its flourishing national fortune, were undeniable realities. However, when they had stolen the Mount Tai stone earlier, it had taken a considerable amount of time and come at a significant cost. At that time, the Dragon Nation's mystical sects remained unaware. But after that incident, the Dragon Nation's mystics had surely fortified their defenses. To attempt another theft now, it would be a one-way trip. Thus, with no other viable option, they turned their attention to the surrounding nations. After all, compared to the Dragon Nation with its millennia-old heritage, these nations lagged far behind in both heritage and strength. Thus, the difficulty of stealing them was not particularly high. And just as they returned to the land of cherry blossoms with the national seal of the land of sticks, the Onmyoji who had already stolen the national treasures of numerous other countries were also on their way back. At the same time, Lín Mò, who had devoured Shuten Doji, did not rush to devour other great demons or ghostly beings. This wasn't because he lacked need for experience, but primarily because the uproar from his earlier battle with Shuten Doji had drawn the attention of the Onmyoji of Sakura country. To avoid direct confrontation with them, Lín Mò had no choice but to temporarily leave this place. He knew full well that the satellite imagery from Sakura country had already captured the entire spectacle of his battle with Shuten Doji. But there was nothing he could do about it. After all, that thing was beyond Blue Star. He had no way to destroy it. As for the ground-based satellite control equipment, Lín Mò had considered destroying and devouring it. But after causing such a massive disturbance, the entire Sakura Nation was likely searching for him. There might be an ambush waiting there. For his own safety, Lín Mò decided to observe the situation for a while longer before making any moves. After all, there were only about 50 hours left until the nationwide ritual at the Yasukuni Shrine. He intended to undergo another evolution before the ceremony began, so that before the eyes of the entire world, and deliver a crushing lesson to the land of cherry blossoms. Should I burn it all down? Or burn it all down? What a headache. Lín Mò, soaring through the sky, while continuously dispatching his minions, the demon ants, to gather intelligence for him, he muttered to himself incessantly. Though the Yasukuni Shrine held entities he couldn't afford to provoke, Lín Mò had already devised a solution. He'd simply send a few of his men armed with Vajra talismans to handle it. With the Vajra talismans to withstand the terrifying entity's attacks, setting a fire would be a breeze. Even if a few of his men were eliminated, it wouldn't make a dent in him. He could simply devour something to split into numerous copies. For Lín Mò, who possessed a monstrous system, a few demon ants were truly no big deal. The only thing troubling him now was that with each evolution, his body grew larger and larger. Though they still bore the name magic ants, his size had already surpassed that of most small animals. He was a bit worried. After a few more evolutions like this, he might truly have nowhere left to hide. By then, for those in the land of cherry blossoms to seek him out, it would become alarmingly easy. Looks like I need to find a way to plant some moles within the Onmyoji. Lín Mò murmured to himself, his gaze drifting involuntarily to the other demon ants beside him. Having made up his mind to plant a mole, he immediately commanded hundreds of demon ants to return to the site of his recent battle with Shuten Doji. According to his estimation, the Onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms should have arrived there by now. Soon, over 500 demon ants returned to the small town. Just as Lín Mò had anticipated, the Onmyoji dispatched to investigate and handle the situation had already arrived ahead of them, keeping constant watch over their surroundings. And upon seeing the demon ants sent by Lín Mò, they immediately launched their attack. This time, Lín Mò not only did not allow them to retaliate, instead, he ordered them to drop to the ground and stand there like fools, facing the attacks of the Onmyoji from Sakura country. These demon ants, offering no resistance whatsoever, fell victim one after another, especially the ones at the very front. Their wings were blown off and most of their bodies were charred. Soon, the Onmyoji of Sakura country also noticed this unusual situation. Everyone, stop. Observing these uncharacteristically altered demon ants, the lead Onmyoji abruptly reached out to halt his comrades behind him. Chief, these demon ants are different from before. They look dumb and clumsy, and they don't even know how to attack. You mean, could it be that the insect cultivator has left this place, leaving these hundreds of demon ants without a master? Judging by their earlier attacks, they're still quite powerful. If we could tame them as pets, it would significantly boost our strength. The group exchanged glances, each seeing the same hunger for the demon ants in the other's eyes. After all, they'd witnessed the demon ants' attacks firsthand. And just moments ago, they had witnessed these creatures slaying a demon like Shuten Doji. If they could truly subdue them and make them their own pets, that would be a very satisfying prospect. Who knows if that insect cultivator deliberately sent it our way? We'd better be cautious. Hold on a moment. Let me trap them with an array formation. That way, even if danger arises, we can escape immediately. Seeing his companions about to advance, one of the more cautious Onmyoji hurriedly stopped them. Then, after chanting incantations together and setting up a simple formation, the group cautiously approached the demon ants. Chapter 36, a huge surprise for you all. What the Onmyoji didn't know was that, as they approached the demon ants, Lín Mò, who had already found a concealed vantage point, was observing their every move through these very creatures. Watching them approach the demon ants with utmost caution, Lín Mò felt little disturbance within. From the moment this plan formed in his mind, he had already anticipated that these Onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms would fall for it. After all, the word greed was deeply ingrained in the very bones of every member of this nation. Even those who wield supernatural powers were no exception, just as Lín Mò had anticipated. As these Onmyoji cautiously approached the demon ants, they continuously attempted various probing maneuvers. Upon finding no immediate threat, the tense expressions on their faces finally relaxed slightly. It seems these demon ants truly no longer respond to human commands. I suspect that when the insect cultivator slew Shuten Doji, he must have suffered severe injuries himself. That's why he departed so hastily, even abandoning the demon ants he had cultivated. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's forcefully imprint our seals and subdue them. I think Nagashima-kun is right. We should each take one first, then deliver the rest to the shrine. After a brief discussion, the group swiftly sprang into action. Within the Onmyoji traditions of Sakura country, there exist curses for capturing animals and yokai. As Onmyoji of the 4th rank or higher, they naturally mastered these techniques thoroughly. After each selecting their preferred magic ants, they produced various ritual tools and began chanting incantations. Lín Mò, who witnessed the entire process, suppressed a smile and commanded the chosen magic ants to temporarily obey their masters. At Lín Mò's command, the magic ants acted as if possessed by a shadow queen. Driven by the incantations, they feigned collapse, twitching on the ground before obediently gathering behind the Onmyoji of Sakura country. That's it? Staring at the obedient-looking magic ants now standing behind them, the Onmyoji wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Weren't we supposed to establish some kind of connection deep within our souls? Why can't I feel anything? Maybe the records are wrong? After all, this is the first time we've performed this kind of forced contract ritual in all these years. Why don't we test them? See if they obey our commands. After exchanging opinions, the group ultimately decided to test the demon ants. After all, the entire process differed slightly from the records. This made them proceed with caution. Attack that building and bring it down. One of the shorter Onmyoji issued the command to the demon ants beside him. The other demon ants watched Lín Mò intently. Upon hearing the shaman's words, they immediately relayed the same order to that ant. The ant receiving the order immediately soared into the air without hesitation, launching its attack and instantly demolishing the nearby ruined structure. Since Lín Mò's command was issued almost instantaneously, none of the Onmyoji noticed any flaw in his actions. Seems we really were overthinking it. Perhaps the bond was just formed, so the connection isn't strong yet. It'll improve with more practice. Seeing that he could command the magic ants, the short Onmyoji immediately smiled and offered a plausible explanation for the spell. Seeing this, the others also began issuing different commands to their own magic ants. With Lín Mò's cooperation, each ant responded uniquely, revealing no weaknesses whatsoever. After this test, the Onmyoji dispelled their suspicions about the magic ants. With their swarms of magic ants trailing behind them, they immediately began inspecting the surrounding area. Having swiftly covered every area, and truthfully reported the situation here. Upon hearing they had secured several hundred demon ants, the person in charge at the Yasukuni shrine nearly jumped out of their skin. After all, during the previous scramble for the Mount Tai stone, nearly all Onmyoji below the 4th rank had fallen victim to the poison. Though these individuals were little more than cannon fodder. In the eyes of someone like Nagano Koichi, they were nothing to speak of. But to him, these individuals held significant value. After all, during each ritual, numerous psychics from other nations would come to cause trouble. Without these individuals below the 4th rank secretly maintaining order, the shrine rituals held 2 days later would place immense pressure on him. But now, it was fine. These hundreds of demon ants perfectly filled the gap left by the absence of 4th tier or lower Onmyoji. After carefully questioning them, he ordered these individuals to take the demon ants back with them. Since they had other missions to fulfill, after disconnecting from the shrine, they gathered to discuss their next steps. The national treasures retrieved from other countries are about to arrive. They've all been sealed away, awaiting the ritual in 2 days. We need to hurry over to escort them. Here's the plan, with 6 of us now, 4 will join the escort mission. The remaining 2 will bring these demon ants back to the shrine. Agreed. Let's proceed that way. After finalizing their plans, the group swiftly split into 2 teams and departed in different directions. What they didn't know was, every word of their earlier conversation had been overheard in its entirety by Lín Mò. Hidden in a secluded spot, Lín Mò nearly burst out laughing. He'd been fretting over where to get the remaining 1.5 million experience points. But now, it had practically been handed to him on a silver platter. I cannot devour the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, but as for the national fortunes of other countries, well, I can only say I'm sorry. And as for the ritual in 2 days' time, those demon ants you brought back to the shrine will surely give you a grand surprise. Muttering to himself, Lín Mò was already plotting his next move in his mind. Chapter 37, Devouring begins, experience skyrockets. Lín Mò now resembled a dormant beast, quietly awaiting the opportune moment. Because of the relationship with those demon ants following the Onmyoji, he now had a clear understanding of the actions of the Onmyoji in the land of cherry blossoms. To lull these Onmyoji into complacency, he chose not to continue devouring. Lín Mò understood clearly. Once he finished devouring the national treasures of those countries, the experience gained would surely be enough for his next evolution. Therefore, his immediate task was to create the illusion that the insect cultivators backing him had departed. Only then could the demon ants already brought into the Yasukuni Shrine toilet seize their chance to act, stealthily devouring those national fortune artifacts. Although the Cherry Blossom Nation's satellites were constantly searching for him, Lín Mò, now concealed within the city, possessed ample means to hide himself. As long as he didn't wish to reveal himself, no one could find him in the short term. Moreover, since the demon ants had been successfully contracted by the Onmyoji earlier, their guard had dropped considerably. Lín Mò, who had already devised various plans in his mind, like a mobile surveillance unit, watching these Onmyoji transport the national treasures they'd acquired from other countries back to the underground chamber beneath the Yasukuni Shrine. Throughout the entire process, under Lín Mò's orders, the demon ants sent as undercover agents showed no signs of compromise, obediently following every command from the Onmyoji around them, as if truly bound by contract, showing no signs of their true nature. Meanwhile, under the command of Nagano Koichi, the Onmyoji and military forces of the Onmyo Nation launched a joint operation, driving all the rebellious yokai back to their original domains. However, after this consumption, the yokai's strength had largely recovered, though they still fell slightly short of their peak. In their eyes, Sakura Nation had already shown its utmost sincerity. If this situation continued, it might provoke the Onmyoji of Sakura Kingdom to intervene directly. Thus, the demons knew when to quit while they were ahead. Under the joint expulsion by Onmyoji and government forces, they all retreated from human settlements. Yet here, all traces of human habitation had long vanished. Building after building had crumbled into ruins. Amidst the ruins, demonic creatures could be seen gnawing on severed limbs and internal organs that had accidentally fallen from human corpses. The scene was utterly horrifying. To prevent panic among the domestic population and avoid arousing suspicion from other nations internationally, the Sakura Nation government, while driving the monsters back to designated areas, also announced that its coastal regions had suffered a terrorist attack. The attackers not only deployed heavy weaponry but also employed internationally banned biochemical bombs. Moreover, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation seized this opportunity to call upon the nation's people to gather at Yasukuni Shrine 2 days later to pray together for their fallen compatriots. Citizens who had not originally planned to visit the shrine began to hesitate upon hearing it was for the sake of their fellow countrymen. What they didn't know, however, was that the so-called memorial service was merely a pretext. The true purpose was to have the sun goddess enshrined there absorb the national fortunes of other countries. Then, using the offerings of the Sakura citizens, restore the power of all other guardian deities. Yet beyond the Onmyoji and a handful of government officials, the common people remained utterly unaware. Upon noticing the announcement from Sakura Nation, Lín Mò couldn't help but let a cold smile curve his lips. The demon ants he had sent as undercover agents had already gained the trust of these Onmyoji. Moreover, after over 10 hours of observation, he had already discerned the patterns of these Onmyoji tasked with guarding the national fortune artifacts. Lín Mò knew that in a few hours, these individuals would head to other secret chambers for a meeting, leaving the demon ants and several other Shikigami to guard the chamber housing the national fortune. This presented the perfect opportunity for his operation. After all, those few dim-witted Shikigami were utterly lacking in intelligence. Finding a way to sneak in unnoticed and devour the national treasures of other countries would be a piece of cake. To ensure a smooth consumption, Lín Mò took extra care to conceal himself within the bustling city. Time passed swiftly. While Lín Mò rested with his eyes closed, the demon ants at Yasukuni Shrine relayed news back to him. Swiftly switching his perspective to the demon ants, Lín Mò discovered that the Onmyoji were preparing to head to a secret chamber for a meeting. Several middle-aged Onmyoji were conducting thorough inspections of their surroundings while murmuring among themselves. The ritual begins in just over 10 hours. This meeting is likely to assign our respective tasks. These years have been unbearably frustrating. Once tomorrow's ritual concludes, our guardian deities will regain their peak power. Then we'll finally be free from this humiliation and burden. You're right. With the guidance of the great sun goddess, we'll easily breach the Dragon Nation and conquer it completely. Our moment of triumph is near. By the way, keep a close watch on this chamber. I just had the team leader send over another 200 magic ants to guard it with the others. Enough talk. Hurry up and finish the inspection. The meeting room over there is almost full. Several onmyoji, their faces beaming with smiles, quickened their pace as they spoke. After thoroughly inspecting the area, they strode briskly toward the conference room. What Lín Mò hadn't anticipated was this. After walking a few steps, they turned back. Under the pretext of safety, they directly released 100 of the demon ants into the secret chamber housing the National Fortune artifact. Witnessing the entire process, Lín Mò couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, having such an opportunity presented itself on a silver platter. He had never encountered such a thing before. Listening to the footsteps fading into the distance, Lín Mò didn't hesitate. He immediately commanded the magic ants within the vault to begin their work. After all, with such a small number of ants, the consumption would be slow. Plus, he wasn't sure how long the onmyoji meeting would last. Therefore, he could only complete the devouring as swiftly as possible. These artifacts imbued with national fortune were not particularly large, though they were housed in specially crafted containers. For the demon ants that had undergone multiple evolutions, this posed no challenge. Soon, under Lín Mò's command, over 100 demon ants began devouring them with frenzied intensity, deliberately avoiding the trap seals left behind by the onmyoji. The process remained undetected. They did not alert the others. 13 national treasures were displayed here. Though varying in size, the national fortunes they contained were comparable. After all, these were all smaller nations. They could not compare to a superpower like the Dragon Nation. This meant Lín Mò's magic ants consumed them at a pace no slower than before. Soon enough, the national seal of the Korean nation was completely devoured. 300,000 experience points? The national seal, which embodies the fortune of the Korean nation, actually yields less experience than what Shuten Doji provided. The instant the imperial seal was devoured, Lín Mò, hiding nearby, couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. He had expected this thing to grant a lot of experience. But in the end, it only gave this meager amount. This was simply too much for him to bear. And more importantly, after devouring these objects imbued with the nation's destiny, he gained nothing beyond experience and the split-off demon ants. This couldn't help but make him question the authenticity of these items. Whatever. At least the experience payout is generous. I'll just devour them all and pocket the experience first. Genuine or not, they can't be left for Sakura Nation. After pondering the reason for quite some time without finding an answer, Lín Mò shook his head and once again commanded his demon ants to begin devouring. But just as he continued devouring, the great masters of the Dragon Nation Shenmen all opened their eyes and rushed out of their rooms. Their usually stern expressions now bore a hint of excitement. After all, they had just discovered the nation's fortune had inexplicably surged significantly. This puzzled them greatly. For one must understand, national fortune is a profoundly mysterious concept. Only major upheavals like wars could affect it. For instance, if the Dragon Nation conquered another country and then used special methods to seal or destroy the artifact that carried that nation's fortune, only then could they transfer that nation's fortune to themselves. Yet over the years, beyond minor skirmishes with neighboring nations, it has never actively instigated any major wars. Thus, this increase in national fortune seems rather inexplicable. After much deliberation, unable to make sense of it, they immediately began contacting each other and gathered together as quickly as possible, determined to uncover the truth behind this sudden surge in national fortune. Yet barely had they gathered and exchanged a few greetings when they discovered Dragon Nation's national fortune had surged once more. Chapter 38, The Role of National Fortune. Given the gravity of the situation, the mystics present dared not delay further and immediately commenced deliberations. Among them was the venerable elder of Wudong, Jade Void, who had previously gifted Lín Mò a Vajra talisman. Besides Yushu, the venerable elders from every other sect had also hurried over. After all, matters concerning the Dragon Nation were not to be taken lightly. Soon, hundreds gathered under one roof, deploying their most profound abilities to jointly divine the nation's destiny. The reason for this collective effort was primarily because the nation's destiny was too vast and formidable. Attempting it alone risked backlash and injury. Therefore, they could only summon the patriarchs of various sects within the Shenmen to lead the effort, joining forces to unravel the truth. While they collaborated on the simulation, several more currents of national destiny power directly merged into the Dragon Nation's destiny. This infusion of national fortune energy lasted over half an hour. This occurred over a dozen times in succession. Amidst this process, the Dragon Nation's mystics finally reached a conclusion in their calculations. Rising from within the formation, they exchanged glances, each seeing confusion and excitement in the other's eyes. And a hint of worry. After a moment of silence, the Wudong patriarch, Yushu, seated in the center, spoke first. Everyone has seen the divination signs. Now, let's each share our interpretations. Hearing Yushu's words, the others slowly rose to their feet, their voices overlapping as they voiced their perspectives. The divination suggests a noble figure has emerged in the Dragon Nation, yet this noble one's position lies within the land of cherry blossoms. Could it be that our Dragon Nation's noble one is actually from the land of cherry blossoms? I disagree with your interpretation, fellow Daoist. While the Dragon Nation's noble figure resides in the land of cherry blossoms, that doesn't mean he is Japanese. Have we forgotten the elder who intervened to aid us during the scramble for the Mount Tai Stone? My intuition tells me this surge in national fortune is undoubtedly connected to that elder. We'll discuss the benefactor's identity later. First, consider this sudden surge in national fortune. Judging from the earlier events, this fortune didn't materialize out of thin air. After all, the national fortunes of over a dozen other nations vanished simultaneously. That can't be mere coincidence, can it? What if the national fortune artifacts of other nations were stolen by the land of cherry blossoms? Then this elder, using some unknown method, tracked down those items. While refining them, he accidentally channeled the national fortune over to our Dragon Nation instead? The group exchanged whispers, each voicing their own theories based on the divination signs they'd seen. Though they now knew Lín Mò's location was in Sakura Nation, they remained utterly uncertain of his identity. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Nation's mystics debated, the nations led by the Korean peninsula, however, were all struck by catastrophic natural disasters due to the loss of their national fortune. Take the land of the morning calm, for instance. Volcanoes dormant for centuries erupted violently, engulfing the surrounding areas in a sea of fire. But that wasn't all. Earthquakes, tsunamis, plagues, and other calamities seem to have coordinated their arrival, striking the nation simultaneously. The once tranquil nation of Korea was instantly transformed into a living hell by these calamities. The situation in other nations was scarcely better. After Lín Mò devoured the national fortune artifact and its power merged into the Dragon Nation, their lands too began to erupt with all manner of natural and man-made calamities. Several neighboring small nations even launched wars over trivial matters. For a time, except for the Dragon Nation, all the small nations surrounding the land of cherry blossoms began to suffer various calamities due to the loss of their national fortune. Now, no longer possessed the energy to pursue the matter. Even though they knew all this stemmed from the land of cherry blossoms. Yet in the Dragon Nation, the situation was entirely opposite. Due to the sudden surge in national fortune, domestic transformations began to unfold gradually. The once polluted environment showed signs of recovery. Various spirit-linked creatures began to multiply. An ethereal radiance now permeated the ancient temples and shrines nestled deep within the primeval forests. Not only that, even within research institutes, a chain reaction of discoveries has unfolded. Research challenges that had plagued scientists for years suddenly found solutions. Blueprints for novel military weapons were effortlessly designed. If only these were the changes. Within less than 30 minutes of the nation's fortune increasing, the Dragon Nation Exploration Group discovered multiple deposits of rare metals underground. And what's even more astonishing is this. A meteorite that fell from the sky contained a scarce substance urgently needed by the Dragon Nation. Far away in Sakura Nation, Lín Mò remained unaware of all this. After completing the absorption, his experience had already reached the threshold for evolution. After confirming that the onmyoji of the land of cherry blossoms had not detected any anomalies in the national fortune artifacts, Lín Mò finally felt secure enough to begin his evolution. He calculated the time required. Once this evolution was complete, he would arrive just in time for the Sakura Nation's ritual at the Yasukuni Shrine. He would also use the magic ants in the secret chamber to deliver a surprise to everyone. Chapter 39, Mission Requirement, Devour the Snow Woman. With all preparations complete, Lín Mò immediately activated the evolution request through the system. But this time, it was different. This time, there was no signaling the start of evolution. Confused, the clone looked at the system panel and realized this evolution had introduced a new change. Evolution prerequisite task activated, detected excessive overflow experience in host. Activating evolution prerequisite task. Upon completion, host may enhance self, doubling combat prowess. Friendly reminder, evolution cannot be initiated unless the prerequisite task is completed. Quest requirement, devour the snow woman. After reading the extra lines on the panel, Lín Mò couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected that simply having too much experience would trigger an additional prerequisite task for evolution. Still, completing the quest would double his current strength. It wasn't entirely a bad thing. But the task requirement left Lín Mò feeling uncertain. After all, the Snow Woman of Sakura country was said to be a subordinate of the mountain god, far more powerful than the Shuten Doji he had devoured before. Moreover, this creature resided deep within Mount Fuji, making its location difficult to pinpoint. More importantly, these yokai had been resurrected by the onmyoji of Sakura country through mysterious means. Therefore, Lín Mò feared that if he took action himself, the onmyoji at Yasukuni Shrine might become aware. Should they discover his existence or that of the demon ants? Given their extreme caution, they would surely become wary of the ant spies he had planted as undercover agents. If that happened, his entire plan would come to naught. It would become impossible to sabotage the ritual scheduled for 7 or 8 hours later. As this thought crossed Lín Mò's mind, hesitation suddenly gripped him. Fluttering his wings as he paced back and forth, he racked his brain, desperately seeking a solution that would satisfy both objectives. He knew clearly. To complete the mission swiftly, the only problem to solve was severing the connection between the Onmyoji and the Snow Woman. But how could he sever it when he didn't even know how they were connected? Gazing at the moonlight outside the window and the crowd moving below, Lín Mò's gaze suddenly fixed on several Sakura country police officers apprehending a drunken man. As if frozen in place, Lín Mò stood silently by the window, his gaze following the drunkard and the officers. Only after the group climbed into the police van and vanished from sight did he finally withdraw his gaze. Unlike before, a sharp gleam now flashed in Lín Mò's eyes. His expression brimming with excitement, he abruptly turned and murmured to himself. What if I deploy more demon ants? Scatter them across the land of cherry blossoms. Have the ones in colder regions launch random attacks, while the others in warmer areas pretend to be harmless. That should confuse those Onmyoji. Even if the Snow Woman transmits the attack alerts, it won't arouse much suspicion. This way, I complete the preliminary mission while sabotaging the Yasukuni Shrine ritual in a few hours. Perfect. I'm a genius. After carefully pondering the plan for a moment and finding no flaws, Lín Mò immediately sprang into action. Summoning 10,000 demon ants from his spatial pocket, he commanded them to split into several groups and fly toward different locations across the land of cherry blossoms. Beyond the varying numbers in each group, the locations they chose to land showed no discernible pattern. The only difference was that the demon ants in colder regions would proactively launch attacks to prevent the Sakura Nation from discovering their current hiding place. At Lín Mò's request, these magic ants deliberately concealed themselves while traveling to the designated location. This significantly slowed their movement. By the time all the magic ants had taken their positions, over 40 minutes had already passed. To save time, after confirming all the magic ants were ready, Lín Mò immediately gave the order. He directed the magic ants in colder regions to begin wreaking havoc using their abilities. Both the surrounding Sakura Nation citizens and various structures were attacked without exception. Even the nearby patrolling military tanks were overturned by the magic ants upon their arrival. Such a situation was no accident. Whenever the temperature in an area where demon ants were present dropped too low, they would attack. Meanwhile, the magic ants in the bustling city center and other warmer areas remained dazed and confused, failing to resist even when attacked. Soon, the government of Sakura Nation also noticed this situation. Because it involved the demon ants, relevant information was also relayed to the Onmyoji at Yasukuni Shrine. Based on current observations, only demon ants in colder regions launch attacks, particularly near snow-capped mountains and around cold storage facilities. The ones in the city center remain completely unresponsive to police weapon attacks. They're likely the same strain we contracted earlier. The government just relayed new intelligence. The demon ants near the snow-capped mountains, after flying away from that area, no longer attack any people or objects. They just mindlessly circle in the air. In my view, these must be the demon ants cultivated by that insect master. Previously hidden somewhere unknown, they've now emerged en masse due to the insect master's demise. This presents us with a golden opportunity to significantly strengthen our capabilities. The gathered Onmyoji, faces aglow with excitement, chattered away in a flurry of voices. A bearded Onmyoji seated at the head of the table pondered for a moment before rising to speak. Have them all brought back. We'll conduct the contract ceremony. Pass down the order. Under no circumstances are the demon ants to be taken to cold places before the contract is formed. This is an order, everyone, remember it well. Following the leader's orders, the group of Onmyoji departed the chamber with smiles. After all, contracting such a large number of demon ants would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon to them. Naturally, such minor matters were not reported to Nagano Koichi. Only a few hours remained before the ritual commenced. Nagano Koichi was busy preparing the ritual formations and offerings with several powerful Onmyoji. This ritual held immense significance. If it succeeded, then Sakura Nation would stand unchallenged by any other country and immediately commence its campaigns of conquest. Having endured nearly a century of seclusion, they had been preparing for this very day. Remember, their invasion of the Dragon Nation years ago was ostensibly to plunder resources and expand their territory. But their true objective was the ancient texts and mystical arts passed down through millennia in the Dragon Nation, and the souls of tens of millions of Dragon Nation citizens. For only these could the vanished deities of the land of cherry blossoms be summoned once more. For this very reason, they did not bring forth the vessels containing the national fortunes of each country prematurely. Otherwise, Lín Mò's plan would have collapsed without any effort. While Nagano Koichi and his group were busy preparing for the ritual, while other onmyoji rushed to contract additional demon ants. Lín Mò, carrying over 300,000 magic ants within his spatial realm, had already arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji. The moon was hidden behind dark clouds, and a bitterly cold wind howled. Looking up, from the mid-slopes upward, the mountain was blanketed in layers of accumulated snow. Gazing at the snowflakes drifting above the mountain peak, Lín Mò paused briefly before flapping his wings and soaring toward one of the valleys. Before arriving, he had already dispatched his magic ants to scout the area. Therefore, the location of the Snow Woman is perfectly clear. Chapter 40, The Snow Woman's Demise. With the speed boost from the spatial blade, Lín Mò teleported to the valley where the Snow Maiden resided in mere moments. Though the blizzard here was no different from elsewhere, the temperature was significantly colder. Moreover, if one observed closely, they would notice an eerie stillness in the valley. Not even a whisper of wind could be heard. Not only that, the icicles clinging to the sheer cliffs appeared as if carved by an artist, lending the scene an almost artistic quality. Lín Mò merely glanced at them before soaring to the valley center and instantly unleashing his skill, Godslayer Cloud. As the skill activated, a vast cloud composed of 4 elements rapidly formed. It obscured the sky and sun, enveloping the entire valley. Immediately after, spears of various elements poured down like a torrential downpour, crashing into the valley. Empowered by spatial energy, the spears moved with astonishing speed. As if tearing through space to appear suddenly, the entire valley was blown apart, sending snow like debris flying everywhere. Formed from ice, fire, and lightning elements. Thus, as it exploded, flames and arcs of electricity filled the entire valley. The shattering ice spear froze the flames and arcs solid within the valley. From afar, it appeared as though a vast mass of fire and lightning had been frozen within the ice and snow. Beautiful yet terrifying. Just as the second wave of spears was about to strike, a white figure burst forth from the valley, darting across the distance in the blink of an eye to stand opposite Lín Mò. Amidst the howling cold wind, the ant and the demon stood facing each other from afar. Compared to Lín Mò's calm demeanor, the Snow Woman's eyes were now filled with rage. After all these years, no one had ever dared to blow up her home. Demon ant? The Snow Maiden, now speaking human words, couldn't help but ask as she watched Lín Mò soaring through the air. Glancing around to confirm Lín Mò was alone, the caution and fear on her face gradually faded. Instead, a trace of mockery and contempt replaced it. I hear the one pulling the strings behind you demon ants has met his end. Many of you have become contract pets for those onmyoji. Do you really think you alone can take me on? It took hundreds of thousands to take down that useless Shuten Doji. You probably can't even block a single blow from me. After speaking a few words, the Snow Woman suddenly shook her head, sighing with exasperation. I've been alone too long. How did I end up chatting with a mindless insect for so long? There used to be plenty of people and animals here, but I've turned them all into ice sculptures. Don't worry, let me see where best to stuff you. Like a madwoman, the Snow Woman muttered to herself before raising her hand and hurling an ice wall at Lín Mò. The wall stretched 3 meters long, 2 meters high, and was about 50 centimeters thick. The moment it materialized, it surged toward Lín Mò at breakneck speed. As the wall attacked, the Snow Woman clapped her hands, ready to freeze Lín Mò and call it a day. What surprised her, however, the instant the ice wall collided with Lín Mò, Lín Mò's figure flickered, vanishing from her sight in the next instant. Before she could react, Lín Mò, now behind her, unleashed his skill, Meteor Shower. Simultaneously with the skill's release, Lín Mò deliberately summoned over 10,000 magic ants, directing them to attack from all directions. This created the illusion that the magic ants had just arrived. Under the assault of Meteor Shower, the Snow Woman, who had been effortlessly dodging the attacks, also noticed the other magic ants swarming in from all directions. So many! Shouting in surprise, the Snow Maiden wasted no time, immediately relaying her situation to the onmyoji through a secret method. After all, she had no idea how many more demon ants lurked on Mount Fuji. If their numbers were too great, her fate would likely mirror that of Shuten Doji. Meanwhile, inside Yasukuni Shrine, the station onmyoji also received the message transmitted by the Snow Woman. Demon ants have appeared on Mount Fuji too. According to that yokai, the Snow Woman, there are a great many of them. Team leader, should we send someone to investigate? After all, the climate there is frigid, and demon ants tend to attack proactively. The onmyoji who received the report wasted no time, urgently seeking out the bearded onmyoji team leader. Nagano Koichi and his team were currently occupied. Minor matters here were temporarily handled by this individual. Because just 2 hours ago, massive swarms of demon ants had already appeared within the city. Thus, the bearded onmyoji paid little attention to the appearance of demon ants on Mount Fuji. After all, while these demon ants were aggressive, their attack power was low at worst, they might damage some mountain peaks. Moreover, he knew the Snow Woman possessed formidable power. Without a second thought, he waved his hand and declared, "Have Yukiana drive that swarm of demon ants down the mountain. That way, our people can go up and bind them." She is, after all, a subordinate of the mountain god. How could she possibly fear these mindless demon ants? Seeing his subordinate about to speak further, the bearded man simply waved him away, dismissing him from the room. He was currently arranging security for the ritual scheduled in a few hours. Such trivial matters were the last thing on his mind. Had these demon ants appeared just days ago, he would have rushed his men to deal with them immediately. But now that these demon ants had become the contracted pets of their onmyoji, the bearded man naturally paid them no mind. Meanwhile, Lín Mò, far away atop Mount Fuji, had clearly anticipated the onmyoji's mindset. Having laid the groundwork all these days, he had been waiting for this very moment. Facing the snow woman who still struggled relentlessly, he flashed a wicked grin and summoned 100,000 demon ants directly from his spatial pocket. Soul Dread. To prevent the snow woman from escaping, Lín Mò immediately unleashed the skill alongside over 100,000 demon ants. The snow woman, noticing the swarm's sudden increase, began to flee only to feel an excruciating pain surge from the depths of her soul. Immediately after, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her, forcing her to halt instantly. Lín Mò wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Releasing every last demon ant at his disposal, he led them all in unleashing the skill meteor shower, annihilation upon the snow woman. In an instant, meteorites obscuring the sun plummeted from the heavens. Dense and relentless, they blanketed the entire Mount Fuji. The snow woman, positioned at the epicenter of the attack, couldn't even withstand the first wave and was instantly smashed into the mountain's base. Not only that, the entire Mount Fuji was shattered, sending rocks flying everywhere. The dormant volcano, silent for years, began to stir. The earth-shaking commotion naturally alarmed the onmyoji within the Yasukuni shrine. Chapter 41, Merging National Fortune, Evolving Once More. With Mount Fuji crumbling away by more than half, the onmyoji at Yasukuni shrine could no longer sit idly by. The bearded onmyoji, who had been in his secret chamber organizing follow-up ritual preparations, immediately summoned his subordinates and hurried toward Mount Fuji. After all, Nagano Koichi had already inquired. They dared not delay. Their mission, however, was to thoroughly investigate the situation with those demon ants on Mount Fuji. As for the volcanic eruption and the suffering of ordinary people in the surrounding areas, it has nothing to do with them. Team leader, could it be that bug cultivator is at it again? Otherwise, how could these demon ants unleash such a powerful attack? I think we should call for more reinforcements before heading over to investigate. Walking along the path, one of the pale-faced onmyoji whispered the suggestion. The other onmyoji heard this. They nodded in agreement, turning their gaze toward the bearded man. Although they had already contracted numerous demon ants, they had never witnessed anything like today's devastation. Never before had they witnessed anything like today's devastation, which had flattened half of Mount Fuji. More importantly, ever since the incident at Mount Fuji, they had lost all contact with the snow demon. Everyone understood deep down. Under these circumstances, Yukiyama was most likely gone. What frustrated the onmyoji team was that their bearded leader merely waved his hand, cutting off their attempts to continue speaking. Easy for you to say, he snapped. The shrine's ritual begins immediately. Where am I supposed to find extra people to send now? You're all just too timid. This was merely an accident. Rest assured, once the ritual concludes and the sun goddess regains her full power, summoning that mere snow woman back will require only a small sacrifice. Hurry up and go. After handling things over there, we still need to return to the shrine before the ritual begins. The bearded man, his face relaxed, clearly paid no heed to the other's words, urging the helicopter pilot to speed up. A hint of excitement and anticipation flickered across his face. After all, in his view, if he could bring back all these magic ants to bind into contracts, his own strength would undergo a qualitative leap. At that point, he was certain to receive rewards from Nagano Koichi and the others. The very thought of it. The bearded man felt like he could sprout wings and fly straight there. The others, who had been about to say something, but seeing the bearded man's attitude, they all held their tongues. After all, in this land of cherry blossoms, class distinctions were rigid. Sometimes, a single misplaced word could spell disaster. While the bearded man led his group of onmyoji toward Mount Fuji, Lín Mò had already completed his absorption of the snow woman. Though the experience gained proved largely useless. The over 80,000 magic ants he had absorbed and categorized. Combined with his previous stockpile, he now possessed nearly 400,000 demon ants. Knowing the onmyoji of Sakura country were approaching, he devoured everything nearby before leaving 2,000 magic ants behind to continue their chaotic attacks on Mount Fuji. He then swiftly departed the area. As he departed, Lín Mò also noticed that several cities surrounding Mount Fuji were now engulfed by the erupting volcano. Countless citizens of Sakura country were fleeing for their lives. As Lín Mò flew overhead, he did not stand idly by. Hovering mid-air, he spotted several rescue transport planes. Instantly teleporting toward them, he slammed his wings down hard onto the aircraft. After consecutively destroying over a dozen aircraft and witnessing the citizens of Sakura Nation being engulfed by volcanic debris, he finally departed with a sense of relief. With the preliminary task now complete, he needed to hurry and evolve. After all, the ritual was only hours away. Once the ritual commenced, the shrine priests at that desecrated shrine would inevitably discover the vessel bearing the national fortune of another country had vanished. Combined with the sabotage orchestrated by his infiltrated demon ants, it might drive every onmyoji in the entire Sakura Nation into madness. This includes the guardian deities they secretly resurrected. Lín Mò could already picture it clearly. The scene of himself being hunted down by these creatures. He felt no fear toward ordinary onmyoji. But when it came to those exceptionally powerful onmyoji, Lín Mò had to be cautious. And what's more, within the Yasukuni shrine, a group of guardian deities led by Amaterasu still resided. Though their power hadn't yet returned to its peak, they should still be more than enough to handle him. The mere thought of being targeted by these so-called deities sent a chill down Lín Mò's spine. Shaking his head, he accelerated once more. Constantly teleporting through the air, he soon reached his hiding place. Located in the bustling city center and close to the Yasukuni shrine. Though patrols were already thick around the area, Lín Mò knew full well. The tactic of blind spots under the spotlight worked anywhere. These patrols, in truth, did not conduct thorough inspections of their surroundings. After all, in their subconscious minds, no one would be foolish enough to hide near the Yasukuni shrine. Having positioned hidden magic ants around the perimeter to guard the area, Lín Mò directly submitted the prerequisite evolution quest. Pre-evolution task completed. Rewards distributed, host strength doubled, including skill potency and physical resilience. As the task was submitted, Lín Mò received the system notification. Immediately after, a golden light enveloped his entire body. Immersed within it, Lín Mò felt waves of warmth continuously surging into his body, an incredibly comfortable sensation. Since it was merely a basic physical enhancement, the entire process took only about 10 minutes. Once the entire process concluded, the previously grayed out evolution option glowed once more. This signified that Lín Mò was now able to choose to evolve again. Without a moment's hesitation, he glanced at it briefly. He immediately entered the evolution state. Because this time he had devoured numerous national fortune artifacts, the evolution process differed from previous ones. Enveloped in golden light, Lín Mò's entire body shattered into fragments. His entire body shattered into fragments before reassembling anew. Amidst the faint light, complex and profound national fortune intertwined within. During this, his body underwent a profound transformation. Not only did his entire body turn white, 2 dragon horns now protruded from the top of his head. Not only that, the wings that once symbolized spatial power had now completely fused into his body. At this moment, Lín Mò's had grown to a size comparable to a small helicopter. Had he not chosen this relatively spacious location, large enough to accommodate his entire body? The moment it began evolving, it was already discovered by others. The entire evolution process lasted over an hour. And during his evolution, various supernatural phenomena also occurred in the Dragon Nation. Beyond the entire sky turning golden, from deep within the mountains came the howls of unknown beasts. Even the practitioners of the Xianmen who had gathered together sensed that something new had been added to the nation's fortune in the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, on Lín Mò's side, once the pain in his body had completely faded, he opened his eyes. Regarding the changes in his body, though he was somewhat surprised, he quickly understood. After all, he had anticipated this when devouring those national fortune artifacts. Regardless, those artifacts contained national fortune. After devouring them, he would inevitably be affected to some degree. After a brief moment of adjustment, Lín Mò turned his attention to his information panel. Name, Lín Mò. Species, primordial dragon ant fragment. Note, to evolve into a true dragon ant, 4 different elemental ancient divine beasts must be consumed. Talent, fission. Individual count, 200,000 heaven-fire demon ants, 250,000 soul-devouring demon ants. Remaining lifespan, 2,789 days. Evolution experience required, 0.5 million. Special constitution, Dragon God Dao body incomplete. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. When evolved to its peak, it can rival the defense of divine beasts. Active skill, Dragon Breath incomplete. An attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice and Dragon Flame, unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within an 800-meter radius, capable of shattering stone or collapsing mountains. It also carries a stunning effect. When fully evolved, it can instantly dismantle various formations. Active skill, Dragon Roar incomplete. Erupts a thunderous howl that dispels beneficial effects from enemies while exerting a deterrent effect. Upon reaching its ultimate perfection, it unlocks additional unforeseen effects. Active skill, Time Roar incomplete. A time manipulation skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its incomplete nature, it carries significant unpredictability. Use with caution. Lín Mò fell deep in thought as he studied the information on the panel. He never imagined. Simply by devouring those artifacts imbued with national fortune, he had become inextricably linked to the national fortune of the Dragon Nation. Without exaggeration, as long as the Dragon Nation's national fortune persisted, even if he were accidentally killed, he could gradually recover using the nation's fortune as a source of power. Though exactly how long that recovery would take remained unknown. Meanwhile, during the period of Lín Mò's evolution, the bearded Onmyoji had already led his group to the foot of Mount Fuji. With their strength surpassing the 4th tier, could easily ignore the molten rock fragments whizzing past their bodies. The earlier battle between the demon ant and the snow woman had caused such a tremendous uproar. Coupled with the devastation wrought by the volcanic eruption, the scene was already a complete mess. By the time they arrived, aside from the mountainside swarming with demon ants, they found no other useful clues. Everyone knew deep down, the snow woman had most likely been wiped out by the demon ants. Lure these demon ants down to the warmer areas at the foot of the mountain. Then bring them all back to the secret chamber beneath the shrine. We'll need manpower for the ritual ceremony in exactly 3 hours. On the way back, contact the other Onmyoji and have them prepare their contracts promptly. Combining the demon ants acquired earlier with today's haul, the total now exceeds 20,000. With such a formidable protective force, the upcoming ritual is guaranteed to proceed without incident. The bearded Onmyoji, seemingly unconcerned by the snow woman's death, glanced around and issued orders to those nearby. From start to finish, a hint of excitement lingered in his expression. What he didn't know, however, Lín Mò had already uncovered all his plans through these demon ants. And during the ritual hours later, these tens of thousands of demon ants would become Lín Mò's crucial tools for leveling the Yasukuni Shrine. Chapter 42. The land is safe, we must strengthen ourselves. Under Lín Mò's silent watch, the bearded Onmyoji led his swarm of demon ants back to the secret chamber beneath the Yasukuni Shrine. As he arrived, the other Onmyoji, who had already received word, all rushed over. Especially those whose power was not yet formidable and who had not yet contracted demon ants. Having witnessed the power of the demon ants firsthand, gazing at the demon ants following the bearded Onmyoji, their faces brimming with excitement and anticipation. Everyone, select 3 to 8 demon ants to contract. Once the contracts are complete, return to your positions as quickly as possible. The ritual begins in 2 hours. If any trouble arises, then well, you know the consequences. The bearded Onmyoji, who had read everyone's thoughts, left a few cautionary words before stepping aside. The shaman practitioners, their eyes already bloodshot with anticipation, swarmed forward the moment the bearded one stepped away. Since the demon ants all looked remarkably similar, they didn't bother to pick them carefully. Each person simply took 8 ants to the side and began the contract ritual. Drawing on their prior experience with contracts, the group swiftly completed the entire process. Though the contract reaction differed from what was recorded. But thanks to their prior experience, no one questioned it. We'll iron out the details later, get back to your positions immediately. Upon seeing everyone complete the contract, the bearded Onmyoji immediately commanded the group. With over an hour remaining before the ritual commenced, if any mishap occurred at this critical juncture, his life would likely come to an end. Not only that, after death, his soul would be tormented. Soon, a group of Onmyoji, accompanied by their contract ants, returned to their posts and began securing the perimeter around Yasukuni Shrine. With the demon ants' assistance, Yasukuni Shrine was now so tightly secured that not even a fly could enter. Watching tens of thousands of demon ants deployed throughout every corner of the Yasukuni Shrine complex, Lín Mò's heart was already bursting with joy. He had calculated every possible scenario, yet never imagined his demon ants would infiltrate the shrine in such a manner. After releasing a few demon ants to patrol the perimeter, Lín Mò focused entirely on controlling the swarm within the shrine. Through these demon ants within the shrine, he had already surveyed the entire area surrounding the shrine. Having thoroughly assessed the security arrangements around the shrine, Lín Mò now waited silently. Meanwhile, since the news of the ritual had already been announced in advance by the land of cherry blossoms, so now the eyes of the entire world are focused on the land of cherry blossoms. Not only have journalists from various countries already rushed to the scene, but the internet is also ablaze with heated debates over this incident. Netizens from the Dragon Nation, who harbor deep-seated animosity toward the land of cherry blossoms, have been in an uproar. After all, what is enshrined within that Jingguo shrine are not only the so-called guardian deities of the nation, but also the war criminals responsible for invading the Dragon Nation back then. Both in principle and in reason. The people of the Dragon Nation could not accept such a memorial ceremony. Fueled by rage, they flooded online platforms to denounce the land of cherry blossoms. They surrendered and went home, but what about our homes? Our ancestors can never return. As invaders, they should be despised by the world, yet now they are openly enshrined and even receive worship from their own people. The hands of those enshrined in this toilet are stained with the blood of our ancestors. May the day come when the people of the Dragon Nation level this place to the ground, avenging our forebears. Why not blow this place to smithereens? Why let them worship here time and again? This is a blatant provocation against the Dragon Nation. The Yasukuni ghost toilet enshrines over 2.4 million malevolent spirits. Among them, 2.3 million participated in invading the Dragon Nation. Fellow countrymen, comrades, we must never forget this blood-soaked enmity. May our descendants, generation after generation, remember this blood feud. Though our land is now safe, we must strive to strengthen ourselves. In stark contrast to the Dragon Nation's seething indignation, netizens in the land of cherry blossoms were all exceptionally excited. Upon noticing the Dragon Nation's comments, they couldn't resist mocking them. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. Back in the day, our ancestors deliberately spared your Dragon Nation. Otherwise, you'd still be our colony today. Ha ha ha, you fools in Dragon Nation, look how worked up you are. Let me tell you, the heroes enshrined in Yasukuni Shrine are all our Sakura Nation's pioneers who expanded our territory. They deserve our reverence. As for the people who died in your country back then, they had it coming. The Dragon Nation is full of spineless cowards. When our ancestors invaded, they didn't even dare resist. All they could do was kneel and wait for death. Decades later, the Dragon Nation people are still the same, just whining behind their keyboards. If you're so tough, come blow up our shrine. Cowards! Our shrine has stood for years, with annual rituals held. All you can do is condemn us. Watch closely, sooner or later, we'll invade your Dragon Nation again. Hilarious! Remember those ants who sabotaged our country recently? Now they've all become tools protecting our nation. How ironic isn't this, slapping your dragon country right in the face? Watching the Dragon Nation netizens fume with rage, the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation couldn't help but feel immense glee. Knowing the Dragon Nation couldn't touch the Yasukuni Shrine, they didn't hold back in their remarks. Netizens from other countries, witnessing the heated exchange between Dragon Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation, joined the fray. I think the Dragon Nation folks are being petty. That's all history, all in the past. Why can't they just let it go? Exactly. People should look forward. What good does it do to dwell on grudges forever? China's supposed to be a great Eastern power, yet they show such petty-mindedness. It's truly despicable. No wonder the Dragon Nation was invaded back then. This petty, nitpicking attitude is just disgusting. The posters above are talking tough from the sidelines. Back then, the land of cherry blossoms slaughtered millions of Dragon Country people, even sparing no infants. Why didn't you step up to stop those cherry blossom people? Now you're playing the righteous hero, accusing Dragon Country of refusing to let go of hatred? Is this something you can just let go of? The hypocrisy of certain Western nations is sickening. They blame the Dragon Kingdom for crimes committed by the Cherry Blossom Nation all those years ago. Because the land of cherry blossoms has the backing of a certain Western superpower. So many netizens from various countries are siding with them. But there are also those who see the truth, who have sided with the Dragon Nation. Amidst the relentless online debates where each side clings to its own views, the ceremony in the land of cherry blossoms finally commenced. Following the established procedures, all activities proceeded in an orderly fashion. Journalists from various nations were scrambling to capture this moment. Chapter 43, Declare War on the Dragon Nation? Are you out of your mind? Led by the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, a group of people solemnly paid their respects at various shrines under the lenses of journalists from around the world. Behind them, a dense crowd of Sakura Nation citizens had gathered, holding various ritual offerings in their hands. Their gazes fixed upon the sacred altars ahead were filled with fervor and reverence. After all, this was the faith they had held since birth. They were so eager to press their foreheads to the ground. Now they seemed possessed. The ones at the very front trembled with overwhelming emotion as the ritual proceeded step by step. At the center of the altar beneath the shrine, Onmyoji from the land of cherry blossoms were seated in a circle. These individuals differed from the Onmyoji outside who carried demon ants. Led by Nagano Koichi, represented the most powerful Onmyoji in Sakura country. Precisely because they were the most powerful, they bore the weighty responsibility of awakening the sun goddess Amaterasu. Listening to the melody of the sacrificial lament above, and watching the incense power drifting down ceaselessly, several top-tier Onmyoji crossed their legs in meditation at their respective positions. They began forming hand seals, activating the pre-prepared formations. Over a dozen boxes containing vessels imbued with the nation's fortune had been strategically placed according to the 5 elements. After all, Lín Mò had implemented repair measures following the absorption. Additionally, these artifacts were wrapped in protective talismanic inscriptions. As long as the boxes remained unopened, no abnormalities could be detected. According to the ritual protocol, these artifacts could only be opened and utilized by the sun goddess Amaterasu herself. Thus, even someone as powerful as Nagano Koichi detected nothing. This has nothing to do with strength. After all, no one would ever suspect. That the perfectly sealed vessel had long since been swapped for another object of identical weight. In truth, it wasn't just Nagano and his team. Not a single onmyoji in the entire land of cherry blossoms would have suspected such a thing. After all, security here was ironclad. Any outsider who managed to infiltrate would inevitably be detected. Having conducted countless tests on the demon ants, naturally harbored no doubts about their loyalty. It was precisely this blind confidence. Lín Mò exploited the opening. Little did Nagano Koichi and the others realize. Their hands continuously formed magical seals as they chanted incantations, their gaze now completely captivated by the smoke rising from the altar. Upon the vast altar, beyond the swirling mist, a colossal figure flickered in and out of view. Amaterasu-sama will manifest any moment now. Everyone, push harder. Nagano Koichi, his forehead already beaded with sweat, shouted urgently at the other onmyoji around him, who were clearly struggling. Although they had awakened Amaterasu using secret rites decades ago, but over the years, communication had always been mediated through intermediaries. Today marked their first attempt at forcibly materializing the deity's spirit. Upon hearing Nagano's words, all gritted their teeth, closed their eyes, and began silently chanting the incantation, word by word. Soon, the area around the altar beneath the shrine was filled with the sound of incantations. As time passed, the murmurs grew louder and faster. The ethereal figure within the mist gradually began to solidify. However, the situation for onmyoji like Nagano Koichi was far from optimistic. They appeared to have aged over a decade, their faces etched with wrinkles far deeper than usual. More importantly, because the ritual backfired on them, caused their hands and bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Were it not for clinging to their last shred of willpower, everyone except Nagano Koichi would have fainted long ago. As the figure of the sun goddess Amaterasu appeared, the ground surrounding the entire Yasukuni shrine began to shake violently. The once clear sky rapidly darkened with swirling clouds. Amidst the churning clouds, black lightning bolts flashed repeatedly, as if tearing apart the very fabric of the heavens. Strangely enough, simultaneously with the black lightning, thousands upon thousands of black crows suddenly filled the sky. Like a canopy of crows, they completely enveloped the Yasukuni shrine. If that were all, it might have been tolerable. The crucial point was that after circling the shrine several times, the flock of crows seemed to be controlled, charging toward the central open space of the shrine. They slammed their heads against the ground and died. Within mere minutes, the once clean ground was soon saturated with crimson blood. And then, before everyone's eyes, the pool of blood vanished as if it had never existed. Vanished before everyone's eyes. What most people around didn't know was, beneath that pool of blood lay the very center of the underground chamber's altar. And the vanished blood had now fully merged into the body of the sun goddess Amaterasu. The instant the blood merged with the deity's form, the pitch-black clouds hovering over Yasukuni shrine instantly turned crimson. The reporters and others on the ground had never witnessed such an eerie spectacle. Stunned into silence, they stood frozen in place, mouths agape, watching the scene unfold. Overwhelming terror drained every ounce of strength from their limbs. They couldn't move their heavy legs at all. A few of the bolder ones. After several futile attempts to flee, they simply plopped down onto the ground, pointing their cameras toward the blood-red clouds overhead. It was precisely this action allowed the eerie spectacle unfolding at the Yasukuni shrine to be witnessed by the entire world. Watching the blood-red clouds churning ceaselessly in the sky, people across the globe could no longer remain seated. Some ordinary citizens even began wailing in terror. After all, in recent times, disasters had been plaguing the land of cherry blossoms one after another. Many speculated this was a harbinger of the impending apocalypse. If Lín Mò knew what they were thinking, he would have made an exaggerated expression and quipped, "You're spot on." It wasn't that Lín Mò was deliberately mocking them. The truth is, the real apocalypse is less than 7 days away. But no one but Lín Mò knew this news. Unlike the panicked citizens of other nations, the people of Sakura Nation, having witnessed the entire bizarre process, showed no trace of fear on their faces. Instead, they wore expressions of excitement and anticipation. They had studied the tales of the sun goddess Amaterasu since childhood. They knew it by heart, thoroughly familiar with every detail. And the extraordinary phenomena unfolding before their eyes perfectly matched the scenes preceding the deity's appearance in their memories. Amaterasu Amikami has manifested. A miracle. Never imagined I'd witness such a miracle in my lifetime. Amaterasu Amikami, you have finally appeared. Kneeling on the ground, they bowed their heads repeatedly toward the crimson cloud in the sky, utterly oblivious to the blood trickling down their foreheads. Some were even more extreme. They grabbed katana swords, shouted as they ran to rooftops, plunged blades into their own bellies, and then plunged from the heights with excited cries. The entire land of cherry blossoms had descended into utter madness because of the blood cloud. Even the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, who had been kneeling in worship, rose to his feet and stepped before the journalists' cameras, his voice thick with emotion. Our divine spirit has manifested. From this day forward, no, from this very moment our nation stands as the world's mightiest power, unrivaled. People of the Dragon Nation, now that our sun goddess Amaterasu has appeared, it won't be long before our iron hooves trample your land. We will slaughter every last one of you, fulfilling the unfinished will of our ancestors. From this moment, we declare war upon the Dragon Nation. You have days to decide, submit or die. Ha 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 ha. With the protection of the great goddess Amaterasu, you are nothing but a swarm of ants. What a load of crap about the Great Eastern Nation. The only Great Eastern Nation is our land of cherry blossoms. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation frantically tore off his suit. Dressed in a kimono, he stood before the camera, bellowing with extreme arrogance. Though he was merely a puppet of the Onmyoji, he was privy to certain secrets. The declaration of war moments ago had already been authorized by Nagano Koichi. The purpose was to deliberately provoke the Dragon Nation into war, then use the Dragon Nation's blood to nourish their various guardian deities. Through deliberate orchestration, every word he uttered was broadcast live to every corner of the world. The already frenzied citizens of Sakura Nation. Upon hearing their Prime Minister's words, they froze for a brief moment. Then they plunged back into a frenzy. From childhood, their education had always taught them to regard the Dragon Nation as their greatest enemy. Previously, it was because the Dragon Nation was too powerful, so they dared not provoke it. Now, first came the emergence of the Sun Goddess, followed immediately by their own Prime Minister's declaration of war. These events have stirred their ambitions to invade the Dragon Nation once more. On the Dragon Nation's side, naturally, they have taken note of these developments, as this involved the prospect of war between two nations. Therefore, the Dragon Nation government swiftly convened relevant personnel for a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 44, Emergency Meeting, Preparing for War. Dragon Nation, Capital City. Generals from all fronts rushed to the scene upon receiving orders. The entire situation was rather peculiar. Numerous practitioners from the Dragon Nation's mystical arts were also invited. Among them was Yusu, the venerable patriarch of Wudong, who had once gifted Lín Mò a Vajra talisman. As a leading figure of the Dragon Nation's mystical arts, his expression was grave. His fingers tapped rhythmically as he calculated. His gaze toward the direction of Sakura country was filled with anger and suppressed frustration. Other Taoist practitioners nearby, noticing the change in Yushu's expression, couldn't help but reveal looks of astonishment. After all, as the leading figure of the Dragon Nation's mystical arts, a figure who had weathered countless storms, all these years, nothing ever seemed to faze him. This couldn't help but make them worry. Soon, as all attendees gathered, the meeting officially commenced. As everyone has seen, the sudden provocation from Sakura Nation, which had been dormant for years, is far from straightforward. Since this involves some rather mysterious elements, let us first hear the perspectives of our Shinmen representatives. As the voice spoke, all eyes in the hall turned toward the Jade Void faction. Occupying positions of high authority, they were well versed in the world's mysteries. Thus, beyond the confusion in their eyes, not a trace of mockery. Under the collective gaze, the venerable Taoist Yusu rose to his feet. Before coming, I cast a divination. Yet this time, my once infallible oracle revealed nothing. I suspect some major upheaval may be unfolding in the land of cherry blossoms. The phenomena occurring during the ritual mirror the legendary appearance of their Amaterasu deity almost exactly. After failing to steal Mount Tai's sacred stone from our nation recently, they turned their attention to seeking the national treasures of other countries. Yet for some unknown reason, all those treasures have now appeared within our Dragon Nation. More crucially, Japan recently experienced a night parade of 100 ghosts, with all manner of great demons emerging. Japan merely employed tactics to block other nations from investigating, yet did nothing to stop these demons from slaughtering their own people. Therefore, I conclude that the land of cherry blossoms must have employed some method to summon forth all their legendary guardian deities and demons. For this is precisely what I have just deduced. Alas, the world shall be thrown into great turmoil because of this. With these words from the Jade Void Taoist, the hall fell into complete silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with complex emotions as they glanced nervously at one another. This explosive revelation left them reeling for a long moment. Everyone understood deep down. Weapons from the mortal world might be effective against ordinary demons. But when facing a guardian deity like Amaterasu, they were essentially useless. Even nuclear bombs wouldn't scratch him. And if war were to break out, the Dragon Nation, devoid of any deities, would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. After all, the enemy possesses countless demons and guardian deities. Relying solely on our own Taoist practitioners would be insufficient to counter them. The thought of the vast Dragon Nation once again facing the baptism of war weighed heavily on everyone present. Regardless, they've already declared war. At this critical juncture, we cannot back down. But do not despair. Just days ago, the Dragon Nation's fortune mysteriously surged. Moreover, the divination signs reveal a benefactor for the Dragon Nation residing in the land of cherry blossoms. When we were fighting over the Mount Tai stone, we received help from an insect cultivator elder. My intuition tells me this elder is our benefactor and the key to breaking through our current predicament. Noticing the heavy atmosphere in the hall, Yushu forced a smile and spoke up. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered across everyone's faces. It wasn't that they feared war. Every single person from the Dragon Nation dreamed of waging war against the land of cherry blossoms, trampling Tokyo underfoot to avenge their ancestors. But the current situation was this. The demons and divine beings appearing on the Cherry Blossom Nation's side were simply beyond their current capabilities. The gloom in their hearts stems primarily from their dread of seeing the Dragon Nation's lands engulfed in war once more. Hearing now of a so-called noble benefactor, their spirits naturally lifted considerably. After a brief moment of adjustment, the chief conference organizer issued the final order. The 4 major military districts are to prepare for combat. The aircraft carrier fleet is to depart the strait and directly seize the 3 islands previously disputed between Sakura Nation and our country. Mobilize all civilian practitioners of the mystic arts. Closely monitor Sakura Nation's movements. If they take any actions detrimental to our Dragon Nation, counterattack immediately. Prepare all nuclear weapons and advanced experimental armaments. Be ready to destroy them along with us. What the hell are these so-called gods? I'll fight them to the death. Activate the reserve mobilization plan. Relocate civilians toward the border. If necessary, arm them to cross into other nations' territories and continue fighting the Japanese forces. As order after order was issued, the entire Dragon Nation entered a state of war readiness. Several aircraft carriers were deployed, directly seizing previously disputed islands and securing advantageous positions. Dragon Nation's actions sent shockwaves across the global community. Observing the nation's major military forces continuously rushing toward the border, countries worldwide began formulating countermeasures, fearing the conflict between the 2 nations might spill over onto their own territories. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Nation prepared for war, the rituals in Sakura Nation reached their climax. The boundless crimson tide had already approached the ground. Around the shrine, emitted multicolored radiance. Within the altar beneath the shrine, the entire form of the sun goddess Amaterasu has fully manifested. The vessels containing the national fortunes of other countries all floated into the air. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the runes encasing those national fortunes shattered completely. Hirokazu Nagano and the others watched this unfold, their faces lighting up with joy. After all, once absorbed by the sun goddess Amaterasu, it wouldn't take more than a few hours. It would restore her peak power, aid the other guardian deities in regaining their strength, and revive the land of cherry blossoms. This was precisely why they had instructed the Prime Minister of the Land of Cherry Blossoms to declare war on the Dragon Nation. After all, with all the guardian deities present, the Dragon Nation would swiftly be breached. That immense national fortune would empower Amaterasu and the other great gods to grow stronger once more. Yet before Nagano Koichi and his allies could revel in their triumph for long, Amaterasu's furious roar snapped them back to reality. You dare to use stones to impersonate the nation's fortune? Amaterasu's icy words sent a chill through Nagano and his companions, nearly causing them to stumble. Chapter 45, Trash Belongs in the Dumpster. Watching the stone crumble to dust before their eyes, Nagano Koichi and the other Onmyoji wished they were dead. After all, summoning Amaterasu not only had it drained their own bodies dry, but it had also inflicted considerable damage upon Amaterasu Amikami, who had not yet fully regained her power. Though these losses weren't permanent, they could be regained through subsequent cultivation. But now they had declared war on the Dragon Nation. And with such a massive commotion caused, the news of reviving the guardian deities would inevitably reach other nations within days. At that point, the entire Sakura Nation would plunge into immense peril. After all, no nation wouldn't want to see a power surpassing this world emerge. While they may not care about the lives of Sakura Nation's ordinary citizens, if the entire Sakura Nation were to be obliterated, it wouldn't just be the Onmyoji who would be lost, but even the sun goddess Amaterasu, who relies on the nation's fortune for her cultivation, would vanish forever. Setting all that aside, the enraged sun goddess Amaterasu now looming over the altar sent shivers down the spines of Nagano Koichi and the others. Thud! Under the overwhelming pressure of Amaterasu's presence, Nagano Koichi's knees buckled and he fell to his knees. Seeing this, the other Onmyoji hurriedly followed suit, prostrating themselves on the ground. As they knelt and prostrated themselves, Nagano Koichi hastily began his explanation. Honorable Amaterasu, this is our oversight. I believe the problem lies with that batch of demon ants. But please rest assured, Your Majesty, the national fortune artifact is exceptionally difficult to absorb. Even you require the support of an array to barely manage it. Those demon ants are not even a match for your little toe. They certainly cannot touch the national fortune artifact. Therefore, to atone for our failure, I will immediately dispatch men to search for them. I guarantee all the national fortune artifacts will be recovered before the array's duration ends. Knees buckling, Nagano Koichi pressed his forehead to the ground. To save his own skin, he could only think of ways to stall for time. An eerie silence hung over the altar, so thick that the sound of sweat droplets hitting the ground echoed clearly. Amaterasu, already irritable atop the altar, grew even more furious upon hearing Nagano's words. Useless! A sharp female voice rang out, sending Nagano Hirokazu flying backward across the floor. He slammed hard into the stone wall. Thud! Gah! Crumbling from the stone wall, Nagano Hirokazu spat out a mouthful of blood. Without even wiping the blood lingering at the corner of his mouth, he scrambled to his knees and began frantically kowtowing. Spare me, Your Highness! Spare me! I swear I'll retrieve every single national treasure. Terrified that Amaterasu might take his life in a moment of displeasure, Nagano's forehead bled profusely from the repeated blows. He knew full well. Though Amaterasu was a goddess, she possessed a vicious heart. The slightest dissatisfaction would trigger a bloodbath. 3 hours. If you fail to retrieve them, I shall sacrifice you instead. Though inferior to the national fortune artifacts, your blood will suffice to restore my power and release my minions. Watching Nagano Koichi turn deathly pale from blood loss, the sun goddess on the altar spoke coldly. As a former deity, she cared little for Nagano Koichi's life or death. However, the formation absorbing the national fortune artifact still existed, temporarily trapping her here. Her sole desire was to absorb that national fortune, and naturally, she needed some subordinates to handle matters. Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll handle it immediately. Struggling to his feet, Nagano Koichi spoke while simultaneously pulling out talisman paper and beginning to inscribe runes upon it. Since they were assisting the sun goddess in maintaining the original formation, they couldn't leave this place. Thus, they could only employ this method to relay the search for the national fortune artifacts to the other onmyoji surrounding the shrine. What Nagano and his companions didn't know was, chaos had already erupted around the shrine. The process of absorbing the national fortune artifact had been abruptly halted. The supernatural phenomena outside the shrine were gradually fading. Watching the blood-red clouds fade, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation and the citizens busy with the ritual all paused their actions, their faces filled with confusion. Even the onmyoji patrolling with magic ants exchanged bewildered glances, unsure why this situation had arisen. They, who understood more than the common people, were most aware of the process by which the great sun goddess absorbed the nation's fortune. Thus, utterly perplexed, they hurriedly gathered together and began to deliberate. Wasn't the entire process supposed to last several hours? How could it have ended so soon after just beginning? Could there be a problem with the absorption process? The national fortune artifacts are definitely fine. We inspected them multiple times before sealing them with talismans. There's no turning back now. We've already declared war on the Dragon Nation, and word is they're preparing for another conflict. If something goes wrong at this critical moment, our Cherry Blossom Nation will truly be in trouble. Enough talk. Everyone return to your posts immediately. We can't afford any chaos now. If anything happens, Lord Nagano will notify us first. After some discussion, the group reached no conclusion. However, Lín Mò learned everything through the magic ants following them. So that's how it is. Meaning they already know the national treasure artifact has been stolen. With Nagano Koichi's intelligence, he must have already suspected something was wrong with the magic ants, right? Hidden in the shadows, Lín Mò watched the onmyoji return to their respective positions and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Better to play it safe and test the waters first. After a moment's consideration, Lín Mò summoned over 100 demon ants with a flick of his thoughts, sending them flying toward the Yasukuni shrine. These were the same soul-devouring magic ants from before. Even if they were lost, he wouldn't feel much regret. Within a single breath, hundreds of demon ants teleported to the vicinity of the shrine. The moment they appeared, they were detected by the onmyoji guarding the site. Good grief, I thought it was an enemy. Turns out it's just more of these dumb magic ants again. Too bad I don't have time right now, or I'd just bind you all to my contract. Several onmyoji who had already prepared for battle immediately dropped their guard upon seeing the demon ants. Idiots. Lín Mò, who witnessed this scene, silently uttered those two words before issuing an attack command to the hundreds of demon ants. Boom! In an instant, the spear-like projectiles slammed the onmyoji in front of them into the ground. The demon ants that received Lín Mò's command didn't linger either. Seizing the moment when their defenses faltered, they teleported directly to the center of the shrine. However, the other onmyoji who had noticed the commotion here all charged out at this moment. They managed to trap the hundreds of demon ants within an open clearing. Meteorite illusion. The instant they were halted, Lín Mò commanded the demon ants to unleash their ultimate ability. In an instant, a thick layer of elemental clouds suddenly appeared above the Yasukuni shrine. Immediately after, a dense swarm of elemental spears came hurtling down. The assault was so fierce. Though the onmyoji were prepared, they were still blown to smithereens, left in a sorry state. Yet, possessing strength comparable to these demon ants, they managed to withstand the onslaught. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand, leaving them locked in a tense standoff. As time ticked by, no movement could be detected from the secret chamber beneath the shrine. Lín Mò surmised that the sun goddess Amaterasu below must be temporarily unable to intervene for some reason. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed her demon ants to attack so relentlessly. If that's the case, then let's move. With that thought, the demon ants he had long planted among the Onmyoji turned against their masters. They swarmed into the air and launched their assault. The spectacle of 20,000 demon ants attacking was truly awe-inspiring. In an instant, the entire Yasukuni shrine was engulfed in a sea of flames. It's time for us to move. Seize every spirit tablet enshrined here and toss them into the latrine. Trash belongs in the trash heap. Who gave them permission to accept offerings? Lín Mò, muttering to himself, knew that Nagano Koichi and the sun goddess Amaterasu couldn't intervene. He immediately summoned all the demon ants from his spatial realm. At his command, some demon ants used their claws to grab the offerings, tossing them one by one into the toilet. Meanwhile, another group took advantage of the chaos to begin devouring everything in sight. Chapter 46, Dragon Nation. Lín Mò. I'll send you on your way. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation and its citizens, who had been gloating moments before, now watched the scene engulfed in flames. They burst into tears and fled the scene. Meanwhile, the journalists scrambled to raise their cameras, capturing every moment of the scene. Lín Mò naturally noticed them as well. But he chose not to take action against them. After all, he needed the entire world to witness the burning of the Yasukuni shrine. There was no deeper meaning behind his actions. 2 words, catharsis. As for exposing himself, Lín Mò wasn't the least bit concerned. After all, following the recent devouring, there were now thousands of ancient dragon ants like himself. Moreover, as time passed, their numbers would only continue to grow. To find him now was nothing short of a pipe dream. Lín Mò, eager to test his newly evolved strength, watched the Onmyoji facing off against the demon ants their power seemingly matched. He immediately flew over with thousands of dragon ants. Soon arriving near the Onmyoji, Lín Mò looked up and recognized the leader as none other than the bearded man from the secret chamber. The bearded man was now commanding his Shikigami while shouting incessantly. I know you're hiding nearby. Let me tell you this: our Sakura Nation's sun goddess Amaterasu resides beneath that shrine. When she emerges, she'll annihilate every last one of your demon ants and tear you insect-worshipping scum, to pieces. To dare challenge the deities of our Sakura Empire, you truly don't know your place. As he spoke, the bearded Onmyoji flicked his fingers, sending several talismans flying. Instantly, the area ahead was cleared of demon ants. After all, he possessed strength beyond the 4th rank. He possessed considerable power. Unlike the 4th tier or lower Onmyoji Lín Mò had encountered before. Although Lín Mò had a greater number of demon ants, they were all soul-devouring ants that had evolved earlier. Thus, in terms of raw power, they still fell short of these Onmyoji. Watching his swarm of demon ants locked in fierce combat with the Onmyoji, Lín Mò suddenly halted mid-air. I wonder how many ranks of Onmyoji my current strength could rival. This is the perfect chance to test it. I'll also use this pause to let the demon ants over there devour more souls, hoping to split off a few dragon ants. Fanning his wings to hover, Lín Mò abandoned his offensive intent and observed silently. Below, the Onmyoji battling the demon ants were mostly ranked between 4th and 7th Dan. Level 6 practitioners were relatively common. As for the bearded man who had been ranting earlier, he was below the 6th tier. However, the Onmyoji numbered only around 1,500. His demon ants, however, numbered a full 300,000. The heavenly fired demon ants are weaker than stage 4 Onmyoji. The soul-devouring demon ants, however, were roughly on par with 5th tier Onmyoji. As for 6th and 7th tier Onmyoji, they completely overwhelmed his demon ants in battle. Were it not for the sheer numbers of the demon ants, it would have been impossible to hold them off for this long. Watching the back-and-forth assault, Lín Mò began to gauge his own power after evolving into a dragon ant. After this evolution, my power is roughly on par with a 7th tier Onmyoji. As long as Nagano Koichi and his group of Onmyoji appear, there's basically no one who can stop me. But if I had more dragon ants by my side, I could still take on Onmyoji like Nagano Koichi in a major battle. After all, I still possess the incomplete skill, Time Roar. While pondering the gap in strength between the two sides, Lín Mò didn't forget to urge his subordinates to devour and split as quickly as possible. After all, he currently didn't even have 10,000 dragon ants by his side. And just as Lín Mò urged his demon ants to devour relentlessly, Nagano Koichi, in the secret chamber beneath the shrine, wore an expression of growing anxiety. Knowing the demon ants had turned against him and begun their assault, he hastily waved his sleeve to cancel the talisman, preparing to send a message. His anxious gaze then fixed upon the great sun goddess. Great Amaterasu, the demon ants that seized the national fortune artifact are outside. I'm certain their controller must be nearby. I implore you, Great One, to intervene and eliminate these demon ants. Only then can my men search for the mastermind behind this and reclaim the national fortune artifact. Nagano Koichi, unable to leave this place. He could only pin his hopes on Amaterasu. After all, in his view, as a deity, Amaterasu Even without having fully regained her power, she should still be barely capable of launching an attack outward from here. Just as Nagano Koichi had anticipated. After a moment's thought, Amaterasu spoke in a cold, icy tone. It is possible, but only once. And I will need your help. If you fail to retrieve the National Fortune artifact within the stipulated time, then you must aid me in restoring my power. Amaterasu licked her lips. After speaking, she signaled the other Onmyoji to channel their power into her through secret techniques. Due to the array's restrictions, she could only temporarily attack the demon ants outside using this method. And she could only use it once in the short term. Otherwise, her power would diminish significantly. Soon, with the assistance of Onmyoji like Nagano Koichi, Amaterasu, still within the formation, wielded the Kusanagi sword to unleash a mid-air slash. The target of her attack was the area within the shrine where the demon ants were most densely concentrated. It was still a short distance away from Lín Mò. Caught off guard by the sudden attack from below the sealed chamber, Lín Mò failed to issue an order for the demon ants to retreat in time. By the time he reacted, the sword chi had already struck the demon ants. Boom! 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 The sudden sword chi instantly slaughtered numerous demon ants. Due to the dense swarm of demon ants, the numbers of soul-devouring ants and heavenly fire ants on Lín Mò's interface plummeted by more than half in an instant. Cease attacks for now. Devour the surrounding divine statues. To prevent Amaterasu and Nagano Koichi from launching another attack from beneath the chamber, Lín Mò immediately commanded the remaining demon ants. Receiving Lín Mò's command, the demon ants immediately withdrew from combat and began flying toward the divine statues within the shrine, commencing their devouring. Meanwhile, accompanied by 10,000 dragon ants, he soared to the highest point, coldly surveying the scene below. He waited. He waited until the number of dragon ants behind him swelled to 30,000. As for the 150,000 demon ants just slain by a single sword strike, he felt no regret, but he would certainly not let it rest there. Lín Mò wasn't one for waiting 30 years for the tide to turn. He usually settled scores immediately. Just as Lín Mò gained altitude, the other demon ants ceased attacking the Onmyoji and instead turned to devour the fallen nearby. The pressure on the Onmyoji who had been battling the demon ants instantly eased considerably, having received advance warning of Amaterasu's impending attack. Thus, beneath the earlier sword chi, they had suffered no harm. However, facing the devouring demon ants, they left only a small contingent to guard this area. The rest split into groups and swiftly dispersed to the surrounding areas. Their sole mission now was clear: to recover the stolen national treasure. Everything unfolding here was being broadcast live by reporters nearby. Everyone around the world watching the live feed had their attention drawn to that sword energy that had just appeared. Who knew Sakura Nation was this powerful? If that sword energy had struck an aircraft carrier, it probably would have sliced it clean in two. Unbelievably powerful. The Dragon Nation has met its match this time. But with the land of cherry blossoms this formidable, will they really refrain from attacking other countries? Who knows who unleashed that sword energy? These demon ants are no match for whoever it was. The one behind those demon ants must have already been scared off. What kind of strength is that, daring to show off in front of us? Just as everyone marveled at the formidable power of Sakura country, the Onmyoji left behind in the shrine began raising their voices, shouting to those around them. Your vaunted demon ants can't even withstand a single sword chi from our master. With such pitiful strength, you dare come to our shrine to cause trouble? Mark our words, if you don't show yourself now, every single one of these demon ants will be slaughtered. You cowardly turtle. Aren't you so mighty? Come out. Listen up. Our master's power rivals that of the gods. These ants are nothing. No matter how many come, it won't matter. Several Onmyoji spoke while cautiously surveying their surroundings. They acted this way primarily because they'd received orders from Nagano Koichi. Their task was to use this provocation tactic to lure Lín Mò out of hiding. What they didn't know was that Lín Mò was currently soaring through the air, silently observing them. As the swarm of dragon ants grew denser in the air, he summoned them all at once. Soaring above the shrine, he unleashed the skill Dragon Roar Fragment alongside them. A colossal dragon roar erupted, instantly blasting the shaman who had just shouted into the air. Once the roar faded, Lín Mò, accompanied by 30,000 dragon ants, bellowed at the top of his lungs, enunciating each word. Lín Mò of the Dragon Nation sends you on your final journey today. Chapter 47, The Golden Dragon's Glance. A miracle. The deafening dragon's roar, intertwined with Lín Mò's words, exploded around the divine latrine. Lín Mò and over 30,000 demon ants soared through the air, combined with the simultaneous shouts of 30,000 demon ants. Thus, neither the Onmyoji nor the sun goddess Amaterasu atop the secret altar could pinpoint Lín Mò's location. To them, the horned demon ants could speak only because they were being commanded by someone behind the scenes. Meanwhile, viewers around the world watching the livestream were all stunned. They never imagined that even after learning of such formidable figures in the land of cherry blossoms, someone would still dare to step forward in court death. Especially netizens from the Dragon Nation, gazing at the swarm of dragon ants filling the sky, couldn't help but wear expressions of helpless resignation. Damn it, who the hell is this Lín Mò? Knowing the enemy is this powerful, how could he dare step forward at a time like this? I admit Lín Mò controlling those dragon ants is impressive, but that sword she just now could wipe out over 100,000 in an instant. These few tens of thousands aren't even enough to fill his teeth, you know. I get the urge to crush the Cherry Blossom Nation as a Dragon Nation citizen, but we gotta know our limits. Sigh, such a powerful individual is about to fall. What a waste. Our Dragon Nation is about to lose another powerful warrior. Still hiding his face and only sending these dragon ants to fight for him? His real strength must be lacking. Once that guy from the divine toilet emerges, he won't even have a chance to run. Witnessing the entire sequence, netizens from the Dragon Nation collectively lamented for Lín Mò. While they admired his spirit, the thought of him dying at the hands of these devils, they felt as if something had clogged their hearts. Even practitioners within the Dragon Nation's mystical circles, after witnessing this scene in the livestream, couldn't help but worry for him. As insiders, they knew exactly how terrifying that sword chi had been. At least among their own ranks. Including the venerable Yushu of Wudong, would have been utterly defenseless against that blade's energy. Ancestor Yushu, Lín Mò is our savior after all. Could you please find a way to help him? Wu Suowei and the others, whose lives had been saved by Lín Mò and Sakura country, couldn't help but turn to Yushu with pleading looks. But to their disappointment, the aged Yushu could only shake his head helplessly before explaining. Judging by that sword energy, the attacker must be one of the legendary guardian deities of the land of cherry blossoms. Their power is terrifying. Needless to say, even if we sacrificed every single member of the Dragon Nation Shinmen, we wouldn't stand a chance against it. After speaking, Yushu turned his head away and closed his eyes. His words stirred considerable commotion among the surrounding crowd. So we're just going to stand by and watch him die in Sakura country? Remember, without him, we won't even be able to reclaim the Mount Tai stone. Shen Xing, his face twisted with grief and indignation, stepped forward at that moment, desperate to plead for a sliver of hope for Lín Mò. It's up to his own fate. At this distance, even if we could help him, it's impossible. Yushu shook his head, showing no sign of anger at Xuanqing's earlier tone. Ah! What a pity! The others, knowing Yushu spoke the truth, couldn't help but sigh helplessly. What they didn't know was that at this very moment, Lín Mò felt not a shred of fear or worry. He understood clearly. The figures atop the altar Amaterasu, Nagano Koichi, and the others could never come out to confront him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited this long. More importantly, he had already devoured all the national fortune artifacts. He knew full well that Amaterasu had not yet fully regained her power. And precisely because of this, he dared to appear here so brazenly with his dragon ants. Earlier, over 100,000 of his soul-devouring demon ants and celestial fire demon ants had been slain by a single sword strike. This grudge, he would settle immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Lín Mò unleashed a dragon's breath, obliterating the few Onmyoji who had been knocked flying by the dragon's roar. Just as he dealt with these Onmyoji, the other Onmyoji who had gone off to search the surrounding area all rushed back. Suspecting Lín Mò was hiding among the swarm of dragon ants, they immediately raised their weapons and talismans, launching their attack. Right on time. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. A cold smile curled Lín Mò's lips as he commanded the other dragon ants to unleash their dragon roar skill alongside him. Another thunderous dragon roar echoed through the air. It froze every Onmyoji in place. At that very moment, as over 30,000 dragon ants unleashed their dragon roar in unison, a golden dragon, twisting and rolling, materialized mid-air. Though the cloud-spewing golden dragon appeared only for an instant, it was captured by the live streaming cameras. That golden dragon just now, it seemed alive. When it vanished, it even glanced back at that swarm of dragon ants. To actually see a dragon in my lifetime. Could Lín Mò be among those dragon ants? Could it be that the divine beings from our Dragon Nation's legends still exist? The Shinmen practitioners of Dragon Nation who caught sight of the colossal dragon through the livestream exchanged stunned glances, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Amidst their murmurs, Lín Mò, unaware of the earlier scene, launched another attack at the Onmyoji on the ground. Dragon Breath. Over 30,000 dragon ants opened their mouths in perfect unison, unleashing a 100-meter-long, multicolored river of fire toward the Onmyoji on the ground. Boom! 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 Rumble! Rumble! Wherever the river touched, it obliterated everything in its path. Stunned by the dragon's roar, the Onmyoji had no time to defend themselves before being reduced to pools of blood. Over 1,000 Onmyoji below the 7th rank perished in the blink of an eye, all at the hands of Lín Mò. The dragon's breath river still raged on. After obliterating these Onmyoji, it crashed onto the ground, leaving a crater 5 meters deep. Devour everything in sight. Watching these Onmyoji fall without even landing a single blow against him, Lín Mò curled his lip in disdain before releasing the soul-devouring ants and heavenly fire ants from his spatial storage. The battle has now concluded. These two relatively weaker magic ants naturally came out to clean up the battlefield. Meanwhile, beneath the shrine now reduced to ruins, Amaterasu and the Onmyoji like Nagano Koichi on the altar also learned the outcome of the battle above. This formation restricts me the most. I have no way to leave, but I can send you out. Remember this, the national fortune artifact must be retrieved for me. Amaterasu, concerned about Lín Mò's departure, wasted no time after speaking. She immediately cast a secret technique, sending Nagano Koichi out of the formation. In her view, Nagano Koichi, already possessing 9th rank power, should have little trouble handling Lín Mò alone. Damn it! That old bastard. Lín Mò is going to suffer a heavy loss. He might even lose his life out there. Watching Nagano Hirokazu emerge from beneath the earth on the live feed, Yushu the ancestor on the Dragon Nation side suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed urgently. At the very moment he spoke, Lín Mò, who had been hovering in the air, also noticed Nagano Koichi emerging. Chapter 48, The Island Nation's Top Expert, Fallen. Watching Nagano Hirokazu leap up and fly toward him, Lín Mò swiftly prepared his defenses. Whether it was the cleaning up the battlefield demon ants or the dragon ants soaring through the air, all surged toward Lín Mò's side. Meanwhile, the members of the Dragon Nation Shinmen, who had just begun to relax, felt their hearts rise again due to Yusu's few words. Though most of them had no idea who Nagano Koichi was. But recalling the sword chi that had just shot out from the ground, and Yusu's panicked expression, any fool could tell that this gaunt-looking Onmyoji possessed terrifying power. If I were over there, I could exchange a few blows with this Nagano Koichi. But Lín Mò's strength pales in comparison to his opponents. He'd barely even get a chance to fight back. He does have a Vajra talisman that can block one attack, but escaping? That won't be so easy. Yusu watched Nagano Koichi on the live feed and couldn't help but sigh. He knew Lín Mò was shrouded in mystery and linked to the Dragon Nation's destiny, a man of great importance to the nation. Having witnessed his attack just now, couldn't fathom how he intended to confront Nagano Koichi. While the Dragon Nation was filled with anxiety, netizens in Sakura country grew exceptionally excited. Having just witnessed the dragon ants strike and annihilate thousands of their country's Onmyoji in an instant, they had been filled with dread and fear. But Nagano Koichi suddenly emerging from the ground was like a reassuring pill, restoring everyone's confidence. What the hell is this Dragon Nation, Lín Mò? Just wait to die. Think we're out of options here in Sakura Nation? Even if you have a million of your crappy ants, it won't matter. Our Sakura Nation elders could wipe them all out with a single sword strike. Kill Lín Mò and invade the Dragon Nation. The great Sakura Empire is the mightiest. Long live the Sakura Empire. Our Yasukuni shrine was destroyed by Lín Mò's filthy ants. He must pay the price. In the eyes of these Sakura Nation people, Lín Mò was no different from a corpse. What they didn't know, however, the sword energy just now did not originate from Nagano Koichi. Moreover, Nagano Koichi, suspended mid-air, had only temporarily replenished some energy. There was still a noticeable gap compared to his peak strength. Since you've come, why all the hiding? Are all you Dragon Country people cowards? If you know what's good for you, hand over the national treasure. That way, I might let you die quickly. Well, need some time to think it over? Fully aware of his current predicament, Nagano Koichi showed no haste in attacking. Instead, he employed psychological tactics to provoke Lín Mò while constantly scanning his surroundings. He sought to pinpoint Lín Mò's hiding place. But Lín Mò, flying amidst the dragon ants, was fixed on Nagano Koichi ahead. He understood clearly. Nagano Koichi's current strength was severely depleted. His provocative words served two purposes. First, to pinpoint Lín Mò's location for a decisive strike. Second, it was to buy time, allowing Amaterasu and the other Onmyoji hidden in the chamber below to emerge and confront him. Lín Mò, who understood the critical situation, wasted no words. He immediately commanded the dragon ants to launch their attack. Still, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath about Nagano Koichi's strength. The massive dragon's roar had failed to inflict any damage upon him. Not only that, even the previously unstoppable dragon breath skill was halted the moment it reached Nagano Hirokazu's vicinity. Was abruptly halted by a sudden flash of white light. No matter how hard Lín Mò's dragon ants tried, they couldn't breach it in the slightest. No wonder they dared to emerge after expending so much energy. They had something to rely on. As he uttered this exclamation, Lín Mò's brow furrowed. If these two moves proved ineffective, he would have no choice but to attempt the remaining skill, Time Roar. Though this skill carried a degree of uncertainty, it might make Nagano Koichi even more formidable than he was now. But at this point, he had no other options. After all, if this drags on any longer, Amaterasu within the sealed chamber would truly emerge. By that time, his own abilities would be useless. While Lín Mò was pondering this, Nagano Koichi, having evaded the dragon ants' attack, bellowed once more. Don't you people of the Dragon Nation pride yourselves on fair play? Hiding in the shadows like a rat to ambush me, it's a disgrace to your nation's reputation. How about this, step out and face me in combat? I'll even let you take the first 3 moves. What do you say? Surely you don't want people saying the Dragon Nation is full of cowardly ambushers? Having resolved to stall for time, Nagano Koichi made no move to attack. It wasn't that he feared Lín Mò. His primary concern was the urgent matter at hand. The priority was to recover those national fortune artifacts. As for Lín Mò and these demon ants, as long as they remained here, escape was utterly impossible. You idiot! If you want to fight, just fight. Why all the nonsense? Lín Mò, who had long seen through Nagano Koichi's intentions, gave him no chance to speak again. With a furious curse, he commanded the lead dragon ant to unleash the skill, Time Roar. Just as the skill was unleashed, as if sensing something, Nagano Koichi suddenly hurled a jet-black talisman toward Lín Mò. Simultaneously with the talisman's launch, his entire body vanished before Lín Mò's eyes. As the black talisman drew ever closer, feeling the terrifying power emanating from it, Lín Mò quickly pulled out the Vajra talisman Yusu had given him earlier. Boom! The black talisman, carrying immense force, exploded violently. Fortunately for Lín Mò, the Vajra talisman he had just used had directly blocked this wave of attacks. However, the sheer force contained within that black talisman was too great. As it exploded, it shattered the Vajra talisman as well. Ha. So you're here. As the Vajra talisman shattered, Nagano Koichi's figure materialized. Immediately after, a dark figure streaked toward them. Black lightning coiled around his body. Lín Mò realized his position had been exposed. Yet the more perilous the situation, the more composed he became. Having summoned all the dragon ants to gather at his command, he immediately ordered them to unleash the skill, Time Roar, upon the surrounding space. Nagano Koichi was simply too fast. To be safe, Lín Mò had no choice but to resort to this method. In an instant, waves of attacks infused with temporal power engulfed the entire area. Nagano Koichi, who was in the midst of preparing his full power strike, was now completely engulfed by Lín Mò's Time Roar. His attempts to evade ended in failure. Strike after strike landed with pinpoint accuracy upon his body. In just an instant, Koichi Nagano felt as though he had endured thousands of cycles of rebirth. One moment old and decrepit, the next young and vibrant. When the vortex of time finally dissipated, a delicate, rosy-cheeked child suddenly materialized where Nagano Koichi had stood moments before. Lín Mò, who had been preparing for another round of attacks, saw this and hastily withdrew the skill he was about to unleash. Lín Mò, what have you done to me? The childlike Nagano Hirokazu stared at his own hands, eyes wide with shock. Yet the voice that emerged was soft and childlike. All traces of the former leader of the Onmyoji had vanished. Go! Spank him! What's with all the fuss? Does he even have the right to call Lín Mò that? Stifling a laugh, Lín Mò signaled 2 soul-devouring ants to fly over. They grabbed Nagano Koichi and hoisted him into the air, then began swatting his buttocks with their wings. Smack! 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 Before the eyes of the entire world, the once great Onmyoji of the land of cherry blossoms watched his buttocks visibly swell at a visible pace. Enough! Devour him! Seeing Nagano Koichi had already passed out, Lín Mò immediately gave the order. Though the power of time had reverted Nagano Koichi to a childlike form, his true strength remained hidden within. Not devouring it would be a tremendous waste. Just as several soul-devouring ants finished their consumption, the once quiet underground shrine suddenly erupted with massive energy fluctuations. Under the force of this surge, the entire ground began to shake violently. Damn it, Amaterasu is coming out. Lín Mò cursed under his breath, immediately taking off without hesitation, carrying the demon ants far away. Having long since mastered the powers of space and time, he covered thousands of meters in less than 3 seconds. Shortly after his departure, a massive explosion erupted. An enraged Amaterasu burst forth from beneath the earth. Chapter 49, Cession of Territory? Indemnity? She glanced around. Upon seeing her own shrine statue destroyed, she immediately let out a furious roar. Then she began venting her fury on everything around her. Some Sakura country citizens who hadn't managed to flee in time were snatched directly by her and tossed into her belly. Regardless, even the surrounding skyscrapers were smashed to pieces by her palm. Those residing within were crushed to dust beneath the rubble before they could even utter a cry for help. The journalists whom Lín Mò had deliberately spared were not spared either. The sole survivor at the scene was the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation. Sitting dazed amidst the ruins, he curled his body, his face smeared with the blood of his countrymen. Not far to his left, a cesspool was piled high with spirit tablets of the nation's deities and war criminals who had once invaded the Dragon Nation. The filth covering them looked incredibly satisfying. After venting her fury through this rampage, Amaterasu returned to the edge of the ruins and plunged headfirst into the subterranean altar. The Prime Minister, who had been trapped within the ruins, was also dragged down by a tremendous force. In the devastated land of cherry blossoms, aside from the sun goddess Amaterasu, fewer than 40 Onmyoji of the 7th rank or higher remained. The immediate priority is to help me restore my power swiftly. Amaterasu, back at the altar, cast a cold glance at the Onmyoji and the terrified Prime Minister before speaking in a chilling tone. The Onmyoji exchanged glances. Without Nagano Koichi as their anchor, they feared Amaterasu intended to use them to restore her power. One by one, they knelt on the ground, desperately pleading. Lord Amaterasu, please spare us. Our abilities are too weak, we can't possibly help you regain your power. Yes, Lord Amaterasu. If you spare us, we'll immediately go to other nations to seize their national fortune artifacts for you. Lord Amaterasu, we beg you, spare us. The Onmyoji who once stood at the pinnacle of power in the land of cherry blossoms. Now they lay prostrate on the ground like stray dogs, begging for mercy. A bunch of useless trash. Stealing the national fortune artifact? Relying on the likes of you? Then I'll never have any hope of recovery in this lifetime. With a look of utter disgust, the sun goddess cast a few glances at the Onmyoji kneeling before her before speaking slowly. Didn't you create all those legendary demons? And recently, they've all regained their peak strength. Find a way to gather them all together. Then I can use them to restore myself. The cold words of the sun goddess reverberated in each of their ears, sending a shiver down their spines. Upon realizing she wasn't demanding their lives, dozens of Onmyoji let out long sighs of relief. Rest assured, Lord Amaterasu. We will see this through. Give us 3 days. By then, all the demons will be gathered here. The Onmyoji, still prostrate on the ground, hastily pledged their commitment, desperate to prevent Amaterasu from changing her mind. Get out of my sight. Yes, Your Majesty. With Amaterasu's permission, the Onmyoji hastily departed the altar. Though gathering all the demons here posed no small challenge. It was far from impossible. So, for the sake of their own lives, the Onmyoji began making preparations after leaving the altar. After all, getting this horde of demons to come willingly would require some clever tactics. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, upon seeing the Onmyoji depart, couldn't help but tremble. Amaterasu. Great. 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 The Prime Minister, his mind consumed by terror, stammered for a long while without uttering a single coherent word. You worthless fool. My power hasn't fully returned yet. No more friction with the Dragon Nation. Go apologize immediately. Give them whatever they demand. Before my power is fully restored, find a way to stall them. What a bunch of fools. The Dragon Nation has inherited its legacy for millennia. If their legendary deities were to manifest as well, wouldn't that be suicide for me? Fuming, Amaterasu left these words hanging before dismissing the Prime Minister without another word. With a wave of her hand, she sent him packing. As for investigating Lín Mò's affairs, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it right now. After all, she had suffered too much damage to her own strength. Moreover, Lín Mò wielded the power of time. Until she had fully recovered, she didn't want to take any risks. After all, though she was a deity, her current strength was not much different from that of Nagano Koichi before. After dismissing the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, Amaterasu immediately invoked a secret technique, restoring the altar to its original state. Even the shattered ground was restored to its pristine state. At the same moment, on the Dragon Nation side, the practitioners of the Xianmen all sat together with solemn expressions. Although Lín Mò had caused a major disturbance in the sacred toilet and killed many Onmyoji, the final vision of Amaterasu's appearance left them utterly unable to celebrate. They had long suspected it. When they actually witnessed the divine spirit of the land of cherry blossoms manifest, it was still difficult for them to accept. Everyone saw it just now. Though Lín Mò is powerful, the opponent who appeared is, after all, a legendary deity. Fortunately, Amaterasu hasn't fully regained her power yet, so Lín Mò still has a chance to escape her now. Therefore, I've decided that before Amaterasu fully recovers, I'll lead a few people directly to the land of cherry blossoms. We'll find Lín Mò and bring him back safely. Noticing the group's mood, Yushu cleared his throat and announced his decision. The assembled group was taken aback for a moment, but soon their expressions softened into relief. Though none present had ever seen Lín Mò's face, he had declared during his rampage at the divine restroom that he was from the Dragon Nation. Setting aside the fact that he had just avenged the Dragon Nation's humiliation. Even if none of this had happened, they had a duty to escort him away from danger and back to the Dragon Nation. Ancestor, I'm coming with you. I'm coming too. And me. Realizing the full implications, the group eagerly raised their hands, eager to accompany Yushu on his journey. Though this journey to the land of cherry blossoms might bring countless dangers, they were unwavering in their resolve for Lín Mò's sake. After all, without Lín Mò's prior assistance, the Taishan stone would have been absorbed by Amaterasu long ago. It was no exaggeration to say, Lín Mò has saved the entire Dragon Nation multiple times. He is a great benefactor to all the people of the Dragon Nation. Alright, you lot go back and prepare. We'll depart in 2 hours. Observing the crowd scrambling to volunteer, After confirming the members, Yushu hurriedly stood up and returned to his quarters to prepare. Meanwhile, as the Shenmen prepared to head to Sakura Nation, the Dragon Nation government's mobilized troops had all arrived near the border. They now awaited the order to launch a decisive assault on Sakura Nation, planting the Dragon Nation's flag on its soil. However, before the attack order could be issued, the World United Government had already stepped in to intervene. The Dragon Nation government, mindful of how war would impact its citizens' lives, weighed the options and ultimately agreed to the United Government's proposal. Soon, officials from the United World Government sat down with representatives from both the Dragon Nation and Sakura Nation governments. As the Great Eastern Power, the Dragon Nation's every move captured the world's attention. This occasion was no exception. After news of the negotiations spread, nearly every nation on Earth turned its gaze toward this region. Meanwhile, protests erupted in Sakura Nation, demanding Dragon Nation apologize. The Dragon Nation must apologize to the land of cherry blossoms. The Dragon Nation initiated the war, invaded our territory, and harmed the interests of our people. Compensation must be paid. The Dragon Nation government is far too ambitious, recklessly attempting to provoke war. Such a disgusting display from a so-called great nation, invading its smaller neighbors. Citizens of Sakura Nation appeared on streets and alleys throughout the country, holding banners and chanting slogans. Their national inferiority complex had already made them forget who had initiated the war. And after witnessing the appearance of the sun goddess Amaterasu, all sided with Sakura Nation. After all, in their view, though Sakura Nation's military might fell short of Dragon Nation's, but with the legendary deity now on their side, their chances of victory against the Dragon Nation were still quite high. For a time, before the negotiation conference even commenced, across the internet in nations worldwide, a wave of condemnation against the Dragon Nation surged. Everyone was waiting to see Longgua's downfall. After all, in their eyes, Longgua's Lín Mò was powerful. After Amaterasu's appearance, he would have no choice but to flee in disarray. Therefore, this negotiation will undoubtedly conclude with Dragon Nation ceding territory and paying reparations. Chapter 50, A Fox Spirit in the Mountains? As the eyes of the world fixated on the Dragon Nation's negotiations, Ancestor Yushu, having packed his belongings, had already boarded a magical artifact with Wu Suowei and Xuanqing's group, heading toward the land of cherry blossoms. The reason they chose such a conspicuous method over air travel was largely due to recent events stirring restless movements among demonic entities within Dragon Nation and other nations. Yusu's actions were intended to create a deterrent effect. Moreover, before departing, he had cast a divination and discovered that within the near future, the world would undergo a cataclysmic upheaval. Changes that would reshape the global order. That is why he abandoned his previous low-key approach. However, to avoid causing panic among others, the hexagrams foretelling the shift in the global order, he only shared it with high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation government, urging them to prepare in advance. Beyond that, he told no one else. After all, such matters hold little value when spoken aloud. The magical artifact moved swiftly. The few individuals soaring through the clouds were not idle either. Seated together, were constantly discussing the next rescue plan. Wait, none of us have ever seen Lín Mò. How are we supposed to find him without knowing what he looks like? Exactly. If we had his birth chart, I could roughly pinpoint a location. But now, all we know is he's surrounded by a swarm of demon ants. We can't just search every corner of Sakura country, can we? The group, mid-discussion, turned in stunned silence toward Yushu, who sat with eyes closed. Why are you looking at me? I've never seen Lín Mò either. Yusu's light, airy voice nearly drove them to despair. But Ancestor, we can't just wander around like headless flies, can we? Shen Shang, standing at the front, couldn't help but speak up with a sigh. Alright, you're all so clumsy. Did it just occur to you now, when we're almost at Sakura country? Don't worry, I have my own methods. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Without opening his eyes, the Jade Void Patriarch spoke while lightly flicking the feather duster in his hand. As always, the old Ancestor thinks of everything. If not for the old Ancestor's words, we would have made this trip for nothing. The group exchanged awkward smiles. The most pressing issue had now been resolved. Everyone's mood gradually relaxed. Meanwhile, Lín Mò, who had already arrived at Mount Fuji, after deploying several dragon ants to patrol the perimeter, he flew to a mountain hollow and came to a halt. He had dared not pause once along the way, traveling at the fastest speed he had ever mustered. Fortunately, Tian Zhao seemed somewhat wary of him and hadn't pursued. After a brief rest, Lín Mò glanced at his interface. After the destruction and devouring of the previous battle, he now possessed nearly 1.5 million experience points. He needed another 3 million or so to trigger his next evolution. Thinking about the current situation in Sakura country, he couldn't help but frown. Only 5 days and a bit remained before the apocalypse descended and the monsters invaded. After accounting for the time required for evolution, the window for him to devour and gain experience was dwindling. Moreover, the remaining Onmyoji in Sakura country were all exceptionally powerful. If he were to attempt to devour them himself, not only would he risk being surrounded and attacked, but he might also draw out the twisted bastard Amaterasu. Though Lín Mò possessed a skill to manipulate time, its effects were far too unpredictable. He couldn't guarantee he'd always have such good luck. After all, if he got unlucky and accidentally revealed his opponent's future state, that would be a real mess. Already at a disadvantage against his opponent, Lín Mò would likely lose even the chance to take his own life. So now he could only proceed step by step. While evading Amaterasu, he also had to accelerate his experience gain. Otherwise, once the apocalypse arrives, his peril would only grow exponentially. Having lived through one apocalypse, Lín Mò knew all too well the sheer terror of those invading monsters. Take Amaterasu, currently the strongest entity in the land of cherry blossoms. Even if he were to return to his peak condition, he couldn't stand up to a single purple-ranked leader among the invading monsters. Above the purple-ranked leaders, there were 5 even more formidable types of leaders: red, orange, gold, rainbow, and supreme. The mere thought of those terrifying entities he had witnessed in his past life. A wave of irritation washed over Lín Mò. Just as he grabbed a rock with his claws, ready to hurl it, a sudden realization dawned on him. A smile spread across his face. How could I be so stupid? I should just devour this Mount Fuji first. It's just sitting here anyway. Rather than letting those invading monsters profit from it, I might as well turn it into my own experience. Having made up his mind, Lín Mò immediately summoned the magic ants and dragon ants from his spatial pocket. That previous battle, though it cost him over 100,000 soul-devouring demon ants and heavenly fire demon ants. But during the subsequent devouring process, his dragon ant count had successfully surged from 30,000 to 80,000. Therefore, purely in terms of strength, he was now significantly stronger than before. After all, compared to dragon ants, the 2 types of magic ants, there was a vast disparity in power. Soon, under Lín Mò's command, the magic ants and dragon ants completely enveloped the entire mountain peak. Whether it was the erupting volcano or the animals dwelling here, without exception, they all became Lín Mò's experience. As the devouring continued, the number of dragon ants under Lín Mò's command continued to grow. Approximately 2.5 hours later, Mount Fuji, which had stood tall in the land of cherry blossoms just moments before, vanished from the world as if it had never existed. The entire Mount Fuji, along with all its flora and fauna, granted Lín Mò over 1,300,000 experience points. As for the dragon ants, they had multiplied into over 100,000. Combined with the previous 80,000, Lín Mò now possessed a total of 180,000 dragon ants. If they were to unleash the time roar skills simultaneously toward a single location, they might just create a time portal. Mount Fuji alone granted over 1.3 million experience points, and nearby are over a dozen other peaks like Stonehammer, Hakoda, and Hachiman. Though they don't match Mount Fuji's yield, they should collectively provide enough evolution experience. And if I recall correctly, Tamomo no Me, that 9-tailed fox spirit with a white face and golden fur, resides near the Hakoda mountain range. This legendary yokai of the land of cherry blossoms isn't just beautiful, she commands a formidable army of powerful demons. Unlike other yokai, Tamomo no Me is intensely drawn to strength. If I could recruit her under my banner and train her properly, she might just become another formidable general. If all else fails, devouring her would still yield a hefty amount of experience. With this thought, Lín Mò immediately led his swarm of dragon ants toward the nearest mountain range. Meanwhile, as Lín Mò flew toward the mountains, preparing to devour his target, in the negotiation room between Dragon Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation, a scene unfolded that left everyone speechless. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation suddenly knelt before the Dragon Nation's representative. Chapter 51, Apology Demanded. The negotiations under the joint government organization were open to the entire world. Those waiting to witness Longwa's humiliation never anticipated the Sakura Nation's Prime Minister pulling such a stunt. Not only those watching the live broadcast from other nations, even the Dragon Nation representatives in the conference room were utterly dumbfounded. Kneeling on the floor, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation felt profound humiliation. Just hours earlier, he had been boasting about crushing the Dragon Nation. Yet now, to buy time for the Sun Goddess to regain her strength, he found himself kneeling here to apologize to the Dragon Nation. But even if he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. After all, the negotiations were on the verge of deadlock. If he continued to refuse to apologize and show weakness, it could very well trigger war. He didn't know if Sakura Nation would survive that. But he himself would certainly not survive upon returning home. No divine intervention from Amaterasu would be needed. The Onmyoji by her side could easily slay him. As simple as crushing an ant. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, unwilling to die so easily, gritted his teeth. With a resolve that seemed to solidify within him, he banged his head 3 times on the ground. Esteemed Dragon Nation representative, this entire situation is our fault. Here, I offer my nation's apology to you. To express my apologies, I've prepared a compensation plan. Please let me know if it meets your expectations. If there are any points you find unsatisfactory, please speak up directly. We'll make adjustments immediately. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation had barely finished speaking as he knelt on the ground. A Japanese lackey beside him bent over, holding an agreement in both hands, and handed it to the Dragon Nation representative. The Dragon Nation representatives exchanged puzzled glances as they looked at the agreement, though they couldn't grasp what had suddenly changed. After exchanging glances, they picked up the agreement and began studying it. Upon seeing the Dragon Nation representatives accept the agreement, the kneeling Prime Minister of Sakura Nation scrambled to his feet. You mean you're offering to compensate our Dragon Nation with $300 billion worth of oil and minerals? And settle it within 3 days? And you're also transferring jurisdiction over these coastal areas to our Dragon Nation? After reading the agreement, several Dragon Nation representatives couldn't help but look at the Cherry Blossom Nation Prime Minister with astonishment. Though they had prepared themselves mentally, they never imagined the compensation terms would be this extreme. Recalling Sakura Nation's past underhanded tactics, a hint of suspicion flickered across their faces. They couldn't shake the feeling that the Sakura Nation's offer of such substantial reparations to the Dragon Nation must conceal some hidden agenda. Representatives, if you feel this is insufficient, we can certainly discuss further terms. Rest assured, we have deeply reflected on our mistakes. As long as your demands are not unreasonable, we will agree to them. Observing the expressions of the Dragon Nation representatives, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, mistakenly believing they found it insufficient, immediately pulled out a map and circled a large section with a pen. Distinguished delegates, what do you think? Would this entire region be acceptable as compensation? With such generous compensation, what demands does Sakura Nation have? Let's hear them. We have only one condition, that our two nations henceforth coexist peacefully, never to wage war again. As he spoke, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation bowed deeply. I implore you. I hope your nation will accept our apology. He was now more anxious than the Dragon Nation's representatives. After all, if forgiveness wasn't granted and the Dragon Nation launched a massive offensive to destroy the Amaterasu project, he would be tormented for all eternity. Not even his soul after death would be spared. The mere thought of Amaterasu's legendary tortures sent a shiver down the Prime Minister's spine. We need to discuss this. Please wait a moment. Observing the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation's anxious demeanor, the Dragon Nation representative left the room with his colleagues after uttering those words. This matter was riddled with oddities. They needed to report to others first. As soon as they left the conference room and entered a secluded office, a call came in from the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials. Having watched the negotiations unfold via livestream, and were naturally well aware of the Japanese Prime Minister's various actions. Agree to his demands, cede territory, pay reparations, and issue a public apology to Longwa. Beyond that, we have one more demand: he must visit the graves of our ancestors. Before the eyes of the entire world, he must personally acknowledge the crimes committed by Sakura Nation back then. Furthermore, he must expose the footage and written records documenting the atrocities inflicted upon the people of Dragon Nation. No matter how many years have passed, we must give our fallen martyrs justice. Before the representatives could respond, the dial tones sounded through the receiver. The Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials were well aware something was amiss. However, having already learned that Shen Yuan Yushu and others were heading to Sakura Nation, they decided to agree to Sakura Nation's terms for now, buying themselves more time. As for the ceasefire promised in the agreement, that could be torn up at any moment. After all, in the face of overwhelming power, these were nothing but scraps of paper. Before formally declaring war, however, the first task for the Dragon Nation was to secure the livelihood of all its people. No matter what, the flames of war must not be allowed to spread to the homeland. Therefore, although they had agreed to Sakura Nation's request for a ceasefire and reparations, the Dragon Nation has not withdrawn the troops already deployed along the border. On the contrary, their vigilance has been heightened several levels compared to before. The tense atmosphere within the barracks felt as if war could erupt at any moment. After the Dragon Nation's high-ranking officials ended the call, the Dragon Nation representatives conferred briefly before re-entering the conference room. Their reappearance instantly drew the attention of everyone present. After all, there were no fools present. They knew the moment of final decision was approaching. Especially the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation. Desperate to know the answer, his body began to tremble. Were it not for the others present, he might have knelt down in desperation once more. We, the Dragon Nation, accept your compensation agreement. However, we have one additional demand. Hearing this demand, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation froze for a moment before eagerly interjecting. Don't even mention one demand, bring on as many as you like, we'll accept them all. As he spoke, a hint of delight replaced his earlier irritation. Observing the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation's attitude, the Dragon Nation representatives nodded in unison before repeating the demand they had received over the phone moments earlier. What? You want me to go to your Dragon Nation to apologize? And admit to past crimes in front of the entire world? That was so many years ago, and besides, it was done by people from the past. It has nothing to do with us. Besides, there's no evidence for this invasion you're talking about. How could I just admit to something like that? Why don't you propose different terms? Rest assured, money is no object. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, who had been smiling moments before, couldn't help but gasp aloud after hearing the Dragon Nation representative's words. Ceding territory and paying reparations didn't bother him. After all, once Amaterasu's strength was restored, it could all be reclaimed in no time. But acknowledging past crimes? That was another matter entirely. After all, if they truly did that, it would overturn the entire worldview of every person in the land of cherry blossoms. And that would directly impact the nation's destiny. If you disagree, then today's negotiations can come to an end. As the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation approached him, several Dragon Nation representatives left a cold-hearted statement before gathering their documents and preparing to depart. This display. Any discerning observer could tell preparations for war were underway. Although officials from the coalition government remained seated. But the Dragon Nation was now a superpower. If they hesitated in the face of such provocation, it would only give other nations the mistaken impression that the Dragon Nation is easy to bully. Therefore, the Dragon Nation absolutely would not give the Cherry Blossom Nation this opening. Hey, wait! Don't leave yet. I agree. Let's sign the agreement now and go apologize immediately. Seeing the Dragon Nation representative about to leave, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, his face darkening, hastily agreed. Having weighed the pros and cons, he reasoned that if national fortune were lost, once Amaterasu regained her strength, she could devour other nations. But if the Dragon Nation's attack disrupted Amaterasu's plans, it won't just be me. By then, the entire land of cherry blossoms would likely be gone. Chapter 52, Rest in Peace, Ancestors of the Dragon Nation. Soon. Under the witness of the coalition government, the Dragon Nation representative and the Cherry Blossom Nation Prime Minister signed the ceasefire and reparations agreement before the eyes of the entire world. Fearing the Dragon Nation might renege, the Cherry Blossom Nation's Prime Minister simultaneously ordered the stipulated oil and minerals to be loaded onto ships bound for the Dragon Nation. Immediately ordered the specified oil and minerals to be loaded onto ships bound for Dragon Nation. Not only that, the garrison troops stationed in the territory designated for reparations were fully withdrawn within half an hour. Immediately thereafter, Dragon Nation's forces moved in, weapons in hand. It could be said that, from this moment onward, this portion of land, which had previously belonged to Sakura Nation, was formally incorporated into the jurisdiction of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation netizens, who had been extremely anxious, couldn't help but erupt in jubilant celebration after witnessing the entire negotiation process and its outcome. After all, this marked the first time in centuries. The first time in centuries that the Dragon Nation had secured both compensation and an apology. And upon hearing that the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation would apologize before the Martyrs' Monument, tears welled up uncontrollably in the eyes of the Dragon Nation's people. Nearly a century later, our nation's martyrs have finally witnessed these beasts apologize. Can you see this, our martyrs? The very beasts who once arrogantly invaded our nation have come to apologize to you. If only our ancestors could witness this moment, they would surely be overjoyed. My father was only 3 years old when my grandfather left him behind to fight on the battlefield, only to die at the hands of the Japanese devils. I've waited all these years, and finally, this day has come. Child, help me up. I must go to my grandfather and father's graves to tell them this good news. They can finally rest in peace. Many Long Nation citizens, wiping away tears, silently returned home to gather paper money, incense, and candles. Step by step, they made their way toward their family graves. During the war against the invading Cherry Blossom Nation, the entire Dragon Nation wore mourning. Almost every family had lost someone to the hands of Sakura Nation. After Sakura Nation's defeat, for the sake of national righteousness and international reputation, Dragon Nation, acting with benevolence and justice, released these beasts, allowing them to return to their homes in Cherry Blossom Nation. But those devils slaughtered so many of our people. Defeated, they simply tossed aside their guns and went home. Even beasts deserve to return home. How could they not fight back? They returned home, but where are the homes of the millions of martyrs of the Dragon Nation? It is precisely for this reason. A century has passed. The hatred of the Dragon Nation toward the land of cherry blossoms is etched deep into our bones. Even toddlers who've just learned to walk brandish sticks, shouting, "Kill all the little devils." This time, the people of the Dragon Nation finally vented the pent-up rage accumulated over generations. Yet their hatred for the Japanese did not fade. When word spread that the Prime Minister of the land of cherry blossoms would come to apologize before the Martyrs' Monument, many citizens beat him to the site. About 5 meters from the monument, they scattered thumbtacks and chili powder across the ground. The Dragon Nation soldiers stationed nearby did not intervene. Their orders were to ensure the Japanese Prime Minister's safety here to prevent assassination. As for anything else, was not within their purview. Soon, the path leading to the martyrs' monument was covered in thumbtacks and chili powder. The gathered Longwa citizens. Facing the cameras of international journalists, they declared with tear-filled eyes. Our country doesn't hold grudges against them, that's the benevolence and magnanimity of our leaders. But we're different. We're just ordinary people. We don't understand the bigger picture or what kindness and magnanimity mean. All we know is that we seek revenge for wrongs and justice for grievances. Our ancestors endured unimaginable suffering back then. How dare the cherry blossom country's prime minister think a single apology will earn forgiveness? Forgiving them or not is for our ancestors to decide. Our job is to find a way to send them to meet our ancestors. The enraged Dragon Nation citizens were furious enough to keep the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation right here. Soon, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation arrived near the Martyrs' Monument, accompanied by a group of people. Originally planning to make a token gesture before leaving. Upon seeing the ground littered with thumbtacks and pepper powder, he stumbled in shock. Glancing around and finding no other way out, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation turned to the Dragon Nation staff member beside him. May I offer my apology right here? After all, there are things on the path ahead. If I just walk through like this, I might get hurt. By the end of his sentence, the Prime Minister's voice had grown as faint as a mosquito's buzz. He knew full well the Dragon Nation was deliberately punishing him. There was no chance of evasion. But he tried anyway. He cast a pleading glance at the others beside him. This is beyond our authority. Our orders are clear, you must apologize before the Martyrs' Monument and confess all past wrongdoings. If you refuse here, we will have no choice but to tear up the treaty and resume hostilities. The Dragon Nation's representative, standing tall and imposing, spoke coldly without even glancing at the Cherry Blossom Nation's Prime Minister. He knew full well that war between the two nations was inevitable, merely a matter of time. Thus, he naturally showed no courtesy toward the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation. Chapter 53, The Nine-Tailed Fox. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation was no fool. He clearly detected the threatening undertones in the Dragon Nation official's words. Though their positions were vastly different, under normal circumstances, this official would never dare speak to him this way. But now, the situation was different. Japan, which had held every advantage, now found itself stripped of any bargaining power, all because of Lín Mò. After all, the Dragon Nation possessed profound foundations. If it came down to an all-out confrontation, even the land of cherry blossoms, blessed by the sun goddess Amaterasu, might not be able to withstand it. More importantly, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation understood this well. The staff's remarks were undoubtedly made with deliberate intent, orchestrated by someone above them. The goal was to provoke him, then seize the opportunity to tear up the ceasefire agreement. After a moment's hesitation, gauging the ground covered in thumbtacks and chili powder, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Put! His weight, nearly 200 pounds, caused the thumbtacks to pierce deeply into his feet the moment he stepped on them. Because they were coated in chili powder. The wound pierced by the thumbtacks instantly sent a wave of pain through the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation. The chili powder, like a bone-clinging ulcer, seeped directly into his skin through the wound. Instantly, beads of sweat formed on the Prime Minister's forehead from the agony. The intense agony made him consider retreating. But the person behind him had clearly anticipated his move. Before he could retreat, the crowd behind him scattered more thumbtacks and chili powder. Using the most direct and brutal method, they cut off his retreat. With no escape route left, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation could only grit his teeth and continue moving forward. Yet with every step came excruciating pain. By the time he reached 10 meters before the monument, his feet were already riddled with countless puncture wounds. Behind him lay a trail of blood. Yet those around him felt no satisfaction. After all, he had only shed a little blood. Countless ancestors had perished on the battlefield in years past. Though they felt bitter, unable to kill the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation for the time being, they could only raise their arms and shout. Kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize. Kneel. 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 At first, only a handful shouted. But as time passed, the shouts grew louder and louder. Everyone nearby joined in. The deafening roar. They startled birds from the nearby cemetery into flight. Knowing that kneeling was the only way to resolve the situation today, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation hesitated not a moment. Under the gaze of the crowd, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Desperate to complete the ritual and leave, he endured the excruciating pain in his knees and confessed every single act committed by Sakura Nation back then. This included the massacre of Dragon Nation citizens and the brutal mistreatment of infants. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation knelt like a piece of wood. Even after speaking for over 2 hours, he still hadn't finished recounting all the atrocities committed by his nation's war criminals. Before the eyes of the entire world. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, whose voice grew fainter with each word, ultimately collapsed from excessive blood loss. Useless. That's the best your physical condition can manage. Get the hell back to your cherry blossom country. Don't dirty our soil. Why didn't the blood bleed you to death, you old fossil? Surrounding the fainted Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, the crowd showed no sympathy. Instead, they began hurling insults one after another. Meanwhile, netizens from other nations who watched the entire incident unfold via livestream largely sided with the Dragon Nation, launching condemnations and abuse at the land of cherry blossoms. In some countries, people even stormed local shops owned by Sakura Nation citizens, smashing every item inside until the stores were completely emptied. They had been taught since childhood that the Dragon Nation was slandering the Cherry Blossom Nation. Japan had never massacred the people of the Dragon Nation. But unexpectedly, today, from the mouth of Sakura Nation's Prime Minister, they heard a different version of events. This was utterly unbearable for them. In an instant, a wave of anti-Japan sentiment swept across the globe. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation remained completely unaware of all this. Already unconscious, he was swiftly placed aboard a flight bound for Sakura Nation. Thus, the negotiations came to a close. But anyone with eyes could see. Both the Dragon Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation were quietly preparing to launch a new war. At the same time, Yusu and other practitioners from the Shenmen sect, who had already arrived in Sakura country, found a secluded spot and began setting up an array formation. With the nation now in utter chaos, they had no fear of being discovered. The entire nation lived in constant fear. Who would even notice them? Ancestor Yushu, will this plan truly work? You mentioned leaving a mark on the Vajra talisman you gave Lín Mò, but that talisman has already been used. Can it still be found? While setting up the formation, Wu Suowei, tools in hand, couldn't help but ask. Though he knew this spell contained methods for locating people, he couldn't shake the feeling that locating Lín Mò wouldn't be straightforward. After all, despite causing such a stir in the land of cherry blossoms for so long, had never even shown his face. Such an enigmatic figure. How could they possibly track him down so easily? As long as he's touched that Vajra talisman, I'll definitely find him. The Vajra talisman has already been activated. Are you suggesting he never touched it? Seated at the center of the formation, the Jade Void Patriarch murmured as he drew intricate runes. I still think it's a bit unreliable. Wu Suowei muttered under his breath before shaking his head and returning to his own tasks. Though he had his suspicions. Under these circumstances, he couldn't persuade anyone. He could only focus on his current task and wait quietly for the next developments. Soon, a simple formation was completed. To activate the formation, 16 individuals, with Yusu at the center, sat on the ground in designated positions according to their respective directions. Rise! With Yushu's thunderous command, the 16 beside him formed hand seals with solemn expressions, gazing intently ahead. As they moved, the pond in the center of the clearing suddenly began to ripple. Before the ripples could subside, an image materialized on the water's surface. Within the image, a woman from the land of cherry blossoms was slowly shedding her garments. Judging by the surrounding furnishings, this appeared to be a famous red light district. Through the image projected upon the water's surface, the crowd could faintly make out several eye-catching neon signs. Ha! I didn't expect the senior to have such refined tastes. Even at this hour, he still finds time to visit such places. Alright, everyone, pack up and let's get moving. That place is still several hours' journey from here. Paying no mind to Lín Mò's whereabouts, the group chatted and laughed as they packed their things, erased their traces, and headed toward the location they'd just seen. Since they didn't know how much the sky had cleared up. For their safety, they had to keep a low profile. What they didn't know was, at that very moment, Lín Mò was on the mountain. Though a woman stood before him. But this woman was no ordinary courtesan. After all, this was Tamamo no Mae, the famed nine-tailed fox of the land of cherry blossoms. Chapter 54, Let Me Be Your Slave. As Lín Mò was devouring the third mountain, he was suddenly tracked down by the nine-tailed fox, Tamamo no Mae. Being cautious, Lín Mò. He did not reveal himself. Having summoned all the dragon ants to his side, he spoke in unison with them. This created the illusion for Tamamo no Mae that Lín Mò was shielded by the dragon ants. From start to finish, she remained unaware. The Lín Mò she had been searching for all along was the very dragon ant standing at the center before her. You mean, the Onmyoji of your country are gathering all the yokai together under the pretext of sharing national fortune? Why come to me for such a golden opportunity? That's national fortune we're talking about. If you could get a share, your power would skyrocket. You know I have a deep, bitter grudge against your country. Don't you fear I'll kill you for coming to me? Lín Mò and tens of thousands of dragon ants spoke in unison as they appraised the nine-tailed fox Tamamo no Mae, now in human form, before them. Hey, Lín Mò, you're being way too cautious. You're the one who killed Nagano Koichi. What exactly are you afraid I could do to you? If anyone should be afraid, it's me. I'm just a weak woman lost in these deep, ancient woods. If you were to do anything to me, I'd have no choice but to consent, wouldn't you agree? Believing Lín Mò was hidden among the dragon ants, Tamamo no Mae adopted a coquettish demeanor, speaking while deliberately adjusting her posture and caressing her snow-white thighs with both hands. Already a fox spirit, her eyes now narrowed into seductive slits. Any man present would likely have been utterly captivated by her allure. But Lín Mò was different. The looming threat of the apocalypse weighed heavily upon him, leaving no room for such distractions. What's more, he's currently in his dragon ant form, so he has even less interest in this Tamamo no Mae. But Tamamo no Mae remained unaware of all this. Seeing her completely still, he thought perhaps he hadn't been trying hard enough. Gritting her teeth, she writhed her body and finally tossed the sheer fabric at her feet. Yet despite employing every seductive technique she'd ever learned, Lín Mò remained nowhere to be seen. Lín Mò, you're not incapable, are you? Yuzumono, her arms already aching, suddenly asked with a wicked grin. In her view, no man could tolerate being called inadequate. According to Tamamo no Mae's prediction, after she uttered those words, Lín Mò should have stormed out in a rage, bellowing, "Bull! Who says I can't do it?" Then he'd drag her along to prove he was still capable. But as time passed, the only sound was the buzzing of dragon ants flying overhead. Not only did Lín Mò fail to appear in a rage, he didn't even utter a single word of rebuttal. Lín Mò? Spit it out if you've got something to say. I said you're no good, why don't you come out and prove it? Yuzumono, hearing Lín Mò's voice, looked utterly perplexed. Having lived for hundreds of years, this was the first time she'd encountered such a situation. In the past, every man who saw her would be eager to get close. Today, encountering this exception named Lín Mò only piqued her curiosity. You're an idiot. What could I possibly want with a centuries-old hag like you? Prove what? Where'd you get that confidence? Think you're 18 or something? Spit it out already. Before my patience runs out, I'll turn you into waste material for these mountains. Day after day, you're just being so annoying. Can't you bring some positive energy? To probe the true intentions of this Tamamo no Mae, Lín Mò spoke while simultaneously directing the dragon ants beside her to advance slightly, encircling her. I wish to become your servant. Watching the approaching dragon ants, Tamamo no Mae suddenly knelt on the ground, her voice filled with sorrow. Glancing at Tamamo no Mae, her face streaked with tears, Lín Mò said nothing further. He hovered silently in the air, waiting for her explanation. Soon, Tamamo no Mae spoke again. Our clan possesses an inherited secret art that can divine matters of life and death. After those Onmyoji came looking for me, feeling unsettled, I performed a divination. The result showed that if I truly went to the shrine, it would lead only to permanent death, with no chance of revival. Both my physical form and my soul would be utterly obliterated. The divination suggested that coming here might offer a path to survival. That's why I'm begging you to save my life. I can stay by your side as your servant, fulfilling any request you make. As he uttered the final words, Tamamo no Mae bit through his tongue, forcing a drop of vital blood to fly forth. Watching the blood essence float in midair, Lín Mò chose not to accept it. Though Tamamo no Mae possessed considerable power. But compared to his own dragon ants, she still fell short. Therefore, without some compelling incentive, he certainly wouldn't save her. As for serving him? That was even more ridiculous. With Lín Mò's current power, what female demon couldn't he find? Gazing at the essence blood lingering in the air, a flicker of panic flickered in Tamamo no Mae's eyes. After weighing her options, she bit her lip and spoke again. I can infiltrate the other demons, help you obtain the specific gathering location in time, and assist you in devouring the other demons. After uttering these words, Yama Okami stared at the blood essence still suspended in midair, her face ashen. But she quickly continued. I know the location of the national treasure of Sakura country and the method to enter that secret chamber. Lín Mò, who had been indifferent until then, perked up at this revelation. You see? When he had sent the demon ants to infiltrate the shrine, they had scoured every hidden chamber beneath it, yet failed to find the nation's talisman. Who would have thought this sly fox actually knew? Fine. I'll trust you this once. You know the consequences of deceiving me. Lín Mò spoke as he guided the drop of essence blood to flow toward him. Soon after fully assimilating the sly fox's essence, a peculiar sensation stirred within Lín Mò's mind. Now, he could kill Tamamo no Mae with a single thought. Thus, he no longer needed to fear her betrayal. And precisely because of this reason. During the fusion of the essence blood moments ago, he had revealed his true form for the very first time. So you are. Gazing at Lín Mò in his dragon ant form, Tamamo no Mae couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. No wonder the entire Sakura kingdom had been searching for Lín Mò without success. But now that she was his slave, she naturally kept her thoughts to herself. After her initial shock, she obediently stood to the side. Meanwhile, Yusu and his group had also arrived at the red light district. Chapter 55, Mistaken Identity? Following the earlier array's guidance, the group quickly located the familiar sign. Due to Lín Mò's earlier rampage at the Jingguo shrine and Amaterasu's subsequent random outbursts of anger, the entertainment industry in this area had suffered a significant downturn. Though the neon lights outside the shop still flickered incessantly, the number of customers coming and going was sparse. Consequently, the arrival of Yushu and his companions failed to stir much commotion. Since there had been many customers from the Dragon Nation here before, the women soliciting customers at the entrance immediately recognized Yushu and his group as Dragon Country nationals. though surprised that anyone from the Dragon Nation dared set foot in the land of cherry blossoms at this time. But with their eyes fixed solely on money, they merely sighed inwardly before smiling and gathering around. "Oh my, honored guests. Care to step inside for a moment? We've got it all: JK uniforms, Hanfu, Chongsams, you name it. We cater to every nationality, guaranteed satisfaction. Look at this gentleman, his beard's all white, yet he still has the energy to visit us. Clearly, he's in excellent health. Don't push me. I spotted these customers first, they should come to my shop. Bull. I spotted your but crack first, come to my shop." Several old women soliciting customers flattered the Yusu group while bickering incessantly with their competitors. After all, business on this street had been pretty slow lately. Now that a few customers had finally shown up, they naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. Otherwise, the girls in the shop would be left eating thin air this month. "We're going this way." Watching the old women tugging at each other on the verge of a fight, Wu Suowei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stepped forward, pointing to one of the storefronts. Earlier, through the formation, they had seen the sign of this very shop. Those eager to bring Lín Mò back to the Dragon Kingdom would naturally waste no time. "Oh my, sirs, your taste is truly impeccable. Let me tell you, the girls in our shop are simply divine. Come on in, come on in. Honored guests. Head to the third floor." The old woman, beaming from ear to ear, pushed open her shop door and called out to the people inside. In Sakura country, such establishments are legal and compliant, so they had no need to hide or sneak around. At the old woman's call, over 20 young women poured out with a clatter. Supporting the Yusu group, they made their way upstairs. These young maidens were clearly professionally trained. Even when facing the venerable elder of Yushu, they showed not the slightest hint of awkwardness. Such situations were commonplace in the land of cherry blossoms. After all, the brainwashing methods in this country were truly terrifying. Soon, accompanied by this group of young women, the Dragon Nation's Shinmen disciples arrived at a private room. Once the fine wine and delicacies were served, Wu Suowei waved away the waitstaff standing by the door. Glancing around to confirm the area was clear, he promptly pulled the wooden door shut and nodded to the others inside. The eager men wasted no time, swiftly striking the girls beside them with a karate chop to the neck. Before the girls could react, their eyes rolled back and they passed out. That damn Lín Mò had to come to a place like this. Stop whining, Moji. Hurry up and search every room. Once we find him, get out of here fast. Don't stir up any trouble. Yusu, brushing off the rouge from his clothes with disgust, couldn't help but curse under his breath. He, a renowned master of the Dragon Nation's mystic arts, had to endure such trials at his advanced age. If word got out about this, the old fools back home would laugh themselves to death. The thought made Yusu glare at the others before warning them with a frown. Not a word of today's events leaves this room. Or else. Oomph. With Yushu's cold snort, the table before him instantly turned to dust. This display made everyone nearby flinch. They hastily patted their chests in assurance before hastily leaving the room one by one. Convinced beyond doubt that Lín Mò was here, they began searching room by room. Since there weren't many guests here, thus, their search proceeded without major complications. Occasionally they encountered one or two who were too talkative. The group didn't hesitate, knocking them unconscious on the spot. Because this was the land of cherry blossoms. So when dealing with these people from the land of cherry blossoms, they naturally showed no mercy. Fortunately, they were just ordinary people. Had a Japanese onmyoji appeared here, they likely wouldn't have survived. After searching every room one by one, still finding no trace of Lín Mò, they all gathered in the final room at the end of the corridor. Exchanging glances, Wu Suowei, under the watchful eyes of the others, slowly pushed open the door. As the door swung open, a thick mist billowed out from within. Accompanying the mist, wafted a potent scent of perfume. Women's clothing scattered across the floor left no doubt in anyone's mind a fierce battle had just taken place here. Exchanging glances, the group listened to the sound of rushing water nearby and slowly made their way inside. Carefully avoiding the garments on the floor, they advanced step by step toward the source of the sound. Soon, a bathroom with transparent glass doors came into view. Inside the bathroom, a gracefully curved figure was bathing. Not far away, on the tatami mat, a man lay on his side. Perhaps exhausted from the battle, the man had already fallen into a deep sleep, occasionally emitting soft snores. Seeing this muscular figure, Wu Suowei and the others hurriedly stopped in their tracks. They had never seen Lín Mò, and naturally had no idea what he looked like. After exchanging glances, they decided to wake him quietly and ask for clarification first. After all, at this critical juncture, they didn't want to disturb the woman currently in the bathroom. Soon, the tiptoeing group approached the sleeping man. Glancing into the bathroom to confirm the woman was still showering, they gently tapped the man on the back. Lín Mò? Lín Mò? Wake up! Smack! Wake up! Seeing the man remained unresponsive, Wu Suowei, in desperation, delivered a hard slap across his face. Wah! The pain made the man clutching his face leap up from the bed. His sudden movement startled Wu Suowei and the others nearby. Instinctively, everyone immediately assumed combat stances. The dazed man on the bed, seeing this commotion, roared in response and conjured a swirling mass of black mist from thin air. As the mist dissipated, a hideously deformed Shikigami materialized within the room. Its massive form tore right through the ceiling. Holy! It's not Lín Mò. Wu Suowei leapt backward at the sudden apparition, his voice echoing through the room. The others reacted instantly, summoning their weapons. As a fierce battle was about to erupt, none noticed a magic ant lurking in another corner of the room, watching them intently. Meanwhile, Lín Mò, who was leading other dragon ants toward the next mountain range, suddenly halted. Holy, are these all mystics from the Dragon Nation? Looks like they're here for me? Damn it, I knew that Vajra talisman had a mark on it. Good thing I was smart enough to have another demon ant handle it when I first received it as a gift. Seriously, showing up here now? This is nothing but trouble. I was just about to devour some other monsters, and now I'll have to split my focus to save you lot. Cursing under his breath, Lín Mò couldn't help but pick up his pace. Chapter 56, Kill Them All. Lín Mò wasn't avoiding the Dragon Nation's Xianmen faction. But the nine-tailed fox Tamamo no Me was currently gathering intelligence for him. After devouring these mountain peaks and completing his evolution, he intended to move on to devouring the demons of the land of cherry blossoms. Under these circumstances, the arrival of these dragon country individuals risked alerting the enemy, causing Amaterasu of the cherry blossom country to heighten her vigilance. If that happened, it would inevitably waste more of his time. After all, his plan with Tamamo no Me was for her to lure all these demons to Lín Mò's location. Then Lín Mò would step in to wipe them all out and devour them. However, if news of the Dragon Nation's mystics surfacing were to leak out, Amaterasu might well advance the gathering time for the demons. By then, Tamamo no Me wouldn't have enough time to trick them even if she wanted to. The mere thought of it. Lín Mò couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Distracted and troubled, he could only hasten toward the nearby mountain peaks, determined to gain enough experience to level up as quickly as possible. At the same time, Wu Suowei and his companions had already fought their way out of the building and onto the streets against the Onmyoji of Sakura country. The building they had occupied moments before was now reduced to ruins. The Jade Void Patriarch, who had been seated inside the room, soared down from the sky and landed steadily on the ground. As for the others inside the building, some were trapped beneath the rubble while others fled in panic. The demon ants that had been hiding within the rooms took flight before everyone's eyes, vanishing at incredible speed from sight. Ancient sage of Jade Void, who had intended to pursue them, instantly abandoned his plan upon witnessing the demon ant's speed. At this point, how could he not realize that he and his men had been toyed with by Lín Mò? Though outwitted might be too strong a word. It was more that Lín Mò had been overly cautious, inadvertently causing them to make a complete blunder here. Just as Yushu was pondering how to track down Lín Mò, the Onmyoji had already launched his attack. He was utterly frustrated. The one who had just been with him in the clouds and rain was a fox spirit. His original intention was to notify her to go to the designated location. But he couldn't resist and ended up battling this fox spirit for hundreds of rounds. And precisely because of this reason, exhausted and drained, he failed to notice Wu Suowei and the others sneaking in. Though his strength fell short of the deceased Nagano Koichi. In the land of cherry blossoms, he still ranked among the elite. With the aid of his Shikigami, he could withstand the attacks of these Onmyoji for the time being. Having already notified Amaterasu through secret magic, his sole aim was to buy more time until her arrival. Though Amaterasu's power had not yet fully recovered, dealing with these Onmyoji posed little difficulty. After all, this was the land of cherry blossoms. As the guardian deity, Amaterasu could fully harness the nation's fortune to suppress them. Thus, though the Onmyoji struck first, they only probed relentlessly. The moment Wu Suowei and his companions launched an attack, they feinted and retreated far away. Like a stubborn plaster, he doggedly clung to Wu Suowei and his companions, neither engaging them in combat nor allowing them to escape. Meanwhile, Amaterasu, who had received the news, was currently using the nation's fortune to heal her wounds and thus couldn't arrive immediately. This provided an opportunity for the Jade Void Patriarch, who had been observing the entire time. Recognizing the Onmyoji's intent, he wasted no words. With a single stride, he utilized the technique of shrinking the earth to an inch, instantly materializing behind the Shikigami. Clutching a thunder fire talisman in his hand, he chanted an incantation while slapping the talisman onto the Shikigami's nape. In an instant, a purple bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Within the lightning, black flames danced. The Shikigami, finally reacting, tried to dodge. The next moment, the thunder and fire struck it squarely on the head. With no defense whatsoever, the massive Shikigami crashed to the ground, its life force extinguished. The Onmyoji who witnessed this was startled but dared not linger. He drew a handful of poisonous substances and prepared to cast a spell. But Wu Suowei and his companions wouldn't give him the chance. The moment old ancestor Yushu made his move, they were ready. The moment the Shikigami fell, their weapons flew out, sealing off every escape route for the Onmyoji. Without giving the Onmyoji a moment to speak, they manipulated their weapons to sever his head cleanly. Alright, hurry up and clean out the traces and scent. I suspect Tencho is on his way. We need to get out of here fast. Though I don't know where Lín Mò is hiding, I'm certain he's already discovered us. There might even be magic ants watching nearby right now. So let's not rush to find him just yet. Yusu spoke as he swept his arm wide, instantly deploying a blazing fire array that incinerated the Onmyoji's corpse and Shikigami to ashes. The others weren't idle either. Each employed their signature techniques to erase all traces before boarding their magical artifacts and soaring deep into the forest. Meanwhile, Lín Mò. Having devoured 2 mountain peaks, he had now accumulated the experience required for his next evolution. Having already assigned Yuzuwa's next mission, he wasted no time, selecting a random spot to begin his evolution. After all, he was invincible during evolution. However, to maintain awareness of the surroundings at all times, he dispatched a portion of the dragon ants nearby, stationing them at various points around the area. Just as Lín Mò commenced his evolution, Amaterasu hurriedly arrived at the former red light district. Gazing at the ruins before her, her expression darkened. After surveying the area for a moment, she immediately ordered everyone nearby to be captured. Execute them all. Place their heads in the center of the ruins and drench them with their own blood. After coldly issuing this order, Amaterasu closed her eyes amidst the desperate pleas of the fallen women. She was about to perform a secret ritual, using these lives as offerings, to restore everything that had transpired here. Chapter 57, The Fire at the Doorstep. Though revered as the guardian deity of the land of cherry blossoms, Amaterasu felt no pity for these souls. Were it not for her need to draw upon the nation's fortune as sustenance, how could she possibly willingly protect such weak humans? Unlike the guardian deities of the Dragon Nation's legends, the gods of the land of cherry blossoms had selfish blood coursing through their veins. To achieve their ends, they would resort to any means. And they never give a thought to others. Amaterasu, her face devoid of expression. Amidst the surrounding pleas and curses, she conjured a massive altar out of thin air. Though fashioned from magical power, it was no mere phantom. The moment it materialized, it began absorbing the blood around it. Meanwhile, soldiers of the Cherry Blossom Nation, acting on Amaterasu's command, began attacking the women in the center. With swift, decisive blows, severed heads were placed one after another in the center of the street. Soon, amidst waves of agonized screams, hundreds of severed heads were neatly piled together. Even more bizarrely, the ground remained spotless, not a single trace of blood staining it. Amaterasu, who had been coldly observing the entire scene, recited an incantation the moment the final head was placed, activating the grand formation. Instantly, accompanied by gusts of chilling wind and wails of ghostly wailing, the hundreds of heads that had been fresh moments before transformed into white skulls. Worse still, cracks began to appear across the skulls, as if they had been dead for centuries. The Cherry Blossom Nation's soldiers standing nearby watched the unfolding scene with serene, unruffled expressions. They had been gathered and trained since childhood. Their minds had long been filled with various ideologies. They were well versed in the abilities of Amaterasu and the Onmyoji. Having witnessed countless bloody scenes, they remained utterly unmoved by such spectacles. As time passed, crimson patterns began to appear upon the aerial formations. The once clear sky suddenly darkened. Amidst howling winds, eerie laughter echoed from within. At the very center of the formation, the space twisted and warped before revealing a blurred image. Had Wu Suowei, Yushu, and the other Dragon Nation mystics been present, they would have recognized the figures displayed there as their own. From the moment they appeared on this street until their departure, every single detail was laid bare. Without exaggeration, the level of detail surpassed even the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the city streets and alleys. Dragon Nation? I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Once I've dealt with that batch of monsters and absorbed all their power, I'll come for you. After clearly seeing everything above and understanding the cause and course of events, Amaterasu murmured coldly to herself. As for the deceased Onmyoji, she paid him no mind. After all, in her view, these Onmyoji were meant to serve her, and even losing their lives was an honor. They should feel honored. After all, not everyone was worthy of serving her. Speed up the gathering of those demons. Amaterasu casually dissolved the formation, not even glancing at the Onmyoji kneeling beside her. After tossing out that single command, she activated the shrinking ground spell and vanished before everyone's eyes. Only after a long while did the Onmyoji kneeling on the ground dare to lift their heads. After exhaling a long sigh of relief and exchanging glances, they each hurried away from the street at top speed. They too had witnessed the scene unfold within the formation. Knowing time was of the essence, they dared not delay. Each understood clearly. Falling into Amaterasu's hands meant their status would be lower than that of pigs or dogs, but at least they would live. But if the Dragon Nation's mystics broke through, these Onmyoji, whose hands were stained with the blood of the Dragon Nation's people, would face an utterly miserable fate. After all, the Dragon Nation's mystics acted purely on whim, utterly disregarding law or morality. While these Onmyoji busied themselves with preparations, Wu Suowei and the other Dragon Nation mystics had already used secret techniques to slip into the dense forest. After setting up several simple arrays to conceal their area, all eyes instinctively turned to the venerable Yu Su. Who would have thought Senior Lín Mò would be so cautious? He even guarded against the items we sent out. Now all our leads are cut off. What do we do? Are we just going back empty-handed? Ancestor Yushu, you possess the greatest strength. Stop holding back, think of a solution. That's right, Ancestor. Tian Xiao must be plotting to recover her injuries. If she regains her strength, it won't just be Lín Mò in danger, we'll all be in peril. The group, their gazes fixed on Yushu, chattered incessantly. As practitioners of the Dragon Nation's mystical arts, they were all exceptionally powerful. Among their mastered techniques were methods for locating and tracking individuals. Yet despite exhausting every method, their calculations could not pinpoint Lín Mò's location. Having never seen Lín Mò's face, the accuracy of their spells was inherently limited. Relying solely on a name made the search exceedingly difficult. With no other options left, they could only pin their last hope on Yushu. Yet Yusu remained as calm and composed as ever, showing no sign of urgency on his face. Bring out everything I asked you to carry when you left. You haven't seen Lín Mò yet, but you've seen the demon ants and dragon ants, right? If we find where the dragon ants gather most densely, won't that lead us straight to Lín Mò? As he spoke, Yushu conjured several dragon ant feathers from thin air. These were plucked from the departing demon ants using a secret technique while you were entangled with that Onmyoji. Facing the questioning gazes of the others, Yushu smiled and explained. He then pulled out 4 or 5 magical artifacts from his storage pouch. The others froze for a moment before quickly catching on. Exchanging glances, they all began to move, pulling out the magical artifacts they each carried. This area was relatively remote. Moreover, the land of cherry blossoms was now in utter chaos. So they had no concern about being discovered while setting up the formation. They placed their respective magical artifacts on the ground according to the intricate array's orientation. Because the formation was rather unique. In addition to these artifacts, they must also arrange corresponding talismans at the designated hexagram positions. By the time the entire process was completed, over an hour had passed. Having finished the preliminary preparations, they glanced at the jade void before sitting cross-legged on the ground and began to activate the formation. This formation was quite unique. Once activated, it would transmit every scene around the demon ants directly into each person's mind. Knowing that Lín Mò possessed numerous demon ants, their expressions grew notably solemn. After all, processing such a massive influx of information at once, for each of them, was an extremely painful ordeal. But to prevent Lín Mò from facing danger in Sakura country, they had no choice but to proceed this way. Meanwhile, Lín Mò, who had already guessed the purpose of the Dragon Nation's mystic's visit, was also racing against time to devour. According to his estimation, after this great battle, Amaterasu's every move would be accelerated. The end of days was fast approaching. Lín Mò had little time to spare. Therefore, to swiftly attain the experience required for evolution, he unleashed nearly all his magic ants and dragon ants. Under Lín Mò's frenzied devouring, the mountain ranges surrounding Sakura Nation vanished at a visible pace. Though these ordinary mountains appeared towering, they yielded only mediocre experience points. Thus, Lín Mò could only rely on sheer volume to satisfy his evolutionary demands. Just as Lín Mò led the dragon ants in their devouring spree, a sudden spatial fluctuation rippled through the surrounding area. Immediately afterward, Tamamo no Mei, blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth, appeared before him, clutching her chest. Having fallen to the ground, due to her injuries, she hadn't noticed the rock beneath her. Thus, this also led to, as she fell, the sharp stones tore straight through her clothing. Lín Mò caught only a fleeting glimpse, yet the scene was undeniably provocative. Yamazuki naturally noticed Lín Mò's gaze. With a psychological age of several hundred years, she showed no trace of embarrassment. Instead, she endured the physical pain and lifted the fabric at her thigh considerably. Chapter 58, Stealing the Show. Cover yourself up. Day after day of this scandalous nonsense, can't you focus on something constructive? Didn't I send you to gather intel? How did you end up injured? Seeing Tamamo no Mei still trying to seduce him, Lín Mò's first words were dripping with disdain. Though he did have some needs in that department. But if it meant choosing Tamamo no Mei? No thanks. After all, compared to Tamamo no Mei from the land of cherry blossoms, Lín Mò found Daji from the Dragon Kingdom more appealing, both in figure and looks. More importantly, Lín Mò couldn't bring himself to accept Tamamo no Mei with her face caked in white powder. He had always believed only the courtesans of the land of cherry blossoms would apply such thick layers of white powder. But to his surprise, these demons were no exception. Staring at Tamamo no Mei mere inches away, Lín Mò felt an overwhelming urge to kick her away. Tamamo no Mei, who had intended to seduce Lín Mò, stood up awkwardly upon seeing his reaction. Though she was now a great demon of the land of cherry blossoms, But life and death were but a fleeting thought to Lín Mò. Therefore, she dared not act in defiance of Lín Mò. Wiping the blood from her lips, she hurriedly explained to Lín Mò, who now appeared in the form of a dragon ant. Amaterasu moved up the schedule. While gathering intel on the road just now, I ran into over a dozen on my Oji. Since I didn't want to go back with them, I started a fight. If I hadn't used my secret technique, I'd probably have been left behind. In 18 hours, all the demons will converge on the abandoned shrine at Mount Aso. I suspect Amaterasu has already set up an array there. Once all the demons arrive, that array will claim their lives. Cough cough. I didn't want to delay your affairs, so... Perhaps due to the severity of her injuries, Tamamo no Mae clutched her chest and began coughing violently after speaking a few sentences. As her body shook, several strands of blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Enough, I understand. Go rest for now. I'll need your help when the time comes. Lín Mò nodded, then tossed a cloth bag onto the ground. Found it while devouring the mountain range earlier. No idea what kind of pill it is, but it should help your injuries. Lín Mò glanced at the cloth bag on the ground, a cold smile flickering in his eyes. These damn Japanese on Myoji have even stolen the Dragon Nation's alchemy techniques. What a bunch of shameless thieves. In an instant, Lín Mò's expression returned to normal. After all, the entire Cherry Blossom Nation was about to vanish from this planet. So no matter how much they'd stolen in the past, it didn't matter anymore. Thank you, Lord. Tamamo no Mae picked up the cloth sack from the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body. He knelt down and bowed his head to Lín Mò before standing up, intending to tend to his wounds nearby. Hey, find a place to wash off that white stuff on your face. Next time I see that crap on your face, I'll skin you alive and replace it. Before Tamamo no Mae could take a few steps, Lín Mò's icy voice echoed behind him. Knowing Lín Mò wasn't joking, Tamamo no Mae trembled with fear. Ignoring the pain in her body, she hastily knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. My lord, I'm sorry. I'll clean it off immediately right now. As she spoke, Yuzuha continued wiping the makeup from her face with her sleeve. Fearing Lín Mò might kill her in his rage. Get out! Get out! Get out! Instead of learning something useful, you demon learns this damn nonsense. Gazing at Tamamo no Mae, whose eyes were filled with terror, Lín Mò impatiently left these words behind before flapping his wings and soaring into the sky. Glancing back at Tamamo no Mae, who was trembling as she walked away, Lín Mò couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, he had already established a contract with Tamamo no Mae. He should have sensed it when she was attacked earlier. But if not for Tamamo no Mae telling him herself, Lín Mò would never have known about it. He had no doubts about the contract itself. After all, he could now sense that a single thought from him could kill Tamamo no Mae. So the variable must lie with those on Myoji. It must be that Amaterasu gave them something that allows them to shield an entire area. Looks like Amaterasu is truly desperate now. After devouring this nearby mountain, I should have nearly enough experience. Then I'll evolve right here and race ahead of those demons to Mount Aso. Devouring these demons will also completely sever Amaterasu's means of healing her wounds. Lín Mò muttered to himself, watching his steadily rising experience points, feeling a growing sense of reassurance. No matter what. As long as Amaterasu couldn't fully recover, he wouldn't have to worry about her killing him. After all, with her current abilities, it would still be quite a struggle for her to kill him. Only 5 days remained until the apocalypse. So after devouring those demons, Lín Mò planned to let loose and feast voraciously across this land of cherry blossoms. After all, the apocalypse was imminent. Monsters from beyond the realms were poised to invade. If he didn't devour them quickly now, he wouldn't get another chance. Fully aware of the invaders' formidable power, Lín Mò dared not relax for even a moment. While Lín Mò was busy devouring, the members of the Dragon Nation's Xianmen had fully activated the entire formation. Seated in meditation at various points within the formation, they all witnessed thousands upon thousands of different perspectives. These were all the sights witnessed by the dragon ants and demon ants. Upon witnessing these scenes before them, Yusu, Wusuoe, and the others all widened their eyes, desperately searching for Lín Mò's figure. But they had underestimated the sheer numbers of dragon ants. After ceaseless devouring, the dragon ants now numbered well over 400,000. The sheer volume of 40,000 dragon ant perspectives overwhelmed them, making it impossible to fully process. Though they strained their bodies to keep searching. But soon, several weaker practitioners of the Xianmen turned deathly pale and collapsed to the ground. As they hit the ground, several others spat out mouthfuls of blood before collapsing onto the ground. Due to the successive collapses of those unable to endure, the array that had been functioning began to falter. Though Yusu desperately tried to hold it together. Under the immense backlash, he too had no choice but to withdraw to avoid injury. Seeing this, they too hastily withdrew from the formation. After all, even Yusu could no longer sustain it. If they persisted, they might well lose their lives. Who exactly is this Lín Mò? How can he have so many dragon ants by his side? Back at the Jingguo divine latrine, he only had a few thousand, right? After a brief moment of recuperation, Yushu spoke up, his face filled with confusion. Chapter 59, Evolving into a Divine Dragon? It wasn't just Yushu. The same question echoed in the minds of all the Dragon Nation Xianmen practitioners present. They knew Lín Mò had a large number of demon ants. That's why they had chosen the relatively fewer dragon ants when activating the formation. But what they hadn't anticipated was the dragon ants still appeared in terrifying numbers. The images of hundreds of thousands of them appeared simultaneously. It nearly overwhelmed their mental strength. For practitioners of the mystic arts, though a shattered mental force does not threaten life, it would reduce them to idiots. The thought of such a consequence sent a chill down everyone's spine. After all, had they been even a few seconds slower, every single one of them would have been reduced to idiots. What did everyone see just now? Share your observations, it might yield some clues. Once the crowd had calmed down, Yushu finally rose to his feet and spoke slowly. Although he had received numerous images just now. But in Yushu's view, so many people must have captured certain scenes or images. As long as there's footage of Lín Mò among them, that would make things much easier. Even if there isn't, they could still determine the general location based on the sites captured by the dragon ant's eyes, narrowing the search area. It was far better than searching aimlessly across the land of cherry blossoms. The group's expressions eased considerably. Upon hearing Yushu's words, they hurriedly recalled the images from earlier. With memories sharper than ordinary people's, with deliberate recollection, they could still glean some clues. I saw a mountain, but it seemed odd, like the peak had been bitten off. Wu Suowei, standing at the very edge, frowned and spoke first. Following his lead, the others rose one after another, vying to speak. I saw a vast swarm of dragon ants. The dragon ants are devouring a bare-headed demon at an alarming speed. There seems to be a woman, no, a female demon. Beyond the mountain lies the sea, with patches of snow visible in the far distance. Everyone chattered away, quickly recounting every detail of what they saw. Mountains, snow, demons, and ocean waves. Listening to their words, Yushu couldn't help but start muttering to himself. To the west, that region has numerous mountain ranges, including several snow-capped peaks. These dragon ants seem to be devouring the mountains. If we head that way, we should find them easily. Finding these dragon ants will lead us straight to Lín Mò. Rest briefly, then hurry over there. After pondering for a long while, Yushu couldn't help but let out a deep sigh before raising his voice to instruct the others. Yes. Right. Upon hearing news of Lín Mò's whereabouts, everyone responded with joyful expressions. After all, their purpose in coming here was to find Lín Mò. Now they had a general idea of his location. With their capabilities, it wouldn't take long to pinpoint his exact location. Unaware of Lín Mò's true strength, they were solely focused on bringing him back to the Dragon Nation to prevent him from falling into Amaterasu's clutches. After all, if Amaterasu truly lost control, it would be extremely difficult to resist. This place was located in the land of cherry blossoms. If it ever came down to a matter of life and death, Amaterasu would undoubtedly absorb all of Sakura Nation's national fortune to extricate herself from the crisis. And an Amaterasu who had absorbed the nation's fortune would reach a terrifying level of power. By then, even if they joined forces, they would struggle to gain the upper hand. After all, it was once a deity. Though the deities of the land of cherry blossoms are considerably weaker than those of the Dragon Nation, the practitioners of the Dragon Nation's mystical arts do not know the method to revive their deities. Therefore, they dare not confront Amaterasu at this moment. The sole desire in everyone's heart was to locate Lín Mò as swiftly as possible and return to the Dragon Nation. With the Dragon Nation's technology, combined with various formations in the nation's fortune, they might just barely hold back Amaterasu. But while they were making these plans, Lín Mò had already devoured every mountain range in the vicinity. Every creature within the mountains, beasts and demons alike, were consumed without exception, transforming into Lín Mò's experience. After this prolonged, large-scale devouring, Lín Mò's experience had finally reached the threshold required for evolution. With a single thought, he summoned all the dragon ants back into his spatial pocket. Carrying Tango no Mae, who had recovered considerably, he flew directly toward the distant horizon. During the flight, impatient with Tango no Mae's sluggish pace, Lín Mò deliberately turned back, seized her body with both claws, and carried her forward. After several evolutions, his speed had reached terrifying levels. Needless to say, Tango no Mae couldn't keep up. Even the most powerful yokai would likely be unable to catch up to Lín Mò. After all, the current Lín Mò could no longer be described as merely flying. At this moment, he was like teleporting. The only difference is that each teleportation doesn't cover a very long distance. But Lín Mò had a feeling. After a few more evolutions, each teleportation would cover over 1,000 miles. Bored during the flight, Lín Mò once again turned his gaze to his interface. Name, Lín Mò. Species, primordial dragon ant incomplete. Note, to fully evolve into a true dragon ant, one must consume 4 ancient divine beasts of different elements. Talent, fission. Individual count, 200,000 heavenly fire demon ants, 250,000 soul-devouring demon ants. Remaining lifespan, 2,789 days. Evolution experience required, 0.5 million. Special constitution, Dragon God Dao body incomplete, a unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. When fully evolved, its defense rivals that of divine beasts. Active skill, Dragon Breath incomplete, an attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice and Dragon Flame, unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within an 800-meter radius, capable of shattering stone or collapsing mountains. It also carries a stunning effect. When fully evolved, it can instantly dismantle various formations. Active skill, Dragon Roar incomplete, erupts in a thunderous howl that dispels beneficial effects from enemies and instills fear. Upon reaching its ultimate evolution, it unlocks additional, unpredictable effects. Active skill, Time Roar incomplete, a time manipulation skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its incomplete nature, it carries significant unpredictability. Use with caution. Seeing the word incomplete after the skills above, Lín Mò couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. He was now eager to discover what he would become once the skill reached its complete form. After all, his current self was already intertwined with the fate of the Dragon Nation. Could I possibly evolve into a golden dragon in the end? As Lín Mò pondered, a thought suddenly sprang to mind. After all, his current self, he already possessed some characteristics of a golden dragon. Chapter 60, The Power of National Destiny emerges. With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Lín Mò slowly descended from the sky. Beneath his claws lay Tamamo no Mae. Though a demon, she too turned deathly pale and collapsed onto the ground, foaming at the mouth from the staggering speed. Lín Mò merely glanced at her before turning and flying into a mountain hollow. This was the location he had deliberately chosen for his evolution. It wasn't too far from Mount Aso. Once his evolution was complete, he could head straight there, conveniently devouring all the monsters along the way. The reason he chose this spot was twofold. First, because the commotion from his previous devouring of the mountain range was too loud, and he feared practitioners from the Dragon Nation's Shinmen sect might track him there. Second, it would facilitate the subsequent devouring of monsters. Go guard the perimeter. Lín Mò, having completed his pre-evolution preparations, summoned over 100,000 dragon ants with a single thought, stationing them around the perimeter. Without hesitation, the dragon ants obeyed Lín Mò's command and swiftly established a perimeter defense. Beside him, Tamamo no Mae's expression remained unsettled. Though she had witnessed Lín Mò's capabilities before, the sudden appearance of so many dragon ants identical to him still elicited a noticeable look of astonishment. After all, she's been a demon for so many years. This was the first time she'd ever encountered such an eerie magical technique. Phew. Good thing I was smart enough to defect to him early. Otherwise, I might not even have my soul left. Recalling how Lín Mò had devoured the demon before, she couldn't help but shiver. Knowing Lín Mò was about to undergo evolution, she silently propped herself up and moved to the side. There were many dragon ants here, so if danger arose, this spot would be relatively safer. As for any thoughts of rebelling and killing Lín Mò, Yuzuriha didn't even dare to entertain them. After all, any single dragon ant here could easily kill her. Moreover, Lín Mò held an air of profound mystery to her. She had no idea what made Lín Mò so special during his evolution. So, driven solely by the will to survive, she chose to focus on healing her wounds. She understood clearly. If she ever became useless to Lín Mò, she would likely be devoured outright. Having barely clung to life, Tamamo no Mae naturally refused to meet such an end. Cross-legged on the ground, Tamamo no Mae quickly gathered her focus and began treating her own wounds. What she didn't know was, thankfully, she hadn't harbored any improper intentions toward Lín Mò. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have known how she died. While Tamamo no Mae tended to her wounds, Lín Mò had also initiated his own evolution. Since he was invulnerable during the evolution process, he had no safety concerns. The instant the evolution commenced, a colossal force of heaven and earth surged directly into Lín Mò's body. Simultaneously, a series of piercing booms rumbled through the air, and bolts of lightning, accompanied by golden light, plunged directly into Lín Mò's body. The influx of this colossal power caused Lín Mò's body to rapidly inflate like a balloon being blown up. As his body swelled, a golden glow began to emanate from its outer layer. Under the astonished gaze of Tamamo no Mae, a jade-like dragon horn sprouted from the center of Lín Mò's forehead. Wrapped in swirling lightning, the horn stood tall. A single glance from Tamamo no Mae felt like being stared at by a colossal eyeball. An immense oppressive force forced her to the ground, where she remained prostrate for a long while, too terrified to lift her head. This was a suppression emanating from the depths of one's bloodline, unrelated to raw power. Tamamo no Mae now felt something profound. Even if Lín Mò before her possessed no power whatsoever, she couldn't muster the slightest inclination to lay a finger on him. Good heavens! What is this Lín Mò? How can he make me feel such dread? Trembling violently, Tamamo no Mae couldn't help but scream inwardly. Though that dragon horn only appeared on dragons. Lín Mò currently possessed no other divine dragon traits besides that horn. Moreover, divine dragons had vanished for millennia. So Tamamo no Mae hadn't even considered that possibility. And just as she knelt on the ground, trembling violently, Lín Mô's transformation continued unabated. His entire body had swollen to several times its original size before gradually stabilizing. Yet the evolution was far from complete. The moment his body ceased expanding, a surge of national fortune power, as if tearing through space itself, appeared before Lín Mò in an instant from the direction of the Eastern Dragon Nation. Before he could even react, this force of national destiny directly merged into his body. Though it was only as thick as a pinky finger, the power it contained still made Lín Mò wince in pain. Once that force of national destiny entered his body, it surged through his body like a wild horse breaking free from its reins. Had Lín Mô's internal organs and skeletal structure not been fortified, this surge of national fortune could have instantly torn his body apart. Stop. Right. Now. Lín Mò, his body erupting in waves of golden light, roared through gritted teeth, forcing back the agony. Gritting his teeth, he manipulated the golden light within his body to clash with the wildly erratic force of national destiny. At this moment, Lín Mò had no time to ponder why his evolution had attracted the force of national destiny. His sole focus now was to harness this power for himself and complete his evolution as swiftly as possible. After all, the commotion here was far too great. He feared it might draw Amaterasu's attention. What Lín Mò didn't know was that the commotion here had indeed caught the attention of many. Moreover, quite a few were already heading this way. But they weren't Amaterasu. Instead, it was the very demons Lín Mò was determined to devour. These demons. Originally, they were gathering at the designated location as instructed by the Onmyoji. But midway, they noticed the various celestial anomalies here and the surging power within them. Believing treasures had emerged, they immediately rushed toward this place at top speed. Also heading this way alongside them were the members of the Dragon Nation's Xianmen. Having followed clues to the mountain range, they were just about to cast spells to search the area. But Yushu, who was in the middle of the group, suddenly called a halt. Frowning, Yushu explained to the others that the Dragon Nation's national fortune energy had manifested here. He then led the way toward Lín Mò. After all, he had never heard of a nation's fortune force voluntarily leaving its homeland. Fearing some trouble might be brewing here, had already pushed Lín Mô's affairs to the back of his mind. After all, compared to Lín Mò, the national fortune's power was far more crucial. Should the national fortune force encounter any issues, the entire Dragon Nation would be destroyed. And just as they were rushing toward Lín Mô's location, Amaterasu, who was setting up the formation, also sensed the anomaly here. Her eyes brimmed with delight and her body trembled with overwhelming excitement. Chapter 61, Absorbing the Power of National Fortune. As the deity of the land of cherry blossoms, Amaterasu's perception of national fortune far surpassed that of ordinary beings. However, the formation was not yet complete. Therefore, she could not depart just yet. After all, this formation is exceedingly bizarre. With his current abilities, he can only set it up once a month. Precisely for this reason, despite learning of the emergence of national fortune power, Amaterasu remained unhurried. She understood clearly. Within the territory of the land of cherry blossoms, she remained invincible. There was no need to worry about the national fortune power being stolen. The immediate priority now was, it's about perfecting the formation, so that he could use those demons to help him restore his strength. While the power of national fortune also aids me, it takes an incredibly long time to refine it. Unless one employs secret techniques. But unless it was a matter of life and death, she would not resort to such methods. After all, such a shortcut inflicts permanent damage upon oneself. Still, Amaterasu wasn't entirely unprepared. While busily manipulating the formation, she immediately summoned the surrounding Onmyoji. Head northwest. Don't reveal yourselves yet, first observe what's happening. Take this with you. It will let me know what happens over there. No sooner had the words left her lips, a blood-filled eyeball appeared before them. Though taken aback, the Onmyoji quickly regained their composure. As you command, Master. They bowed in unison to Amaterasu before departing with the eyeball. They knew Amaterasu could perceive everything around her through this eye. Thus, after departing, they exchanged little further conversation. They proceeded in silence, racing toward their designated location at full speed. Though they knew nothing of what transpired within those distant mountains, the immense commotion had already cast a solemn pall over their expressions. After all, they were fully aware of the Dragon Nation's mystics arriving in the land of cherry blossoms. The remaining Onmyoji in Sakura Nation were already few in number, compounded by the fact that the revived demons were also heading toward the region where Amaterasu resided. Therefore, they deduced that tremendous commotion was either caused by practitioners of the Dragon Nation's mystical arts, Or it was the work of Lín Mò, who had nearly destroyed the Onmyoji by his own strength. But neither of these factions was one they dared to provoke lightly. Thus, on their way there, they proceeded with extreme caution, fearing they might inadvertently stumble into danger. While various factions raced toward Lín Mò's location, a drenched in sweat Lín Mò finally managed to suppress the national fortune power that had invaded his body. To be precise, it wasn't so much suppression. It was more a matter of achieving a relative equilibrium. Now within Lín Mò's body, one side was occupied by that force of national destiny, while the other was occupied by his own power. The two forces within his body had somehow achieved a miraculous equilibrium. Their forms, however, resembled a Tai Chi diagram of yin and yang forming within him. As Lín Mò subdued this force, the entire evolutionary process had already concluded. Without pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow, he hurriedly examined his own changes. Besides the dragon horn that had sprouted on his forehead, his original tentacles had also altered their shape. Vaguely, the outline of dragon claws had begun to form. Not only that, his body had grown immensely thick. When fully extended, it stretched to over 20 meters in length. After this evolution, it bore an increasingly striking resemblance to the legendary divine dragon. This made Lín Mò even more eager for his next evolution. After observing for a moment, Lín Mò summoned his system interface. Though outwardly calm, but deep inside, he felt an inexplicable thrill. After all, this evolution had drawn in the power of national fortune. His abilities must have advanced significantly as well. Amidst Lín Mò's anticipation, the attribute panel materialized directly before him. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Fragmented. Note, to evolve into a true dragon ant, it must consume 4 different elemental ancient divine beasts. Talent, Fission. Individual count, 200,000 heavenly fire demon ants, 100,000 soul-devouring demon ants, 450,000 ancient dragon ants incomplete. Remaining lifespan, 3,480 days. Evolution experience required, 0-10 million. Special constitution, Dragon God Dao body incomplete. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. When evolved to its peak, it can rival the defense of divine beasts. Active skill, Dragon Breath incomplete. An attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Thunder can be unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 1,000-meter radius, capable of shattering stones or collapsing mountains. Also carries a stunning effect. When fully evolved, it can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar incomplete. Erupts a thunderous howl that dispels beneficial effects from enemies while exerting a deterrent effect. Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes. Upon reaching its ultimate evolution, additional unexpected effects manifest. Active skill, Time Roar incomplete. A time manipulation skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its incomplete nature, it carries significant unpredictability. Use with caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array incomplete. Summoning skill. Upon use, summons ancient dragon deities. Currently only one deity can be summoned. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be summoned. Though Lín Mò's expression remained impassive as he studied the panel's information, his heart overflowed with immense elation. He truly hadn't anticipated that devouring the nation's fortune would not only bind him to the dragon nation's destiny. It had caused his body to gradually transform into a dragon form. It had also granted him the Dragon God Illusion Array skill. While his ever-expanding ant swarm was undeniably powerful, it could never compare to the ancient guardian deities of the dragon nation. That was the most ancient guardian and creator of the dragon nation from thousands of years ago. The mightiest myth of the dragon race. Thinking of the impending doomsday era. With the aid of these divine guardians, his confidence in confronting those terrifying invading monsters grew. Lín Mò couldn't wait to see which deity he could summon now. Closing the attribute panel, he immediately activated the Dragon God Illusion Array skill. A white light rapidly formed an 8-trigram array on the ground. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared mid-air at the center of the formation, a crow? This crow sported a flower-patterned head, a white beak, and red claws. Lín Mò had a sudden flash of insight, recalling a passage from the classic of mountains and seas. There was a bird there, resembling a crow, with a patterned head, a white beak, and red feet. It was called the Jingguo, and its cry was self-deprecating. Chapter 62, The Demon's Attack. Lín Mò spoke uncertainly. Jingguo? It's me. As the reply came, the bird within the Bagua formation instantly transformed into a nimble and adorable young woman. Simultaneously, new information appeared in Lín Mò's mind. Name, Jingguo. Category, Ancient Divine Servant. Level, 1. Agility, 1. Increased agility allows for proactive combat coordination with the host. Special Constitution, defends against all water-based attacks. Active skill, immerse the heavens, summon nearby water sources to bind multiple enemies together and launch an attack. Higher levels yield more abundant water sources and bind more enemies at once. Active skill, Spirit of the Mountain summons surrounding rocks to attack enemies. Higher levels yield more rocks and greater damage. Perfect. Seeing Jingguo's skill panel, Lín Mò felt a surge of excitement. As an island nation, this land of cherry blossoms faced scarcity of resources except for water. Before Lín Mò could test Jingguo's skill, demons drawn by the nation's fortune began arriving one after another. Following them were the onmyoji who had been guarding these demons, now seeking Amaterasu. They had been unaware why the demons under their watch had all gone out of control. But to fulfill the command of Lord Amaterasu, they had all followed along. Witnessing the scene before them, they suddenly realized it was the nation's fortune. The pull of national destiny is irresistible to any form of control. It's the nation's fortune. The demon who had come upon hearing the commotion was thrilled beyond measure. Originally, they had only thought there was treasure. Were now utterly overwhelmed by this stroke of luck from the heavens. They chattered incessantly. Leave it to me. No one's taking this national fortune from me. Bull. What does national fortune have to do with you? The nation's fortune is mine. Once I absorb all this fortune, I'll surpass even Amaterasu. This is the fortune of the Dragon Nation. Everyone knows the Dragon Nation's profound heritage. The onmyoji couldn't hide their excitement, though they themselves couldn't absorb the national fortune. But if they could bring this fortune to Lord Amaterasu, one could only imagine how delighted the great deity Amaterasu would be. Especially since this fortune originated from the Dragon Nation. For all nations under heaven, none possess fortune more vigorous and profound than that of the Dragon Nation. Then, advancing in rank and amassing wealth in the future would be a piece of cake. While these demons and onmyoji were dreaming, the strange phenomena on the horizon had yet to dissipate. Dark clouds pressed down upon the city, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. The golden light representing the nation's fortune still shone upon Lín Mò. The relentless onslaught of demons pushed the atmosphere to the brink of terror. Yet Lín Mò felt not a shred of fear. He even felt a surge of excitement. He had originally planned to actively seek out demons to devour after completing his evolution. Now, here they were. These fools were practically walking into his trap. Let them serve as nourishment before his next evolution. Since you're here, you're all staying. This would also be a good chance to test Jingguo's abilities. Jingguo. Immerse heaven's myriad forms. Before the demons could launch their attack, streams of water surged forth from the distance. Like ropes, they bound 3 or 5 demons together. The bound demons struggled in vain. The ropes formed by the water currents proved incredibly sturdy. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. Aha! What is this? Why does it tighten the more we struggle? The bound onmyoji were filled with dread. They never connected the dragon before them, bearing the nation's fortune with the insect cultivator they had encountered before. After all, the difference between Lín Mò now and the dragon wasn't that great. Perfect. Lín Mò thought to himself. By binding these demons together and having the dragon ants form countless small groups, this way, devouring them would be twice as effective with half the effort. With his plan set, Lín Mò wasted no time. He commanded the ancient dragon ants to begin their operation. Divide yourselves into groups immediately, 5,000 per group, and attack one target. You must attack strictly according to your group assignments. Move out together and devour them for me. Eliminate them all at the fastest possible speed. The ancient dragon ants poured out en masse. Upon hearing Lín Mò's orders, they immediately sprang into action as directed. Soon, they launched an orderly assault on the bound monster. Each ancient dragon ant, measuring 20 meters in length, formed a dense, swarming mass. Visibility became extremely low. At first glance, it seemed as though the entire sky was blanketed by countless colossal dragons. The mindless ancient dragon ants endlessly repeated the commands Lín Mò had given them: attack and devour. Hidden among this swarm of ancient dragon ants, Lín Mò observed their condition. Just in case something unexpected happened. The demons, thrown into disarray by the devouring, in a wave of panic, they began to exert every ounce of strength. Even if they couldn't escape, they refused to passively await being devoured by these monsters. They began randomly unleashing their abilities. Some struck the ancient dragon ants, while others hit other demons. Chaos erupted throughout the entire space. At least the ancient dragon ant had grown in size. Both its devouring power and offensive capabilities had grown significantly. Besides, even if it got hit by monsters, he had plenty of ancient dragon ants. Let these monsters tear each other apart. Lín Mò was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. It's the insect cultivator. That insect cultivator, Lín Mò. The onmyoji controlling the monsters finally sensed something was amiss. This eerily familiar attack method felt all too recognizable. This insect cultivator will devour us all. What do we do now? We can't just sit here and wait for death. Find a way to escape quickly. After all, they had witnessed Lín Mò's devouring ability. The things that had been devoured. Not a single drop of blood remained. Hearing these Onmyoji's fearful conversation, Lín Mò sneered with disdain. These little guys are just too stupid. They only realized it now. But it was too late. Now, let you taste the fear of being at someone's mercy. You like to invade, don't you? You love stealing others' things, don't you? Then die. Soon, Lín Mò, who was observing, noticed something was wrong. The monsters killed by other monsters vanished without a trace. He wondered if Amaterasu had tampered with them somehow. But regardless, this meant he couldn't devour them to gain experience. Anyway, he'd seen enough of this spectacle. Let's finish the rest quickly. 8,000 at a time. Full speed assault. Lín Mò released another wave of ancient dragon ants before activating his skill. Dragon breath. In an instant, true solar flames rained down from the heavens, interwoven with thunderbolts and fire lightning. Lín Mò's attack power had grown even more formidable after his evolution. The bound monsters were utterly powerless to resist. Within moments, most of the demons were devoured. Those few who narrowly escaped death. Before they could even react, Lín Mò launched his second wave of attacks. Let's test Jingguo's power again. Spirit of 10,000 Mountains. Bang! 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 Chapter 63, Blood Debt Repaid with Blood. Vote for Gold Selection. As Lín Mò issued his command, massive boulders plummeted from the sky. Unlike ordinary rocks, these stones carried immense destructive force. Their blistering speed meant that the moment they struck the ground, they instantly carved out substantial craters in the ground. The bewildered monsters were crushed into pulp only to be instantly devoured by the ancient dragon ants. The remaining monsters, now paralyzed by fear, ceased their attacks. They only wanted to flee. This power was terrifying. It was completely beyond their ability to withstand. But Lín Mò wouldn't give them that chance. Hundreds upon hundreds of dragon-shaped dragon ants accelerated their devouring. The scene was utterly spectacular. In mere seconds, entire swaths of monsters vanished. Not a single trace of blood remained on the ground. Meanwhile, Lín Mò in the air, watching the ancient dragon ant and Jingguo work together to unleash such formidable combat power. He was thoroughly satisfied. The ground, once teeming with creatures, now only a few 8th rank Onmyoji clung to life. Lín Mò, please spare us. We've never wronged you, nor have we any recent grievances. Please spare us. Spare us? No grudges from the past? Didn't your ancestors think of no past grievances when they invaded? That was the previous generation's business. It has nothing to do with us. Exactly. At least I never attacked you. Go kneel before our fallen heroes and say that. Lín Mò never agreed that the actions of the Little Day's ancestors had nothing to do with them. Every privilege they now enjoy, every benefit they received, was seized from the Dragon Nation. Each one was bought with the blood and flesh of Longwa's forebears. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. Lín Mò couldn't be bothered with these petty little people. Devour. With a single command, the already battered Onmyoji was instantly devoured by the ancient dragon ants. Only one sentence remained. Lord Amaterasu will avenge us. Lín Mò sneered. What was Amaterasu? Before the apocalypse arrives, he would make the entire land of cherry blossoms vanish. And the Onmyoji lurking in the shadows, witnessing such a terrifying scene before their eyes, were all utterly terrified and disoriented. Following the command of Amaterasu, to observe what unfolded in the northwest. Originally, all the demons required by Lord Amaterasu had been bound. One of them tried to act rashly. Fortunately, another pulled him back. He reminded them of Amaterasu's instructions. They were to observe from the shadows and not act rashly. Now they watched the regular battle unfold. The Onmyoji and the demons were utterly helpless. He kept thanking his lucky stars he hadn't acted impulsively back then. Otherwise, their entire group wouldn't even be enough to fill Lín Mò's teeth. What do we do now? All the demons Amaterasu-sama needed are gone. We're finished. Recalling the mission Amaterasu had assigned them, and the elaborate formations Amaterasu had painstakingly set up, the formation she painstakingly arranged, despair engulfed them all. They knew, given Amaterasu's temperament, if she discovered this entire batch of demons had vanished, their own lives would likely be forfeit. Suddenly, the Onmyoji holding the eyeball trembled. The eyeball fell to the ground. This isn't an ordinary eyeball. Of course it wouldn't shatter. But the sound it made upon hitting the ground made Lín Mò pause. Could there be someone else? Jingguo. Immersion in the 10,000 phenomena. In an instant, the Onmyoji who had been whispering moments ago were instantly bound by water ropes and dragged before Lín Mò. Any stragglers? Poof. Though your experience is still lacking. But even a fly's leg is still meat. The Onmyoji had long since lost their nerve. One of them had even wet his pants in fear. Lín Mò, you can't kill me. I was sent by the great sun goddess Amaterasu. Killing me will surely make the great sun goddess. Before he could finish, Lín Mò unleashed the ancient dragon ants to devour him. He couldn't be bothered with their nonsense. After all, Amaterasu wouldn't spare him anyway. So be it. He wouldn't let Amaterasu off either. The primordial dragon ants were numerous and colossal in size. These few onmyoji were devoured in less than a second. Along with that eyeball. This eyeball is quite the treasure. The experience points from this eyeball actually exceeded those of the entire group. Meanwhile, Amaterasu let out a shrill, furious roar. Ea. Of course this eyeball had more experience. The eyeball was equivalent to one of Amaterasu's own eyes. She channeled the power of one of her own eyes into that orb. The eyeball was fine. Therefore, she herself was naturally unharmed. But now, Lín Mò had actually devoured that eyeball. Amaterasu's deathly pale face twisted with agony. Her right eye socket was now empty. Red blood trickled down her cheek, making her already distorted face even more terrifying. Lín Mò. I'll make sure you have no place to be buried. Amaterasu had witnessed Lín Mò devour every single demon. All the formations she had painstakingly set up. Now they were all useless. And as for herself, not only did she gain nothing, but had lost an eye. Amaterasu, who had been so confident, has now become frantic. The nation's fortune vanished. The demons were gone. What could she rely on to restore her power? It's okay. It's okay. There are still the divine beasts. As long as she devours those 8 divine beasts, my power won't just return to its peak. I might even reach a new level. Yes, find the divine beasts. Amaterasu murmured to herself. The land of cherry blossoms has 8 divine beasts. An ancient legend of the land of cherry blossoms. And Amaterasu's only chance. Meanwhile, Lín Mò knew nothing of this. He happily absorbed that experienced eyeball. He intended to continue absorbing experience. But before he could recall all the ancient dragon ants and depart, the scene before him halted his steps. The Dragon Clan's Xianmen disciples, who had rushed to the battlefield after the battle ended, finally arrived. Seeing the sky filled with dragon-like creatures, they all froze in place. Never mind multiple dragons. They had never even seen a single dragon before. Now, seeing so many at once, they were utterly speechless. Yusu. Ancestor Yusu, are those dragons? Wu Suowei stammered, trembling. The Jade Void ancestor took a deep breath. I don't know either. Though he was the head of the Dragon Nation's mystical sect, and possessed vast knowledge, ancient texts also contained records of dragons. But he had never seen one himself. Moreover, descriptions of dragons varied across different ancient texts. Hearing the uncertain tone in old ancestor Yushu's voice, the crowd grew even more convinced that a true dragon had descended. They immediately knelt down. This was an ancient divine dragon. If not now, when? Divine dragon, what brings you to the land of cherry blossoms? Could it be that you have come to avenge our dragon nation for the wrongs committed by the land of cherry blossoms? Divine dragon. It was no wonder the Dragon Clan and Xianmen disciples were so astonished. The evolved Lín Mò bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary divine dragon. Anyone who beheld a legendary divine being wouldn't remain unmoved. Lín Mò, caught in the midst of it all, was at a loss for words. How was he supposed to explain this misunderstanding? And how had this group found him so quickly? Chapter 64, The Ancient Divine Beast Shoha. Though he'd dealt with these demons, the Amaterasu and those released divine beasts remained unresolved. He recalled the apocalypse from his previous life, and the overwhelming destructive power of those mutated divine beasts made Lín Mò determined never to endure such a nightmare again. They must be dealt with before the apocalypse arrives. The divine beasts are one thing. If Amaterasu were to discover my connection to the Dragon Clan and the Xianmen, even if she couldn't find me, wouldn't she still be able to track down this group? Then I'd have to split my focus to look after them too. Wait, aren't we here to find Lín Mò? Why are there so many divine dragons? Could these divine dragons also be? Recalling what they had seen earlier. Especially since these divine dragons carried the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. Recalling how, because of Lín Mò, had increased the nation's fortune. A wave of doubt washed over him. Big shot Lín Mò, is that you? Big shot Lín Mò, are you here? Wu Suowei called out loudly. He looked a bit foolish. But it wasn't really his fault. Mostly because all those divine dragons looked exactly alike. Besides, they'd never once doubted it. Lín Mò wasn't alone. So he could only shout loudly, hoping the Lín Mò pulling the strings behind the scenes would reveal himself. Before Lín Mò could begin to answer, suddenly, the entire mountain peak began to tremble and sway. Like an earthquake, countless boulders tumbled down. The Xianmen disciples standing on the ground began to lose their footing. With no other choice, they all summoned their magical artifacts and stood atop them. Japan has frequent earthquakes. Could this be one? We're just too unlucky. Lín Mò, boss, come out quickly. An earthquake's coming. I'll use my artifact to carry you out. Everyone called out to Lín Mò. Everyone wanted Lín Mò to be their talisman and leave. To be able to carry such a master was an absolute honor. No. Yusu snapped his fingers, closing his eyes. Then he snapped them open. His eyes blazed with sharpness and dread. It's not an earthquake. It's something far more terrifying. Something even more terrifying? What is it? Yushu sighed. I can't quite put it into words. But it must be dangerous. Dangerous? Lín Mò, boss, come out quickly. Let's go. Lín Mò had naturally noticed the unusual situation as well. Hearing the cries of the Shinmen disciples, all the chatter just sounded like noise to him. What is it? Lín Mò asked Tamamo no Mei. No one here knew better than Yuzuha what was about to emerge. It's Shokaku. Tamamo no Mei no longer bore her previous alluring appearance. Her entire face was drained of color. Her fear was plain to see. She had every reason to be afraid. Though she, Tamamo no Mei, was a famed great demon of the land of cherry blossoms, her combat prowess ranked among the highest, she still couldn't compare to ancient divine beasts. Especially since this time it was Morikaku who had emerged. Shikaku possessed an inherently playful nature. His combat prowess is formidable. Yet it retains a childlike nature. Completely unreasonable. He's utterly vicious, delighting in tormenting his prey. No demon dares to provoke this demonic force. Lín Mò was somewhat surprised. Wasn't Shaha an ancient divine beast? Back in the Jingguo shrine, he had devoured the national fortune he'd stolen from the land of cherry blossoms. All the divine beasts should have failed to revive. Could it be? My national fortune accidentally revived these divine beasts. That makes sense. The national fortune of the Dragon Nation is unmatched by any other country. But this is for the best. Now that they've been revived, I might as well devour them. After all, to evolve into true dragon ants, it requires devouring divine beasts embodying 4 distinct elements. After a tremor that shook the earth and mountains. Kitten? Is this a raccoon cat? It looks kinda cute. Shoha possessed a deceptively charming appearance. While leaving the Shinmen disciples utterly perplexed, they gradually let down their guard. Some cat lovers even wanted to get closer and pet it. After all, not everyone was familiar with this ancient divine beast of the land of cherry blossoms. Yusu stepped forward to stop them. Ancestor Yushu. This is Shoha, one of the ancient divine beasts of the land of cherry blossoms. Extremely aggressive, with the temperament of a child. But it possesses none of a child's kindness, only malice. While Yushu was explaining this to the others, Lín Mò simultaneously launched his assault. Shoha's body was small and highly agile. Thus, it was difficult to strike. One must strike first. Jingguo. Immersed in the vastness of heaven, a water rope came from afar. In an instant, it bound Shoha. Yet this time, it did not go as smoothly as before. The bound Shoha slowly swells in size. In an instant, it broke free from the water rope. Then it shrank back to its original size. His voice, full of childlike wonder, was tinged with malice. I was wondering who had the audacity to wake this one. Such meager skills? Unworthy. Gazing at the sky filled with divine dragons, he chuckled softly. So it was the nation's fortune. The national fortune of the Dragon Nation. You're one lucky bastard. But now it's mine. Shoha swatted down an ancient dragon ant with a single claw. The ancient dragon ant pinned to the ground instantly fell silent. Shoha attempted to absorb the national fortune from this ancient dragon ant. But he failed. How could that be? How could there be nothing? I refuse to believe it. He struck down another one. But what he didn't know was, no matter how many ancient dragon ants he crushed, he couldn't absorb a single shred of national fortune. For the nation's fortune resided solely within Lín Mò. These ancient dragon ants serving as Lín Mò's avatars. Though they appeared to possess national fortune, they could absorb nothing at all. Yet apart from Lín Mò, no one could discern the difference. Witnessing Showa's violent, murderous side, no longer saw him as an adorable little kitten. Wuxi watched Lín Mò struggle to hold his ground. He immediately pulled out cinnabar and began drawing talismans on the yellow paper. With swift, flowing strokes. The moment he finished, he flung the golden glowing talisman at Shoha. A flash of fire flickered across Shoha's body before vanishing instantly. Seeing this, they immediately unleashed their most powerful techniques. They hurled them at Shoha as if they were worthless. These talismans had little effect on the ancient divine beast Shoha. Yet they still inflicted some degree of pain. Already prone to outbursts, was thoroughly enraged. A claw shot toward Wusuowei and the others, soaring through the air. Jingguo. Immersion in the 10,000 phenomena. Though he couldn't control Shoha, the water rope could halt his charge toward the group. Fall back. Lín Mò addressed the Xianmen disciples. Too many people hindered his performance. Besides, Shoha was inherently vicious. If he launched an attack and accidentally harmed the crowd, that would be disastrous. Big shot Lín Mò. This group didn't know Lín Mò's true strength. They thought Lín Mò wanted to cover their retreat, letting them leave first. They were instantly moved. But they couldn't just abandon their leader like this. Brother Lín Mò, we're willing to fight alongside you. That's right. We Dragon Clan members never abandon our comrades. If we die together. Lín Mò felt a surge of irritation. He had no time for explanations now. Shoha was already dangerously unpredictable. Only Su Kong here understood more about it. Chapter 65, Devouring the Divine Beast. Listen to Big Shot Lín Mò, we retreat first. Ancestor, we can't just abandon Brother Lín Mò like this. We'll only cause trouble by staying here. Fall back first. If things get too dire, we'll charge in. The Xianmen disciples heard this. Had no choice but to retreat, leaving the battlefield to Lín Mò. Devour. Lín Mò gave the command. A dense swarm of ancient dragon ants launched their assault on Shoha. Though Shoha could crush one with a single swipe of its claw, the sheer numbers of the dragon ants proved overwhelming. This made him extremely irritated. Shoha grew larger. A single swipe reduced dozens of dragon ants to dust. He was enjoying himself, letting out a hearty laugh. Is that all you've got? Dragon breath. Instantly, thunder rolled across the sky. Countless palms, infused with the sun's true fire and crackling with lightning, exploded in rapid succession. Several strikes landed squarely on Shoha. Though they only caused superficial wounds, Shoha wasn't a punching bag. He immediately shrank in size. While dodging nimbly, he also launched his own counterattack. Sandstorm. A whirlwind of sand and stones, sweeping up hundreds of dragon ants. The swept-up dragon ants were beaten into pulp by the wind. Legend has it that Shoha originally dwelled in the desert. His mastery over sand and stone was second to none. Lín Mò knew this wouldn't work. Shoha was too agile, hard to hit, yet possessed formidable combat prowess. Though Dragon's Breath could inflict a stun effect, but that was only if he could actually hit his opponent. To evade attacks, Shuowo will always appear in its smaller form. Using the Dragon Roar skill would make sweeping him up a breeze. With that thought, Lín Mò unleashed more ancient dragon ants. Soul-devouring demon ants, heed my command. Release the Dragon Roar skill with me shortly. Dragon ants, heed my command. The moment Shoha is swept up, devour swiftly. Dragon Roar. The dragon ants, utterly obedient to command. The moment the skill was activated, they swiftly launched their attack as directed. Tens of thousands of demon ants opened their massive jaws to unleash the Dragon Roar skill. A colossal golden dragon soared into the sky. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. The mountains shook violently. The impact was even more staggering than when Shoha first emerged. Shoha's tiny body was tossed about amidst the dragon's roar. The Xianmen disciples watching from afar were utterly stunned. They had thought that even if they couldn't win, they couldn't let Big Shot Lín Mò bear the brunt alone. But now they saw the boss's combat prowess was off the charts. That lifelike golden dragon radiated an awe-inspiring might. Was simply beyond comparison to their own feeble abilities. Turns out the boss told them to stay back. Not to cover their rear, but to avoid friendly fire. At this moment, Lín Mò naturally had no idea what these people were thinking. He had no time to concern himself with them. The moment he unleashed the dragon's roar, he immediately unleashed a dragon's breath. Over 10,000 dragon ants unleashed their skills simultaneously. The entire sky and earth were filled with a dense barrage of attacks. Shoha, tumbling through the air, could not evade. Watching the thunderbolts, infused with true fire, crash down upon Shoha one after another. Lín Mò immediately commanded, devour. Ea. Shoha let out agonized moans. His body grew larger and larger, towering higher than the surrounding peaks. Yet blood poured relentlessly from that formidable form. The two consecutive skills he had just unleashed. The demon ants had devoured both his arms. Now Shoha had completely snapped. He launched a frenzied assault on the split entities. Lín Mò blended in, dodging nimbly. Truly worthy of being an ancient divine beast of the land of cherry blossoms. Its combat prowess was formidable. How is it still alive? This thing is way too powerful. Ancestor Yushu, should we go help Brother Lín Mò? Watching the divine dragons fall one by one, the Xianmen disciples grew frantic. To their eyes, these fragments were all genuine true dragons. Having never witnessed a dragon before, witnessing such sacrifice now was beyond words. Only Yushu retained some clarity of mind. He felt Lín Mò could still grow stronger. Wait a little longer. We'd just be cannon fodder if we went up. Being cannon fodder is one thing, but becoming a burden to Big Shot Lín Mò would be another matter entirely. But Brother Lín Mò, Yushu extended his arm, signaling everyone to step back. If it comes down to it, we'll fight to the death. Agreed. The Xianmen disciples, resigned to their fate, accepted the proposal. Each prepared to sacrifice themselves at any moment. Lín Mò dodged while searching for an opening to attack. The Time Roar skill was far too unpredictable. Shoha was now in a state of fury. This must be resolved swiftly. An idea flashed through his mind. Dragon Ant, return. All Skyfire Demon Ants, mobilize. The split entities obeyed without question. The moment Lín Mò issued the command, they swiftly prepared. To the onlookers, the only change was the increased number of divine dragons before their eyes. Otherwise, no changes were apparent. Soul-devouring demon ants, come to my side. Form armor with the true fire of the sun and activate defense. Heavenly fired demon ants, encircle Shoha. The moment Jingguo binds Shoha, detonate simultaneously. After issuing the commands, Lín Mò summoned Jingguo directly. Immersion of 10,000 phenomena. Water ropes descended from the sky, binding Shoha. Lín Mò knew it would only take Shoha seconds to break free. And he only needed a few seconds himself. The moment the water ropes bound Shoha, the heavenly fired demon ants swarming around him instantly detonated. The deafening blast echoed through the air. Devour. Lín Mò gave the command. Amidst the deafening blast, the Shoha trapped within was blown to shreds. Before it even hit the ground, it was devoured by the soul-devouring demon ants. The sight of 200,000 heavenly fired demon ants exploding simultaneously was utterly breathtaking and devastatingly powerful. No matter what kind of divine beast it was, it would be blown to smithereens. The entire mountain range was not merely flattened, but also left a 20-meter deep crater. What just happened? The Xianmen disciples hiding in the distance were utterly bewildered. What did you say? Wu Suowei could only see someone open their mouth, but heard no sound whatsoever. The explosion from earlier echoed. Though they were far away, they were still blown backward by the force of the blast. A deafening roar filled their ears. After that, they couldn't hear a thing. Holy, am I deaf now? As a deity of the land of cherry blossoms, Amaterasu could naturally sense the divine beast's emergence. Originally troubled by how to revive the divine beast Amaterasu, now that she sensed the divine beast, she was naturally overjoyed. It seems the fortune of the Dragon Nation has awakened the divine beast. Amidst the chaos, Amaterasu paid no heed to her own wounds. With eyes closed, it sensed the divine beast's presence. Why can I only sense 7 of the 8 divine beasts? It doesn't matter. 7 is enough. Amaterasu naturally had no idea the 8th divine beast had already been devoured by Lín Mò. Now she only wanted to find the divine beast swiftly. Restore her own power. Yamada no Orochi, you're next. Amaterasu smiled with satisfaction. As the mightiest primordial divine beast of the land of cherry blossoms, Yamada no Orochi's power surpassed that of the remaining 7 combined. Swallowing the Yamada no Orochi alone, it would be enough to restore her power to its peak. Amaterasu wiped the blood from her face with her index finger, swiftly drawing a formation with her own blood. Having pinpointed the Yamada no Orochi's location, she rushed toward it without hesitation. Chapter 66, Searching for the Mightiest Divine Beast. Ancestor Yushu. Ancestor Yushu. I can't hear you. Yusu. Wu Suowei shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice trembled with fear. Before he could finish, Yusu cut him off. Keep your voice down. I'm not deaf. But I'm deaf. Ha? I think I can hear again. Wu Suowei's voice brimmed with surprise. He'd been genuinely terrified just now. He was still young, what if he really had gone deaf? I can hear too. Me too. It feels so good to hear sounds again. The Longwei Xianmen disciples chattered excitedly. Lín Mò finished off Shoha. He looked at his experience panel with great satisfaction. Though he had lost 200,000 heavenly fire demon ants after devouring Shoha, he gained 200,000 ancient dragon ants, so it wasn't a loss. The apocalypse was approaching. He must evolve into a true dragon ant before the end. After devouring Shoha, though he had devoured an ancient divine beast of 1 element, he still falls 3 short of becoming a true dragon ant. He still needed 3 more. Searching for them one by one would be far too slow. Moreover, he couldn't be certain that each devoured beast possessed a different element. Lín Mò began recalling the divine beasts of the land of cherry blossoms he had witnessed after the apocalypse in his previous life. Memories from before his rebirth surged back like a tidal wave, flooding his mind. His mind raced, like flipping through pages in his mind. He meticulously searched through the memories related to the post-apocalyptic era. Soon, he found the relevant passage. Yamada no Orochi. The legendary Yamada no Orochi. The strongest divine beast in the land of cherry blossoms since time immemorial, without equal. This single beast alone It alone embodies the 4 great elements found in the other 7 divine beasts. It stands as the embodiment of all divine beasts. Given Lín Mò's current strength, devouring the Yamata no Orochi might prove dangerous. But it was the fastest method and he had no time to spare. But how could he find the Yamata no Orochi? Lord Yamata no Orochi? Tamamo no Mei's voice carried palpable fear. Right, how could he have forgotten Tamamo no Mei? Here was another famed great demon of the land of cherry blossoms. Finding Yamata no Orochi would be twice as effective with his help. Do you know where Yamata no Orochi is? What do you want with Lord Yamata no Orochi? Tamamo no Mei had no desire to see the Yamata no Orochi again. Never mind its devastating attacks or volatile temper. Just looking at his appearance was terrifying enough. I intend to devour him. Lín Mò didn't find such words particularly shocking. Upon hearing this, Tamamo no Mei shuddered violently. Her delicate shoulders peeked out from the sheer fabric. What a pitiable sight. But in Lín Mò's eyes, she didn't inspire the slightest hint of pity or tenderness. Stop flirting. Do you know where the Yamata no Orochi is? Lín Mò understood the situation at a glance. Fear. All you need to do is help me find him. I'm not asking you to kill him. What are you afraid of? Though Lín Mò was now quite powerful. But Tamamo no Mei couldn't be sure he could defeat Yamata no Orochi. If he failed, all those who went to provoke it would die. Don't count on that beast to show mercy to the fairer sex. Speak quickly. Are you truly going to devour Lord Yamata? What else? Lín Mò was growing impatient. How cowardly this demon had become. Wasn't he supposed to be a famed great demon of the land of cherry blossoms? Tamamo no Mei reluctantly nodded. As a great demon who had lived in the land of cherry blossoms for so long, she knew exactly where the Yamata no Orochi was sealed. Though she was afraid. But now that she was Lín Mò's slave, she naturally had no right to refuse. Jingguo. Right here, brother Lín Mò. Jingguo was dressed in traditional Dragon Nation attire. Her entire demeanor radiated an exceptionally docile and endearing charm. This look suited Lín Mò's taste much better. Just looking at her lifted his spirits. That makeup on Zayarizi was truly something to be desired. Skill usage complete. May I recall you now? Carrying around such a beauty at all times was simply too conspicuous. Besides, Jingguo couldn't possibly keep up with his speed. Sure, brother Lín Mò. You can summon Jingguo anytime you like. Then you go back first. Alright, brother Lín Mò. Yamazumi watched Lín Mò treat her and Jingguo with completely different attitudes. A pang of envy stung her heart. After the Dragon Nation's mystics confirmed she was unharmed, they remembered their mission here. They all approached the dragon ant. Brother Lín Mò, we're here to take you home. The situation in Sakura Nation is too unpredictable now. Why not return with us to the Dragon Nation? Beyond seeking favor with this powerful figure. More importantly, they genuinely feared for his safety in the land of cherry blossoms. The land of cherry blossoms was now in utter chaos. All manner of demons and monsters have emerged. Natural disasters were occurring one after another. It was truly no place to be. You should go back first. I still have matters to attend to. Lín Mò had no time to explain his upcoming plans to them. Otherwise, it would inevitably turn into a barrage of questions. Where are you headed, Lín Mò? We'll come with you. The sooner we wrap this up, the sooner we can go home. These guys were stubborn, determined to stick around until they got their way. To prevent them from following, he'd have to split his focus to protect them. Lín Mò stated plainly. I'm going to find the Yamata no Orochi. You all go back. With that, Lín Mò grabbed Tamamo no Mei by the paw and flew off. He paid no heed whatsoever to the reactions of the Xianmen disciples on the ground. Sure enough, his speed was even faster this time. According to the address provided by Tamamo no Mei, it wasn't too far from here. It was practically just a blink of an eye before they reached their destination. The Xianmen disciples left behind stood there dumbfounded, staring at the empty battlefield. Where did Lín Mò say he was going? To find the Yamata no Orochi. Holy! Even those unfamiliar with the history of the land of cherry blossoms had heard of the legendary Yamata no Orochi. This creature was utterly vicious, its crimes too numerous to recount. No way, we're going with them. Yeah, though we have no idea what boss Lín Mò wants with the Yamata no Orochi. But we can't let the boss face a beast of this caliber alone. But how do we track it down? The venerable Yusu closed his eyes with serene composure. I placed a tracking talisman on the divine dragon beside me earlier. After spending time with him these past few times, Yusu had come to understand Lín Mò's character. He knew Lín Mò wouldn't immediately follow them. Though he didn't know where the big shot Lín Mò was commanding this group of divine dragons from. He had swiftly placed a tracking talisman on the divine dragon beside him. Sure enough, his hunch proved correct. Lín Mò declined their proposal. Fortunately, he hadn't been discovered. Lín Mò certainly couldn't have noticed. He was positioned right in the center of those clones. Plus, with its evolved body now so massive, a harmless little maneuver like that was hard to detect. Holy crap, I didn't even see it, only the Jade Void Ancestor did. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry over. Follow me. Yusu and the others summoned their magical artifacts and mounted them. Following the trail of the tracking talisman's aura, they pursued after them. Chapter 67, The Nation's Downfall. The Dragon Nation's Xianmen disciples followed on their magical artifacts. But they lacked Lín Mò's speed. Wherever they went, the current state of the land of cherry blossoms was evident everywhere. Though the demons drawn by the nation's fortune had all been devoured by Lín Mò, the weaker minor demons and spirits, unrestrained by their powerful masters, they all ran unrestrainedly onto the streets. Among demons, these lesser beings might not be formidable, but to humans who are powerless to resist, it was like a buffet for them. Compounded by the ecological damage wrought in the early days to unleash the great demons, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and earthquakes followed in rapid succession. The people of the land of cherry blossoms are said to be living in dire straits. That's putting it mildly. Yet faced with such dire circumstances, the government remains inactive. It's not that they don't want to intervene. The main issue is that most of the nations on Myoji have met untimely deaths. The few remaining ones had all been enslaved by Amaterasu. These high-ranking government officials are already struggling to manage their own affairs. They have no time to care about the lives of the common folk. On the streets, within the houses, everywhere they went, chaos reigned. Cries and screams. It looked like the apocalypse had arrived. Yet the members of the Dragon Nation's Xianmen sect, observing this scene from above, felt not a shred of sympathy. Not only did they feel no pity, they even found it utterly gratifying. Bah! Serves them right. That's karma for you. Back in the day, these little bastards ran rampant in the Dragon Kingdom. Wherever they went, war raged. The sins they committed in the Dragon Kingdom were far more despicable than these monsters from the land of cherry blossoms today. No one pities the fate of their enemies. Mercy shown to enemies is the greatest cruelty to oneself. What right did they have to forgive or even sympathize with their predecessors? Besides, they don't even want to. Those so-called righteous anti-war activists were all beneficiaries of the wars fought a century ago. They plundered other nations' wealth through war, then casually adopted an anti-war persona. Hypocrisy at its finest. The good life is over for good this time. It seems the nation's demise is not far off. Consider that all infrastructure, economy, and livelihoods have been destroyed. Rebuilding it would take at least a century or two. And judging by the current situation, forget recovery. The people themselves are on the brink of extinction. Though it sounds cold-hearted, I'm actually feeling pretty good about this. What compassion are you talking about with beasts? Ha 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 ha. As they spoke, a genuine sense of satisfaction filled their hearts. After all, that resentment had been bottled up in the hearts of billions of people in the Dragon Nation for nearly a century. Ancestor Yushu, what are your thoughts? Wu Suowei turned to ask Yusu's opinion. They had vented freely, but Yusu had remained silent throughout the journey. Recalling how Yusu often emphasized compassion during meetings, Wu Suowei suddenly wanted to know his thoughts. I cast a divination last night. As a Dragon Nation citizen, Yusu naturally felt no pity for these beasts. Moreover, those campaigns from years past, the masters of the Xianmen all emerged from seclusion. Even reclusive masters who shunned worldly affairs took up arms. Those were the most brutal years in the history of the Xianmen. Our ancestors nearly perished entirely, severing the lineage. What hexagram? The world is about to go to hell. What chaos? Isn't it just our little lives? Yushu shook his head. This disaster is global in scale. Humanity may face the risk of extinction. What? That's serious? But our Dragon Nation is just fine. You must remember, when they left, the people of the Dragon Kingdom lived in peace and prosperity, thriving and flourishing. If something had gone wrong, they couldn't possibly be unaware. Where there is great calamity, there must be signs of life. The lifeblood of our Dragon Nation has already emerged. The group exchanged glances. A single name surfaced in their minds simultaneously. Lín Mò. Hurry! Go help! We absolutely cannot let brother Lín Mò get hurt. They quickened their pace. They raced toward Lín Mò, following the markers. Meanwhile, Amaterasu was also rushing toward the Yamata no Orochi. But naturally, her speed couldn't match Lín Mò's. Lín Mò reached his destination, loosened his grip. He tossed Tamamo no Mei onto the ground. Ah! The cry of pain from being dropped carried a hint of allure. 9 tails spread across the ground. Her white paws were raised high. Truly a fox. But Lín Mò felt no admiration. Where is the Yamata no Orochi? Tamamo no Mei, her seduction attempt thwarted, rose to her feet as if nothing had happened. Faced with this situation, she had long since grown accustomed I only know the approximate location is around here. I can't pinpoint it exactly. Tamamo no Mae had only seen the Yamata no Orochi once. She dared not even lift her head. She never imagined she'd see the Yamata no Orochi a second time, much less know its exact whereabouts. Alright. Because of their contract, Lín Mò knew Tamamo no Mae wasn't lying to him. You're certain this area is his lair, right? Tamamo no Mae nodded. This was Japan's largest active volcano. And the most dangerous place. Except for the Yamata no Orochi. No sentient being would willingly linger here. Alright. If I can't find him, can't I at least make him come to me? We can't abandon the old nest, can we? Soul-devouring demon ants, mobilize all units. Devour them. No sooner had Lín Mò spoken. 100,000 soul-devouring demon ants poured out en masse. They began devouring the active volcano. Don't know where it is? Then devour his lair. Lín Mò refused to believe he wouldn't emerge now. Yomazan watched Lín Mò's ferocious actions. He swallowed hard instinctively. Thank goodness, thank goodness. She had thanked her luck countless times for her choice back then. Thank goodness he hadn't chosen to become Lín Mò's enemy. Given Lín Mò's ruthless nature, she'd probably be dead 10,000 times over. Her greatest fear used to be the Yamata no Orochi. But now she thought about it. When Lín Mò faced the Yamata no Orochi, who could say who was more ruthless? As the demon ants devoured the active volcano, Yamatsumi also carefully observed the surrounding situation, striving to make herself more useful. Lín Mò's powerful support. She must cling to him tightly. Who dares disturb this palace's slumber? A deep, booming voice echoed from beneath the earth. Then the entire ground began to shake violently. The tremor spread far and wide. Lín Mò, suspended mid-air, felt no effect. Instead, Tamamo no Mae swayed slightly before immediately soaring into the air. Then, cracks began to appear in the ground. From within the fissures, 8 serpentine tails emerged from the earth. Each serpent was incredibly thick. Then, the ground roared with a tremendous rumble. Damn, this Yamata no Orochi is just as ugly as the legends describe. 8 serpentine tails, 8 heads. It looks like some kind of monstrosity. Must have drunk too much nuclear wastewater. Who dares to destroy my dwelling? Let this lord see. I'll spare you a whole corpse. 8 serpentine tails flailed wildly through the air. A truly terrifying sight. Chapter 68, The Mightiest Divine Beast, Yamata no Orochi. The Yamata no Orochi gazed at the demon ants before it. Its tone held a hint of surprise. Dragons? Mythical creatures from the Dragon Nation's legends. This is the first time this palace has ever seen a dragon. Its 16 pairs of eyes scrutinized it closely. And one imbued with the nation's fortune, no less. No wonder it could awaken this palace. It is indeed a fine specimen. Yamata no Orochi nodded with satisfaction. Let you legendary mythical beings become this palace's meal. This palace has been starved for so long it's time to replenish. Consider yourselves fortunate. Consider yourselves honored. Ha 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 ha. Yamata no Orochi's laughter was eerily sinister. Not only did each of its heads possess a mouth, but each tail did as well. The sight was deeply unsettling. Tamamo no Mae, who had been standing nearby, had long since fled in terror. Damn, that's ugly. Lín Mò's heartfelt exclamation rang out. Only a perverted country like Little Days could produce such a thing. It was practically dancing on the public's aesthetic sensibilities, right? He really didn't want to look at this ugly thing anymore. Forgive him for putting on airs. As our renowned literary master once said, to scrutinize an ugly thing is an act of cruelty. The proper course was to dispose of it swiftly. He didn't care where Tamamo no Mae had gone. He never counted on her anyway. In a land like Sakura, where social hierarchy is so rigidly enforced, Tamamo no Mae's actions were understandable. It was pure bloodline suppression. He simply couldn't be bothered to quarrel with a beast. Dragon God's illusionary array. Lín Mò summoned Jingguo directly. Jingguo. Here, brother Lín Mò. Jingguo's agility was far too low at present. She still lacked the battlefield synergy needed to fight alongside Lín Mò. Preparations must be made in advance. You'll need to bind his head and tail separately. Understood, brother Lín Mò. All magic ants, heed my command. The moment Jingguo binds him, all of you will simultaneously devour his rightmost tail. Immersion of 10,000 phenomena. Streams of water ropes materialized, instantly binding the 8 heads and 8 tails of the Yamata no Orochi. Devour. Following Lín Mò's command, the demon ants charged forward relentlessly, swiftly devouring the serpent's rightmost tail. The sight of 100,000 demon ants moving in unison was truly spectacular. They swarmed in such dense numbers that not a single gap remained. Seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Ah! My tail! A fierce roar erupted. All the demon ants swarming around Yamata no Orochi were flung away. Before them now, the Yamata no Orochi possessed only 7 tails. Lín Mò was quite satisfied with these results. He knew he couldn't be too aggressive against the Yamata no Orochi. Moreover, Jingguo certainly couldn't control him for long. Therefore, he could only resort to indirect tactics. He refused to believe that this Yamata no Orochi was invincible. His 100,000 demon ants couldn't devour a single tail in seconds? You petty creatures of the Dragon Nation. This palace shall reduce you to ashes. Hellfire. In an instant, all 7 mouths on the tail of the Yamata no Orochi opened simultaneously. Gigantic fireballs erupted from their maws. Upon impact, they instantly scorched the ground into fiery craters. 7 tails writhed wildly through the air. Due to the fireball's overwhelming density, they ignited the very ground beneath them. After all, the area around an active volcano is completely barren. Even Lín Mò couldn't help but marvel. This legendary beast, said to be the mightiest in the land of cherry blossoms, truly lived up to its reputation. If it weren't impossible, he'd have wanted to tame this thing. But he hadn't suffered any real loss. At the very moment the Yamata no Orochi was howling in agony, Lín Mò commanded the demon ants to shield themselves with the sun's true flame the moment the devouring was complete. He didn't believe this ferocious beast would take a hit without retaliating. Burn it to ashes. This is fire from the depths of hell. I'll reduce every last one of you to ash. 17 mouths roared in unison. At that very moment, Amaterasu, who had been rushing from afar, arrived at the scene. But she did not rush to appear. Instead, she concealed herself not far from the battlefield. She knew full well the formidable power of the Yamata no Orochi. And Lín Mò's bizarre insect cultivation methods also demanded her vigilance. Now that these two were locked in combat, it was nothing short of a godsend for her. Once both sides were left battered and broken, fighting to the bitter end, wouldn't it be perfect timing for her to make her move? By then, the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, combined with the might of Japan's most powerful ancient divine beast, not only could she return to her peak, she could dominate the entire world. Amaterasu grew more and more excited the more she thought about it. She longed for the two of them to be left barely clinging to life. After the Yamata no Orochi unleashed its skill, she discovered the divine dragon before her remained utterly unscathed. Solar True Flame? You've got some skills. His frenzied heart slowly gave way to excitement. Back then, he had fought across the entire land of cherry blossoms and found no equal. It was a lonely existence, to be honest. Now he'd encountered such a formidable opponent. He found himself looking forward to it. Release 50,000 dragon ants. Release your skills with me in a moment. Once we've wrapped him up, the magic ants will devour his leftmost tail. Dragon Roar. 50,000 dragon ants opened their gaping maws. The colossal dragon roar caused the entire mountain to echo with a thunderous reverberation. The remaining half of the mountain teetered precariously. The roars erupted in unison. What should have been colorless energy materialized like wind taking form. It glowed with a golden light. Even the colossal Yamata no Orochi was swept up. The instant his feet left the ground, 100,000 demon ants attacked his left tail simultaneously. This time, their speed was even faster. Yamata no Orochi roared in midair. It unleashed its skill before even touching down. Rolling thunder? Instantly, the sky darkened as bolts of thunder as thick as bowls rolled toward them. And where the thunderbolts appeared, originated from its remaining 6 tails. Wherever they struck, tremendous explosions erupted. The unfortunate dragon ants and demon ants struck, vanished instantly. Don't you dragon country folk always say that the punishment for doing something shameful is to be struck by lightning? I'll make these divine dragons taste the wrath of heavenly thunder right now. Whoever's behind this, come out now. If you don't show yourself, I'll strike down every last one of these divine dragons. The Yamata no Orochi gazed upon the identical divine dragons before it. He had always been convinced someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. In his eyes, the people of the Dragon Nation were cunning by nature. As the situation grew increasingly desperate, Lín Mò, however, grew calm. Ignoring the Yamata no Orochi's provocation, he began to analyze the situation calmly. He had always known Yamata no Orochi would be difficult to deal with. Now it seemed. Its tail was its most formidable weapon. If the tail could be dealt with, everything else would be manageable. Moreover, though the beast appeared massive, its core form was remarkably agile. Tricks already used won't fool him again. Its strongest ability now is arguably the spatial roar. But its unpredictability is too great. Unless absolutely necessary, Lín Mò didn't want to gamble. Chapter 69, Deceiving and Being Deceived. He still had 80,000 demon ants and 600,000 dragon ants. Let's try the blast again. After all, once we devour the Yamata no Orochi, the dragon ants will increase anyway. Lín Mò swiftly and calmly formulated his strategy. All demon ants and dragon ants, heed my command. Demon ants advance first, dragon ants follow behind. Close in on the Yamata no Orochi. Activate your abilities simultaneously. Afterward, 80,000 demon ants detonated rapidly. The dragon ants used the true fire of the sun to protect themselves. He certainly didn't want his demon ants to blow up his dragon ants. Lín Mò issued his orders. The demon ants and dragon ants, obeying his command without question, instantly appeared before the Yamata no Orochi. Well, still not coming out? Soon, all your divine dragons will become my meal. This wasn't a game, so there was no such thing as skill cooldowns. As long as they dodged attacks, they could keep striking indefinitely. Yamata no Orochi continued to spew lightning while taunting Lín Mò. He had just awakened. He only knew someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. He was unaware of the insect cultivators in the land of cherry blossoms. Come on then. Taste the blast of 80,000 demon ants. Dragon breath. 68,000 dragon ants and demon ants moved as one. They obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. As if the entire sky above Sakura Nation had been obscured. These 68,000 dragon ants and demon ants launched their assault together. In an instant, thunderbolts and the true flames of the sun descended from the heavens. So dense that every grain of soil was struck. The Yamata no Orochi was scorched black and tenderized. It had no choice but to halt its attacks and focus solely on defense. At that very moment, the 80,000 demon ants closest to it suddenly detonated. The deafening roar echoed all the way to the Xianmen disciples on the road. One less skilled practitioner even felt his magical artifact wobble. Holy, what was that? Is that a nuclear power plant exploding? Yushu stared ahead, his expression grave. Judging by the sound, it seems to be coming from Lín Mò's direction. Holy, we need to pick up the pace. The Xianmen group fell silent. They pushed forward with all their might. In their hearts, they desperately hoped that big shot Lín Mò was safe. Right beside them, Amaterasu was caught off guard and blown away. She felt incredibly fortunate she hadn't tried to go head-to-head with Lín Mò earlier. The Yamata no Orochi couldn't possibly be dead, could it? If it perished now. Then with her current abilities, attacking Lín Mò would be quite a struggle. The Yamata no Orochi certainly wasn't going down that easily. But he was utterly enraged. All his previous feelings toward Lín Mò had transformed into pure rage. He now had only one tail left. Though it could regrow. Each one required a century to regrow. Lín Mò stared at the Yamata no Orochi amidst the smoke of battle. He murmured. Still not strong enough. He had thought this blow would surely crush the beast. Not only did it fail to incinerate it, it had even left it with one tail intact. But it was fine. Only one tail left. To the Yamata no Orochi, these words were pure provocation. The one who blew off 7 of its tails dares to claim he's not strong enough. He must make this man die. Frost spirit. This time, all that spewed from Yamata no Orochi's mouth was water. Wherever the water flowed, any dragon ant it failed to envelop instantly froze solid, freezing the dragon ants into ice sculptures. The moment they were fully encased in ice, the ice sculptures shattered instantly and the dragon ants inside were naturally crushed to pieces. And what surprised Lín Mò most of all was this. Though the Yamata no Orochi possessed only a single tail, each of its 8 heads could also unleash skills. Ha 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 ha. Did you think only my tail could attack? Having been attacked so many times, he naturally guessed why Lín Mò targeted his tail. How could this great deity be so weak? Since you don't care about these divine dragons, then I'll devour them all. Then I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. And though this palace's tail is gone, it can grow back. But you only have one life. If you surrender the nation's fortune now, I'll let bygones be bygones. I'll spare your life. Yamata no Orochi was exceptionally cunning. He knew that if the battle continued, even if he could kill Lín Mò, he himself would be gravely wounded. Especially its tail. Better to deceive the Dragon Nation man's national fortune power now. The Dragon Nation's national fortune was famously profound. Perhaps after swallowing this fortune, his tail might just grow back. Then he could swallow this reckless Dragon Nation man whole. Lín Mò naturally wouldn't believe a word of it. Not to mention that he must devour the Yamata no Orochi to evolve. Even if evolution weren't the goal, he wouldn't buy such nonsense. In this country, not only the people but even the beasts were this cunning. The Yamata no Orochi's attack power was far stronger than he'd imagined. If all else failed, he'd have to go all out. If the time roar proved ineffective, even if it meant sacrificing every last dragon ant, he would never let the Yamata no Orochi escape. After previous assaults, Yamata no Orochi must have developed strong defensive instincts. The dragon ants would likely struggle to get close to it. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Lín Mò's mind. Leave 5,000 dragon ants here. The rest return immediately. Suddenly, the vast swarm of divine dragons dwindled to just 5,000. Yamata no Orochi thought Lín Mò had believed his earlier words. What? Willing to trust this palace now? I promise you this, hand over the nation's fortune to me. I shall spare your life. Lín Mò ignored him and summoned Jingguo directly. Spirit of 10,000 mountains. As the skill unleashed, countless boulders rained down. Yet against a colossus like the Yamata no Orochi, it felt like tickling. Especially when compared to the earlier skill that unleashed thunder, fire, and lightning in a deafening roar. The spirit of the mountains seemed like child's play. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. So many divine dragons couldn't touch me. You let this little kid throw rocks at me? Isn't this just playing house? This time, the Yamata no Orochi didn't even bother to dodge, allowing the boulders to crash down upon its body. Nor did it launch any attacks against Lín Mò. After all, he wanted Lín Mò to voluntarily surrender the power of national fortune. Earlier, he had already tested the waters. Those divine dragons that appeared to possess the power of national fortune were merely illusions. When he absorbed them, they were completely empty. Therefore, he surmised that the true power of national fortune resided within the figure behind the scenes. Thus, he couldn't afford to make a preemptive strike now. He needed to demonstrate his sincerity to the other party. He believed that since Lín Mò had already withdrawn the divine dragon, he must be interested in his proposal. For the sake of the nation's fortune, being tickled by the little girl was no big deal. Amaterasu, standing nearby, had naturally overheard this exchange. She naturally hoped Lín Mò would refuse. According to the original plan, they would fight until both sides were weakened. But if Lín Mò agreed, it wouldn't matter. The moment he surrendered the nation's fortune, she would seize it first. At that point, having absorbed the nation's fortune, would she still fear Yamata no Orochi or Lín Mò? Amaterasu stared intently, observing the situation. She waited for the national fortune's power to emerge, ready to snatch it away. And Lín Mò was waiting precisely for this moment. Chapter 70, Devouring the Mightiest Divine Beast. At this moment, the Yamata no Orochi was completely relaxed. With a single thought, Lín Mò commanded the nearest dragon ants to unleash Time Roar. In an instant, attacks infused with temporal power swept directly before the Yamata no Orochi's eyes. They appeared like streaks of lightning. They held no threat whatsoever for the Yamata no Orochi. He didn't even bother to dodge, letting Lín Mò witness his true strength. Then, one attack struck him with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, Yamata no Orochi seemed to have lived through thousands of lifetimes. One moment ancient, the next youthful. When the vortex of time dissipated, a small black snake appeared before Lín Mò. So its true form is a snake after all. The Yamata no Orochi, who had been waiting for Lín Mò to submit, felt both rage and shame. What have you done to me? The Yamata no Orochi flicked its tongue, pacing frantically in circles. Lín Mò, of course, couldn't understand snake speech. He could only see the serpent rapidly flickering its tongue, clearly cursing in the foulest manner. Lín Mò chuckled. He'd heard of people raging in impotence, but this beast couldn't even muster anger anymore. Beasts are beasts pretending to be human to deceive others. Go practice some more. Seeing this, the Yamata no Orochi turned to flee. Trying to escape? Go! Bring him back here. The Yamata no Orochi had no speed left to speak of. The dragon ants instantly seized its tail with their claws and hauled it over. Lín Mò stifled a chuckle as he teased it. What do you think, would this little black snake be better braised in red sauce or grilled? Yamata no Orochi glared at Lín Mò, his eyes brimming with fury. Then it flicked its tongue. All right. Lín Mò had had his fun. Now he wanted to see what surprises the new evolution would bring. After all, there was still much to be done. He had no time to waste playing with a snake. Amaterasu watched the scene unfold beside him. She cursed inwardly. He hadn't expected Lín Mò to be this powerful. Would she still be able to handle him in the future? Perhaps now was the best moment. While Lín Mò was still reeling from his battle with the Yamata no Orochi, his strength was weakened. She might just be able to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Hand over the Yamata no Orochi. Lín Mò, who had just been about to devour the Yamata no Orochi, laughed in disbelief. Why does this old hag want to snatch everything I have? And seriously, could the people of Sakura country improve their sense of aesthetics? That white-faced makeup covering her entire body and face was truly revolting. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation's Xianmen disciples finally arrived. Brother Lín Mò, you can't give it to her. Though I don't know why the Yamata no Orochi appears as a small black snake. But Amaterasu absolutely must not be given away. Lín Mò glanced at the Xianmen disciples. He knew these fellows were up to their old tricks with tracking talismans again. Fortunately, they weren't moving fast. He'd wait until they finished before approaching. If they'd arrived earlier, he'd have had to go out of his way to protect them. Still, Lín Mò was in a decent mood now. Though the journey was perilous, at least he had the Yamata no Orochi in hand. You want this? Lín Mò commanded all the dragon ants to speak in unison. He also had the dragon ant holding the Yamata no Orochi shake its claws. Yamata no Orochi, the legendary primordial divine beast said to be the strongest in the land of cherry blossoms, swayed its massive body as the dragon claws shook. It looked rather amusing. All right, hand him over and I'll let you live. You people really are strange. If you can talk, then say you'll spare my life. Don't you dare spit in your own face and think you deserve it. You're covered in makeup like a ghost, utterly revolting. Amaterasu, the sun goddess, was revered throughout the land of cherry blossoms. Such an insult was unheard of. Her neck flushed crimson with rage, though the blush powder hid it well. I'll say it again, hand it over. Devour. Lín Mò commanded. The dragon ant clutching the Yamata no Orochi swallowed him whole in one gulp. Ah! I'll kill you. Amaterasu, who had failed to seize the Yamata no Orochi, was furious. Immediately, thunder and lightning erupted in the sky. It felt like dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to crush it. 6 white formations appeared on the scorched, charred land. Holy, this is that strong? Wasn't she supposed to be weakened? What the hell is going on? Truth be told, Amaterasu was just as baffled. Instantly, 6 divine beasts materialized from the 6 white formations. Who killed Lord Yamata no Orochi? Amaterasu's dark eyes darted, immediately pointing at the swarm of dragon ants. It was that insect cultivator. He killed Yamata no Orochi. He never showed himself. These are all manifestations of his cultivation. Lord Amaterasu. As ancient divine beasts of the land of cherry blossoms, they naturally knew of Amaterasu. Yet they and Amaterasu had always kept to their own separate spheres. They weren't of the same ilk. Moreover, the divine beasts were proud by nature, offering greetings only out of courtesy. Then the divine beasts turned their gaze to Lín Mò. We have come to avenge Lord Yamata no Orochi. We had a pact with Lord Yamata no Orochi. He defeated us in battle long ago. He also spared our lives. We divine beasts entered into a pact with him. Whenever he needs us, we will do one thing for him. We sensed Lord Yamata's call just now. Lord Yamata no Orochi commands us to avenge his grievances. You insect cultivator. How dare you attack Lord Yamata no Orochi? Show yourself at once, or die. Though the power of time had transformed Yamata no Orochi into a small black serpent, his true strength remained hidden within. No wonder that final glance he gave me held hidden intent. He even flickered his tongue afterward. It was to summon reinforcements. Had Lín Mò encountered all those ancient divine beasts and Amaterasu earlier, he would have stood no chance. But he was about to evolve. The evolved state was invincible. The fiercer these foes attack now, the stronger he would become later. Big shot Lín Mò. Meanwhile, the members of the Dragon Nation Xianmen standing nearby were completely unaware. They were filled with worry. They had been present during the battle against Shoha. They'd also heard the commotion during the battle with Yamata no Orochi. A single divine beast was already so perilous. Now imagine 6 divine beasts alongside Amaterasu. It would be an absolute catastrophe. Rest assured, Lord Lín Mò. We all stand with you. Indeed. If anyone dares attack Lord Lín Mò, they'll have to step over our dead bodies. A century ago, their ancestors feared no lesser deities. Now they won't fear the Japanese divine beasts either. Lín Mò holds the fate of the Dragon Nation in his hands. They would fight to the death to protect him. Lín Mò was momentarily at a loss for words. He could never reveal his secret in front of the divine beasts and Amaterasu. Nor could he possibly flee with them or protect them. Because he needed the power of the divine beasts and Amaterasu for his own evolution. But letting them leave now without explanation was impossible. They wouldn't go. These people were stubborn as mules. Lín Mò felt increasingly frustrated, caught between a rock and a hard place. Fine, let them stay here. There wasn't really a better solution anyway. After all, Amaterasu and the others are targeting me anyway. These people staying here shouldn't cause any major issues. With that thought, Lín Mò prepared to evolve. Chapter 71, Commencing Evolution. Before evolving, he summoned his information panel. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Fragmented. Note, to fully evolve into a true dragon ant, one must consume 4 ancient divine beasts of different elements. Talent, Fission. Individual count, 750,000 ancient dragon ants incomplete. Remaining lifespan, 3,480 days. Evolution experience required, 10 million. Special constitution, Dragon God Dao body incomplete, the sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. When evolved to its peak, it can rival the defense of divine beasts. Active skill, Dragon Breath incomplete, an attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Thunder. Can be unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it damages everything within a 1,000-meter radius, capable of shattering rocks or collapsing mountains. Also carries a stunning effect. When fully evolved, it can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar incomplete, erupts a thunderous howl that dispels enemy buffs and instills fear. Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes. Upon reaching its ultimate evolution, it unlocks additional unforeseen effects. Active skill, Time Roar incomplete, a time manipulation skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its incomplete nature, it carries significant unpredictability. Use with caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array incomplete, a summoning skill that invokes ancient dragon deities. Currently only one deity can be summoned, but multiple deities may be summoned as the skill evolves. Gazing at the information panel, he envisioned the transformations that would come with evolution. Lín Mò grew increasingly excited. This was a crucial evolution in his journey. It would also be his final evolution before the apocalypse. This evolution would directly determine Lín Mò's combat prowess and survival capabilities after the apocalypse. What surprises would it bring him? He could hardly wait. This time, he wouldn't need to make any unnecessary preparations. The dragon ants he unleashed during his battle with Yamata no Orochi remained unleashed. Hiding within them provided absolute safety. He had no worries about exposure whatsoever. Moreover, the sheer number of dragon ants proved advantageous. First, the 6 divine beasts and Amaterasu possess overwhelming attack power. If deployed sparingly, he risks exposure. Second, he needs the attacks from Amaterasu and the 6 divine beasts to boost his own evolution. Though the dragon ant isn't invincible during its evolution process, skills targeting dragon ants can still enhance its evolution. The more dragon ants deployed, the broader the attack coverage. After evolving, he becomes even stronger. This was during the battle against Shuten Doji. An unexpected bonus from the system he discovered. Lín Mò summoned the system and initiated evolution. The moment evolution commenced, the national fortune power that had settled within his body began to rapidly expand. If his original power in the national fortune energy had previously formed a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram within his body, now the national fortune energy within his body rapidly expanded, completely enveloping his own power. Simultaneously, a series of piercing booms echoed through the air, and bolts of lightning, accompanied by golden light, plunged directly into Lín Mò's body. The influx of this colossal power caused Lín Mò's body to inflate rapidly, like a balloon being blown up. As his body swelled, waves of golden light began to appear on its outer layer. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions varied greatly. The practitioners of the Dragon Nation's mystical arts were naturally filled with worry. They did not realize Lín Mò was undergoing evolution. All they witnessed were streaks of lightning, each carrying golden light, crashing down upon the divine dragons. This scene bore a striking resemblance to ancient legends. Could it be that brother Lín Mò is undergoing a lightning tribulation? Holy crap, is Lín Mò ascending to immortality? If Lín Mò could hear these words now, he'd be utterly speechless. Becoming an immortal was just something out of novels. No one in reality could possibly achieve that. Yu Su shook his head. I have no idea what's going on right now. It must be extremely dangerous right now. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Suowei nodded vigorously. Right, I've read about it too. They say the most dangerous moment is when you're enduring the thunder tribulation. If you suffer any harm during this process, at best, you'll lose your mind, at worst, you'll be obliterated. Holy crap, that's serious. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry and protect brother Lín Mò. Meanwhile, the 6 divine beasts on the other side wore expressions of delight. Though they didn't know why Lín Mò had drawn down the rolling thunder, they were thoroughly satisfied. Anyone capable of slaying the Yamata no Orochi must possess formidable strength. They generally avoided provoking such beings. The ancient divine beasts were supremely proud, each acting independently. None would heed the commands of another. Had they not formed a pact with the Yamata no Orochi, they would never have come to aid. Now that the heavenly thunder has offered assistance, if it blasts Lín Mò to death, it'll save them the trouble of intervening. Amaterasu was both delighted and anxious. She certainly wished Lín Mò dead. His survival had delayed so many of her plans. Even after her resurrection, she still couldn't reach her peak strength. Moreover, he repeatedly snatched away what she desired. Meanwhile, Lín Mò himself grew stronger by the day. How could she not hate him? If Lín Mò were struck dead by heavenly lightning, she'd be overjoyed. Yet another part of her craved the national fortune of the Dragon Nation that flowed through Lín Mò's veins. If she could absorb the national fortune flowing through Lín Mò, she would surely return to her peak. If that proved impossible, absorbing the divine beasts would be a decent alternative. But these 6 divine beasts were together now. Regardless of whether she could defeat them with her current strength. Even if she could, she still desired the power of national fortune more. Thus, she began urging the divine beasts to attack together. Now is his weakest moment. If you don't strike now, he'll grow stronger after evolving. There's a legend in the Dragon Kingdom. This uninvited heavenly thunder is a lightning tribulation. It's no disaster, it will only make him stronger. Amaterasu was essentially a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. She knew nothing of evolution, she'd only mentioned it to deceive these divine beasts. But these divine beasts weren't fools. They weren't buying it. Lord Amaterasu, there's no need to worry. With the 6 of us here, he won't stand a chance. Amaterasu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. After all, she and the divine beasts weren't of the same system. Moreover, these beasts, even after undergoing the traditions of the land of cherry blossoms, were not human. They wouldn't obey her simply because she was the guardian deity of the land of cherry blossoms. But Amaterasu had made her decision. Even if these divine beasts refused to help, she would seize the nation's fortune before Lín Mò died. As Lín Mò's evolution progressed, the golden radiance emanating from his body grew increasingly pronounced. Those present, both humans and beasts, noticed something peculiar. These heavenly thunderbolts don't seem to be attacking the divine dragon group. Someone within the Xianmen spoke up. Though the descending thunderbolts appeared formidable in scale, not a single divine dragon present had evaded or been harmed. Chapter 72, The Despair of the Xianmen Disciples. Of course, these thunderbolts wouldn't target the dragon ants. Their target was Lín Mò, who stood in the center. But with so many dragon ants swarming densely around Lín Mò, the others simply couldn't tell. Seeing this, Amaterasu hastened to continue her incitement. I told you this wasn't an attack. Lín Mò will only grow stronger afterward. You're not attacking him when he's at his weakest. You'll regret it later. Some of the 6 divine beasts were already tempted. But they didn't act. They weren't that reckless. What if the golden thunder turned on them? They chose to wait a little longer. The golden light emanating from Lín Mò grew increasingly intense. The entire swarm of dragon ants seemed enveloped in golden light. Amaterasu was deeply moved by the sight. Was this all the power of the nation's fortune? She hadn't expected the national fortune of the dragon nation to be even more potent than she had imagined. But to prevent any mishaps? She did not wish to lead the charge herself. You see all this golden light? It's all the nation's fortune. And it all originates from the dragon nation's national fortune. Simply devour this national fortune energy. How could one not grow stronger? She intended to have these divine beasts clear the path ahead for him. She was the strongest guardian deity of the land of cherry blossoms. Naturally, she had no worries about outcompeting these divine beasts. The best outcome would be for the divine beasts and Lín Mò to both suffer heavy losses. She would reap the benefits of their conflict. The divine beasts, Lín Mò, and the nation's fortune all were hers. Now all 6 divine beasts began to stir with desire. Divine beasts were supremely proud and fiercely combative. Nothing captivated them more than the prospect of greater power. Seeing such concentrated national dragon power and fortune, each desired to claim it for themselves. Let's go avenge Lord Yamada no Orochi. With that, the 6 divine beasts surged forward. The Xianmen disciples nearby naturally wouldn't let them succeed. Protect the nation's destiny. Protect Lord Lín Mò. The Xianmen disciples immediately engaged the divine beasts in a fierce struggle. For a century, the Onmyoji of Sakura Nation had coveted the dragon nation's fortune. From the onset of war to the present era of peace, these bandits have constantly sought to seize what belongs to us. Our ancestors clashed with those Onmyoji in magical duels. No one knows what sacrifices our Xianmen ancestors made back then. But they know, so they will not retreat. Last time they managed to rescue the Mount Tai stone. This time, they will surely protect Lord Lín Mò. They would rather die than let the nation's fortune be stolen by these divine beasts of the land of cherry blossoms. Otherwise, chaos would surely engulf the land. This tiny speck of land would undoubtedly exploit these divine beasts, igniting global conflagrations to bring calamity upon the people of the dragon nation. Every member of the Xianmen bore an unwavering resolve in their eyes. Even if it meant facing death 9 times over, unable to return their souls to their homeland, they would defend their homeland without regret, even if it meant facing death 9 times over. Thunder rolls in the heavens, earth trembles in darkness. 6 Jia, 6 Ding, upon hearing my command, dare not linger or stay. Trapping spirit array, arise. In the vast, shadowy void, heaven and earth grow dim. Thunder, lightning, wind, and fire officials, generals, and soldiers hear my name and hasten here. Drive away the dark spirits, capture the malevolent entities. Some drew talismans, others chanted incantations. Talismanic incantations and divine beast abilities collided in succession. Explosions erupted relentlessly. The Taoist practitioners were already at a disadvantage facing 6 divine beasts at once. Yet they fought with reckless abandon, relentlessly attacking. For a time, the battle became deadlocked. To swiftly eliminate these troublesome foes and seize the nation's fortune power sooner, Amaterasu watched the scene unfold and charged into the fray. You people from the Dragon Nation truly have tough bones. You'd even throw away your lives for this little thing. The Xianmen disciples were already struggling against the 6 divine beasts. With Amaterasu joining the fray, the battle swiftly turned overwhelmingly against them. We'll die before letting you succeed. Is that so? Then die. Amaterasu sneered. Then a palm strike slammed toward Wu Suowei. Wu Suowei was sent flying. Wu Suowei. Elder Wu. Seeing the scene before them, everyone's eyes turned red. In that moment, they finally understood the pain their ancestors had endured a century ago. Hatred swelled rapidly within their hearts. One by one, they fought with a bloodthirsty fury, increasingly reckless. Yet against overwhelming power, even explosive fury proved futile. Soon, the entire Xianmen faction lay gravely wounded. Amaterasu smiled with satisfaction. Overconfident fools. Let's go attack Lín Mò. Just as Amaterasu prepared to charge alongside the 6 divine beasts. Unexpectedly, the first few Xianmen juniors who had been wounded charged forward. Though called juniors, they held considerable status within the Dragon Nation. Within this particular squad, however, they were still considered juniors. The moment they charged forward, they were beaten back. Just as Amaterasu and the 6 divine beasts prepared to strike the divine dragon once more. More figures burst forth. They too were repelled by Amaterasu. They were like indestructible cockroaches. They kept getting severely wounded and kept coming back, completely disregarding their own lives. Even though they could no longer inflict any real damage on Amaterasu. As long as they had a breath left in them, they will protect the nation's destiny and defend Lín Mò. This is the patriotic education instilled in every Dragon Nation citizen from childhood. It is the faith held in every heart of the Dragon Nation. They are willing to sacrifice their own flesh and blood to secure the nation's peace and ensure the endless continuation of future generations. Yet to Amaterasu, this all seemed like a mantis trying to stop a cart or an ant shaking a tree. Though lacking in offensive power, these cockroaches were an unbearable nuisance to her. She simply used a skill to bind them all together. Once Lín Mò was dealt with and the nation's fortune secured, she would properly dispose of them. Now the Xianmen practitioners of the Dragon Nation were utterly powerless to retaliate. Watching the divine beast and Amaterasu relentlessly slaughter the divine dragons, a profound wail rose from their hearts. Blood and tears stained every one of them. Helpless cries rang out. Lín Mò. Big brother Lín Mò. Hang on. They shouted furiously, their eyes bloodshot. They were filled with rage. They hated themselves for being too weak to stop it. I loathe the land of cherry blossoms, from top to bottom. They're all filled with despicable, shameless genes. Even their animals have learned it down to the last detail. Deep down, they hoped Lín Mò could endure it. Yet witnessing the scene before them, despair gripped every one of them. Meanwhile, Lín Mò, in the midst of his evolution, remained oblivious to everything unfolding outside. The immense power of national fortune enveloped him. It felt as though he were being forged in a sea of fire. The excruciating pain made cold sweat pour down his entire body. No matter how he struggled, he could not shake it off. Had he not previously balanced the force of national destiny once before? Now being relentlessly scorched by such overwhelming power. This mass of national fortune energy would have reduced him to ashes. For Amaterasu and the 6 divine beasts, with the troublesome Dragon Nation mystics no longer in the way, their assault proceeded with remarkable ease. Amaterasu launched the first strike. Though she had long witnessed the formidable strength of this swarm of dragon ants, the ever-growing force of national fortune made her eyes glaze over with envy. Chapter 73, Certain Death. A massive fireball coalesced from her palm. Flames seemed to blaze from its surface. Lín Mò, though we've never clashed before, but we're still old acquaintances. It's time for you to taste the real deal. With that, she thrust her palm forward with force. The blazing fireball hurtled toward the swarm of dragon ants. Thunderclaps rumbled incessantly overhead. The Xianmen disciples' eyes grew increasingly desperate. To their eyes, Lín Mò was now undergoing the baptism of heavenly thunder, utterly weakened. This blow would take half his life, if not his entire being. Lín Mò. Big brother Lín Mò. After the fireball crashed down, everyone waited for the outcome. To their surprise, the seemingly devastating fireball only managed to kill a single dragon ant. The Xianmen disciples rejoiced. I knew big shot Lín Mò could pull it off. Brother Lín Mò is the strongest. Amaterasu's expression shifted. Even if her attack power hadn't reached its peak, it shouldn't be this weak. Lín Mò wasn't stupid. He had no time to control these dragon ants during his evolution. He would never let them wait idly to be annihilated, making pointless sacrifices. To ensure the safety of the dragon ants and prevent his own exposure, Lín Mò had made preparations before his evolution. He had long since arranged for these dragon ants to be present during his evolution, to envelop his entire body in the sun's true fire for defense. He had also instructed them to counterattack if attacked. Thus, Amaterasu, still dazed after launching his assault, suddenly found herself under assault from these dragon ants. In an instant, bolts of lightning and thunderbolts surged toward her. Moreover, she noticed that these dragon ants seemed to target only her. Though the dragon ants' attacks were fierce, without Lín Mò's guidance, they lacked agility. Amaterasu easily evaded these attacks. They caused her no harm whatsoever. Yet this also prevented her from activating her skills. What are you waiting for? Are we waiting for Lín Mò to pick us off one by one? While dodging the skills, Amaterasu roared angrily at the 6 divine beasts. The 6 divine beasts hesitated briefly before instantly joining the fray. The divine beasts and Amaterasu joined forces against the swarm of dragon ants. The tide of battle shifted instantly. A dazzling array of skills rained down. The entire volcanic region erupted in blinding white light. But the dragon ants were simply too numerous. Even if they could defeat the dragon ants unscathed, they would eventually be exhausted to death. Amaterasu soared into the sky, surveying the scene below. The intense illumination allowed her to discern something. A faint smile touched the corners of her mouth. Everyone, use ranged attacks. This must be some kind of formation. Lightning strikes are targeting this group of divine dragons. Actually, they're all hitting the very center. As long as the 7 of us coordinate our ranged attacks to strike the formation's core, we'll definitely take down Lín Mò. This Lín Mò is truly cunning. But no matter how cunning he is, he still got caught. Though each school's formations differ, they all share one fatal weakness, the erase core. Once the array eye is struck, even the most formidable formation collapses instantly. She couldn't believe that with the combined power of herself and the 6 divine beasts attacking the erase core, could possibly leave Lín Mò alive. Upon hearing this, the 6 divine beasts soared into the sky. Upon inspection, they found it to be true. They all wore expressions of satisfaction. Meanwhile, the Shenmen disciples far from the battlefield had noticed this long before Amaterasu. Since they were not involved, they could easily observe the trajectory of these heavenly thunderbolts. This was their sole lifeline. As long as the erase focal point remained undiscovered, Lord Lín Mò would surely escape. Now, these beasts have discovered it too. The Shenmen disciples were filled with anxiety. Amaterasu and the 6 divine beasts simultaneously gathered their power. 7 skills gathered, each of a different element. Like 7 rainbows, they crashed down upon Lín Mò simultaneously. Lín Mò. Big brother Lín Mò. The Shenmen disciples' shouts were hoarse and strained. Like Amaterasu, they believed this blow would surely end Lín Mò. No one had ever survived after the erase focal point was destroyed. The only difference was that they were angry and sad. Amidst this, Amaterasu and the divine beasts were filled with excitement and anticipation. Just as everyone thought they were about to witness Lín Mò's death, those 7 forces rebounded. Rebounded? Everyone present was stunned. The divine beasts and Amaterasu had unleashed their full, unrestrained power to ensure Lín Mò was struck down in one decisive blow. No one had anticipated these attacks would rebound. Naturally, no one was prepared to defend. These overwhelmingly powerful attacks bounced right back, sending them crashing down from the heavens. Amaterasu and the divine beasts all coughed up blood. Their internal organs felt shattered, the pain excruciating. Aha! I knew Lord Lín Mò was the most badass. The Shenmen disciples, disregarding their injuries and disheveled appearances, wept tears of joy. Holy, holy, holy! I knew big shot Lín Mò wouldn't show up unprepared. Ancestor Yushu, do you know what happened? After all, just moments ago, everyone including Yusu himself had believed Lín Mò was as good as dead. Who could have predicted such a massive reversal? Naturally, they were all incredibly curious. Yusu shook his head. Even this walking encyclopedia, when faced with Lín Mò, was always filled with unknowns. Lín Mò was too mysterious, too powerful. This must be a fake array eye. After all, they knew nothing of systems or evolution. In all his years of study, Yusu could only attribute the earlier behavior to the concept of a false array eye. Lín Mò is freaking awesome! Wu Suowei shouted. This was also the sentiment shared deep within the hearts of everyone present from the Xian sect. What's going on? Didn't they say hitting the array eye meant certain death? Mongoose's face twisted with fury. Put! Xu Shao spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly disheartened. That old Taoist said it was a fake array core. Then where is the real array core? All 6 divine beasts turned their gaze toward Amaterasu. They couldn't care less about any guardian deity. They attacked because Amaterasu said so. But it turned out to be a fake array point and they all got injured. Amaterasu naturally had no answer. Without a true array core, it wasn't an array at all. It was merely Lín Mò evolving. Lín Mò was invincible during his evolution. Hidden among the dragon ants, Lín Mò unexpectedly gave away a hint of his presence. As a result, all those skills struck Lín Mò in the midst of his evolution. Naturally, they all bounced right back at the attackers. The few who had been knocked down hadn't even recovered before the dragon ants chased them down to attack again. The scene was utterly comical. There was no trace of Japan's foremost guardian deity or ancient divine beast. At that moment, Lín Mò remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. He was still enduring the agonizing burn of the nation's fortune power. His form had now completely transformed into the divine dragon depicted in the ancient texts of the Dragon Nation. The single horn on his head had multiplied into 4, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Yet the agony of this transformation was beyond description. The 3 horns that sprouted simultaneously seemed to materialize out of thin air within his skull, piercing through his skull, shredding flesh and bone, before finally emerging. Chapter 74, Ultimate Evolution, Ultimate Defense. His 4 legs were entirely shaped like dragon claws. 4 legs and 5 claws, the very symbol of imperial authority in ancient Dragon Nation. the most orthodox divine dragon of the Dragon Nation. Look, those divine dragons seem to be changing. It's a dragon. It really is a dragon. Could it be that Brother Lín Mò is a dragon tamer? If the dragon ants of the past merely resembled dragons, then due to Lín Mò's evolution, the current dragon ant swarm is now identical to true dragons. The Xianmen disciples were overjoyed. Though they had once called them divine dragons, they didn't quite match the depictions in movies and TV shows. Since no one had ever truly seen a dragon, they were merely convinced it was a dragon because it looked so similar. Now that they were identical, their conviction only deepened. Brother Lín Mò must be the one foretold in the oracle to bring vitality to the Dragon Nation. The divine dragon has appeared, an auspicious sign of good fortune. Meanwhile, Amaterasu and the divine beasts naturally noticed the shift in the dragon ant colony. What on earth is going on? I don't know, but this insect cultivator is far too powerful. We must eliminate him now. Otherwise, it will become even more difficult to deal with later. He's already a formidable foe. Don't forget, we bear the contract of Yamada no Orochi. Right, they bear the contract of the Yamada no Orochi. If they set a deadline and fail to kill Lín Mò, they will surely die. Better to kill Lín Mò. At least that leaves a glimmer of hope. The divine beasts argued while dodging the dragon ants' attacks. Amaterasu also felt an ominous foreboding. If they failed to eliminate Lín Mò and seize the nation's fortune this time, he would only become more formidable in the future. With Sakura Nation now in utter chaos and resources severely scarce, this was extremely unfavorable for her to restore her strength. While there were still a few stupid beasts here to help, we must take down Lín Mò. Just as various factions debated Lín Mò's fate, Lín Mò, drenched from head to toe, finally managed to suppress the national fortune energy enveloping his body. Though suppress wasn't entirely accurate. It was more like absorption. If the previous encounter had formed a Tai Chi diagram of yin and yang within him, achieving equilibrium, then now, Lín Mò could be said to have absorbed that force within his body now. The national fortune power no longer coexists with his own abilities as equal halves forming a Tai Chi diagram. Instead, it manifests as two distinct, complete circles. Due to the overwhelming potency of the national fortune power, the golden sphere representing the nation's fortune completely enveloped the black circle representing his own power. While Lín Mò subdued this force, the entire evolutionary process had already concluded. Logically, the entire battlefield should have descended into utter chaos. All factions were locked in fierce confrontation, and he should have first assessed the situation. But he couldn't wait. He had a premonition. This evolution was bound to bring him tremendous surprises. He hurriedly examined the changes in his own body. 2 pairs of horns sprouted from his forehead. The dragon-like claws he already possessed transformed into 4 legs and 5 claws. Remember, when he was an ant, he had numerous legs and feet. Not only that, his body had grown significantly thicker and larger compared to his last evolution. When fully extended, his entire body now measured over 30 meters in length. After this evolution, it now bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary divine dragon. This left Lín Mò eagerly anticipating his next evolution. Now that he had transformed into a dragon, what would the next evolution bring? After observing for a moment, Lín Mò summoned his system interface. He couldn't contain the excitement surging within him. After all, this evolution had been the most intense he'd ever experienced. Such a massive surge of national fortune power. His abilities must have undergone a leap forward. Amidst Lín Mò's eager anticipation, his attribute panel materialized directly before him. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Ultimate Form. Level, 1. Talent, Fission. Individual count, 740,000 primordial dragon ants fragmented. Remaining lifespan, 10,000 days. Evolution experience required, 100 million. Note, upon evolving into the ancient dragon queen ant, it enters its ultimate form. Each evolution completes 1 level up. Special Constitution, Dragon God Dao Body Ultimate Form. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, evolved to its pinnacle, achieving the strongest defense at the level of a divine beast. Active skill, Dragon Breath Ultimate Form. An attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Thunder, unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 2,000-meter radius, capable of shattering rocks or collapsing mountains. Each activation randomly manifests different elements and carries a stunning effect. Upon reaching grand perfection, this skill can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar Ultimate Form. Erupts a thunderous howl that dispels enemy buffs and instills fear. Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes. The mist formed by the roar carries inherent toxicity. Upon reaching perfection, additional unexpected effects manifest. Active skill, Time Roar Ultimate Form. A time manipulation skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its overwhelming power, it can only be used on one target within a 24-hour period. Use with extreme caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array Ultimate Form Summoning skill upon activation, summons an ancient dragon deity of the Dragon Nation. Currently only one deity can be summoned. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be summoned. Before Lín Mò could finish reviewing the attribute panel, a notification instantly popped into his mind. Friendly reminder, host has evolved to the ultimate form of the ancient dragon emperor Ant. The system grants an additional perk, host may freely alter their body size within physical limitations. This extra perk was incredibly useful to Lín Mò. His current form was far too massive, making him an obvious target. While the massive form offered many advantages, it also came with certain trade-offs. Many tasks he could perform before were now impossible. But with this new ability to freely adjust his size, that made many things much more convenient. Lín Mò closed the friendly reminder with satisfaction and studied his attribute panel closely. His ultimate form would likely be that of a dragon from now on. But based on the earlier notification, he guessed his size would change as his level increased. Upon seeing his constitution stat, Lín Mò couldn't help but rejoice. Divine Beast Tier Maximum Defense. He was genuinely curious now, just how powerful could it become? Dragon Breath and Dragon Roar merely expanded the area of effect and increased the toxicity. However, this poison proved exceptionally effective in large-scale area attacks. What surprised Lín Mò the most was the Time Roar skill. Chapter 75, A Bad Feeling. After entering Ultimate Evolution, Time Roar was fully unlocked. Though it could only be used once per day and targeted a single enemy each time, it was already an incredibly powerful skill. No matter how powerful the opponent, once Time Roar was unleashed, it would inevitably transform them from their prime into helpless infants. Just thinking about it was thrilling. However, since he'd already used this skill, Lín Mò's sense of novelty wasn't as strong. What he most wanted to test now was his defensive capabilities. Defense at the pinnacle of Divine Beast tier. He couldn't wait to see just how powerful that would be. The only thing that left Lín Mò slightly dissatisfied was the massive amount of experience required for this evolution. The amount of experience required for leveling up was simply too high. A full 10 times more than before. But this was proof enough of just how formidable the ultimate form of the ancient dragon emperor Ant truly was. As Lín Mò's evolution concluded, the thunder and lightning in the sky subsided. What's going on? Why did the heavenly thunder vanish? Could it be that brother Lín Mò has endured the thunder tribulation and ascended to immortality? A new hope rose within the hearts of the Dragon Nation's mystics. For regardless of whether Lín Mò had truly ascended to immortality, the cessation of these heavenly thunderbolts was undoubtedly a good omen. They were naturally overjoyed. But Amaterasu and the 6 divine beasts felt quite differently. Though the dragon ants' agility remained unchanged without Lín Mò's command, they had been battling the dragon ants continuously and had naturally noticed that these creatures had suddenly grown stronger. Look, the thunder has stopped. The sky, once thick with dark clouds and rolling thunder, had unexpectedly cleared. This was once the most common weather in Sakura country. Yet the 6 divine beasts and Amaterasu sensed something amiss. Not only had disasters plagued the land of cherry blossoms lately, but such fine weather had been absent for far too long. Even if it had remained this clear, the sudden cessation of thunder, and the fact that these dragon ants hadn't vanished, was not a good sign. Lín Mò closed the attribute panel. He began observing the current battle situation. The entire Dragon Nation Xianmen group lay bound on the ground. They appeared to be severely injured. Meanwhile, Amaterasu and the 6 divine beasts were attacking the dragon ants. Perfect. Let them test how strong his defense had become at the divine beast tier. Lín Mò first dispatched a dragon ant to rescue the Xianmen disciples. Go, untie their ropes. Then, following the movements of Amaterasu and the 6 divine beasts' attacks, Lín Mò took a deep breath and charged straight through the swarm of dragon ants soaring before them. He pretended to be just another ordinary dragon ant, attacking Amaterasu and the 6 divine beasts. Amidst their offensive, Amaterasu and the divine beasts remained unaware. Various skills unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon the dragon ants. Lín Mò, positioned at the forefront, chose neither to activate his son's true flame defense nor to evade the attacks. Watching the ice spikes, sharper than blades, pierce toward him with blinding speed and density. Lín Mò didn't even blink. The ice spikes, which could have easily pierced skin and penetrated internal organs, shattered upon impact with the ground. This was no ordinary cold weapon. The skills unleashed by the divine beasts far surpassed those of howitzers, rockets, and the like. Otherwise, Sakura Nation wouldn't have resurrected these divine beasts and monsters. For so many years, the land of cherry blossoms had served as America's lackey. Its military might has always been formidable on the global stage. Now they harbor the foul ambition to invade other nations. This time, they didn't choose to strengthen their military forces. Instead, they poured vast amounts of time, money, and the sacrifices of their own people into resurrecting these divine beasts and demons. One can only imagine how formidable these creatures' offensive capabilities will be. Lín Mò was highly satisfied with his defensive capabilities. To better test his abilities, Flying at the forefront, he positioned his body sideways to face the 6 divine beasts and Amaterasu. This would maximize the attack's coverage area. The 6 divine beasts and Amaterasu, preoccupied with battling the dragon ants, naturally failed to notice the seemingly ordinary dragon ant. A barrage of attacks descended upon Lín Mò's body. Meanwhile, the Xianmen disciples were also rescued. Seeing this dragon specifically come to rescue them, the Xianmen disciples believed this divine dragon was being specifically controlled by Lín Mò. They eagerly began addressing Lín Mò. "Big shot Lín Mò, thank you for coming to rescue us. Brother Lín Mò, would you be willing to come home with us? Brother Lín Mò, you're just too awesome. Master Lín Mò, may I meet you?" But the big shot Lín Mò before them paid them no mind. After rescuing them, he immediately turned and returned to the swarm of ants. Meanwhile, Lín Mò had finished testing these attacks. Not a single one of them can hold their own. These fierce attacks didn't even cause him a shred of pain. Test complete. You've exterminated so many of my dragon ants, it's time to teach you a lesson. Dragon breath. The moment the skill was unleashed, flames rained down from the sky. These were no ordinary flames. Infused with the power of national fortune, they radiated a golden glow upon release. Their intensity surpassed the simple sun's true flame by dozens of times. The divine beasts and Amaterasu scrambled to evade. Divine beasts struck by the flames immediately burst into blazing flames. Even water elemental skills couldn't extinguish it. Moreover, 2 of the scorched divine beasts fell into a brief state of disorientation. Though this disorientation lasted only a few seconds. If the target was not powerful enough, or merely an ordinary mortal, 3 seconds of scorching by the sun's true fire, enveloped in the power of national fortune, would reduce them to ashes. Devour. At the command, the 2 stunned divine beasts were devoured by the dragon ants in less than 3 seconds. The speed was beyond compare. Lín Mò commanded the dragon ants to devour the remaining divine beasts. Seeing Lín Mò's overwhelming power, Amaterasu knew he was no match for him. Once Lín Mò had devoured these 6 divine beasts, he would surely come for him next. Better safe than sorry. Amaterasu turned to flee. At that moment, Lín Mò had just finished devouring the 6 divine beasts. His speed after evolving was too swift. Having just dealt with Amaterasu, he witnessed the god beast's desperate attempt to flee. Trying to escape? Lín Mò wasn't about to give her that chance. The apocalypse was imminent. Once it arrived, Amaterasu would surely be restored to peak strength by the alien race, perhaps even surpassing her former might. Lín Mò never forgot. In his previous life, Amaterasu had become one of the world's greatest threats. Back then, it had been resurrected by the land of cherry blossoms and was already immensely powerful. After the apocalypse, it became an even more formidable force. The despicable tactics of the little sun were vividly embodied in Amaterasu, amplified to new extremes. Even nations that had already sided with the alien race in the previous era refused to see Amaterasu. In this new era, Lín Mò would never allow such a scourge to emerge again. In an instant, Lín Mò blocked Amaterasu's path. His speed had grown even faster now. Lín Mò, know your place and get lost. Amaterasu assumed the dragon ants before her were also under Lín Mò's control. Lín Mò wasted no words with her. A bad feeling was urging him to finish this quickly. Chapter 76, The End Approaches. Just as Lín Mò prepared to launch his attack, suddenly, the world shifted violently. A tremendous tremor shook the ground beneath his feet, and tiny cracks began to appear on the surface. The moment they appeared, the cracks rapidly widened. Everything on the ground began to sway violently. The sky darkened ominously, and the wind howled incessantly. Distant animals let out uneasy howls. A massive vortex appeared in the sky, as if the heavens themselves were about to tear open. Lín Mò stared at the scene before him, completely stunned. Just as he stood there in a daze, Amaterasu vanished from her spot with a single skill. Within the crumbling ruins of the Yasukuni shrine, Amaterasu spat blood. This Lín Mò was simply too powerful. The speed at which Shenlong had just appeared beside her was practically teleportation. Fortunately, he had been momentarily distracted. Seizing that moment, Amaterasu crushed the only teleportation talisman in her hand. She had obtained it a century ago from an onmyoji. Since it was her only one, it was incredibly precious. She had never used it. It was meant to be kept as a lifesaver, yet she never imagined she'd use it while in Lín Mò's grasp. Moreover, this talisman inflicted immense damage on its user. It would take years to recover from the damage. At this thought, Amaterasu seethed with resentment. Still, at least her life was spared. As the saying goes, as long as the mountain remains, there will always be firewood. She gazed at the gloomy sky in the distance, her single remaining eye casting a terrifying glare. Lín Mò, sooner or later, I'll make you wish you were dead. You'll fall into my hands sooner or later. Lín Mò had no intention of fleeing from Amaterasu. He swiftly commanded the dragon ants to use their claws to haul the severely wounded Shinmen disciples off the ground. How could this happen? There were still days left. Why did it come so soon? Lín Mò murmured. Indeed, this scene was deeply etched in Lín Mò's memory. Because in his previous life, he had experienced the exact same scene. It was the moment the apocalypse arrived. In his previous life, he had spent countless late nights reflecting on what had transpired before the apocalypse struck. Countless times he had imagined what preparations he would make for the apocalypse if he could start over. It wasn't out of pity for humanity, but because the blow the apocalypse dealt to mankind was simply too devastating. Those formidable alien races assimilated fellow humans, all manner of demons and monsters. And humanity was far too fragile and insignificant to stand against them. Countless people died every day. Food was scarce, water was scarce, medicine was scarce. The wails of human suffering echoed everywhere. At first, everyone either endured helplessness and despair or perished. Lín Mò still dared not dwell on those days. So when heaven truly granted him a second chance, he raced against the clock to grow stronger, to fight against the apocalypse. But things changed. The apocalypse arrived early. Still, it was okay. Lín Mò thought optimistically. At least in this life, he was far stronger and possessed the wisdom of his past existence. This time, he would protect his family and let the blood of the alien race pay tribute to his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, the members of the Dragon Nation Xianmen knew nothing of this. Holy, what the hell is Lín Mò up to? What's going on with this weather? Could something even more powerful be emerging? Hong Jinhua speculated based on previous appearances of great demons in Sakura Nation. FCK, you little SHT. Are they ever going to stop? How twisted must a nation be to conjure up so many monstrous things? Yusu snapped his fingers in a ritual gesture, his voice filled with lament. The one I warned you about, it's here. What? You know, that dire omen you mentioned, the one about the world descending into chaos and humanity facing extinction? Holy, what do we do now? Wu Suowei blurted out. The sky grew increasingly overcast, then suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. Lín Mò retracted most of the dragon ants and led the Xianmen disciples and Yuzhua to the nearest dilapidated temple. Once inside, he dropped them off. The Xianmen disciples had barely sat up from the ground when a torrential downpour began outside. It truly felt as if the heavens had sprung a leak. The rain from above didn't feel like natural rainfall at all, it was as if someone were continuously pouring buckets of water from above. Lín Mò, would you be willing to return with us? I suppose since I can divine such an ominous hexagram, you must already know. Though I don't know what purpose you had lingering in the land of cherry blossoms, or if you achieved it. But now the Dragon Nation needs you. Your compatriots need you. This isn't moral blackmail, it's a plea. I implore you to save the Dragon Nation. With that, Yushu knelt directly before him. He had first calculated that a glimmer of hope had emerged for the Dragon Nation amidst this catastrophe. Based on the circumstances at the time, he deduced that this glimmer was Lín Mò. Then he witnessed the profound, fateful connection between Lín Mò and the nation's destiny, which only reinforced his conviction. Now, witnessing Lín Mò's formidable power firsthand, Yushu felt compelled to plead with him for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if he was mistaken if Lín Mò wasn't the lifeline he'd seen in the oracle. But with Lín Mò's formidable power, he would undoubtedly become the Dragon Nation's strongest ally. The Xianmen disciples, privy to certain secrets, naturally knelt alongside him. Brother Lín Mò, come home with us. Yes, we need you. Brother Lín Mò, if you're willing to return with us, I wouldn't mind serving you like a beast of burden, I'd never complain. Led by Yushu, the entire group willingly bowed their heads to Lín Mò. Seeing such profound deference, Lín Mò was utterly unwilling to accept it. He quickly had the dragon ants lift several people back up to prevent them from continuing to kowtow. Brother Lín Mò, you don't want to come back with us? Someone asked, their eyes brimming with disappointment, though they refrained from saying anything excessive. Lín Mò's choice was his own affair. They had no intention of morally coercing him, much less forcing him. Even if he had the power to do so, they wouldn't force him. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for their country and fellow citizens, but they would never force others to do the same. Lín Mò watched the group, their faces set as if heading straight to their deaths, and felt a pang of helplessness. He hadn't said he wouldn't return, yet they hadn't given him a chance to speak. Lín Mò sighed. I'm willing to go back with you. Lín Mò commanded several dragon ants to speak in unison. The Dragon Kingdom is also my homeland, and its people are my kin. Rest assured. Lín Mò immediately put the Xianmen disciples at ease. Really? Brother Lín Mò, you're truly willing to return with us? That's wonderful. Then let's set out immediately. With this apocalyptic weather, how are we supposed to get back? Planes definitely won't fly, and using magical artifacts in this downpour isn't practical either. The Xianmen disciples began chattering among themselves. They weren't ordinary people, they possessed a certain sensitivity to such dangers. Now, each person felt a deep sense of urgency, desperate to return home. To see their loved ones and friends, to be by their side. Chapter 77, Unconditional Trust. This group was far too noisy, leaving Lín Mò no chance to speak. A thunderous clap of thunder erupted, silencing the Xianmen members momentarily. Once the thunder passed, Lín Mò spoke slowly. I can go back with you, but not now. Then when? The moment Lín Mò opened his mouth, the Shenmen disciples immediately tensed up again. They dreaded the possibility that he might suggest waiting 3 to 5 years before returning. Forget 3 to 5 years, they couldn't even afford to wait 3 to 5 months. Sakura country was already plunged into immense disaster, and now this bizarre weather had compounded the crisis. Everyone's phones showed zero signal, unable to receive any news from the Dragon Kingdom. An unprecedented sense of panic gripped their hearts. I wonder how things are going over in the Dragon Kingdom. I must eliminate both Amaterasu and the demons of the land of cherry blossoms. Lín Mò must eliminate these threats before they defect to foreign powers. Otherwise, they'll become a massive problem for the entire world. Though they didn't know why Lord Lín Mò spoke with such certainty, they were willing to trust him unconditionally. Alright, we're with you. Lín Mò naturally preferred to act alone, but he suspected these stubborn souls wouldn't agree anyway. Oh well. Lín Mò tossed down several bottles of pills. See what you can eat. These were all obtained from those divine beasts earlier. Thanks, big shot Lín Mò. The Shenmen practitioners had sustained numerous injuries during the earlier battle. Just holding out this long was impressive enough. These pills are top-notch. Yusu concluded after sniffing each one. However, the herbal ingredients were clearly unique to the Dragon Nation. The mystics possessed considerable knowledge of herbal medicine. Damn it, these little bastards only know how to steal and plunder others' belongings. Divine beasts never placed much importance on external injuries, so naturally, there were no ointments suitable for treating wounds here. This damn weather without medicine, these wounds will definitely get infected in 2 days. Wu Suowei sighed, gazing at the downpour outside. It won't. The rain will stop tomorrow. Lín Mò remembered this downpour lasted only a day and night. However, due to the immense rainfall, many coastal cities suffered significant damage. Yet it seemed the downpour in Sakura country was even heavier than the one that had hit Dragon country years ago. I have some external wound medicine here. As a beautiful female demon, Tamamo no Mae cherished every inch of her skin. Thus, she possessed a considerable supply of remedies for treating external injuries. Tamamo no Mae spoke cautiously. She was truly afraid Lín Mò would lose his temper. Ever since the Yamada no Orochi appeared, she had been hiding. Later, when Lín Mò underwent his evolution, she knew he was in no danger and still did not show herself. Even when the Shenmen disciples suffered severe injuries, she remained hidden. She was truly terrified. As a demon, even one as renowned as herself, she dared not provoke divine beasts or Amaterasu. She reasoned that although Lín Mò and these people were all citizens of the Dragon Nation, only Lín Mò was her master. Unless he gave orders, the lives of these people were none of her concern. But now, seeing how close Lín Mò and his group had become, fear gripped her. After all, Lín Mò could decide her fate with a single thought. Wu Suowei and the others had naturally seen Tamamo no Mae before. When they saw Lín Mò take her away, they were naturally curious, but refrained from asking questions out of deference to the situation. Now that she'd spoken up, their curiosity was piqued once more. Big shot Lín Mò, how come you're keeping a little fox spirit around? What do you know? A little fox spirit, once cleaned up, is actually quite nice. Having her around to interpret flower language isn't bad either. The group shared a knowing chuckle. The first time they met Tamamo no Mae, she wore a traditional Japanese makeup style. Not only did Lín Mò find it unappealing, but it was something none of them could appreciate. Now, at Lín Mò's request, she'd washed away the makeup. Surprisingly, she now exuded a pure yet alluring charm. Stop imagining things. Watching everyone's thoughts spiral off track, Lín Mò was utterly speechless. He was swamped with work right now. Who had time for such thoughts? Yamatsu was now my servant. The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces became even more obvious. They all wore expressions that said, I get it. Add to that Tamamo no Mae's coyly bashful expression. What's there to be shy about for a century-old demon? She just wants everyone to misunderstand. Lín Mò didn't bother to argue with her. Let them think whatever they want. After all, this kind of scandalous gossip doesn't affect men anyway. Lín Mò instructed Tamamo no Mae to bring out the healing medicine for everyone to use. Sakura country was situated on an island in the vast ocean. Its original ecological environment was already in dire straits. Lín Mò believed this crisis might spell the nation's complete collapse. We must prepare early. We can't wait for the rain to stop. Form pairs. One team heads to Lingya Bay to locate the Dragon Nation's garrison and order their immediate evacuation. The remaining teams will fan out across the region to eliminate the demons. The demons left behind now aren't particularly powerful. 2-person teams will suffice. I'll leave a dragon ant with each team for communication and support. I'll go find Amaterasu. Lín Mò, why are we withdrawing the troops? Lingya Bay was the territory ceded as reparations to the Dragon Nation by the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation just days ago, before the eyes of the entire world. Now it's swarming with Dragon Nation citizens and troops. The feeling back then was indescribably satisfying. They'd longed for this day for so very long. Truthfully, the land held little practical significance for the Dragon Nation, yet it carried immense symbolic value. So abruptly withdrawing the troops now demands an explanation. I suspect Sakura Nation will sink completely into the ocean. A bolt of lightning split the darkness, flooding the room with sudden light. The room fell instantly silent. Yu Su was the first to speak. I'll go. As a high-ranking member of the Xianmen, his words carried greater authority. After all, withdrawing troops wasn't something just anyone could order. I'm going to slay the demon now. Me too. An indescribable excitement surged within each of them. Crush the little days, annihilate the little days. It was the most common phrase among every Dragon Nation citizen. They never imagined this plan would one day come to fruition. Because they would never initiate aggression against any nation. They hated the little days, wishing every last one of them dead. After all, the blood feud runs deep, unforgettable for all eternity. But they would never initiate such actions, for to do so would make them no different from those beasts. The people of the Dragon Nation are the most ardent advocates for world peace. They fear no enemy, yet they will never initiate aggression. Yet now that heaven has made the choice for them, how could they not be stirred? At last, they can deliver these petty creatures before their ancestors. Let them face their ancestors and truly repent. No one questioned Lín Mò's decision, they trusted him unconditionally. Braving the torrential downpour, the Xianmen disciples stepped out of the dilapidated temple. The rain couldn't dampen their excitement. They waited to see what would become of Shao Ri. Heaven's net is vast, yet nothing escapes its grasp. Retribution is not delayed, it is merely awaiting its hour. Chapter 78, Heaven's justice is clear, retribution is inevitable. After all the Xianmen disciples had left, Lín Mò shrank his body. This unexpected perk felt incredibly comfortable and made movement remarkably convenient. Yamazu-san, go find Amaterasu. Amaterasu must be dealt with before he returns to the Dragon Kingdom. In the land of cherry blossoms, these native yokai were still the most efficient at tracking people down. Understood. How shall I contact you, my lord? I'll have a dragon ant follow you. Report any discoveries directly to me. Understood, my lord. Lín Mò finalized all arrangements and stepped out. The rain in the sky grew heavier and heavier, showing no sign of stopping. Many houses were washed away, and the streets were filled with displaced people. Rivers and seas continued to rise, their waters overflowing their banks. The water, contaminated with nuclear fallout, compounded the disasters brought by the impending apocalypse. Further weakened the already frail bodies of the Sakura people. From the initial relief supplies to the subsequent rampant chaos of monsters, and now this cataclysmic disaster from the heavens. The people of Sakura Nation have utterly lost faith in their government. Even in this downpour, they still chanted and waved banners in the dark, smashing government buildings. Pitiful? Lín Mò, suspended mid-air, felt no pity whatsoever. His ancestors had endured far more brutal hardships. Bodies littered the fields, rivers of blood flowed. And all that suffering was caused by Sakura Valley. They were selfish, despicable, violent. Negative words alone could never fully describe their vile deeds. What the people of Sakura Nation endure now is entirely of their own making. Their government's inaction. They dumped nuclear waste everywhere, polluting the global environment. They resurrected mythical beasts and monsters, seeking to ignite war, only to have it backfire on their own people. Lín Mò gazed upon the scene before him, finding only the words "they deserve it" to describe it. Divine justice is clear, retribution is swift. These little darlings who grew up drinking the blood of their Dragon Nation finally tasted the bitter fruit of their own actions. Lín Mò dispatched most of the dragon ants to various regions of the land of cherry blossoms to devour the demons. He aimed to devour them completely before the foreign race could reclaim them. As dawn broke, the rain ceased just as Lín Mò had predicted. Yet everywhere, washed-out buildings, collapsed skyscrapers, a sodden environment, cracked earth, and humans with weakened immunity. Under these conditions, the death toll among Sakura Nation's people surpassed even last night's rain-soaked toll. Nationwide power and water outages were widespread, with only the internet still functioning. Lín Mò led the dragon ants, relentlessly devouring the demons. These minor demons were but a drop in the bucket for the experience he now required. Still, every little bit counts, at least there were plenty of them. During the devouring process, he paid no attention to the people of Sakura country. He knew these people were doomed to die anyway. Even if Sakura Nation didn't sink completely as he had predicted, these people couldn't withstand the relentless succession of disasters. Lín Mò had no time to dwell on those facing death. What he didn't know was that the citizens of Sakura Nation didn't see it that way. These divine dragons quickly became internet sensations worldwide. Countless Sakura Nation citizens took to the internet, claiming that when they were about to be devoured by monsters, it was these divine dragons who saved them. At first, netizens were skeptical, especially those in the Dragon Kingdom. Divine dragons were traditional deities of the Dragon Nation. How could they possibly go save ordinary people? The internet erupted in an instant. You guys are hilarious. Are you delusional? How could our dragon country's divine dragons possibly save you? If divine dragons went to Sakura country, they'd devour you beasts rescue? Ha! How could a dragon possibly appear in that dump called Sakura country? Netizens from various countries chimed in too. Good heavens, so the Dragon Nation really does have dragons. That's how it should be. Humankind is one community. When any nation faces disaster, people from other countries can't just turn a blind eye. I don't believe it. A despicable country like Dragon Nation couldn't possibly have good intentions. All sorts of opinions flooded in. Naturally, the netizen who called Dragon Nation despicable received a warm welcome from Dragon Nation's netizens. Then someone posted a video of a divine dragon devouring a demon. Views skyrocketed instantly, and the comment section erupted. Dude, your Photoshop skills still suck. Wow. It really is a dragon. You guys live in a fantasy world, how else could you come up with something this absurd? Why not just go watch it? Excuse me? Don't you guys have anything original? Even your savior is ripped off from another country. What? Did you learn this from the neighboring thieving country? Until more and more netizens from the land of cherry blossoms started posting videos of the divine dragon saving people. Netizens in the dragon country were furious. Meanwhile, Lín Mò remained oblivious to all this. To him, these monsters from the land of cherry blossoms were nothing but easy prey, utterly harmless. Unbeknownst to him, Lín Mò had flown back to the very spot where he had first been reborn. A demon was voraciously devouring local residents. Literally eating them, these low-level demons were no different from beasts, grabbing people and shoving them whole into their mouths, chewing and swallowing. Lín Mò teleported instantly above the demon's head and seized it with his claws. He then flung the creature violently, sending the human it had been about to devour tumbling to the ground. He then instantly devoured it. It wasn't that he wanted to save this person from the land of cherry blossoms. Rather, the sight of this little fellow having an arm torn off, looking bloody and mangled, was simply revolting. The experience points gained from ordinary humans were negligible. He had a cleanliness obsession, he couldn't stomach it. But the little ones didn't see it that way at all. To them, Lín Mò now resembled a divine savior. In their darkest hour of despair and helplessness, he had saved their lives. Add to that the online rumors. The group immediately knelt down, kowtowing to Lín Mò. Thank you, Divine Dragon. Thank you, Divine Dragon, for bringing us hope. Thank you, Divine Dragon, for saving us. Lín Mò felt utterly cursed to be mistaken for a savior by these beasts. The Divine Dragon saved you? If heaven hadn't decreed your deaths, would I have spared you? Lín Mò was utterly fed up and hurried away. He needed to swallow these things quickly and get out of this disgusting place. Meanwhile, every single frame of this video was uploaded to the internet by little days. Title: Thanks to the Divine Dragon's assistance, hope comes to the land of cherry blossoms. But the content reads, could it be that the Divine Dragon has always been the guardian spirit of the land of cherry blossoms? Otherwise, why would so many come to help the land of cherry blossoms? He. Below are comments from countries around the world. Thank you, Divine Dragon. I believe you belong to our land of cherry blossoms too. Can the Divine Dragon come save our country? This global apocalyptic radiation disaster, it's just that no other country suffered as severely as Sakura Nation. It's entirely possible. I've studied the history of the Dragon Nation and there are many unexplained aspects. Chapter 79, The Divine Dragon has come to destroy you. I think the Dragon Nation stole it. They love stealing our Korean stuff. Dragon Nation netizens were utterly furious. You guys have no shame at all. The Divine Dragon is our national deity and its history predates your tiny country's very existence. Hilarious. You'll steal anything, huh? First you plundered our resources and property on our land, waging rampant invasions. Now you're trying to steal our deities too. You horse are dead. FCK your little lives. Dragon Nation will crush your tiny country sooner or later. You thieves of a country, and you still have the nerve to speak up? What the hell are you? Seeing how badly you've been hit this time? That's karma. Heaven itself can't stand watching you evil spirits wreak havoc on the world. In stark contrast to the fury boiling over among the Dragon Nation's people. On the Sakura Nation side, netizens felt filled with hope. With so many divine dragons coming to their rescue, what was there to fear? The disaster would pass sooner or later. But the Dragon Nation's fury presented the perfect opportunity for mockery. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. First explain why your divine dragons, who are supposedly your gods, aren't protecting you but are here to protect us instead. Dragon country folks are hilarious, stealing other stuff yet acting so righteous. Yeah, you're God. Your God doesn't come to save you but comes to save us? That's hilarious. What's wrong with these Dragon Nation people? If we'd known this would happen, our ancestors should have wiped them off the map long ago. At least then we wouldn't have to listen to their nonsense now. Just a bunch of idiots. Defeated losers still spouting nonsense here. If our ancestors hadn't spared your lives out of kindness back then, what would you have done? Exactly. If the Dragon God is your country's deity, why has he never protected you? Our country should apply for cultural heritage status ASAP and demand the return of the deity dragon country stole from us. You claim the dragon is yours, yet now the divine dragon protects us. Aren't you just slapping yourselves in the face? Watching the fury of the Dragon Nation netizens, the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation couldn't be happier. They had divine protection and could take jabs at the Dragon Nation. Nothing felt more satisfying than this. And with the divine dragon actively aiding them, they had every reason to gloat and infuriate the Dragon Nation netizens. Netizens from other countries, seeing the fierce argument between Dragon Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation in the comments of this video, eagerly joined in. Will the Dragon Nation ever stop? Whenever they face off against the Cherry Blossom Nation, they bring up these long-forgotten incidents. It shows such narrow-mindedness. Exactly. And the Dragon Country people really can't explain why, during this global disaster, their divine dragon isn't protecting them but is protecting other countries instead. The person above is right. It even protected the country Dragon Nation has always hated. As a major Eastern power, Dragon Nation should show some magnanimity. What's past is past. Let's hope for world peace and no more wars. Am I the only one who thinks a petty country like Dragon Nation couldn't possibly have something like a divine dragon? I suspect it was actually Sakura Nation all along. You so-called anti-war activists? Your hypocrisy stinks. When the land of cherry blossoms invaded, where were your protests? Now you suddenly show up. Oh, let me answer you, because these anti-war folks' ancestors were cut from the same cloth as the Cherry Blossom Nation. Both were beasts who invaded other countries and started wars. Everyone knows which country backs the land of cherry blossoms. After being their lackeys for so many years, it's only natural their masters and their masters' friends would speak up for them now. Of course, there are also those who understand the truth. Historically speaking, the divine dragon has indeed been the totem and symbol of the Dragon Nation since ancient times. As for all the online commotion, Lín Mò knew nothing of it. He had just received word from Tamamo no Mae that she had found traces of Amaterasu. Lín Mò rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, Amaterasu had long sensed the celestial anomalies. By now, the capable members of the Sakura Nation's government and its wealthy elite had already fled. The remaining government personnel had all been taken under Amaterasu's control. Lín Mò's power continued to grow, bolstered by his vast army of dragon ants. In this small land of Sakura, no matter where she hid, she would be easily found. Therefore, she had taken control of the government officials, ordering them to concentrate all military forces at a large base. She threatens them, demanding they ensure her safety. Since hiding was impossible, it was better to prepare early. Meanwhile, journalists from around the world, having seen reports online about dragons in Sakura Nation, rushed to the scene. For them, this was their job. No matter how the world changed, as long as people weren't completely wiped out, they had to report. Unfortunately, the divine dragons were too scattered to focus their coverage. Yet their keen instincts sensed another major story brewing, and word spread like wildfire. These journalists rushed headlong to this massive military base. They scrambled to document the current state of the Sakura Nation government. Yet no matter how they pleaded with the guards, the Sakura Nation government refused to open the gates. Frustrated journalists began expressing discontent toward Sakura Nation, launching live streams to expose the government's evasive tactics to the world. At that very moment, Lín Mò, having received word, arrived at the military base with a large swarm of dragon ants. He was captured on camera by the journalists. The dragon! The dragon has arrived. Could the divine dragon have come to aid the government in saving Sakura Nation? I told you the divine dragon is ours. Thank you, divine dragon. Before their screens and televisions, netizens across Sakura Nation knelt and bowed their heads, thanking the divine dragon for saving their country. If Lín Mò could hear their prayers at that moment, he would surely flash a sly grin and retort, "Wrong guess, folks. The divine dragon came to destroy you. Saving them? These little guys sure have some nerve. Lín Mò has arrived. Use every means at your disposal. Deploy your most advanced weapons to attack him. You must blow him to smithereens. But Lord Amaterasu, everyone says the divine dragon came to protect us. Useless fools. The so-called divine dragon is merely that insect cultivator Lín Mò's puppet. There is no divine dragon." Amaterasu dismissed them with contempt. If her power hadn't been weakened, she wouldn't have bothered wasting breath on these useless fools. So it's that insect cultivator Lín Mò? The Sakura Nation's high command knew full well that Lín Mò hailed from the Dragon Nation, having destroyed much of their infrastructure and killed countless soldiers. Yet those present still harbored doubts. After all, these divine dragons had indeed resolved numerous troubles for Sakura Nation. Lord Amaterasu, since the divine dragons appeared, they have indeed been exterminating demons. Sakura Nation had long descended into chaos. The higher-ups had fled, leaving only those like them behind. Who had time to monitor satellites? Naturally, no one was aware of Lín Mò's transformation. Useless. All of you are useless. I won't bother explaining. I ordered you to eliminate Lín Mò. Chapter 80, Devouring the Strongest Military Base. Seeing the fear in their eyes, Amaterasu knew they were terrified. This is how it will be. Japan is now leaderless. Whoever eliminates Lín Mò will be the one I support to become prime minister. As a former deity, Amaterasu naturally possessed more forceful methods to compel these individuals to serve her. But her power hadn't yet returned to its peak, and Lín Mò's threat remained immense. To completely eliminate Lín Mò, she still needed these people to willingly serve her. After all, her most urgent priorities now were eliminating Lín Mò and restoring her power. Moreover, the identity of the prime minister held little significance for her. Moreover, if she installed her own puppet as prime minister, they would naturally be far more compliant and easier to manipulate. Once Lín Mò was eliminated, the entire Sakura Nation would fall under her control. For her, it was simply a win-win solution. Nothing could be more compelling to those present than this promise. The prospect of becoming prime minister held immense allure for these high-ranking officials. Even with its current string of disasters, Sakura Nation remained a sovereign state. The allure of a nation's prime minister is something ordinary people cannot resist, let alone those already in high positions. Having tasted the flavor of power, it became even harder to relinquish. And even with Sakura Nation in such dire straits, had Amaterasu not spoken, none of them would have dared entertain such ambitions in their lifetime. Of course, the most crucial factor was Amaterasu's immense influence as the nation's guardian deity. If she said they could become prime ministers, she absolutely possessed the means to make it happen. Since Lín Mò is an ally of the Dragon Nation, he is our enemy. We must show no mercy to our enemies. Rest assured, Lady Amaterasu. I will personally eliminate Lín Mò and restore peace to Sakura Nation. With that, he immediately dispatched forces to attack Lín Mò. Military bases are never short of weapons. A single order from the higher-ups. The most advanced weapons were deployed, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the dragon ant swarm. These individuals, driven by their ambition to become prime minister, disregarded even the journalists, needlessly causing the deaths of many reporters. Netizens who had previously defended Sakura Nation online now turned against it in unison. In an instant, Sakura Nation's international reputation plummeted. Yet these weapons posed no threat whatsoever to Lín Mò. These human-made weapons? Unless nuclear bombs were coming, he might even bother to dodge them. These little trinkets? He couldn't be bothered to dodge them, they were merely scratching his itch. Dragon ants. Dragon breath. Tens of thousands of dragon ants unleashed their dragon breath skills simultaneously. The sky transformed instantly. What had been a faintly sunny sky after the rain now grew even darker than yesterday. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Though it was summer in Sakura country, the perceived temperature here had already dropped below freezing. In an instant, streaks of golden light appeared in the sky. Upon closer inspection, the golden light revealed itself to be countless golden ice spikes. Each spike was as large as a boulder, with razor-sharp edges capable of piercing through a person's scalp and impaling them whole. A dense hail of ice spikes struck the ground, instantly killing those operating the weapons. They didn't even have time to scream. Blood flowed like rivers across the military base. Useless. 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 In a fit of rage, Amaterasu struck the conference table with a palm strike, reducing it to powder. Advance again. Lín Mò must be eliminated. Otherwise. Amaterasu swept a threatening glance across the room. I may escape, but you? Lín Mò will never let you off. The already demoralized high-ranking officials immediately broke out in cold sweat and hastily dispatched more forces to attack Lín Mò. But no matter how intensely trained ordinary soldiers were, they stood no chance against Lín Mò. Soon, every soldier in the military base was exhausted. What should we do, Lord Amaterasu? The high-ranking officials wailed in despair. At that moment, the prime minister was the last thing on their minds. All they wanted was to survive. Once dead, they'd be unable to enjoy anything. Keep fighting. Amaterasu knew there were still operators inside the military base. They only needed to remotely control the weapons from within the building, and those were weapons of much greater scale. The high-ranking officials were naturally displeased. Those weapons possessed immense destructive power, and they were right here in the military base. So close to the action, if Lín Mò hadn't been killed, they might have perished first. Lord Amaterasu, perhaps you should go out and deal with Lín Mò yourself. Exactly. As the deity of Sakura Nation, I believe no one is more powerful than you. Besides, attacking Lín Mò was your idea to begin with. If Amaterasu hadn't ordered them to fight Lín Mò, they wouldn't have suffered this undeserved calamity. Amaterasu let out a cold laugh. These fools were clever indeed, daring to scheme against her. Amaterasu struck out with her palm. The high-ranking official who had just said, "Besides, it was your idea to fight Lín Mò," was instantly sent flying. He was smashed into the wall, pulverized from the inside out into a gruesome, revolting pulp. So, are we attacking or not? Amaterasu sneered. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lord Amaterasu, we shall obey your command without question. These men knew that any hint of resistance would meet this fate. By then, Lín Mò wouldn't even have killed them. Amaterasu would have finished them off first. Better to stand with Amaterasu. At least they could be useful to her, clinging to a sliver of hope. The operator pressed a button and a massive shell roared toward its target. This was Sakura Nation's secret weapon. A single shell could sink an aircraft carrier, its destructive power rivaling nuclear weapons. The instant the bomb detonated, surrounding structures were leveled to the ground. Even the farthest office buildings at the military base developed massive cracks. But Lín Mò remained completely unharmed. Damn, this military base has quite a few goodies. Since these people were hiding and refusing to come out, Lín Mò saw no point in searching for them. Devour. He simply commanded the dragon ants to devour the entire military base. Those high-tech weapons were nothing but experience points to him. He was already here, might as well take what was offered. Why leave it for the little guys? As the swarm of dragon ants began devouring the military base, everything in their path was reduced to a barren wasteland, leaving nothing behind. Amaterasu finally panicked. Lín Mò, you've gone too far. With that, Amaterasu turned to leave the office area. Lord Amaterasu, you can't just abandon us. Lord Amaterasu, what shall we do? Lord Amaterasu, save us. Take us with you. Seeing Amaterasu about to leave, the high-ranking officials all panicked. Amidst the chaos, Amaterasu turned to Lín Mò, who stood motionless in the center of the room. But Amaterasu paid no heed to their fate. She left the office area immediately and began surveying the situation. The massive military base was now completely surrounded by the dragon ants. They began devouring the base from all directions. Their density was so immense that not even a fly could escape. This was all part of Lín Mô's pre-arranged plan. He intended for Amaterasu to come but never return this time. He would not let her escape. So what if the military base was large? His dragon ants were numerous enough to encircle the entire land of cherry blossoms. Chapter 81, The Divine Dragon Belongs to the Dragon Nation. The commotion in Sakura Nation drew constant streams of journalists. Netizens worldwide were glued to this intensely popular livestream. The bullet comments were scrolling so fast they were barely legible, filled with every imaginable remark. But no matter what others say, Dragon Nation netizens are thoroughly thrilled. Didn't you claim dragons belong to your country? That the divine dragon came to aid you? Come out, you dogs who said that, keep barking now. Ah, I won't say who's having the time of their life. The divine dragon has always belonged to the Dragon Nation. Wasn't this military base supposed to be the strongest in Little Japan? This is it? This is all they've got? The divine dragon is awesome. Destroy the cherry blossom country. Destroy Japan. Avenge our ancestors. Is the land of cherry blossoms just a lackey of the United States? The US talks such a big game, yet now they won't lend a hand? Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Yushu spent the entire night pleading with the high-ranking officers of the garrison in the land of cherry blossoms, but failed to sway them. He had assumed that with his standing, these matters would be easily resolved. But the high command refused to budge. The Dragon Nation's military is the most disciplined force in the world. Under these circumstances, if the army withdrew from Sakura Nation's territory, the hard-won land would likely vanish overnight. If Sakura Nation truly collapsed, that would be one thing. But a territory destined not to exist was hardly worth the Dragon Nation soldiers' lives to defend. But if Sakura Nation held firm? The moment their troops withdrew, Sakura Nation would send forces to seize control. What good would a treaty demanding territorial concessions and indemnities be? Whoever occupies the land holds the authority. Moreover, the Japanese have never enjoyed a favorable reputation in the world. Losing the territory would tarnish the Dragon Nation's prestige and the military's honor. If Japan sinks, the world will praise the Dragon Nation's military foresight. If it doesn't sink, the world will mock us as cowards. A nation that once invaded us now offers to cede territory and pay reparations yet cannot even defend itself. Such responsibility is beyond the capacity of the leadership to bear. Why won't you listen? The land of cherry blossoms will sink. Are you treating your own lives and those of your soldiers as a game? Yushu gritted his teeth in fury. Elder Yushu, we won't retreat without orders. You say the Cherry Blossom Congress will sink, will you take responsibility if it doesn't? I will. Yushu didn't hesitate. He trusted Lín Mò unconditionally. What exactly are you responsible for? The high-ranking official sneered coldly. Based on what? Lín Mô's prophecy? Is he the king of kings? Even if he were the king of kings, without superior orders, I won't retreat. Elder Yushu, I know your mystical circles are fond of divination and such, but this is a scientific society now. You need to keep up with the times. The soldiers actually look down on the practices of the mystical sects. Their military achievements were earned through real combat fighting with weapons and their own flesh and blood. Having slaughtered so many on the battlefield, they refuse to believe in ghosts and gods. If spirits truly existed, why hadn't any vengeful souls come for them yet? Yushu had heard countless such remarks throughout the night, and now, having gone without sleep, his head ached. All right then, he said. I understand you can't make decisions about such large-scale operations on your own. Why don't we connect directly with Old Wang? The high-ranking official hesitated. His initial instinct was to refuse. He didn't believe in Lín Mò's prophecy. But he knew Yushu had the means to reach Old Master Wang. He feared the consequences of accountability. It wasn't that he feared the consequences, but his deep respect for Elder Wang made him unwilling to lose face before him. Whatever you say. The executive dispatched an assistant to contact Wang Lao's support team and arrange a video call. Soon, a middle-aged man with a gentle expression appeared on the other side of the screen. Though his face bore a smile, the innate aura of a superior figure radiating from him was impossible to ignore. Past middle age, his gaze had grown piercingly sharp, making direct eye contact difficult. The executive, who had been impatient with Yushu moments before, immediately sat up straight and composed himself. Mr. Wang. Senior Wang. Yushu, Xiaogao has already briefed me, but I'd still like to hear your perspective. Even Yusu, a seasoned leader who remained unflappable through storms, felt a rare flicker of tension in Wang Lao's presence. He first detailed the recent situation in Sakura country, then analyzed it in light of the current international crisis. Master Wang, I trust Lín Mò. We can't gamble with the lives of thousands of soldiers. The words had barely left his mouth when cold sweat broke out on Yusu's brow. He had been far too careless to utter such words. Everyone knew how deeply Elder Wang cherished his soldiers. Though the old man's face remained expressionless. The air in the room suddenly froze, as if sucked dry. The old man's imposing presence, commanding respect without a single word, left the two men present too intimidated to even lift their heads and check if he was angry. After about half a minute, their clothes drenched in sweat, the old man finally spoke slowly. Yushu, I didn't go to take the soldier's wager. It was a matter of utmost urgency. I understand, Elder Wang. I was just too anxious earlier. Yushu's head bowed even lower than before. This concerns the honor of the Dragon Nation and the vital interests of every citizen. To make such a decisive move, I must speak with Lín Mò myself. It's not that I don't trust you, I need to hear it directly from Lín Mò. As a high-ranking official in the Dragon Nation, Old Wang naturally knew what Lín Mò was doing. But every absolute decision he made affected the people of the Dragon Nation. Naturally, he could not make decisions based on unfounded speculation about someone he had never met. Understood, Elder Wang. Lín Mò can speak with you immediately. Oh? He's here? Old Wang was well aware of Lín Mò's activities at the military base. Could he possibly control so many divine dragons from thousands of miles away? He's not here. Please hold. Yusu pulled a cloth pouch from his pocket. Upon opening it, a golden dragon instantly shot out. This was Lín Mò's pre-arranged plan. He knew this mission wouldn't be accomplished easily. Among all the teams, he had only given Yusu and Yuzuha the ultimate form of dragon ants. Yuzakian couldn't possibly search for people while openly carrying such massive dragon ants. And Yusu couldn't operate within a military restricted zone with such a massive dragon ant. Even someone as worldly as Old Wang couldn't help but show interest upon seeing this tiny golden dragon. After all, previous images and reports had always depicted the divine dragon as enormous, never this tiny golden dragon. What is this? This is the device that can contact Lín Mò. Yusu finished speaking and immediately summoned Lín Mò. Lín Mò happened to be free at that moment, waiting for Amaterasu to appear. Big shot Lín Mò. Speak. The operation to withdraw the garrison is of critical importance. Therefore, Elder Wang wishes to speak with you personally. As a citizen of Dragon Nation, there was no one who didn't know Old Wang. Chapter 82, Troop Withdrawal. Old Master Wang. In his previous life, Lín Mò had held this venerable elder in the highest regard. The little golden dragon flew to the center of the conference room and locked eyes with Old Master Wang. You are Lín Mò? Given Old Master Wang's extensive experience, he didn't seem overly surprised to see the little golden dragon speaking to him. After all, ordinary people knew nothing of the mystical arts. In his position, however, he understood them all too well and had seen every kind of supernatural creature imaginable. That is correct. Why not reveal your true form to meet with me? It's simply not convenient. Old Wang nodded, making no further demands. After all, no one could possibly guess that Lín Mò's true form was that of a dragon. Old Wang believed his true form was currently engaged in combat at a military base in the land of cherry blossoms. Being able to control this golden dragon from 1,000 miles away and converse with it is already a formidable feat. Speak. Why did you order the garrison to retreat? Within 3 days, the land of cherry blossoms shall fall. Old Wang's eyes flashed with intensity. In an instant, the oppressive aura of a superior figure swept over the room. Speak. What is your basis for this? Within 3 days, the land of cherry blossoms will fall. Lín Mò's voice rang out with unwavering conviction. He said no more. Old Wang asked no more. In an instant, the air within the conference room froze solid, making breathing feel difficult. It was the deliberate pressure emanating from those in power. There was nowhere to hide. Just as Yusu and the garrison's high command felt they might suffocate to death, Old Lin spoke. All right, kid. I'll trust you this once. Jiancheng, withdraw the troops. Old Wang. Before Lin Jiancheng could respond, Elder Wang waved him off. I hope our next meeting won't be too late. It won't be. As soon as Lín Mò finished speaking, the little golden dragon, which had been so lively moments ago, instantly became utterly still. Everyone present knew it was Lín Mò who had ended the communication. As a military man, Lin Jianqing's temperament was naturally impatient. Old Wang, Before he could finish, Old Wang commanded with unwavering authority, I trust him. Go prepare. You heard it yourself, Sakura Nation will fall within 3 days. Do you understand your mission? Understood. Lin Jianqing saluted. You two return early as well. Rest assured, Old Wang. With that, Old Wang ended the video call. Inside the Beijing courtyard house, Old Wang gripped the armrest of his armchair, veins bulging on the back of his hand. As a seasoned leader with vast experience, his greatest skill lay in reading people, discerning their character, and deploying them effectively. He trusted Lín Mò. Sakura Nation would fall within 3 days. Even he couldn't help but feel stirred upon hearing this news. For a century, the hatred toward the land of cherry blossoms had seeped into the very bones of every citizen of the Dragon Nation. This was especially true for the elite. Their fathers and grandfathers had lived through those wars. Holding positions of significant authority, they were well aware of the innumerable crimes committed by the people of Sakura Nation on Dragon Nation soil. Yet as leaders, they must protect the people's interests and uphold the dignity of a great nation. They couldn't even vent their anger like ordinary people, let alone wage war. In their positions, there are too many unavoidable constraints. Now, at last, this day has come. Let those from the land of cherry blossoms go to hell to atone for their sins. The military base was being swallowed up more and more. Those high-tech weapons all became Lín Mò's experience. Most of these weapons held far more experience points than those minor demons, and Lín Mò was quite satisfied. Amaterasu saw there was no escaping it. With no other choice, it revealed itself. You cowardly turtle, done hiding now? The dragon ants surrounding the military base roared in unison, their voices deafening. Amaterasu was furious. As the guardian deity of Sakura Nation, she had never been so thoroughly humiliated. Yet time and again, she had failed against Lín Mò. Moreover, Lín Mò's actions had utterly humiliated her in front of these commoners. She cared little for these commoners, but they were obligated to worship and respect her. Lín Mò, you've gone too far. A sword materialized in Amaterasu's hand. It measured 2 feet 7 or 8 inches in length, its blade resembling the leaf of an iris. The central portion of the blade was thicker, while the hilt section was about 8 inches thick. It featured multiple ridges that were uneven, resembling the spine of a fish, entirely white from top to bottom. This sword was one of the legendary 3 sacred treasures of Sakura Nation, the Aim no Kagetsuchi. Legend held it was Amaterasu's personal weapon. What a splendid thing. Lín Mò couldn't help but praise the sword as he examined it, his eyes gleaming with a determined light. Of course, he wasn't acquiring it for his own use. A dragon like him had no need for swords. Besides, he had no desire to use anything from the land of cherry blossoms. But if he could devour this divine sword, the experience points would be immense. If Amaterasu and the land of cherry blossoms ever heard of this, they'd be furious. After all, this legendary divine sword was something even the emperor himself could not freely view. Amaterasu soared into the sky. With a single swing of her sword, a commanding blade of energy shot straight toward the swarm of dragon ants. The dragon ants struck by the blade perished instantly. These dragon ants were ancient dragon ants remnants from before Lín Mò's evolution, naturally lacking such high defensive capabilities. Yet even so, the mere sword energy was enough to claim their lives. This alone demonstrated the formidable power of the Amaterasu sword. Lín Mò had no intention of using the time roar skill directly. Amaterasu was a formidable opponent. Since his evolution, Lín Mò hadn't encountered an opponent this formidable. Naturally, he wanted to test his current strength against her. Besides, Amaterasu wasn't currently at her peak. Dragon Breath. At Lín Mò's command, tens of thousands of dragon ants unleashed their abilities simultaneously. Fireballs the size of boulders, enveloped in golden national fortune energy, slammed into Amaterasu from all directions. A single one contained enough force to crush an elephant, let alone the additional damage from the scorching fire element. Amaterasu immediately withdrew her sword energy. Surrounding azure clouds. A transparent protective barrier shielded Amaterasu. Every fireball collided with the shield, erupting in deafening explosions. Without exception, every single fireball crashed to the ground. They actually blasted a 30-meter-wide crater into the ground. Is the defense that strong? Lín Mò found this rather intriguing. Logically speaking, if Amaterasu were at its peak, it wouldn't be able to withstand his assault. But he knew Amaterasu's current strength was far from formidable. In fact, due to its unrefreshed power and continuous depletion, it was even weaker than when it had just been revived. Lín Mò carefully sifted through his memories and suddenly recalled. Known as the sun goddess of the land of cherry blossoms, Amaterasu wielded solar power with the greatest ease. It was precisely the same type of power as his own sun True Flame. No wonder. And Amaterasu, protected and unscathed, naturally launched her attack against the dragon ant swarm. Solar power. At Amaterasu's command, a dense shower of fireballs rained down from the sky. Unlike Lín Mò's skill, her fireballs weren't golden, they burned a fiery red. Chapter 83, The Death of Amaterasu. As the fireballs descended, the surrounding temperature surged instantly. Within the skill's range, an ordinary person would. Even if not struck by the fireball, one would still be roasted to death by the extreme heat. Yet Lín Mò, possessing the sun's fire, naturally feared none of this. As the fireballs descended, he instantly commanded the dragon ants to envelop him in the true fire of the sun. He himself, of course, needed no such protection. The supreme defense of a divine beast-tier being was no mere boast. The dense barrage of fireballs pelted down relentlessly, leaving no moment to breathe. The current situation was far too passive, not the outcome Lín Mò desired. He summoned the 1,000 dragon ants that had split after their evolution. Like him, these dragon ants possessed absolute immunity to fireball attacks. Dragon breath. 1,000 dragon ants opened their massive jaws, unleashing their skill upon Amaterasu. A thunderous dragon roar echoed from their mouths, filling the air with a golden mist that radiated potent toxins. The toxic gas naturally couldn't penetrate the shield to directly attack Amaterasu. The passive stun effect also failed to activate. But that wasn't what Lín Mò wanted. Amaterasu, shielded by her circular barrier, was tossed about by the massive air pressure waves from the dragon roar. The circular shield tumbled back and forth within the dragon's breath. Amidst the chaos, Amaterasu inside could not maintain her footing to continue casting spells. Lín Mò had been waiting for this moment. He withdrew the protective barrier the dragon ants had conjured from the sun's true flame and unleashed his skill once more. Dragon breath. Ice spikes enveloped in golden light rained down, striking the ground and the circular shield in dense succession. Just as Lín Mò had anticipated. The shield's defensive capabilities were finite. Earlier, it had only withstood his intense attack because of elemental clash. Now, with the elements shifting from fire to ice, and the shield caught between the dragon's roar and the icy assault. Boom! The protective barrier erupted in a massive explosion. Amaterasu, who had been tumbling inside the shield, was thrown to the ground by the violent blast, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Yet the icy spikes continued to fall relentlessly. Ignoring her own injuries, Amaterasu immediately sprang to her feet. Wielding the Amatsu Kagami sword, she relentlessly parried the ice spear's assault. Wherever the sword's energy struck, the ice spikes melted into water. But the sheer number of ice spikes was overwhelming, and some still managed to strike her body. Amaterasu had no chance to counterattack now, forced to focus solely on fending off the barrage. As more and more ice spikes struck her body, the Amatsu Kagami sword fell to the ground. Lín Mò naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Devour. The dragon ant closest to Amaterasu instantly devoured the Amatsukimo sword. Experience plus 10 million. 10 million experience points. This felt way too good. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 sacred treasures of the land of cherry blossoms, utterly formidable. Without the Amatsu Kagami sword, Amaterasu's disadvantage grew increasingly apparent. She could only rely on her own abilities to withstand the ice spike's assault. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of dragon ants relentlessly unleashed their skills. Amaterasu now stood drenched in blood, her white powder like makeup mingling with the crimson. The sight was both terrifying and revolting. Lín Mò knew she was now at the end of her rope, no longer worth taking seriously. Devour. Lín Mò abandoned skill attacks, directly commanding the dragon ant swarm to devour Amaterasu. Yet even now, Amaterasu fought back, tearing apart several dragon ants. Ultimately, powerless to resist, it was completely devoured by the swarm. Reporters captured the scene with drones, streaming it live online. Netizens voiced diverse opinions, with anti-war activists leading fierce condemnation. This method is too cruel, just absorbing Amaterasu like that. Exactly. Dragon Nation always prides itself on being a peace-loving country. Doesn't this behavior contradict their peaceful facade? Give me a break. Dragon Nation supporting peace? Haven't you seen how their netizens hate Cherry Blossom Nation? They're practically itching to launch an attack. Dragon Nation is truly the most hypocritical country I've ever seen. Serves them right for invading us back then. A nation this despicable deserves to be wiped out. Meanwhile, netizens from the Dragon Nation launched fierce counterattacks. But they aren't angry at all right now. Not only are they not angry, but they're actually feeling pretty good about it, okay? The Divine Dragon devoured the Cherry Blossom Nation's strongest military base and killed Amaterasu. Could anything be more satisfying than that? Netizens from the Dragon Nation declared there was nothing more satisfying unless the Cherry Blossom Nation was annihilated. Yeah, we're the despicable ones. I wonder which dogs were just now following Grandpa around condemning Sakura Nation. I screenshotted everyone defending Sakura Nation. I also grabbed their insults from half an hour ago. Come to my page and see these fools' faces drop. When Amaterasu first appeared, the whole world demanded Japan destroy her, whining like little brats. And what happened? Did that little brat even acknowledge you? Now that we Dragon Nation solved the world's problem with Amaterasu, you're whining again? Are you dogs? I say the dragon god shouldn't have destroyed Amaterasu. Anyway, we're not afraid. Let them go after the anti-war folks instead. Hee. This is awesome, guys. This is seriously awesome. Tonight I'm heading to my grandpa's grave to tell him the good news. Why bother with those dogs, brothers? My mom was nagging me during the livestream. I thought of every sad thing in my life, but I still couldn't help bursting out laughing. Now I'm happily getting beaten by my mom. Meanwhile, netizens from the land of cherry blossoms remained completely silent throughout. For they had witnessed Amaterasu's fall with their own eyes, and now they were prostrating themselves, bidding farewell to the sun goddess. In their hearts, Amaterasu was nothing short of a deity, the very faith of their nation. Now that Amaterasu was gone, the entire nation was drowning in immense sorrow, surpassing even the scale of a national mourning period. After all, humans have flaws. No matter how capable a prime minister is, there will always be those who are dissatisfied. But a deity is flawless in the hearts of the people. Amidst Amaterasu's demise and the nation's current plight, every citizen of Sakura country was plunged into profound despair. After dealing with Amaterasu, Lín Mò did not abandon this place. After accelerating the devouring process, he retracted the dragon ants and departed the battlefield. The remaining small teams made swift progress. After all, those minor demons were easily dealt with. Once all the demons were dealt with, Lín Mò reunited with the Xianmen group. Big shot Lín Mò, should we head back now? The Xianmen members gazed expectantly at the dragon ants. They feared Lín Mò might propose another request, delaying their return. Now that cell service was restored, though Dragon Nation hadn't suffered as severely as Cherry Blossom Nation, it had still endured considerable devastation. Everyone was eager to return first, because their homeland surely needed them, and second, to see their families. All right. As Lín Mò spoke, the joy on everyone's faces was impossible to hide. You all go ahead. Ha! Before the Xianmen disciples could even wipe the smiles from their faces, they were hit with this crushing blow. Chapter 84, The Fall of Sakura Nation. Does Big Shot Lín Mò still have business in the land of cherry blossoms? Didn't he say it was going to sink? If Lord Lín Mò has unfinished business, we're willing to accompany him. Exactly. Though our abilities are limited, there's strength in numbers. You can return however you like. Lín Mò declined their offer. Give me an address. I'll be right there. I will stay here and witness the sinking of the land of cherry blossoms with my own eyes. Is Big Shot Lín Mò worried something might go wrong? You could say that. Lín Mò offered no explanation, though he knew there would be no surprises. The hatred the Dragon Nation harbors for the land of cherry blossoms runs deep in their bones. Compounded by Lín Mò's experiences from his previous life. In that past life, the people of Sakura Nation, having resurrected Amaterasu and all manner of divine beasts and demons without incident, they had become the most loyal lackeys of the foreign invaders. They were even more despicable than when they invaded the Dragon Nation. And having lost the invasion war a century ago, the land of cherry blossoms harbored deep resentment, directing their hatred especially toward the Dragon Nation. Back then, Lín Mò had countless times wanted to wipe the Sakura Nation off the map. Alas, his power was insufficient back then. This lifetime, he stands tall enough. He would personally witness the utter annihilation of those beasts in the land of cherry blossoms. Only then could he exhale that foul breath and find true peace. Very well. Hearing Lín Mò's resolute tone, the Xianmen disciples knew further persuasion was futile. They provided Lín Mò with an address, then each summoned their magical artifacts. The Dragon Nation had already arranged helicopters to transport them home at top speed. They only needed to pilot their magical artifacts to the designated rendezvous point where the helicopters awaited. Big Shot Lín Mò, we'll be waiting for you. Big brother Lín Mò, come back soon. Though they hadn't interacted deeply with Lín Mò, in just these few short days, the members of the Xianmen had already grown attached to him. In their hearts, Lín Mò was powerful, mysterious, and possessed a great heart. They didn't know if they were worthy of being his friends, but regardless, they considered him a friend in their hearts. With that, the Xianmen disciples departed, piloting their magical artifacts. My lord, what about me? Uzumaki watched as Lín Mò dismissed the Xianmen disciples, her concern for herself beginning to surface. When Lín Mò had foretold the sinking of Sakura Nation, he had never kept it from her. She could certainly hide away somewhere else after the nation's fall. With her power, not only ordinary people, but even most spirits and demons were no match for her. But she truly didn't want to leave Lín Mò. Lín Mò was too powerful and as a demon who deeply admired strength. Not only had he vanquished the eight-headed serpent Yamada no Orochi and devoured other divine beasts, but he could even destroy the guardian deity Amaterasu. She had never seen anyone as powerful as Lín Mò. Naturally, she wished to follow him for life. What do you think? Lín Mò never forced his preferences on others. Tamamo no Me was only particularly useful in the land of cherry blossoms. She could help gather intelligence swiftly, but that advantage vanished in other lands. Though powerful, given Lín Mò's current strength, her departure wouldn't matter. She had done much for him in Sakura country, and if she desired freedom, Lín Mò could grant it. Yamatsu no Kami wishes to serve you for life, my lord. Upon speaking, Tamamo no Mae immediately performed the formal bow of the Dragon Nation before Lín Mò. Enough. At least this little demon had some sense of duty. Lín Mò tossed her a bottle. Found on Amaterasu. See if it's of any use to you. Lín Mò wasn't particularly knowledgeable about herbs and such, though that used to be a disadvantage. Now, however, he was immune to all poisons and possessed formidable defenses, rendering such knowledge unnecessary. If anything could injure him, then no amount of herbal knowledge would matter. Yamatsu picked up the bottle before him and sniffed it, his face immediately lighting up with delight. Amaterasu had plundered many valuable items from the Onmyoji in her early years. The medicine within this vial was one such treasure. Thank you, my lord. This will greatly enhance my power. As a demon who craved strength, the prospect of becoming ever more powerful held immense appeal for her. Yet at her level, further refinement felt as difficult as ascending to heaven. She never imagined Amaterasu would leave behind such a valuable item. Then take it. Tamamo no Mae thanked Lín Mò once more, eagerly swallowing the pill before sitting on the ground to recuperate, allowing her body to fully absorb its effects. Absorb it first, then come find me afterward. As a demon bound by contract, Tamamo no Mae possessed a subtle connection to Lín Mò, making it easy for her to locate him. With that, Lín Mò retracted all the dragon ants, shrank his own body, and began aimlessly surveying the skies above Sakura country. Since his rebirth, he had been frantically evolving every moment, striving to prepare thoroughly for the apocalypse. Now, he had this rare moment of leisure. After the apocalypse in Sakura Nation, the divine dragon's salvation brought a brief respite lasting several hours. However, with the deaths of all the high-ranking officials who failed to escape and the witnessing of Amaterasu's fall, the nation plunged into unprecedented chaos. No matter how severe the disasters had been before, they always believed the government would never abandon them. It wasn't that they trusted the conscience of the elite, but rather, if a nation's people were gone, what was there left to govern? Now, however, both the government and the gods had vanished. With no one left to rely on, the land of cherry blossoms descended into complete chaos. Rioters rampaged through the streets, looting and destroying everything in sight. The streets echoed with cries of agony. Constant natural and man-made disasters, compounded by the mountains Lín Mò had devoured earlier. As an island nation situated on a seismic belt, the undersea base began to shift. After enduring the first cataclysmic shift, it swiftly faced a second upheaval. The entire landmass of Sakura Nation began to shake violently. Starting from coastal cities, vast swaths of land began collapsing and sinking. The speed was astonishingly fast. Before anyone could react, it vanished beneath the sea. Lín Mò observed the unfolding chaos from above. Like a deity perched high above, he witnessed the people of Sakura Nation weaving their own cocoon of self-destruction, ultimately marching toward ruin. A flood of emotions surged through Lín Mò. Yet he felt no pity. Humans often sympathize with the weak, but not a single one of these people was innocent. They were all utterly depraved beasts. He recalled how, in his previous life, after the land of cherry blossoms had aligned with foreign tribes, the martial prowess of its entire populace had surged. They committed atrocities across the world, especially in the Dragon Nation. They pillaged and plundered, treating others' pain and struggle as toys for their own amusement. Lín Mò finally exhaled heavily. He hoped the nation's demise might offer some solace to the souls of those who died unjustly. The path to a nation's prosperity is often arduous, yet nature finds it remarkably easy to erase it. In just over an hour, the entire island nation sank beneath the sea. Thus, the land known as the Land of Cherry Blossoms ceased to exist on this earth. Chapter 85, Truth lies only within the range of cannons. The sinking of the Land of Cherry Blossoms dominated front-page headlines worldwide. Environmental scientists, geologists, and others continuously analyzed the causes of its submersion. Combined with the global upheaval that had occurred earlier, many began to speculate whether the end of the world was approaching. Expert analyses and opportunistic conspiracy theories circulated non-stop across the internet. Regardless of what others said, netizens in the Dragon Nation were thrilled. Holy, did my mouth get blessed or something? I just said the only thing more satisfying than destroying their military bases in Amaterasu would be seeing Sakura Nation wiped off the map, and now it's actually happened. Woohoo! Ancestors, did you see that? Those bandits who looted and pillaged in China finally got their comeuppance. Damn it, guys, I feel like crying and laughing at the same time like a total lunatic. Upper floor, I totally get you. I'm feeling the same way right now. The crying comes from remembering those dark days when the invaders came, all the martyrs who sacrificed themselves, the nation in turmoil. That period wasn't much better than the apocalypse itself. Even though we ultimately won back then, we paid a terrible price. The laughter comes from knowing that no matter how hard it was, we still won. Now our enemies have gotten what they deserved. A century of hatred can only be settled with their deaths. From now on, we just need to keep pushing forward. Our future will only get brighter, but our enemies have no future left. Brother upstairs, you've said it perfectly. I'm so moved I can't even listen anymore. Even as the entire nation of Dragonland wept tears of joy, conspiracy theories about Dragonland never ceased. The sinking of the land of cherry blossoms certainly had environmental and geological causes, but could it be entirely unrelated to Dragon Nation? Exactly. We all witnessed what the Dragon Nation's divine dragon did in the land of cherry blossoms. My god, could this be a complete and utter conspiracy by the Dragon Nation? I've said it before, Dragon Nation is the most despicable country. How long ago were those past events? They just can't let it go. I seriously suspect the sinking of Cherry Blossom Nation was something Dragon Nation had been plotting for ages. If that's true, it's terrifying. The Dragon Nation people are so treacherous. Let us mourn the fallen people of the Cherry Blossom Nation. May you find peace in paradise. Naturally, Dragon Nation netizens wouldn't tolerate this smear campaign. Tears barely dried, they entered battle mode. Oh, so conspiracy theories count as evidence now? All you've done is type away on your keyboard, where's the proof? Yeah. May you also find peace in paradise. The sinking of Sakura Nation was clearly shown on satellite footage. Are you brainless and blind? Oh, beautiful country people, I get it. When your son dies, the father goes mad like a rabid dog, perfectly normal. Hold your horses. If you find proof we did it, we'll own up, no question. But if we really pulled it off? That'd be awesome. Regardless of the online uproar, high-level officials across nations plunged into deep concern, with every country initiating martial law. They had, of course, seen the conspiracy theories about Dragon Nation. Rationally, they refused to believe the Dragon Nation was responsible for the Cherry Blossom Nation's downfall. If true, it would mean the Dragon Nation was far too powerful. After all, Sakura Nation was a globally renowned superpower. Yet emotionally, they couldn't help but guard against the Dragon Nation. Western nations have always harbored curiosity about the mysterious Eastern Dragon Nation. Yet over the years, even after invading that land a century ago, they've failed to unravel its mysteries. Now, their apprehensions have deepened. Even if the Dragon Nation wasn't behind the Sakura Nation's downfall, those swarms of divine dragons people had seen them with their own eyes. Each of these divine dragons possessed formidable combat prowess, let alone their sheer numbers. This apprehension from other nations is starkly evident in the international landscape. For the Dragon Nation today, this apprehension is a positive thing. As the apocalypse approaches, every ounce of fear their enemies harbor translates to an ounce of safety for them. After all, truth lies only within the range of cannon fire. Lín Mò gazed out at the vast ocean below him and finally exhaled in relief. But he knew this was only the beginning. Those alien races were far more cunning and troublesome than the land of cherry blossoms. Every nation in the world would be forcibly dragged into this war. The situation would grow far more complex. All he could do now was keep devouring and evolving. The stronger he grew, the more hope humanity would have. Where are we headed now, my lord? Tamamo no Mae followed behind Lín Mò. The fall of Sakura country did not leave her entirely unmoved. But she had found a new home. No matter how beautiful her homeland was, it belonged to the past. Lín Mò's path was the one that held her future. The next step was naturally to return home. Before departing, Lín Mò opened her attribute panel once more. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Ultimate Form. Level, 1. Talent, Fission. Individual count, 700,000 primordial dragon ants fragmented, 5,000 primordial dragon ants ultimate form. Remaining lifespan, 10,000 days. Evolution experience required, 26,847,100 million. Note, after evolving into the Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant, it enters its ultimate form. Each evolution completes one level up. Special Constitution, Dragon God Dao Body Ultimate Form. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, evolved to its pinnacle, achieving the strongest defense at the level of a divine beast. Active skill, Dragon Breath Ultimate Form. An attack infused with Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, Dragon Thunder, and other elements. Can be unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 2,000-meter radius, capable of shattering rocks or collapsing mountains. Each activation randomly manifests different elements and carries a stunning effect. Upon reaching grand perfection, this skill can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar Ultimate Form. Erupts a thunderous howl that dispels enemy buffs and instills fear. Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes. The mist generated by the roar carries inherent toxicity. Upon reaching perfection, additional unexpected effects manifest. Active skill, Time Roar Ultimate Form. A time manipulating skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its extreme power, it can only be used on one target within a 24-hour period. Use with caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array Ultimate Form. Summoning skill. Upon activation, summons ancient guardian deities of the Dragon Nation. Currently only one deity can be summoned. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be invoked. My lord? Seeing Lín Mò didn't respond, Tamamo no Mae spoke again. Return to the Dragon Kingdom. Lín Mò spoke, then flew toward the Dragon Kingdom without waiting for Yuzuwa's response. Though her speed was slower, Lín Mò wasn't worried she wouldn't find him. Chapter 86, Long Awaited, My Homeland. Lín Mò felt a peculiar mix of emotions on his journey to the Dragon Kingdom. Since his rebirth, he had never once returned. Every day he worked tirelessly since his rebirth was for the sake of returning better prepared. Now, flying toward his homeland, he felt a strange mix of excitement and apprehension. Because of his rebirth, this life had diverged significantly from the last. The once mighty Sakura Nation, the strongest power after the apocalypse in his previous life, no longer existed. What transformations awaited the Dragon Nation after this apocalypse? Upon entering the Dragon Nation's territory, Lín Mò shrank himself smaller than an ant, ensuring no one could see him. Surprisingly, the Dragon Nation's current state was significantly better than in his previous life. While some areas were still affected by disasters, the casualties appeared to be less severe. The relaxation on the people's faces was undeniably genuine. Moreover, everyone had just learned of the little days sinking. It felt like the entire nation was celebrating. Seeing this, Lín Mò felt reassured. Long time no see, homeland. Lín Mò murmured in midair, then accelerated toward the address Yusu had given him. Meanwhile, the Shenmen disciples who had just witnessed the sinking of Sakura Nation were overcome with emotion. Holy, little days is really gone. Damn it. We gotta celebrate tonight. This is the best feeling I've ever had in my entire life. Damn little days. That's what you get for evil deeds. Am I the only one who thinks Big Shot Lín Mò is seriously awesome? He said little life would sink, and it actually did. Yeah. We trusted brother Lín Mò unconditionally back then, but honestly, we didn't have any real proof. But now that Sakura country's sunk, Big Shot Lín Mò should be on his way, right? He must be on his way. The Shenmen members were thrilled by the news of Lín Mò's impending return. When do you think Big Shot Lín Mò will arrive? I'd say at least a week. Even though Sakura Nation isn't far from Dragon Nation, we're in Kyoto, not a coastal city. With Sakura Nation gone, we've lost all means of transportation. I bet Lord Lín Mò will be here in 5 days. With Shenlong's immense power, he can't possibly be that slow. I say 3 days. No way. Everyone thought Wu Suowei's claim was utterly absurd. Even if you idolize Lín Mò, you couldn't possibly idolize him that much. Yet the very Lín Mò they were speculating about meeting days later had already arrived outside the building. Truly, the great sages hide in plain sight. Who would have imagined that within this massive building in the capital city resided the official Shenmen Association, an organization most people dismissed as superstitious nonsense? Lín Mò flew to a blind spot in the surveillance system and summoned 10 ancient dragon ants in their ultimate forms. He had no intention of revealing his identity, not because he distrusted those of the mystical arts. Rather, walls have ears. The more people who knew, the worse it would be. Besides, their ignorance served their own interests. He then kept his form within half a meter, allowing him to move freely while ensuring he'd be spotted immediately. Otherwise, Lín Mò wouldn't have the time to search the entire building for Yusu and the others. Lín Mò led the dragon ants as they flew high profile into the Shenmen building. Holy, a dragon! It's a dragon! The first person to spot Lín Mò stumbled backward in astonishment, nearly falling to the ground. Hearing the exclamation, everyone turned their heads. Holy, it really is a dragon! Holy crap, dragons really exist in this world. Old Gao, pinch me, is this real? Could this be the legendary dragon from the news, the one that savagely attacked Japan's guardian deity Amaterasu and devoured the military base? Yeah, it really is a dragon. Lín Mò strode confidently through the Shenmen building. A large group of Shenmen practitioners, their astonishment bordering on hysteria, followed close behind. Seeing no one was going to call Yusu and the others, Lín Mò could only fly up to one of them and ask. 11 divine dragons, in perfect unison, opened their mouths simultaneously, emitting 11 identical voices. Where is Yushu? The man froze for a moment, then began trembling with excitement. The divine dragons, are you asking me? The surrounding crowd erupted into a fresh wave of frenzied excitement. Holy, the divine dragons can talk. Holy crap, are 11 divine dragons speaking together, or is it just one? Am I hearing things? What does the divine dragon want? Find me, find me. It was no wonder these mystics were so agitated. The dragon's status in the Dragon Nation was simply too extraordinary. Throughout China's 5,000-year history, countless deities and supernatural beings have emerged, many achieving fame. Yet dragons remain utterly unique, representing the ultimate symbol of power and status throughout history. What's even more extraordinary is this. As is widely known, the Dragon Kingdom has 2 types of deities. One type consists of historical figures who, having performed numerous good deeds in life, were deified after death. The other are spiritual entities fabricated over the long course of history, never having truly existed. Only the dragon differs from these 2 categories. It has never appeared in official histories, yet its presence is frequently recorded in unofficial accounts. Thus, historians have always been divided into 2 camps regarding dragons. One camp believes dragons once existed but became extinct. The other maintains they never existed at all, being purely a figment of human imagination. This mix of truth and fiction has only deepened the mystique and special status of dragons in the hearts of the Dragon Nation. Thus, even when these mystics encountered the divine dragon in news reports, the experience paled in comparison to witnessing it in reality. Lín Mò felt somewhat speechless and asked again. What about Yushu? At this, the others finally snapped to attention. Yusu ancestor? You're looking for Yusu ancestor? I'll go fetch him right away. The person Lín Mò had questioned scrambled excitedly, practically crawling out the stairs to find Yusu. Soon, Yusu and the familiar Xianmen disciples arrived. Brother Lín Mò. How did you get here so fast? Just moments ago, they had been speculating how long it might take Lín Mò to arrive. When Wu Suowei suggested 3 days, everyone dismissed it as impossible. Yet here he was, standing before them now. What kind of speed was this? After all, Sakura Nation was now submerged, with absolutely no means of transportation available. Even if there were, it couldn't have been that fast. Instantly, their admiration for Lín Mò soared to new heights. Big shot Lín Mò, go up and speak. Amidst the astonished gazes of the mystics, Lín Mò followed Yusu and the others to the office upstairs. Big shot Lín Mò, when did you arrive? Brother Lín Mò, how did you get here so fast? Big shot Lín Mò, what's the plan now? The moment he entered, the crowd bombarded him with questions. Yusu raised a hand to silence them, his gaze fixed on the 11 identical true dragons. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Brother Lín Mò, are you still unwilling to show us your true form? The crowd downstairs remained unaware, but Yusu knew full well that these divine dragons were all under Lín Mò's command. Chapter 87, Unveiling the Veil of the Alien Race. After his observation, Lín Mò was indeed the insect cultivator they had initially discovered. These so-called divine dragons were not the mythical creatures of legend. They were merely transformations resulting from Lín Mò's continuous upgrades. They obeyed Lín Mò's commands completely, possessing no independent thought. So while Wu Suowei and the others speculated on how long it would take Lín Mò to return, only he wondered whether Lín Mò would choose to meet them as his true self this time. After all, unlike the beginning, they now knew each other, had fought side by side, and shared a bond. Moreover, Lín Mò must have been well aware that both the Xianmen faction and the Dragon Nation placed great trust in him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to withdraw their garrison based on some so-called unfounded prophecy. He had expected Lín Mò to interact with them as his true self this time. So when he saw the 11 divine dragons, he didn't share the others' excitement. If anything, he felt a bit disappointed. Nothing has changed. Lín Mò replied indifferently. Indeed, nothing had changed. They could still communicate with Lín Mò normally at any time. Yet the fact that he still couldn't win Lín Mò's trust left Yushu feeling somewhat disheartened. But it didn't matter. Yusu believed that sooner or later, Lín Mò would fully trust them. So what are your next plans? Yusu didn't believe Lín Mò had come to Longguo with them simply out of sentiment. The end is coming. Lín Mò had long decided to share this news with them. Only by being prepared could they better defend against the alien race. The heavy casualties back then were largely due to everyone being unprepared. Initially, everyone thought it was just an ordinary natural disaster, albeit on a larger scale. But they didn't know that this natural disaster was merely the beginning. What followed would be far more brutal. Lín Mò's 4 simple words exploded like a thunderclap in the hearts of the crowd. Had anyone else spoken such words, they would have dismissed it as the ramblings of someone obsessed with sensationalist content. But these words came from Lín Mò, the very same Lín Mò who had predicted the Cherry Blossom Congress would sink, and it did. The expressions on everyone's faces immediately turned serious. Master Lín Mò, what do you mean by the end of the world? Could it be the ominous prophecy calculated by the Jade Void ancestor? Is the world really ending? This feels so unreal. Everyone recalled the omen Yushu had previously described. It was a sign of great calamity, a global catastrophe. Initially, they speculated that this dire omen meant the guardian deities and various demons of the land of cherry blossoms would be resurrected. Yet after those demons were largely eradicated, global catastrophe still struck. Later, they speculated that this catastrophe itself was the great calamity foretold. Yet in the end, it caused no substantial harm to any nation. Only the land of cherry blossoms was utterly destroyed, and everyone was immersed in immense surprise. It wasn't until Lín Mò brought it up now that everyone snapped back to reality. If the dire omen merely signifies the downfall of the land of cherry blossoms, that would be a blessing for the Dragon Nation. Why would it be marked as a great calamity? Master Lín Mò, please elaborate. Yusu clearly connected Lín Mò's words with his own earlier divination. Lín Mò had no intention of revealing his reincarnation after all, that was his deepest secret. The simultaneous upheavals across nations marked the beginning of the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, there were no major changes at first. Then, alien races will continuously arrive on Earth to attack humanity. They are immensely powerful, far beyond what ordinary humans can withstand. Moreover, they are exceptionally cunning. They will seduce humans into becoming their accomplices, watching as nations fight amongst themselves. Lín Mò summed up the post-apocalyptic events in just a few sentences. Holy, this sounds like a nightmare. Are they really that powerful? Why not just blast them with cannons? After all, any living thing has health points. No matter how thick their armor, as long as you have enough weapons and enough firepower, what's there to fear? People nowadays rely more and more on the power of weapons. Even practitioners of the mystic arts instinctively reach for high-powered weapons when facing enemies. No, the alien races aren't human. Their physiology is fundamentally different. They're more accustomed to one-on-one combat. Unlike humans waging war, where a single shell can wipe out an entire group. We must make them understand the alien race's habits and fundamental structure. Only then can we make them truly vigilant. Aliens aren't human, and they don't die easily like humans do. Lín Mò felt sick to his stomach recalling the alien race's anatomy. They resemble humans in appearance, cloaked in black robes that conceal their features. But that cloak is like their skin, extremely difficult to remove. If you ever manage to remove it, their entire bodies are composed of countless worms. To kill them, you must eliminate every single worm. Because if even one escapes, they can regenerate. Based on Lín Mò's description, everyone imagined the alien creature's appearance, their faces contorting with disgust. Some became so engrossed in the mental image that they couldn't suppress a wave of nausea. Moreover, they preferred to strike within crowds. If we were to use firearms to force our way through, first, we can't guarantee complete annihilation. Second, there would be many innocent casualties. Seeing how knowledgeable Lín Mò was about the alien race, the others immediately began asking questions. Big shot Lín Mò, what do you need us to do? Lín Mò recalled the alien race's movements from his previous life. After the apocalypse, the world descended into chaos, and the alien race's deployment across nations became highly dispersed. Initially, they would deploy them randomly, inflicting indiscriminate harm upon humanity. Their goal was to instill global panic. After all, such terrifying and bloody creatures were highly effective at stirring primal fear within humanity. Next, they would coerce and bribe those in power, inciting conflict among humans while reaping the benefits. Their ultimate goal was to enslave humanity. Those who submitted would thrive, while resistance led to annihilation. Contact the military first. The moment you detect the situation I described, inform me immediately. He must ensure the people of Dragon Nation feel secure to prevent foreign powers from undermining it from within. Understood. I'll handle these arrangements. Yushu accepted the mission. Negotiating with the military wasn't straightforward within the Shenmen, only he held that authority. I'll leave a dragon ant here. If anything unusual happens, contact me immediately. Hearing Lín Mò's instructions, everyone felt reluctant to part. Brother Lín Mò, won't you be staying here to oversee things? Brother Lín Mò, where are you headed? Brother Lín Mò, do you need us to arrange lodging for you? Nothing is needed. Just contact me if anything unusual happens. With that, Lín Mò left the office. Passive waiting had never been Lín Mò's style. Chapter 88, Emergency Meeting Preparations before confronting the alien race. As soon as Lín Mò departed, Yushu made contact with Elder Wang. Upon hearing Yushu's report, Elder Wang took the matter extremely seriously. After all, the outcome of Lín Mò's previous prophecy had only just materialized. He immediately ordered all generals and provincial departments to convene urgently. Lín Mò's request was not particularly difficult to implement. The global landscape had never been stable, and wars had never ceased. The so-called peaceful world people speak of today exists solely because they live within the borders of a powerful nation. For weaker nations, however, war was ever present. Therefore, to ensure the people's security, the Dragon Nation's military training never ceased. Lín Mò's current request was simply to bolster defenses and ensure swift notification upon receiving any intelligence. But it's not that simple. The military is made up of people, and people will always be unpredictable. Thus, it is essential to gather all relevant parties for a meeting. It's not just about issuing orders. This way, all parties can cooperate more effectively. Jiancheng, you're one lucky bastard. If it weren't for that emergency retreat, you and your brothers would have lost your lives in Sakura country. The commander of the Western Theater Command expressed deep emotion upon seeing Lin Jiancheng. Recalling this incident, Lin Jiancheng couldn't help but remember the chill that ran down his spine when he saw the video of Sakura Nation sinking. If not for Yushu, Old Wang, and especially Lín Mò, he and his brothers would have perished alongside the land of cherry blossoms. He recalled his earlier arrogance, dismissing the order to withdraw the garrison as mere superstition, a laughable notion. Lin Jiancheng felt profound shame. Yes. He exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with the Western Theater commander, hesitant to delve deeper into the subject. As all attendees arrived, the meeting formally commenced. I've gathered everyone here today to hear your perspectives on the recent global disaster. Those present in the conference hall offered their respective views, though most generally attributed it to geological causes. Old Wang smiled and shook his head. Since your perspectives largely align, perhaps we should hear the views of our representatives from the mystical arts. With the emergence of various deities and supernatural beings in the land of cherry blossoms, those in high positions held an even greater reverence for the mysterious forces of this world. Compounded by the unexplained early withdrawal of the garrison forces from the sunken land of Sakura. It was said that Yushu had visited the garrison camp the night before their withdrawal. Shortly after, the garrison retreated back to their homeland, and then Sakura country vanished. Thus, their gazes toward Yusu grew intensely solemn. Under the gaze of the assembly, the venerable Taoist Yusu rose to his feet. Before Sakura Nation's downfall, I cast a divination. The hexagram signified a worldwide catastrophe. Subsequently, global turmoil erupted, Sakura Nation sank, and I suspect greater events are yet to unfold. As you've likely seen in the news, before its sinking, the land of cherry blossoms unleashed numerous deities and demons, all of which were ultimately destroyed by the divine dragon. The withdrawal of the garrison forces was also because the divine dragons foresaw the nation's impending submersion. These divine dragons are actually controlled by the Dragon Nation nobleman I mentioned at our last meeting. His name is Lín Mò. To be perfectly honest, I requested this meeting with Elder Wang myself. For as Senior Lín Mò declared, the end times have arrived. Foreign races will invade humanity. The words of the Jade Void Taoist. The hall fell completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with complex emotions as they glanced nervously at one another. This explosive news left them all frozen in place. Complex emotions churned within each person. Emotionally, they found the notion of the world's end utterly absurd. Influenced by movies, TV shows, and books, people imagined the end of the world as something grand and swift. If the end of the world were upon us, they wouldn't be sitting here holding meetings. Moreover, the damage inflicted by this global upheaval upon the Dragon Nation was less severe than that of major earthquakes in previous years. Rationally, they knew that old Wang summoning them to this meeting was no joke. Nor would they mobilize forces based on some baseless prophecy. Especially knowing that the sinking of Sakura country had also been foretold by the noble prophet. This only deepened their sense of the extraordinary. Holding high positions, they were well versed in the mysteries of the mystical arts. But the ability to foretell a nation's demise was no ordinary skill. I know it's hard for everyone here to fully believe based on a single prophecy. However, I have gathered you here not to immediately mobilize troops against foreign tribes. Rather, I hope you will heighten your vigilance. Should any anomalies arise, report them immediately. I will distribute the compiled intelligence on the foreign tribes to each of you. Hearing old Wang's words, the assembly finally relaxed. They could not risk the lives of their people, yet they also could not wage war based solely on a prophecy. As he spoke, the secretary distributed the documents to the assembly. These are classified documents. Under no circumstances are they to be disclosed externally. Should any attacks by these black-robed monsters be detected, immediately evacuate the populace, report the incident, and contain the situation. The sight of the alien race's details in the documents made everyone's expressions grow grave. Don't lose all hope. My divination revealed a glimmer of survival for the Dragon Nation amidst this calamity. My intuition tells me that Senior Lín Mò holds the key to resolving this crisis. Therefore, as long as we establish robust defenses and implement emergency containment, the situation need not be as dire. Noticing the oppressive atmosphere in the hall, Yushu quickly forced a smile to lighten the mood. Hearing this, the group finally felt a glimmer of hope. They weren't afraid of war in terms of weaponry and equipment. The Dragon Nation held a commanding lead worldwide. No nation in the world dared to confront the Dragon Nation head-on. However, if the prophecy proved true, while they could handle wars among humans, these demonic creatures and alien races were beyond their capabilities. Fortunately, there was a so-called benefactor. They had witnessed his abilities firsthand on the news. If he could accurately foretell the sinking of the land of cherry blossoms and vanquish its supernatural forces, then his power must be formidable indeed. Their mood naturally eased considerably. After a brief moment of adjustment, old Wang issued his final command. The 4 major military districts must prepare for combat and intensify training to counter foreign invasions at any moment. Local public security departments must intensify patrols and reporting any suspicious activity must be reported immediately. Mobilize all practitioners of the mystic arts within the civilian population to closely monitor the movements of the alien races. Should any signs of rebellion emerge, counterattack and eliminate them immediately. Especially in border cities, significantly increase patrols by border defense forces to prevent neighboring nations from taking advantage of the chaos. As each order was issued, the entire Dragon Nation secretly entered a state of military readiness. The common people went about their lives undisturbed, seeing no difference from ordinary days. Yet world leaders collectively felt a sense of shock, unable to comprehend the Dragon Nation's motives. Chapter 89, Heading to the Land of the Morning Calm. This was different from the previous incident. That time, the Dragon Nation's military deployment stemmed from a conflict with the land of cherry blossoms. The entire world was well aware of that. But now, Sakura Nation had sunk. Logically, the Dragon Nation should be celebrating and relaxing. Yet why does the military seem to be on edge? Especially the nations bordering the Dragon Nation. The increasingly frequent patrols and growing numbers along the borders are evident. Coupled with the conspiracy theories circulating online linking the nation's submersion to the Dragon Nation. An unprecedented sense of tension has permeated the air. They have all taken countermeasures along their borders, fearing any unforeseen incidents might arise. Meanwhile, Lín Mò had already flown to the land of the morning calm. In the apocalyptic war of his previous life, Japan and Korea were the quickest to defect to the alien race. If Japan was the strongest power in the apocalypse, then Korea was the most obsequious. Leveraging their alliance with the alien race, they ruthlessly oppressed their own kind. Nearly its entire population had undergone genetic surgery by the alien race. Since no alien presence has been detected yet, Lín Mò intends to scout out the Korean peninsula in advance. After the apocalypse, the genes of many plants and animals have also undergone changes. Those with heightened intelligence and combat abilities played crucial roles in the apocalypse. More importantly, Lín Mò desperately needed experience to fuel his own evolution. He had no intention of consuming resources from the Dragon Nation. Thus, his mission to the Korean peninsula served a dual purpose. Lín Mò began surveying the skies above Korea. His figure was as small as an ant. Lín Mò couldn't afford to be too conspicuous right now. Even without checking online, he knew the live streams in Sakura country would inevitably go viral and become known worldwide. With such widespread publicity, whatever he did now would inevitably be linked to the Dragon Nation. The entire world would interpret it as the Dragon Nation's doing. Therefore, he could not act as he had in Sakura country, devouring resources without restraint. For if anyone were to uncover his actions, the entire world would interpret it as a conspiracy orchestrated by the Dragon Nation. He himself cared little about others' opinions of him, but he couldn't afford to disregard the Dragon Nation. Lín Mò's combat prowess is utterly terrifying to ordinary humans. Other nations, aware of his existence within the Dragon Nation, would hold it in greater fear and respect. But if anyone discovered he was attacking other nations without cause, then the entire world would unite against the Dragon Nation for their own survival. This was the simplest of truths. Lín Mò would never allow the Dragon Nation to be plunged into such peril because of him. After circling around, even Lín Mò couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, this tiny country makes it hard enough to find something to devour. Lín Mò found a relatively remote area. He released the dragon ants to begin devouring. The dragon ants were now quite large, so Lín Mò dared not release too many. The mountain range began to rapidly descend, reaching the mid-slopes. The dragon ants devouring the mountainside were suddenly entangled by vines covering the slopes. The thorns on the vines pierced the dragon ant's skin, instantly draining them dry. Lín Mò, patrolling mid-air, spotted the situation and teleported instantly to the base of the tree. It was a willow tree that had undergone mutation. No wonder this mountain range had no flora or fauna. It had all been absorbed by this mutated willow long ago. The willow's trunk appeared incredibly thick. It would take 10 grown men to barely encircle it. Its branches were covered in dense, sharp thorns. Recalling the bizarrely mutated plants from his previous life, instead of fear, Lín Mò's eyes gleamed with greed. I was just worrying about where to find experience points, and here you come, delivering them right to my doorstep. The mutated willow tree paid Lín Mò no mind whatsoever. It absorbed the dragon ants with utter recklessness. As one of the first plants to mutate after the apocalypse, it naturally reigned supreme here. It had no idea of Lín Mò's true power. The dragon ants, mere mindless clones. Upon receiving Lín Mò's command to devour, they would only consume with reckless abandon. Even when attacked, they did not fight back. They obeyed commands without question. To the mutated willow trees, these creatures were nothing but a free buffet. The entire mountain range had already been nearly absorbed by it. Dragon breath. The once clear skies instantly darkened with gathering clouds. Massive icicles plummeted from the sky. After being attacked, Willow released the bound dragon ants. While dodging, he lashed out at the surrounding dragon ants. The sharp spikes sliced through the dragon ant's skin, revealing horrific wounds. It seemed these natural disaster elements caused minimal harm to the willow. After all, trees grow in environments battered by wind and rain. Lín Mò recalled his third eye. It seemed like ages since he'd last used it. If the tree isn't afraid of ice spikes, how could it possibly fear fire? Lín Mò abruptly opened the third eye in the center of his forehead. Searing flames erupted from it. Soon, the flames enveloped his entire body. The relentlessly billowing flames seemed to set everything around him ablaze. To the uninitiated, it might seem he was about to immolate himself. The sun's true fire blazed at an extreme temperature. Even the surrounding air warped from the intense heat. Lín Mò hovered mid-air, surrounded by these flames yet completely unharmed. Were an ordinary person to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly kneel before him. There was no other reason. His current appearance was too much like a deity looking down upon all living things. Yet the mutated willow was the sole mutant entity across the entire mountain range. Having never tasted defeat, he remained utterly unfazed. In fact, Lín Mò's actions were downright infuriating to it. If he understood human language, he would have cursed Lín Mò as a pretentious jerk. He summoned the willow branches from his body. Thousands of willow branches twisted into a single strand. He lashed out at Lín Mò. No joke, this strike With the inherent power of the mutated willow branches, it could bring down a building. Just as the mutated willow stood there, brimming with confidence, it emitted a piercing, bone-chilling pain. Alas, it was merely a tree. Even in agony, it could not cry out. A pungent smell of burning wafted through the mountains and fields. That thick vine, woven from willow branches and vines, before it could even touch Lín Mò's body, it instantly turned to ash. For the first time since gaining consciousness, the mutated willow had encountered such a formidable opponent. It was terrified, desperately trying to flee. But it was merely a tree. Even in its mutated state, it possessed no ability to move. Lín Mò's third eye erupted with waves of scorching heat. Immediately, a pure solar flame, enveloped in golden national fortune energy, swept directly over the entire willow tree. Temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees instantly scorched everything on the ground clean off. Devour. Hearing the command, the dragon ants instantly charged into the flames, consuming the still burning mutated willow tree entirely. The power of the third eye was overwhelming. After the mutated willow vanished, the entire mountain peak was engulfed in flames. Not my fault. Lín Mò watched the burning mountain with a hint of schadenfreude. Chapter 90, Mutant Creatures Emerge in Dragon Nation. Lín Mò hadn't intended to devour the entire mountain peak, lest someone come to investigate. It would be bad if he got caught. But who could blame him when mutated willow trees appeared here? He couldn't be blamed for that. Now the entire mountain peak was engulfed in flames. Rather than letting the sun's true fire consume it, he might as well devour it himself. 10 minutes later, what had once been towering peaks was now a completely level expanse. Lín Mò was thoroughly satisfied with the experience of devouring it. Since one mutated plant had appeared, it couldn't be the only one. Just as he was about to explore further and devour the next mutant creature, he heard Yushu calling him. What is it? Have you detected the movements of the alien race? No. Yushu's voice sounded somewhat anxious. Brother Lín Mò, spirits have been spotted in North China. There are quite a few of them. We Xianmen practitioners can't handle them all. The North China plain is densely populated. Large-scale weapons cannot be used against these spirits. Over the years, people have increasingly turned to science, leading to a dwindling membership in the mystic sects. Even so, a few spirits should still be manageable for our practitioners. Judging by Yushu's tone, this large number isn't just about quantity, they're also powerful. I'll head over immediately. I'll give you the exact address. No need. Bring the dragon ant and I'll find it myself. Understood. Senior Lín Mò, for the sake of the innocent lives of the Dragon Nation's people, please hurry. Lín Mò felt not the slightest tension, but rather a surge of excitement. Experience delivered right to his doorstep, why pass it up? If the apocalypse had been underway for some time, those mutated flora and fauna might have warranted Lín Mò's caution. Indeed, Lín Mò believed these were mutated creatures. Truthfully, the world has never lacked supernatural beings, it's just that ordinary people remain unaware, and their numbers are exceedingly rare. But now, even the mystics found these creatures troublesome. They were clearly no ordinary spirits. They were plants and animals mutated after the apocalypse. Lín Mò had forgotten to remind them of this point at the time. Lín Mò rushed over swiftly with the dragon ants. Every member of the mystic sect bore wounds, blood still fresh at their mouths. Their injuries looked quite severe. Big brother Lín Mò. Brother Lín Mò, you finally arrived. The severely wounded Xianmen disciples visibly relaxed upon seeing Lín Mò arrive. Just 2 leopard demons? Brother Lín Mò, you don't know these 2 leopards are incredibly fierce. Someone withdrew from the battlefield and explained to Lín Mò. Extremely fast and highly aggressive. Most importantly, orders have been issued to avoid detection by nearby residents whenever possible. Since the founding of the nation, the number of spirits and monsters had been scarce to begin with, and they typically appeared in remote, uninhabited areas. Throughout the Dragon Nation's century-long history, few ordinary people had ever witnessed these supernatural creatures. Allowing people to see them now could easily cause panic. These 2 panthers appeared near the city, and their attack power was already formidable. To avoid detection by ordinary people, practitioners of the mystic arts found themselves severely hampered. Just as they were explaining this, one of the leopard spirits suddenly leapt forward, its claws slashing toward a member of the Xianmen. Fortunately, Lín Mò had been monitoring the situation and swiftly grabbed the person with his dragon claws. The mutated leopard spirit merely swiped its claws through the air. The row of trees behind the person were all snapped clean in half. Its attack range was vast. Lín Mò suspected this leopard spirit had become a spirit first, then mutated during the apocalypse. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so powerful so soon after the apocalypse began. Sure enough, the leopard spirit suddenly spoke. These divine dragons actually possess the power of national fortune. No, they can't be divine dragons. They must be puppets of insect cultivators. As a spirit creature of the Dragon Nation, he could naturally sense the power of national fortune and the state of the divine dragons. In truth, beyond ordinary people, even those with a basic understanding of mystical arts could discern it. These dragon ants were not divine dragons, they possessed no independent thought whatsoever. Especially not for demons capable of cultivating to such a level. Ha ha ha, this insect cultivator is truly amusing, carrying the nation's fortune on his very person. Regardless of where that national fortune power comes from, we brothers will take it all today. You'd better hand it over willingly, and I might show mercy. Otherwise, these old Taoist priests will be your fate. The two leopard spirits saw the golden light radiating from the dragon ant, and their 4 green eyes lit up, gleaming with demonic brilliance. If they could devour that national fortune power, they'd be unstoppable in the Dragon Nation. Lín Mò, of course, couldn't be bothered with the beast's threats. Dragon God Illusion Array. Brother Lín Mò. Jingguo appeared and immediately greeted Lín Mò warmly. Taking advantage of the moment, Lín Mò opened Jingguo's attribute panel. Since his last evolution, he hadn't used the Dragon God Illusion Array yet, so he didn't know how Jingguo's abilities had upgraded. Name, Jingguo. Category, Ancient Divine Servant. Level, 2. Agility, 2 increased agility allows proactive combat coordination with host. Special Constitution, defends against all water-based attacks. Active skill, Celestial Flood, summon nearby water sources to bind multiple enemies together and launch an attack. Higher levels yield more abundant water sources and bind more enemies at once. Active skill, Spirit of the Mountain, summons surrounding rocks to attack enemies. Higher levels yield more rocks and greater damage. The attribute panel doesn't explain Jingguo's abilities well enough. Take flexibility, for instance. Jingguo, how much flexibility do you need to coordinate with me in battle? While split entities like dragon ants, which obey his commands completely, are indeed convenient to use. But having a ritual spirit capable of flexible combat and coordinating with him is also crucial. Because when fighting, Dragon Ant was too rigid and overly reliant on him. Take the battle against that mutated willow tree earlier. Without his explicit command, the Dragon Ant would never initiate defensive maneuvers. It would only charge headlong to devour, becoming the mutated willow's meal instead. As more alien races gradually arrived, he couldn't afford to focus solely on single targets every time. Against powerful enemies, employing the same strategy when facing multiple combat targets becomes impractical. This was the Dragon Ant's weakness. If the summoned deities could actively coordinate with him in battle, it would be immensely advantageous. Brother Lín Mò, I only need my agility to reach level 5 before I can fully coordinate with you in battle. The higher the flexibility, the more seamless our coordination will become. Alright. Damn it, fighting me and still trying to flirt with girls. Don't you think that's a bit disrespectful to us? Since you're so ungrateful. Then I'll take the nation's fortune and the girl stays with me. The leopard demons naturally didn't recognize Jingguo as an ancient deity, they practically drooled at the sight of her. Beasts are beasts, always in heat, anytime, anywhere. Chapter 91, Lín Mò is awesome. Sky-piercing multiverse. As the skill activated, Jingguo twisted her wrist. Water ropes shot from afar, swiftly binding the 2 leopard demons. Go, attack him. Yes, Brother Lín Mò. Jingguo flashed a sweet smile. As an ancient divine spirit, she could never tolerate such beasts prying into her affairs. But she knew she had been summoned by Lín Mò, so she couldn't act on her own. Now that the opportunity presented itself, Jingguo teleported instantly before the leopard spirit. Smack! 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 Several slaps landed, leaving deep scratches across both sides of the leopard demon's face. Blood flowed from their mouths. The sheer force behind the blows was evident to everyone present just from the sound. Though Lín Mò called her Jingguo, she had only appeared in bird form upon her first emergence. After that, whenever Lín Mò summoned her, she materialized directly. Naturally, no one considered ancient deity worship. Holy moly, such a delicate-looking girl packs such a punch. She's a leopard spirit. I just tried my swallowing cloud sword and couldn't even scratch her skin. Big shot Lín Mò, where did you find this girl? She's incredible. The Xianmen disciples, who had initially looked down on her, now regarded Jingguo with nothing but respect. They were ordinary mortals, a single slap like that could easily knock an entire head off. Lín Mò, of course, noticed Jingguo's extraordinary strength. Earlier, those 2 leopard demons had spoken lewdly. He'd only intended for Jingguo to seek revenge, but unexpectedly, he'd discovered a delightful surprise. Jingguo, you're incredibly strong? Brother Lín Mò, you call this strength? I was summoned by you, so my current abilities are limited by my level. This is less than 10% of my true potential. After this explanation, Lín Mò was thoroughly satisfied. The stronger Jingguo became, the more beneficial it would be for him. This conversation took place through Lín Mò's telepathic link with Jingguo. The fewer others knew about his trump card, the better. The 2 leopard spirits were furious at being humiliated like this by a woman they had toyed with, especially in front of so many people. Damn it, you little. Let go of me if you've got the guts. Once I've beaten these old Taoist priests to death, I'll make you submit and go home to bear me little leopards. The 2 leopards struggled relentlessly. The water ropes binding them only tightened further with each violent jerk. Now both leopard spirits' eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that after Jingguo's upgrade, the skill invading the heavens had grown stronger. Dragon Breath. For the sake of convenience, Lín Mò brought only 1,000 fully evolved ancient dragon ants with him. As the skill activated, 1,000 ancient dragon ants opened their mouths simultaneously. A golden-hued dragon's roar swept through the air. A colossal dragon head materialized in the sky. As if the wind itself had taken form. The surrounding trees whistled in the gale. Thinner tree trunks snapped clean off. As the dragon's roar swept past the two leopard demons, it swiftly engulfed them. The leopard spirit, tightly bound by water ropes, rolled and thrashed within the dragon's roar. Golden mist rose from the dragon's roar, carrying deadly poison. Within mere moments, the two leopard spirits slammed to the ground, spitting blood and utterly unable to resist. Master, please, spare us. Cough cough. Please spare us. The two leopard spirits' bodies were already extremely weakened. Yet they refused to accept their fate. Becoming a spirit beast was an arduous journey. It took over a century of arduous cultivation to reach their current state. We were, cough cough, just following orders. Who? Lín Mò had hoped to hear news of other races. It was a snake spirit. It's right up on the mountain. If you just let me go, ahem. I can lead you to it. How could Lín Mò possibly believe the words of two spirits? A mere snake spirit? He didn't need them for that. Devour. At his command, the dragon ants charged forward in waves. Within seconds, nothing remained on the ground except two pools of blood. Holy! Boss Lín Mò is so badass. Lín Mò is just too awesome. The Xianmen disciples' admiration for Lín Mò soared to new heights. Unlike in Sakura country, where they had witnessed Lín Mò's combat prowess firsthand. But most of them had only participated in support roles. They'd never seen him go toe-to-toe with those things alone. So while they knew he was formidable, they lacked a concrete sense of just how powerful he truly was. This time, however, was different. The Xianmen disciples had engaged in a prolonged battle with these two leopard demons. They exerted every ounce of strength, unleashing their most formidable techniques, yet only managed to scratch the surface of the two leopard demons. Not only that, but every single one of them suffered severe injuries. They weren't new to dealing with supernatural creatures and knew full well the power of these two leopard spirits. But after Lín Mò arrived, he used a few skills and spent just a few minutes. The two leopard spirits vanished instantly, leaving not even a corpse behind. Ancestor Yushu, what about that snake spirit? Yusu glanced toward the deep mountain's location. These two leopard spirits were already formidable. Yet they obeyed the serpent spirit's commands. One could only imagine that the snake spirit possessed even greater combat prowess. But no matter the cost, we of the Xianmen must not allow these spirits to harm the mortal world. All members of the Xianmen, heed my command. Yes. Rest and tend to your wounds here. In 15 minutes, we enter the mountains to surround and eliminate the serpent spirit. Yes. The Xianmen disciples showed not a moment's hesitation. Though they could not appear openly before the people, their role was identical to that of soldiers. Soldiers resist foreign enemies, defend their homeland, and face other nations' armies. They, however, confront spirits, demons, and monsters, yet they too strive to protect the common people. Though lacking the military's formidable scale and discipline, they were no less willing to risk life and limb. They feared neither bloodshed nor sacrifice. Lín Mò looked at the Xianmen members, their eyes filled with despair, as if they were ready to go to their deaths at any moment. He was at a loss for words. Go back and tend to your wounds. I can handle this place on my own. Truth be told, facing formidable foes, Lín Mò could perform better without them in tow. It spared him the distraction of having to protect them against cunning foes. Senior Lín Mò. Gratitude welled in Yushu's eyes. He knew Lín Mò was powerful, but that was Lín Mò's own strength, not a reason they could exploit him at will. Lín Mò had consistently aided the Dragon Nation unconditionally, yet proactive assistance differed from making demands. Except when they were utterly helpless, then, for the sake of the people, they had no choice but to seek his aid. He could not, and would not, cast all dangers upon Lín Mò. To hand everything over to Lín Mò to resolve, allowing the entire Xianmen sect to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. To put it bluntly, beyond a sense of duty, this was also their job. The state provides the Xianmen organization with substantial benefits, funding, and even salaries. It provided these aging Taoists, lacking both organization and resources, with a sense of belonging. But Lín Mò was different. His dedication was entirely selfless. Chapter 92, Declining the position of head of the Xianmen. Alright, you may all return now. Lín Mò couldn't be bothered with sentimental nonsense. In his previous life, he'd been powerless to change the tragic state of the Dragon Nation. All he could do was sit at his keyboard, fighting tirelessly to uphold the nation's reputation. What man doesn't harbor a hero's dream? And which man, seeing his nation in peril, could fail to step forward? Defending one's homeland is the purest hero's dream for every man. Now that he possessed power in this life, he was naturally willing to fight for his homeland and his country. Besides, his efforts weren't in vain. He needed to devour these powerful spirits to gain experience and complete his evolution. Yet to everyone's surprise, Yusu knelt before Lín Mò. Though utterly bewildered, the Xianmen disciples followed suit without hesitation, kneeling alongside Yusu. Senior Lín Mò, the Xianmen cannot let your sacrifice go unrewarded. Would you be willing to serve as chairman of the Dragon Nation's Xianmen Council? At these words, everyone froze in place. The position of council president was the highest office within the Xianmen. It oversees all affairs of every sect within the Xianmen. This was not merely a title, unlike ancient positions like martial arts alliance leaders that were merely for show. It was a position genuinely recognized by the state, one wielding real authority. Yusu had already served 2 consecutive terms in this role. Moreover, this position differs from ordinary governing bodies. Within the Xianmen, power speaks for itself. No matter how powerful your backers may be, if you lack genuine substance and fail to command the respect of your peers, even if you occupy this seat, no one will respect you. If a complete incompetent ascends to this role, they won't even know how they met their demise. Because each sect within the mystic arts cultivates distinct techniques. Each holds its own closely guarded secrets and hidden weapons. Moreover, since such mysterious matters cannot be discussed openly, the force of the law finds it difficult to investigate them thoroughly. Therefore, this position is virtually absolute justice. Yusu's ability to hold this position for 2 consecutive terms is widely acknowledged. Yet no human can resist the allure of power. Those within the mystical arts are still human. Even with mystical powers surpassing ordinary people, they cannot become gods devoid of desire. Thus, despite widespread recognition, many still covet his position. Yet these minor disturbances were insufficient to shake Yushu's standing within the Xianmen. But now that Yushu has voluntarily relinquished his position, offering it to Lín Mò with open hands. If Lín Mò truly accepted and ascended to this position, no one would dare to challenge it. Just as everyone believed they were about to witness the change of leadership in the Taoist Council. Lín Mò refused. I won't take that position. The crowd was utterly stunned. This was the highest position within the Xianmen, granting authority to command the entire organization. Even the most discontented couldn't refuse. Those present found it hard to believe anyone would turn down such immense power. Senior Lín Mò, you needn't fear putting me in a difficult position. Yusu had assumed Lín Mò's refusal stemmed from fear of putting him in a difficult position. After all, such an important position was of national significance. Even though Yusu currently held this position, he couldn't simply appoint anyone he wished. But in these apocalyptic times, with the world descending into chaos and the people of the Dragon Nation facing imminent slaughter by foreign tribes, he was confident he could persuade the higher-ups. It's not because you'd put me in a difficult position that I don't want that thing. Lín Mò had no time to waste on being some president. His immediate priority was to devour experience rapidly and keep evolving. Though Lín Mò had never held office in his previous life, managing people was far from an easy task. The mystic realm was vast and complex, with countless sects, affairs, and troubles piling up. Who knew how much time it would waste? Alright, I appreciate the offer. You may return. Yushu was deeply shocked. He considered himself relatively free of desire compared to most people. But after years in this position, savoring the taste of power, he couldn't help but succumb to the temptation of wielding power. Even when he had just willingly offered to step aside, his heart had been torn by intense conflict. Even after speaking the words, a hint of regret lingered. But he knew Lín Mò was formidable. Even if he hadn't voluntarily stepped aside, doubts would inevitably surface later. For the Xianmen was precisely such a place where strength alone held sway. He hadn't expected Lín Mò to refuse without a moment's hesitation. Yusu glanced at the group of divine dragons, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Some people were born for greatness, unwilling to compromise their principles for petty gains. Even if Lín Mò didn't ascend to this position, so what? With his own absolute strength, no one in the Xianmen would dare to defy him. And even if there were, Lín Mò himself probably wouldn't care. Then this place is entrusted to brother Lín Mò. Yusu finished speaking, watching the swarm of dragon ants climbing the mountain. He made a silent vow, he would absolutely secure a position for Lín Mò. One that would allow him to openly utilize members of the Xianmen, without having to deal with the sect's trivial matters. This mountain was neither large nor small. If that snake spirit had cultivated its power within these mountains, and deliberately hid itself, Lín Mò would find it no easy task to locate her. He decided to order the dragon ants to search separately. If this were in the land of cherry blossoms, it wouldn't be so troublesome. He'd simply devour the entire mountain range, uprooting the snake spirit's lair. Wouldn't that force it out? But in the Dragon Kingdom, it wouldn't work. Excessive disruption of the geological environment could easily trigger natural disasters. Brother Lín Mò, are we going to find that snake demon? That's right. Let me handle it. Lín Mò found this amusing. He'd never encountered any records suggesting Jingguo possessed the ability to locate people. Sensing his confusion, Jingguo offered an explanation. Brother Lín Mò, I am an ancient sacrificial spirit. Our kind possesses a natural, powerful affinity for detecting demons. Lín Mò noticed Jingguo seemed less rigid this time compared to her previous appearance. Moreover, Jingguo often seemed to intuitively grasp his arrangements. He wasn't sure where this change in Jingguo came from. Jingguo, do you sense my commands now? Of course I do, brother Lín Mò. The higher my flexibility, the stronger my response to you. For example, when flexibility reaches level 5, I can directly coordinate with you in battle. But even below level 5, each upgrade in flexibility strengthens my connection to you. At the very beginning, I followed your commands completely. Now at level 2, I can sense your intentions and doubts through the fluctuations in your mind. But that's the limit, I can't discern more clearly. If you need to attack a target now, I can only sense it, not your specific strategic intent. Therefore, I cannot act rashly. Lín Mò understood. It seemed Jingguo could still serve as an encyclopedia. For any unclear annotations on the system interface, Jingguo could provide explanations. Chapter 93, News of the Alien Race. Lín Mò followed Jingguo through the mountain forests. Finally, Tamamo no Mei from the land of cherry blossoms caught up. My lord, what brings you here? That's a strong fox scent. As a fox herself, Tamamo no Mei was highly sensitive to the scent of her kind. Foxes? No sooner had Lín Mò spoken than 5 fox spirits emerged from a distant cave. Those 2 leopard spirits were pretty useless, huh? They're dead already. Oh, quite a crowd. 1 unknown creature, 1 fox, and 1 insect cultivator. Dad, can we beat the divine dragon? It's not a divine dragon, just a bug cultivator's puppet. That insect cultivator's puppet actually carries such immense national fortune power. No wonder the revered one sensed it from the mountain. These 5 fox spirits look like they were all part of the same family. Lín Mò thought to himself, perfect, they'll die together as a complete family. That insect cultivator, our revered one, invites you to Dragon Pool Hollow for a discussion. Though the 5 fox spirits coveted this potent national fortune energy, the serpent spirit's power was too formidable for them to covet its possessions. Back on the mountain, the snake spirit had already sensed the national fortune's power. Fearing the 2 leopards might disrupt matters, she had sent them instead. Very well. Lín Mò knew full well this was a trap. But he had come to devour the snake spirit in the first place, why not take the guided path? 5 fox spirits led Lín Mò and the others to Longtan Valley. Who knows how the Taoist sect usually patrols these areas? In the mountains not far from the city, there were actually so many demons. As Lín Mò hurried toward Longtan Valley, he pondered how to deal with these demons without arousing suspicion. After all, the dragon ants were too large now. Summoning too many would easily attract the attention of passers-by. Upon reaching Longtan Cave, Lín Mò realized it was merely a larger-than-average mountain hollow. He wondered how this snake spirit managed to enslave its minions. The cave's interior was lined with smooth, seamless stone slabs. Deep within the cavern, a massive serpent coiled in a tight coil. Hearing the intruders enter, it slowly opened its eyes. Lín Mò thought to himself, quite the show-off. Master, I've brought the item. Oh? So the one possessing such potent national fortune power is merely an insect cultivator. The great serpent extended its body, circled the dragon ant once, then retreated back into the depths of the cave. Insect cultivator? Humans cannot absorb the power of national fortune. This power is useless in your hands. If you are willing to surrender that national fortune power to the sovereign, I shall grant you everything you desire. The serpent spirit's tone was arrogant. During his cultivation, he had seen all manner of people. Human greed was remarkably similar, nothing more than money, power, and women. He naturally assumed this insect cultivator would be no exception. Lín Mò knew full well that humans couldn't absorb the power of national fortune, but the key point was that he wasn't human anymore. Moreover, as someone possessing normal human thoughts, he found reptiles like snakes utterly repulsive. Under normal circumstances, Lín Mò would have devoured this snake spirit long ago, never letting it spout such nonsense. But Lín Mò sensed this snake spirit was undoubtedly connected to the alien races. After all, in the Dragon Nation today, no spirit creature could possibly cultivate to such a level. What connection do you have to the alien races? Lín Mò suddenly demanded. The snake spirit blinked its eyes, then immediately adopted a solemn expression. What foreign tribes? I know nothing of such things. Lín Mò knew the snake spirit wouldn't reveal anything lightly. If you tell me the whereabouts of the foreign race, I'll agree to give you the power of national fortune. You give it to me first. The snake spirit wasn't that foolish. I am of the Xian sect. The alien race has long shown its weaknesses, otherwise, how would I know? I came here on orders to investigate. As you said, humans cannot absorb the power of national fortune. It would be useless to me even if I had it. If you tell me about the alien race, I can return and earn merit, maybe even snag an official position. Since the power of national fortune is useless to me anyway, what's the harm in giving it to you? I guarantee the alien race won't know you leaked the information. Think about it, I knew about them before you even told me. Lín Mò deceived the serpent without a flicker of guilt. The snake's vindictiveness was formidable, a trait well documented throughout Dragon Nation's history. If Lín Mò resorted to force, he could only devour the snake spirit. It would never reveal the information, even in death. Conversely, once he obtained the foreign race's intelligence, Lín Mò could then devour it. The great serpent was somewhat tempted, yet it wasn't swayed so easily. If I tell you, what if you don't give me what I demand? Hand over the nation's fortune power first, then I'll tell you. The great serpent wasn't incapable of taking it by force. He didn't consider this insect cultivator a worthy opponent, but he was unwilling to risk a direct confrontation. One who possessed the power of national fortune could not be an ordinary being. He preferred to outweed rather than overpower. That won't do. Even as a member of the Xian sect, I remain merely human. You are a great demon. With the aid of other races, your power would surely surpass mine. What if I give it to you and you renege? Conversely, if you give it to me, I won't renege. I can't defeat you anyway. I won't risk my life for something that's useless to me. This time, the great serpent was completely flustered by Lín Mò's words. Beasts, even if they possess thoughts, remain beasts. How could they possibly outsmart humans? Otherwise, if all those ancient demons who attained spiritual enlightenment were stronger than ordinary humans, they would have conquered the earth long ago. The great serpent found Lín Mò's reasoning sound. He doubted this insect cultivator dared deceive him. If he did, he would have him torn limb from limb. Very well. If you deceive this sovereign, I shall ensure your remains are scattered to the winds. I won't deceive you. Speak. Lín Mò watched the foolish serpent take the bait, feeling thoroughly pleased. The alien race came seeking this sovereign 3 days ago. That meant the alien race had already appeared when the apocalypse began, though unnoticed by humans. In his previous life, Lín Mò had been an ordinary man, possessing little knowledge of the alien race. Everything he knew, he had already shared with the Xian men practitioners. He wore a black robe, but this master could tell by his scent alone that he was neither demon nor human. That must be the alien race you spoke of. I had been content to cultivate peacefully here. Humans have grown far too powerful now, and I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. But that foreign race claimed they could make me stronger. At first, I didn't believe it. Yet he slipped something into my mouth and I truly grew stronger. You insect cultivator wouldn't understand. This isn't ordinary strength. I can feel it. The power he gave me, I couldn't have attained it even with 100 years of pure cultivation. The great serpent grew increasingly agitated as it recalled those events. It seemed the alien race had already altered this serpent spirit's genetic makeup. If the willow tree and leopard he had encountered earlier were altered by the apocalypse, this great serpent, however, owed its overwhelming power entirely to the alien race's genetic alterations. Chapter 94, A family should be complete. Did he say what he wanted you to do in exchange for these benefits? Lín Mò didn't buy it. These aliens altered the spirit's genes, granting them immense power, yet expected nothing in return? Nothing special. Just to lead my crew and harass the people nearby. He also said to just scare them, don't kill anyone. Lín Mò understood. The alien race intended to sow panic among humans first. Humans have a very limited capacity for enduring terror. During the real apocalypse, that global catastrophe. Then, supernatural beings emerged in every nation, attacking humans. Later, the alien race appeared among the crowds, demonstrating its formidable power to humanity. Most people would descend into chaos. Human life is resilient, yet people are also prone to blind conformity. Under the overwhelming control of absolute power, most people would capitulate. By then, no matter how hard governments tried to control the situation, many would still choose to follow the alien race to survive. Did the alien tell you when he'd come back to see you? No, he vanished after saying those things. Now that I've told you everything I know, you can give me the power of the nation's fortune. You're lying. This beast's deception skills still leave something to be desired. Lín Mò had been observing him the entire time he spoke. When the great serpent spoke of how the alien race appeared and the tasks he had been assigned, as if recalling a memory, he spoke with remarkable ease. But when he inquired about the time he had agreed upon with the alien race, the great serpent paused, its tail swaying unconsciously. In his previous life, Lín Mò had been particularly fond of psychological literature, giving him a keen eye for such subtle gestures. After all, even if beasts possessed some semblance of thought, they could never match human intelligence. I know you're afraid that once you speak, we'll come to hunt down the alien race. Then, when the outsiders discover you're the one who revealed their secrets, you'll lose your life. But trust me, I have a way to make the outsiders believe this has nothing to do with you. The great serpent pondered for a moment, unwilling to take such a risk. If he couldn't even defeat practitioners of the Mystic Gate, how could he hope to stand against the alien race? If these fools went and hunted down the alien race, and the alien race got angry, he'd be paying with his life too. I told you, I didn't. I've told you everything I know. Now hand over the power of the nation's fortune. The great serpent's impatience was palpable. The foreign tribes will return for you tomorrow, correct? The great serpent's tail, which had been swaying impatiently, suddenly halted. Lín Mò understood immediately. All right, I understand. He had intended to blow up the serpent anyway, but hadn't expected his plan to be figured out so quickly. You bastard! Now I won't settle for just the nation's fortune, I want you dead. The great serpent was utterly enraged. He was terrified this insect cultivator might return and report to the Xian sect, triggering a full-scale purge against the alien race. If he killed this insect cultivator, no one would ever know he had betrayed the alien race. And no one would uncover the alien race's secrets. Jingguo. Invasion of the heavens? Before the great serpent could strike, water ropes snapping from the distance bound them to the spot. Only a small fox managed to escape. The little fox was very small. The fox spirit clan, seeing both sides about to clash, instinctively sent the little fox out through a hole. It wasn't that Lín Mò was slower than them, but rather that the fox clan had grown accustomed to protecting this little fox. Yomazan, you go. Lín Mò would never let an enemy slip away. Yes, sir. With that, Yamatsu turned and gave chase after the little fox. Lín Mò ordered Jingguo and all the dragon ants to retreat from the cave. Upon entering, Lín Mò had already discerned the purpose of this stone cave. The snake had likely chosen this location to prevent its prey from escaping. Apart from the exit, the entire cavern offered no other escape routes. Moreover, the thick stone walls completely isolated the cave's interior environment from the outside world. Lín Mò had never intended to spare these spirits. He had already devised his strategy the moment he entered. As Lín Mò pushed toward the cave entrance, he abruptly opened his third eye. The energy of the sun's true fire surged forth instantly. Enveloped in flames, Lín Mò resembled a colossal fireball. Jingguo was utterly transfixed. At that moment, Lín Mò resembled a deity about to be reborn through fire. It was impossible not to be drawn in. As a deity of the Dragon Nation summoned by Lín Mò, she naturally obeyed his commands. Yet obedience to a host and genuine recognition of that host were two entirely different matters. As a deity, she naturally possessed her own pride. Yet from this moment onward, Jingguo truly acknowledged Lín Mò from the depths of her being. He was truly formidable, possessing a power that commanded her respect. The temperature around them surged violently. The trees at the cave entrance, scorched by the intense heat, quickly turned into charred stumps. The sun's true fire, enveloped in golden light, surged into the cave according to Lín Mò's command. Gushed into the cave. The burning serpent and fox spirit both let out agonized howls. This was all part of Lín Mò's original plan. Before arriving at Longtan Valley, Lín Mò hadn't figured out how to eliminate the snake spirit without being detected. Whether it was heavenly thunder or ice spikes, sudden, drastic changes in the weather were easily noticed by passers-by. The more damaging the skill, the louder the commotion it caused. Setting it ablaze hadn't been part of his original plan. Once the sun's true flame was unleashed, the entire mountain would be devastated, an outcome Lín Mò wished to avoid. But the great serpent had chosen such a prime location for itself. This cave was practically a giant incinerator. After unleashing the sun's true flame, the stone walls effectively isolated the flames from the surrounding environment. In a way, the serpent spirit had chosen its own grave. Devour. With a single command, the dragon ants charged into the cave, braving the sun's true flame, poised to devour the snake demon and fox demon. At that moment, Tamomo no Mei appeared before Lín Mò, clutching a fox's tail. The little fox spirit was clearly mortally wounded. Gazing at the raging flames within the cave, hearing the wails of her kin echoing from within, it instantly began wailing. No! Father! Mother! Grandfather! Grandmother! No! Lín Mò felt his experience points rise, immediately realizing the dragon ants inside had finished devouring everything. Alright, a family should be complete. Lín Mò instantly devoured the little fox spirit, thus reuniting them with their family. Next, Lín Mò needed to quickly inform the Xianmen faction. He had no intention of letting the Xianmen faction handle tomorrow's confrontation with the alien race. Even for the Xianmen, confronting the alien race would be like hitting a stone with an egg. But he still needed to inform them, just in case something unexpected happened. Jingguo, come back first. Yes, brother Lín Mò. After arranging for Jingguo, Lín Mò turned his attention to Yuzua. Taking her to the Xianmen headquarters would prove inconvenient. It was better to have her stay here, just in case the alien race showed up early. Yuzuria, stay here and keep watch. Report any developments immediately. Understood, sir. When will you return? Just wait. Yes, sir. Lín Mò had no intention of returning immediately after settling matters with the Xianmen. Unless something unexpected happened, the foreign tribe was scheduled to arrive tomorrow according to the agreement. He might as well use this time to patrol the area. The Dragon Nation couldn't possibly have only these spirits and monsters. Chapter 95, from now on, we're family. Lín Mò recalled most of the dragon ants and returned to the Xianmen Tower with the remaining ones. The journey felt a bit tedious. Lín Mò hadn't even checked his character stats, so he had no idea how much experience he currently had. He sensed that the giant snake had granted him a substantial amount of experience. Could this mean he was close to leveling up? With a tinge of excitement, Lín Mò opened his attribute panel. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Ultimate Form. Level, 1. Talent, Split. Individual count, 698,000 ancient dragon ants due to large quantity, only counted to the thousands incomplete, 7,000 ancient dragon ants ultimate form. Remaining lifespan, 10,000 days. Experience required for evolution, 58,761,240 100 Note, after evolving into the ancient dragon emperor ant, it enters its ultimate form. Each evolution completes one level upgrade. Special Constitution, Dragon God Dao Body Ultimate Form. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, evolved to its ultimate limit, achieving the strongest defense at the level of a divine beast. Active skill, Dragon Breath Ultimate Form. An attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Thunder, unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 2,000-meter radius, capable of shattering rocks or collapsing mountains. Each activation randomly manifests different elements and carries a stunning effect. When fully evolved, it can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar Ultimate Form. Erupts a thunderous roar that dispels enemy buffs and instills fear. Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes, while the mist formed by the roar carries poison. Upon reaching perfection, it unlocks additional unexpected effects. Active skill, Time Roar Ultimate Form. A time manipulating skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its overwhelming power, it can only be used on one target within a 24-hour period. Use with extreme caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array Ultimate Form. Summoning skill. Upon activation, summons ancient guardian deities of the Dragon Nation. Currently only one deity can be summoned. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be invoked. Lín Mò glanced at his experience panel, feeling reasonably satisfied. Before the alien race appeared, he planned to devour a few more spirits and monsters. Then, after consuming one alien, that should be enough to trigger another evolution. The information Lín Mò possessed about the alien race was common knowledge to everyone in his previous life. In his previous life, lacking significant power, he couldn't uncover more details about the alien race. He didn't know how powerful the alien race truly was, nor whether he could devour one with his current abilities. Lín Mò couldn't help but feel some apprehension, but he currently had no better solution. He could only strive to evolve and grow stronger. For the entire Dragon Nation, if he couldn't handle the alien race, then no one else could either. In mere moments, Lín Mò arrived at the Xianmen Tower. To avoid the crowd gathering like last time, Lín Mò flew directly through the air and entered the conference room where Yushu and the others were gathered. Big shot Lín Mò. Lín Mò saw uncontrollable joy spread across every face that recognized him. He wondered what these people had been up to during their time apart. Senior Lín Mò, I have some good news to share with you. What good news? Even the usually stern Yushu couldn't help but curve his lips upward. Didn't you previously decline the position of president of the Xianmen Council? I applied to the higher-ups for you to serve as special assistant to the Xianmen Council, and they've approved it. These people just can't stand having nothing to do, can they? He was swamped with work. Who had time for the Xuanmen's trivial matters? Just as Lín Mò was about to refuse, Yushu spoke up. Senior Lín Mò, please don't rush to refuse. I understand you're dealing with the alien race and time is extremely tight. You have no time to manage the Xuanmen's trivial matters. That's why I specifically requested this position of special assistant to the Council of the Xianmen from the higher-ups. You possess the legitimate authority to command the Xianmen, yet you need not concern yourself with its myriad administrative details. With that said, what else could Lín Mò not understand? Old Yushu was truly looking out for him. Even with his immense power, the Dragon Nation was vast, and the world was descending into chaos. He couldn't possibly confront alien races, all manner of spirits and monsters, and foreign armies single-handedly. Should all these responsibilities fall to him alone, even with his formidable power, he would eventually be stretched too thin. The support of the Xianmen was indispensable to him. Though he could directly command figures like Yushu, he held no official position within the Xianmen. As the saying goes, without proper authority, his words would lack legitimacy. Complaints would inevitably arise. By accepting this position, he could avoid the Xuanmen's internal affairs while legitimately utilizing its members. Old Yushu had already considered so much for him. Lín Mò had no reason to refuse. Very well, thank you. Fearing Lín Mò might refuse again, the Xianmen members immediately cheered. Brother Lín Mò, you're one of us now. Wonderful. We're family now. Big brother Lín Mò, rest assured if anyone down below disobeys, I'll be the first to deal with them for you. For the first time since his rebirth, Lín Mò felt this kind of atmosphere again. That genuine, heartfelt joy when people genuinely care about you. His heart softened. These cultivators were actually quite endearing. Amidst the chorus of well-wishers, Yushu posed the question once more. Senior Lín Mò, are you still unwilling to reveal your true form? Everyone fell silent at the question, all eyes fixed on Lín Mò with eager anticipation. Lín Mò sighed inwardly. He understood their desire to see his true form. But for their mutual protection, he still couldn't tell them. Isn't this just fine? As soon as Lín Mò finished speaking, several people immediately wanted to ask him questions. Yusu raised a hand to stop him. It's fine, haha. Yusu held them back, knowing Lín Mò must have his reasons. Besides, Lín Mò's willingness to accept this position was already beyond his expectations. This proved Lín Mò was willing to trust them and fight alongside them, and that was enough. To fight alongside such a formidable figure and earn his trust was already a great fortune for them. After all, if not for Lín Mò, the supernatural chaos alone orchestrated by Sakura Nation could instantly plunge Dragon Nation back into war. Don't even mention the apocalypse or alien invasions. He dared not imagine the catastrophe that would ensue. After sharing this joyful news, Yushu finally turned to ask Lín Mò. By the way, Senior Lín Mò, what brought you back to the Xianmen Tower so suddenly? Yes. I've discovered the movements of the alien race. What? The Xianmen members were utterly shocked. After all, knowing that alien races existed in this world was one thing, actually seeing these terrifying creatures was quite another. Yusu's expression immediately turned grave. Senior Lín Mò, please elaborate. Chapter 96, Preparations before devouring the alien race. Lín Mò recounted the situation with the giant serpent. Yusu and the others grew increasingly grave as they listened. It turned out that while they remained unaware, the alien race had already begun operating on Earth. And it was impossible for there to be only one of them. Having encountered the giant serpent, they must have come into contact with more than one supernatural being. Yusu immediately issued orders for the Xianmen members to intensify their patrols. Particular attention was to be paid to locations where spirits and monsters had appeared in previous years. Any sightings were to be reported immediately and dealt with decisively. He then consulted with Lín Mò. So, Lín Mò, what's your plan for tomorrow's operation against the alien race? Since Lín Mò had come to speak with them, it proved he must have a plan. You won't need to lift a finger to eliminate the alien race. Senior Lín Mò? Big shot Lín Mò. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively wanted to refuse. The alien race was said to be so powerful, and no one knew exactly how strong he was. Sending only Lín Mò alone, they feared he might be overwhelmed. Even if they were weak, they could still be of some use. If the alien race proved overwhelmingly powerful, capable of crushing them effortlessly, the time it took to do so could buy Lín Mò precious moments. You'll be useless if you go. Lín Mò cut straight to the heart of the matter. He could see from the expressions of the Xianmen disciples what they were thinking. What was wrong with these people? Why did they constantly want him to throw his life away? Lín Mò never agreed with that kind of thinking. While soldiers and such might bleed, sweat, or even lose their lives for their country. But meaningless sacrifice, in Lín Mò's view, was unacceptable. When all else fails, dying to defend one's homeland is a noble cause, a testament to courage. But when other options exist, stubbornly seeking death is sheer folly. I have other plans. The expression of the Xianmen practitioner finally eased slightly. Though they were not strong enough, they could not accept the idea of Lín Mò facing danger alone while they reap the rewards from the rear. You will remain at the mountain's base and must contact the local government. The alien race is cunning beyond measure. I fear unforeseen complications may arise. If he couldn't defeat the alien race, their intervention would be useless. Besides, Lín Mò possessed the universal skill, Time Roar. Even the strongest individuals had been helpless infants once. But he feared the alien race might choose death over failure, hoping to sow panic in the Dragon Nation. He could eliminate threats, but he couldn't prevent every possible contingency. Understood, Senior Lín Mò. Should I evacuate nearby residents in advance? Yusu assumed Lín Mò feared the alien race might resort to desperate measures, endangering nearby civilians. After all, the mountain wasn't far from the city, a mere trifle for powerful beings. No need. If you evacuate the surrounding residents in advance, the alien race won't come. Yusu instantly grasped Lín Mò's meaning. The outsiders were in the shadows, they were in the open. Evacuating residents prematurely would risk exposure, making it highly likely the alien race would not appear. Missing this opportunity meant who knew how long it would be before they got another lead on the alien race. The alien race was indeed formidable, but they would have to confront them sooner or later. Moreover, they were currently in a passive position. The sooner they made contact with the alien race, the better it would be for them. Understood, Senior Lín Mò. I'll brief the local government in advance and station myself at the mountain's base. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let the alien race pass the mountain foot and enter the residential areas. Lín Mò saw that Yusu and the others had once again misunderstood his meaning. He offered no explanation. Well, they'd understand soon enough. If the alien race makes a desperate last stand to reach the city, no one will be able to stop them. Oh, and remember to contact the reporters in advance. The moment the aliens enter residential areas, even if it's not the city center, as long as ordinary residents are present, you must demand the journalists start live coverage. Why is that? Wu Suowei was confused. Isn't it better for fewer people to know about something like this? Once journalists start broadcasting live, it's like the whole world is watching. Such powerful alien creatures would inevitably cause mass panic. That would be completely counter to their objectives. Because the moment they enter human sight, they'll be broadcast. This kind of underground dissemination is easily manipulated. Since it will spread anyway, we might as well control the narrative. Let the people know that even if there are alien beings, they are not to be feared. This was something Lín Mò had experienced in his previous life. Back then, the alien races hadn't appeared so early. The mystics and military of the Dragon Nation were utterly powerless against them. Initially, they suppressed information just as they do now. Yet the alien race exploited the panic above. The more the higher-ups feared exposure, the deeper the matter sank into the shadows and the more advantageous it became for the invaders. The foreign tribes worked behind the scenes, spreading the message that they had grown so powerful that human armies were utterly helpless against them. Such rumors spread like wildfire, amplified by the occasional public appearances of the alien forces, allowing ordinary citizens to witness their formidable power. The Dragon Kingdom plunged into unprecedented chaos. During that period, many in the Dragon Nation defected to the alien race to save their lives, including numerous high-ranking officials and influential figures. The situation was nearly beyond control. Thus, it was proposed that the people must be convinced of the nation's capability to protect them. The military and practitioners of the Mystic Gate collaborated to locate a journalist and broadcast a live execution of an alien. Though it was a Pyrrhic victory won against many, it still offered ordinary people a glimmer of hope. It showed them that, no matter what, the nation ultimately possessed the capability to eliminate alien threats and safeguard its people. This approach also helped contain the panic. Sometimes, diversion is better than suppression. Yushu pondered for a moment and understood Lín Mò's meaning. In fact, in Lín Mò's previous life, Yushu had also participated in that live broadcast. Yes, as expected of senior Lín Mò. No matter how powerful the alien race may be, as long as the public knows we can control the situation, we can protect them. Then whatever schemes the alien race plots in Dragon Nation will never succeed. Yushu's anxious mood finally eased somewhat. Lín Mò's approach was truly excellent. Whether tomorrow brought the direct annihilation of the alien race or their discovery by ordinary people, either outcome would be advantageous to them. And most crucially, was that within the plan Lín Mò had revealed lay a crucial clue. He expressed confidence in eliminating the alien race. For if he lacked such confidence, summoning journalists would not only prove futile but backfire entirely. If the Dragon Nation's sacred dragon were to be slain by the alien race before the eyes of the entire world, the Dragon Nation would surely plunge into utter panic. At this thought, Yushu couldn't help but marvel once more at Lín Mò's formidable strength. Facing such an adversary, they had mobilized the entire nation's strength, yet even before encountering the alien race, they dared not claim they could annihilate it. Yet Lín Mò, acting alone, could declare with absolute certainty that he possessed the means to annihilate the alien race. Ever since Lín Mò first mentioned the apocalypse and the alien race, Yushu had been filled with deep worry. Now, seeing Lín Mò so utterly confident, he could finally relax. For he knew Lín Mò was not one to boast. Chapter 97, No Perfect Defense. After communicating with the Xianmen faction, Lín Mò requested several locations from Yushu where spirits frequently appeared in previous years. He needed more experience to evolve, he still wasn't strong enough. Though the Time Roar skill was powerful, its limitations were stark. It could only target one entity within a 24-hour period and could only be used once. Currently, only one alien race had appeared, allowing him to use the skill. But what if two appeared one day? Or more? What then would he do? The most urgent task is to enhance one's abilities as quickly as possible. He must become so formidable that even without this skill, he possesses the strength to handle the alien race. Lín Mò mentally studied these addresses. Many were places rarely visited by humans. This was only natural. In truth, it was already extremely difficult for plants and animals to cultivate into spirits in this era. Only in such remote, uninhabited areas could such cultivation occur. Places near cities had long since become unsuitable for cultivation. But Lín Mò knew that while the alien races wouldn't pass up exploiting any spirit creature, they would prioritize those near cities first. Because those spirits are most useful in the early stages. After systematically ruling out possibilities, Lín Mò zeroed in on a specific location. It didn't take long to reach the recorded location. It was a mountain not far from the village. The village nestled against the mountain. By all accounts, spirits shouldn't appear here. Villagers frequently venture into the mountains. Yet within the mountain lay a large lake. It was said that beneath the lake lay another vast lake. Siphoning phenomena frequently occurred. Unaware of this, the villagers believed the lake was haunted by monsters. For generations, they forbade their children from playing there. Over time, it truly became a place where spirits cultivated their powers. Lín Mò arrived at the lakeshore. The weather was clear, and the calm surface of the lake showed not a single ripple. He had no experience in underwater combat, especially since this was the spirit's lair. It seemed he'd have to blast the thing out first. Dragon breath. As the skill activated, a dozen miniature dragon ants instantly opened their mouths. They looked rather cute. This was because Lín Mò had deliberately shrunk their size for convenience during his journey. Their performance remained completely unaffected. In an instant, the previously clear sky darkened with rolling thunderclouds. Within a breath, rolling thunderclaps exploded across the sky. Lightning bolts continuously struck the lake's surface, forming what appeared to be a vast thunderous net across the water. Fish that had been near the surface had no time to escape and were all left floating lifeless on the lake's surface. After the thunderclaps subsided, a massive whirlpool instantly formed in the lake. A massive turtle spirit stood at the vortex's center. Who dares disturb this one's rest? Why do these creatures always insist on giving themselves such grand titles? If they weren't so utterly lacking in intelligence, Lín Mò would suspect they'd read too many novels. Come out. Who dares disturb this one's rest? The turtle spirit's eyesight was poor, and he couldn't see Lín Mò and the dragon ants, who were now very small. Lín Mò seized this chance to launch a surprise attack. He wasn't about to waste time introducing himself before the fight. Devouring his prey to gain experience was the real priority. Dragon roar. A dozen miniature dragon ants opened their gaping maws once more. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted from their maws, transforming into a mist that swept toward the turtle demon. The golden mist carried deadly poison. The turtle spirit sensed danger and retreated into its shell just before the mist engulfed it. Its massive shell churned within the golden mist. After a series of rolls, the turtle spirit emerged unscathed onto the land. Turtles possess no pores once inside its shell. The poisonous mist could not harm it in the slightest. However, turtles are notoriously slow reactors. Seeing that the dragon's roar had no effect, Lín Mò immediately changed tactics. He opened his third eye. The surrounding temperature surged instantly. Flames of extreme heat instantly surged toward the turtle demon. It retreated entirely into its shell once more. Lín Mò had assumed the power of the sun's true fire would roast it to a crisp even if it hid inside its shell. But to his surprise, after being scorched by the blazing flames, the turtle demon remained completely unscathed. Now, even if the turtle demon was slow-witted, it had finally noticed Lín Mò. He stared at Lín Mò and burst into a mocking laugh. So you're just a lowly insect cultivator. And you even possess something as valuable as the power of national fortune. No spirit or demon could resist the allure of national fortune power. For once absorbed, it could bring about truly earth-shattering changes. Since I'm about to get my hands on such a treasure, I'll kindly tell you. You may look formidable as an insect cultivator, but you probably rarely exorcise demons. Among our turtle clan, after cultivation, our strongest ability lies in our shells. While our offensive power may not match other species that cultivate simultaneously, our defensive capabilities are unmatched. Once I retreat into my shell, no attack can harm me. Little insect cultivator, needing me is your calamity. Hand over the power of the nation's fortune willingly. Since he'd been discovered, Lín Mò stopped hiding. As the turtle prepared to attack, he instantly summoned a swarm of primordial dragon ants remnants. Ultimate evolved ancient dragon ants were still too scarce. He had no desire to waste them. Turtle transformation divine art. The turtle spirit rose into the air and began spinning, its rotation accelerating until only a blur remained visible. It spun into the swarm of dragon ants. Its shell was incredibly hard, and combined with its high-speed rotation, it became a devastatingly powerful weapon. Most crucially, when spinning, it retracted entirely into its shell. This meant its defensive capabilities were maximized during attacks. Any dragon ants struck by the whirling shell were instantly sliced clean in two. They couldn't attack anyway. Lín Mò commanded the dragon ants to envelop him in solar true flame for defense. The collision between the protective shell and the shield formed by the sun's true fire produced an extremely piercing sound. The turtle spirit sensed something amiss and halted its assault. It poked its head out to assess the situation. You insect cultivator have some skill. But I'll see how long you can hold out. Lín Mò had no time to dwell on the turtle spirit's acknowledgement. He was contemplating how, despite its seemingly perfect defenses, there seemed to be almost no way to harm it from the outside. Yet everything follows patterns. Lín Mò refused to believe any defense could be invincible. There must be a way to wear it down. Even for himself, possessing such an extraordinary system and a constitution imbued with the nation's fortune. The system description merely stated he possessed divine beast-level perfect defense, not absolute defense against everything. Lín Mò studied the turtle spirit, pondering, if its external defenses were formidable, might its internal defenses be weak? The power of national fortune is mine. Hellfire domain. Suddenly, the ground beneath Lín Mò's feet split open, revealing a massive fissure. The ground seemed torn open like a gaping maw. Had anyone been standing on the land, they would have plummeted into this abyss long ago. Fortunately, Lín Mò and the dragon ants were all soaring mid-air. Under the spell of the turtle demon, flames surged up from the fissure. Chapter 98, Outsmarting the Turtle Demon. These flames were unlike ordinary ones. A green-hued flame blazed fiercely from the crack, appearing utterly eerie. Everything nearby, anything touched by the flames, instantly turned to ashes. Never seen this before, huh? You're the one who loves fire, aren't you? Then taste the blaze from the very depths of hell. Burn! Burn! I'll incinerate every last one of you. Of course, if you, insect cultivator, choose to reveal yourself and hand over the nation's fortune power to me, I might spare your puppets. Cultivating so many puppets couldn't have been easy. I wonder how much longer you can keep this up. Unaware that Lín Mò was also among the dragon ant swarm, the turtle spirit extended its tongue to lick its lips, a savage grin spreading across its face. Having cultivated into a spirit beast himself, he understood how arduous it was for an insect cultivator to create so many puppets. He refused to believe these puppets' lives held more value to this insect cultivator than the utterly useless national fortune power. The turtle spirit was now completely immersed in the exhilaration of possessing the nation's fortune power. He kept chanting incantations, raising the flames higher and higher. These flames were exceptionally fierce. The dragon ants were massive creatures, and any part that touched the flames would be instantly engulfed and consumed. Lín Mò deliberately did not command the dragon ants to use their sun true fire for defense. Watching more dragon ants perish only heightened the turtle demon's excitement, naturally lowering its guard. Lín Mò and the dragon ants in their ultimate forms were impervious to this blazing inferno. The turtle demon outside couldn't tell the difference. He took advantage of the turtle spirit's lowered guard to observe it closely. He saw the turtle spirit's fleshy turtle head, its soft tongue, and its fragile mouth when it spoke. Lín Mò had always declared he never believed in perfect defenses. A plan formed in his mind. I'm willing to give you the power of national fortune. Will you release all my puppets? Hearing this, the turtle spirit was instantly filled with astonishment and delight. He knew this little bug cultivator couldn't bear to part with the puppets he'd painstakingly cultivated. Agreed. As the turtle demon spoke, the hellfire's flames grew dimmer, its intensity waning. But I don't know how to give you the power of national fortune. It's just a mass of gas. Just release that gas and I can absorb it myself. Then open your mouth. I recall reading that the national fortune energy must first be swallowed into the body before it can be absorbed. Like many other spirits, the turtle spirit only knew of the national fortune energy. Born and raised in the Dragon Nation, the force of national fortune was to them like their mother's heartbeat. Recognizing it was an innate gift, yet in truth, no spirit creature had ever truly swallowed the nation's fortune. Thus, he himself didn't know the exact method of absorption. Now this little insect cultivator claimed to know. The turtle spirit thought for a moment and didn't doubt that the insect cultivator was deceiving him. In his eyes, Lín Mò was no match for him otherwise, why would he so readily offer up the nation's fortune? Very well. As the turtle spirit opened its massive jaws, Lín Mò commanded one of the ancient dragon ants in its ultimate form to shrink to an almost invisible size. It instantly darted through the turtle demon's mouth and burrowed deep into its body. You insect cultivator. I opened my mouth. Where is the power of the Dragon Nation? The turtle demon, eager to absorb the nation's fortune, grew impatient. Don't be so impatient. Lín Mò chuckled cheerfully. It'll be yours soon. Then hurry up. The turtle spirit opened its huge mouth again, looking utterly ridiculous. 3, 2, 1. Boom! The explosion and Lín Mò's voice erupted simultaneously. The turtle spirit was blown to shreds. Lín Mò had already instructed the dragon ant to self-detonate upon entering the turtle demon's body. Everything in the world is interdependent and mutually restraining. Lín Mò surmised that since the turtle demon's surface defenses were nearly invincible, its interior must be equally vulnerable. Guided by this theory, he gave it a try and to his surprise, it worked. Lín Mò commanded the dragon ant to devour the turtle demon's body. The sky had completely darkened. Lín Mò observed the surroundings through the dragon ants he had left behind with Tango no May. Seeing the dragon ant that had been following him blankly suddenly become animated, Tango no May was overjoyed. Master, is that you? What's the situation around here? Nothing unusual. That snake spirit seems to have occupied this mountain for quite some time. Even now, with her gone, the mountain remains devoid of wildlife. Save for the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind, all is utterly still. Seeing Lín Mò approach to inquire about the situation, Tango no May lazily flopped back down onto the ground. She still wore the same outfit from her time in Sakura country. A sheer gauze robe draped loosely over her shoulders. Her skirt split high to her hips, revealing long, slender legs slim and pale. Lying casually in the mountain forest, she looked every bit the demon intent on draining human vitality. But then again, wasn't she a demon? Ever since Tango no May shed that powder-like makeup, she didn't look quite so unsettling anymore. Especially after the entire cherry blossom kingdom sank. Noticing Lín Mò's gaze, Tango no May instantly felt the urge to seduce him. She crossed her legs, her fragrant shoulder teetering on the edge of exposure, her gaze so intense it could draw threads. Truly a fox spirit, her brow bones were naturally sculpted. But Lín Mò had no time for flirting with her. A mountain of important business awaited him. Enough already. Hearing the hint of impatience in Lín Mò's voice, Tango no May quickly pulled her clothes back into place. Stay here and guard this place properly. Stop thinking about those things all the time. Notify me immediately if anything happens. Understood, my lord. Seducing Lín Mò had always been something Yuzuha deeply desired. Such a powerful man, how could she not desire him? Even a single chance would fill her with delight. But Lín Mò's formidable strength also filled her with fear. She could only make a few subtle advances. When Lín Mò was in a good mood, she dared not do so otherwise. The moment Lín Mò gave any sign of refusal, she immediately composed herself. Yet she was deeply conflicted. Part of her yearned to possess Lín Mò, yet another part relished his rejection. For Lín Mò truly possessed the strongest self-control of any man she had ever encountered. In all her years, almost no man could resist her seductive charms. Lín Mò was the only exception. Each time Lín Mò resisted her seduction, her admiration for him would deepen another notch. Far away by the lake, Lín Mò naturally remained unaware of the little woman's thoughts. He frantically searched his mind for the address Yusu had given him. There was still time before the alien race arrived. He could easily find a few more spirits to devour. Lín Mò correlated these locations with their surrounding environments. Soon, a detailed map of the Dragon Nation materialized in Lín Mò's mind. He noticed that the more times he evolved, the better his memory seemed to become. Among the many locations, Lín Mò suddenly noticed one place. This location differed from their previous predictions. It wasn't near any cities or villages. But Lín Mò knew the alien race would never overlook this spot. Chapter 99, The Ever-Strengthening Spirits. At first glance, it was a mountain. It was a considerable distance from both cities and villages. Yet the location he occupied connected two provinces. If the spirits dwelling atop it wished to cause trouble, they could easily roam back and forth between the two provinces. Moreover, at the mountain range's end, two other provinces lie not far away. Moreover, the vast mountain range provides ample cover for concealing one's movements. This place had seen supernatural creatures before. Lín Mò concluded that if spirits were present now, the alien tribes would never abandon such a strategically advantageous location. Even if they weren't, it was still worth making the trip. After all, at his current speed, the journey would take no time at all. Having pinpointed the location, Lín Mò headed straight for the mountain range. Dragon God Illusion Array. Jingguo. Here, brother Lín Mò. Upon reaching the mountain range, Lín Mò immediately summoned Jingguo. The mountain range was vast. Unless the spirit creature came out on its own. If he had to search on his own, who knows when he'd ever find them. Are there any spirits in these mountains? Jingguo closed her eyes and drew a symbol in the air. Yes, brother Lín Mò. How many? 3. Are they all in the same direction? Yes, brother Lín Mò. Then lead me there. If 3 spirits are heading in the same direction, it means they're not family, they're superiors and subordinates. Lín Mò leaned toward the family theory. For spirits to cultivate to this level is exceedingly rare nowadays. Before the apocalypse, having 3 spirits in one mountain range was impossible. Unless they were mutated after the apocalypse. If they were post-apocalyptic mutations, their powers should be roughly equal. They would each rule their own domain rather than share the same territory. The Great Serpent was an exception. Alien beings altered its genes, granting it such formidable power. But such a scenario is impossible in this mountain range. Because the location of this mountain range is far too unique. If these 3 spirits became spirits after the apocalypse and aren't from the same lineage, the alien race would have altered their genes individually, stationing them at separate locations. This would make it easier to sow chaos across the provinces. Therefore, the most likely scenario is that they all transformed into spirits at the same time. Lín Mò followed Jingguo while calmly analyzing the situation. We're here, brother Lín Mò. As soon as Jingguo finished speaking, Lín Mò looked ahead. 2 leopards were crouched near a tree in the distance, with a smaller one perched in the branches. It looked like a family of 3. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the leopard pretending to sleep opened its eyes. The power of national fortune truly is a remarkable thing. Indeed. Even from this distance, I can smell that rich aroma. Just smelling it makes one feel physically and mentally refreshed. It's an insect cultivator and a girl, no idea what she is. The leopard spirit couple chatted away, oblivious to their surroundings. Jingguo. Here, brother Lín Mò. Sky-piercing visions. Though this mountain range was quite distant from areas abundant in water sources, the water sources within the mountains were sufficient for these 3 leopard spirits. A water rope formed by the mountains and rivers approached from afar. The leopard spirit immediately seized the cub and sprinted away. In the natural world, the leopard's speed is already the fastest. Add to that a leopard that had attained spirit form and undergone genetic alteration by an alien race. The water rope trailed behind them, unable to catch up no matter how hard it tried. The leopard spirit sprinted to a tree, suddenly thrusting all 4 paws against its trunk. It spun mid-air. 1,000-ton blade. 4 icy gleams flashed from its claws. The icy glints lunged toward Shueisheng. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. The water rope instantly dissolved into a pool of ordinary water, absorbed by the earth. Brother Lín Mò, I'm still not strong enough. Seeing this, Jingguo felt a pang of self-reproach. It wasn't Jingguo's fault her current abilities were limited by her level, making her power insufficient. It wasn't impossible for the leopard spirit to break through. After all, his dragon's breath could dispel enemy buffs too. But this incident led Lín Mò to a surprising new discovery. It seemed that every spirit creature he had devoured recently, without exception, had grown increasingly powerful. Lín Mò didn't believe the alien races would bother to treat them differently. Time alone held the answer. Among these recent spirit devourings, only the timing differed. This proved that the alien race had subjected them to no ordinary genetic modification. This genetic alteration wasn't a one-time process, it grew more potent over time. It seemed these spirits themselves were unaware of this. Otherwise, that foolish serpent wouldn't have waited for the alien race to come find it again. This discovery must be relayed to the Xianmen practitioners immediately. They must locate and eliminate these spirits promptly. Once they reach a certain level of power, eliminating them would become far more difficult. Insect cultivator, I won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the nation's fortune power to me, and I'll overlook your earlier insolence. The power of national fortune is something everyone covets. However, the leopard spirit intended to pass the national fortune's power onto his own son. Though the cloaked figure had granted him power, he wasn't foolish. He himself was a leopard spirit who had cultivated for ages, but his son was still just a child naturally lacking such power. After that earth-shaking calamity ended, his son suddenly found he could speak. Amidst his joy, he knew well that celestial omens portended great calamity. Add to that the enigmatic cloaked figure, one he could never fathom, who possessed the power to grant him such immense strength. That uneasy feeling grew stronger and stronger. Though he hadn't discussed it with his wife, her face often betrayed similar worry. Facing the impending upheaval, they couldn't help but worry about their son. Acquiring the power of national fortune now was absolutely essential for their son. Lín Mò observed the leopard spirit exchange words with him, then cast a tender glance at the little leopard spirit. What else was there to understand? Both humans and animals possess the instinct to protect their young, and this was especially true for a spirit leopard with sentience. Suddenly, an idea struck Lín Mò. He released 2,000 dragon ants. Dragon breath. The skill activated. The dragon ants, with their wide-open mouths, unleashed the skill. In an instant, the sky transformed. Thunderbolts rolled in, charged with the dual buffs of national fortune and solar fire. Thunderbolts as thick as wrists strike the ground in dense clusters. The leopard spirit dodged the thunderbolts with lightning speed. So swiftly that only a blur remained visible. At their current speed, these thunderbolts stood no chance of striking them. But Lín Mò's target had never been the two adult leopards, it was the cub. After a short while of such intense evasion, the cub could no longer keep up. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck, hitting the cub squarely on its back. The young leopard's body jerked violently from the impact, then was knocked to the ground by the dazing effect of the dragon's breath. No. The two leopard spirits let out a tremendous, agonized wail. This insect cultivator was immensely powerful, his stunned son had no chance of escape. During the duration of the stun, little leopard could withstand no more than 2 more lightning strikes before meeting his end. But they couldn't reach him in time to save him. Meanwhile, Lín Mò had already commanded the dragon ants. Chapter 100, Forced Fruit Tastes Sweeter. The moment the cub was stunned, the dragon claws instantly snatched him away. Spare my son, insect cultivator. Please spare my son. If you spare my son, I'll agree to anything you ask. The couple dodged the lightning strikes while tearfully pleading with Lín Mò. The leopard spirit was no fool. He knew that since Lín Mò had saved his cub, he didn't truly intend to kill them. Instead, he had conditions. If they agreed to Lín Mò's terms, their son would be saved. You two must sign a contract with me. The two froze in shock. Lín Mò immediately commanded the dragon ants holding the young panther spirit to place it beneath the lightning strike. Alright, we agree to your terms. We'll agree to anything you ask. Can you release my son now? Of course that wouldn't do. How could Lín Mò trust the verbal promise of a beast? This thought had just struck him. If the alien race could exploit these spirits, why couldn't he turn the tables and use them against them? He didn't need the experience of this family of 3. Lín Mò knew that most spirits still needed to be devoured directly. Unlike this leopard spirit family of 3, they possessed a fatal weakness. Not to mention, not every sentient beast possessed a heart filled with parental love. Most of the time, it was the power of national fortune radiating from Lín Mò that drew them in. Even beasts with sentience couldn't escape their primal urges. Especially for spirits who had successfully cultivated, their unwavering pursuit of greater power was unshakable. Thus, those meeting such requirements were exceedingly rare. Had the leopard spirit not just cast a tender glance at the little leopard spirit, allowing Lín Mò to discern its intentions, he would never have made such a demand. Sign a contract with me. After signing a contract with Tamamo no Me last time, Lín Mò knew he held absolute control over any servant who bound themselves to him. With a single thought, he could end their lives. That was why Lín Mò dared to force the two leopard spirits into a contract with him. What's the point of forcing something that won't yield? If you can force it, the forced melon tastes sweeter. The two leopard spirits froze again. As spirits, they knew exactly what signing a contract meant. Once bound by the pact, if this insect cultivator ordered them east, they dared not go west. As long as they wished to survive, they could never defy the insect cultivator's commands. As powerful beasts, leopards were almost always solitary creatures. How could they ever submit to a human? Especially since they had a son. Yet the two leopard spirits only hesitated for a moment before immediately begging Lín Mò for his consent. For Lín Mò, watching their stunned expressions, once again brandished their cub as leverage. Sign. 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 We'll sign. Please don't hurt our son, okay? We'll sign right now. Seeing the dragon ant about to throw their son into the lightning strike, the hearts of the two leopard spirits nearly leapt out of their mouths. They didn't care what Lín Mò would make them do after signing the contract. Anything would do, as long as their son was spared. With that, the two leopard spirits immediately bit their tongues, controlling a drop of demon blood to fly out. Lín Mò watched this familiar scene unfold without a moment's hesitation. He guided the drop of essence blood to flow toward his own position. He swiftly integrated the essence blood of both leopard demons into his consciousness, a peculiar sensation emerging within his mind. Just then, the skill finished casting. The two leopard spirits lunged at Lín Mò, their eyes terrifying. But Lín Mò felt no fear. Even if he gave the two leopard spirits 100 times their courage, they wouldn't dare harm him. Even if they sought revenge at the cost of their own lives, they still had their cubs. Sure enough, the two leopard spirits only snatched their cubs back from the dragon ant's claws. "My little darling, you scared your mother to death." The mother leopard spirit kept licking the little leopard spirit's head with her tongue. The little leopard spirit, however, showed no fear. As a beast, as long as his life wasn't threatened, he only found it thrilling. The thunder and lightning earlier had thrilled him to no end. "Mommy." The little panther spirit nuzzled the mother panther spirit's chin with its own head. Having forged a contract with Lín Mò, both panther spirits naturally knew his true form. Only now, having recovered from their initial shock, did they realize Lín Mò's true form. "So you really are a divine dragon." The moment the two leopard spirits saw the dragon ants, they knew these were mere puppets. They merely bore the form of dragons, devoid of any consciousness. Typically, practitioners of such techniques were insect cultivators. But now, after signing the contract, they realized Lín Mò wasn't an insect cultivator at all, he was a divine dragon. The national fortune energy emanating from those dragon ants was likely just a diversionary tactic for the puppets. The national fortune power within Lín Mò, however, was genuine and exceptionally potent. The two leopard spirits who discovered this immediately broke out in cold sweat. They had demanded the national fortune energy earlier, assuming Lín Mò was merely a lowly cultivator incapable of absorbing it. Little did they know he was actually a divine dragon who had absorbed the nation's fortune. With such power, they stood no chance against him. Had Lín Mò not deemed them useful, the entire family of three would likely have met in the underworld. If signing the contract earlier had been forced upon them, now they did so willingly. Humans had always been seen as cunning and greedy in the eyes of spirits and monsters, so they naturally resisted. But now they knew Lín Mò wasn't human. Not only was he not human, he was a divine dragon possessing such formidable power. They were genuinely willing to follow him. Compared to that black-robed monster of unknown origin, the divine dragon's majesty clearly commanded their allegiance far more readily. The leopard spirits, of course, had no idea Lín Mò had evolved from an ant. Nor did they know these dragon ants weren't puppets, but rather split entities. But Lín Mò had no intention of explaining any of this to them, nor was there any need. "Master, what would you like us to do for you?" "Nothing at all." "What does that mean?" The two leopard spirits were utterly baffled. After going to such lengths to bind them with a contract, how could Lín Mò possibly expect them to do nothing? "That's right, nothing at all. Just follow the instructions of the alien race. When the time comes, relay the message to me." "The outsiders? That black-robed monster?" "Exactly." Upon hearing this, the two leopard spirits showed Lín Mò even greater respect. Their master, Lín Mò, knew everything about this monster. "Understood, master. Stay in constant contact with me." After giving his instructions, Lín Mò turned to head toward his next destination. But the female leopard spirit called out to him at that moment. "Master, may I make an unreasonable request?" "Speak. If something should ever happen to us, would you be willing to take care of things for us?" The mother panther spirit stroked the cub's head tenderly, her eyes filled with worry. Though the task Lín Mò had assigned wasn't overly difficult, she knew it was called espionage among humans. The risks were immense. If discovered, both of them would surely lose their lives. That much they could bear, having bound themselves to Lín Mò through a contract. They were willing to risk their lives for him. But they simply couldn't bear to part with their child. Chapter 101, First Encounter with the Alien Race. "All right, I agree. Thank you, master." The two leopard spirits gazed at Lín Mò with eyes brimming with gratitude. They had to trust Lín Mò. They could only trust Lín Mò. Watching their complex yet pure affection for the little leopard spirit, Lín Mò spoke for the first time, his words uncharacteristically redundant. Rest assured, I'll do my best to protect you both. Besides, this undercover work won't last long. I have other plans. Lín Mò actually held a certain admiration for this pair of leopard spirits. After all, animals that attained spirit form lived exceptionally long lives. They didn't care much about their offspring, since they could keep producing them indefinitely. Lín Mò enjoyed working with creatures that possessed such deep affection. He was also willing to accommodate the leopard spirit's maternal affection. Thank you, master. The two leopard spirits were deeply moved, bowing their proud heads before Lín Mò. For beasts like them, this gesture was equivalent to humans kneeling. It was even more sincere than a human kneeling. Lín Mò truly hadn't deceived them. He truly would have other arrangements soon. Once the alien faction discovered their plans, they would inevitably adjust their course. To instill panic and chaos among humans, they would naturally provoke even more severe uprisings. For now, the alien race only needed these spirits to harass humans without causing deaths. This was because he neither wanted to draw the attention of the Xianmen nor did he want to instill fear in humanity. If Lín Mò devours an alien today and the higher-ups discover it, or if it were broadcast live globally, the alien race would shift tactics. They would appear in large numbers before humans to demonstrate their power. They'd also have these supernatural beings appear to kill people. As long as enough people die. No matter what assurances were given about controlling the situation, most people would still be anxious and seek safer alternatives. He had no intention of aiding the alien race in accomplishing this plan. Therefore, the moment trouble arose, Lín Mò would immediately recall the three leopard spirits. He already had plans for the recalled leopard spirits. Given their formidable strength, they could aid the Xianmen in hunting down and eliminating other spirits and monsters. Once the alien race appeared, he wouldn't have the luxury of time to hunt down spirits everywhere. Alternatively, he could deploy them within the military. The alien race would surely be active in other nations as well. As long as human greed persists, this global war is inevitable. With these two leopard spirits in the army, slaughtering enemies would be child's play. Lín Mò made arrangements for the leopard spirit family. Just as he was about to consult the map for their next destination, suddenly, news arrived from Tamamo no Mae. My lord, I sense movement here. What kind of movement? The rustling of leaves, but not caused by the wind. It's like something moving swiftly, but I can't see it. Lín Mò's heart tightened. Could the alien race have arrived so soon? Stay there and wait. Notify me immediately if you hear anything. Yes, sir. Lín Mò contacted Yushu while rushing back. Yushu, have you prepared everything as instructed? Ready. We're not far from that mountain now. Good. Don't approach it recklessly. I'll notify you if I need you to go. Rest assured, Senior Lín Mò. I won't alert the enemy prematurely. Lín Mò sped toward the mountain. His blood was boiling within him not from fear but from excitement. Since his rebirth, he had never felt this way facing an enemy. Neither the Yamata no Orochi nor Amaterasu had ever stirred such a feeling within him. Though he had remained in the land of cherry blossoms all this time, everything he had done was merely preparation for the end of the world. He had never forgotten. He has only one true enemy, the alien race. He had endured countless arduous evolutions to grow stronger. This time, it's time to test his mettle against the greatest adversary of the apocalypse. Just how powerful is he? The alien race is cunning beyond measure and highly attuned to their surroundings. Lín Mò dared to leave Tamamo no Mae there. Because that great serpent already had fox spirits under its command, so its scent wouldn't arouse suspicion. Lín Mò gathered all the dragon ants. He shrank his form to its smallest possible size. Now, even if it were broad daylight, let alone before dawn, he would be nearly impossible to spot. He approached the cave entrance and found Tamamo no Mae nervously watching the opening. How is it? Master? Keep your voice down. Oh, I sense that power entering the cave. He's been inside for a little while now, but for some reason, I didn't sense his power when he came out. Maybe my power is still too weak. Since swallowing Amaterasu's medicine, Tamamo no Mae has grown far stronger than before. It seems the foreign tribes have discovered Orochi's death. They're searching inside for clues. After all, a spirit they had personally cultivated had died so quietly. He hadn't even been put to use yet. Most importantly, his death is not a major concern. The alien race now needs to confirm whether humans have discovered them. After waiting a while, Lín Mò also sensed that force. He suddenly spoke up. Since you've come, why leave so soon? The force halted. Not far from the cave entrance. Lín Mò caught sight of its back. From behind, he looked no different from an ordinary adult male, except for the black robe he wore. Lín Mò's heart raced with growing excitement. In his previous life, he had never truly seen an alien race. All he had seen were images and videos circulating online. This was the first time in both his lives combined that he had truly come face to face with an alien race. The alien turned away, its face hidden from Lín Mò's view. Of course, Lín Mò didn't want to see its disgusting face and body either. Lín Mò enlarged his form and flew away. Did you kill the great serpent? The alien's voice was shrill and hollow, clearly an imitation of a human voice. That's right. I did. You're that insect cultivator Lín Mò? Before descending upon Earth, the alien race naturally kept a constant watch on Earth's affairs. They were well aware of Lín Mò, who had been making waves in the news. Just a bug cultivator too cowardly to show his face. The alien scoffed. They had once doubted whether Lín Mò was even human. But fueled by their own blind confidence, upon witnessing the swarm of dragon ants he had split off, they were certain he was a practitioner from the Dragon Nation's mystic sect. A rare insect cultivator, at that. For they had scoured ancient texts and found no true dragons existed in the Dragon Kingdom. These were deities conjured by the Dragon Nation's imagination. Though they had no idea how Lín Mò transformed his insects into dragon forms. But that didn't matter to them. All that mattered was understanding what Lín Mò truly was. What do you want? The alien being inquired. To his eyes, everything humans desired seemed so vulgar and easily obtained. This insect cultivator possessed considerable strength. Why not give him a taste of the good life and have him work for me? The insects under his command bore the form of divine dragons and even served within the Xianmen. These two factors alone were enough to make the alien race want to recruit him. Not to mention his formidable power, he had not even had the chance to engage the demons of Sakura country before meeting his end. But this great serpent? He personally altered its genes. Lín Mò's ability to slay the serpent speaks to his formidable strength. Chapter 102, Clashing with the Alien Race. Given Lín Mò's strength, his standing within the Xianmen should be considerable. At that time, he could first stir up some chaos within the Xianmen. Secondly, according to historical records, the legend of the divine dragon holds immense significance in the hearts of the Dragon Nation. If even the divine dragon has accepted genetic modifications from alien races, then those foolish humans would surely rush to follow suit. I want you dead. Lín Mò couldn't wait to engage the opponent. He unleashed 100,000 dragon ants. Dragon breath. The potency of Lín Mò's skills was directly tied to the number of dragon ants he commanded. The more dragon ants he carried, the greater the attack power when unleashing his skills. Hundreds of thousands of dragon ants opened their gaping jaws, unleashing their abilities in unison. The sky had yet to brighten. Rolling thunderbolts instantly cracked down from the heavens. The combined might of 100,000 dragon ants unleashing their skills was enough to illuminate the entire sky. Thunderclaps fell in rapid succession, accompanied by flashes of lightning. In an instant, the entire valley was as bright as day. Lín Mò carefully observed the movements of the alien forces within the chaos. He had never deployed so many dragon ants against any single enemy before. It must be noted that such an intense assault demanded extremely specific environmental conditions. Fortunately, this valley prevented collateral damage. Of course, the reason he hadn't unleashed so many dragon ants in Sakura country was simply because it wasn't necessary. The alien creature moved with blinding speed so fast that Lín Mò couldn't even catch a single afterimage. Despite the chaotic and dense barrage of lightning strikes, not a single one managed to harm him. Truly formidable. Lín Mò couldn't help but wonder, what if he unleashed all the dragon ants? Could they land a single blow? Of course, Lín Mò was merely pondering the idea. If he were to unleash all the dragon ants, the surrounding villages would be struck by lightning. The skill finished casting, and the alien creature appeared before Lín Mò, completely unscathed. Not even a breath of air escaped them. With a single palm strike, Lín Mò lost over 100 dragon ants. You insignificant insect cultivator, you're overestimating yourself. The alien unleashed 3 consecutive palm strikes. Lín Mò urgently commanded his dragon ants to shield themselves with the sun's true fire. I hadn't even figured out how to make my entrance in the original plan. Now that you've chosen to court death, then let the people of the Dragon Nation see their mighty divine dragon. How easily I crush you like an ant. Just as Lín Mò had suspected. The alien race had long sought to enter humanity's field of vision and so panic. Dragon God Illusion Array. Jingguo. Sky-piercing manifestation. A water rope shot from the distance, instantly binding toward the alien race. Lín Mò knew that at the alien's speed, the sky-piercing multiverse might struggle to catch up. Yet for some reason, the alien remained just a hair faster than the water rope. It toyed with the rope relentlessly until the skill's duration ended. Trivial trick. With that, the alien being soared toward the city. Lín Mò, accompanied by the dragon ant, Yuzozan, and Jingguo, followed closely behind. Along the way, Lín Mò pursued while contacting Yushu. Proceed. Roger that, Senior Lín Mò. Come on, let these humans witness how their divine dragon perishes beneath my feet. The alien race relentlessly attacked the dragon ant. Though shielded by the sun's true fire, the dragon ants could withstand damage, but their defense was not absolute. Lín Mò had long stated that there was no such thing as absolute defense. Under the relentless assault, the dragon ants continued to fall one after another. What was most infuriating was that the alien race showed no regard for human lives within the city. Commuters were already heading out, and the city streets were bustling with people. He unleashed his attacks with reckless abandon, some striking the dragon ants. Others struck passers-by in buildings. The dragon ants could withstand some of the attacks, but these ordinary people, defenseless and powerless, could not. Those struck by the attacks faced certain death. Humans, who instinctively would have cried out in agony when facing disaster, now remained eerily silent. Because their minds were frozen in shock. Office drones who should have been commuting normally to work witnessed a divine dragon obscuring the sun like dark clouds. Then they were attacked by the cloaked figures in the sky. Those struck died instantly, without even feeling pain. Those who regained their senses too late couldn't even scream, they just ran for their lives. At that moment, Yusu arrived at the scene, leading members of the Shinmen sect, soldiers, and journalists. Following Lín Mò's instructions, everyone methodically began executing the plan amidst the chaos. Journalists activated their cameras from a distance. Soldiers evacuated the crowd. Shinmen practitioners positioned themselves around the battlefield, shielding humanity from harm. Fortunately, the alien attack targeted the divine dragon. This allowed them to deflect the falling debris that would otherwise have struck the humans. Online netizens, still groggy from the shock, were jolted awake by the sheer intensity of the impact. Reporters, no matter how panicked they felt inside, delivered the live updates with smiles as agreed. Today, our city witnessed terrorists indiscriminately attacking civilians. The divine dragon, previously seen in Sakura Nation, has reappeared and descended upon the land of Shenzhou. The divine dragon's arrival has quickly stabilized the situation, and military personnel are evacuating the crowd. With the combined efforts of the divine dragon and the military, the terrorists will be apprehended swiftly. Wang Rui reporting live for our station. The screen was now completely covered in a dense, scrolling wall of comments. Holy, is this the end of the world? That guy in black isn't human at all. Terrorists? That's a load of crap. At least terrorists are human. Are these things even human? Holy crap, there really are divine dragons. I can't believe it, I thought those in Sakura country were just photoshopped. Silent tribute to those lost in the disaster. May the divine dragon avenge them. Why? Why must we endure so much suffering? A century ago, we were invaded by imperialist powers and bullied by the little country. A century later, we finally grew strong, no one dares bully us now, and the little country has collapsed. Yet now, these monsters appear. I get your anger, but this is a global catastrophe. That black robe thing isn't targeting us specifically. No matter what disasters we face, we rise from the ashes. That's the unique resilience of our nation. Exactly. A century ago, countless ancestors fought against foreign invaders. Now, with these monsters appearing, we have our deities. The divine dragon will surely protect us all. Agree with the above. Go, divine dragons. We must strive to be strong. Don't despair. Don't give up. Facing the catastrophe, netizens of the Dragon Nation continuously spurred each other on. This is the very spirit and character of our nation. No matter how terrified they were, they would rally each other and never retreat. Meanwhile, Lín Mò remained locked in a tense battle with the alien race. While Time Roar could annihilate the alien race in an instant. But this skill had too many limitations. He wanted to exchange several more rounds with the alien race to gauge their strength. After all, finding an alien race was no easy feat. The more encounters he had with them now, the better he'd know how to handle them next time. Damn it, why did it have to be downtown? Lín Mò couldn't help but curse under his breath. The alien race knew no fear, they cared nothing for human life. But Lín Mò couldn't afford to be so careless. He had to be careful not to harm ordinary people. This made him feel completely hamstrung in combat. It only made an already disadvantageous situation even worse. Chapter 103, far more powerful than imagined. That guy in black is way too strong. How come Shenlong is having a harder and harder time holding his own? He's way too strong. What if Shenlong can't beat him? What will we do then? Stop being so pessimistic. Haven't you noticed that black-robed guy completely ignores the crowd? But doesn't Shenlong want to avoid hurting anyone? It's not pessimism, it's just the truth. Just as everyone began doubting whether the divine dragon could defeat the black-robed figure, the alien race clearly realized that Lín Mò hadn't unleashed his true power. Do you know why you can't defeat me? Because you care about too many things. These humans are too weak. I can make them stronger. Since you care so much about them, why not accept my invitation? If you accept my invitation, I can make not only these people, but you yourself, stronger. The alien race tempted Lín Mò. The more they clashed with Lín Mò, the more the alien race sensed his formidable power. Lín Mò was an unpredictable variable. Before invading Earth, they never imagined such a formidable individual existed here. Killing him now would be a waste, better to harness his power. He would undoubtedly prove invaluable during their conquest of Earth. What he didn't know was that Lín Mò wasn't just holding back, he was also gauging his strength. As for the terms he'd laid out, Lín Mò couldn't care less. Dragon Roar. A colossal dragon's roar erupted, its deafening echoes exploding across the entire city sky. It emanated from the gaping maws of Lín Mò and the 100,000 dragon ants. The power unleashed by the dragon's roar was immense. Surrounding structures were torn from their foundations, all swept into the colossal roar. Lín Mò had been waiting for this opportunity. He had already instructed Yushu to evacuate everyone from the surrounding buildings. He had never unleashed the dragon roar with 100,000 dragon ants before. But Lín Mò had roughly calculated that once he unleashed the skill, the surrounding structures would undoubtedly suffer varying degrees of damage. Unexpectedly, the effect was even more devastating than he had imagined. The roar had swept even the most solid structures into its path. Meanwhile, viewers around the world who had stumbled upon the livestream were left utterly speechless. Most had initially taken schadenfreude in the Dragon Nation's calamity. While they couldn't be certain if this black-robed figure would come to harm them. At least for now, it was the Dragon Nation that was suffering. Yet who could have imagined the Dragon Nation's divine dragon was so formidable? This revelation sent a chill of dread through them. Yet they refused to admit it aloud. What good is all this fanfare? This black-robed figure clearly isn't someone to be trifled with. Does the Dragon Nation need to explain to the international community why it's developing such a devastating weapon? What's the purpose? Just wait and see. I suspect this divine dragon won't stand a chance against the cloaked figure. The Chinese themselves believe in the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint. How could they not understand? Cultivating such a powerful weapon of mass destruction defies the laws of heaven. That's why such an adversary has emerged. Now they're dragging the entire world into this. Exactly. If this thing appears in other countries, it'll be Dragon Nation's fault. If the Dragon Nation ultimately fails to resolve this, international organizations will absolutely step in to sanction them. Witnessing the entire sequence, netizens worldwide rushed to promote conspiracy theories and victim-blaming narratives. Of course, they didn't want this black robe threatening the world and their own countries. But they also absolutely did not want to see Shenlong kill the black-robed one, allowing the Dragon Nation to possess such a powerful figure. The ultimate outcome would be a fierce battle between the two, resulting in their mutual demise. Only then could the balance of the international community be preserved. The Xianmen disciples who had evacuated the crowd below witnessed the confrontation firsthand, yet couldn't help but grow anxious. As insiders, they knew full well how formidable this alien race was, far more powerful than they had ever imagined. At least among their own ranks. Including the venerable Yusu of Wudong, were utterly powerless against the alien race's assault when combined. Even Lín Mò, who now appeared to be mounting a fierce offensive, was no match for him. Ancestor Yushu, are we truly not going to rescue brother Lín Mò? Are we just going to stand by and watch? Surely there must be a way to help him. The Xianmen disciples, having developed more than mere admiration for Lín Mò through their time with him, now looked to Yusu with pleading eyes. But to their disappointment, the aged and frail Yusu could only shake his head helplessly before explaining. The alien race is far more powerful than we ever imagined. You've seen it with your own eyes. Even if our entire group charged in desperately, we'd only serve as cannon fodder. Do not make a futile sacrifice. Senior Lín Mò has his own plan, we must not interfere recklessly. This was also what Lín Mò had previously emphasized, fearing these Xianmen practitioners might act too impulsively. The moment they saw him at a disadvantage, they rushed in to throw themselves into certain death, forcing him to divert his attention to protect them. Yusu was utterly stunned. Not only was Lín Mò a formidable fighter, but he also seemed to understand each person's psyche perfectly. Yusu's words stirred considerable commotion among the surrounding crowd. So we're just going to stand by and watch Senior Lín Mò die for nothing? Yes. Even if we become cannon fodder, we must buy time for brother Lín Mò. I'm not afraid of death, but I refuse to be heartless and ungrateful. The Xianmen disciples, their faces twisted with grief and anger, were all prepared to fight to the death, willing to sacrifice their lives to buy Lín Mò even a moment more. Yusu hurriedly stopped them. This is what Senior Lín Mò instructed. Seeing the others still determined to join the fray despite their confusion, he could only explain helplessly. Do you remember this plan of Senior Lín Mò's? Back then, you were all too caught up in the excitement to notice the deeper meaning in his words. This win-win plan hinged on one crucial point: Senior Lín Mò had to be certain he could defeat the alien race. If he hadn't been certain, attempting something like this wouldn't just be a case of shooting himself in the foot, it would be far worse. Trust Senior Lín Mò, he has a plan. Don't go making things worse. Hearing Yushu's explanation, the others carefully recalled the original plan and finally grasped its deeper meaning. Though their hearts remained heavy with worry, at least they felt a glimmer of reassurance. What they didn't know was that at this very moment, Lín Mò felt not a shred of fear or worry. Instead, he was filled with excitement. After the surrounding crowd had been evacuated, he could finally engage in battle with the alien race without restraint. No more holding back. Let him see just how powerful this monster was that had run rampant in the apocalypse of his previous life. His dragon ants had been slaughtered by this thing earlier. This debt he would certainly repay on the spot. A thunderous dragon roar swept over the buildings, charging straight toward the alien race. A venomous mist swirled through the air, clawing and snarling as if it wanted to devour everything around it. The alien race sensed something amiss and immediately discarded their black robes. In that instant, everyone saw his true form. Chapter 104: The Despair-Inducing Alien Race. His entire body was composed of writhing insects. Each was short, resembling insect repellent, tangled together. From a distance, these insects formed a human shape on the outside. To evade the dragon's roar attack, the insects on its body scattered in a rush, swiftly scurrying outward. Those present, both Xianmen practitioners and soldiers, were subjected to a powerful visual shock. Hearing about this from Lín Mò was one thing, but witnessing it was quite another. Those with weaker constitutions vomited on the spot. Ugh! 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 Those with stronger stomachs still looked like they'd eaten something foul. This. Is this really what the alien race looks like? I can't take it. This is too disgusting. What did Lín Mò say? That thing wants to alter human genes. Alter what genes? To turn us into this? Ugh. I swear I don't care, ugh. Even if I die, I don't want to become like this, ugh. Everyone present silently agreed with Wasuowi's sentiment. They'd rather die than become such a disgusting sight. Even if forced, just seeing themselves like this would make them sick enough to die. No one else needed to do it. After the skill finished releasing, countless worms returned from afar, coalescing once more. The black cloak that had been shed returned to the alien's body. But those who had seen the alien's true form could not help but dwell on the horrifying visage concealed beneath that black cloak. Lín Mò, however, grew more fierce with each strike, leaving the alien no chance to catch its breath. Dragon breath. Over 100,000 dragon ants opened their mouths in perfect unison, unleashing a 1,000-meter-long, multicolored river of breath toward the alien. Boom! 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 Rumble! Rumble! Wherever the river touched, it obliterated every trace left behind by the dragon's roar. The alien creature once again scattered the insects covering its body to evade Lín Mò's attack. The dragon's breath unleashed devastating force, carving a crater nearly 10 meters wide into the ground. Once the skill concluded, the alien creature returned seemingly unscathed, just as before. Lín Mò, with his exceptional memory, knew. The black-robed alien before him had shrunk. In just a short span of time, it had shrunk by a full 10 centimeters. It was obvious that the dragon's breath had dealt a fatal blow to the insects on its body. Now, deprived of those insects, his body had shrunk upon returning. This time, the alien race was utterly enraged. If he hadn't realized it before, he certainly felt it now. Lín Mò had been testing the alien race's strength. The entire process had been a mockery. Moreover, during this process, he had lost a portion of his abilities. Indeed, the number of insects on an alien's body signified their strength. The taller and fatter the alien, the stronger they were. Not only that, those insects also represented their health points. To draw a human comparison, the damage Lín Mò inflicted on the alien race, equivalent to severing both his feet. Although the insects on their bodies can gradually return, the time and effort required were immense. How could he not be furious? Heaven-shattering, earth-shattering. The alien creature raised both arms and pulled with all its might in the opposite direction. The entire sky instantly darkened. The section of sky he had yanked away seemed torn asunder, revealing a vast rift in the heavens. Lightning flashed and thunder roared within the rift. Bug cultivator, you should never have angered me. I'll make you and this entire city pay with your lives for my precious ones. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he began murmuring incantations. The torn expanse of sky suddenly filled with water. Then, as if pierced by a hole, a torrent of water poured out from the fissure. No! Dragon breath! 100,000 dragon ants unleashed their dragon breath once more, spewing sharp ice spikes. But this time, their target wasn't the alien race, it was the gaping hole in the sky. The dense ice spikes collided with the water column. The outermost layer of the water column, overwhelmed by the sheer number of spikes, temporarily solidified into a thin sheet of ice. The water within was temporarily contained. The surrounding temperature plummeted instantly from midsummer heat to below freezing. Yet anyone could see that this fragile balance depended entirely on Lín Mò continuously spewing ice spikes to maintain it. Should any unexpected event occur, whether someone damages the thin ice layer encasing the water column, or if the skill were interrupted, or if the alien race's spellcasting grew stronger, in any of these scenarios, the water column would instantly begin to leak outward. At that point, the torrential flow would be unstoppable, potentially submerging the entire city. The Xianmen disciples nearby naturally observed this situation. Yushu immediately gave orders. Ice elemental adepts, advance. Beyond the various sects of cultivators, the Xianmen also included individuals possessing such specialized abilities. However, their numbers were extremely scarce, and they belonged to no school or sect. They were directly under the jurisdiction of the Xianmen Council. Several ice elemental psychics soared into the air upon receiving the order. Yet they only managed to thicken the originally thin ice covering the water column. Meanwhile, the alien race continued chanting their incantations. The remaining Xianmen members, whose hearts had just stabilized, felt their composure begin to fray. Given the current situation, it wasn't even about whether Lín Mò could defeat the alien race. Simply preventing the water column from flooding the city was already draining their strength. Ancestor Yushu, are you truly not going to assist Lord Lín Mò? Ancestor Yushu, let me go. Consider it my personal act, unrelated to the Xianmen. Ancestor Yushu. The Xianmen disciples were so desperate their eyes turned red. Truthfully, Yushu's heart was racing too, but he clung tightly to Lín Mò's prior instructions. Remain on standby. If assistance is needed, Senior Lín Mò will notify us. Trust Senior Lín Mò. He believed and had no choice but to believe that all this was part of Lín Mò's plan. Lín Mò must have a backup plan. Meanwhile, beyond the live stream, netizens across the Dragon Nation couldn't help but exchange helpless glances. Damn it, how can that guy in black be so strong? This is disgusting. Damn it, I can't even eat today. I admit Shenlong is incredibly powerful. He forced the black-robed guy to keep dodging and even revealed his true form. But the alien clearly wasn't using his full strength earlier. This time, it's truly over. It's not just the divine dragon that's finished. If something goes wrong, the entire city is finished. Why didn't the divine dragon lure him somewhere else from the start? Now the whole city will be buried with him. Hey, you up there, if you think you can do better, go ahead. Stop putting the cart before the horse and blaming the victim. All I can do now is pray. After all, if the divine dragon perishes, it won't just be the city that's doomed, will it? Exactly. That black robe is so powerful. If the divine dragon dies, there'll be no one left to hold him back. Dragon Nation netizens watching the livestream felt despair welling up inside them. The divine dragon was the strongest being they had ever witnessed. If even the divine dragon could be killed by the black robe, they dared not imagine the consequences. Without Shenlong, humanity would be utterly defenseless against the black-robed one. A wave of terror swept across the land, extinguishing all hope for the future. Everyone began to fear for their lives at any moment. Chapter 105, Devouring the Alien Race. At this moment, Lín Mò hid among the dragon ants. 100,000 dragon ants surrounded him tightly. Whatever he did within their ranks would go undetected. He had been waiting for this very opportunity. Previously, the alien race had been highly vigilant. No matter what skill he unleashed, the alien creatures would swiftly separate the insects from their bodies. Lín Mò knew exactly why they did this. Because separating the insects meant splitting his own life force into many fragments. Not to mention that Lín Mò was not yet his match. Even if Lín Mò were far stronger than him, as long as a single insect on his body survived and escaped, it would give him a chance to regroup and strike again. Though Time Roar possessed formidable power, its limitations were too numerous. Once he unleashed this skill and the alien race dodged it, he would have no chance to turn the tide. Lín Mò knew this was his best chance. The alien race, believing all their dragon ants were occupied countering his skill, grew complacent. Moreover, he was chanting the incantation, leaving him no mental capacity to closely observe Lín Mò's side. Only by unleashing his skill at this precise moment could Lín Mò ensure the alien couldn't evade it. The alien, who had been chanting continuously, paused and bellowed in his dry, raspy voice. Insect cultivator, if you're willing to undergo transformation, I can promise to spare this entire city. If you refuse me, I will immediately intensify the spell and drown the entire city. Then, you won't just lose your status as a deity in people's hearts, you'll become the nation's criminal. The alien entity judged based on its prior analysis of human psychology. Lín Mò must be the type with a strong hero complex. Otherwise, why would he first go to Sakura country to exterminate demons, then come to Dragon country to confront me? There was absolutely no personal benefit for him in doing so. Humans are selfish, they wouldn't act this way without expecting something in return. The only benefit is the adoration of the masses, which confirms Lín Mò's profound hero complex. If he became a traitor to his nation, his entire heroic dream would shatter. The alien race believed this would break down his psychological defenses and coerce him into joining their ranks. The alien race isn't afraid that Lín Mò might betray them after being forcibly taken as long as he accepts their genetic modification. He naturally has ways to make Lín Mò submit. Once that happens, erasing his memories would be simple. What kind of modification? Become a disgusting monster like you? I'd rather die. Lín Mò, who had long seen through the alien race's intentions, scoffed derisively. He intended to broadcast live for all to see, accepting the modification would turn them into such repulsive creatures. By then, even if anyone was swayed by their persuasion, they'd have to think long and hard about it. After his mockery, Lín Mò shrank his body to a tiny size. He couldn't let these dragon ants attack, it would be too easy for the cunning alien race to spot him. He navigated through the swarm of dragon ants, positioning himself at the very front. He activated the skill, Time Roar. The instant the skill was unleashed, an attack infused with temporal power surged directly toward the alien race. The alien, currently enraged and chanting a spell, failed to notice this attack. Lín Mò actually dared to call himself disgusting? What did these foolish humans know? The treasure on his body was the most precious thing to their alien race. These insects constantly regenerated and transformed within them. They could enhance their abilities and grant them the power of eternal life. Most crucially, Lín Mò had uttered that taunt in full view of everyone. It severely hindered the execution of their subsequent plans. Only by eliminating this insect cultivator could they dilute humanity's guard against them and accelerate the transformation process. As the alien race chanted their incantations, they suddenly sensed an attack bearing down on them. He instinctively tried to dodge, but realized it might already be too late. If he tried desperately to dodge, his spell would be interrupted. In an instant, he chose not to dodge. What impact could this attack possibly have on him? The insect cultivator clearly overestimated his own abilities. And because of that split-second hesitation, the attack infused with the power of time struck him with pinpoint accuracy. In the blink of an eye, the vortex of time instantly engulfed the alien. Within it, the alien being seen to experience thousands of lifetimes. One moment aged, the next youthful. No matter how powerful a being may be, none can evade the force of time. When the vortex finally dissipated, two repulsive little insects suddenly materialized where the alien had stood. He now appeared utterly fragile, and the powerful rift in the sky closed in tandem. The sky returned to its former state, as if nothing had ever happened. Bug cultivator. What have you done to me? The alien screamed in rage and despair at his current state. Their desire to invade Earth and enslave humanity stemmed not only from their need for a vast, cost-free slave population. Beyond acquiring vast numbers of effortless slaves, the more crucial reason was their own weak reproductive capacity. The formation of an alien race originally required the union of one male and one female insect from their homeworld. Moreover, these two insects required an extremely high compatibility level, followed by continuous mating and reproduction. Finding two such insects was already extremely difficult. The time required for a single alien race to fully develop is exceptionally long. Should any unforeseen mishap occur during this process, all prior efforts vanish into thin air. Every alien race that manages to grow up has endured immense hardship. So when the alien creature saw itself reverting to its original form, it completely broke down. Oh, so they're just two disgusting little bugs after all. Who do you think you are, calling my name like that? Lín Mò, now relaxed, deliberately had the dragon ants pass the two insects back and forth with their claws to dispel humanity's fear of the alien race. Before the eyes of the entire world, the alien race that had radiated such formidable power moments ago now appeared utterly fragile and vulnerable, as if anyone could crush it. Enough! Devour them! Lín Mò, who had nearly played the two insects to death, immediately gave the order. Though the power of time had reverted the alien race to its original form, preventing it from unleashing abilities, its inherent strength remained hidden within. It would be a waste not to devour them. But Lín Mò certainly didn't want to swallow such a disgusting thing himself. Just as the dragon ants were about to devour the two insects, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The dragon ants' bodies were now too massive, making it surprisingly easy for them to make mistakes when dealing with such small insects. As the dragon ants devoured their prey, one of the insects suddenly fled at breakneck speed. Of course, no one noticed this occurrence. Lín Mò thought for a moment. He had beaten it to such a state that it was barely clinging to life. Through these two insects, Lín Mò had roughly deduced how the alien species had arrived. So he didn't pursue it. Not only would it be difficult to track down a single insect, but if others saw him, it would only cause panic. For Lín Mò, this seemed like a losing proposition. Even if the alien race had only one insect, it possessed the ability to reproduce. Lín Mò surmised that such a feat wouldn't be simple or achievable in a short time. After all, if it were that easy, they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to come to Earth and enslave humanity. By the time he recovered, the alien race might already be wiped out by humanity. With that thought, Lín Mò abandoned any pursuit of the escaping insect. Chapter 106, Preparing for Evolution. The alien race had been annihilated, meeting their end in utter disarray. The practitioners of the Xianmen finally relaxed, their joy turning to tears. The journalist broadcasting from afar could barely contain her joy. She had been selected from tens of thousands of elite journalists as the sole official reporter, braving mortal danger to cover the event. Though many other reporters followed later due to her coverage. She was the only one selected by the organization to cover the event. Moreover, before accepting this assignment, she had been privy to numerous internal details. This was to prevent her from uttering any unintended remarks out of fear at the scene. Throughout the entire live broadcast, she was actually terrified inside. Not merely fearing for her own life. If that were her concern, she wouldn't have come. Before accepting this assignment, several people had made it crystal clear to her. What she feared was that in such a desperate battle, if all the divine dragons perished, the entire world would be doomed. Even as an ordinary human, she could see the overwhelming power of the alien race. Though nations clashed among themselves, those were internal human conflicts. If extraterrestrials invaded Earth, humanity would unite as one. Now it was finally over. The divine dragons had won. With a surge of emotion, she delivered her final on-air commentary. Though the entire process unfolded in a state of intense tension, the Divine Dragon ultimately defeated the terrorists, restoring peace to humanity. I urge everyone, no matter what situation you face, please remain calm. If possible, be sure to call the police. The nation stands behind its people, safeguarding the security of all citizens' property. This is Wang Rui reporting for our station. Meanwhile, the internet was already buzzing, especially among Longwa netizens who watched the entire live broadcast. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. That dragon is way too cool. The dragon is unbeatable. Help! That black-robed guy looked so tough at first, but now he's just two little bugs. I'm dying. Truly a god of our nation, this is insane. Guys, did you catch the black-robed guy calling the Divine Dragon Lín Mò during the livestream? I have a wild theory. Could this Divine Dragon be someone in disguise? Like, the same Lín Mò who avenged us in Sakura country and wreaked havoc at that shrine? I totally agree with you, bro. Same here. If the Divine Dragon is controlled by Lín Mò, then no need to say more. Lín Mò is a badass. No need to doubt it, the Divine Dragon is controlled by Lín Mò. My uncle is in the Occult Association and had the honor of meeting the legendary Lín Mò. He's now a top expert in the field. No matter how thrilled the Dragon Nation is, folks in other countries aren't exactly thrilled. While the Black Robe is formidable, his very existence is a global threat. But the fact that Dragon Nation possesses someone capable of eliminating the Black Robe makes everyone wary. After all, this has instantly widened the gap between Dragon Nation and the rest of the world, placing its power light years ahead of everyone else. How could they not be worried and jealous? When did the Dragon Nation acquire such weapons of mass destruction? What are their intentions? Have they reported this to international organizations? I have a terrifying suspicion. Could it be that the Black Robe is actually a Dragon Nation creation, designed to make everyone accept their possession of the Divine Dragon without question? It's terrifying when you think about it. Otherwise, why would Dragon Nation broadcast the battle live? Aren't they afraid that if the Divine Dragon loses, it could cause panic? Now that you mention it, that makes sense. If it were me, I'd only stream it if I was certain I could win. Another theory, Lín Mò is indeed exceptional, but he's actually a leader without borders. He just claims Longwei as his own because he controls the dragon. Could be. Remember how he helped Sakura Nation before? The Dragon Nation claims Lín Mò as their own just because they have Dragon Legend's same shameless tactics as always. I'd say the Divine Dragon is our national totem, but is this big shot Lín Mò really ours? Seeing all these conspiracy theories, Dragon Nation netizens naturally weren't having it. Hey, you. I don't even need to check your IP to know you're from Korea. Famous for stealing everything. Ah, right. 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 Every legendary figure belongs to our Dragon Nation. You little brats, speak properly to your elders, or we'll wipe your country off the map in a heartbeat. LOL, scared already? Now you're resorting to insinuations and slandering others? Talk all you want. I don't waste breath on keyboard warriors. Got the guts? Meet me on the battlefield. Stop embarrassing yourselves. We haven't forgotten the humiliation from the 8-Nation Alliance. Watch out, big shot Lín Mò might come looking for fun. Here's a joke, Lord Lín Mò, the borderless savior, helped the land of cherry blossoms and ended up destroying it. Ha 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 ha. Regardless of the heated online debates, those on the ground were swamped with work. Everything around them lay in ruins. Rebuilding would take time. Everyone methodically cleaned up the battlefield and comforted the people. Senior Lín Mò, you've worked so hard. Lín Mò, you're so awesome, woohoo. Lín Mò, you're the best. The Xianmen practitioners were even more excited than those watching the stream, chattering nonstop to Shenlong. Though they knew Lín Mò was exceptional, each time they witnessed his battles, he delivered fresh surprises. This was the first time they'd ever witnessed so many divine dragons appearing together. Whether in Sakura country or afterward, Lín Mò had never unleashed so many divine dragons at once. They now suspected whether Lín Mò's divine dragons were truly inexhaustible. Lín Mò recalled most of the dragon ants, leaving behind a dozen or so in their ultimate forms, then shrank his own form. Yusu raised his hand, signaling everyone to hold their words. Senior Lín Mò, what are your plans regarding the movements of the alien race? Others might not know, but they were well aware that this alien race wasn't limited to just this one individual. Though they had won today's battle, this was only the beginning. Lín Mò had no time to discuss this with them now. He sensed his experience was sufficient and needed to find a place to prepare for evolution. Lín Mò was incredibly excited, eager to see what surprises this evolution would bring. We'll talk later. I have business to attend to now. You guys stick to the original plan and keep hunting down and eliminating those spirits. I'll meet you at the Xianmen building afterward. Lín Mò's voice carried a noticeable urgency. Yusu, fearing something might have gone wrong with the alien race earlier, asked one more question. Senior Lín Mò, if there's anything the Xianmen can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask. As the special assistant to the Xianmen Council, you now have the authority to command Xianmen to act on your behalf. Yusu felt Lín Mò had always been a bit solitary.
He didn't want Lín Mò to handle everything alone.
The Xianmen was his support system, ready to serve him at any time.
No need.
I'll speak up if I require assistance. Though Lín Mò didn't say it aloud, he was genuinely grateful to the old man and the Xianmen. He could sense the trust and admiration the Xianmen held for him.
Very well, Senior Lín Mò, go about your business.
After giving his instructions, Lín Mò prepared to fly to the nearby mountain to undergo his evolution. On the way, he suddenly recalled the leopard family of 3. Perfect timing, it was now the right moment to relocate them elsewhere. He would evolve there as well. That mountain was far larger than the one where the snake spirit resided. Chapter 107, Another Prerequisite Quest. Jingguo, return. Lín Mò recalled Jingguo. But master, what about me? Lín Mò looked at Tamamo no Mei. Truth be told, unless there was another need, carrying Yamatsuheim along was pointless for him now. Lín Mò gave Uzumatsuri one of the dragon ants. You'll accompany them back to the Xianmen first. If anything comes up requiring you, I'll notify you.
Master, are you abandoning me? Yuzuha looked a little hurt.
She wanted to follow Lín Mò, even if she wasn't much help.
In her mind, those old Taoist priests of the Xianmen were no different from the Onmyoji of Sakura country.
They were either born to capture demons or to exploit them.
Demons instinctively resisted Taoist priests and their ilk. You'd be of little use to me now. You'd be better off joining them to exterminate spirits.
Some troublesome demons might be too much for them, but you should handle it just fine. After Lín Mò spoke, Tamamo no Mei, who had been reluctant moments before, immediately accepted the suggestion. Lín Mò had managed to coax her into compliance.
Women are like that, whether human or demon.
When coaxed by someone they like or admire, they always feel pleased inside.
Of course, if Lín Mò had simply ordered her, she wouldn't have refused either.
But when she worked under him, it was better to offer some sweet perks. And Yameo had always been reasonably obedient. Alright then, I'll do as you say, my lord.
Yusu, I'm entrusting her to you. Just take her and put her to good use. Rest assured, Senior Lín Mò.
After giving his instructions, Lín Mò hurried toward the mountain where the leopard spirit resided.
He pushed his speed to the absolute limit throughout the journey.
Upon reaching the mountain, the leopard spirit and her family of 3 were in a light slumber.
Spotting Lín Mò, they immediately approached. Master, what are your orders? Your task is complete. What?
The leopard spirit was utterly astonished.
To be honest, these past few days had been uneventful.
Neither Lín Mò nor that cloaked figure had shown up.
You now have 2 choices. First, you 2 can join the army. Whether you bring the little leopard spirit along is up to you.
But I'll say this up front, he's safer staying with the Xianmen. Neither of them wanted to be separated from their child, yet they feared the child might be harmed if he followed them.
And the second? The second is for you 2 to separate.
The male leopard spirit goes to the military, while the female leopard spirit can stay at the Xianmen with the little leopard spirit. The future course remains uncertain, but these 2 leopard spirits are quite powerful, might as well make use of them. The Xianmen would be manageable, but if the military encountered any spirits or alien races, they could suffer heavy losses. One of them must remain with the military to handle any unforeseen circumstances. The 2 leopard spirits locked eyes for a moment, their gazes heavy with reluctance. Yet without hesitation, they jointly chose the second option. The young leopard spirit is still small and needs parental care. Master, we choose the second option. Very well. I'll have the Xianmen disciples escort you back. Joking aside, if these 2 leopard spirits were to run back, they'd terrify everyone they encountered along the way. If they encountered someone with a weak heart, they might just scare them to death.
Master, I have one more question. Ask. Could practitioners of the Xianmen? The leopard spirit hesitated, finding it difficult to voice his thoughts. But Lín Mò understood what they meant. Rest assured, you are now under my protection. Thank you, Master.
With Lín Mò's promise, the leopard demon felt at ease.
Lín Mò contacted Yushu, instructing him to come and retrieve them.
With all preparations complete, Lín Mò immediately requested the system to initiate evolution. But this time was different from before. There was no familiar signaling the start of evolution. A bad feeling settled in Lín Mò's heart. He'd experienced this once before in Sakura country. He sighed, opened the system panel, and found it confirmed his worst fears. Evolution prerequisite task activated, host detected excessive overflow of experience points. To proceed with evolution, complete this prerequisite task. Successfully fulfilling this task will empower you, doubling your current strength. Kindly note, failure to complete the prerequisite task will prevent evolution from commencing. Quest requirement, devour 1 member of a different race. Damn it! Lín Mò couldn't help but curse under his breath. Though completing the quest would double his current strength. Given his current evolution difficulty, it was undoubtedly a good thing. But what exactly was an alien? He'd just fought one and it was ridiculously powerful. Never mind how formidable the alien race was, even if he possessed the power of Time Roar to defeat them. He'd still have to find them. Were these alien races just lying around waiting to be discovered?
The experience points from these alien beings were ridiculously high. He'd only managed to devour half one earlier. He'd expected the experience to be lower, but it actually overflowed. Lín Mò opened his attribute panel. He had to see just how much overflowing experience this half-alien had granted him. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Ultimate Form. Level, 1. Talent, Split. Individual count, 599,000 ancient dragon ants due to large numbers, only counted to the thousands incomplete, 10,000 ancient dragon ants ultimate form. Remaining lifespan, 10,000 days. Experience required for evolution, 131,542,300 100 million. Note, after evolving into the ancient dragon emperor ant and reaching its ultimate form, each evolution completes one level up. Special Constitution, Dragon God Dao Body Ultimate Form. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, evolved to its pinnacle. Achieves the strongest defense at the level of a divine beast. Active skill, Dragon Breath Ultimate Form. An attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Thunder. Can be unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 2,000-meter radius, capable of shattering rocks or collapsing mountains. Each activation randomly manifests different elements and carries a stunning effect. Upon reaching grand perfection, it can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar Ultimate Form. Erupts a thunderous howl that dispels enemy buffs while inflicting a stunning effect. Briefly sweeps up surrounding enemies. The mist generated by the roar carries inherent toxicity. Upon reaching perfection, the skill unlocks additional unexpected effects. Active skill, Time Roar Ultimate Form. A time manipulation skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its overwhelming power, it can only be used on one target within a 24-hour period. Use with extreme caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array Ultimate Form. Summoning skill. Upon activation, summons ancient guardian deities of the Dragon Nation. Currently only one deity can be summoned. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be summoned. Lín Mò couldn't help but marvel after reviewing the attribute panel. This alien race is indeed valuable. The experience overflow is staggering. What else was there to say? He'd keep searching. After all, it wasn't a bad thing for him. He would eventually track down every alien race, and this time, he could double his strength. Chapter 108, The Alien Race's Next Move. But alien races weren't that easy to find. As Lín Mò pondered where to lure the alien race out, he suddenly spotted the leopard demon's family. That foreign race had previously agreed upon a time for their next meeting with the Great Serpent. This leopard spirit must have gone through the same ordeal. After the black robe finished transforming you, did he mention when he'd come to see you next? Yes, Master. When? Tomorrow. The devouring of the alien race was broadcast live. Needless to say, not only humans, but the alien race itself must have learned of this incident. Lín Mò pondered for a moment. It seemed the entire broadcast hadn't mentioned the giant serpent at all. Perhaps the remaining alien races didn't know that Lín Mò had found that alien race through the Great Serpent. In that case, they likely wouldn't abandon their pact with the leopard spirit for now. The alien race's objective was to sow panic among humans. Their numbers were limited, and they had to be dispersed across various nations. Therefore, if they didn't know Lín Mò had found them through the spirit, they likely won't stop local spirits from causing trouble elsewhere. The escaped alien had only one insect left on its body. With such severe injuries, he likely wouldn't find his kind within a day. Lín Mò pondered for a moment. Never mind that. Anyway, these outsiders are hard to track down. Rather than keep searching aimlessly like this, who knows how long it'll take? Why not take a chance tomorrow? If I spot one tomorrow, it'll just be my lucky day. If we don't, we'll figure something else out. No harm done either way. Since we're letting the leopard spirit lie in wait here, we can't let the Taoist sect take them away. You three stay here for one more day. I'll leave a dragon ant with you. Report any movements by the outsiders to me immediately. Understood, Master. The leopard spirit understood immediately that Lín Mò intended to deal with that black-robed figure. As his servants, they naturally wouldn't question his decision. But the Black Robe's power was undeniable. He was no ordinary opponent. Lín Mò had clashed with him before, and both agreed he stood no chance against the black-robed figure. They were willing to die alongside Lín Mò out of necessity, but they felt for the child. Living deep in the mountains, the leopard spirits had no access to electronic devices and thus knew nothing of Lín Mò's recent defeat of an alien race. Nor did it realize that during their previous encounter, Lín Mò had never intended to kill them from the start. The small number of dragon ants he summoned had led them to mistakenly believe his power was limited. Master, could you please let the Shen men take my child away first? A sudden insight dawned on Lín Mò, and he understood their concerns. This little leopard spirit served little purpose here. Letting the Shen men take it away first wouldn't hurt. At least it would put the two leopard spirits at ease. To get people to fight for you, you first had to put their minds at ease. Lín Mò wasn't about to deny them this small concession. No problem. Thank you, Master. Lín Mò turned and headed toward the Xianmen Association. Since evolution was currently impossible, he might as well coordinate the next steps with the Xianmen people. The vastness of the Dragon Nation, coupled with the fact that other nations would continue to join in. No matter how powerful Lín Mò was, he couldn't possibly handle everything personally. Since Old Man Yushu had secured him the position of special assistant to the Xianmen Council, he might as well utilize the Xuanmen's resources. As before, Lín Mò shrank his form and, accompanied by a dozen dragon ants, he slipped through a window directly into the top-floor conference room. Big shot Lín Mò, you scared the hell out of me. Big shot Lín Mò, you're here. Big shot Lín Mò, why don't you ever use the front door? He couldn't be bothered with the main entrance that would just give these people a show. Plus, taking the elevator would be a hassle. Much easier to just climb through the window. Less hassle. The Xianmen members silently rolled their eyes inwardly. A boss is a boss. Even his way home was different from everyone else's, truly one of a kind. Senior Lín Mò, I've already dispatched Fan Tongjiang to retrieve the leopard spirit. The plan has changed. Then I'll call Fan Tongjiang back immediately. No need. Just bring the little leopard spirit back. The leopard spirit will explain to him. Understood. So, Senior Lín Mò, what's our next plan? The alien race and the leopard demon have agreed to meet tomorrow. I'll handle things on the mountain tomorrow. Should we proceed with the same arrangements as last time? No need. We no longer need live journalist coverage, otherwise, the alien race would appear too frequently in such a short time. Even if the divine dragon could defeat them, it would still cause panic. That would only backfire. No need for the military either, this mountain range is too vast. Lín Mò suspected the alien race wouldn't resort to their previous tactic, especially after suffering losses at our hands. Even if they were stubborn, they would still come down from the mountains. The mountain range's geography is too unique, lying close to 4 provinces. Predicting their destination was nearly impossible. Deploying forces would require too many personnel. Such a large-scale operation would draw too much attention, regardless of whether the outsiders descended the mountain. It would blatantly signal to everyone that something is amiss on this mountain. The only course of action is this, since the mountain range is vast and includes a scenic area. Simply close the scenic area in advance and evacuate the staff. As for practitioners of the mystic arts, there's no need for them to come. Their presence would be of no help, and Lín Mò disliked unnecessary sacrifices made for the sake of appearances. Contact the scenic area immediately. Starting tonight, no one is permitted to ascend the mountain. Once everyone on the mountain has descended, then evacuate the staff. Just prevent anyone from entering. Understood, Senior Lín Mò. Is there anything the Xianmen can do? Continue searching for spirits and monsters. And you need to dispatch a team of Xianmen elites to collaborate with the military at the border. I'll assign 1 dragon ant to each team. Contact me immediately if anything unusual happens. Are you suspecting? Yes. Yushu didn't voice it, but both men understood his meaning. Lín Mò suspected the next move by the alien race would inevitably target the border. With Lín Mò stationed in the Dragon Nation, the alien race found it difficult to make any significant impact. But the Dragon Nation was vast and densely populated. Any power-hungry entity coveting Earth would never abandon this prize. Since internal subversion proved difficult, the alien race would likely strike from the outside. Dragon Nation had Lín Mò to defend it, but other nations weren't so fortunate. Their plans could easily come to fruition. At that point, the alien race would certainly ally with other nations to act against the Dragon Kingdom. Among these, the border regions sharing frontiers with other nations would be the first to face the brunt of the threat. Upon being reminded by Lín Mò, Yushu clearly grasped the critical point. His expression immediately turned grave. Long Nation had only recently emerged as a global power and had yet to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Less than a century had passed since that near-catastrophic disaster. That span of time was neither long nor short. Yet no one in the Dragon Nation had forgotten the humiliation of that time. Some of the soldiers and generals who fought on the front lines back then are still alive today. The people of Dragon Nation must never endure such suffering again. Nor will the Dragon Nation ever permit these scheming opportunists to drag it back into the flames of war. Senior Lín Mò, rest assured. I'll make the arrangements immediately. Chapter 109, Can Dandelions Become Spirits? Senior Lín Mò, do you have any plans while awaiting the foreign forces? What's the matter? Contacting the military, especially coordinating with multiple factions, we absolutely must convene a meeting. I was wondering if you might consider attending one of these meetings, if you're available. Lín Mò knew full well this old man was paving the way for him. When dealing with people, strength is one thing, but connections matter just as much. Especially when dealing with those in high positions, get them to cooperate with you. The broader one's network, the smoother and more efficient things become when the time comes. But Lín Mò genuinely had no interest in this, nor the time to pursue such matters. Besides, with old man Yushu around, whatever he needed done, he could simply approach him directly. As for coordinating all parties, Lín Mò trusted the old man of Jade Void had the capability. I don't have the time for that. Very well. Yusu knew that someone like Lín Mò was highly independent. Persuasion was futile. I'll make the arrangements then. Senior Lín Mò, is there anything else you need me to handle? Give me a list of areas where spirits frequently appear. That's all. During this period, the Xianmen practitioners weren't idle either. They had certainly already visited some of the spirit creatures at the previous address. There was no need for him to make unnecessary trips. Yushu handed the new list to Lín Mò. Lín Mò kept the dragon ants assigned to each team. He continued searching for spirits according to the addresses Yusu provided. He had no time to waste, idly waiting for the alien creatures to appear. The location Lín Mò chose this time was a grassland. This place was neither particularly significant nor entirely insignificant. For apart from herders, few ever ventured here. But herders followed a pattern. They never let their herds stay in one spot until the grass was completely grazed down. Instead, they moved to a new area after a period of time. This grassland is one such spot. If it were their turn to graze here, it would indeed attract many herders, achieving the foreign tribe's objective. Unlike in cities, these people, whose livelihoods depend on the heavens, are far more deferential to spirits and deities. Once they detect something unusual, the effect can be even more potent than disrupting cities. Most crucially, the grazing season is about to begin. Fortunately, it's not yet the optimal time for grazing. Lín Mò could head over without encountering anyone. Dragon God's illusionary array. Surveying the boundless grasslands, Lín Mò summoned Jingguo. Jingguo, are there any spirits or creatures nearby?
Jingguo closed her eyes, carefully sniffing the air around them.
Yes, brother Lín Mò. What kind of spirits could possibly be here? Lín Mò had just taken in the surroundings and wondered if the old man had made a mistake. Though the land stretched endlessly before them, few people ventured here outside grazing seasons. But the land stretched flat and open, with no cover whatsoever, hardly suitable for spirits to cultivate. Brother Lín Mò, it's a dandelion spirit. That thing can become a spirit?
Lín Mò expressed his skepticism.
Brother Lín Mò, all things possess a spirit and can cultivate. Fine, then lead me to it. Jingguo led Lín Mò to a place. This place looked no different from anywhere else.
Not only were there no vast fields of dandelions, but not even a single large one was in sight.
Where is it? Lín Mò, it's here. Lín Mò followed the direction Jingguo was pointing. Two modest stones lay on the ground. A tiny dandelion sprouted from the crack between them. Lín Mò was utterly baffled. Could this little thing really become a spirit? Under his gaze, the tiny dandelion swayed uneasily. Lín Mò was certain he hadn't imagined that the dandelion had indeed swayed. Master Taoist, please don't take me in. The tiny dandelion emitted a weak, fearful voice.
I grew consciousness unintentionally in this stone crevice, then devoted myself to cultivation. I've never ventured out, nor have I ever harmed anyone.
Master Taoist, please spare me. Little dandelion's voice truly sounded terrified, on the verge of tears.
Lín Mò was accustomed to powerful, arrogant spirits. This was his first encounter with such a creature, and he was genuinely at a loss. But Lín Mò wouldn't take a spirit's words at face value.
Has anyone in a black robe ever come looking for you? What black-robed guy? Taoist master, I've never seen one, wah. Lín Mò snorted coldly. This dandelion spirit was quite the actor. He didn't believe it.
If he could find this place, the otherworldly beings wouldn't just let it go.
Lín Mò released 3,000 dragon ants. Seeing Lín Mò's disbelief, the little dandelion spirit's sobs grew even more intense.
Master Taoist, I truly have never seen a black-robed figure before.
Master, are you looking for him? If I see him, I'll definitely let you know. Master, please spare me? Dragon roar. Lín Mò wasted no words, unleashing his skill directly. This little dandelion spirit seemed fragile and pitiful.
But not a single word she uttered could be trusted. The two stones protecting the dandelion appeared to be ancient. Weathered by wind and rain, they bore deep marks of time.
Lín Mò refused to believe that if this dandelion were as fragile as she appeared.
Over the centuries, not a single person had ever moved these two stones. Even if by some chance that were possible, then the dandelion had also lied about the news concerning the alien race. This dandelion spirit was far from the harmless creature it pretended to be. 3,000 dragon ants roared in unison. Across the boundless grasslands, the sound carried far and wide. This place was ideal for unleashing dragon roars. With just 3,000 dragon ants, the golden mist coalesced into a colossal dragon head. This effect was unmatched anywhere else. The dragon's head carried deadly venom, and with a single breath, it engulfed the fragile dandelion. The dandelion was blown apart by the mighty dragon's roar, its entire body scattered. Like blowing dandelion seeds in childhood boredom, the tiny flower was stripped bare by the wind. Only the stem remained, swaying back and forth in the wind.
To the uninitiated, it might seem the dandelion spirit had been utterly vanquished.
But Lín Mò was no Taoist priest. His method for vanquishing spirits was to devour them. If this dandelion spirit had truly perished, he could feel his experience points rising.
Oomph, a fraud indeed. Dragon's breath.
The sky, which had been clear just moments ago, suddenly darkened with rolling clouds.
Countless bolts of lightning, thick as wrists, relentlessly pounded the ground.
Yet the ground remained empty, as if the target had truly been eliminated. But Lín Mò remained unhurried. This little creature was surprisingly resilient.
Its lair was here, and Lín Mò didn't believe it would abandon its home.
Spirits and creatures usually held deep attachment to the places where they cultivated. Animal-type spirits were different. Their attachment to their lair was like a fledgling's attachment to its nest.
If it were lost, they could move on.
But plant spirits were different. Their roots were here. Especially the little dandelion spirit. She hadn't even replaced the 2 weathered stones forming her nest, cracked and worn from wind and rain.
Evidence of deep attachment.
Sure enough, when the heavenly thunderbolt struck those 2 stones, a dandelion seed suddenly grew enormous, completely covering the stones and shielding them from the thunderbolt strike. When the skill ended, aside from the damaged ground, it seemed as if nothing had ever happened.
Even the withered dandelion stem swaying in the crevice showed no further reaction. The dandelion spirit's attack power is another matter entirely. Its defensive capabilities were truly formidable. As long as it kept hiding, it would indeed be difficult to find. Chapter 110, Cultivating into Human Form.
If you don't care about this shabby house and that stick, hide wherever you want. Lín Mò sneered coldly.
He knew the dandelion spirit was nearby. It seemed this dandelion spirit could evade attacks by scattering its seeds. Moreover, her seeds could grow larger or shrink smaller. If they became small enough, they could evade harm anywhere.
But plant-type spirits had a fatal flaw. As long as her roots were exposed to human eyes, she would struggle to escape unscathed.
After Lín Mò finished speaking, the quiet grassland remained utterly still.
This dandelion spirit seemed utterly certain Lín Mò had no way to harm her. While a dragon's roar could scatter her seeds, it couldn't directly damage her stem. If dragon breath were used, her seeds would shield the stem. Thus, as long as she had enough patience to remain hidden, she would remain unharmed.
But the dandelion spirit had clearly miscalculated. Lín Mò was neither a Taoist priest nor a psychic. His attacks relied on dragon ants.
His attacks naturally weren't limited to single-direction use like those individuals.
Lín Mò divided the 3,000 dragon ants into 2 groups, each unleashing different skills. Dragon roar. Dragon breath.
This was the first time Lín Mò commanded the dragon ants to use different skills simultaneously.
3,000 dragon ants opened their massive jaws in unison. The first group unleashed a dragon's roar that echoed across the grasslands.
Golden mist, laced with deadly poison, swept over everything in its path.
At the very same moment, as the second group unleashed their skill, the temperature on the grasslands plummeted. Sharp ice spikes plummeted from the sky. Power and speed merged as one. The struck ground instantly pockmarked with tiny craters.
The 2 skills echoed and resonated, creating an unexpected effect.
The dragon's roar, venomous and howling, swept like a hurricane. The biting ice spikes struck everything within range with deadly precision. In an instant, the midsummer grasslands were plunged into winter's grip. The dandelion spirit desperately protected its nest and roots.
But the seeds that had just landed on the rocks were quickly blown away by the dragon's roar. Next, the ice spikes were about to strike the fragile stem.
The dandelion spirit could no longer resist and ceased hiding. Luo Ingshue's umbrella. As the skill activated, the once withered stem instantly seemed infused with powerful vitality. It rapidly grew taller and thicker. Where once stood a bare crown, snow-white seeds now sprouted, continuously expanding in width and height. Amidst the ice spikes and dragon's roar, a colossal umbrella took shape,
protecting the 2 stones and the foundation beneath them. Lín Mò had anticipated this. The dandelion spirit would surely reveal itself. But what he hadn't anticipated was this. A woman clad in snow-white gauze appeared beneath the giant canopy. Her frame was slender and delicate, lying limp on the ground. Her black hair was half up, half down, with a blooming dandelion pinned beside the right side of her bun. She looked as if her life were hanging by a thread. This dandelion spirit had actually cultivated into human form. This differed from depictions in novels and dramas. If it said that plants and animals cultivating into spirits are rare occurrences among flora and fauna, then among those plants and animals that cultivate into spirits, attaining human form is rarer still. After all, for plants and animals to cultivate into spirits was no easy feat even thousands of years ago.
And now, in the modern world with its dense human population and advanced technology,
apart from this dandelion spirit, Lín Mò had yet to encounter any other spirit creature capable of taking human form. Even during the apocalypse of his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. Of course, in his previous life, he possessed little power and had no access to such core knowledge. But this indirectly proved that such occurrences were exceedingly rare in that previous era.
News broadcasts constantly streamed battles between humans and alien races. If such encounters weren't exceedingly rare, he would have seen it in the news.
The cases in Sakura Nation naturally didn't count, as the demons there had formed 1,000 years ago.
They'd merely been reawakened. Master Taoist, must you truly seek my demise?
The dandelion spirit gazed at Lín Mò pitifully.
If Lín Mò believed she was truly that pitiful, he'd have to be out of his mind. Skills relentlessly pounded the giant umbrella. The seemingly fragile canopy remained unshaken by the relentless barrage. So it seems you won't let me go, Master Taoist? In that case, I'll have to defend myself.
Rebirth. The dandelion spirit finished speaking to itself before immediately activating its skill.
Seeds of dandelion continuously flew out from the canopy. The seeds touched the dragon ants and instantly fused into their bodies.
They took root and sprouted within their bodies. Feeding on their flesh and blood, they grew rapidly.
Boom! The dragon ants' bodies then exploded.
The blood and bones scattered after the explosion were still mixed with dandelion seeds.
Lín Mò's eyes lit up upon witnessing this ability. Suddenly, he no longer wished to devour this dandelion essence.
Such a valuable resource would prove immensely useful to him.
The most troublesome thing about alien races is that they can scatter into countless tiny insects at any moment. As long as a single larva retains a shred of life, they can escape death. With this marvelous thing, who would still fret over the alien race's tiny insects?
Lín Mò commanded the dragon ants to use the sun's true fire to form armor for self-defense. The moment a dandelion seed drifted near the dragon ants, they were instantly consumed by the sun's true fire, leaving not a trace behind.
Dandelion spirit, I offer you a chance to live.
If you're willing to sign a contract with me, I'll spare your life. The dandelion spirit, who always feigned weakness, sneered contemptuously.
Master Taoist, do you know how long I've cultivated?
It took me over 1,000 years to cultivate this form. Your Taoist sect endured that great calamity. Your numbers now surely pale in comparison to the past. And your strength is even less impressive. Not just you, even if the entire Xian sect came at me, I wouldn't fear them. But these 1,000 years have made me accustomed to tranquility. When I feign weakness, it's truly because I'm too lazy to bother with you lot to avoid disturbing my peace.
You actually want me to be your slave? That's utterly preposterous. The dandelion spirit leaned softly against the umbrella handle.
The smile on her face infused a spark of vitality into her body, accustomed to feigning weakness.
I admit you're quite strong, but so what? Piss me off, and the entire Xian sect will pay dearly.
Taoist, I have no desire for trouble.
Leave now. If you're willing to spare me the trouble, I'll tell you a secret.
I have indeed seen that man in black robes you mentioned. But he was trying to use me too, though he seemed in a real hurry. After fighting me for a while, he realized I wasn't easy to deal with and left. Your abilities are no match for his.
Even he couldn't overpower me. I advise you to value your life.
The dandelion spirit had lived nearly 2,000 years and seen every kind of being imaginable. If this were the mystic sects of 1,000 years ago, she might have felt some apprehension. But today's Xianmen practitioners? To her, they were mere nobodies. She feigned weakness only because she had dealt with one Xianmen practitioner. But now, investigators kept coming. Though dealing with them was effortless for her, the constant stream of visitors was truly bothersome. She just wanted to cultivate in peace, not concern herself with the affairs of the world. Chapter 111. Lín Yao willingly follows her master. Lín Mò found himself somewhat impressed that this dandelion spirit hadn't been exploited by the alien race.
After all, the powers granted by the alien race could save them at least 100 years of cultivation time. Few spirits could resist such temptation.
This only strengthened Lín Mò's resolve to forge a master-servant contract with her. I truly have no time to waste here with you.
But I can make sure you can't survive here. How about I just toss a couple of shells in here whenever I feel like it? The dandelion spirit's tactics were indeed irritating. But plant-type spirits have a fatal flaw.
No matter how powerful they are, they can't move their own bodies. Without knowing the location of their main bodies, it's indeed difficult to pin them down. But once you know where their main body is, it's easy to deal with them. Because their physical form is their most vulnerable aspect. Take this dandelion spirit, for instance. No matter how many years she'd cultivated or how powerful she became, as long as Lín Mò keeps dropping a few bombs here, she'll be finished. While the dandelion spirit can shield her physical form from the bomb's damage. If the entire land is devastated by shells, her core cannot absorb nutrients through the soil and will slowly wither away. Without her physical form, no matter how powerful she was, she couldn't survive.
You! The dandelion spirit was so enraged she suddenly stood up. Then she took a deep breath.
She reminded herself to endure the moment and let the storm pass. This Taoist priest was a rare insect cultivator, and quite formidable at that.
He must hold considerable standing within the mystic sects.
If she dealt with him today, it would bring endless trouble later. She continued to feign weakness. Master Taoist, it was no easy feat for this humble servant to cultivate into a spirit creature. I haven't harmed a soul all these years.
You're not at odds with that black-robed figure, are you?
I promise to behave myself and never conspire with that black-robed one.
Master Taoist, please spare me.
Lín Mò remained silent, but his demeanor spoke volumes.
Seeing he wasn't buying it,
it immediately flew into a rage. Since you refuse the wine of respect and choose the wine of punishment, I'll make you die right here. I'll make all your puppets dissolve into the earth, becoming my nourishment.
Are you sure about that?
Lín Mò suddenly unleashed all the dragon ants.
60,000 dragon ants swarmed across the entire grassland. Like dark clouds obscuring the sun. The once bright grassland plunged into darkness. 60,000 dragon ants spoke in unison.
Even without unleashing any skills, the sheer power of that sound alone was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Lín Mò knew that threatening such a powerful spirit creature, threats alone would be futile at worst, they might ignite her killing intent. Lín Mò wasn't without confidence in devouring her. But such a valuable asset was best utilized to its fullest potential. To subdue her, he must demonstrate his own formidable power. Fear and reverence were the most potent catalysts.
This dandelion spirit wasn't stupid.
As a spirit creature who had cultivated for nearly 2 years,
survival is the foundation of everything.
Once dead, her 2,000 years of arduous cultivation would vanish into thin air.
The dandelion spirit was startled by these dragon ants.
Even when the insect cultivator had released only 3,000 puppets, they had been difficult to handle.
Now there were so many more, clearly demonstrating its formidable strength. She had no absolute certainty she could subdue him.
Most crucially, even now, she still hadn't seen where the insect cultivator was.
To control so many puppets from such a distance, the dandelion spirit dared not dwell on just how formidable the insect cultivator himself truly was.
Even if she fought with her life and managed to destroy so many puppets, at that point, I'd be seriously injured myself. If that insect cultivator's true form appeared, he would surely meet his end.
The dandelion spirit pondered briefly in his mind.
And made her decision. She shed her delicate demeanor and knelt before the dragon ant. Lín Mò is willing to follow you, master.
As she spoke, the dandelion spirit bit her tongue, controlling a drop of her essence blood to flow out.
Very good. Lín Mò greatly admired the dandelion spirit's shrewdness in recognizing the situation.
He guided the drop of essence blood to flow toward his position.
Soon, the peculiar sensation of having forged a contract with the dandelion spirit merged into Lín Mô's consciousness. The dandelion spirit naturally sensed Lín Mô's true form through the contract's connection. She was utterly stunned. In her 2,000 years of existence, she had never laid eyes on a divine dragon. So Lín Mò was truly the legendary divine dragon after all. So divine dragons truly existed in this world, not merely a vague, elusive legend. Having lived so long, Lín Mò believed she knew everything. So she had lost interest in everything outside her world. Until today, when she learned Lín Mô's true identity. She finally understood how vast this world truly was. When confronted with the vastness of time and history, she was but an insignificant speck. Lín Mò was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. If only the dandelion spirit could scatter seeds onto each insect when they transformed to evade skills among the alien races. She could have scattered seeds onto each insect, and then used that earlier skill to make the insects explode instantly. That would give him an extra edge when facing the alien race in the future. As his encounters with the alien race grew more frequent, Lín Mò couldn't guarantee he'd only encounter one alien each time, nor could he guarantee he'd only face them once a day.
Time roar was indeed formidable. No formidable foe could escape the power of time.
Yet precisely because of its might, it remained too heavily constrained.
Lín Mò didn't know how far his abilities would evolve with his continuous growth.
Yet he preferred to prepare for the worst. For even if his future strength could eliminate the alien race without using time roar. But if alien races appeared simultaneously in different locations, he alone would be stretched too thin. Now that he had subdued the dandelion spirit, he gained another layer of assurance.
Master, Lín Mò has a favor to ask.
Speak.
Could you please move my physical body to a safe location?
From the moment she first saw the black-robed figure, Lín Mò knew chaos was coming to this world. She had encountered countless spirits and humans, yet she could not discern what this black-robed one truly was. But back then, Lín Mò had no desire to get involved. She only wished to live her life quietly and leisurely. As long as she was strong enough, no one or nothing could touch her. But now, things were different. Lín Mò seemed to be at odds with that black-robed figure.
Since she had chosen Lín Mò,
she would inevitably clash with the cloaked figure. The black-robed figure knew the approximate location of her true form, which posed a significant threat to her.
Agreed. Lín Mò understood her concerns.
Thank you, Master.
Do you have any specific requirements for the transplant of your original body?
Not much, really, but I must oversee it personally.
No problem.
Having already secured her allegiance, Lín Mò naturally wouldn't withhold such a small favor. A blend of kindness and authority was the best way to manage people. He immediately contacted Yushu and briefly explained the situation.
He instructed Yushu to arrange for someone to relocate the dandelion spirit to a secure location.
Rest assured, Senior Lín Mò. I will find a place that will satisfy you. Chapter 112, Change of Plans.
Someone from the Xianmen will handle this shortly. Once you've settled the main body, come find me. Understood, Master.
Lín Mò naturally had no worries that the dandelion spirit wouldn't find him. After making these arrangements, Lín Mò recalled his dragon ants.
He continued searching for the remaining addresses on the map. Just as Lín Mò flew toward the next location, news arrived from the leopard spirit. Master, the black-robed one has arrived. After Lín Mò departed, the female leopard spirit separated from the male.
The male leopard spirit guarded the tree where they had rested.
The female panther spirit hid in the shadows.
This allowed her to monitor any disturbances. While the male spirit distracted the outsider, she immediately contacted Lín Mò from her hiding place.
The plan encountered an unexpected twist. The outsider had unexpectedly ventured into the leopard spirit's territory ahead of schedule. It seemed that when he live-streamed the elimination of that alien, it had instilled a sense of crisis in the others. They changed their plans on the fly. The alien's swift actions suggested they were constantly monitoring human movements. They could alter their strategy at any moment based on human movements. At this moment, less than 24 hours had passed since Lín Mò last used his time roar skill. But now he had no time to wait for it to recharge. The alien race's movements were unpredictable. Any sighting must be seized without hesitation. Lín Mò raced toward the mountain where the leopard demon resided at top speed. He was already formulating his next plan in his mind. Yet his understanding of the alien race was too limited. He hadn't fully grasped their capabilities yet, nor did he know if all of them possessed identical skills. He felt little confidence about the upcoming battle against the alien race. Lín Mò contacted the dandelion spirit. He ordered the dandelion spirit to temporarily disregard her physical form and come immediately. He wondered how fast the dandelion spirit could travel.
He hoped she would arrive quickly.
That would give Lín Mò an extra edge.
Lín Mò was already moving at a rapid pace, and it didn't take long. He had already raced from the easternmost grasslands to the mountain where the leopard spirit resided. Fortunately, all the tourists had already descended the mountain by then. The staff had also left the mountain. Otherwise, this would have been another complication. The contract was bidirectional. Lín Mò first located the female leopard spirit lurking in the shadows.
How's it going? In truth, neither the male panther spirit nor the alien race could be seen here.
The female panther spirit was extremely cautious, for the alien race had once altered her.
So she instinctively felt some fear toward the alien race's abilities. Master. The female panther spirit was utterly astonished. She had only just informed Lín Mò, yet he had already arrived. I wonder what the situation is inside. Hiding here to stall for time was pointless. Even if they delayed further, they couldn't possibly hold out until the time roar's next surge.
Though he wasn't entirely confident about devouring the alien race, Lín Mò's excitement was still ignited. For the strong, facing an even mightier foe never breeds fear, only exhilaration.
It's the primal bloodlust deep within.
Unlike last time, there were far fewer constraints this time. This mountain range was vast, possessed greater regenerative power, and was uninhabited by humans.
Lín Mò could unleash his full potential.
Lín Mò instantly conjured 500,000 dragon ants within his spatial realm.
Come on, alien race.
The sheer number of 500,000 dragon ants was enough to blanket the entire mountain.
The dragon ants swarmed densely across the mountain range's sky.
The entire mountain range was directly enveloped beneath their bodies. The alien race naturally detected the commotion here.
Insect cultivators.
Seeing the divine dragon in the sky, the alien race seethed with fury.
This insect cultivator dared to appear before him.
Because of that live stream, he had ruined their entire plan for the Dragon Nation.
What was most infuriating was that those foolish humans actually believed this insect cultivator had destroyed Anura.
On their planet, procreation was exceedingly difficult. Therefore, each individual possessed their own personal star within the planet. This allowed those on the planet to monitor their physical condition. News had long since reached the planet, Anura's star had not been extinguished.
Meaning Anura was still alive. This foolish insect cultivator. He must make Lín Mò understand the consequences of opposing their alien race. Lín Mò looked down at the alien creature on the ground.
It appeared no different from the one he had devoured before.
But Lín Mò knew it was not.
They possessed no distinct features, their kind identified one another by scent. This was something Lín Mò had known from his previous life. In his previous life, the nation had a program where shape-shifting individuals with special abilities infiltrated the alien race. They would act as undercover agents, providing intelligence. This was supposed to be a top-secret operation. Lín Mò only learned of it because the alien race, seeking to intimidate the nation and amplify panic among its people. They had gone so far as to broadcast a live execution, torturing 2 undercover agents to death. They used the bodies of these 2 individuals as breeding vessels for cultivating new alien beings. This act not only fueled human panic but also ignited human fury. The alien race's plan backfired spectacularly.
Witnessing such brutal alien cruelty, the humans who hadn't defected were provoked into uniting.
Bug cultivator, where is Anura? The alien voice deliberately mimicked human speech, though they lacked the vocal organs to produce it.
All that could be heard was a harsh, grating sound. Who is Anura? Oh, that defeated foe. He's in my belly now, of course. Lín Mò knew he'd made the right bet last time. That gravely wounded alien, even if he escaped, would struggle to find his kind in the short term. Hearing this, the alien mimicked a human tone and sneered with disdain. Do you think I'm one of those foolish humans? Anura isn't dead at all. Where is he now? Unlike humans, the alien race struggles with reproduction. Therefore, they have no concept of family. To them, every member of their kind across the entire planet is family. No matter how severe the injury, as long as there's a sliver of hope, an alien will spare no effort to save them. Didn't I tell you? He's inside me. You think he's not dead? Maybe he hasn't been digested yet. That Anura guy was just 2 maggots, right? If he weren't still somewhat useful, I'd feel sick eating him. Lín Mò kept provoking the alien race. He craved their rage. Enraged enough to fight him to the death. Because that rage would make them fight without holding back, allowing him to understand them better. He also sought to ignite their reckless killing intent. He wouldn't tolerate another mid-battle retreat like last time. His mission was to devour the alien race. What if the system deemed the task incomplete if only half was consumed? Finding an alien was so difficult. Now that he had one, Lín Mò would leave absolutely no room for error. You're asking for death. The alien, of course, recognized Lín Mò's insult. Before arriving on Earth, they had thoroughly familiarized themselves with human culture. Maggots were utterly repulsive creatures in the human world. He dared to liken them to such creatures. Chapter 113, Well done, Lín Mò. Boundless storm. As the skill unleashed, the entire Earth trembled. Then, stones from the ground shot into the air. These were no ordinary stones. Each stone carried immense energy, enveloped in orange-yellow flames. Lín Mò, let these puppets be your burial companions. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the stones hurtled toward the dragon ants in the air. The dragon ants were already massive creatures, and their sheer numbers made it nearly impossible to evade such a concentrated assault. They were tightly intertwined, making it difficult to evade such a concentrated assault. Yet when the stones struck the dragon ants, the effect the alien race had imagined failed to materialize. Instead, the stones collided with each other, erupting in a deafening roar. Boom! 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 Long before Lín Mò had provoked the alien race, he had prepared. He had instructed the dragon ants to transform the sun's true fire into armor beforehand, preparing them to withstand the assault. You've got some skill. Though his attack had been dodged, the alien race did not fly into a rage. After all, anyone capable of severely wounding Anura was bound to possess some skill. Dragon Roar. Lín Mò commanded the 100,000 dragon ants to unleash their dragon roar in unison. A colossal dragon's roar erupted, its deafening echo reverberating throughout the entire valley. A dragon's head formed from golden mist, carrying deadly venom, surged forward like a foreign force. After Lín Mò's live stream. To understand their enemy, every alien race had watched that battle and naturally analyzed Lín Mò's abilities. Upon seeing this dragon head, the alien race didn't flinch. Instead, they snorted with derision. Humans are so foolish. Do you think the tactics that worked against Anura will work against me? As he spoke, the insects beneath his black cloak scattered rapidly. But this time, unlike Anura, he didn't flee outward to evade the attack. Instead, he chose a tactical flanking maneuver in the opposite direction. Circling around, he returned to the dragon ant's underside. Lín Mò was truly foolish. They had already analyzed the footage and devised countermeasures against his abilities. When Lín Mò had previously used this skill, it had cost Anura a portion of his strength. Now he was hiding beneath these puppets. Let's see how Lín Mò continues to attack him with the Rainbow River. The river possessed tremendous explosive power, but it also had its drawbacks. If Lín Mò commands all these puppets simultaneously, the skill's direction becomes singular. His insects were scattered beneath the bodies of the central ring of dragon ants. To attack him with this skill, Lín Mò would have to command each dragon ant individually to strike in different directions. That was nearly impossible to accomplish. As the alien race gloated over their own cleverness, Lín Mò unleashed Dragon's Breath. But it didn't unfold as the alien race had imagined. Lín Mò's Dragon Breath directed the outer dragon ants to unleash their skills upon the mountain. Sharp ice spikes slammed into the mountain. Surrounding trees and rocks were shattered. You insect cultivator, you're a fool and you won't even admit it. The alien laughed with utter contempt. So this insect cultivator, unable to defeat me, takes it out on the entire mountain? Ridiculous. Lín Mò heard the alien's mockery clearly. But his goal was precisely to provoke the alien's arrogance. So arrogant he thought he understood every one of his moves. To evade his predictable moves, they'd resort to counterintuitive tactics. At that moment, Lín Mò abruptly opened his third eye. The scorching sun's true flame enveloped his entire body, even raising the temperature of the surrounding area. The grass beneath Lín Mò and the surrounding shrubs withered and died instantly under the extreme heat. After circling his body once, it immediately erupted from his third eye. like molten lava erupting from a volcano. Everything in its path was reduced to ashes. Even the surface of the earth was scorched black. Lín Mò shifted positions at blinding speed, his movements too swift to follow. He unleashed flames upon the dragon ant's body. The deadly flames landed on the dragon ant's body without causing a scratch. Instead, the insects sheltering beneath the dragon ant were instantly consumed by the flames. Seeing this, the alien creatures no longer hid beneath the dragon ants. Instead, each insect scrambled chaotically to evade Lín Mô's attacks. Only after reaching the outermost layer did they grasp Lín Mô's intent. It turned out Lín Mò had anticipated their strategy all along. He had prepared to use fire all along. The puppets continuously releasing ice spikes at the perimeter were merely to prevent the flames from consuming the entire mountain. Lín Mò burned him from within, while the puppets controlled the flames from the outside. This way, he could inflict fatal damage without causing catastrophic destruction to the mountain. The ice spikes formed a concentric circle around Lín Mò at its center. Moreover, Lín Mò had anticipated not just one layer. He also anticipated that after being scorched by the flames, the enemy would abandon its previous strategy, scattering the insects to evade damage. The moment he flew outward to evade the fire attack. No matter which direction he chose, he would have to pass through the ice spike zone. Then launch a second attack on his remaining insects. Excellent! What a master of insect cultivation! What a Lín Mò! What a Dragon Nation divine dragon! Didn't you alien races study Earth's culture before coming here? Then do you know this move? This move is called catching a turtle in a jar. Lín Mô's taunt only further inflamed the alien race's nerves. It must be said that Lín Mô's studies of psychological warfare in his previous life had not been in vain. Originally, he'd been contemplating whether to break through the outer perimeter and leave for the time being, returning another day to deal with this insect cultivator. Upon hearing those words, he instantly changed his mind. I'd say you're courting death. After the skill ended, Lín Mò stared at the enraged alien before him. Even with his poor memory, he could tell this alien had suffered heavy losses from the 2 consecutive waves of damage. Compared to its initial stature, the creature before him had shrunk to a short GA. Compared to its initial stature, the alien creature now appeared short and gaunt. Even the black cloak draped over its frame hung loosely, unable to fill out its gaunt frame. As if that weren't enough, Lín Mò poured fuel on the fire. What? Never heard of that saying? Then let me kindly explain, I'm calling you a turtle. Actually, that's not quite right either, you're insulting turtles. At least turtles are earth creatures. You alien scum aren't even that. Since you've come to Earth, you might as well stay here. Lín Mô's relentless insults pushed the alien race's fury to its peak. Shadow Purple Lotus Domain. A sudden gust of wind swept across the ground, enveloping the alien's body in a purple glow. Their black robes fluttered wildly in the sudden gusts. Suddenly, the violet light surged toward the dragon ants, enveloping the entire swarm of dragon ants. In the blink of an eye, the environment before Lín Mò transformed abruptly. Mountains, trees, sky, earth, everything around him vanished. He and the dragon ant seemed to be locked inside a square purple box. This box, appearing out of thin air, was undoubtedly a second space isolated from the outside world. Insect cultivator, the place you stand is my absolute domain. Any additional defenses will be utterly ineffective within the space I have created. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Dying within my space will serve as my reckoning to Anura. Lín Mò noticed that as the alien spoke these words, the 6 surfaces of the box top, bottom, left, right simultaneously compressed inward toward its center. Chapter 114, Completing the Prerequisite Task. It's easy to imagine that without any external defensive skills to rely on, this space would grow increasingly smaller, until both he and the dragon ants were crushed into mincemeat. Since defensive measures were impossible, the sun's true flame armor was certainly unusable. Lín Mò hesitated not a moment, instantly recalling all the ancient dragon ants' remnants. These dragon ants, split off before his last evolution, possessed weak defensive capabilities. Lín Mò couldn't let them die in the absolute domain. He then summoned all the ultimate form ancient dragon ants within his own space. As expected, the space within the alien absolute domain was rapidly shrinking. Since the number of dragon ants was now far fewer than before, the space wasn't overly crowded yet. This presented an excellent opportunity to test the peak defensive capabilities of the divine beast here. This ability was an inherent effect possessed by both Lín Mò and the ultimate form ancient dragon ants, and it should remain effective within the absolute domain. In truth, beyond testing this defensive capability, Lín Mò had no other options. Lín Mò had heard of this absolute domain. All offensive and defensive actions are rendered ineffective within it. Lín Mò couldn't be bothered with futile experiments. The space within the absolute domain grew increasingly smaller until all 6 sides began touching the outermost dragon ants. The dragon ants were squeezed closer and closer together. Eventually, they were practically tangled together, with not a single gap left in the center. Here it comes. Lín Mò murmured to himself. If the absolute domain ceased shrinking from this point onward, it would prove their inherent defenses could withstand its assault. If it continued to shrink, both Lín Mò and these dragon ants would be crushed into pulp within this space.
Lín Mò's heartbeat quickened. Despite having experienced countless battles and witnessed every skill imaginable, in this space where they could only wait, a sense of tension inevitably arose.
Just as Lín Mò felt his bones might shatter under the crushing pressure of the surrounding dragon ants, the absolute domain ceased shrinking. It worked.
Lín Mò's eyes lit up.
Truly the strongest defense befitting a divine beast. Lín Mò's tense nerves finally relaxed. No one truly fears death.
He still had much to accomplish. Death would not come in such a frustrating place.
Lín Mò breathed a sigh of relief.
He wasn't one to believe in luck or just give up and drift through life. Even he couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate his luck had been this time.
The absolute domain's purpose was to compress everything trapped within its space,
until it could squeeze no further. This usually signified that whatever was inside had been crushed into pulp.
The outsiders watching from beyond the absolute domain saw the space cease to shrink, and burst into satisfied, unrestrained laughter.
This is what you Dragon Nation people call refusing the wine offered. You'll drink the punishment wine, but Lín Mò, the alien race has given you countless chances. Yet instead of submitting to us, you chose to oppose us. This is your fate.
The absolute domain ceased its compression, signaling the mission's completion.
Then, the purple space instantly collapsed. The alien race watched Lín Mò appear where he had been standing, their tone shifting completely.
Impossible. This absolutely cannot be.
Within the absolute domain, neither offensive nor defensive skills can be used.
How could you not be dead? The alien stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His absolute domain had never faltered before.
He had assumed that once the absolute domain shrank to that extent, it would not shrink further. It was because there were too many puppets inside. Even if crushed into pulp, they still required vast space.
How could this be? How could this be happening? No.
Even if you're not dead, your puppets are nearly all gone.
Ha 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 ha. My absolute domain cannot fail. The alien seemed on the brink of madness, unwilling to believe his absolute domain had faltered.
Because this skill was his most powerful attack, one that had never failed. If Lín Mò remained unscathed even after unleashing this skill, then the alien race's plan to enslave Earth would be virtually impossible to achieve. At least not in the Dragon Nation.
What would all their efforts amount to then? How could he possibly face everyone back home?
The vanished dragon ants seemed like his last hope.
He shouted frantically. Look again.
Lín Mò directed all the dragon ants to look downward. The outsiders followed his gaze. The ground was spotless, not a single corpse in sight. If so many puppets had perished, how could not a single trace of blood or bone remain? Now, take another look.
Lín Mò instantly unleashed all his dragon ants. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Lín Mò couldn't care less whether this alien race was going mad or not.
This was his best chance. The moment he released the dragon ants, he mentally commanded them all to encircle the alien race upon emergence.
500,000 dragon ants formed an orderly, seamless barrier, encircling the alien from head to toe. Dragon roar.
A colossal dragon roar erupted in a 360-degree blast toward the encircled alien race. The three-dimensional, overwhelming sound could literally shake a person to death. Compounded by the toxic mist expelled alongside the roar, the outsiders had no chance to evade.
The dragon ants formed an impenetrable wall of their bodies. The insects released by the alien race couldn't escape the layered dragon wall. Devour.
In the blink of an eye, the once proud alien race instantly transformed into experience points for Lín Mò.
The leopard spirit couple watching from afar were utterly dumbfounded. This was their first time witnessing Lín Mò's godlike abilities in their entirety. They couldn't help but feel grateful for their decision back then.
Had they stubbornly refused to comply and rejected Lín Mò back then? Then in these picturesque mountains, the grass might already be growing over the graves of all three of them. Lín Mò was too powerful, so powerful they couldn't even describe it in words. Following such a master, the leopard spirit couple suddenly felt their future brimming with hope. Just as they were fantasizing about their future under such a master, they were struck as if by lightning. During Lín Mò's battle with the alien race, they had not lifted a finger to help.
Overwhelmed by terror, the leopard demon couple didn't flee.
Not only was their child still in Lín Mò's hands, but even if it weren't, with Lín Mò's godlike abilities, they had absolutely no chance of escaping. The two leopard spirits rushed eagerly before Lín Mò. Their voices trembled with fear as they asked,
"Master, just now." Having devoured the alien race, Lín Mò was eager to evolve.
He had no time to listen to their explanations. Such behavior was only natural. The two leopard spirits hadn't yet reached the point of loyalty where they'd willingly risk their lives for him. It was already a sacrifice that they hadn't fled, leaving Lín Mò behind.
Remember, back in the absolute domain, if he had died, the alien race wouldn't have spared the two leopard spirits either. Most importantly, Lín Mò didn't need this kind of self-sacrificing loyalty for his sake.
He would have been furious if they had actually charged in.
Given the circumstances, Lín Mò couldn't guarantee he could have saved the two leopard spirits.
Their deaths would have been a loss, for these two leopard spirits still held value to him. His standard for people wasn't self-sacrifice but obedience. Clearly, the two leopard spirits had met that standard. That was sufficient for Lín Mò. Chapter 115, Double Evolution Complete. Wait here. I'll have the Xianmen people come for you. And let the three of you reunite as a family first. Seeing that Lín Mò had no intention of pursuing the matter, the two leopard spirits were overjoyed. Not only did Lín Mò refrain from punishing them, but he also allowed the family of three to reunite before their parting. The leopard spirit's sense of guilt grew ever deeper, and this guilt became the driving force behind their loyalty to Lín Mò. Thank you, Master. Alright, I'm about to begin my evolution. You two wait here. Go guard the perimeter. Having completed his preparations for evolution, Lín Mò summoned the dragon ants back with a single thought. Only 100,000 remained, stationed to guard the perimeter. Receiving Lín Mô's command, the dragon ants wasted no time, swiftly establishing a perimeter defense. Though the leopard demon couple had witnessed Lín Mô's effortless command over the dragon ants during the previous battle. That had been during the intense heat of battle, leaving them no time to ponder. Now, with their guard down, witnessing this scene again still elicited considerable astonishment. As demons who had cultivated their essence long ago, they considered themselves well versed in various techniques and events. Yet Lín Mô's eerily powerful and unconventional magical techniques were something they had never witnessed before. They couldn't help but feel fortunate once more for their earlier decision. The two who knew Lín Mò was about to evolve quietly stepped aside. They harbored no improper thoughts toward Lín Mò in his current state. Much less did they covet the power of the nation's fortune. Not to mention, they had no idea what state Lín Mò would be in during the evolution process. As legend had it, one was most vulnerable during evolution. They dared not test their luck. Lín Mò was too mysterious and powerful. These dragon ants guarding the perimeter weren't pushovers either. Facing such a master, loyalty and obedience were their only options. The two leopard spirits, like the dragon ants, lay in wait at the outermost perimeter, guarding Lín Mò. Fortunately, the two leopard spirits harbored no improper intentions toward Lín Mò. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. What they didn't know was, Lín Mô's evolution differed from legend. At this moment, he was not merely invulnerable, he was invincible. While the leopard spirits kept watch, Lín Mò directly submitted the prerequisite evolution quest. Evolution prerequisite task completed. Rewards dispersed, host's power doubled, including skill potency and physical strength. With the task submission, Lín Mò received a notification from the system. Immediately after, the evolution commenced. The national fortune power he had previously absorbed erupted once more, completely enveloping Lín Mò. The sun's true fire that originally belonged to Lín Mò was merely enveloped in gold. Now, a transformation began from within the flames themselves. The entire flame turned golden. From a distance, Lín Mò appeared to be engulfed in a blaze of golden flames. Surrounded by the dragon ants, the two leopard spirits couldn't see inside. They too were drawn by the powerful national fortune energy, turning their heads. The national fortune energy drifting over the mountain peak felt uplifting even to inhale. Lín Mô's bones and sinews seemed to be forged anew by this blazing inferno. His form grew larger once more, stretching from 30 meters to 35 meters in length. The immense pain unleashed a tremendous surge of energy within Lín Mò. Just as Lín Mò prepared to absorb this powerful national fortune energy once more, the system's prompt panel popped up in his mind again. First evolution complete. Host, do you wish to proceed with secondary evolution? Friendly reminder, host is currently experiencing extreme agony. Secondary evolution is recommended at a later time. Without hesitation, Lín Mò chose to evolve immediately. As the intensity of evolution increased, each subsequent evolution became a bone-crushing agony for Lín Mò. But better to endure the pain quickly than prolong the agony. What good would resting do? He'd still have to suffer through it eventually. Better to endure it all at once. Lín Mò also wanted to see the results of his double evolution. The instant Lín Mò chose to evolve immediately, the flame, which had been barely flickering, surged upward in an instant. This time, it wasn't merely external scorching. Lín Mò felt countless flames erupting within his own body. Those flames restlessly danced throughout his body. Wherever they touched his internal organs, spine, flesh, and blood all endured the searing agony simultaneously. He now resembled someone freshly pulled from the water. He couldn't even muster a roar. Lín Mò stubbornly clashed head-on with the energy within his body, forcibly absorbing it. Just as Lín Mò thought he might perish in this evolution, it finally concluded. His frame had grown significantly thicker and larger compared to the previous evolution. When fully extended, his entire body now measured over 40 meters in length. The dragon horns, claws, and other features had also grown substantially larger. Lín Mò had no time to rest, overwhelmed by immense excitement. The moment the evolution ended, he immediately summoned his attribute panel. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Ultimate Form. Level, 3.
Talent, fission.
Individual count, 579,000 ancient dragon ants due to large numbers, only counted to the thousands incomplete, 20,000 ancient dragon ants ultimate form.
Remaining lifespan, 15,000 days. Experience required for evolution, 230 million. Note, after evolving into the ancient dragon emperor ant and entering ultimate form, each evolution completes one level up. Special constitution, Dragon God Dao Body Ultimate Form. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, evolved to its ultimate limit. Achieves the strongest defense at the level of a divine beast. Muscle and bone strength +1.
Muscle and bone strength can continue to increase with each evolution.
Active skill, Dragon Breath Ultimate Form. An attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Lightning, unleashed with a single breath.
Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 2,000-meter radius, capable of shattering rocks or toppling mountains.
During casting, the host may freely adjust the skill's range within its maximum limits. Each activation allows the host to choose which elements manifest, and it carries a stunning effect. Upon reaching grand perfection, it can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar Ultimate Form. Erupts a thunderous roar that dispels enemy buffs while inflicting a stunning effect.
Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes.
The mist generated by the roar carries inherent toxicity. Upon reaching its ultimate evolution, additional unexpected effects manifest.
Active skill, Time Roar Ultimate Form. A time manipulating skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its overwhelming power, it can only be used on one target within a 24-hour period. Use with extreme caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array Ultimate Form. Summoning skill.
Upon activation, summons ancient guardian deities of the Dragon Nation.
Currently only one deity can be summoned. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be summoned.
Chapter 116, Powerful and Mysterious Strength.
Judging solely by the stats panel, the most significant change was in Dragon Breath. These two alterations were precisely what Lín Mò needed most.
As opponents grew increasingly formidable,
the greater the flexibility of his skills, the more effortlessly Lín Mò could wield them. Particularly the ability to randomly control the attack range within the skill's maximum limits. This proved exceptionally useful when deploying skills within the Dragon Nation.
Lín Mò didn't want to cause excessive environmental damage during combat. This wasn't just for the sustainable development of the Dragon Kingdom.
It was also for Lín Mò's own sake. His current special constitution stemmed from the nation's fortune energy. The national fortune's power originates from the dragon veins. If the environment is damaged, the dragon veins will inevitably suffer damage. The backlash would inevitably fall upon Lín Mò himself. This is not mere conjecture but a historical precedent. In the early days of the Dragon Nation's founding, foreign capitalists were invited in for economic reasons.
Those capitalists were conspirators dispatched by other nations.
Beyond exploiting the nation's cheap labor to amass vast wealth, those factories were also extremely environmentally destructive. Their objective was to destroy the nation's dragon veins.
This ancient and mysterious Eastern nation held an irresistible allure for them. If they couldn't possess it, they would destroy it.
Fortunately, the nation uncovered this conspiracy in time, ultimately thwarting their plans. The leopard spirit couple, who had witnessed Lín Mò's entire evolution process nearby, now held him in even deeper awe.
With a divine dragon protecting him, they couldn't comprehend what had happened to Lín Mò.
Yet they could still sense the power of the nation's fortune. Initially, the national fortune energy radiated immense power, but midway through, it seemed to be subdued by Lín Mò. Just as the leopard demon couple believed the national fortune power was under control, the national fortune energy suddenly surged again, even more violently than before. The scattered fragments of national fortune energy throughout the mountain range were far less potent than the concentration centered on Lín Mò. Yet even that scattered energy, if either of them absorbed it, would surely cause their bodies to explode.
Not everything good can be swallowed whole. No one could become fat overnight. Moreover, due to their contractual bond with Lín Mò, the leopard spirit couple could faintly sense the changes within his body. Just as the leopard spirits feared Lín Mò would explode from the overload.
Unexpectedly, he managed to absorb all of that national fortune energy. Consider this, even 10 of them combined couldn't absorb such a vast amount of national fortune energy.
What immense power this must be. Dragon God Illusion Array.
After reviewing his own attribute panel, Lín Mò turned his attention to inspecting Jingguo's.
He wondered how much Jingguo's abilities had increased after this evolution. Jingguo. Here I am, brother Lín Mò. Lín Mò opened Jingguo's attribute panel. Name, Jingguo.
Category, Ancient Divine Servant.
Level, 4.
Agility, for increased agility allows proactive combat coordination with host.
Special Constitution, defends against all water-based attacks.
Active skill, Heaven-Piercing Void. Summon nearby water sources to bind multiple enemies together and launch an attack.
Higher levels yield more abundant water sources and bind more enemies at once. Active skill, Spirit of the Mountain. Summon surrounding rocks to attack enemies.
Higher levels yield more nearby rocks and increase damage.
Jingwe's attribute panel remained as concise as ever, though thankfully she had a living translator by her side. Jingwe, how does it feel with agility at level 4? Brother Lín Mò, if you need to attack a target now, I can coordinate my skills with your thoughts. I no longer need you to issue separate commands. Is it this powerful at level 4? Jingwe had previously explained the role of agility. But isn't that supposed to be the effect at flexibility level 5? Then what's the difference between flexibility level 4 and 5? A fundamental difference. Lín Mò, let me give you an example. Suppose you need to bind a target. Before reaching flexibility level 4, I'd require you to actively issue commands. But at level 4, that's no longer necessary. I can directly sense your thoughts and coordinate with you. If flexibility reaches 5, you don't even need to form that thought. I'll simply observe the skills you use on the target and proactively coordinate with you. Lín Mò understood. At flexibility 4, Lín Mò still needed to strategize mentally. When Jingwe sensed his strategy, she would proactively coordinate. If flexibility reached 5, Lín Mò wouldn't need to manage Jingwe anymore. Jingwe could proactively adjust her attacks to complement his offensive tactics against the target at any moment. Reaching flexibility level 5 would be like having divine assistance. Unlike the Xianmen practitioners and the spirits he contracted, Jingwe's abilities stem from the system's post-evolution enhancements. Their coordination would be utterly seamless. Still, Lín Mò was already quite satisfied. After all, against formidable opponents, victory often hinges on the slightest margin. Sometimes, if Jingwe could be just 1 or 2 seconds faster, it would make a huge difference. At that moment, Yushu appeared, accompanied by the Xianmen disciples and the dandelion spirit. Observing the state of the land and trees atop the mountain, everyone knew an extraordinary battle had just unfolded here. Senior Lín Mò. Big shot Lín Mò, how are you holding up? Big brother Lín Mò, did you take down another black robe? Master. Even without Lín Mò's response, the Xianmen practitioners could deduce the truth. Lín Mò must have eliminated another alien race. Otherwise, he wouldn't be standing here. Lín Mò was awesome. The Xianmen disciples often uttered these words. Yet each time they uttered it, their admiration for Lín Mò deepened further. Though they hadn't witnessed the battle itself, the alien race's destructive power last time was undeniable. Moreover, psychic beings had intervened to assist last time. Who would have thought that in just half a day, Lín Mò could single-handedly eliminate an alien? Judging by the surrounding environment, he hadn't caused significant damage either. It was clear that Lín Mò had taken great care to protect the environment during the battle. What immense power this represents. Even when facing such a formidable foe, she still had the presence of mind to consider protecting the environment. Master, did Lín Yao arrive too late? When Lín Mò summoned her, he had already briefly explained the situation. Yet she still arrived too late. What kind of god-tier speed was Lín Mò using? From the moment Lín Mò departed to when she received the message was but a fleeting interval. She had rushed here at top speed the moment she received the news. Yet by the time she arrived, Lín Mò had already been here for a while and had even eliminated the black robe. Lín Mò's true strength grew ever more mysterious in Lín Yao's mind. Lín Mò didn't answer these obvious questions. He first recalled Jingwe, then instructed Yushu. Take the leopard spirit couple to meet their son first. After reuniting the family of 3, send the male leopard spirit to the army. This will allow us to respond to any unexpected situations at any time. The female leopard spirit and the cub will remain at the Xianmen. Rest assured, Senior Lín Mò. Chapter 117, The Divine Dragon Arrives. Our salvation has come. By the way, what's Tamamo no Mei up to? She's searching for spirits with Fan Tongjiang and the others. Good. Keep a close eye on the neighboring country's situation. Lín Mò sensed it was near. The foreign factions planned to undermine the Dragon Nation from within had suffered one failure after another. Soon they would attempt to strike from the outside. They wouldn't sit idly by, nor would they abandon the Dragon Nation, this prime target. Senior Lín Mò, what are your next arrangements? I'll make a trip to the Korean peninsula. With the aid of Tamamo no Mei and the 2 leopard spirits, the Xuanman's strength had grown considerably. He no longer had time to waste on these spirits. Sakura country had sunk. After that, the greatest threat to the Dragon Nation came from the land of the bamboo. Of course, this isn't because the Bamboo Nation possesses overwhelming military might. If it were just man-to-man combat, the Bamboo Nation wouldn't have the strength to be compared to the Dragon Nation. However, Lín Mò speculated. Beyond the land of cherry blossoms, for foreign powers seeking to harass the Dragon Nation through another country, Korea is the optimal choice. Korea has long coveted everything belonging to the Dragon Nation. Unable to possess it, they resort to stealing, earning them the online moniker Thief Nation. Because they frequently pilfer the Dragon Nation's traditions and culture, relations between the two peoples have never been particularly friendly. Compounded by its geographical position, separated from the Dragon Nation only by the sea. All things considered, Korea is the best option for the alien race right now. Senior Lín Mò, is there something unusual about the Stick Nation?
Yushu was deeply surprised, as the border had been under constant surveillance since Lín Mò's warning, yet no abnormalities had been detected.
Moreover, the Dragon Nation has never truly regarded the Stick Nation as a significant threat. What does it matter if this minor nation possesses strong economic capabilities? It's merely a lackey of the United States. Whether there is or not, I'll know once I go and see.
Lín Mò said no more.
Talking more now would be pointless.
The groundwork had been laid. All that remained was to observe South Korea's next moves.
Understood, Senior Lín Mò.
After giving these instructions, Lín Mò departed for the Korean peninsula with the dandelion spirit.
Dragon God Illusion Array. Jingguo. I'm here, Brother Lín Mò.
Scan the area for any spirits or creatures.
Jingguo proved incredibly useful as a human-shaped navigation system.
Had I known she possessed this ability earlier, I wouldn't have had to search on my own last time.
Brother Lín Mò, there are quite a few spirits around here. Just as expected.
The alien race must have chosen Korea, otherwise, how else would so many spirits suddenly appear there?
Let's go find the nearest one.
Lín Mò was about to follow Jingguo to find the spirit creature,
when suddenly, news arrived from Yushu. Senior Lín Mò, news has come from the South Sea. A giant spirit creature has appeared there.
I suspect it was deliberately released.
That region has always been our territory, and such incidents have never occurred before. The Xianmen practitioners near the South Sea are utterly powerless to handle it. Are you available to go there now?
I'll return immediately.
Thank you, Senior Lín Mò.
Yushu was filled with profound gratitude toward Lín Mò. Without Lín Mò, who knows how dire the situation would have become. Lín Mò had no time to deal with the Korean monsters. He turned and rushed toward the South Sea. The distance wasn't great, and at his current speed, he reached the South Sea coast in just a few teleports.
At that moment, the South Sea's coastline was battered by raging waves, crashing relentlessly onto the shore.
The ground was littered with the bodies of pedestrians and injured people. Soldiers were swiftly evacuating the crowds. Meanwhile, practitioners of the Xianmen, blood trickling from their lips, were still holding their ground against the spirits' onslaught. The spirits and monsters devoured the people without restraint. Cries and screams echoed relentlessly along the shore. A sense of helplessness and impending doom gripped everyone's hearts. Until someone looked up and saw the golden dragon in the distance. His trembling body collapsed to the ground as he cried out, tears streaming down his face.
The divine dragon has come. We are saved.
Hearing these words, everyone on the shore looked up to the sky. Gazing upon the golden dragons that brought them hope, they could no longer contain themselves.
Big shot Lín Mò has arrived. We're saved. Master Lín Mò, save us. Master Lín Mò, you finally arrived.
The Jingguo by the South Sea was a giant bearded dragon. No wonder Yushu suspected someone else had released them. He always spoke with caution. He never indulges in baseless speculation. This round-nosed monitor lizard could never have appeared naturally in the South Sea. Even animals that have attained supernatural powers rarely voluntarily leave their native habitats. Especially not in such significant numbers. On the sea surface and on land, they were everywhere, devouring humans.
Launching unrestrained attacks.
Lín Mò was just about to summon Jingguo to pull the round-nosed monitor lizards back from the land.
The monitor lizards were now too close to the crowd. Lín Mò couldn't launch a direct attack himself, lest he harm the people.
Before he could issue the command, Jingguo had already taken initiative. Flexibility has reached level 4. It really works well.
Immersion in the vastness. Here, near the South Sea, water is abundant. Combined with Jingguo's recent upgrade unleashing immense power.
A water rope as thick as a bowl's rim leapt from the sea surface. It surged toward the round-nosed giant lizard on the ground. Initially, those on land, having witnessed Lín Mò's livestream, fearing indiscriminate damage from the powerful destructive force. Later, they realized the water rope only targeted the round-nosed giant lizards.
The bolder among them began watching from a distance.
Once the water ropes bound the round-nosed monitor lizards, they immediately restrained their movements. The more the round-nosed monitor lizards struggled and resisted, the tighter the water ropes bound them. Jingguo then guided the water ropes, pulling all the round-nosed monitor lizards to the surface.
Dragon Breath, Dragon Thunder. Lín Mò defined the attack perimeter. As the skill unleashed, dark clouds rolled across the horizon and deafening thunderclaps reverberated.
Then, heavenly thunder enveloped in the nation's fortune descended from the sky. They struck densely upon the round-nosed giant lizards. The deployed spirits likely weren't of particularly high rank. They might be mutated species from the post-apocalyptic era. Faced with the assault of the heavenly thunderbolts and the binding of the water ropes,
these round-nosed giant lizards had almost no ability to resist.
One by one, they were struck until their flesh was torn apart. They couldn't even withstand a single wave of Lín Mò's assault. Some of the round-nosed giant lizards in the sea were struck dead by lightning when they surfaced.
Others hid deep in the sea, too afraid to surface. Lín Mò was so badass. That was awesome.
Those giant lizards were acting all tough just now, but now they can't even withstand a single attack from big shot Lín Mò.
That's heavenly thunder. Boss Lín Mò can unleash it anytime, anywhere. That's nothing, buddy.
You clearly missed that livestream.
Go home and search for Lín Mò, you'll be even more shocked. Thank you, Lord Lín Mò, for saving our lives.
The Dragon Nation citizens watching from afar knelt directly before the Divine Dragon Group. They all became devoted fans of Lín Mò, filled with gratitude and admiration. After all, Lín Mò had saved their very lives. Earlier, so many from the Xianmen had arrived, all severely injured yet utterly helpless against these round-nosed giant lizards. They had witnessed the round-nosed giant lizards' devastating power firsthand. It wasn't that the Xianmen practitioners were incompetent, it was simply that the lizards were overwhelmingly numerous. Now Lín Mò had arrived and, with just one skill, eliminated more than half of the round-nosed giant lizards.
What an incredible feat of power, no further explanation needed. Chapter 118, The Stick Nation's Conspiracy. You think hiding in the sea will save you?
Lín Mò sneered coldly. If Korea dared to deploy round-nosed monitor lizards so brazenly,
he wouldn't spare a single one.
He would make these round-nosed giant lizards pay with their lives for the calamity inflicted upon the people of the Dragon Nation. The thought barely formed in Lín Mò's mind.
Jingguo immediately unleashed heaven-piercing 10,000 phenomena.
This time, unleashed directly in the sea, the power of sky-piercing omnipresence grew even stronger. No longer mere water ropes, the giant monitor lizards were now being swept up by the currents.
Each one was exposed above the water's surface, utterly immobilized.
Invasion of the heavens primarily restricted movement. The escaping round-nosed lizards were smarter than those foolishly stuck on land.
Sensing trouble, they immediately unleashed their skills, fighting back desperately.
They seemed determined to make Lín Mò's life miserable, even if it meant their own demise.
They were spirits who gained sentience only after the apocalypse, immediately after which they were domesticated. Unlike ordinary spirits cultivated through cultivation, they were spirits raised through special breeding. Their minds held only absolute loyalty to their master. Their eyes saw only their mission.
To fulfill their mission, they would stop at nothing. Yet these wretched creatures remain unaware. The one who sent them here intended for them to die.
With Lín Mò and the Dragon Nation, the mastermind behind the scenes certainly didn't believe these spirits could accomplish anything.
All they wanted was to sow panic in the Dragon Kingdom.
Raging waves. Waves began to churn across the tranquil surface. Though immobilized, the round-nosed lizards could still launch attacks.
The massive waves were about to crash onto the shore. Once they crashed down, the Xianmen disciples and soldiers near the water's edge would meet their end.
Moreover, the surrounding structures would suffer severe damage.
Insect cultivator, our master will avenge us. Just wait for the Dragon Nation to fall.
Just as the massive waves were about to crash down, Lín Mò launched his attack. Dragon Roar.
This time, Lín Mò unleashed 100,000 dragon ants. This allowed the man from earlier to spot Lín Mò's presence from afar. All 100,000 dragon ants unleashed the Dragon Roar skill simultaneously. Having just upgraded, Lín Mò hadn't yet tested the full power of Dragon Roar.
This presented the perfect opportunity.
The colossal roar shook the heavens.
A golden dragon head materialized at the seashore.
The dragon head charged toward the crashing waves, carrying immense power and deadly venom. The massive wave that had been poised to engulf the shore was frozen in place by the dragon's thunderous roar.
Then, the immense shockwave from the dragon's roar slammed the entire wave back into the sea. Overestimating your strength.
Lín Mò spoke, then immediately commanded the dragon ants to devour.
Devour.
Hearing the command, 100,000 dragon ants simultaneously charged toward the round-nosed lizards. The round-nosed lizard, which had seemed numerous, vanished entirely beneath a swarm of dragon ants. In an instant, the round-nosed lizard that had just been strutting about, threatening the people, vanished without leaving a single drop of blood behind. The people on the ground cheered and rejoiced at the sight. They had feared the round-nosed lizards might flee and return to wreak havoc once Lín Mò departed. Instead, Lín Mò had eliminated them all, leaving no trace of their presence. They embraced strangers beside them, celebrating with tears streaming down their faces.
Big shot, Lín Mò was so awesome. Thank you, Lord Lín Mò. Finally, we can go home safely.
Reporters who had heard about the disaster on the southern coast had already rushed to the scene. They had been live streaming the entire situation from before Lín Mò's arrival until now.
Viewers who watched the entire live broadcast were filled with mixed emotions in the comments section. Especially among netizens from the Dragon Nation, many shed tears of emotion at their computer screens. Damn it!
I'm crying, guys. Lín Mò is nothing short of a savior for this crowd.
Same here. From utter despair at the start to the immense hope brought by Big Shot Lín Mò, this redemption will stay with me forever. So moving, it felt like I was right there.
Of course, most remained rational, beginning online discussions about how the round-nosed lizard had appeared.
Guys, hold your tears. I need to ask, how could a round-nosed lizard possibly appear in the South China Sea? Me too. We can't let others frame us like this. There's never been anything like this in the South China Sea. I suspect someone deliberately released them to target us. Guys, considering the location and all the factors, I think it's that country. The South China Sea has always been our territory under our jurisdiction. It's impossible for so many monsters to just appear out of nowhere. They must have been released.
The only country across the South China Sea from us is that Korean country.
They're very likely to have done it. Bro, I agree. Who the hell do they think they are, trying to screw us over like this? Let's kick their asses. I just want to ask, are we enlisting? I'm in.
As netizens in Dragon Nation raged with indignation, international netizens joined this war of words.
While some remained neutral, Korea remains America's lackey.
Much like Japan, pro-American netizens kept helping Korea fight back.
Hey, you Longwa folks, chill out. You used to blame Sakura country for everything. Now that Sakura country's gone, you're blaming Korea. Exactly. If Korea were gone, would you start blaming other countries?
The whole world seems to have a grudge against you.
Stop with the conspiracy theories.
I think it's your own people destroying the environment that brought this disaster upon yourselves.
Empty accusations won't hold water. Chinese netizens should present evidence. Exactly. Are you all ignorant of the law? There's international law. Do you have any proof? You're just slandering us.
The Dragon Nation netizens, naturally, weren't about to indulge this crowd. Having just witnessed a thoroughly satisfying one-sided slaughter, Dragon Nation netizens were thrilled.
Thanks for the kind words, international friends. Korea will be gone soon. Exactly. Back in the day, your country had people ting on the streets, didn't they ruin the environment? Yeah, what can you do about it? Dare to do anything? We're talking about Korea, and you lot are barking like dogs. Who do you think you are? What's your problem? Is Korea your daddy? Regardless of netizen speculations, such an incident occurred.
The higher-ups immediately convened a meeting.
Such incidents tend to recur.
The state must intervene immediately, strengthen defenses, and protect the people's safety.
And accountability must be enforced. Everyone knows giant monitor lizards can't possibly appear in the South China Sea.
If someone did this, they wouldn't have left no trace whatsoever.
The Dragon Nation would never tolerate other countries arbitrarily infringing upon its territory and people. Yushu had intended to use this incident as an opportunity to invite Lín Mò to represent the Xianmen at the meeting.
Everyone knew that although it was a collective meeting, the Xianmen held absolute authority in such matters. If Lín Mò attended now, he would establish his standing among these high-ranking officials. But Lín Mò declined Yushu's offer. He truly had no time to deal with such social obligations now. He needed to rush to the Stick Nation to continue investigating the situation there. Yushu had no choice but to abandon the idea and attend the meeting as the Xianmen representative.
Reconstruction in the South China Sea proceeded in an orderly fashion. High-ranking officials from the Dragon Nation were all rushing to the capital. Chapter 119, Has Bang Jingguo gone mad? Declaring war on Longwa.
At this moment, the high-ranking officials of Bangzi country were closely monitoring the situation in Long country. Watching the live broadcasts and online discourse, some began to worry. I heard Longwa's top brass are all in Kyoto for a meeting.
Could Longwa have discovered our plans?
A middle-aged man with a robust voice laughed heartily.
You think the South China Sea was overrun by some mythical round-nosed lizard demon that caused such massive damage to the Dragon Nation? Do you really think they'd need to discover it? Given this location, only we could have done it. Even if it wasn't us, it must be connected to us. Do they even need to guess? Prime Minister, what should we do?
A slightly younger man looked deeply concerned. There had been a war between the Korean Peninsula and the Dragon Nation before.
Back then, the Dragon Nation wasn't strong, yet they still defeated them. Because of that battlefield, no matter how powerful Korea might become, dare to openly antagonize the Dragon Nation. And now, with the Dragon Nation holding such supreme status internationally, its military might is formidable. Even the United States wouldn't dare declare war on the Dragon Nation. What's there to fear? We have foreign allies. I've endured the Dragon Nation for far too long.
Our nation relies so heavily on imports, yet we have so little land.
Now heaven has given us an opportunity.
For the sake of the Korean people, I must take down the Dragon Nation. This man is the Prime Minister of the Korean nation. Several days ago, numerous supernatural creatures suddenly appeared in Korea. Fortunately, the intervention of the foreign race resolved these issues. As a result, the nation has kept this news tightly under wraps. After demonstrating their power, the alien race declared their intent to collaborate with Korea. They plan to conquer the Dragon Nation and expand Korea's territory. Their motive stems from the unjust slaughter of their kin by the Dragon Nation, making them sworn enemies. Their condition was that Korea provide personnel, whom they would train to become formidable. The Prime Minister of the Stick Nation deliberated briefly before agreeing to the proposal. He had, of course, watched the live broadcast and knew the foreign tribe had initiated the attack on the Dragon Nation. There was nothing unjustified about it. But it didn't matter. As long as they shared a common goal, he could cooperate with peace of mind. Moreover, helping their people grow stronger was a splendid opportunity. The Dragon Nation was coveted by the entire world.
Which nation didn't harbor ambitions to invade it? It possessed fertile lands, diverse crops and vegetables, abundant national fortune, formidable military might, and ample talent. Yet none dare act, held back by its formidable might. Fortune turns, and this time luck has finally come to Korea. As Prime Minister, he must seize this opportunity with both hands. Once they invade the Dragon Nation and seize all these resources by force, how could Korea not become powerful? Unlike Lín Mò, the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation was not reborn. Unaware of the impending apocalypse or the true intentions of the alien race. He naively believes this is simply a stroke of good fortune. At this moment, the Prime Minister of Korea never imagined. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Every gift bestowed by fate comes with a price tag stamped right from the start. Dragon Nation, capital city. Generals from all factions, having received orders, rushed to the scene. Because the entire affair involved supernatural beings. Thus, the central figure of this gathering, the Xianmen, was naturally invited. Everyone expected to see the legendary Lín Mò. But who would have guessed that the representative of the Xianmen would still be the venerable Yushu Laozu? Serious expressions were etched across every face. Even without this meeting, everyone knew deep down where the disaster in the South Sea had originated. Truthfully, they had never felt much toward the Korean peninsula. Just a tiny little country. They bicker and squabble all the time, and no one takes them seriously. Even if they borrow 10 times the guts of the Korean nation, Korea wouldn't dare openly challenge the Dragon Nation. In terms of military strength and national power, Korea doesn't even measure up to Japan. But this time, who knows what gave them such audacity? They actually dared to unleash such a monster upon the Dragon Nation. This thought filled everyone with rage and frustration. This is intolerable. As soldiers, they possessed the fiercest spirit. They absolutely could not tolerate such an affront from the Korean nation. Thus, gathering in the capital for this meeting, they were particularly eager to hear the order to prepare for an offensive. As all attendees gathered, the meeting formally commenced. As everyone has witnessed, the so-called peaceful nation of Korea has suddenly launched an attack against our country. This incident is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. Such a small nation, backed only by the United States, would never dare to act alone. Now, I would like to hear everyone's views on this matter. No sooner had he finished speaking than the head of the South China Sea jurisdiction stood up. This incident is my fault. I failed to protect the safety of the residents around the South China Sea. Especially after the Xianmen faction sent multiple warnings. I failed to detect the monsters deployed by the Korean nation in the South China Sea. This has led to such immense losses. I am willing to accept any punishment the organization deems fit. With that, he bowed deeply. The bow was to the nation for its trust in him, and also to the innocent people who were injured, killed, or suffered property damage. Sit down first. No need to rush with your self-criticism. The meeting spokesperson waved his hand. He had not convened today's meeting to assign blame. Moreover, there was no need to assign blame for this incident. Even the most battle-hardened general is human. Faced with such an eerie supernatural creature, he was naturally no match. The head of the Hainan jurisdiction had already done his utmost to stand at the forefront and protect the people when disaster struck. Does anyone else wish to speak? No sooner had the South China Sea regional director sat down than someone spoke up. Has that bastard country lost its mind? Daring to declare war on the Dragon Nation. His question rang out with force, echoing the doubts of everyone present. Given the South China Sea's geographical position, unless the monsters were deployed by the Dragon Nation itself, this incident could not possibly be unrelated to Korea. Whether the connection was direct or indirect. Though they haven't formally declared war on the Dragon Nation like the former Cherry Blossom Nation did. This situation is no different from Japan's actions. Because regardless of evidence, the international community will perceive this as the work of the Korean peninsula. After all, it's not as if the Dragon Nation would provoke trouble for no reason. Therefore, whether for the safety of its citizens or the dignity of a great nation, the Dragon Nation would certainly not let the Bamboo Nation off lightly. Alright, since no one else wishes to speak, let us hear the perspective of the Xianmen representative. After all, the Xianmen are the main protagonists of this meeting. As the voice spoke, all eyes in the hall turned toward Yushu. They genuinely wanted to hear what had emboldened the Korean nation to commit such an act. And what exactly was their purpose in doing so. Ever since the last conference, when the Xianmen representatives had spoken of the impending apocalypse, initially, some harbored doubts, but as more and more spirits and alien races appeared, people increasingly leaned on the Xianmen's perspective. After all, no matter how skilled they were, they remained ordinary humans. Facing these demons and monsters, they naturally couldn't match the Xianmen's expertise. Moreover, to prevent their own territories from suffering the same fate as the South Sea region, those present were eager to hear Yushu's thoughts on how to guard against these entities. Chapter 120, Initiating Large-Scale Preparations for Combat. Everyone has witnessed the actions of the Korean nation. I am here today representing Senior Lín Mò. I previously discussed the matter of the alien race with all of you here. I believe you've also seen in the news that their original purpose was to enslave humanity. Their strategy involves infiltrating and conquering from within. Seeing their plans in the Dragon Nation fail, they've now allied with the Korean nation. To be candid, Senior Lín Mò had already visited the Korean peninsula and discovered numerous supernatural entities there. Such monumental news, yet internationally, there has been no stir whatsoever. It must have been suppressed by the Korean nation. If they've suppressed the news, they must have resolved these issues. But the Rod nation lacks formidable sorcerers, so the alien race must have assisted them. I suspect the reason Korea would ally with alien races is that they've received significant benefits, perhaps enhancements to become stronger, or assistance in invading the Dragon Nation. That explains the recent sightings of numerous round-nosed giant lizards in the South China Sea. Otherwise, there's no explanation for Korea's current provocative actions releasing those round-nosed giant lizards into our territory. Has that insignificant little country truly lost its mind? The words of the Jade Void Taoist. The hall fell into complete silence. Everyone found it utterly unbelievable. This explosive news left them reeling for a long while. Originally, they had dismissed the actions of the Korean nation as mere self-destructive folly. After all, since the apocalypse, numerous supernatural creatures had emerged in the Dragon Nation, so no one had considered that possibility. But now, after Yasu's analysis, everyone found his reasoning compelling. Indeed, while Korea had its own spirits, they knew full well that the Dragon Nation possessed not only spirits but also divine dragons. Under these circumstances, rashly antagonizing the Dragon Nation was tantamount to suicide. If they had assistance from other races, it would make more sense. Although Senior Lín Mò had defeated an alien race in public view, that battle itself was proof enough of the formidable power of the alien races. By joining forces with the alien race, the Korean nation gained the audacity to provoke the Dragon Nation. After all, the Dragon Nation had only one Lín Mò, while the foreign race had many. Heavy expressions settled on everyone's faces. Someone spoke up. But aren't the Korean nation and the alien race worried about mutation? After all, the alien race's goal is to enslave all of humanity. All eyes turned to Yushu once more. This was precisely what they sought to know. For if collaborating with the alien race meant becoming their slaves, it would be better for the world to remain as it was now. At least there were laws, and people lived with freedom and dignity. Yushu sighed. It seemed everyone had grown accustomed to having Senior Lín Mò around for so long. But there is only one Lín Mò in the entire world, and he is in the Dragon Nation. The group realized with a start, of course. All the information they possessed came from Senior Lín Mò. But other nations had none. They didn't know the alien race's true objectives, and collaborating with these people meant fewer reservations. The thought sent a cold sweat down their backs. Thankfully, Longhua had Lín Mò truly the hope of Longhua foretold in the oracle. Otherwise, how many among them could have resisted the alien race's temptations before uncovering their true intentions? The mere thought of the alien race contacting Korea inevitably led them to suspect they had reached out to others as well. The thought of how many nations might yet become blades in the hands of the alien race, used to pit humanity against itself, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. After all, at certain moments, Earth was a single community. If enough nations fell, the Dragon Nation could hardly remain unscathed. Regardless, Korea has already declared war on us. At this critical juncture, we can't back down. Don't lose all hope. At least we now understand the alien race's objectives, so we won't be helpless victims. And we have Senior Lín Mò. I trust he will lead us in resisting the invaders. Senior Lín Mò didn't come this time because he went to the Korean peninsula to gather intelligence. Noticing the heavy atmosphere in the hall, Yushu quickly spoke up with some light-hearted remarks to ease everyone's mood. Hearing these words, a glimmer of hope flickered across their faces. Once upon a time, they had dreamed countless times of crushing those nations that had bullied the Dragon Nation. But now, as the world was about to erupt in war, they stood powerless. For these alien races and supernatural beings were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Less than a century had passed since the Dragon Nation narrowly escaped annihilation. With such a vast war about to erupt, how could they not feel heavy-hearted? Yet they still had the memory of Senior Lín Mò. After all, they were far more fortunate than other nations. Their spirits lifted slightly. After allowing everyone a brief moment to adjust, the chief conference organizer issued the final directive. Foreign Ministry Director, starting today, condemn and confront the Korean regime internationally over this act. They must be made to account for their actions. All 4 military regions, prepare for combat. The aircraft carrier fleet is to approach the Korean peninsula and exert maximum pressure. All border forces intensify patrols to prevent any recurrence of such incidents. All departments must coordinate with the Schwanman's plans at all times, especially supporting Senior Lín Mò's strategy to bolster defensive capabilities. To handle emergencies, prepare all nuclear weapons and advanced experimental armaments. If Shinmen fails to arrive in time, take them down. Let's see how many shells these damn foreign bastards can withstand. Prepare contingency plans. Should any abnormal activity arise in neighboring border nations, eliminate them immediately, no exceptions. As each directive was issued, the entire Dragon Nation entered a state of combat readiness. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs intensified its inquiries, with increasingly aggressive questioning and a more assertive stance. They forced international organizations to investigate the matter, demanding that these bodies and the Korean nation deliver a definitive answer to the Dragon Nation. All aircraft carriers stationed in waters adjacent to the Korean peninsula were deployed, continuously pressuring the Korean peninsula and forcing the shutdown of most of its marine industries. Dragon Nation once again imposed a nationwide state of alert, making the scent of war palpable across the globe. Observing the intensified patrols and deteriorating situation along its borders, neighboring nations swiftly activated their own countermeasures, fearing that the Dragon Nation's wrath would not only consume the Stick Nation but also engulf them in its flames. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Nation prepared for war, the Korean peninsula was also racing against time with its own transformation. The alien race had already successfully transformed all of Korea's supernatural creatures. Next came the soldiers of the military. They paid no heed to the Dragon Nation's pressure or inquiries from international organizations. Once the alien race completes their transformation, Korea would become the world's foremost nation. By then, forget about the Dragon Nation. Which country in the world would dare to oppose them? The Prime Minister watched the news footage of the Foreign Ministry spokesperson's aggressive questioning, then flung his phone onto the desk. He flopped back into his chair and snorted derisively. Still want an explanation? Soon, the entire world will be paying tribute to Korea. When that time comes, he'll certainly give an explanation. It's just a matter of whether the Dragon Nation can accept it. He imagined the day when the other side would declare with righteous indignation that it was their doing, that they had sought to invade the Dragon Nation. And the Dragon Nation, though furious, dared not speak out, still having to curry favor with them. The very thought kept him awake with glee. Chapter 121, since we're already here. Lín Mò had now arrived in Korea. He stowed away all the dragon ants and shrank his form to its smallest size. He prepared to probe the current internal situation within the Stick Nation. The Korean regime had effectively sealed off all useful information. To uncover their true circumstances, Lín Mò had to make this journey himself. The territory of the Stick Nation was quite small, and it didn't take him and Jingguo long to gain a thorough understanding of the nation's supernatural creatures. To avoid drawing attention, he did not act directly. Instead, he infiltrated the nation's most heavily guarded military base. After all, the alien race's ultimate target was humanity. Having reached an agreement with the country, how could he spare its people? The military would undoubtedly be the first to fall. The people here possessed superior physical conditioning compared to ordinary citizens elsewhere. For alienation experiments, they are the ideal subjects. Moreover, conducting these experiments here allows them to proceed openly and legitimately. With just a little sweetener, the Prime Minister of Korea would surely agree to the enhancement program for his people. After all, what leader wouldn't want their soldiers to become stronger? For the alien race, this is truly a win-win situation. They flew past the dense array of infrared detectors. At that moment, the soldiers of the Korean nation had just finished their training. I really feel my body has grown much stronger. Yeah, I wonder where the general found that black cloak. In just a single moment, it made me so much stronger. Exactly. When the minister announced it, I didn't believe it. How could you suddenly become so strong without any effort? I heard we're about to launch a war against the Dragon Nation soon. That's why the higher-ups went to such great lengths to find this solution. That's fantastic news. I've always wanted to go to the Dragon Nation. Finding a wife is so hard these days, but once we take over the Dragon Nation, women will be ours for the taking. Exactly. The Dragon Nation is vast and rich in resources. Prices will definitely drop significantly then, and the economy will improve. Our good brothers in Sakura country weren't so lucky. They worked their asses off for all that stuff, only to see their entire nation destroyed in the end. That's their bad luck. Unlike us brothers, who've got such good fortune. But I hear there's this guy named Lín Mò in Dragon country. He's incredibly strong. Even the black robes couldn't take him down. What's there to fear? We're so powerful now. My modified black robe said there's only one Lín Mò in the Dragon Kingdom. We could wear him down with relentless attacks. Exactly. Take down the Dragon Nation. Houses, money, women, we'll pick whatever we want. This military base in the Korean peninsula was filled with such conversations. Looks like the alien race moved fast. Almost all the soldiers here have been altered. They've brainwashed them too, and quite successfully. They're practically dreaming in broad daylight. They actually want to invade Dragon Nation? That tiny speck of land? Utterly delusional. When the time comes, we'll make sure they can't even touch the Dragon Nation's borders. Lín Mò silently scoffed to himself. After all, the two armies would inevitably clash sooner or later. How could he gauge their strength? Lín Mò glanced at the lone figure using the restroom and an idea struck him. There probably weren't any cameras in the restroom. He chuckled and followed the man into the restroom. Just as he relaxed, humming a tune while using the facilities, Lín Mò summoned Jingguo in his mind. Dragon God Illusion Array.
As a divine spirit, Jingguo naturally paid no heed to the scene before her.
She sensed Lín Mò's thoughts. She directly unleashed heaven-piercing multiverse. 3 strands of water rope struck simultaneously. One bound his mouth, silencing his cries.
One bound his abdomen and restrained his arms, preventing counterattack. A third bound his feet, preventing him from running. The modified soldiers of the Stick Nation were human, yet not quite human.
Having been altered by alien forces, they possessed far greater strength than ordinary humans. Any attempted counterattack would make them easily detectable. Yet he still retained human limitations, relying solely on physical attacks.
As long as he was restrained, prevented from running or screaming, he couldn't unleash abilities like a true spirit creature.
The military base's security is quite tight, designed to prevent detection.
This was the best approach.
After all, the moment anything suspicious is detected, the military base would immediately go on full alert. Not even a fly could escape.
That would make Lín Mò's cover extremely vulnerable.
If he were exposed, the Dragon Nation would lose its moral standing.
After all, for the Dragon Nation represented by the Divine Dragon to spy on another country's vital military base constitutes a grave offense internationally.
At that point, the Dragon Nation would find itself at a disadvantage in the war of public opinion.
Lín Mò had no intention of allowing that to happen.
The tightly bound soldier from the Stick Nation, upon seeing Lín Mò, immediately looked terrified.
Lín Mò gave him no chance, immediately releasing a dragon ant.
Devour. The dragon ant instantly devoured the man whole.
The last thought that crossed his mind before death was, Lín Mò moves through even the most heavily guarded military bases in Korea like he's walking through an empty field, killing him without a trace.
Can their plan really succeed? If Lín Mò could hear his thoughts, he would surely answer him. No.
Not only will it fail, but you'll die horribly.
But Lín Mò couldn't possibly know his thoughts.
Feeling his experience points rise, Lín Mò smiled with satisfaction.
This alien race's modifications aren't all that impressive, are they?
This was Lín Mò's plan. He wanted to gauge just how powerful these modified Korean soldiers had become, but he couldn't risk a full-scale fight that would expose himself. Spotting this lone soldier heading to the restroom, he devised this plan. Whenever he consumed anything, he could sense the experience points. Experience points directly indicated a target's strength. The stronger the target, the more experience; the weaker the target, the less experience. Thus, by measuring the amount of experience points, he could gauge the strength of these modified Korean soldiers.
It seemed the tribe hadn't fully grasped human genetics and physiology.
These soldiers from the Stick Nation were merely their test subjects. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense that soldiers with such formidable physical prowess would yield so little experience after modification. Lín Mò recalled the dragon ant and Jingguo, then strolled leisurely through other parts of the military base. He happened upon a soldier heading to the armory. Seizing the moment, he concealed himself behind the man's ear. He followed the soldier to the strongest weapons reserve in the country. After the soldier exited, Lín Mò remained behind.
Since I'm already here, it'd be a shame not to do something. Lín Mò muttered to himself. Surveying the advanced weaponry, a brilliant idea formed in his mind. Didn't those Korean soldiers say they were going to attack the Dragon Nation?
Given their current physical condition, it was impossible for them to operate without using high-end weapons.
What if they discovered their weapons were gone just when they needed them? Lín Mò chuckled wickedly, finding the idea rather brilliant.
The security measures for entering and exiting this military arsenal were extremely sophisticated. Only if the Korean nation were annihilated could it be breached by force. Consequently, the North Koreans were so confident in their perimeter security that the internal defenses of the armory were surprisingly lax. Surprisingly, there were only a few surveillance devices. This situation played right into Lín Mò's hands. He carefully studied the positions of the surveillance equipment, preparing to make his move.
Chapter 122: Devouring the Korean Arsenal. Every weapon here is worth a fortune.
If I devour them all today, the Prime Minister of Korea might just have a heart attack from the rage. Lín Mò circled the entire armory at top speed, muttering to himself while mentally mapping the surveillance positions.
The entire Korean military was now focused on how to become stronger through alien modifications.
Every soldier was undergoing intensive training to master their enhanced abilities. Before Korea publicly confronted the Dragon Nation, Lín Mò had no intention of revealing his position. After all, Dragon Nation currently held a commanding lead over them internationally, both in terms of public opinion and raw power. Lín Mò wouldn't risk his own mistake causing the Dragon Nation to lose this advantageous position.
However, based on Lín Mò's analysis, these weapons had already completed their testing phases.
He had seen some of them in news reports from his previous life. Now, his sole objective was to force the Korean peninsula to swallow these weapons without producing any evidence. Earlier, when Lín Mò was moving around, he wasn't worried. At his current speed, surveillance cameras stood no chance of capturing his movements. Even if they reviewed the footage and suspected him, they'd have no means or evidence to prove any connection to the Dragon Nation.
That would suffice.
After a moment's thought, Lín Mò mentally summoned the ancient dragon ants that had already entered their ultimate form.
He gave them advance instructions. Based on the number and locations of the cameras, block them as quickly as possible. Move swiftly and quietly. Lín Mò did not order the dragon ants to devour the cameras. Because in such a critical location, any damage to the surveillance would immediately alert the South Koreans. The dragon ants in their ultimate form matched his current speed. Thus, as they flew toward the cameras, there was absolutely no chance of being recorded. All he needed to do was block the camera with his body, ensuring the bastards wouldn't get a single shred of evidence. After Lín Mò gave his instructions, the dragon ants swiftly positioned themselves to block the camera's view. At that moment, the surveillance room was unoccupied. The alien race S.
Nearly the entire military base, from top to bottom, would undergo modification training, including the soldiers in the kitchen unit.
As for the surveillance room, the South Koreans were highly confident in the defensive measures protecting their armory. Because if anyone were to force their way in or trigger any unexpected alarm, the alarm would reverberate throughout the entire military base. Besides, who would even have the capability to do such a thing? So they were so confident they didn't even leave anyone in the monitoring room.
If someone were to enter the monitoring room now, they would find all the weapons depot cameras completely dark. Lín Mò, who was well acquainted with the North Korean regime's nature, had long anticipated this very scenario. He surveyed his surroundings once more and waited for a moment. Finding no unexpected disturbances, he immediately summoned his dragon ants. At Lín Mò's command, the golden sea of dragon ants surged toward the high-end weapons scattered around them. And in the very instant they charged out. The high-end weapons, which had been brand new and imposing moments before, did not leave even a shred of debris behind. Within a 100-meter radius centered on Lín Mò, the area was instantly cleared. Watching the high-end weapons vanish before his eyes, Lín Mò's mood soared. Lately, Lín Mò had scarcely had a moment to spare, battling all manner of spirits and alien races daily. It had been ages since he'd experienced such pure, unadulterated consumption. With his own evolution, the dragon ant's devouring power had increased significantly. He recalled the days right after his rebirth. It took such immense effort just to devour a single honey ant. But now, it takes only a few breaths to swiftly devour so many high-end weapons. Lín Mò reveled in this pure surge of experience points. Experience plus 100,000, plus 100,000, plus 100,000. Feeling the steadily accumulating experience, Lín Mò soared through the air like a sovereign descending, surveying all he had created. He imagined. As the numbers of alien races increased, coupled with the ever-present spirits and the mutated humans transformed across nations, the things he consumed would yield ever greater experience. At this rate, in the not-too-distant future, he would possess the absolute power to protect the Dragon Nation. He understood this well. Though the alien races seemed formidable now, as long as he continues to evolve and multiply, future encounters with the alien race would no longer be such a hassle. Perhaps in just an instant, he could dispose of them effortlessly. Lín Mò pondered this endlessly in his mind. He commanded the dragon ants he had split off to devour voraciously. At this rate, he would soon be able to undergo his next evolution. Amidst his current joy, a new sense of anticipation stirred within him. After all, post-evolution, Jingguo's agility would reach level 5. That alone would be a godsend for his upcoming battles. After devouring all the weapons here, he leisurely found the ventilation shaft. To prevent anyone from sneaking in through the vents, each vent opening here was extremely small and welded shut directly above. This prevented anyone from opening them to descend. But this posed no challenge to Lín Mò. He shrank his body and retracted all the dragon ants. In an instant, he emerged from the vent. He roamed around the military base for a while longer. After thoroughly surveying this most heavily guarded military base in the, Lín Mò then flew away. Having finished exploring the Korean peninsula, he planned to visit other nations bordering the Dragon Kingdom. Although the alien race had chosen Korea as their target, Dragon Nation was not their sole target. To enslave all humanity, they must prepare for conquest in every nation. Distant lands were beyond Lín Mò's concern, but those within reach once they followed Korea's lead and collaborated with the invaders. They could easily harass the Dragon Nation simultaneously. Lín Mò's next target was Peacock Nation. Though the Peacock Nation is weak and impoverished, it remains the world's most populous nation. The alien race seeks to alter humanity. Nothing could be more suitable as test subjects than the people of Peacock Nation. Because there are simply too many of them. No matter what experiments the alien race desired, there was an endless supply of people at their disposal. Moreover, the people of the 3 Peacock Kingdoms are particularly superstitious. They constantly engage in behaviors incomprehensible to ordinary people. This, too, is a compelling reason for the alien race to choose them. If the Prime Minister of the 3 nations were truly persuaded to collaborate with the alien race, setting aside the Korean peninsula for now, a small nation like this one is weak in both military strength and population. But the triple nation is undeniably a populous country. If its entire population were transformed by the alien race, even without advanced weaponry, Merely employing human wave tactics would pose a significant challenge to the Dragon Nation. As Lín Mò was heading toward the three nations of A, he received another message from Yushu. Senior Lín Mò, a small border nation has come to cause trouble. Lín Mò waited for him to continue, for if it were merely harassment, he wouldn't need to involve him. That nation never established diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom. We've always kept to our own affairs. But who knew it would be exploited by foreign tribes, who have even revived their own sacrificial deity? Xianmen practitioners are currently rushing there. Chapter 123, The Border Nation's Assault. This place was utterly remote, and the nation was desperately poor. And because its entire population practiced Buddhism, it always kept to itself. Even neighboring Longguai had never established diplomatic relations, a clear sign of their lack of ambition or desire. Consequently, the Xianmen had stationed very few personnel there. Who would have thought that this very nation became the first nation to openly and unapologetically challenge the Dragon Nation after the apocalypse? I'll be right there. Then I'm grateful to you, Senior Lín Mò. Truthfully, Yushu wasn't entirely clear on the situation over there. He only knew that the military casualties along the Dragon Nation's border were severe, and these soldiers seemed to have gone mad. But the speed of the Xianmen practitioners was too slow. Even if they rushed there at full speed, the delay would inevitably lead to more casualties. Lín Mò was different. With his speed, he could reach the battlefield in mere minutes. Lín Mò arrived at the Dragon Nation border in full view, accompanied by the dragon ants and holding the dandelion spirit in his grasp. There was no other reason the dandelion spirit simply couldn't get there fast enough on its own. The troops formed by ordinary soldiers were no match for the enhanced soldiers. They could only launch relentless attacks with their heat weapons. But their strength was waning. Seeing the divine dragon arrive now, they felt as if they had glimpsed the hope of their own survival. They were soldiers, willing to sacrifice themselves for their country and its people. Yet who among them did not yearn to live? When their nation called, they answered without complaint. But now, seeing Lín Mò rushing to their rescue, they felt genuine excitement and longing. Big Shot Lín Mò is here. Big Shot Lín Mò. Damn it! We can't disgrace Big Shot Lín Mò. Mutants? Sacrifices? I'll blast them to hell with my cannon. The soldiers who saw Lín Mò were like embers reignited, their lost confidence suddenly reignited. The cannons relentlessly pounded away. They aimed to drive out every intruder who dared set foot on their territory. Fortunately, this remote area had few residents, preventing unnecessary casualties and losses. The mutants moved with astonishing speed, weaving through the barrage of fire. Seizing any opening, they sought to eliminate the Dragon Nation soldiers. Lín Mò surveyed the scene as hundreds of thousands of dragon ants roared in unison, their voices echoing across the sky. Fall back. His area of effect attack couldn't distinguish friend from foe, so to prevent casualties among his own troops, Lín Mò ordered them to retreat. But soldiers on the battlefield could only follow their superiors' orders. They looked at Lín Mò, unsure whether to retreat. The officer commanding the battlefield situation also heard Lín Mò's order. He shouted into his walkie-talkie. Lín Mò, do you really not need us to come with you? Stand back. Lín Mò and the 100,000 dragon ants spoke in unison. Got it. Following Lord Lín Mò's orders, the entire force retreats. As the Dragon Nation soldiers began retreating, the enemy mutants attempted to press forward in pursuit. Dragon God Illusion Array. Lín Mò summoned Jingguo. Jingguo instantly understood Lín Mò's intent. Sky-piercing multitude. The skill unleashed no longer as strands of water ropes. Instead, a single, elongated water rope stretched out like a boundary line, blocking the mutants. It separated them from the Dragon Nation soldiers, creating distance. Of course, this water rope couldn't hold out for long. The mutants weren't stupid. A water wall might take them time to breach, but a rope? They could either leap over it or burrow beneath it to get past. It merely slowed them down a bit. But that sliver of time was precisely what Lín Mò needed. As Jingguo unleashed sky-piercing 10,000 forms, Lín Mò unleashed Dragon Roar almost simultaneously. Hundreds of thousands of dragon ants let out a thunderous roar. In midair, a golden mist coalesced into a colossal golden dragon. The venomous dragon surged toward the mutants. The mutated humans at the forefront were all swept up by the dragon's roar. Those behind them froze in place, paralyzed by the roar's overwhelming force. Those swept up by the roar. Their bodies instantly turned purple. By the time they fell, all movement had ceased. Before they even hit the ground, they were devoured whole by the dragon ants that followed close behind. With just one skill, Lín Mò had nearly wiped out the majority of the mutants. Mutants were still human, they retained all their previous memories and perceptions. Witnessing Lín Mò's overwhelming power, many began to consider retreat. Lín Mò is way too strong. Are we really going to throw ourselves to our deaths? Don't forget it was the black-robed one who resurrected our deity. We fight for the gods. They won't let our sacrifices go in vain. Exactly. Even if we fall, we will surely ascend to the Pure Land. No wonder this peaceful little country suddenly dared to harass the Dragon Nation's border.
Turns out they were deceived by the foreign tribe. Foreign tribes possess no power to resurrect deities. It's likely the approaching apocalypse, combined with their nation's deep-rooted piety. That's what created this so-called divine resurrection. And right at that moment, the black-robed one arrived, deceiving them into believing he had resurrected their deity. These religious followers were the most devout and narrow-minded. Lín Mò, who knew the truth, had no intention of revealing it, for these people would never believe him anyway. After all, they had witnessed the deity's resurrection with their own eyes. This was their sole faith. These people were truly ignorant and pitiable. But what did it matter to him? The world was full of pitiful souls. Pitiful or not, one cannot freely violate another's territory. For the sake of the blood shed by the soldiers on this land. Even if these people wanted to return today, Lín Mò would never let them. Dragon breath, dragon flame. Hundreds of thousands of dragon ants opened their mouths in unison. Gigantic fireballs plummeted from the sky. The surrounding temperature shot up instantly. Even the Dragon Nation soldiers, now quite a distance from Lín Mò, felt the scorching heat. Not to mention the mutated humans caught in the midst of it. One after another, massive fireballs, imbued with the power of national fortune, crashed into the midst of the mutants. The slightest touch of flame set them ablaze instantly. Within mere moments, they would be completely carbonized. Those mutants struck directly by the fireballs scarcely had time to char. They were instantly reduced to ash upon impact. The fireballs slammed into the ground, carving out 10-meter deep craters. All surrounding vegetation was incinerated by the intense heat, stripped of life. After the wave of attacks concluded, scarcely any psychics remained. As for the few who remained, Lín Mò gave the order. Devour. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of dragon ants vanished, leaving no trace of their former presence. The border guards watching from afar witnessed Lín Mô's combat up close for the first time. They had only seen him online before, nothing compared to the sheer of witnessing it in person. One by one, they were stunned by Lín Mô's overwhelming firepower. They had struggled with all their might, yet still found themselves forced back step by step. They knew better than anyone just how powerful and despicable these psychics were. Yet after Lín Mò arrived, he needed only 2 abilities. In mere minutes, these psychics were utterly annihilated, not even a trace of blood or bone remained. What overwhelming power! Every soldier carries the spirit of the military within them. They are combative and fiery. Witnessing Lín Mô's overwhelming power, boundless admiration welled up within each of them. Mutants? Alien races? Before the Dragon Nation's own dragon, Lín Mò, they were nothing but ants. Chapter 124, Boss Lín Mò, take him down. Lín Mò is so badass. This is insane. With Big Shot Lín Mò on our side, our Dragon Nation will be unstoppable. Big Shot Lín Mò is truly a beast. Who wouldn't be terrified by that firepower? Exactly. How dare this little country of Karami show off its military might in our Dragon Nation? Seeing the soldiers' excitement, Lín Mò felt a sense of pride as if it were her own achievement. For this formidable dragon was her master. This was the first time Lín Mò had witnessed Lord Lín Mô's formidable combat prowess since signing their contract. Although he had deployed numerous dragon ants when subduing her, Lín Mò had never witnessed Lín Mô's formidable combat prowess or his clever, agile tactics. Though she had been coerced into signing the master-servant contract with Lín Mò had not treated her unfairly. After sealing the contract, his first act was to relocate her true form to a secure location. This deeply moved Lín Mò. After all, her primary reason for refusing to sign the contract with Lín Mò was her desire for solitude. But there was also a secondary reason: she didn't trust humans, especially those from the Shenmen sect. She had witnessed spirits bound by contracts with those from the mystic sects. Those people truly treated spirits and monsters as slaves, utterly indifferent to their lives and devoid of any dignity. Thus, she had been deeply resistant to such arrangements. Yet to her surprise, Lín Mò had fully respected her wishes. He was even willing to go to great lengths to ensure her safety. That alone was enough for Lín Mò. After all, the contract had already been signed and she had no other choice. But seeing Lín Mô's formidable strength at this moment, for the first time, she was truly willing to acknowledge this master. He had descended like a god, saving these soldiers. He had demonstrated both formidable strength and brilliant intellect. No spirit creature disliked following a powerful master. For at their core, spirits have always been drawn to strength. Just as the soldiers were celebrating Lín Mò and their victory, a burst of golden light swept in from the distance. Only when it reached their sight did the crowd recognize what it was. The figure enveloped in the golden light resembled a deity statue come to life. It looked somewhat awkward, yet radiated a dazzling golden glow. Who dares kill my subjects? The divine statue roared in fury. Its very existence, awakening consciousness and revival in the apocalypse, was entirely due to the devout faith of this nation's people. The population was already sparse, and this war had claimed so many lives at once. How could it not be enraged? Its power stemmed entirely from the strength of faith. Divine dragon? The Buddha statue gazed upon the swarm of golden dragons before it, as if it had found its target. They're nothing but puppets.
So it was you who slew my subjects.
What the hell? Is this a god? Would a god really speak like this?
Who cares what god he thinks he is?
Looks like he's here for revenge, let's take him down. Big shot Lín Mò, take him down.
The soldiers present felt uneasy looking at this so-called god. For the gods the people of Dragon Nation believed in were kind and loving. But this god, whether because his people were slaughtered or for some other reason,
he just felt unsettling.
If Lín Mò knew what these people were thinking, he would surely tell them, your intuition is spot on. For whether deity or spirit, none that have been catalyzed by the apocalypse are kind or just.
For the apocalypse itself is pure catastrophe. What could possibly be kind-hearted among those catalyzed by such a colossal catastrophe?
Every spirit Lín Mò had ever bound in a contract had attained its cultivation long before the apocalypse.
Cut the chatter. Dragon's breath, dragon thunder.
The sky, which had been bright and sunny moments ago, suddenly darkened with rolling clouds.
Lightning flashed and thunder roared.
Thunderbolts as thick as bowls crashed down from the sky. Each bolt was enveloped in the nation's fortune energy, infused with the power of the sun's true fire. Where they struck the ground, cracks instantly appeared.
Trees struck by the bolts burst into flames instantly. Flames scattered across the ground. Yet when the thunderbolts struck the divine statues, the statues didn't even bother to dodge.
Trivial tricks. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he unleashed his skill.
Golden radiance.
Instantly, a translucent golden shield materialized around him. Though the shield appeared thin, it possessed formidable defensive capabilities. When Long Lei's attack struck the golden barrier, it produced a thunderous impact.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
No matter how fiercely Long Lei attacked, it remained unshaken. The shield remained as solid as ever.
As soon as one skill was unleashed, the Buddha statue immediately launched its counterattack. Splitting heaven and earth palm. I'll make you bury my people with me.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a golden palm materialized from his hand. The palm was enormous. It hurtled toward Lín Mò's swarm of dragon ants.
With a single strike, thousands of dragon ants were instantly reduced to dust. Where the dragon ants had vanished, a palm-shaped indentation 10 meters deep was formed.
Since completing his ultimate form evolution, Lín Mò hadn't suffered such a massive loss of dragon ants in a single battle for a long time.
In the past, when his strength was insufficient, he often resorted to triggering the dragon ant's self-destruction to eliminate enemies. He would sacrifice his dragon ants by detonating them to eliminate targets.
But now that the ultimate form evolution was complete, Lín Mò no longer needed such self-sacrificing tactics. Seems this so-called divine statue is genuinely formidable.
Lín Mò muttered to himself, needing to devise a way to eliminate it.
Even if he had to use Time Roar, he had to ensure the skill could actually hit it.
Otherwise, it would be a waste of a skill with such a long cooldown.
Judging by the current situation, a direct assault would surely be dodged. That approach wouldn't work.
As Lín Mò racked his brain, the border troops watching the situation clearly began to grow anxious. Big shot Lín Mò was currently at a complete disadvantage in his battle against this so-called divine statue. If even Lín Mò couldn't defeat it, what could they possibly do? What the hell? Big shot Lín Mò seems to be losing. Damn it, should we charge in?
Screw whatever gods or spirits they are, my cannons are what blast these deities to hell.
Right, boss.
Just give the order, and we'll charge in with our cannons.
Exactly, boss.
We can die, but not big shot Lín Mò. These soldiers displayed a fearless spirit, determined to seize any chance to fight for Lín Mò.
They knew Lín Mò's importance to Dragon Nation was immense. They believed that even if their entire force were wiped out, it would still be worth it for the sake of protecting Lín Mò. Besides, if Big Brother Lín Mò hadn't arrived in time just now, they would have been dead already. Hold your fire.
The soldier known as the leader scanned the front lines through his binoculars. Outwardly, he remained composed, but inwardly, he was consumed with worry.
He knew full well how crucial Lín Mò was.
But he had watched Lín Mò's livestream and had just analyzed Lín Mò's actions.
This man was no reckless fool.
Perhaps he had his own plan. Charging in rashly would only disrupt it. Yet he and his men were right here.
Whenever Lín Mò needed them, they were ready to charge into battle at a moment's notice.
Boss, but... The man called Boss waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 125, not very hurtful but extremely insulting.
Trust Boss Lín Mò.
We'll stay right here. If he needs us, he'll call. Seeing the man called Boss speak thus, the soldiers could only fret helplessly. There was no better solution. Meanwhile, Lín Mò launched his attack once more.
Dragon's breath, dragon's frost.
Before the weather could shift.
Following the dragon thunder, dragon ice swiftly descended.
Sharp ice spikes relentlessly attacked everything within range. Yet the divine statue remained utterly unconcerned, unfurling its golden shield.
Buddha's light illuminates all.
Unsurprisingly, the dragon ice was entirely repelled by the golden shield.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The thunderous impacts reverberated in everyone's hearts.
Everyone held their breath for Lín Mò. Is that all you've got? The divine statue seemed to mock Lín Mò's punishing blows. The successive thuds seemed like its lofty, contemptuous sneer. I hear they call you Lín Mò, right? Your presence here confirms you're a mystic practitioner from the Dragon Nation. If you choose to reveal yourself and hand over the national fortune power within you, I'll try to make your death less gruesome. Those people behind you seem quite devoted to you. The divine statue, utterly unconcerned, engaged Lín Mò in conversation amidst the intense battle. The national fortune power within this Taoist practitioner was indeed a valuable resource. If he could harness it, it might offset his recent losses. After all, everyone knew that across the entire world, the Dragon Nation possessed the most abundant national fortune power. A nation capable of enduring for millennia must possess something extraordinary. He could tell that the national fortune power emanating from these puppets was merely a diversion. The true national fortune power absolutely resides within that Xianmen sorcerer. But if you refuse, I'll take it by force. If I must take action myself, the price will be the utter destruction of the Dragon Nation. He kept threatening Lín Mò, as if the national fortune power was destined to fall into his hands. Countless had sought to seize the nation's fortune from Lín Mò. Yet without exception, their final fate was to be devoured by Lín Mò. I wonder where he gets his confidence. Lín Mò murmured to himself. At that moment, his eyes lit up. Got it. A brilliant solution flashed through Lín Mò's mind. You'll never get it. Lín Mò feigned anger and helplessness, shouting loudly. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the statue smiled. Its expression grew even more relaxed. Feigning both rage and helplessness, Lín Mò continued his assault on the statue. Spirit of 10,000 Mountains. Sensing Lín Mò's intent, Jingguo immediately unleashed her skill. Surrounding rocks were summoned and sent soaring into the air. They then plummeted toward the ground at breakneck speed. These rocks appeared to possess formidable destructive power. But compared to Dragon Thunder and Dragon Ice, they appeared significantly weaker. This only reinforced the divine statue's conviction that Lín Mò was now utterly helpless. Against attacks of this caliber, he didn't even bother with defensive maneuvers. While dodging with his body, he unleashed powerful palm strikes against the stones. At that moment, Lín Mò suddenly opened his third eye. The scorching sun true fire enveloped him. Everything around Lín Mò was scorched by the intense heat generated by the sun's true fire. Even the earth beneath his feet cracked and fissured. The abilities of his third eye were unique to him alone. An ordinary person witnessing this might not understand. But the divine statue instantly recognized the difference, deeming this the most crucial of Lín Mò's puppets. Even if this puppet fell, Lín Mò would be gravely wounded, if not killed outright. The sun's true fire circled Lín Mò once before launching a sudden assault. Lava-like flames surged toward the divine statue. Yet the statue showed no fear, only boundless delight. It roared with laughter. Found you. With that, utterly unconcerned by the scorching heat of the sun's true fire, it dodged the flames' direct assault. It charged straight toward Lín Mò. The soldiers present watched the scene unfold, their hearts leaping into their throats. Though they couldn't fathom why. This extraordinary divine dragon held profound significance for Lín Mò. The divine figure showed no fear of the intense heat, charging straight into the danger instead. No one voiced it, but everyone felt Lín Mò was in grave danger this time. Some soldiers watching the unfolding events had tears welling in their eyes. Boss Lín Mò. Boss, aren't we going in? Big brother Lín Mò, be careful. Big brother Lín Mò, hang on. Those cries seemed like the last words spoken to Lín Mò. The divine statue had already approached Lín Mò. Just as he was about to strike against this peculiar puppet. Lín Mò had been waiting for this very moment. He had already arranged the dragon ants to surround him, waiting for the divine statue to attack at close range. With a single thought commanding all dragon ants to converge, he ordered them to unleash the skill, Time Roar, upon the surrounding space. The divine statue was far too swift and possessed formidable defensive capabilities. Unfortunately, the cooldown for Time Roar was too long, he wouldn't get a second chance. This was his only shot, it had to land true. Therefore, to be safe, Lín Mò had no choice but to resort to this method. In an instant, waves of attacks infused with temporal power engulfed the entire area. The divine statue, which had been gathering its full power for a decisive strike, was now completely engulfed by Lín Mò's Time Roar. Its repeated attempts to evade ended in failure. The surrounding dragon ants were far too dense, even a great immortal couldn't have evaded them. Strike after strike landed with pinpoint accuracy upon its form. In the blink of an eye, the divine statue seemed to have endured 1,000 cycles of rebirth. One moment ancient, the next youthful. When the vortex of time finally dissipated, a small statue fashioned from fresh earth and bricks suddenly appeared where the divine figure had once stood. What have you done to me? Seeing its current state, the statue was both terrified and stunned. You wield the power of time? Who are you? If all things in the universe are bound by the cycle of creation and destruction, there exists one force that defies all solutions and is the most powerful of all. That is time. Be it god or demon, nothing in this world can escape its power. Who am I? I am your grandfather Lín Mò. You were acting all high and mighty just now. Why aren't you so cocky now? Go on, let him experience it, the feeling of flying.
Lín Mò suppressed a chuckle as he commanded the dragon ants.
They instantly grasped his intent.
They scrambled to seize the statue with their dragon claws, tossing it into the air only for another dragon ant to catch it, repeating the cycle endlessly. The statue, initially screaming in rage and humiliation, eventually passed out from the ordeal.
When the spectacle had run its course, Lín Mò commanded. Enough. Devour. The dragon ant holding the statue instantly devoured it.
The soldiers watching nearby were stunned into silence.
One murmured. Not very harmful, but extremely humiliating. With that, the entire border defense force snapped out of their daze and burst into laughter.
Their earlier worries vanished like smoke, replaced by the joy of victory on every face.
Chapter 126, Searching for the Hidden Alien Race. Holy. I thought Big Shot Lín Mò was gonna. Turns out, a big shot is a big shot. Damn it, I was so worried I almost cried.
I was thinking, if anything happened to Big Shot Lín Mò, I'd fight to the death gods be damned.
Cut it out. You wouldn't even make decent cannon fodder. But honestly? I'd gladly be cannon fodder for Boss Lín Mò. Alright, everyone, stop being so pessimistic. Big Shot Lín Mò is still alive and well.
Hearing this, the group's earlier worries dissolved into tears of sheer joy.
That intense emotion had to find an outlet. The border district supervisor addressed Lín Mò. Big brother Lín Mò, what are your next orders? Need the brothers? Just say the word if you do. He wasn't engaging in polite niceties with Lín Mò.
Truth be told, witnessing what had just happened, his anxiety was no less than that of the men. But as their leader, he had to stay level-headed and avoid acting on impulse. Lín Mò had just endured an exceptionally brutal battle for their sake, for the border security. If Lín Mò needed them, they'd walk through fire and water without hesitation.
No need. With that, Lín Mò left the spot.
This small nation had a sparse population to begin with, and its entire populace practiced Buddhism, resulting in an even smaller military force.
As Lín Mò had anticipated those mutated beings earlier,
they represented nearly the entire nation's military strength. Lín Mò surmised that the alien faction in charge of this region must still be waiting for results back in their home country. Facing such a small nation, the alien race couldn't possibly send many personnel, at most one. Now, with the dandelion spirit in tow, it was the perfect opportunity to test his previous plan. With this in mind, Lín Mò began searching the small nation for any sign of the alien race. After circling the entire nation, Lín Mò found not a single trace of the alien race.
Had the alien race already departed? Impossible.
The battle had only just ended, they couldn't have received word so quickly.
He observed the small country, still reeling from the brutal conflict.
The streets were even more deserted than before. Many people had retreated to their homes, barricading themselves indoors because of the war.
Home?
A sudden flash of insight struck Lín Mò. He knew exactly where the invaders might be. He hurried to find the largest Buddhist temple in the city that housed the very statue he had just seen. Sure enough, before the statue he had just seen, he spotted an alien race member clad in a black robe. Just like the alien he had seen before, they looked no different from ordinary adults, except for the black robes they wore. Lín Mò's heart raced with excitement.
He had finally found them. Meanwhile, the alien also spotted Lín Mò closing in. Lín Mò, you're quick.
The foreigner's voice was sharp and hollow.
You came to find me just to die? Do you really think a mere insect cultivator like you could defeat me? The alien couldn't help but sneer. Of course he'd seen the video of Lín Mò defeating Anura. Every alien had seen it, but so what? Anura had simply underestimated his opponent.
Now, he fully understood Lín Mò's capabilities and would never make such a mistake.
Especially when he saw it was Lín Mò arriving, not the divine statue.
He knew the divine statue had failed.
That useless thing. Then let's see how you fare. Lín Mò couldn't wait to eliminate this alien creature before him.
With that, he unleashed 100,000 dragon ants.
Dragon breath, dragon flame.
Lín Mò unleashed the dragon breath, releasing 100,000 dragon ants at once. Simultaneously, they opened their massive jaws and unleashed the skill together. The darkened sky was instantly illuminated by Lín Mò's skill.
In that instant, the sky became as bright as day.
The surrounding mountains shook and the earth trembled, as if the world itself were about to be destroyed. The fireballs unleashed by dragon flame instantly reduced the entire temple to rubble. Then, the dry materials became fuel for the dragon flames.
The entire temple erupted in flames.
The alien beings standing in the main hall were instantly flung outward. He deftly dodged the fireball's onslaught.
You insignificant insect cultivator, you're overestimating yourself. Both now hovered mid-air. Beneath their feet, the temple blazed fiercely under the dragon flame's assault.
The alien being unleashed a series of palm strikes in a desperate counterattack. Lín Mò skillfully maneuvered the dragon ants to evade each individual skill's damage. The alien race proved formidable indeed.
3 palm strikes landed. Merely physical attacks.
A row of trees behind them toppled over.
You're pretty quick on your feet, but all you know how to do is run, huh? Just a lowly insect cultivator. We'll see if you can escape that fast next time. Immediately after, the alien unleashed his skill. World-shattering destruction. The sky darkened once more, and within the gloom, several bolts of lightning suddenly appeared. Combined with the burning temple below, it felt like the entire world had been dragged into hell. This targeted skill differed from area of effect abilities. The skill itself seemed to possess eyes, striking directly at the swarm of dragon ants. In an instant, the lightning struck every blade of grass and tree within 10 miles of where the dragon ants had dodged. In a mere instant, the vegetation lost its vitality, while countless pits struck by lightning appeared on the ground. With that single strike, hundreds of dragon ants were obliterated by the lightning bolts. Lín Mò hadn't even seen how they were eliminated. This alien race is quite capable, Lín Mò thought. Compared to that Anura fellow, this one seemed far more formidable. But stronger opponents only fueled Lín Mò's fighting spirit. Gazing at the alien creature before him, he felt not fear but a surge of excitement. This is exactly how it should be now. This is fun. Dragon breath, dragon flame. Hundreds of thousands of dragon ants unleashed their abilities simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of fireballs that engulfed the alien race. Under such a dense barrage, the alien race failed to evade this time. Instead, he spun around in an instant and raised his black cloak. The black cloak of this alien race could actually withstand Lín Mò's dragon flames. It wasn't hard to guess that this was defensive gear the alien race had specifically developed based on Lín Mò's attack skills. It was a defensive gear specifically researched and developed. They really held him in high regard, likely rushed into production. Lín Mò was thoroughly satisfied with this development. The more the alien race prioritized Lín Mò, the more it proves that the alien race now fears him. As he pondered this, Lín Mò unleashed his skill once more. He gave the alien race no chance to retaliate. Let me test just how powerful this defensive gear, specially crafted for me, truly is. Dragon Roar Ultimate Form. The moment the words left his mouth, the Dragon Roar unleashed its immense power. With the alien creature's back turned to Lín Mò, it couldn't evade the attack this time. The colossal force of the Dragon Roar swept the alien entirely into its vortex. Golden mist, carrying deadly poison, billowed forth. To evade the assault, the alien simply discarded its black cloak. It transformed into countless insects, scattering in all directions. Even so, the alien lost many insects in the dragon's poisonous mist. Lín Mò's intensified assault caught the alien race off guard. This time, Lín Mò's dragon roar swept up all the debris around him. The temple, which had been engulfed in flames moments before, was extinguished by this powerful gust. It was as if a colossal tornado had formed in this area. And the alien race found themselves right at the eye of this storm. A sense of awe now stirred within the alien race. Even though he had seen the video of Lín Mò defeating Anura, he still found himself underestimating Lín Mò. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses this time. It seems I need to accelerate my progress. Bug Cultivator, today is the day you die. Chapter 127, Surrendering to the Dragon Nation. Thunderbolt Strike. Lightning bolts summoned by the alien race descended from all directions. This alien race seemed to be the ultimate master of lightning. He activated his skill once more, summoning countless bolts of lightning to strike down from the heavens. The bolts fell as thick as rain, instantly illuminating the entire sky. The surroundings were bathed in a blinding white light, revealing countless dragon ants beneath the dazzling lightning. Lín Mò dared not take this lightly. He realized the alien race had likely unleashed its signature technique. It was also the alien's most formidable technique. This was Lín Mò's experience dealing with the alien race. It seemed every alien possessed an exceptionally powerful skill. He swiftly activated his block, shielding the dragon ants exposed beneath the lightning. Lín Mò commanded the dragon ants exposed beneath the lightning to unleash the sun's true fire, transforming it into armor to shield themselves. A solid barrier now seemed to exist between the lightning and the dragon ants, with the lightning above and the dragon ants below. Boom! 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 Several thunderous explosions followed, yet the alien race failed to achieve their desired outcome. No matter how fiercely the lightning struck, it could not breach this barrier. The alien race hadn't anticipated Lín Mò possessing such formidable defensive capabilities. He had intended to crush Lín Mò with this single strike. After all, in his mind, Lín Mò was merely a lowly insect cultivator. No matter how formidable the rumors claimed him to be, he was unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the towering alien race. Even if Lín Mò had defeated one of his kind before, it was merely due to carelessness on their part or sheer luck on Lín Mò's. He never imagined his signature move could be parried by Lín Mò. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he unleashed another bolt of lightning, summoning more bolts of lightning. Now, lightning poured down from the sky like relentless rain. Yet, just like the previous bolts, they still failed to pierce through the sun's true fire unleashed by the dragon ant. It was as if the barrier formed by the sun's true fire was the true ground itself. Even as countless bolts of lightning carved innumerable thunder imprints upon the barrier, they could not truly shatter it. Seeing that they could not cleave through the barrier of true solar fire, the alien race immediately withdrew the countless bolts of lightning. The sky plunged back into endless darkness.
Seeing the alien race recall its lightning, Lín Mò commanded the dragon ants to withdraw the true fire of the sun.
Simultaneously. Dragon Breath Dragon Thunder. Lín Mò unleashed the Dragon Thunder skill. Let's see if your lightning is more powerful than my Dragon Thunder. Hundreds of thousands of dragon ants unleashed the Dragon Thunder skill simultaneously.
The alien race was startled. They had assumed Lín Mò was exhausted and had already used his signature move. Little did they expect him to unleash another thunder attack. Unlike the alien race's lightning bolts that struck from the heavens, instead, much like the dragon flames he had previously unleashed, the dragon thunder surged in from all directions. The surrounding space transformed once more into a thunder-dominated universe as countless thunderbolts surged toward the alien race. The alien was startled, yet stubbornly retorted. "Do you really think you can defeat me with just this?" Despite his defiant words, the alien scrambled frantically to defend against the thunderous assault. This time, his black cloak alone was insufficient to block the thunderbolts. Fortunately, the alien was also a master of lightning. After his black cloak absorbed part of the force,
he managed to fuse the remaining thunderbolts directly into his own lightning.
They surged forth alongside his own thunderous counterattack.
Thunderous might.
Lín Mò's attacked the thunderbolts formed by dragon ants fused with the lightning he himself had summoned. This greatly amplified the destructive power of the lightning he had conjured.
Before Lín Mò could react, the lightning bolts instantly shattered countless dragon ants. Countless dragon ants were instantly reduced to ash by the electricity.
They rained down from the sky, as if ash were falling from the heavens.
The entire sky turned gray. Lín Mò knew he couldn't delay any longer.
In his mind, he silently called out to the dandelion spirit waiting for news in the distance.
Simultaneously, he unleashed his skill upon the alien race. Dragon Roar.
The thunderous roar reverberated throughout the temple.
A majestic golden dragon soared toward the alien race. Again. I won't fall for it this time. The alien race once again transformed into countless insects, evading Lín Mò's attacks.
And this was precisely the effect Lín Mò had sought.
Suddenly, the dandelion spirit waiting nearby appeared.
Rebirth.
Countless dandelion seeds appear to drift aimlessly, yet they fly purposefully toward the insects.
Upon contact with an insect, the dandelion seed immediately burrows into its body. Then, in an instant, they take root and sprout within the insect's body.
Boom!
A tremendous explosion erupted as the seemingly fragile dandelion seeds attacked the insect. The entire sky seemed filled with the insect's torn flesh. The entire sky seemed filled with the insect's torn white flesh. Then, it all drifted down to the ground. Just as Lín Mò had anticipated, this tactic proved highly effective. Lín Yao looked at Lín Mò with delight. For the first time since signing their contract, she had truly helped Lín Mò. She was utterly overjoyed. Before the contract, she had been terrified that Lín Mò would enslave her. Later, not only did Lín Mò not enslave her, but he barely used her at all, which made her feel a sense of crisis. With such a powerful master, who wouldn't want to make their presence felt? Especially after learning she wasn't the only spirit to have contracted with Lín Mò. That sense of crisis only intensified. Just as Lín Mò finished handling everything and was about to turn and leave, a crowd suddenly surged out from the streets and alleys. Lín Mò had assumed these stubborn folk were coming to avenge their deity. As long as there was no grudge or enmity, Lín Mò never liked to harm ordinary people. But to his surprise, led by an old man, they all knelt before him. "Honored deity of the Dragon Nation, our country is finished. Our armies have been annihilated, and our deities have been corrupted. If the Dragon Nation would deign to accept our humble little country, we would gladly submit to your rule." This unexpected development came as a surprise to Lín Mò. But who was this old man leading them? The allegiance of a nation is not something just anyone can decide. "Who are you?" "I am the vice premier of our nation." "The premier has already been killed. Therefore, esteemed divine beings of the Dragon Nation, rest assured my word is absolute." "Very well." The vice premier was heartbroken by the series of unexpected events befalling the nation. They were just a peaceful little country. They possessed few resources, and their people were deeply impoverished. In times of peace, the great powers naturally paid them no mind. But now, things were different. Celestial phenomena were abnormal. With the world in chaos, they no longer possessed the capacity to remain untouched by the turmoil. Moreover, they no longer even possessed their own military. It would be better to submit to the Dragon Nation, at least granting the people here a measure of peace. Lín Mò immediately contacted Yushu, instructing the relevant high-ranking officials to handle the matter. Upon receiving the news, the higher-ups promptly arrived to sign the relevant agreements. The entire process proceeded with remarkable speed. Thus, this devoutly Buddhist border nation became part of the Dragon Nation's territory. The Dragon Kingdom swiftly disseminated this development to international organizations. Reactions were mixed. However, the annexation of a minor nation ultimately failed to provoke significant reaction. Chapter 128, A Unique Evolution. After eliminating the alien race, Lín Mò immediately sensed the change. His experience points had reached the threshold. But at the time, the small nation was busy handling the formalities of submitting to the Dragon Nation, which delayed things slightly. After discussing with Yushiu, Lín Mò immediately grabbed the dandelion spirit, intending to find a place to begin his evolution. Lín Mò was filled with immense anticipation for this evolution. This evolution would be unlike any before. Previous evolutions had been entirely unknown territory for Lín Mò. He had no idea what effects the evolution would bring or which abilities would be enhanced. This time, however, he knew precisely what awaited him. After evolving, Jingguo's agility would reach level 5. Knowing part of the story in advance, knowing Jingguo's strength, this only heightened his anticipation for how the enhanced capabilities would manifest in actual combat once the evolution concluded. Lín Mò had returned to a place not far from the border. Surrounded by mountains, the area was sparsely populated. Beyond lay the border garrison, still some distance away. Inward lay the highland region, where the chances of encountering people were slim. This location was ideal for his evolution. Upon arriving at the location, Lín Mò retrieved 100,000 dragon ants from his spatial storage. Secure the perimeter. At Lín Mò's command, the dragon ants methodically surrounded him in a tight circle. He then addressed the dandelion spirit. You may go wherever you wish. I am about to prepare for evolution. Without waiting for the dandelion spirit's response. With all preparations complete, Lín Mò immediately requested the system to initiate evolution. Once the evolution commenced, the mass of national fortune energy he had absorbed earlier erupted once more. Lín Mò discovered that with each evolution, the national fortune energy grew more potent than before. But this sweet burden was not something everyone could bear. From the very start of this evolution, Lín Mò was tortured to the brink of death. The national fortune force outside his body tightly bound his frame, as if intent on shattering his bones. Meanwhile, the national fortune power within his body relentlessly pounded against his flesh and organs, as if striving to burst out from within. Moreover, this evolution bore a stark difference from the previous one. Whereas before, Lín Mò had been scorched by the sun's true fire, leaving him as if he'd been pulled from boiling water. Now, he was frozen stiff, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. For the element emerging during this evolution was ice. It felt as though every pore in Lín Mò's body was stuffed with ice shards. His heart felt on the verge of freezing solid, and his breath grew faint. The ice element rendered his body fragile, while the force of national destiny grew ever more potent and restless. He hated this feeling of losing control every time he evolved. Suddenly, Lín Mò erupted with immense energy. Everyone, stop. Finally, enduring near-death agony and the extreme cold, Lín Mò finally subdued the two energy masses. The dandelion spirit, who had guarded him throughout the entire process, was beyond shocked. This was her first time witnessing Lín Mò's evolutionary process. Though dragon ants swarmed around them throughout, she could sense the fluctuations in the surrounding energy and the connection between them after signing the contract. Recalling how she had once coveted the power of national fortune when she first saw Lín Mò, she felt a chill of dread. The sheer power of national fortune Lín Mò unleashed during his evolution was more than enough to tear her body apart. Though she had never absorbed the power of national fortune, she had absorbed other abilities. When absorbing powers not her own, the process was excruciatingly painful. Back then, merely absorbing a few hundred years' worth of spirit essence had left her writhing in agony. It's unimaginable what agony Lín Mò endured while absorbing these national fortunes. Not only that, but powerful ice elements swirled around him. Even from such a distance, she needed to counteract it with her own magical power, otherwise, she risked being frozen solid at any moment. As for Lín Mò, standing at the very center of that icy vortex, well, his situation needed no further explanation. What incredible endurance he must possess. The dandelion spirit couldn't help but admire him deeply. She felt a deep sense of pride for serving such a master. After completing his evolution, Lín Mò briefly surveyed the changes in his body. His frame appeared to have grown 50 meters longer. It seemed each evolution caused his body to grow larger. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to freely control his size at will, otherwise, this would be quite a predicament. After examining his physical changes, Lín Mò eagerly opened his attribute panel. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Ultimate Form. Level, 4. Talent, Fission. Individual count, 568,000 primordial dragon ants. Due to large numbers, only counted to the thousands incomplete, 30,000 primordial dragon ants ultimate form. Remaining lifespan, 20,000 days. Evolution experience required, 350 million. Note, after evolving into the Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant and entering ultimate form, each evolution completes one level up. Special Constitution, Dragon God Dao Body Ultimate Form. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, evolved to its pinnacle. Achieves the strongest defense at the level of a divine beast. Bone Strength +2. Bone Strength can continue to increase with each evolution. Active skill, Dragon Breath Ultimate Form. An attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Thunder, unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 2,500-meter radius capable of shattering rocks or collapsing mountains. Within the skill's maximum range, the host may freely adjust its scope during activation. Each cast allows the host to select which elements manifest, and it carries a stunning effect. Upon reaching grand perfection, this skill can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar ultimate form erupts in a thunderous roar that dispels enemy buffs and instills fear. Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes, while the toxic mist generated by the roar inflicts poison. Upon reaching perfection, additional unexpected effects manifest. Hint, upon completing this evolution, the duration of enemies being swept up by Dragon Roar increases with further evolution. Active skill, Time Roar ultimate form a time manipulation skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to a future state. Due to its extreme power, it can only be used on one target within a 24-hour period. Use with caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array ultimate form summoning skill. Upon activation, summons ancient dragon deities. Currently only one deity can be summoned TBD. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be summoned. Lín Mò was reasonably satisfied with this evolution outcome. However, he found the phrase currently only one can be summoned TBD within the Dragon God Illusion Array somewhat perplexing. One means one, how could it still be pending? Lín Mò couldn't wrap his head around it, but then he remembered that regarding the Dragon God Illusion Array skill, there was a walking human encyclopedia. Whatever he didn't know, he could ask Jingguo to resolve. His primary focus this time was on Jingguo's changes, so after reviewing his system interface, Lín Mò eagerly summoned Jingguo. Dragon God Illusion Array. After the skill was activated, however, Jingguo did not appear as she usually did. Chapter 129, Holding a Press Conference. Instead, a system notification popped up. Congratulations, host. As the Dragon God Illusion Array skill has reached a certain level of advancement, you may choose to continue enhancing the ancient worship god Jingguo or opt to summon a new worship god instead, thereby increasing the number of worship gods. Kind reminder, if the host chooses to summon a new divine servant, 2 divine servants can be summoned simultaneously for a brief period during Dragon God Illusion Array activation. Additional note, this choice cannot be undone. Please consider carefully. No wonder the number of worshippers in the system panel was listed as pending. So that's what it meant. Without hesitation, Lín Mò selected Enhance the Ancient Divine Spirit Jingguo. Regardless of the new divine spirit's abilities. He'd been anticipating Jingguo's agility being boosted to level 5 for quite some time. Since it was what he desired, what was there to hesitate about? Even if the new deity proved more powerful, that didn't mean he'd miss his chance. As he continued to evolve, he would surely have more chances to obtain new divine spirits. The moment Lín Mò finalized his selection, Jingguo appeared. Brother Lín Mò. Jingguo's eyes sparkled. As one summoned by the system, she naturally understood the choices Lín Mò would face at this level. She hadn't mentioned it earlier precisely to spare him the dilemma. Because the abilities of 2 divine beings were often superior. Moreover, when people learned they would gain a new divine servant, they would typically choose the new one out of anticipation for its potential. But she and Lín Mò had worked together countless times. He treated her well, and she suspected he harbored some feelings for her. Precisely because of these feelings, Jingguo had chosen not to speak up earlier. She didn't want to put Lín Mò in a difficult position when he had to make his choice. To her surprise, even so, Lín Mò still chose her. This deeply moved Jingguo. Upon seeing Jingguo emerge, Lín Mò immediately opened her attribute panel. Name, Jingguo. Category, Ancient Divine Being. Level, 5. Agility, 5 increased agility allows proactive combat coordination with host. Special Constitution, defends against all water-based attacks. Active skill, Heaven-piercing multitude summon nearby water sources to bind multiple enemies together and launch attacks. Higher levels yield more abundant water sources and bind more enemies at once. Active skill, Spirit of the Mountain summon surrounding rocks to attack enemies. Higher levels yield more rocks and greater damage. Active skill, Heaven-devouring water curtain summon nearby water sources to form a water wall. The wall can withstand one enemy attack of any element. If the enemy uses a water element attack, the wall will block multiple hits based on Jingguo's level. When the wall collapses, it deals physical damage to enemies it contacts. The more nearby water sources and the higher the level, the stronger the attack. Lín Mò examined Jingguo's attribute panel with great satisfaction. Not only had her agility reached 5, but she'd also gained a new skill. This skill could block fatal attacks during single combat. It proved even more effective against multiple foes. By deploying the water barrier, enemies could be held at bay. This allowed him to clearly distinguish friend from foe when using his abilities, maintaining a sharp distinction. This proves especially valuable during chaotic battles between nations. Moreover, this evolution differs from previous ones. From the initial lightning element to the subsequent fire element, and now the ice element. Does each evolution assign a different element? When utilizing skills with different elements, does the element manifested during evolution become enhanced?
Regarding this question, Lín Mò could only wait until the next battle to test it out. This crappy system doesn't even have customer support to answer his questions. Customer service?
Lín Mò suddenly recalled Jingguo, that walking encyclopedia.
When facing the dragon god's illusionary array, hadn't she acted just like customer support? In fact, she provided even more detailed explanations than customer support. He had only asked about the dragon god's illusion array before. Did Jingguo know anything else?
Taking a chance, Lín Mò asked.
To his surprise, Jingguo knew the answers to these questions too. Brother Lín Mò, your guess is correct. The skills you possess are a blend of various elements. Each time you evolve, whichever element manifests during that evolution proves that element will grow stronger alongside it. This will manifest when you use your skills. He hadn't expected his guess to actually be right.
Lín Mò smiled with satisfaction.
Recalling the system's earlier prompt. I've enhanced you this time. When will I be able to choose a new deity to worship? Next time, Brother Lín Mò. So as long as the divine servant reaches level 5, I can keep summoning new ones? Jingguo shook her head. It's like this, Brother Lín Mò. Right now, you only have me as your shrine spirit. Once I reach level 5, you'll be able to summon a new one.
If you have 2 divine servants, you must wait until I reach level 10 and the other divine servant reaches level 5 before summoning a new one. And so on thereafter. Just as expected, the system wouldn't hand out so many perks so easily.
But this arrangement works for now.
If he doesn't level up his shrine maiden to level 5 and reach flexibility 5, he wouldn't be able to command them all effectively. While Lín Mò was in the midst of his evolution, the nation of Bangzi, across the sea from Dragon Country, made a shocking and earth-shattering move. Regarding the incident of demons being deployed in the South China Sea, the Korean peninsula had never directly addressed the matter. Even with constant pressure from the Dragon Nation's foreign ministry and an aircraft carrier stationed off its coast, they remained silent. But now, the Korean peninsula suddenly announced it would hold a press conference, preparing to address the matter globally. Led by their prime minister, a group of officials finally appeared before the cameras of journalists from around the world, displaying an unusually arrogant demeanor. The venue was chosen to be the most heavily guarded military base in the country. This heightened anticipation for the live broadcast. Behind them stood a dense crowd of South Koreans. Their faces radiated arrogance, mirroring the power-hungry figures captured by the cameras. After all, they now possessed a formidable backing and arsenal to rely on. The alien race's transformation of the soldiers was now complete. They now believed themselves powerful enough to dominate the world. They were itching to show the world their newfound confidence. The Prime Minister of Korea appeared extremely confident before the cameras. The Dragon Nation has persistently accused our great Korean nation of deploying monsters in the South China Sea. We refrained from direct responses to avoid exerting undue pressure on them. Now I understand they won't relent until I openly admit it. So now, before the world's press, I declare to everyone and let every citizen of the Dragon Nation know that this was indeed the work of our great nation. What can you possibly do about it? The Prime Minister of Jingguo declared with utter arrogance, his face brimming with contempt for Longwa.
Chapter 130, Slap in the Face. Not only that, but we have even more ways to show you the might of our great nation. At this point, I won't hide it, our military might is already formidable. I'm not afraid to let everyone in Dragon Nation know the idea that you could defeat my great Stick Nation is nothing but a pipe dream. As the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation uttered these words, the Stick Nation citizens below erupted into a roaring cheer, shouting, "Long live the great Stick Nation!" Since this press conference was broadcast live, not only those present in the hall, but netizens worldwide watching the livestream were buzzing with discussion. The most passionate, of course, were the Korean netizens themselves, flooding the chat with relentless posts. Is the secret of our nation's superpower status finally being revealed to the world? At last, we no longer need to conceal that we are a first-rate power. Long live Korea! Long live the Prime Minister! I've heard rumors the Prime Minister was preparing a secret weapon. Is this the moment he reveals it? So exciting! Hey, don't get too excited. Our country has always been a developed nation, okay? Not like certain other countries.
Meanwhile, netizens from the Dragon Nation were filled with rage from the moment they saw the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation's arrogant attitude. They're the ones who deployed those snub-nosed monitor lizards in the South China Sea, and now they dare make such brazen statements, directly confronting the Dragon Nation. Who gave them the audacity? How dare you spout such nonsense? What gives you, a tiny little Korea, the nerve? Yeah, right. You're a developed country, one that licked the stinky feet of the US to get here.
Seriously, am I the only one wondering? Has Korea lost its mind? The reactions among the journalists varied widely.
Many South Korean reporters wore expressions of pride, while the majority looked utterly incredulous. Observing their reactions, the South Korean Prime Minister knew exactly what they were thinking. But the more they reacted this way, the more stunned their expressions would be. In a moment he relished this contrast. Slightly reining in his excitement, the leader of the Korean nation declared, "I see many of you journalists seem skeptical of my words.
Fine, I don't mind showing you our nation's current military reserves. Let me demonstrate what the military might of the Great Korean Empire truly looks like. After seeing it, you'll understand why I made those claims earlier, and you'll know what the true strength of the Korean Empire really is. The live stream audience erupted in heated debate. The people of the Stick Nation truly live in their own world. I bet they think they're the strongest power in the universe. How dare you even think that? Our Dragon Nation would crush you as easily as we crushed the Cherry Blossom Nation. The Dragon Nation really does think too highly of itself. Our previous humility and politeness stemmed from not wanting to reveal our true strength. Once you witness our real capabilities, you'll all be scared out of your wits. We never start trouble, but we certainly don't shy away from it. If you call that humility and politeness, then the whole world must be full of arrogant fools. If that's humility and politeness, then the people of Sakura country must be saints. Ridiculous. And what's this about a military arsenal? To us, it's nothing more than a tiny base. As the world erupted in chaos, the Prime Minister of Korea led a throng of journalists to their military armory. The entrance was secured by a state-of-the-art, high-security password-protected door designed by the United States. It was clearly a place of great importance to the Korean nation. This only heightened everyone's anticipation. Many wondered, could Korea have truly grown stronger? Otherwise, why would they broadcast their entire arsenal of high-tech weapons to the world? After all, such matters are classified as military secrets in any country worldwide. Unless the Korean peninsula has grown powerful enough to dominate the world, why would they do such a thing? As the door slowly swung open, the leader's smile grew ever brighter. Until the door swung fully open. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I will now explain. Before he could finish, the Prime Minister turned around and froze in place, staring at the empty armory. The journalists and South Korean citizens present were all dumbfounded. Watching the flashing signal lights, netizens from the Stick country were furious. This was an absolute embarrassment on the international stage. They couldn't bear the mockery from Dragon Nation netizens. Many speculated whether this was some kind of prank and began shouting questions on the spot. Where the hell did our military arsenal go? Where's the military arsenal we were supposed to see? Why bring us here? Weren't we supposed to see the arsenal? The Prime Minister, startled by the angry voices, snapped back to reality. Unable to respond immediately, cold sweat poured down his face. He urgently summoned the person in charge. Where are the weapons? Where are the weapons inside? The person in charge looked utterly bewildered. How was he supposed to know where the weapons had gone? All eyes, those of the journalists and the public, were now fixed on him, along with the Prime Minister's reproachful gaze. The weapons have always been inside. Those present heard this as if they'd heard the biggest joke in the world. What weapons? The Emperor's new weapons? Looking at the empty warehouse, not even a single part remained. Where could the weapons have come from? This was nothing short of the biggest joke in the official news media. The South Korean Prime Minister's earlier boastful words now stung like a slap in the face. The crowd buzzed with speculation, but the South Korean Prime Minister and his entourage were inwardly uneasy. How could the military arsenal they had just inspected moments ago vanish without a trace? His face flushed from pale to crimson, like a living palette. The Prime Minister racked his brain, yet couldn't fathom who possessed such power to pull this off. Suddenly, Lín Mò's name flashed through his mind. Raging with fury, he bellowed before all the journalists. It must be the Dragon Nation. That damn Lín Mò from the Dragon Nation did this. I demand the Dragon Nation give us, the Korean nation, an explanation. Regardless of what was happening on the ground, netizens from the Dragon Nation were absolutely thrilled online. Ha ha ha, is this the military arsenal you wanted to show us? A big empty field. You're not seriously claiming your military arsenal is underground, are you? Where's all your bravado gone? I liked you better when you were cocky. This clueless look on your face is really throwing us off. LOL, and they say big shot Lín Mò did this? Where's the proof? I demand proof. Got it. Keep praising our Lín Mò boss for being so strong. Upstairs, he really is strong. I admit it. Too loud slap in the face. The Korean netizens were still struggling. Is the Prime Minister still trying to hide our true strength? Stop hiding it. Show them what a superpower's real power looks like. Exactly. Slap them in the face. They've been so arrogant. How dare they mock our great Korean Empire? Let them see the true might of our nation. Has our military arsenal truly vanished? Why are you all looking like that? Tell us you're just joking. Chapter 131, The Korean Empire's Open Provocation. But no matter how much the Korean netizens hoped, they were destined to be disappointed. This press conference turned the Stick Nation into the biggest laughingstock in the international community. The Prime Minister arrogantly addressed the Dragon Nation, smugly flaunting his advanced weaponry. Only to find the armory completely empty. The Prime Minister stormed out with a grim face. After the Prime Minister departed, the crowd quickly dispersed. South Korean citizens present likewise slunk away, their faces ashen with embarrassment. Reporters stood dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Seeing everyone around them equally bewildered only deepened their confusion. Then someone spoke up, "Shouldn't we be leaving?" Only then did everyone snap out of it, quickly gathering their belongings and leaving. Meanwhile, the internet was buzzing with outrage. Dragon Nation netizen, haha, thought you were all that? And this is what you show us in the end? Don't ever do something this embarrassing again. We're used to this kind of thing from the Korean peninsula, but seriously, you're cracking us up. Are you trying to inherit our ant credit pay? Another Dragon Nation netizen, exactly. All bark and no bite, huh? All bluster and no substance? Don't you know your own limitations? All this talk about high-end weapons and armories, anyone unaware would think you're actually formidable. You've been deceiving yourselves until you believed your own lies. Korean netizen, don't get too cocky, everyone. The truth is, we just didn't want you to see our high-precision weapons right now. Do you really think that's our true strength? We just wanted you to think we didn't have them, then suddenly show you our power and scare the crap out of you. Dragon Nation netizen, they really did deceive themselves into believing it. How can there be such a foolish country in the world? Are all of you Koreans as dumb as you? Netizens from other countries, honestly, I'm a bit confused right now. Is it just Korean bluster, or are they deliberately hiding their capabilities in this matter? Who knows? This whole thing feels a bit off to me. Dragon Nation netizen, gotta admit this press conference was a success. At least they fooled some of their own people, plus plenty who don't know much about Korea. It really makes you wonder. Korea sure is impressive. Back at the Korean National Assembly, the Prime Minister listened as subordinates briefed him on global online reactions, especially the jarring voices from the Dragon Nation. Flames of rage surged within him. Smack! The Prime Minister slammed his fist on the table and stormed out. Indeed, he sought out the foreign race once more. He demanded they devise a plan to provoke the Dragon Nation once more, preferably one that would exact a heavy price. Let those ignorant Dragon Nation people look down on MY. Let you all see clearly what my Korean nation is capable of. Foreigners, for reasons unknown, our entire armory has vanished into thin air. Can you help us attack the Dragon Nation once more? Trust me, this time I won't make any mistakes. The foreign race was thoroughly satisfied with the Prime Minister of the Korean nation's eager demeanor. I suspect that Lín Mò, the insect cultivator, is behind the disappearance of the armory again. But it doesn't matter. Our mutated humans have grown immensely powerful. This time, we'll deliver a crushing blow to the Dragon Nation for you. However, this time I won't just deploy these mutants to Dragon Nation. I'll also send a spirit beast to the South China Sea. This will serve as a warning to Dragon Nation, forcing them to sober up and rein in their arrogance. Thank you immensely. This time, we will conquer the Dragon Nation once and for all, showing them our true strength. With that, the Prime Minister departed cheerfully for the National Assembly building. The alien race secretly infiltrated the South China Sea once more, deploying a colossal squid. This squid measured over 30 meters in length, its 8 short tentacles lashing like massive ropes. After deploying the squid, the alien race vanished into the night. Lín Mò had just completed his evolution when news suddenly arrived from Yushu. Senior Lín Mò, there's new intelligence from the South Sea. A colossal monster has reappeared there, and countless mutated humans have been discovered near the South Sea. This is yet another scheme orchestrated by the Korean nation. The Xianmen practitioners near the South China Sea simply cannot handle that many mutants. Has that bastard country lost its mind? This is an open declaration of war against the Dragon Nation. I'm heading back immediately. Thank you, Senior Lín Mò. Yusu's gratitude toward Lín Mò was beyond words. Even before the apocalypse struck, it had been Lín Mò who had been quietly laying the groundwork for the Dragon Nation. Lín Mò turned and rushed toward the South China Sea. Since he was currently within the nation's borders, he reached the South Sea coast in just a few teleports. At that moment, the South China Sea was churning with violent waves, crashing relentlessly against the shore. Some soldiers were rapidly evacuating the populace. Simultaneously, countless soldiers were engaged in combat with the mutated humans. Judging by the intensity of the fighting, the mutated humans still held the upper hand. Ordinary soldiers were at a severe disadvantage against the mutants. This situation was even more severe than the last time. These mutants wore uniforms bearing the emblem of the. They were slaughtering the people of the Dragon Nation with utter brutality. Meanwhile, practitioners of the Xianmen sect along the South China Sea coast were already stretched to their limits just dealing with this giant octopus. The octopus devoured the crowd without restraint. Its 8 short tentacles lashed like giant ropes, flinging people around. Screams and cries echoed relentlessly along the coast. Soldiers, though covered in wounds, still stood at the front. Yet everyone was consumed by a sense of helplessness. They feared not the bloodshed itself, but the knowledge that no amount of blood could stop this catastrophe. Until a soldier's blood flowed into his eyes. He felt as if he were hallucinating, for he saw a golden dragon in the sky. Then, as if to see more clearly, he rubbed his eyes hard. He murmured, "So the golden dragon has truly come. Big brother Lín Mò has come to save them again."
Last time, he had also been the first to spot Lín Mò's arrival. Perhaps it was fate's design that it happened again this time. Big shot Lín Mò is here. We're saved. Big brother Lín Mò, save us. Big brother Lín Mò, you finally arrived. Lín Mò saw the devastatingly powerful squid and the highly combat-ready mutants. He understood the Korean regime was about to launch an offensive. The bastards could no longer tolerate playing dirty behind the scenes and had stepped into the open. The previous destruction of their military arsenal had pushed them over the edge, forcing them to abandon all pretense. Seeing the situation escalate, Lín Mò urgently directed Yushu to assist the soldiers in evacuating the civilians, urging them to seek shelter in safer areas. The soldiers accelerated their evacuation efforts. Seeing Lín Mò arrive, the civilians instinctively quickened their pace as well, trying not to burden the military or Lín Mò. Seeing he now had room to maneuver. Dragon's Breath Dragon Flame. Lín Mò defined the attack perimeter. As the skill activated, countless dragon ants transformed into fireballs, hurtling directionally toward the mutated humans. In an instant, every mutant engaged in combat with the soldiers was engulfed by the dragon flames. The once arrogant mutants. Instantly reduced to ashes before the massive fireball. Chapter 132, Charcoal Grilled Squid. In Lín Mò's world, defeating these mutants was that effortless. Those who had just been evacuated witnessed Lín Mò effortlessly deploy his skills to crush these mutants who had previously held the upper hand against the soldiers. Lín Mò was so badass. I'm so hyped. Those mutants were bragging about attacking our soldiers just moments ago, and now they've been wiped out in one fell swoop by our boss Lín Mò. Brother Lín Mò can actually control fire. How can he be this powerful? Why is everyone making such a fuss? Haven't you ever seen Big Shot Lín Mò use his abilities before? You'll probably be even more shocked later. Simultaneously, the crowd shouted. Thanks, Big Shot Lín Mò, for saving my dog's life. The supernatural creatures deployed by the alien race this time seemed far stronger than the last batch. The moment they saw Lín Mò attacking the mutants, they dived straight into the sea. But the sea was Jingguo's domain. It was the perfect moment to test his newly evolved synergy with the Jingguo. Dragon God Illusion Array. Brother Lín Mò. Upon surfacing, Jingguo didn't use any skills. She plunged straight into the water. Moments later, the octopus that had tried to escape into the sea was hauled up by Jingguo. As an ancient divine being, although Jingguo's offensive capabilities were limited by her level, her defensive capabilities were absolutely top tier. Even Lín Mò was startled by this formidable display of strength. A seemingly delicate young girl, hoisting an octopus hundreds of times her size. The sheer impact of this sight was utterly breathtaking. Those around them watched the scene, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Holy crap, who is this heroine? Could it be Boss Lín Mò's wife? She looks so beautiful and delicate, yet she's so powerful. Truly worthy of being Big Shot Lín Mò's wife. Perfect match. As Jingguo was brought forward, Lín Mò immediately launched his attack. Dragon Breath Dragon Thunder. This time, Lín Mò released only 10,000 dragon ants. Seems the alien races don't think much of the Stick Nation either. Otherwise, why would they keep sending them such weak spirits? 10,000 dragon ants unleashed dragon thunder simultaneously. Instantly, thunder rumbled across the sky as bolts of dragon lightning surged from the dark clouds. They struck the 8 tentacles of the octopus squid. Held fast by Jingguo, the octopus squid couldn't move, forced to endure Lín Mò's assault. In the blink of an eye, all 8 tentacles were severed by the dragon lightning strikes. Go! Treat everyone to fresh seafood charcoal grilled squid tentacles. At Lín Mò's command, several dragon ants swiftly snatched the tentacles before they fell into the sea. They tossed them ashore to the waiting crowd. This time, it truly was charcoal grilled squid tentacles. Struck by heavenly lightning, the tentacles were perfectly charred on the outside and tender within. With a sprinkle of seasoning, they could enjoy a seafood feast. The tension that had gripped everyone due to the squid still being at large instantly melted away thanks to Lín Mò. Thanks, Lín Mò. I'm definitely trying some of these mutated tentacles. Everyone gets a share, you lot can't hog it all. Let me have a taste. The people by the sea shared the 8 squid tentacles. They took vicious bites into the flesh. This squid had wreaked havoc along the South Sea coast, and now it faced the fate of being eaten raw. It deserved it. You know what? This stuff is actually pretty tasty. It's incredibly chewy. I've eaten so much seafood, but never anything with such a great texture. Big Shot Lín Mò, can we try the squid head too? Sure. Weren't the outsiders trying to stir up panic in Dragon Nation? Lín Mò was determined to thwart their plans. He was determined to dispel the public's fear of these creatures. He would ensure the alien race couldn't meddle with Dragon Nation, not from within, nor from without. Watching Lín Mò and these foolish humans devour their own kind raw, the squid spirit flew into a rage. It struggled with all its might, yet couldn't break free from Jingguo's grasp. Left with no choice, he unleashed his ability. Cloud Ink Sway. Ink spewed wildly from the squid's mouth. The ink possessed extreme corrosive properties. Any tree or rock touched by the ink
were instantly dissolved by the black, viscous substance. Lín Mò watched the frantic squid spirit from midair, utterly unconcerned. The agile dragon ants all dodged the ink without exception. The squid demon could only seethe with impotent rage. Having had his fill of watching the crazed squid spirit, Lín Mò, he resumed his assault. Dragon's breath, dragon flame. Fireballs rained down from the sky. The squid spirit, utterly immobilized, could only stand rooted to the spot, taking the beating. It didn't even survive 2 fireballs before meeting its end. Lín Mò kept his word, flinging the squid demon's head straight toward the shore. This meager amount of experience points was utterly insignificant to him now. Better to use it to ease people's fears about these mysterious creatures. Thank you, Lord Lín Mò. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Lín Mò. Brother Lín Mò, may we meet again someday. Lín Mò finished packing up his belongings from the South Sea just as Yushu arrived. To avoid drawing attention, Lín Mò recalled most of the dragon ants. Pretending he had already departed, he shrank his body and reappeared before Yushu accompanied by several dragon ants. Senior Lín Mò, tell me your plans for the Korean peninsula. The Korean nation's arrogance had reached a point beyond what the dragon nation could tolerate. If China didn't intervene now, regardless of others' reactions, China's international standing would suffer first and foremost. Strike. We can no longer tolerate such behavior. If Korea keeps provoking us and we keep turning a blind eye, if this continues, neighboring countries will also become restless. This was Yushu's perspective, despite the dragon nation's long-standing advocacy for peace on the international stage. But when pushed to the brink, there can be no peaceful resolution. After presenting his proposal, Yushu turned to seek Lín Mò's opinion. Senior Lín Mò, what do you think? Lín Mò knew that matters involving military campaigns couldn't be resolved with mere words. Yushu would certainly convene a meeting upon returning. Lín Mò assumed the higher-ups would likely opt for a military solution as well, otherwise, how could such a vast nation command respect in the future? Since their stance aligned with his own, Lín Mò simply awaited the directives following the Yushu conference. He didn't want to say too much, lest those old men insist he go personally. Fighting was inevitable anyway. He'd handle the specifics once he reached the Korean peninsula. The Korean nation had already been thoroughly deceived by foreign tribes. It wasn't worth his trouble to make advance arrangements. Just give me the outcome once your meeting concludes. Hearing Lín Mò's words, Yushu understood that he wouldn't be attending this mobilization meeting either. But he wouldn't force Lín Mò either. Besides, he couldn't force him anyway. Very well, Senior Lín Mò. I'll notify you immediately as soon as I have any news. After their brief meeting, they went their separate ways. Lín Mò naturally continued on to the Korean peninsula. He didn't know how the alien race had manipulated the Korean nation this time, prompting them to openly confront the dragon nation. He needed to investigate the situation to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yushu, meanwhile, headed for the capital. The moment the Korean psychics appeared in the South China Sea region, the higher-ups had immediately sent out a notice, stating that a pre-war conference would convene immediately after the South Sea was pacified. Chapter 133, I volunteer for battle. Generals from all factions received the order and rushed to the capital. Since the entire affair involved Korea releasing monsters and mutants once more. Therefore, the central figure of this meeting, the Shinmen, was naturally invited as well. Everyone had expected Lín Mò, the demon slayer, to appear at this meeting. But to everyone's surprise, the Shinmen faction was represented solely by the venerable Yushu once again. Everyone understood that the actions of the Korean nation had now brought the incident into the open. They had already carried out concrete acts of aggression against the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation would inevitably retaliate, determined to annihilate the Stick Nation at any cost. After the first incident, everyone had assumed they would lie low for a while. Yet they immediately launched a second attack on the South China Sea, this time even deploying mutated humans. Based on their previous behavior, the Korean nation certainly wouldn't have acted so aggressively. They certainly wouldn't have taken the initiative to attack the Dragon Nation. Everyone understood that behind the Korean nation's repeated attacks, another power must be supporting them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have recklessly attacked the Dragon Nation. As soldiers, their blood boiled with rage. They were determined to strike back for the people of the Dragon Nation. To clear the skies for the Dragon Nation's people. Just like last time, everyone gathered in the capital for the meeting, eager to receive the order to attack to annihilate the bastards once and for all. As time passed, all attendees arrived, and the meeting formally commenced. As you all witnessed, following the previous incident, the bastards have only grown more brazen. They've even deployed mutated beings to attack our citizens and soldiers. This act is utterly despicable. This assault is undeniably more blatant than the last, a truly infuriating act. Now, I would like to hear everyone's views on this matter. No sooner had he finished speaking than the head of the South China Sea jurisdiction stood up first. This incident is still my fault. I failed to protect the safety of the residents around the South China Sea. I failed to protect the safety of the South China Sea military personnel. Especially after the previous incident, I failed to strengthen the defenses of the South China Sea. This is my dereliction of duty.
Because of my negligence, the people of the South China Sea have suffered casualties once again, and our military personnel have suffered casualties.
I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I should be punished by the nation and the organization.
I should pay with my life for the people of the South China Sea who have been killed or injured, and for the military personnel of the South China Sea who have been killed or injured. After the South China Sea commander's speech, many generals' eyes were reddened, perhaps from grief, perhaps from rage. But now they all shared a single, burning thought: to annihilate the bastards of the Korean Peninsula, to avenge the fallen people of the South China Sea, to avenge the fallen soldiers of the South China Sea.
Ignoring the meeting minutes and the presence of their leader, they spoke out in unison.
That bastard country really doesn't know its own place.
How dare it attack Dragon Nation again? Destroy it.
So what if the bastards have powerful backers?
We fear them not.
Wipe them off the map to avenge our people and soldiers.
What do you think this is? A marketplace? I understand your feelings.
Like all of you, I am deeply grieved that the people and soldiers of the South Sea have been attacked again. But now is not the time for venting emotions.
We gathered here to discuss how we should respond, not for emotional outbursts. Ancestor Yushu, what is your perspective on this?
The crowd turned their gaze toward the Jade Void Patriarch. They understood that the Xian sect was the backbone of their cause. They wanted to know if the Xian sect shared their desire to destroy the Korean nation, and they also hoped to see if the Xian sect had any solutions. After all, both attacks had been averted by Lín Mò. Everyone understood that the Jade Void Patriarch's arrival this time surely represented Lín Mò's stance. They also wanted to know Lín Mò's thoughts. Following our last meeting, we now understand the motivations behind the Rod Nation's actions. This time, I believe everyone has witnessed the formidable strength of the alien race.
Even more dangerous mutated beings have emerged.
Although we entered a state of readiness last time and strengthened our patrols and defenses, we still find it difficult to resist the attacks of the monsters and the emergence of new mutant invaders from the alien race. Following the previous incident, Senior Lín Mò personally traveled to the Stick Nation and destroyed their military arsenal. This event has caused the Stick Nation to completely shed its mask, now openly launching attacks against us. This time, our South Sea region has again suffered casualties. All of us present here bear some responsibility for this situation.
Perhaps our actions following the last meeting were still too conservative. We believed that as long as we fortified our defenses, the Korean Peninsula might hesitate to attack. Even if they did strike again, we could withstand a certain level of assault. Clearly, we underestimated the Korean regime's audacity and the alien race's determination to enslave all of humanity. We also overestimated our capacity to withstand their assault. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. Yes, it seemed we had indeed overestimated ourselves. Seeing the gloom on everyone's faces, the Jade Void Patriarch spoke again.
There's no need to wallow in self-doubt or despair.
Even if the alien race grows stronger, so what? We have Lín Mò. That's right. We have Lín Mò. The mere thought of Lín Mò suddenly bolstered their confidence.
His name felt like a shot of adrenaline coursing through everyone present.
With Lín Mò on our side, what have we to fear? Everyone thought the same. Then someone asked. Ancestor Yushu, did Senior Lín Mò mention what we should do now? How should we proceed? We simply cannot swallow this humiliation. Ancestor Yushu, why hasn't Senior Lín Mò come this time? Could it be he has new insights or solutions for this situation?
The meeting's chief coordinator spoke up.
Everyone, please remain calm. Let us listen to what Elder Yusu has to say. Ancestor Yushu, did Senior Lín Mò leave us any instructions? Please speak plainly. Senior Lín Mò said we must strike back. We must make the world know. Make the Korean nation know. Make the alien races know. Our Dragon Nation's resolve to stand united.
Our Dragon Nation's resolve to resist foreign forces.
Our Dragon Nation's resolve to confront the alien races.
Even though Lín Mò hadn't actually said those exact words to him. But having communicated with Lín Mò for so long, Yusu knew that if Lín Mò didn't think this way, then when he voiced his own thoughts, Senior Lín Mò would have opposed them. For now, every statement he made in public meetings represented not only the Xian sect, but also Lín Mò himself. Under the forceful voice of the venerable Yushu, excitement surged across the faces of the assembly.
I volunteer. I volunteer. I volunteer. I volunteer. The generals declared in unison.
Not a single coward stood among them. Each yearned to march for their nation.
To annihilate the Rod Nation. To eradicate the alien tribes. To exalt our nation's might. Chapter 134, The Foreign Tribes Conspiracy.
Now the barbarians had dared to provoke them. To not fight back would be a disgrace to the Dragon Nation.
Now their advanced weapons had all been destroyed by the formidable Lín Mò.
After the South Sea incident, everyone understood the strength of the mutants. These so-called mutants aren't actually that powerful. They're merely slightly stronger than ordinary humans unless it comes to close-quarters combat. Otherwise, these flesh and blood bodies couldn't possibly withstand real firearms.
The crushing defeat in the South China Sea incident stemmed from two factors. First, no one anticipated that the Korean Congress would act so recklessly, directly confronting the Dragon Nation head-on and losing the initiative. Second, the incident occurred within Dragon Nation territory, surrounded by civilians, making the use of high-intensity weapons impossible. The situation was such that evacuating the populace was impossible. Deploying high-intensity weapons would have easily harmed civilians. They must be responsible for the safety of the people's lives and property. But if they stormed the Korean peninsula head-on, who'd want to get into close combat with them? 2 artillery shells would blow them to smithereens. As for those foreign tribes they have their own outsiders, but Dragon Nation has Lín Mò. Remember, the barbarians have repeatedly fallen at Lín Mò's hands. Seeing such fierce determination to counterattack among the generals, the meeting chairperson felt deeply gratified. The Golden Dragon of Longwa has lingered too long in the east. So long that some nations have grown arrogant in their dealings. They've forgotten how thoroughly this colossal dragon once trounced them. It was time to stretch its wings. Very well. South China Sea Theater, receive your orders. South China Sea Theater, here. The commander of the South Sea Theater saluted with utmost respect. You are ordered to muster your troops immediately and march to war. Cooperate with Senior Lín Mò and fight until the bastards know who's boss. South Sea Theater acknowledges. We shall not fail in our mission. We'll beat the bastards so badly they'll cry all the way home to their mothers. The South China Sea Theater had suffered 2 defeats at the hands of the Korean nation, incurring heavy losses in both lives and property. And of course, the brothers who charged into battle first. That bitter resentment had long been festering in the commander's chest. Now, with the chance for revenge, his entire being was filled with renewed vigor. Upon hearing his response, the entire group erupted in loud laughter. All other theater commands remain on combat readiness. Should hostilities erupt, prepare to support the South China Sea Theater immediately. Roger that. Based on past experiences, we must reinforce border defenses. We cannot allow a repeat of the last incident. Though they ultimately submitted to the Dragon Nation, allowing a small border nation to set foot on Dragon Nation soil, where is the dignity of a great nation? Roger that. During this period of turmoil, enforce strict measures. Any suspicious activity must be dealt with immediately on the spot. Roger that. Those in the Xianmen will bear the brunt of this. Maintain constant vigilance at all critical points and ensure sufficient manpower is allocated. Watching everyone respond so readily, only Yushu gave a bitter smile. I'll do my best. Though the Xianmen members gathered together appeared numerous, once distributed across the critical points, there were actually very few personnel left. There was no other way. Few paid attention to this anymore. The others understood the old Taoist's predicament. Besides, the Xianmen had already contributed the most effort throughout the entire affair. The meeting left everyone feeling profoundly uplifted. Although the Dragon Nation advocated peace and had never troubled other countries, but the bitter lessons of the past remain etched in memory. The Dragon Nation dares not let its military strength falter for even a moment. As the saying goes, train soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for a single moment. Now was the time for them to serve their nation. As these battle orders were issued one after another, the entire Dragon Nation entered a state of perpetual readiness for war. Other nations seemed to sense the impending conflict. All eyes were fixed on the Dragon Nation's movements. After all, Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier had been harassing the Korean peninsula for days without making a decisive move. Who could predict what decision the Dragon Nation would make this time? Nations waited with bated breath for the Dragon Nation's final decision. Meanwhile, in the Korean peninsula, news from Hainan enraged the Prime Minister so much he smashed his entire office. They had now completely alienated the Dragon Nation, with absolutely no possibility of retraction. As the secretary kept relaying updates from the Dragon Nation, cold sweat poured down the Prime Minister's face. This won't do. We can't just sit here and wait for disaster. He sprang to his feet. Now, all of Korea's most advanced weapons had vanished. The strength of those mutants is insufficient. If the Dragon Nation truly launched an attack, given Korea's current national strength and land area, it wouldn't take long for Korea to vanish from the face of the earth. With this realization, the Prime Minister of the Korean peninsula immediately set out, compelled to seek assistance from the alien race once more. There was no better option now than to submit to the alien race. Foreign powers, what should we do? Dragon Nation is coming to attack. The Prime Minister of Bangzi Nation was utterly lost, his heart devoid of any courage to fight back against the Dragon Nation. The foreign race looked at him and declared with brazen arrogance. What's there to fear? We have mutants. If the Dragon Nation dares to come, we'll fight them. The leader of the Korean nation looked utterly incredulous. He knew exactly who had given the foreign tribe the audacity to speak so boldly. Who was the Dragon Nation? A global superpower. Neither in weaponry nor combat strength could Korea possibly compare. And then there was Lín Mò, a truly terrifying presence. Seeing the leader's expression, the alien race remained silent. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Only when the Korean leader became sufficiently reliant on him could he proceed unchecked with transforming the people here. The initial transformation of the military was now complete. Only the ordinary citizens remained. The aliens sought to transform the entire nation of Korea into Earth's first country where every citizen underwent mutation. Are you kidding me? Calm down. Seeing the situation was nearly settled, the alien spoke reassuringly. What does warfare require? Men and weapons. That's precisely what Korea lacks now. The Dragon Nation's army is too large. I propose accelerating mutant transformation, turn every citizen into a soldier. Then, whether in speed, endurance, or firepower, the Dragon Nation's forces will no longer be a match for the Stick Nation. As for weapons, I know mass production is difficult in the short term, but we can utilize mutated spirits. Surely the combined firepower of these mutated creatures, if deployed in sufficient numbers, could surpass that of firearms? After listening to the alien's analysis, the panicked leader of the Stick Nation finally relaxed a bit. Then so be it. But the Dragon Nation clearly won't give us time to prepare these things. The alien reminded him. Right. The Dragon Nation was closing in relentlessly now. They wouldn't be given a chance to prepare at all. So what do we do now? There's only one option left. What is it? Avoid any friction with the Dragon Nation for now. Personally step forward to apologize and agree to all their demands. What? The Prime Minister of Korea was utterly stunned. Apologizing to the Dragon Kingdom now? That would be slapping himself in the face. And that's the solution you propose? Yes, it's the only way. Korea lacks the strength to confront the Dragon Nation head-on. Doing so would only hasten our demise. And the sole purpose of this is to placate the Dragon Nation. Chapter 135, The Korean Nation Apologizes. Once we turn all the people of the Stick Nation into mutants, will we still fear the Dragon Nation? Not just the Dragon Nation, no country in the world will stand a chance against us. Those who aspire to great deeds must learn to endure. Once Korea becomes the world's leading power, who will dare speak such words? Remember, history is written by the victors. The Prime Minister of Korea found this reasoning somewhat compelling. They are indeed no match for the Dragon Nation at present. If they insist on starting a war, the Korean nation risks total annihilation. What good would momentary pride do if the entire nation ceases to exist? Better to yield now and wait until the entire Korean nation becomes superhuman. They would become the world's foremost power, and then they could easily trample the Dragon Nation underfoot. The leader of the Korean nation, imagining the glorious days of trampling the Dragon Nation underfoot, couldn't help but feel a surge of smug satisfaction. What about Lín Mò? The leader of the Stick Nation hadn't forgotten that the Dragon Nation still held a trump card in Lín Mò. Rest assured, we have many of our kind, and each is exceptionally powerful. But the Dragon Nation has only one Lín Mò. Hearing this, the leader of the Stick Nation finally relaxed. Watching the Korean leader's retreating figure, the alien race smiled with satisfaction. His goal was to make Korea increasingly dependent on him. As for the territorial concessions, indemnities, and economic impact on the Korean nation, those were none of his concern. They had come to Earth with one purpose: to enslave humanity. The alien race cared little about the living conditions of their slaves. In fact, the worse the slaves lived, the more loyal they became. At this moment, all forces from the Dragon Nation's South Sea Station had already arrived near the borderline. They now awaited orders from above to launch a full-scale assault into Korea, planting the Dragon Nation's flag on Korean soil. However, what they received was not an order to attack, but an intermediary mediation from the World United Government. From both legal and moral standpoints, Jingguo's attack on Jingguo was entirely justified. Since the United Government had stepped in, it made sense to hear their proposal. Forcing an attack now would only squander their moral high ground in the court of public opinion. After all, unless Korea provided a satisfactory explanation, this war was inevitable. To preserve the Dragon Nation's consistent international reputation and safeguard its citizens' livelihoods, the Dragon Nation government was in no rush. Soon, officials from the coalition government, the Dragon Nation government, and the Stick Nation government sat down together. As a major Eastern power, Dragon Nation's involvement in the Korean peninsula's turmoil had become common knowledge worldwide. For a time, the eyes of the entire world were fixed on these negotiations. After all, cooperation among nations on Earth is now extremely close-knit. Everyone wanted to know the outcome of the Dragon Nation and Stick Nation affair. This would help nations plan their future development strategies. Meanwhile, in the Korean peninsula, massive protests erupted. Dragon Nation must apologize to Stick Nation. Dragon Nation intends to invade other countries, wage war, and drag the people of Stick Nation into the flames of war. Compensation must be paid. Dragon Nation cultivated the highly destructive insect-based weapon Lín Mò, attempting to ignite global conflict. Its ambitions are blatantly obvious. Dragon Nation ordered the insect cultivator Lín Mò to raid Korea's military armory. They must compensate Korea for the losses. Korean nationals brandishing banners and chanting slogans, their ugly faces on full display, appeared throughout the streets and alleys of Korea. No wonder they once called the sunken Sakura Nation their brother.
The inherent flaws of these two nations are truly cut from the same cloth.
After witnessing the mutant humans and supernatural creatures of the Stick Nation, have all sided with Korea. After all, in their view,
though Korea's military might pales beside the Dragon Nations, but with so many mutants and supernatural creatures at its disposal,
who knows what might happen if they actually clashed?
Even if the Dragon Nation had Lín Mò,
he was still just one man. For a moment, before the negotiations even began, across the internet in countries worldwide, a wave of condemnation against the Dragon Nation surged. Everyone was waiting to see the Dragon Nation's downfall. After all, in their view,
since the Korean peninsula had repeatedly provoked the Dragon Nation,
it must possess even greater confidence.
Otherwise, they wouldn't risk doing something so detrimental to themselves.
Thus, in these negotiations,
it's likely that the Dragon Nation will once again, as it did a century ago, cede territory and pay indemnities, signing various unequal treaties for the sake of stability. While the world's gaze is fixed on the Dragon Nation's negotiations, Lín Mò had already entered the territory of the Korean peninsula. Who knows what this country is up to now? Beyond the protests, Lín Mò noticed something else unfolding within the country. In every neighborhood, there was a makeshift hut.
Long queues snaked outside. Every person in line wore a smug, satisfied grin.
Lín Mò hid himself in a tree, eavesdropping on the conversations of those waiting in line.
Deshaun, when did you get in line? My family helped me cut in line. Heh. I wonder if this vaccine is really that amazing? Haven't heard about it in other countries. I've got inside info. Apparently, they've been keeping it under wraps for ages.
This vaccine is incredibly versatile. It not only boosts physical fitness but also prevents almost every disease.
I heard that too.
The government poured tons of money and time into developing it specifically.
It's a secret formula.
Exactly. My family heard about it and rushed to get me cut in line. Lín Mò visited several more communities, and the information was largely the same. South Korea announced they developed a universal vaccine that not only boosts physical health but also prevents nearly all diseases.
Lín Mò was speechless.
He couldn't tell if these Koreans were overly confident in their country or just plain stupid. Such a thing simply couldn't exist in this world.
Lín Mò suspected this was an alien race's conspiracy. Had they grown dissatisfied with merely transforming the Korean military, now aiming to reshape the entire nation? To verify his suspicions, Lín Mò followed a South Korean citizen heading for vaccination into the small hut. For secrecy, the hut was almost entirely encased in sheet metal. The only point of entry was a single door.
Inside the hut, there was only one doctor, yet a full 4 surveillance cameras. There were virtually no blind spots. To avoid detection, Lín Mò had no choice but to hide inside the man's pocket. The doctor mechanically administered the vaccine to the recipient. Sure enough, Lín Mò discovered tiny, barely perceptible insect eggs in every vial of the syringes on the table.
Lín Mò didn't know whether to feel relieved or furious.
He was pleased because the South Korean Prime Minister, that fool, had made a decision that would push the entire nation toward its demise.
Once the entire nation underwent mutation, even if the Dragon Nation annihilated them outright, it would stand on the side of justice.
His fury stemmed from the fact that the alien race's genetic modification techniques had already reached a level capable of mass production. For the alien race's ambitions had never been confined to this insignificant little nation.
If their experiments succeeded in Korea, then mutated humans would rapidly emerge across the entire world. Chapter 136, The World-Shaking Conference.
He absolutely must not allow the alien race to complete their experiments in the Stick Nation. However, he could exploit this situation to bring about the downfall of the Stick Nation.
A brilliant idea formed in Lín Mò's mind.
After observing the situation here, Lín Mò strolled over to find the Korean guy, Gao Shan. Anyway, Korea's bound to go down the drain sooner or later.
These things are just sitting around anyway, might as well turn them into my experience points.
Without further ado, Lín Mò headed straight for Halasan. This was the tallest and most famous peak in Korea. Right now, the people of Korea were either lining up to grab vaccines or protesting.
This presented Lín Mò with a perfect opportunity.
Upon reaching Halasan, Lín Mò immediately summoned the dragon ants from his spatial storage.
Although Lín Mò lost some dragon ants in every battle, but through subsequent devouring, their numbers would increase. Ultimately, after each battle, the dragon ants' numbers would increase. Recalling not long ago, when devouring an entire mountain required deploying his entire dragon ant army.
Now, only a fraction of his dragon ants were needed to swiftly resolve the situation. Soon, at Lín Mò's command, the dragon ants completely enveloped the entire mountain. Whether it was the dormant volcano, or the flora and fauna inhabiting the mountain, without exception, all became Lín Mò's experience.
In a mere instant,
Hala Mountain, which had stood tall in South Korea just moments ago, vanished from the world as if it had never existed. Lín Mò had reaped the experience of the entire Halasan Mountain, along with its flora and fauna.
Where should I go next? Lín Mò muttered to himself. Devouring mountains like this still gave the most satisfying experience gains. He simply hovered motionless in midair, effortless. Next stop, Asen. This country's not that big anyway. Think of it as a trip. Might even run into some spirits or monsters. That'd be killing two birds with one stone. With that thought, Lín Mò summoned the dragon ant back into his spatial pocket and soared toward Aegeum Mountain. He couldn't let the Korean country detect his presence just yet. He needed to keep a low profile. Just as Lín Mò flew toward Aegeum Mountain, preparing to devour it, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded in the negotiation room between the Dragon Nation and the Korean Nation. The South Korean Prime Minister, who had previously exuded an air of authority, was now kneeling before the Dragon Nation's representative. This negotiation was organized under the auspices of the International United Government. It was a live broadcast open to the entire world. Most attendees, aside from the Dragon Nation delegation, had come to witness the Dragon Nation's humiliation. Who could have predicted the Prime Minister of the Korean nation would suddenly pull such a stunt? Fortunately, the Dragon Nation representative in the conference room had already experienced such a situation once before. Feeling the stares of everyone present, the South Korean Prime Minister couldn't even bring himself to lift his head. Just moments earlier, he had held a press conference openly provoking the Dragon Nation. Now he was kneeling before the Dragon Nation representatives, bowing his head in apology. But considering his plans with the foreign faction were already in full swing, he was confident that before long, the Korean nation would become the world's foremost superpower. When that day came, he would exact vengeance for every humiliation suffered today. For now, he had no choice but to endure the humiliation. After all, the Dragon Nation's belligerence was already abundantly clear. The Prime Minister of the Stick Nation was certain that if he failed to provide the Dragon Nation with a satisfactory response today, the meeting might not even conclude before the Dragon Nation invades Korea. Given Korea's current strength, there would be almost no capacity for resistance. Visualizing his future glory and prestige, the Prime Minister gritted his teeth and banged his head 3 times on the floor. Esteemed Dragon Nation representatives, all this is our nation's fault. We should not have repeatedly violated the South China Sea, causing significant losses to the lives and property of the Dragon Nation's people. On behalf of my nation, I offer our deepest apologies. To demonstrate our remorse, we are willing to compensate for the damages caused by this incident. Here is the compensation list. If there are any concerns, we are open to adjustments. The Prime Minister of the Korean nation, kneeling on the ground, had barely finished speaking. His secretary, who had been standing by, presented a document with both hands, bowing as he handed it to the Dragon Nation representative. The Dragon Nation representative glanced at the list presented to him. He wondered if the Dragon Nation had truly stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune this year. These nations, which had once arrogantly defied the Dragon Nation, were now begging for mercy on their knees, pleading for forgiveness. And they were even willing to offer compensation to the Dragon Nation. A name surfaced in the Dragon Nation representative's mind. Lín Mò. It was only after Lín Mò's emergence that this situation unfolded. Whether it was the former Cherry Blossom Nation or the Korean Peninsula Nation so similar to it, it was all due to the intervention of the great Lín Mò that they lost the ability to stand against the Dragon Nation. As the Jade Void Patriarch once said, Lord Lín Mò was the Dragon Nation's benefactor, and indeed, he was right. The Dragon Nation representative, accustomed to handling such situations, remained utterly composed. The Dragon Nation representative carefully reviewed the list provided by the Stick Nation. What the Korean nation offered was somewhat acceptable. It seemed they genuinely intended to seek peace. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation, seeing the Dragon Nation representative remain silent for so long, and assumed the other side felt the offer was insufficient. With the precedent set by Sakura Nation in mind, he steeled himself, pulled out a map, and circled a section with his pen. Distinguished representatives, the compensation offered earlier, plus this entire region, is that acceptable? Though the Dragon Nation representative had already anticipated the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation's response, he still asked the question for form's sake. What if there was a trick hidden within? So much compensation from Korea, are there any conditions? None whatsoever. We were simply deluded before. This is a voluntary gift from our nation to compensate for the losses suffered by the Dragon Nation. We only hope both nations can coexist peacefully and avoid any future wars. With that, the Prime Minister of the Korean nation bowed deeply to the Dragon Nation's representative. We hope the Dragon Nation and its people will forgive our past actions and put the past behind us. He was now desperate to resolve this matter. After all, the Dragon Nation's warships were stationed right at the border of the Stick Nation, poised to launch an attack at any moment. Should the Stick Nation cease to exist, he would lose all his wealth and prestige. For the sake of future glory, he had to grit his teeth and endure the humiliation for now. Please wait a moment. We need to consult our superiors. The Dragon Nation representative paid no heed to the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation's show of weakness. After leaving those words, he departed the meeting. If I'm not mistaken, this tactic of the Stick Nation is a direct copy of what the Cherry Blossom Nation did back then.
Were it not for the differing terms of the reparations treaty, the Dragon Nation representatives might have thought they'd return to their meeting with the Cherry Blossom Nation's prime minister. Though the compensation offered by the Korean nation was generous, they held no direct authority to decide this matter. Particularly concerning the land parcel South Korea had designated, it encompassed several cities bordering the South China Sea. Securing that territory would undoubtedly be a significant advantage for the Dragon Nation. By then, the entire South China Sea will be surrounded by Dragon Nation's territory. This will further strengthen the Dragon Nation's governance over the South China Sea. Chapter 137, Will Come For You. The Dragon Nation representative had barely stepped out when a call from high-level officials came through immediately. The high-ranking officials, who had been closely monitoring the live broadcast, naturally saw the terms offered by the Korean nation. Accept it. That land is prime real estate. Additionally, have him hold a press conference upon returning to his country and issue a formal apology to Longwa. Also, have them compile all previously appropriated Longwa cultural elements and publicly acknowledge that those cultures belong to Longwa. Although the Korean delegation had already apologized to the Dragon Nation representative during the meeting. But a press conference was different. As a great nation, after enduring Korea's harassment, even if they voluntarily cede territory and pay reparations, a formal apology is still required. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Dragon Nation stand in the future? Chinese netizens don't harbor deep-seated grudges against South Korea. But relations between the two peoples have always been strained. This stems from Korea's persistent appropriation of Dragon Nation's culture and its habit of stealing Dragon Nation's traditions. Korea has long assumed that as a major power, the Dragon Nation would be unlikely to openly confront them over such matters. Thus, they grew increasingly brazen and utterly shameless. Now is the perfect opportunity to make their prime minister publicly admit before the world. Personally admit that these are all Dragon Nations. Do we even need to consult with Senior Lín Mò? We've already discussed it. Senior Lín Mò instructed us to proceed as we see fit. Hearing this, the Dragon Nation representatives finally relaxed. Unbeknownst to them, Lín Mò had long been placed at the center of their decisions. Now, whenever any major changes arose, they had to consult Lín Mò first. This was to avoid falling into traps or disrupting Lín Mò's original plans. After all, Lín Mò represented Longwa's greatest hope during the apocalypse. Regarding the compensation actions of the Korean nation, the Dragon Nation's high command knew full well this was merely a delaying tactic by the Korean nation. Their collusion with foreign powers has run far too deep. Why would they grovel like this? They must be plotting an even greater conspiracy. But it doesn't matter. The Dragon Nation isn't afraid of their schemes. Since that's the case, why not take what's offered? As for whether the ceasefire agreement will be honored, that depends entirely on the Dragon Nation's leadership. Truth lies only within the range of cannon fire. This is an eternal truth. In the realm of nations, the strong always dictate the terms. If the Koreans want to play games, the Dragon Nation will play along. The money and land they're getting if it benefits the people, isn't that a sweet deal? Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation has not withdrawn its patrol vessels from the South China Sea. Because the land adjacent to the South China Sea now belongs to the Dragon Nation. Not only have they not withdrawn, but their military training has intensified. After all, both sides are under its control. On its own territory, it can train however it pleases. Conversely, should the Korean peninsula show any signs of unrest, they can deploy at the fastest possible speed. After cutting the phone line with the Dragon Nation's high command, several Dragon Nation representatives returned to the conference room. As they entered, not only were all eyes on them in the room, but now the eyes of the entire world were upon them. After all, their return was to announce the final verdict. Especially the Prime Minister of the Korean Peninsula. As the Dragon Nation's representative stepped out, he was practically pacing nervously. He feared the Dragon Nation would reject his proposal. If hostilities broke out then, his grand ambitions would vanish into thin air. Spotting the Dragon Nation's envoy approaching, he immediately stepped forward with flattering deference. Esteemed Dragon Nation representatives, will you accept Korea's compensation? We, the Dragon Nation, can accept this compensation agreement, but we have one condition. The Prime Minister of the Stick Nation visibly relaxed upon hearing this. A demand was no cause for alarm. What truly terrified him was an outright refusal. Speak, speak. I will agree to anything. Seeing the Prime Minister's attitude, the Dragon Nation representatives were highly satisfied. They then relayed the demand recently issued by their superiors. Agreed. Agreed. This was no big deal for the Prime Minister of South Korea. After all, he'd already lost all face today. He wasn't afraid to lose face again. As for ordinary citizens of the Korean Peninsula, whatever they had argued about online with netizens from the Dragon Nation before, they were completely outside the leader's considerations. He's already slapped his own face, why would he hesitate to slap the faces of these ordinary people? Then let's sign the agreement now, and I'll prepare a press conference immediately upon returning home. The South Korean Prime Minister was eager to sign the ceasefire agreement.
First, pacify the Dragon Nation. Only then could his grand scheme proceed smoothly. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the coalition government, numerous journalists, and global netizens, the Dragon Nation representative and the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation signed the ceasefire agreement. The South Korean Prime Minister, eager to appease the Dragon Nation, following the same playbook as Sakura Nation. After signing the agreement, they immediately dispatched the stipulated items to Longwa. Simultaneously, residents were hurriedly evacuated from the coastal base in the South China Sea allocated to Dragon Nation. As for the garrison station there, it had already been fully withdrawn. The South China Sea Station, which had been patrolling and inspecting troops in the area, promptly landed and took up residence. From this moment onward, this territory, formerly belonging to the Korean Peninsula, officially became part of Dragon Nation's jurisdiction, with Dragon Nation's flag proudly raised. Netizens of the Dragon Nation, having witnessed a similar scenario before, still found it hard to contain their excitement. After witnessing the smooth negotiations, they felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Korean netizens have long engaged in online confrontations with them, stealing the Dragon Nation's cultural treasures. Dragon Nation netizens were often driven to fury by such shameless acts. This time, they finally got their revenge. Knowing what the South Korean Prime Minister would say in his subsequent apology press conference, kind-hearted netizens from the Dragon Nation immediately posted lists detailing all the things Korea had stolen from them over the years, ensuring the Korean leader returns every single item without omission. China is a nation that endured plunder by imperialist powers. Those imperial powers particularly targeted China's cultural treasures. Many cultural relics were lost overseas. Back then they were weak and powerless. Now that they have grown strong, all that was plundered will surely be reclaimed bit by bit. Whether it's the culture stolen by Korea or the artifacts plundered by the imperialist powers. Awesome, guys. Guys, same time tomorrow, we'll meet in the livestream. Excuse me, are any high-ranking officials from the Korean Peninsula here? I've compiled a list of everything they've stolen over the years. It's on my homepage. Please have your Prime Minister read it to me tomorrow. Just checked it out. Great work upstairs, super thorough. Brothers, this is just our first step. Everything that belongs to the Dragon Nation will return. Exactly. This is just the beginning. Those cultural relics left overseas are waiting for us to bring you home. Man, what's this? I was feeling good, then this line made me tear up. We're coming to bring you home. Dragon Nation netizens were deeply moved, wishing tomorrow would come immediately. Then watching the South Korean Prime Minister gradually acknowledge the cultural treasures stolen by the Koreans, treasures that rightfully belong to the Dragon Nation. Chapter 138, The Frenzied Netizens. Press conference venue. Reporters from all nations had rushed to the scene, eager to cover this explosive news. The eyes of the entire world were now fixed on this press conference. The Prime Minister of Korea slowly stepped before the cameras. In just a few days, he had undergone a dramatic transformation. From his initial arrogance and tyranny to his current state of bowing his head in apology. Who could have imagined the Prime Minister of South Korea would transform so drastically in just a few days? First, I must express my sincere apologies. Regarding the South Sea Monster incident and the mutant attacks on Dragon Nation soldiers, these were indeed perpetrated by our nation. For these actions, I offer the deepest apologies to the people of Dragon Nation. Furthermore, I must confess to our previous appropriation of Dragon Nation's traditional culture. These actions were indeed perpetrated by our nation, and we have fully acknowledged our errors. I acknowledge that the Dragon Boat Festival is a traditional cultural practice of the Dragon Nation. I will withdraw our application for its UNESCO recognition and return the festival to the Dragon Nation. I acknowledge that tug of war originated in the Dragon Nation and is a traditional activity of its people. I acknowledge that kimchi originated in the Dragon Nation, appearing as early as the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The President of Korea recited one by one the cultural heritages that originally belonged to the Dragon Nation but had been usurped by Korea. The sheer volume was beyond description. By the time he finished listing them all, his voice was hoarse. Finally, I deeply apologize for all the losses inflicted upon the people of the Dragon Nation due to these wrongful acts. I hope the people of the Dragon Nation will accept my apology. With that, the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation bowed deeply before the cameras, before the eyes of the entire world. But while his words were sincere, he knew deep down, it won't be long before all my great Korean citizens become mutants. Then we must conquer the Dragon Nation. Let the Dragon Nation see what true Korean might is. He never anticipated the vehement rejection from the Dragon Nation's people watching this press conference. Unacceptable. Our Dragon Nation has suffered such immense harm. How dare you brush it off with a few empty words? You must pay with your lives. How many of our people sacrificed in this farce? Korea must pay a far heavier price. Exactly. Why should we forgive you so easily? What about all the Dragon Nation people who died? What about all the Dragon Nation soldiers who died? What good is your apology? Can they come back to life? Accepting compensation from Korea doesn't mean we're willing to forgive. If you want forgiveness, go down and beg it from the dead. Holy, I'm stunned. I always knew Korea was a thieving nation, but this is the first time I've realized they've stolen so much from China. Korea deployed supernatural creatures twice in the South China Sea. Many Dragon Nation citizens lost loved ones in this struggle, and Dragon Nation soldiers lost comrades. Now, they were filled with righteous indignation. They stood vigil before the spirit tablets of their loved ones and the graves of their comrades, watching this live broadcast. Each of them yearned to personally execute this despicable enemy who deserved 1,000 deaths. They didn't even need to know the vile thoughts still lurking in his mind. They only wanted to avenge their lost loved ones and fallen comrades. But for the greater good of the nation. For the stability of the country. They could not act on this. In recent times, the Dragon Nation's resentment toward the Stick Nation had reached its peak. Yet the press conference proceeded as scheduled. I know this period has inflicted immeasurable pain upon the people of Dragon Nation. I do not know how to soothe their anger. We have paid the price for our ignorance and recklessness. We mistakenly trusted the words of a foreign race. We should never have believed their promises of helping us become a world power. We hope the people of Dragon Nation can understand our actions. Once again, we apologize. The Prime Minister of Korea isn't a fool. Having taken this step, he naturally must put on a show of sincerity. After all, if they continued to provoke the people of the Dragon Nation, the latter could easily tear up the ceasefire agreement. Even if Korea mobilized its entire nation's strength, along with all foreign forces within its borders, it might not be able to withstand the consequences. Dragon Nation netizens, why should we pay for your mistakes? Why should the Dragon Nation people sacrifice for your errors? Why should our soldiers sacrifice? What did they do wrong? They just wanted to live peaceful lives, yet they were harmed or even killed by the monsters you unleashed. Dragon Nation soldiers only sought to protect their people, yet paid with their lives. Why should they sacrifice themselves for your mistakes? The disaster in the South China Sea, especially the first wave of round-nosed giant lizards released by the Korean peninsula. Caught completely unprepared and overwhelmed by the sheer number of spirit beasts unleashed, the casualties were devastating. They understood that the higher-ups had to sign a ceasefire agreement for the sake of national stability and international reputation. But for the survivors who witnessed their loved ones, partners, and friends die before their eyes, they could never forgive the Korean peninsula's foolish actions. At the press conference site, the Chinese nationals and the Korean nation grew increasingly enraged as they listened, eventually erupting into a riot on the spot. They grabbed whatever was at handbags, phones, anything within reach. They hurled them at the leader of the stick country. The leader dodged the attacks. Meanwhile, security personnel nearby struggled to control the situation. Someone in the crowd happened to have an old-style flip phone, which struck the Prime Minister of the Korean peninsula squarely on the head. Instantly, the Prime Minister's head was split open, blood gushing out. Simultaneously, the leader of the stick country was knocked unconscious. Chaos erupted at the scene. Seeing the South Korean Prime Minister lying unconscious, not only did no one feel sympathy, but people began hurling insults one after another. Meanwhile, netizens from other countries who watched the entire livestream also sided with the Dragon Nation, beginning to condemn and berate the Stick Nation. They heard stories of loved ones being torn apart by death because of South Korea's foolish actions. And the things the South Korean Prime Minister himself admitted originally belonged to the Dragon Nation. Deep empathy welled up within them, these events stirring primal emotions. Particularly the claims made by the Korean Prime Minister. Many people in other countries, influenced by Korean propaganda, genuinely believed those things belonged to Korea. When Dragon Nation netizens had argued their case before, they were even countered. Now, to their shock, the truth was revealed: they had been completely deceived. Netizens' emotions were completely inflamed. South Korea descended into full-blown riots. In some countries, people even stormed Korean-owned shops, smashing everything inside. An international outcry against South Korea erupted. And the South Korean Prime Minister, knocked unconscious, remained oblivious to all this. And so the apology affair came to a close. But anyone with eyes could see. This ceasefire agreement could only maintain a brief truce between the two sides. Both the Korean peninsula and the Dragon Nation were quietly preparing. War could erupt at any moment. As for the exact timing, it all depends on how long the Dragon Nation can endure the Korean peninsula's provocations. Chapter 139. I just love this kind of forced fruit. At this moment, Lín Mò was devouring Mount A. The mountain range rapidly descended under the encirclement of the dragon ants. Having just devoured half of it, the dragon ants found their claws tangled in the grass beneath them. The grass, which should have been low-lying, seemed to have consumed some kind of rapid growth potion, instantly shooting up to over 5 meters tall. Grass blanketed the entire mountain, its tender leaves tightly binding the dragon claws. With a forceful tug, the trapped dragon ants fell to the ground. They vanished instantly, their flesh pierced by the dense grass, leaving not a single drop of blood behind. Could it be a grass spirit? Grass can become spirits these days? Lín Mò immediately commanded the dragon ants to use the sun's true fire to form armor and protect themselves. Once the sun's true fire armor materialized, the leaves binding the dragon ants were instantly scorched away.
Subsequent attempts to attack the dragon ants proved futile, as the armor proved impenetrable. The grass then returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had ever happened, as if it had all been just a figment of Lín Mò's imagination. Even now, the spirit creature that had attacked Lín Mò had yet to reappear. Lín Mò let out a cold laugh. What good does hiding do? Dragon breath, dragon flame. Thousands of dragon ants launched their assaults simultaneously. Massive fireballs plummeted from the sky. Each one slammed into the lush green lawn. The struck ground left behind deep craters. In an instant, the true solar fire carried by the fireballs immediately ignited the ground, engulfing the entire lawn. Spirit of all trees. From behind a distant tree, a beautiful cicadere sprang forth. Lowering her head, green energy flowed from her two antlers. Then the green energy reached the lawn. Where flames had raged moments before, the green energy swept over the area, instantly extinguishing the blaze. The plants and trees that had been reduced to ashes began to regenerate anew. What kind of miraculous power is this? Bringing the dead back to life? Lín Mò, witnessing all this, found it utterly unbelievable. He refused to believe such a power truly existed in this world. That would be too outrageous. A mere insect cultivator dares to disrupt Aegeum Mountain. Looks like this mountain is the old stomping grounds of that dear spirit. No wonder it wasn't cherished. He'd only come to Aegeum Mountain on a whim, never expecting to find spirits here. Lín Mò was pondering whether to turn this little cicadere into experience points or keep it for himself. Even if her skill wasn't exactly life-saving, it definitely possessed powerful healing effects. If she could bring this creature back to the Dragon Kingdom and place it within the military, it would be more valuable than 100 military medics in times of war. Seeing Lín Mò ignore it and make no move to attack, the cicadere spirit took a few more steps forward. Regardless of your intentions, Asen is my home. Depart swiftly, and I shall not pursue the matter. The cicadere spirit was inherently a reclusive spirit creature. She had grown up here and cherished this place. Her offensive abilities were actually quite limited. But since Asen nurtured her, she stepped forward to drive them away. She never intended to harm anyone. On the contrary, when hikers here, if they accidentally suffered any injuries, she would quietly help resolve them. What purpose could this insect cultivator possibly have, daring to devour Mount A? This she absolutely would not allow. What if I refuse? From their earlier exchange, Lín Mò judged that this cicadere spirit was fundamentally not evil. She simply wished to protect Mount Kayayama. But if she were truly placed within the military, she would need to be tested further. After all, those soldiers were just ordinary people. If the spirit were to harbor any ill intentions, it would spell utter ruin for them. Then I won't hold back. The cicadere spirit bowed its head once more. All things are mine. Green sparks scattered densely from its antlers. They fell upon the surrounding trees and lawns. Those once ordinary trees seemed to come alive in an instant. They stretched their branches, lunging toward the dragon ant swarm. Lín Mò also realized that this cicadere spirit could only command nearby plants to attack. Though the plants appeared fierce, their fundamental nature remained unchanged. Lín Mò commanded the dragon ants once more to shield themselves with the heavenly sun fire. Any vegetation that touched the dragon ants was instantly reduced to ash. Dragon God's illusionary array. The summoned Jingguo immediately unleashed its skill. Heaven-piercing manifestation. Streams of water ropes appeared before their eyes in an instant. Each bound one of the cicadere's legs. Without support, the deer collapsed to the ground. The remaining water ropes obediently coiled layer upon layer around the deer's antlers, preventing her from unleashing her skills again. Now Lín Mò truly enjoyed using Jingguo. Their coordination was nothing short of seamless. Jingguo always knew exactly what he wanted to do the moment he thought it. What are you doing? The bound roe deer's voice carried a hint of anger. Its pure, large eyes glistened with moisture. Lín Mò could easily imagine that if this cicadere were to take human form, it would be the ultimate ideal for otaku. Sign a master-servant contract with me. Lín Mò stated concisely. No. The cicadere refused without hesitation. How could she accept becoming a human slave? She cherished her carefree life above all else. Especially this human who sought to destroy the mountain that had nurtured her. Even if it meant death, she would never agree. Lín Mò gazed into the cicadere's resolute eyes. I thought to myself, this cicadere is still too naive. This is the consequence of spirits practicing seclusion and avoiding human contact. Especially for someone like him, who had no other interests. He just loved forcing things that weren't meant to be. Very well. Devour. At Lín Mò's command, the cicadere closed its eyes. She thought Lín Mò was going to kill her, but after waiting a while, she felt no discomfort. Opening her eyes, she saw Lín Mò hadn't harmed her at all. Instead, he commanded the dragon ants to devour Mount O. No, it can't be. You can't do this. Tears welled up instantly in the deer's eyes. She couldn't bear to watch Mount O vanish before her eyes.
Lín Mò halted the dragon ants devouring and asked again. Do you agree?
Seeing the deer spirit still hesitating, Lín Mò issued another command. Devour. Before the dragon ants could begin devouring, the deer spirit cried out in agreement.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
Only then did Lín Mò halt the dragon ants devouring of Asen.
If I agree to sign a contract with you, will you spare Asen?
Yes.
I mean, spare Asen forever.
The sick deer spirit was simple-minded, not truly foolish.
What if she signed a master-servant contract with Lín Mò? Lín Mò was merely exploiting a loophole in the wording. What if he came back later to devour Asen? She must make Lín Mò willingly abandon Mount O forever before she could rest easy.
Agreed. To Lín Mò, it was insignificant merely the experience of one mountain.
Replacing it with a sick deer spirit with such potent healing abilities, what was there to object to? Very well, I agree.
With that, the deer spirit bit her tongue, forcing a drop of essence blood to fly out.
Watching the scene unfold, Lín Mò thought the deer spirit was genuinely naive.
He had merely given his verbal consent, yet she believed him.
Not a hint of fear. What if, after signing the master-servant contract, he went back on his word? Chapter 140, The Healing Spirit.
After all, once the master-servant pact was sealed, the deer spirit's very life would be entirely in his hands. She had no right to refuse or resist. But if I were to renege after signing the contract, the deer spirit would be utterly helpless.
Lín Mò guided the droplet of essence blood to float toward his position.
Soon, the peculiar sensation of binding a contract with the sick deer spirit merged into Lín Mò's consciousness. Now that the contract was sealed, Jingguo withdrew her skill.
The sick deer spirit was astonished upon seeing Lín Mò's true form.
She had assumed Lín Mò was human, a bug cultivator. To her surprise, he was actually of the same kind as her, a divine dragon.
However, the brief shock passed and the deer spirit felt nothing unusual.
For she was different from other spirits and beasts. She had grown up in the mountains since childhood, never taught by anyone. The entire mountain had nurtured her.
Here, she lived in perfect harmony with the mountain's flora and fauna.
She harbored no unnecessary desires. As for becoming stronger, she had never even considered such a thing in her entire life. With the contract sealed, Lín Mò asked the question that intrigued him. What skill was that you just used to revive the plants?
Master, it's a healing skill.
It can heal most injuries and illnesses. That grass appears to be reborn, but it doesn't possess such great power. It's merely sprouting a new batch of grass in the same spot.
This entire mountain is covered in grass seeds. Just as Lín Mò had expected. It was a healing skill. If it could truly regenerate, that would be too godlike. But what he wanted was the sick deer spirit's healing skill. Seeing Lín Mò's interest in this ability, the sick deer spirit couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. During her time living on this mountain, she had saved countless lives with these healing abilities. She actually liked humans quite a bit. They always brought her tasty treats whenever they visited. Master, I'm a healing type spirit. Every skill I possess can be used for healing. Oh? This was the first time Lín Mò had ever heard of a healing type spirit. If every skill could be used for healing, then this sick deer's potential far exceeded his initial plans. As for how to utilize it, he'd leave that for the practitioners of the mystic arts to figure out. By securing such an ally for them, Lín Mò had already done more than his fair share. The subsequent discoveries would have to come from their own efforts. Lín Mò certainly didn't have the time to study it.
Lín Mò gazed at the sick deer spirit before him. Given its location within the Korean peninsula, having Yushu come to retrieve it was highly impractical.
Sick deer are not small creatures. Bringing Yushu here would inevitably attract attention.
At this point, he had no choice but to bring it back himself. Fortunately, Korea and the Dragon Nation had signed a ceasefire agreement, involving territorial concessions and reparations.
The new Dragon Nation outpost wasn't far from here.
Once we get the sick deer spirit to the base, Lín Mò contacted Yushu, instructing him to coordinate with the garrison forces.
He would drop off the sick deer spirit and leave. Master, what do you need me to do?
As innocent as the sick deer spirit was, she didn't believe Lín Mò would go through the trouble of binding her without expecting anything in return.
I'll deliver you to the military. I need your healing abilities. The moment Lín Mò spoke, the deer spirit understood his meaning. Healing others, however, was something the deer spirit was willing to do.
Thus, her resistance to the mission vanished. Lín Mò commanded the dragon ants to seize the deer spirit with their claws and fly toward the garrison base. Gazing down at Asen from high above, the deer spirit's eyes brimmed with nostalgia. Upon reaching the garrison base, the soldiers who knew Lín Mò was coming all came out to welcome Lín Mò. Big brother Lín Mò. Big brother Lín Mò, do you remember me? You saved my life last time. Brother Lín Mò, I love you. Many troops stationed in the South China Sea Theater had received Lín Mò's assistance. Now, seeing Lín Mò, they were overcome with emotion. Everyone was eager to communicate with Lín Mò. Lín Mò set the sick deer spirit down. He turned and walked away. He wasn't very comfortable with this kind of interaction.
The garrison soldiers didn't mind, raising their hands high and waving back at Lín Mò. Lín Mò now had a pretty good grasp of the plans for the Korean peninsula. He was merely waiting for the right opportunity to wipe out the bastards once and for all. The current state of the country held no value that could keep Lín Mò there any longer. He intended to visit Peacock Nation. His previous trip to Peacock Nation had been derailed by the South China Sea incident. That delay has carried on until now. Now that he had time, he needed to see how the foreign tribes were faring in the Indian region. Out of boredom during the journey, Lín Mò opened his attribute panel. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Ultimate Form. Level, 4. Talent, Fission. Individual count, 565,000 ancient dragon ants due to large numbers, only counted to the thousands fragmented, 35,000 ancient dragon ants ultimate form. Remaining lifespan, 20,000 days. Evolution experience required, 16,800,350 million. Note, after evolving into the ancient dragon emperor ant and reaching its ultimate form, each evolution completes one level up. Special Constitution, Dragon God Dao Body Ultimate Form. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the dragon realm, evolved to its pinnacle. Achieves the strongest defense at the level of a divine beast. Muscle and bone strength +2. Muscle and bone strength can continue to increase with each evolution. Active skill, Dragon Breath Ultimate Form. An attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Thunder, unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 2,500-meter radius, capable of shattering rocks or collapsing mountains. Within the skill's maximum range, the host can freely adjust its size during activation. Each time the skill is unleashed, the host can choose which elements manifest, and it carries a stunning effect. Once evolved to great perfection, it can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar Ultimate Form. Erupts in a thunderous roar that dispels enemy buffs and instills fear. Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes, while the toxic mist generated by the roar inflicts damage. Upon reaching perfection, additional unexpected effects manifest. Hint, upon completing this evolution, the duration of enemies being swept up by Dragon Roar increases with further evolution. Active skill, Time Roar Ultimate Form. A time manipulating skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to the future. Due to its overwhelming power, it can only be used on one target within a 24-hour period. Use with extreme caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array Ultimate Form. Summoning skill. Upon use, summons ancient dragon deities. Currently only one deity can be summoned TBD. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be summoned. Still need to devour more. Lín Mò glanced at his experience points, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. His recent experiences had all been focused on the Korean peninsula, causing his experience gain to slow considerably. Fortunately, the Korean situation had reached a temporary conclusion. This trip to the three nations must yield substantial experience gains. Then, when he levels up next time, he'll be able to summon another shrine god. This thought made Lín Mò look forward to his next evolution even more. Chapter 141, Asking for Trouble. Lín Mò's knowledge of Peacock Country came entirely from the internet. In his previous life, he never ventured beyond his homeland, and this was his first time setting foot in the Triple Kingdom. Lín Mò had settled in a mountain village, which mirrored the images he'd seen in news reports from his previous life. Backward and impoverished. Yet, gazing upon the endless mountain peaks stretching before him, Lín Mò felt quite content. This place is practically tailor-made for me. It's just perfect for me to devour. Lín Mò bypassed the mountain villa, intending to indulge in a satisfying devouring spree before conducting his investigation. This time, he didn't restrain the number of dragon ants. He released every dragon ant from his spatial storage. Go! Devour every last one in this area. Lín Mò gave the command. Swarms of dragon ants instantly covered the entire mountain peak. Watching the dragon ants before him, if Lín Mò were human, he'd be slumped in a slouch right now. At that thought, Lín Mò murmured to himself. This system seems pretty awesome. I wonder if with more evolutions, it could give me a body. Having a body would make things so much easier. Lín Mò let his imagination run wild. It felt utterly blissful. Since the sinking of Sakura Nation, he hadn't indulged in such unrestrained consumption. After returning to the Dragon Nation, he couldn't bear to disrupt its ecosystem. Later, when he arrived in Korea, the country was simply too small to offer such opportunities for consumption. Feeling his experience grow, Lín Mò grew increasingly satisfied. Meanwhile, in the hospital, the Prime Minister of Korea finally regained consciousness. Initially bewildered, he soon recalled the circumstances of his ordeal. He flew into a rage. Those damn Chinese are utterly outrageous. I'll crush them all underfoot. Originally, they had planned to invade the Dragon Nation once its entire population became mutants. They intended to seize only the Dragon Nation's land and resources. After all, with Dragon Nation's massive population, leaving them behind as slaves or cheap labor for their own country would be a perfectly viable option. Who could have imagined these barbarians would dare attack us?
Naturally, once he had crushed the Dragon Nation, he would certainly use the blood of these troublesome commoners to compensate himself. Only then did the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation feel a little better. He left the hospital and headed for the territory of the alien race. Foreigners, when exactly will our plan for a nation of psychics be completed? Watching the Prime Minister of the Stick Nation rush over in such a hurry, the alien race could barely contain their laughter. Humans were just so stupid they were born to be slaves to us. They'd never seen such eager suitors. Of course, the alien race didn't show it. Prime Minister, progress on this matter is accelerating. I'm confident it won't be long before you become the Prime Minister of the world's greatest nation. Then, you'll be able to strike at anyone you wish. No nation or individual on this earth will dare defy you. The Prime Minister of the Stick Nation listened to the alien race weave this grand vision for him, his entire being feeling light as a feather. Were it not for the dignity required of a Prime Minister, he would have burst out laughing with joy. He cleared his throat twice to suppress the laughter threatening to escape. At the same time, he didn't forget to offer the alien race a carrot. Stranger, rest assured. When that day comes, I will never forget your contributions. Whatever you desire, I shall grant it. Money, power, or women, just say the word. The alien inwardly scoffed at humanity's vulgarity and stupidity. Outwardly, however, he said, "Esteemed Prime Minister, what I desired, you have already granted. Everything I've done stems from my disgust at the Dragon Nation's actions. And to avenge my friend Anura." The Prime Minister laughed twice. "I haven't been able to help you much either. But you're right about the hatred for the Dragon Nation. Ours is identical. Rest assured, when the time is right, I will crush the Dragon Nation and avenge us both. I'm counting on you to handle the matter of the psychics. You can count on me." The foreigner watched the Prime Minister of Korea's retreating figure. He answered joyfully in his heart. "Why haven't you helped me? Your willingness to assist in experimenting on the gifted is precisely what we aliens desire most." Such a foolish Prime Minister, yet he dares to dream of conquering the Dragon Nation. Utterly delusional. Though the alien race hated Lín Mò, they secretly acknowledged his power. What kind of fool is the Prime Minister of Korea to dare compare himself to Lín Mò? That fool, once the entire nation becomes superhumans, they'll all turn into slaves for the alien race. How could he possibly agree to send his hard-won experimental slaves to serve as cannon fodder in the Dragon Nation? Meanwhile, the dragon ants had already absorbed the surrounding mountain ranges. Lín Mò surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction. The mountain range he had just devoured was in a remote area, no one would discover it anytime soon. But he couldn't overdo it. Because if he devoured too much at once, even in such a remote area, it would be easily detected by the people of the three nations. After all, not an entire nation could be that foolish. After devouring everything, Lín Mò recalled all the dragon ants into his spatial pocket. Then he shrank his own form. Now that he was scouting conditions in another country, it was best not to be discovered. First, to prevent other nations from suspecting the Dragon Nation of some sinister plot. Second, if discovered by the alien race, his goal of tracking their movements would become far more difficult to achieve. With preparations complete, Lín Mò flew toward the capital. That was where the traces of the alien race were most likely to be found. For the alien race's goal was to corrupt an entire nation's population, a task exceedingly difficult for them to accomplish alone. Smaller nations might be manageable. But for a populous nation like the Three Kingdoms? With their limited numbers, it would take them an eternity to accomplish it on their own. The fastest way is to manipulate the governments of the three nations. Employ the same tactics used to manipulate the Korean regime to deceive the kings of the three nations. Leverage the power of authority to make this happen. In the previous era, half the population of the three nations was deceived. Even so, as a populous nation, half of the population of the three nations was already a significant number. United, they still wielded considerable influence during the apocalypse. This time around, Lín Mò was determined to expose the alien race's ugly true colors before nations worldwide fell victim to their deception. Otherwise, if only the Dragon Nation remains, it will struggle to stand alone and face unprecedented calamity. But this cannot be rushed. For Lín Mò knew that only his own rebirth. No one would believe his account alone. They might even suspect it was a conspiracy by the Dragon Nation. After all, the tangible benefits offered by the foreign race were real and tangible. He needed a brutal end to warn the world. What exactly were these outsiders? What were their objectives? And what consequences would come from collaborating with them? Only then could the greatest deterrent effect be achieved. And Lín Mò had already prepared the example for that brutal end. That example was North Korea. Who asked them to court their own doom? This could be considered their final contribution to the world. Chapter 142, The Grassland Nation. In the blink of an eye, Lín Mò decided the fate of the Korean peninsula. Arriving at the capital of Peacock Nation, Lín Mò headed straight for the presidential palace. Though it was not currently open to the public. At this moment, Lín Mò had shrunk himself into a creature smaller than a mosquito. The security personnel at the presidential palace couldn't detect him at all.
He moved in and out as if he were invisible. Surveying the opulent presidential palace? Lín Mò couldn't help but marvel the people of India were exactly as described in the reports. The gap between rich and poor was beyond description. The village he had seen upon arrival was so impoverished that the people of Longwei could scarcely imagine it. Not only did their living conditions face severe challenges, but going hungry was a common occurrence. Yet the presidential palace before him was breathtakingly opulent. Any single plant or tree here could easily feed an entire family back home. The true nature of these foreign governments is truly disgusting. If Lín Mò, who had never left China in his previous life, still harbored some longing and curiosity about foreign lands, the more he traveled in this life, the closer he got to the centers of power, and the more he understood them. The more he despised these foreign places. Compared to the Dragon Nation, the difference was far more than just a little worse. Here, governments owe their power and status entirely to the people's support. Yet they showed utter disregard for the lives of the common people, revealing a truly ugly face. But this was beyond Lín Mò's purview. After all, while the leadership was incompetent, the common folk were utterly foolish. The three nations and the Dragon Nation have long been embroiled in border disputes, their conduct utterly repulsive. As for Peacock Nation, its international reputation is beyond description. By now, everyone has grown accustomed to the outrageous things this nation does. Lín Mò searched the presidential compound thoroughly but found no trace of the alien race. It made sense the alien race wouldn't linger around the power center's inner circle. Their objective is to alter human genetics. Their underlying attitude toward humanity was profoundly condescending. Once their objectives are met, they likely won't bother with further interactions. To determine whether the three kingdoms had defected, or how many had actually betrayed them, just look into the major military forces. After all, in human society, the physically strongest individuals across all nations are typically active duty soldiers serving in the military. This is precisely why, upon invading a nation, alien races target these individuals for reprogramming first. Just as Lín Mò was about to visit the major military districts of the three kingdoms to gather intelligence, news arrived from the Xianmen. Big shot Lín Mò, you need to come back immediately. Hearing the urgency in the message, Lín Mò sensed something was amiss. Usually, it was Yushu who contacted him. After all, Lín Mò had personally entrusted the dragon anteater. Apart from him, no one else in the Xianmen could contact Lín Mò directly. This time, it was Wu Suowei. Since his rebirth, Lín Mò's physical functions had rapidly improved, granting him the ability to remember everything he saw at a glance. Though he had little contact with Wu Suowei, Lín Mò instantly recognized his voice. What's going on? Wu Suowei's tone was frantic. Big shot Lín Mò, the Grassland Nation has clashed with us at the border. The Jade Void Patriarch suspected the alien race was stirring, so he went personally. Fearing unexpected incidents might arise within the Xian sect, he entrusted the Divine Dragon to me for the time being. But news has come from the front lines. Unexpected developments have arisen in the border conflicts between the Grassland Nation and our country. The Xianmen forces there are on the verge of collapse. The Grassland Nation is a nomadic people and inland power. Its territory is surrounded by the Dragon Nation and the Warrior Nation. Internationally, it's often jokingly called the safest country. Its diplomatic relations with the Dragon Nation have always been exceptionally strong. Furthermore, historically, the Grassland Nation was part of the Dragon Nation's territory. Consequently, the Dragon Nation maintains exceptionally friendly relations with them, deploying significantly weaker border defenses compared to other nations. Should a global war erupt? Among all nations bordering the Dragon Kingdom, the Grassland Nation would be the least likely to betray it. How could it have fallen into the trap of the foreign tribes as well? From this perspective, the foreign tribes' capabilities were greater than Lín Mò had originally imagined. I'll head over immediately. Thank you, Lord Lín Mò. Hearing Lín Mò's promise, Wu Suowei felt relieved. Ever since the Jade Void Patriarch had departed for the border between the Dragon Nation and the Grassland Nation, there had been no word. But the Jade Void Patriarch was the most formidable figure in the entire Xianmen sect except for big shot Lín Mò, of course. Thus, Wu Suowei hadn't given it much thought despite the lack of updates. That was until battle reports arrived from the front lines, stating that the items brought by the Grassland Nation this time were exceptionally formidable. Not only had border garrisons suffered casualties, but even many Xianmen practitioners had perished. Most of the Xianmen practitioners still holding the line were severely wounded. Wu Suowei immediately contacted Lín Mò. He understood why Yushu had chosen to go alone after suspecting the appearance of a foreign race, rather than informing Lín Mò. This was because he felt Lín Mò had already done so much for the Dragon Nation and for the Xianmen. The Xianmen couldn't rely solely on Lín Mò as their pillar, they needed to stand alongside him. Together, they must forge a safe haven for the Dragon Nation and its people. Upon learning of the elder Yushu's injury, Wu Suowei was consumed with anxiety. As the very backbone of the entire Xianmen, any mishap befalling him, the entire Xianmen would surely descend into chaos within a short time. Moreover, since joining the Xianmen, Wu Suowei had always remained by the old ancestor of Yushu's side. Deep down, he too dreaded hearing any bad news.
In the capital, Wu Suowei bowed 3 times with deep reverence before the divine dragon.
Master Lín Mò, I pray you can save the Jade Void Patriarch.
Henceforth, all disciples of the Xian sect shall willingly serve you as oxen and horses.
The people of the Dragon Nation will forever remember you. Thank you, Lord Lín Mò.
Meanwhile, Lín Mò remained completely unaware of Wu Suo's subtle maneuvers and hidden intentions. Upon receiving the news, he immediately severed contact with Wu Suowei and rushed to the border between the Dragon Nation and the Grassland Nation. The recent riots along the border had become far too frequent. Lín Mò suspected that the foreign tribes had accelerated their actions.
Their objective was to overwhelm both him and the Dragon Nation.
Then, amidst the chaos, they would seek out the weaknesses of both the Dragon Nation and himself.
To carry out their plan for genetic modification across the entire Dragon Nation.
The Dragon Nation ranks among the world's superpowers and major powers in terms of territory, overall strength, and population. Therefore, it shares borders with numerous neighboring nations.
There are 14 countries that share land borders with it.
Add to that the nations across the seas, and the total reaches 20.
Foreign powers will undoubtedly strive to undermine these nations. This represents the most effective strategy for foreign powers seeking to infiltrate and subvert the Dragon Nation from the outside in. Incidents along the borders will inevitably become more frequent. No matter how many border garrisons the Dragon Nation deploys, they cannot withstand this force. Chapter 143, Hope and Desperation.
At the border between the Dragon Nation and the Grassland Nation, a massive peregrine falcon dove toward the ground, its speed so swift it blurred the eye. In the natural world, the peregrine falcon is already one of the most dangerous birds of prey. Their swift flight and formidable attack power were renowned worldwide.
And this one had now transformed into a spirit beast. The mystic swiftly drew out cinnabar and began inscribing talismans upon yellow paper.
With swift, sweeping strokes,
a Taoist talisman, crimson with flecks of gold, materialized before the group. He watched as the talisman swiftly burned away in the air.
Simultaneously, his other hand formed a Taoist seal, launching an attack at the peregrine falcon diving toward him.
Boom! The talisman erupted with a tremendous explosion in the air.
He had thought he could finish off this powerful peregrine falcon with a fatal strike. But the falcon suddenly clasped its wings together, blocking the attack. Then it charged forward with even greater speed. This attack only managed to slow the peregrine falcon slightly. After that, it could no longer defend itself. The wind-like falcon dove down, clawing deep gashes across his face.
Ah! He let out a loud, agonized howl. Then, his breath ceased. Yu Hua! Yu Hua! The Xianmen practitioner fought the remaining falcons.
While tears streamed down their faces at the sight of Lín Mò's lifeless body.
Each bore wounds across their bodies.
Their eyes were bloodshot. Lín Mò's body was in a horribly mangled state. His entire face was completely torn apart, flesh and blood mingling so badly that his features were unrecognizable. The skin below his face had turned a purplish blue. The peregrine falcon's talons contained a deadly venom.
A single scratch could prove fatal in an instant.
Lín Mò's corpse not only intensified the hatred of the Xianmen practitioners present but also stirred deep-seated fear within them. These peregrine falcons were simply too formidable. Their speed was astonishing, their defensive capabilities formidable, and their attacks on humans were savage and ruthless. They had been fighting them for a long time, and their people were either dying horribly or suffering severe injuries. Yet the falcons remained unscathed. They even seemed to grow more formidable with each clash. If this continued, the Xianmen disciples would be wiped out before the falcons even suffered a scratch. The situation on the ground, where soldiers battled the Grassland Nation, was even more brutal. Those mutants were simply beyond what ordinary men could withstand. Engaging them in close combat resulted in devastating casualties for our side.
Ancestor Yushu, you must summon Brother Lín Mò immediately. Yes, if Lord Lín Mò doesn't come soon, we'll die here. Ancestor Yushu, we truly can't hold on any longer. Watching the dwindling morale of these Xianmen practitioners, Yushu parried the peregrine falcon's attacks while declaring with conviction. Without Senior Lín Mò, would you have given up on stopping these peregrine falcons?
There was a time when the Xianmen faced no less daunting challenges.
Back then, without Senior Lín Mò, how did you endure? Now that we have Senior Lín Mò, you've placed all your hopes on him. Senior Lín Mò owes nothing to the Dragon Nation, nor does he owe anything to the Xian sect.
Not only does he owe nothing, but he has journeyed back and forth for the sake of the Xianmen and the Dragon Nation, facing countless dangers. And now, you can't even hold out for the brief time before his arrival. Yushu realized that ever since Lín Mò demonstrated his formidable power, the Xianmen had grown increasingly dependent on him.
This cannot continue. The Dragon Nation is not Lín Mò's responsibility alone, nor is the Xianmen.
If this continued unchecked, these Xianmen disciples would gradually become a group of useless individuals who only knew how to cry out for Senior Lín Mò whenever danger arose. Even if Senior Lín Mò were as powerful as ever, he couldn't possibly cover every front simultaneously. That would be when the true, immense calamity for the Dragon Nation truly begins. The Xianmen disciples present were flushed crimson by Yu Su's words.
Indeed, Senior Lín Mò owes them nothing, he is not their parent. As practitioners of the mystical arts, safeguarding the peace of their domain was their fundamental duty. Even if they considered only their own sustenance, fed by the nation and its people, they should not have acted this way. Seeing the shame on everyone's faces, Yushu finally softened his stern expression and began to soothe the group. Before coming here, I had already entrusted the divine dragon to Wu Suowei. By now, Wu Suowei has likely informed Senior Lín Mò. It won't be long before Senior Lín Mò arrives. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope rose in the hearts of the group, which had been filled with despair. Some of their lost morale was regained. Someone shouted out. Hold on, brothers. There are no cowards in our Xianmen. At the very least, before Senior Lín Mò arrives, even if we die, we won't let these bandits set foot on the soil of the Dragon Nation. These words instantly lifted the morale of the entire force. Even the soldiers battling the mutants on the ground fought with renewed ferocity. The capital of the Three Kingdoms lay a great distance from the borders of the Dragon Nation and the Grassland Nation. Fortunately, Lín Mò moved with incredible speed. Had he arrived any later, the defenders here would likely have been overwhelmed. With his physical abilities constantly strengthening, Lín Mò could see the horrific scene of the battlefield from afar. Piles of corpses lay heaped in vast swathes. The soldiers and Xianmen practitioners under attack by mutants and falcons were retreating step by step. Big Brother Lín Mò. Big Brother Lín Mò has arrived. Brothers, rally your spirits, our salvation has arrived. As the crowd gazed upon the sea of golden dragons, their hearts overflowed with joy born of immense hope. From some unknown moment onward, whenever they saw that flock of golden dragons approaching from afar during times of peril, they instinctively felt saved. No matter how formidable the enemy, under Lord Lín Mò's assault, they seemed utterly insignificant. Lín Mò was the very hope of the entire Dragon Nation in its darkest hour. Dragon breath, dragon thunder. The vast grasslands had been bathed in clear, cloudless skies. Yet the moment the skill was unleashed, thunderclouds rolled in instantly. Powerful lightning bolts and thunderclaps pounded against the eardrums. Lín Mò marked out a designated area behind the Grassland Nation's psychic team. Thunderbolts as thick as wrists plummeted from the sky, indiscriminately striking the mutated beings on the ground. Those struck by the dragon lightning were instantly charred black from head to toe. Those that struck the ground carved out long, narrow craters. The Grassland Nation's psychics, previously elated by their victory, were now utterly terrified by this overwhelming thunderous assault. Though the psychics who had fought the Dragon Nation soldiers earlier remained unharmed by the lightning, they were utterly terrified upon witnessing their own enhanced comrades' once formidable fall so easily and gruesomely. They were all utterly terrified. All their earlier bravado vanished, and they scrambled to flee. They were merely modified psychics, though their bodies far surpassed those of ordinary humans. Their minds remained human. No one could witness such overwhelming force without fear. Chapter 144, Grilling Birds for Boss Lín Mò. As the mutated humans ahead lost their bearings, chaos began to spread throughout their ranks. Most crucially, after Lín Mò's arrival, the morale of both the Dragon Nation's military and the Xianmen practitioners surged dramatically. Dragon Nation soldiers began unleashing a barrage of fire from afar, bombarding the mutants with advanced weaponry. Boom! 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 The deafening roar of artillery fire reverberated across the entire battlefield. The mutated beings, initially still charging forward despite the barrage, but with Lín Mò back in command, how could they possibly stand a chance against the Dragon Nation's forces now? Soon, they were driven back in retreat, pursued relentlessly by the soldiers. Meanwhile, the few falcons soaring overhead, observing the unfolding battle, had no time to engage with the Xianmen practitioners. All their focus was fixed on Lín Mò. Having been trained by the alien race, they had long heard of Lín Mò's formidable reputation. Though the alien race had long warned them to exercise extreme caution when facing Lín Mò. But falcons were notoriously fierce and warlike. In the wild, they never backed down even when facing prey several times their size. This arrogance was innate to the peregrine falcon species, let alone one that had cultivated spiritual essence. Ever since they first heard of Lín Mò's formidable power, they had been itching for a chance to test themselves against him. Bug cultivator, let us brothers show you what we've got. Several peregrine falcons formed a line mid-air. Howling gale. They flapped their wings in unison. Soon, the swirling winds swept up stones and debris from the ground, hurling them toward Lín Mò. As their flapping intensified, their speed increased dramatically. From small stones to boulders, then mutants, finally, they even uprooted surrounding trees. Mutants who had attempted to flee were once again swept back into the fray. The gale whipped up by the peregrine falcon's massive wings. It seemed not only capable of lifting everything in its path, but also carried an icy element. Those mutated beings caught in the whirlwind were rapidly frozen within the whirlwind. When they hit the ground, their bodies seemed to have frozen solid. Their entire bodies shattered upon impact. Watching the peregrine falcon's ability, Lín Mò resolved that these winds must never reach the side.
He possessed the sun's true fire, enabling the dragon ants to mount a defense.
But if those Xianmen practitioners and soldiers got caught up in it, they're definitely more fragile than mutants.
They wouldn't even need to hit the ground, they'd be torn apart by the wind alone. The soldiers and Xianmen practitioners watching the peregrine falcon's abilities wore solemn expressions tinged with unmistakable fear.
Clearly, what Lín Mò had considered, they had considered as well.
Only now did they grasp the true power of the peregrine falcons dispatched by the alien race this time.
Before Lín Mò arrived, those falcons had merely been engaging in minor skirmishes with them. Yet even so, they couldn't retreat.
If they retreated, the front line would be left with only Lín Mò, while behind him stood the millions of ordinary people of the Dragon Nation.
Unlike these people, Lín Mò wasn't afraid, he was even somewhat excited. The mutant humans cultivated by the alien race before were all incredibly fragile.
Now, finally, they'd produced a few worth their salt. Their abilities were about to sweep in.
Then let's see if your ice wind is stronger than my dragon roar. Lín Mò spoke, then immediately activated his skill. Dragon Roar.
The moment the command was issued, hundreds of thousands of dragon ants opened their massive jaws simultaneously.
A deafening dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. Then, a massive golden dragon head appeared in the sky.
The dragon head charged toward the whirlwind at breakneck speed,
as if intent on swallowing the colossal whirlwind whole. Boom! Two immense forces collided, unleashing a deafening roar. An invisible blast of energy erupted. Grass within a 10-mile radius was uprooted by the roots. The once level ground became pitted and scarred. The backlash from the collision of these two immense energies was terrifying.
Several peregrine falcons were knocked from the sky. They landed on the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. On Lín Mò's side, only the frontline ancient dragon ant's remnants sustained damage.
He, in the ultimate form of the ancient dragon ant, remained completely unscathed thanks to their formidable defensive capabilities.
The soldiers and Xianmen practitioners who had thought their end was near.
Witnessing this scene, their confidence soared. They couldn't help but question what they had been so afraid of earlier. With big shot Lín Mò here, no matter how formidable the enemy, they needn't fear.
It seemed their understanding of Brother Lín Mò's true capabilities had been sorely lacking.
Damn impressive. Brother Lín Mò, you're the man.
Bring down those birds, brothers.
We'll roast them for Brother Lín Mò. The falcons plummeted to the ground. Only then did they take the alien race's instructions seriously.
But for creatures as fiercely combative as peregrine falcons, the stronger the opponent, the more they would fight back with renewed vigor.
Ignoring their injuries, they flapped their wings and took flight once more. Stubborn as hell. Bug cultivator, you've got some skill.
But today, facing us, is the day you meet your end. Since you care so much about these weaklings, I'll make sure they join you in death.
Ha 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 ha. Sky-scorching fire. With that, several falcons opened their gaping beaks. Unlike before, this time they launched their attacks in different directions. Giant flames erupted from their beaks, like molten lava flowing from a burning volcano. So dense that the shape of the flames was indistinguishable. Everything in the flames' path was incinerated. The once damp earth became as arid as a desert. Giant tongues of fire licked at the surrounding air,
plunging the temperature into the scorching, arid desert. Meanwhile, several peregrine falcons maneuvered while launching their assault, determined to incinerate the soldiers and Xianmen practitioners on the ground.
Fall back.
Seeing this situation, Lín Mò immediately issued the command.
The Xianmen ice elementalists stood behind Lín Mò.
The remaining Xianmen practitioners retreated alongside the soldiers, though they couldn't immediately grasp why such a formidable figure as Lín Mò would order them to retreat. But that powerful strike moments ago had left everyone present obeying Lín Mò's every word without question. The Xianmen members, who knew Lín Mò better, needed no further explanation. As for the soldiers, they instinctively admired strength. Those who had navigated through forests of blades and seas of fire possessed an innate trust and reverence for the strong.
Lín Mò swiftly summoned Jingguo, Dragon God Illusion Array. Brother Lín Mò.
Upon emerging, Jingguo instinctively activated her skill without needing Lín Mò's command.
Sky-swallowing water curtain. This was the first time Lín Mò witnessed the effect of this skill. The grasslands were naturally abundant in water sources. Streams of water converged from all directions mid-air, forming a massive water curtain between Lín Mò and the peregrine falcon.
This water curtain directly blocked the damage from the peregrine falcon's flames.
Squeak, squeak. The moment the powerful flames met the water curtain, a piercing sound erupted. Chapter 145, Dying Without Regret.
The collision of the two elements felt like boiling a massive cauldron of water.
Scorching steam billowed upward.
The remaining mutants were instantly steamed to death,
even as the ice elemental ability users behind Lín Mò launched relentless attacks.
The skin of soldiers and Xianmen practitioners in the distance blistered from the scalding heat. They seemed trapped within a boiling cauldron,
tortured by the searing air surrounding them. Ha ha ha, tonight's dinner is truly sumptuous.
These people will be steamed to perfection enough to feed us brothers for a long time. Especially these guys' years of training must have made their meat extra tender. With that, the Falcons intensified their assault.
Dragon Breath, Dragon Ice. Lín Mò defined the attack zone. Sharp ice spikes plummeted from the sky.
Wherever they struck, the destructive force was immense. The Falcons on the opposite side of the water curtain had to dodge the ice spikes
and weaves nimbly through the icy barrage.
On this side of the water curtain, the suffocating cold rapidly began to ease.
Jingguo's water curtain, combined with Lín Mò's ice spikes.
Yu's sun interrupted the assault.
The furnace-like heat finally returned to normal.
Soldiers and Xianmen practitioners who had thought they were about to be steamed alive breathed a sigh of relief. These peregrine falcons were far too agile.
Given the current situation, the ice spikes would struggle to strike them.
And rightly so, peregrine falcons were renowned in nature for their flight speed. Especially when they had evolved into supernatural creatures. The wave of attacks concluded. Only one peregrine falcon was struck by an ice spike, immediately losing its ability to fly and subsequently pinned to the spot by subsequent spikes. The rest remained unscathed.
This only fueled the falcons' already arrogant demeanor, making them even more reckless.
Ha ha ha, I admit your attack skills are formidable. But with our speed, even the most powerful skills won't hit us.
What good are they then?
The falcons had witnessed the fate of their fallen comrade. Lín Mò's offensive capabilities were indeed as formidable as the alien races had claimed.
In fact, it surpassed even their descriptions. But what difference did that make? As long as their flight speed was fast enough, these skills couldn't touch them. Fury of the storm. The falcons unleashed the howling gale skill once more.
Forming a line mid-air, they launched their assault against Lín Mò. Lín Mò noticed that to ensure the full power of their howling gale, they always formed a line before unleashing the skill.
Got it.
The moment Lín Mò had this insight, Jingguo, sensing the fluctuation in his thoughts, immediately followed suit.
Sky-piercing phenomena. Waves of water surged in from all directions.
Having witnessed this phenomenon before, the peregrine falcon paid it little mind. To them, these water curtains, though formidable, were merely defensive skills. They posed no threat to the attackers. Naturally, they didn't even bother to dodge, continuing to flap their wings.
Ha ha ha. Trying to protect these weak humans?
You insect cultivator, still hiding like a turtle, refusing to show yourself.
You sure are kind to these weak humans.
In that case, I'll kill them first. With that, the falcons accelerated their wing beats.
To them, the howling gale seemed more formidable than the heaven-burning fire.
The water curtain had just managed to withstand the burning heaven fire. But it could not withstand the howling gale. Once the howling gale shattered the water curtain, even if Lín Mò managed to escape by sheer luck,
these weak humans would all be left behind.
But this time, the water did not form a curtain before the falcons. Instead, it surged from all directions, striking the falcons. Having reached level 5, Jingguo's skills had grown immensely powerful. Compared to previous uses, this water rope was a comprehensive upgrade. Thick streams of water coiled like ropes, binding the arrogant falcons tightly. By the time the peregrines realized something was amiss, it was already too late. The water ropes wrapped around their midsections, binding them. Their once fluttering wings could no longer beat. Without their wings to maintain balance, the falcons plummeted straight down from midair. Then they realized they couldn't break free from the water ropes at all. Worse still, the more they struggled, the tighter the ropes bound them. They were about to pierce their skin and flesh, penetrating deeper into their bodies.
What the hell is this?
Bug cultivator, you're using dirty tricks.
Bug cultivator, show some guts and come out. Face me in a fair fight.
Lín Mò naturally ignored the impotent rage of these beasts. He never resorted to dirty tricks. It was just that these beasts were far too arrogant and foolish.
Even if he did resort to dirty tricks, what difference would it make?
All's fair in war, and they'd be foolish to blame others for their own stupidity. Lín Mò had no time to listen to their chaotic shrieks.
Devour.
At his command, hundreds of thousands of dragon ants swarmed forward.
Within seconds, the grasslands fell utterly silent. Lín Mò was so badass. Lín Mò was just too strong. Holy guys, this is my first time actually seeing big shot Lín Mò in person.
Me too. I'd only heard stories from brothers in other military districts before I was so jealous.
Now I've finally seen him myself.
Even if I die today, I'd die with no regrets.
Soldiers stationed at various border posts belonged to different military districts.
Their deployments are strictly regulated. So for most of them, this was their first time meeting Lín Mò. And for the first time, they felt what it was like what their brothers had described online as a god descending from the heavens. The falcons were dealt with, and Yushu made arrangements for the injured from the Xianmen. They arrived before the dragon ant swarm.
We owe you our deepest gratitude, Senior Lín Mò. Yusu gave a wry smile.
Originally, upon hearing the news, he had believed he could handle the situation here. Little did he expect that upon arrival, not only had he suffered severe injuries, and now he had to trouble Senior Lín Mò. He couldn't tell if it was because he was getting old, or if the supernatural beings of other races had truly grown to such formidable strength.
Lín Mò hummed in acknowledgement. Senior Lín Mò, should we proceed to the capital next? It wasn't just Lín Mò.
Through today's events, Yushu also sensed that the alien race's movements were accelerating.
To prevent repeated border attacks in the future, he still needed to discuss countermeasures with Senior Lín Mò.
The alien race was so formidable that he truly had no other options.
We'll discuss it later. Lín Mò declined the request.
He understood the old man's meaning countermeasures were undoubtedly necessary. But since the Grassland Nation dared to attack the Dragon Nation like this,
it proved the alien race must currently be within their borders. Now, Lín Mò must deal with these invaders first.
You return first. I'll make a trip to the Grassland Kingdom.
Yushu recalled the small nation that had previously submitted to the Dragon Nation and understood.
Then, Senior Lín Mò, I'll await your return in the capital.
Safe travels. Chapter 146, The Grassland Kingdom, A New Strategy. Before Lín Mò could even set off for the Grassland Kingdom, in the distant lands belonging to the Grassland Nation, an army approached.
The Dragon Nation soldiers and Xianmen practitioners who had been disrupting the battlefield immediately grew solemn.
Could it be that the Grassland Nation, seeing the previous wave of attacks fail, had launched a new assault?
The soldiers immediately set aside their tools and grasped their weapons. The Xianmen practitioners also stood up, eyes fixed on the horizon.
The group halted at the border between the Grassland Nation and the Dragon Nation.
Then, from the foremost vehicle, a man in military uniform stepped out. Instantly, all weapons were trained on him. Unexpectedly, he raised both hands to signal his peaceful intentions. He then approached the vast swarm of dragon ants and knelt down with a thud. Lord Lín Mò, I come to beg for mercy. Several days ago, a man clad in black robes approached me, claiming he could strengthen my army without any conditions. To gain my trust, he immediately transformed one of my men right before my eyes. But that power felt far too strange. I dared not use it and refused his offer.
Who knew some of my men actually believed him and transformed an entire squad?
Worst of all, he used these mutated soldiers of the Grassland Nation to attack the Dragon Nation. The Grassland Nation and the Dragon Nation have been as close as brothers since ancient times.
We absolutely cannot let this incident cause misunderstandings with the Dragon Nation.
Therefore, upon learning of this, I rushed here immediately to take full responsibility. Fortunately, Lord Lín Mò and the Dragon Nation suffered no harm.
Otherwise, I would be utterly undeserving of life.
The man who arrived was the head of the Steppe Nation's military department. He tearfully insisted the Grassland Nation knew nothing of this affair. He pleaded for the Dragon Nation to spare the innocent people of the Grassland Nation and refrain from igniting war on their soil. He understood all too well that such large-scale border provocations by the Grassland Nation, for the sake of its fallen soldiers and the nation's reputation, would never let this matter rest. Upon hearing these words, the Dragon Nation's soldiers immediately grew dissatisfied. The Grassland Nation had launched an attack on the Dragon Nation's border, costing them so many brothers. Now their top leader claimed ignorance and confusion, attempting to shirk responsibility. What about the lives of their fallen brothers? Who will avenge them? Were they supposed to die in vain just because the Grassland Nation claimed ignorance? The soldiers were seething with rage, but out of organizational discipline, they held their tongues. Instead, they glared at the Grassland Nation's representative with eyes wide with fury, wishing they could kill him with their gaze alone. The commander in charge of the Dragon Nation's border was naturally furious as well. But he knew that matters between nations couldn't be resolved by mere impulsive reactions. He understood that neither the Xianmen nor Lín Mò would speak up about such matters. After all, formally speaking, he was the one in charge here. We will not tolerate a second occurrence of the Grassland Nation violating our border. As for what you've mentioned, I still need to report it to higher authorities. The final outcome will depend on the directives from above. Upon hearing this, the military commander of the Grassland Nation immediately responded. But unlike his earlier tearful demeanor, observing Lín Mò's complete disregard for the matter and the attitude of the Dragon Nation's representative, he promptly stood up and began delivering a righteous, official-sounding speech. Rest assured, the Grassland Nation will cooperate fully with the Dragon Nation's investigation. But we hope the Dragon Nation will uphold the truth and trust the evidence. Do not drag the innocent people of the Grassland Nation into war out of selfish desires. The already furious soldiers were incensed by these words. Even at the risk of punishment, they refused to swallow their anger. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. What do you mean innocent people of the Grassland Nation? Are the soldiers of our Dragon Nation who died not innocent? The Grassland Nation's actions today will be pursued to the bitter end by our Dragon Nation. What bull evidence and facts? I'll damn well lead my men to wipe you off the map. The border commander couldn't swallow his anger either. So he waited until the soldiers had finished hurling every vile insult imaginable. By then, the commander of the Grassland Nation's forces had been cursed until his face turned ashen. We await the results of your Dragon Nation's investigation. With that, he turned and climbed into his vehicle. The Dragon Nation's soldiers and Xianmen practitioners continued to disrupt the battlefield. Yushu whispered to the dragon ant swarm.
Senior Lín Mò, what's your take on this?
Lín Mò offered no response as the vast swarm of dragon ants swiftly departed in the opposite direction of the Grassland Nation. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle of the Grassland Nation's military commander. Seeing Lín Mò finally depart, he wore a satisfied smile.
Return.
The vehicle raced across the grasslands at breakneck speed.
It crossed the border grasslands and left the city behind.
Finally, after winding through twists and turns, it arrived at a large cluster of Mongolian yurts. Security here was tight. Infrared sensors dotted the area, surveillance cameras were densely packed, and soldiers patrolled constantly. After passing through security checks, the vehicle belonging to the military commander of the Grassland Nation entered this heavily guarded compound.
After exiting the vehicle, he walked toward the innermost yurt.
Opening the door, he found a figure clad in black robes standing inside. This was precisely the foreigner Lín Mò had been seeking, the one who had come to the Grassland Nation. Stranger, you were right after all.
Although Lín Mò was there, he left after hearing what I had to say.
The head of the Grassland Nation's military had long been in cahoots with the outsider. The team of mutants dispatched was personally arranged by him. However, the foreigner had explicitly instructed him, should the mission fail, he was to go directly to the border to apologize.
He had been reluctant to comply.
In the Grassland Nation, his status as second only to the ruler and above all others was no exaggeration.
Moreover, he wielded genuine authority. Even the president had to give him some face.
He had never bowed his head in his entire life, and now they wanted him to kneel before Lín Mò. But the foreigner had detailed the exact circumstances of how the Dragon Nation had reclaimed that small border nation. Even with his reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. The military might of the Steppe Nation compared to the Dragon Nation was like heaven and earth. And the Dragon Nation was the one in the heavens. If Lín Mò ever discovered the Grassland Nation's official collaboration with the foreign tribe, he would undoubtedly come. By then, the Grassland Nation, stripped of its foreign allies, would be utterly at the mercy of the Dragon Nation. With their very lives at stake, what use would pride be? That is precisely why he made his trip today. His purpose was to prove to Lín Mò that the Grassland Kingdom's government had no ties whatsoever to the foreign tribes. Only then would Lín Mò cease to focus his suspicions on the Grassland Nation. Only then could they proceed with their plans in peace.
Chapter 147, Delusional. Now we can finally rest easy. Aside from Lín Mò, the rest of the Dragon Nation is beneath our notice.
Lín Mò would adjust his strategy, and so would the foreign tribes. Last time, Lín Mò not only repelled that useless little country in a short span of time, he also slaughtered the foreign tribes there. In the end, those foolish subjects actually surrendered their entire nation to the Dragon Kingdom. One foreigner dies, and another can be sent to take his place.
But once those nations pledged allegiance to the Dragon Kingdom, they became dragon territory. They become impregnable fortresses. No foreign power could ever interfere again. He would never allow such a thing to happen again. No matter how foolish or weak a nation may be, is never to be abandoned by the alien race. For their ultimate goal is to enslave all of humanity.
The Dragon Nation was merely a stumbling block in their grand scheme, one that needed swift resolution. If those nations were to fall under the Dragon Nation's jurisdiction in the future, it would pose a significant obstacle to their ultimate goal.
When can we invade the Dragon Nation?
The leader of the Grassland Nation's eyes lit up.
No ambitious ruler in this world could resist coveting the Dragon Nation.
It is a mysterious and prosperous nation, brimming with untold resources to exploit.
Moreover, the Steppe Nation's international reputation.
It was often jokingly referred to as the son of both the Dragon Nation and the Russian Empire. As long as they didn't act recklessly, they would be firmly protected by these two great powers.
Perhaps such remarks are meant as mere banter. But for ambitious and arrogant rulers, it becomes a thorn in their side. In the past, lacking the capability to confront these two nations head-on, they could only put on a show of deference. Now, with the emergence of foreign powers, this dynamic must inevitably shift. Especially after the Steppe Nation found itself sandwiched between the Dragon Nation and the Furry Nation. Whether seeking diplomatic ties with other nations or striving to enhance its own capabilities, they remain under constant scrutiny from these two powers. Without access to the sea, many goods must be imported.
The people remain perpetually impoverished. The military leadership of the Grassland Nation has set its sights first on the Dragon Nation.
Next comes the land of the furry ones. He aims to propel his nation to the pinnacle of the world. It won't be long.
I'm researching how to strengthen the physical fitness of the entire population more rapidly.
Nothing's going wrong over there, is it?
The military leader of the Grassland Nation knew exactly what the foreigner was referring to. When the foreign faction first arrived, they had contacted the president immediately. But the president was a conservative who had consistently opposed the foreigner's plans.
That's why the alien race turned to him.
Without a moment's hesitation, witnessing how the alien race could instantly make someone so powerful, he agreed on the spot.
So what he told those people from the Dragon Nation earlier wasn't entirely false.
He'd merely concealed and altered certain details. Rest assured, I've already sent the old man abroad.
He's devoted to the people of the Grassland Nation. How could he not be thrilled to hear about economic cooperation with other great nations? Now, the entire Grassland Nation is under my control. By the time he returns, it will be too late. Then I can rest easy.
The foreign leader nodded in satisfaction.
The Grassland Nation had been a nomadic people since ancient times.
Thus, both their bone structure and physical constitution were robust.
Their temperaments were fierce, their minds simple.
They were among the most suitable races for control and transformation.
As for conquering the Dragon Nation? Pure fantasy. Those Dragon Nation people will all end up as slaves to the foreign tribes.
If Lín Mò heard the alien race's thoughts now, he would surely scoff at them.
The Grassland Nation's ambition to crush the Dragon Nation was indeed a pipe dream. But for the foreign tribes to enslave the Dragon Nation's people? That was an even greater pipe dream. Then I'll be waiting for your good news.
With that, he strode out of the yurt and drove off. What they didn't know was that their supposedly secret conversation had been heard clearly by Lín Mò.
Lín Mò had overheard the Grassland Nation's words at the border and sensed something was amiss.
He then feigned belief in their words. He commanded the dragon ants to fly conspicuously in the opposite direction of the Grassland Nation. He had secretly shrunk his body within the dragon ant swarm. He then boarded their vessel and followed them all the way here. And sure enough, the other party had fallen for it. Seeing the vast swarm of dragon ants depart, he drove to this location. In truth, after the target departed, all those dragon ants had been stored away in Lín Mò's spatial pocket.
After listening to both sides' conversation,
began contemplating how to handle the current situation.
He could certainly reveal himself now and instantly eliminate this alien entity. But the Grassland Nation's geographical position was far too unique.
It shared a vast border with the Dragon Nation.
Even if he eliminated this foreigner inside, foreigners would continue to pour into the Grassland Kingdom.
He must devise a permanent solution.
Once he had dealt with this foreign tribe, the Grassland Nation would never again pose a threat to the Dragon Nation.
Lín Mò carefully recalled the conversation between the two men.
He tried to find any flaws in it. Got it. A sudden insight struck Lín Mò. Didn't the military chief of that Grassland Nation just say the president wouldn't agree? Then we'll just have to bring the president back first.
Lín Mò surmised that the commander must have tricked the president into leaving the country.
During the earlier negotiations with Dragon Nation clearly had no knowledge that the Grassland Nation's president was absent from the country.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have believed the military commander's claims.
When a nation's president establishes economic relations with another country,
would undoubtedly be covered by a deluge of news reports.
Especially given the vast shared border between Dragon Nation and Grassland Nation.
The higher-ups would be paying close attention to the Steppe Nation's movements.
It's impossible for Longwa not to know about a president traveling abroad to establish economic ties.
Combined with the earlier remarks from the Grassland Nation's military leader, Lín Mò surmised that the Grassland Nation's president must have left the country secretly.
Subsequently, he was immediately apprehended by the Grassland Nation's military leadership while abroad. The first step was to locate this secretly detained president.
Only then could the subsequent plan proceed.
But how could one locate a single person in such a vast world?
Finding a spirit creature wouldn't be too hard with Jingguo around. We'd have no trouble tracking one down. Lín Mò left the yurt, his form so small. He moved through the area as if unseen, despite the numerous surveillance cameras. Once he was far enough from the yurt,
Lín Mò contacted Yushu.
He briefly explained the situation here.
To his surprise, Yushu immediately agreed, saying he was certain they could locate the president of the Grassland Nation.
As for how he would do it, Lín Mò didn't ask, he wasn't interested. The most pressing issue was now resolved.
Indeed, for Lín Mò, no matter how formidable the opponent, he wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation. But finding people? That was definitely outside his comfort zone.
Still, as long as he could find the person, that was all that mattered. Then he could proceed with his plan.
Chapter 148: Dogs Fighting Among Themselves.
Armed with the experience of subduing that border nation last time,
Lín Mò now planned to fully reclaim the Grassland Kingdom. As long as the Grassland Kingdom remained, foreign tribes would keep sending envoys. Human nature is driven by desire. Since the Grassland Kingdom had set a precedent,
there was no guarantee future leaders or even the president wouldn't harbor ulterior motives.
The shared border between the Grassland Nation and the Dragon Nation was simply too vast. Rather than constantly monitoring developments here, it would be wiser to reclaim it outright, eliminating any lingering concerns. Besides, in ancient times, the Grassland Nation was originally Dragon Nation territory. It was only later that it was partitioned off.
In that sense, it would be a reclaimed territory land lost and then regained.
However, no president of any nation would ever wish to see their homeland fall under another country's rule. Even if the Grassland Nation was once part of the Dragon Nation, that doesn't change the matter. For the people of the Grassland Nation today, that's all ancient history. The incident with the border nation was truly an accident.
They were a peaceful people by nature, with a small territory and impoverished citizens.
But the Grassland Nation is different. Getting the president to agree to this would be quite difficult.
To put it plainly, as the supreme authority of the Grassland Nation,
if the Grassland Nation were to submit to the Dragon Nation,
it would mean handing over his power to others. Lín Mò pondered this while muttering his plan under his breath.
The best course now is to eliminate the foreign race first.
Then let the president see what mutated soldiers truly look like. After that, wipe out every last one of those mutated soldiers. A nation stripped of its military capability and troops is practically extinct.
At that point, Dragon Nation will apply some pressure to the president and offer him appropriate benefits.
Combining benevolence with authority, especially under immense pressure.
The president of the Grassland Nation would likely agree to this plan.
With the plan set, Lín Mò immediately enlarged his form. He then conjured 100,000 dragon ants within his spatial realm. Now, dealing with the alien race posed no significant challenge to him.
According to Lín Mò's analysis,
the alien emissaries dispatched to negotiate with various nations were actually relatively low-ranking within their own species.
According to the alien race's plan,
they never intended to launch a full-scale assault. After all, their ultimate goal was to enslave humanity. If humanity were already wiped out, their invasion of Earth would be utterly meaningless. Thus, for mere persuasion, there was no need for such powerful aliens to intervene.
But Lín Mò had to prepare nonetheless.
Should they fail to subjugate Earth, the alien race would undoubtedly dispatch even more formidable forces.
At that point, even if they slaughtered a portion of humanity, the remaining survivors, utterly terrified, would have no choice but to submit.
For now, they were prioritizing the approach that offered the greatest immediate benefit. Therefore, for Lín Mò, continuous evolution and becoming stronger remained his ultimate goal. In the blink of an eye, Lín Mò arrived at the cluster of Mongolian yurts with hundreds of thousands of dragon ants.
First, use the sun's true fire to establish defenses. Then devour.
At Lín Mò's command, the dragon ants surged forward. Everything in their path was devoured clean. Lín Mò employed the simplest, most brutal method.
He forced the alien race to surrender swiftly. Bug cultivator, it's you again.
The alien race that emerged was taller than any Lín Mò had encountered before. This proved that the alien race that had come to the Grassland Kingdom were more formidable than any he had encountered before. After all, the power of the alien race is determined by the number of insects on their bodies. The taller or sturdier the alien, the greater their power.
The alien creature, upon seeing Lín Mò, was filled with rage.
It seemed that Fool from the Grassland Nation had been deceived by Lín Mò. This insect cultivator had feigned deception, but in reality, he had followed that fool to their secret base. Many of his brothers had perished at Lín Mò's hands before. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, the planet kept receiving news of their stars shattering.
Who among the humans of today, besides Lín Mò, who else possessed such power?
Lín Mò remained utterly unconcerned as hundreds of thousands of dragon ants spoke in unison.
Who told you to find people as foolish as yourself? I can't help it.
The combined effect of hundreds of thousands of dragon ants speaking in unison ensured every mutant within the yurt cluster heard him loud and clear.
Hoof.
The alien race snorted coldly. If I weren't bound by my mission, I'd have sought you out long ago to avenge my fallen brothers. I was even considering sparing your worthless life. But since you've shown such poor judgment by appearing before me now, don't blame me for being ruthless.
What brothers? Oh, you mean those dead bugs? Your mother sure can produce, huh? Like a sow farrowing? How else would you have so many brothers? Lín Mò said this deliberately to provoke the alien race.
Though he didn't fully understand how the alien race reproduced,
he knew they weren't born like humans.
The mutated beings who had been standing on the ground, trembling with fear. After hearing these words, they all struggled to stifle their laughter.
Someone finally lost control and burst out laughing. The rest of them couldn't hold back either. Laughter erupted in unison. The alien race was thoroughly enraged.
He flung his black cloak aside and soared into the air.
You all deserve to die. With that, he immediately activated his skill. Stormfire.
As the skill activated, fiery orbs suddenly began raining down from the once serene sky.
Each fireball was larger than a fist.
They pelted the ground in dense clusters. Each fireball carried wind elemental energy within it. The falling fireballs instantly merged the blaze into a vast inferno.
In an instant, the lush green meadow transformed into a deadly inferno.
Lín Mò, of course, feared none of this. His physique was that of a divine beast, possessing the strongest defense. The dragon ants had already activated their solar true fire for protection moments earlier.
Lín Mò and the dragon ants didn't even bother to dodge.
The flames that landed on the dragon ants were instantly devoured and absorbed by the solar fire. But the mutated humans on the ground were in for a world of pain. Though stronger than ordinary humans, they were still fundamentally mortal flesh and blood. How could they possibly withstand the scorching of such intense flames? Lín Mò could tell that the alien race wasn't targeting him this time.
It was the mutants. After all, these very individuals had burst out laughing when he mocked the alien race earlier. These aliens sure hold a grudge. It was just a couple of laughs, after all. The sea of flames on the ground mercilessly consumed everything around it. Dying by fire is one of the most agonizing ways to perish. The mutants screamed in despair and agony within the flames. Lín Mò felt no pity whatsoever. Don't be fooled by how pitiful and helpless these mutants appear now. But Lín Mò knew they were all created by the alien race to oppose the Dragon Nation. Facing enemies, Lín Mò felt no pity whatsoever. He even took a certain pleasure in witnessing this spectacle of dogs fighting among themselves. Chapter 149, This day next year will be your death day. Everything on the ground swiftly turned to ashes. A thick, acrid smell filled the air. The alien race gazed upon the charred corpses, their mood finally lifting. Bug cultivator, this day next year will be your death day. Have you decided how you'd like to die? Tell me, and perhaps I'll grant you your wish. Ha 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 ha. Lín Mò had no patience for his nonsense. Dragon roar. He unleashed his skill. Hundreds of thousands of dragon ants simultaneously opened their massive jaws. Each one spat out an unending stream of golden mist. The golden mist coalesced in the air into a colossal golden dragon head. Such a vast amount of mist appearing simultaneously created turbulent currents in the surrounding air. The golden dragon head swept up everything in its path. It charged toward the alien race with overwhelming might. Creatures caught in the turbulence instantly had their vitality sapped by the toxic mist. They rolled endlessly within the turbulence. The alien race watched the scene unfold before them and sneered. Trivial tricks. With that, he tugged at his black cloak. His towering form instantly transformed into countless insects. These insects deftly evaded Lín Mò's attacks. Only when the golden dragon head vanished did the alien reappear unscathed before Lín Mò. Necromantic realm. As the skill activated, a black mist emerged from the very edge of the dragon ant swarm. The mist rose rapidly, instantly enveloping the entire swarm. No matter which direction Lín Mò flew with the dragon ants, they were obstructed by an invisible wall. It was a barrier. Lín Mò was no longer the same person who had faced Shuten Doji. He remained completely unflappable in the face of this barrier. Moreover, he had previously encountered a barrier of spatial power used by an alien race, one far more formidable than this. Something's wrong. Before Lín Mò could finish processing the thought in his mind, within the space enclosed by the barrier, countless ghosts suddenly surged forth from the ground. These ghosts lacked physical form. Like the black mist that had just emerged from the barrier, they were vaporous. Their bodies stretched out as if sprouting from the ground, growing longer and longer, until their arms could grasp the dragon ant's claws. Then, with a powerful tug, the dragon ant was yanked straight underground, vanishing as if it had never existed. Witnessing this scene, the alien race burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is a demon from the netherworld, committing every conceivable evil. It endured every torment in the netherworld and will never find salvation. Now, whenever it sees a living creature, it drags them down to suffer in its place. Insect cultivator, enjoy your torment. Within the barrier, Lín Mò immediately commanded the dragon ants to shield themselves with the sun's true fire. But who knew? Proved utterly useless within the barrier. He had suspected this alien creature's physique seemed far more formidable than any he'd encountered before. How could the barrier's power be so weak? Indeed, the larger the alien's body, the more absurdly monstrous its strength became. Watching the dragon ants vanish one after another, Lín Mò forced himself to calm down quickly. He commanded the dragon ants to fly higher while rapidly brainstorming a solution. Lín Mò wasn't worried about dying here. After all, he now commanded such a vast swarm of dragon ants. If there truly was no other option, he could always have them detonate themselves. He truly didn't believe this barrier could withstand such high-intensity attacks. Still, if another solution could be found, Lín Mò would be reluctant to sacrifice his dragon ants. But regardless, Lín Mò was no longer in mortal danger. His thoughts began to race. Watching the dragon ants being pulled down into the netherworld, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He was completely trapped within the barrier now. Trying to think of other solutions was clearly out of the question. He had no choice but to confront them head-on. Lín Mò immediately opened his attribute panel, intending to study his skills more thoroughly. See if there was any breakthrough. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Ultimate Form. Level, 4. Ability, Split. Population, 565,000 ancient dragon ants due to large numbers, only counted to the thousands remnant, 35,000 ancient dragon ants ultimate form. Remaining lifespan, 20,000 days. Experience required for evolution, 16,800,350 million. Note, after evolving into the ancient dragon emperor ant and reaching its ultimate form, each evolution completes one level up. Special Constitution, Dragon God Dao Body Ultimate Form. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, evolved to its pinnacle. Achieves the strongest defense at the level of a divine beast. Bone strength +2.
Bone strength can continue to increase with each evolution. Active skill, Dragon Breath Ultimate form, an attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Thunder, unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 2,500 meter radius, capable of shattering stone or collapsing mountains. Within the skill's maximum range, the host can freely adjust its size during activation. Each time the skill is unleashed, the host can freely choose which elements manifest, and it carries a stunning effect. Once evolved to great perfection, it can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar Ultimate form erupts in a thunderous roar that dispels enemy buffs and instills fear. Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes, while the mist formed by the roar carries poison. Upon reaching perfection, additional unexpected effects manifest. Note, following this evolution, the duration of enemies being swept up by Dragon Roar increases with further evolution. Active skill, Time Roar Ultimate form, a time manipulating skill that allows users to return to the past or advance to a future state. Due to its overwhelming power, it can only be used on one target within a 24-hour period. Use with extreme caution. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array Ultimate form summoning skill. Upon use, summons ancient dragon deities. Currently only one deity can be summoned TBD. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be summoned. He scrutinized every word on the attribute panel. He tried to analyze hidden effects he'd never noticed before. Got it. Lín Mò's eyes lit up upon reading the explanation following Dragon Breath. The attribute page stated, upon reaching the Great Perfection stage of skill evolution, it can instantly dismantle various formations. But wasn't this exactly what Jingguo had told him before? Even without reaching Grand Perfection, the skill could still break formations, though not all of them. Formations and barriers were fundamentally similar in nature. If that was the case, then he might as well give it a try. Chapter 150, Locating the Missing President. Dragon Breath, Dragon Ice. Lín Mò set the perimeter, anchoring it within the barrier's coverage zone. In an instant, a chill breeze swept through the sky, accompanied by sharp ice shards. The surrounding temperature plummeted instantly. Boom! Bang! Thud! Hard ice shards struck the barrier, producing thunderous clangs. Lín Mò couldn't help but tense up. First, if the dragon's breath couldn't break through this barrier, he didn't know how many dragon ants he'd lose. Second, Lín Mò wanted to test whether the dragon's breath now possessed the power to shatter the barrier. Seeing Lín Mò unleash his skill, the alien race quickly guessed his intent. Ha ha, you're just wasting your effort. This barrier originates from the netherworld. It was specifically crafted to trap these little devils. Its effects are unbreakable. Don't waste your effort. Lín Mò ignored the alien race's mocking taunts. He watched as the ice spikes relentlessly pounded against the barrier. From within the barrier, the impact echoed through the enveloping shield. The sound was deafening. If an ordinary person or a low-level spirit were trapped inside, the sheer force of the sound alone would have shaken them to death. But Lín Mò, possessing the defensive prowess of a divine beast, remained utterly unaffected. Dense clusters of ice spikes continued to fall. Lín Mò carefully observed the state of the barrier. Suddenly, a piercingly clear sound rang out. A tiny crack appeared at the top of the barrier. Boom! Ice shards kept striking the crack. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the barrier shattered. Lín Mò wore a satisfied smile. As expected, the system prompts always hold profound wisdom. Take Jingguo's agility, for instance. It doesn't have to reach level 5 for the two of them to coordinate. The same applied to Dragon's Breath. It wasn't necessary to reach the pinnacle of the skill to dismantle formations and barriers. Yet the alien race remained utterly incredulous. Even if he had no connection to it. His astonishment was palpable in his raspy voice. How is that possible? How could anyone possibly destroy my necromantic realm? Dragon God's illusionary array. Jingguo. Brother Lín Mò. Upon emerging, Jingguo instantly locked onto Lín Mò amidst the swarm of dragon ants. Their eyes met, exchanging a look of unspoken understanding. Dragon Breath, Dragon Flame. Hundreds of thousands of dragon ants opened their gaping maws simultaneously. A sudden rain of fireballs fell from the sky. Dense clusters of fireballs, each the size of a fist, plummeted from above. They struck indiscriminately, engulfing everything within their reach. The grasslands were once again engulfed in a sea of flames. The damp earth was pockmarked with craters, scorched and charred, while the parched ground cracked into fissures. Yet the alien race showed no fear whatsoever. Merely copying others' ideas. He had just used a flame attack, and now Lín Mò was using it too. Could his flames truly pose no threat to Lín Mò? What could Lín Mò's flames possibly do to him? With that, he swept aside his black cloak. When the fireball slammed beside him, it seemed as though an invisible barrier existed around him, causing it to slide harmlessly to the ground. Each time the flickering flames on the ground tried to lick at him, they were pushed back by this invisible barrier. And this was precisely the moment Lín Mò had been waiting for.
He had noticed earlier that when the alien race sought to defend against any skill, besides transforming into insects and fleeing, they used their black robes as shields. It seemed that besides concealing the alien creatures' faces so different from humans, they could also withstand additional damage. As the alien lifted the cloak, Jingguo charged forward in perfect coordination. Sky-piercing multitude. A water rope surged from the distance. In the dense sea of flames, it was barely noticeable. Jingguo controlled the water rope, swiftly binding the alien. The restrained alien now realized the flame assault was merely Lín Mò's diversion. But it was already too late. What is this thing? Let me go. How could you? He plummeted from midair. He couldn't believe he'd been hit by such a simple skill. Lín Mò knew full well that using the sky-piercing 10,000 phenomena alone would never have struck the alien race. That's why he used Dragon Flame to distract them. At least, everyone Lín Mò had encountered so far possessed only single-element skills. Because casting skills demanded immense mental energy. It was nearly impossible to cast multiple skills simultaneously. That's why the alien race could evade the Dragon Flame without hesitation. If the little girl Lín Mò summoned also launched an attack against him, Lín Mò would have to command her. Then he could make corresponding defenses. But what the alien race didn't know was, given the current level of understanding between Lín Mò and Jingguo, Lín Mò wouldn't need to command Jingguo at all, she would coordinate with him seamlessly. The alien continued to interrogate Lín Mò relentlessly. But Lín Mò had no intention of kindly explaining to him. Time roar. Hundreds of thousands of dragon ants unleashed their abilities simultaneously. Countless attacks imbued with temporal power rained down from the sky. They struck the alien with pinpoint accuracy. He shifted with the flow of time, sometimes aging into a withered old man, other times morphing into two squirming, fleshy worms. As the vortex of time dissipated, the alien being on the ground vanished. In his former spot, two squirming worms now wriggled. This time, he wasn't as fortunate as the first alien creature Lín Mò had encountered. He couldn't escape. The heaven-piercing 10,000 forms could adapt to its target's changes. When the alien creature split in two, the water ropes also became two. They bound the two worms to the ground, leaving them no chance to break free. Devour. No, you. Before he could finish, the dragon ants, obeying the command, instantly devoured both worms. Lín Mò felt the shift in his experience points. This alien race was indeed stronger than any he'd encountered before. Afterward, he recalled most of the dragon ants. He continued to shrink his form. Then he contacted Yushu, who was far away in the Dragon Kingdom. Has the president of the Grassland Nation been located? Senior Lín Mò, he has been found. Lín Mò didn't care how they found him. As long as he was found, he could proceed with the plan. Good. Send a few people over shortly. Make it fast. Then keep the president of the Grassland Nation by your side. We'll broadcast it live on both sides. This time, I will ensure the Grassland Nation submits completely to the Dragon Nation. We shall obey Senior Lín Mò's orders. Yusu's voice trembled slightly. Even in this apocalyptic age, with Lín Mò's Dragon Nation, not only had they suffered no losses, but they had grown ever stronger. Besides, the Grassland Nation had always belonged to the Dragon Nation. That Lín Mò would speak to him this way clearly meant he had absolute confidence. How could Yushu not be thrilled at the prospect of reclaiming lost territories the higher-ups hadn't even dared to dream of recovering? Lín Mò then briefly outlined his plan to Yushu. This included how, when he attacked the Grassland Nation's forces, how the Dragon Nation would simultaneously offer both incentives and pressure to the Grassland Nation's president. Rest assured, Senior Lín Mò. Chapter 151, Negotiations with the Steppe Nation President. 2 hours later, the personnel dispatched by Yushu finally arrived at the scene. Once everything was prepared, Lín Mò launched an indiscriminate attack directly at the military base. As the alien race deepened their understanding and manipulation of human genetics, Lín Mò clearly noticed that these mutated humans differed from those he had encountered earlier in the Korean peninsula. This was especially evident in those who suffered fatal blows. When reduced to their last breath, their bodies would unconsciously crawl across the ground like insects. This was absolutely not a normal human reaction. Lín Mò speculated that it might not be long before those mutated humans would transform into insects after death. As for why Lín Mò was so certain, it was because he had witnessed this very scene in his previous life. In that previous era, the alien race moved far slower than they do now. Perhaps in the early stages of that previous era, the alien race consistently chose to remain hidden, never revealing themselves. They also hadn't encountered an opponent as formidable as Lín Mò, so their actions weren't as brazen and urgent as they were now. Indeed, such is the way of all things in this world. Once a single variable emerged, countless butterfly effects would follow. Especially when that variable was someone as formidable as Lín Mò. However, Lín Mò remained far from pessimistic. He had long prepared a contingency plan, namely, the Korean peninsula. This was also part of his plan to deal with the Korean peninsula. Once the mutated humans' bodies were fully transformed, Lín Mò would expose the ugly truth about the alien race to the entire world. But now was not the time. The mutants' transformations were not yet severe enough. Humanity's inherent flaws, especially among ambitious leaders. When confronted with immense profit, they never give up until they hit a brick wall. Dragon's breath, dragon thunder. These mutants were no match for Lín Mò. They couldn't even muster the strength to resist when facing Lín Mò. Countless dragon thunderbolts slammed into the attack zone, indiscriminately striking everything in sight. The mutants could only scramble about like headless flies. Lín Mò surveyed the situation from above, towering above the swarm of dragon ants. Those mutants struck by the dragon thunder all exhibited one common trait before dying. Like insects, they writhed unconsciously, desperately trying to escape. The emissaries from the Jade Void sect meticulously documented every occurrence. But they were too far away to capture clear details. They dared not venture closer to film. Joking aside, though they were in the military, they were still ordinary people. Stepping into Boss Lín Mò's attack range would mean being obliterated in an instant. Yet they still hadn't spotted where Lord Lín Mò was. How could they communicate with the dragon? The group had no choice but to try filming from a distance using drones. But the unprotected drone was destroyed the moment it entered the attack range. The group couldn't help but gasp. These were top-of-the-line drones. It could even record battle conditions amidst the chaos of war. Who would have thought it would be destroyed before even entering the attack zone, merely hovering nearby? It was clear just how formidable Lín Mò's power was. Just as the group was at a loss for what to do, a dragon ant flew over. Hand over the equipment. Lín Mò? The group froze, muttering as they unconsciously handed over their equipment. Lín Mò commanded the dragon ant, which seized the equipment with its claws. Without looking back, he charged into the dragon thunder. Only when the dragon ant vanished from sight did the others snap back to reality. Holy crap, was that really big shot Lín Mò talking to me just now? Is he the one controlling the divine dragon? The man was so overcome with excitement he could barely form coherent sentences. After all, Lín Mò was currently serving in the military. He was practically an idol to everyone. Soldiers who had never witnessed the divine dragon swarm were eager to see both the dragon's might and Lín Mò's prowess. Even though they knew the divine dragons usually appeared when grave danger loomed, they were still willing to endure it just to catch a glimpse of Lín Mò. Securing this filming assignment took an enormous amount of effort. Seems like it. The person beside him swallowed hard, his face brimming with disbelief. Holy, Lín Mò actually spoke to me. I could brag about this for the rest of my life. Meanwhile, Longi had already entered the dragon thunder with his equipment, with Longi's massive frame providing cover. The filming proceeded smoothly. Under Lín Mò's command, Longi continuously zoomed in with the camera, capturing every detail of the scene with crystal clarity. Dragon Nation, capital city. In a secluded mansion, Yushu and the president of the Grassland Nation watched the live feed. President, you see it too, those mutated individuals are no longer entirely human. The president of the Grassland Nation kept wiping away cold sweat. Heaven knew what he'd endured in these few short days, the most intense series of shocks of his entire life. First, he was deceived by his most trusted subordinate and lured abroad, then kidnapped. After being rescued by the Dragon Nation, he discovered his subordinates had secretly agreed to allow alien races to modify their own soldiers. Now, brought here by the Dragon Nation, he watched his own soldiers on video. Under Lín Mò's assault, they were utterly defenseless. He couldn't even show his anger. First, those soldiers had indeed undergone mutations. Second, he didn't believe the Dragon Nation was showing him this out of pure goodwill. He dared not contemplate what the Dragon Nation's true purpose might be. Moreover, the news of his absence from the country had never been transmitted back home. Even if he died here now, no one would ever know. Is there any possibility of curing these mutated individuals? The president of the Grassland Nation asked the most conservative yet most urgently needed question. These were the elite forces of the Grassland Nation. Such agonizing and mass casualties were heartbreaking to witness. After all, a nation's military strength is its very foundation. Especially soldiers, no matter how advanced the weaponry, it still requires human operators. No. The alien race's modifications are thorough genetic alterations. Not only do they have no chance of treatment, but any offspring they produce will also become like this. And if the mother is also a mutant, the condition worsens. And don't be fooled by their current semblance of human consciousness, it's merely a physical transformation. In the later stages, they become complete slaves to the alien race, devoid of thought. Yusu explained this according to Lín Mò's orders. To be honest, when he first heard Lín Mò's order to eliminate these people, he felt a pang of sadness. After all, these soldiers were merely following orders. They were living, breathing human beings. Especially given their military identity, they'd done so much for the nation. Privately, Yushu had hoped to spare them if they surrendered. But after hearing Lín Mò's explanation, He realized Lín Mò's approach was necessary. One couldn't afford to cultivate powerful enemies through momentary mercy. Chapter 152, Secret Negotiations. The president of the Grassland Nation fell silent upon hearing this. Even if he didn't know why the Dragon Nation had rescued him, he understood these soldiers were beyond saving. The Dragon Nation would never permit these soldiers to remain in the Grassland Nation. For once they grew powerful and lost their senses in the later stages, there was a high probability they would turn against the Dragon Nation first. No nation would ever cultivate such formidable enemies. To cultivate such formidable enemies for itself. And even if it weren't for the Dragon Nation's sake, it would be impossible to retain these soldiers for the sake of national interests alone. For if they were retained, the nation's safety would eventually demand submission to the foreign race. Who could predict what demands the foreign power might make then? Whether through threats or enticements, the Dragon Nation remained one of their own kind. In truth, the Dragon Nation had forced itself to choose a path between two dilemmas. After all, if the Dragon Nation failed to address this issue, as its president, forcing a resolution against these soldiers would effectively end his presidency. What does Dragon Nation hope to gain from this move? The president of the Grassland Nation sighed. What was bound to happen would happen anyway. There was no point in delaying. Better to ask directly. Seeing the Steppe Nation president's directness, Yushu abandoned any pretense of circumlocution. The Dragon Nation wants the president to sign an agreement, bringing the Grassland Nation under its rule. What? That's impossible. The president of the Grassland Nation had considered countless possibilities. He never imagined the Dragon Nation's ambitions ran this deep. If he were to surrender the Grassland Nation to the Dragon Nation, he would become a traitor to the nation for all time. As for the common people, they didn't truly care which nation they belonged to. As long as they could live in peace and prosperity, who sits atop the throne or what flag flies above matters little. The Grassland Nation has historically been under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Nation. Yusu's expression remained impassive, yet his demeanor radiated unwavering certainty. That was in ancient times, as you said. But this is a new era. The Dragon Nation is the Dragon Nation, and the Grassland Nation is an independent sovereign state. This is universally recognized by the entire international community. The president of the Grassland Nation was furious. Quite right. Please don't get upset. I said it was merely a hope. There is no such hope. Hearing Yushu's words, the president of the Grassland Nation finally calmed his agitated emotions. Whether there is hope or not, the choice is yours. You know very well that the Grassland Nation shares a vast border with the Dragon Nation. Since the Grassland Nation has chosen to collaborate with foreign tribes, then the Dragon Nation must prepare for its own security. The Grassland Nation has not allied with the foreign tribe. It is that scoundrel who has done so. The president of the Grassland Nation was furious. But Yushu remained utterly unperturbed, his tone deliberate and measured. Whether it was the Grassland Nation or that traitor who allied with the foreign race no longer matters. Even if that traitor were executed now, how could the president of the Grassland Nation guarantee there wouldn't be a second, or a third? This sudden attack by the Grassland Nation has inflicted unprecedented casualties upon the Dragon Nation. Whether for the Dragon Nation's security or the reputation of this great nation, inaction is simply not an option. Yusu's arguments were perfectly logical. The president of the Grassland Nation grew increasingly grim as he listened. In the comfortably air-conditioned room, cold sweat soaked through his suit. He knew Yushu was telling the truth. And that was precisely why he was terrified. In the video, Lín Mò dealt with those soldiers as easily as crushing a swarm of ants underfoot. Before long, all the military forces of the Grassland Nation would be obliterated. At that point, what capacity would the Grassland Nation have left to withstand the Dragon Nation's retribution? Even without the Dragon Nation, the Grassland Nation, completely stripped of its military might, would still be in grave peril after losing the Dragon Nation's protection. Yusu's proposal seemed absurd. Yet it was the best path forward for the Grassland Nation at present. Yushu had been silently observing the state of the Steppe Nation's president. Once the pressure had built to the right level, Yushu finally spoke in a measured tone. There's no need to be so pessimistic. The Dragon Nation is not an unreasonable country. Once the Grassland Nation submits to the Dragon Nation will grant the Grassland Nation ample freedom under certain conditions. The one country, two systems framework has a certain history within the Dragon Nation as well. Besides, the president is still in his prime. After the Grassland Nation submits to the Dragon Nation, even if you wish to retire, the higher-ups won't approve. After all, the Grassland Nation has thrived under your governance, and the Dragon Nation needs you just as much. Yusu's words were a masterful blend of carrot and stick. First, he applied sufficient pressure, making the Grassland Nation's president feel this was the best course of action. Then he extended an olive branch, letting the president know that even after submission, they would not betray their ally, but instead offer him a prominent position. As for the rest, once submission was secured, all terms and freedoms. Of course, all that would be decided by the Dragon Nation. The president of the Grassland Nation gave a bitter smile. Having occupied high office for so long, he was well versed in reading between the lines of such diplomatic rhetoric. But now he seemed to have reached a dead end, with no better options left. Will the Dragon Nation provide an explanation to the people of the Grassland Nation and the international community? The president of the Grassland Nation felt utterly powerless. His only remaining goal was to avoid becoming a traitor to his nation. If the Dragon Nation could provide a satisfactory explanation to the people of the Grassland Nation and the international community, that would be the best outcome. Frankly, even if he had firmly refused today, even if the Dragon Nation refrains from pressuring them, the Grassland Nation, having completely lost its military strength, would likely face internal turmoil and external threats that might not be any better than its current situation. Of course it would. The meeting will be held at the United Nations, in front of journalists from around the world. The Dragon Nation's representatives will surely provide the president, the Dragon Nation's people, and the international community with a perfectly sound explanation. The Dragon Nation's people Yusu referred to were, of course, the Grassland Nation's people who would soon become citizens of the Dragon Nation. Given that the president of the Grassland Nation had already made such concessions, Yusu could certainly accommodate this request. Very well then. Can the Dragon Nation escort me back to my country now? The president of the Grassland Nation seemed to age decades in an instant. Of course. Yusu rose to see him off. As he departed, he said to the president of the Grassland Nation, "Mr. President, there's no need to be overly pessimistic. Submitting to the Dragon Nation is absolutely the best choice for the Grassland Nation." Yusu spoke without a trace of sarcasm. Not to mention that the Dragon Nation surpassed the Grassland Nation in every conceivable way. In these apocalyptic times, with Senior Lín Mò on their side, the Dragon Nation now possesses the opportunity to prevail. This is something no other nation possesses. Once they submitted to the Dragon Nation, that very opportunity would naturally extend to them as well. Chapter 153, Unexpected Evolution. Within a short span, Lín Mò had already devoured all the armies of the Grassland Nation. He sensed his experience points had reached a critical threshold, signaling it was time to seek a place to evolve. Unexpectedly, the alien race pulled this stunt. Unexpectedly, they had allowed him to accumulate enough experience for evolution. Lín Mò, who had originally thought he'd have to wait longer to gather enough experience for evolution. For the first time, he found himself genuinely satisfied with the actions of the alien race. The Grassland Nation will soon become the focus of the international community. It's not a suitable place for evolution. I need to find a sufficiently quiet place to evolve. Lín Mò muttered to himself, unwilling to draw too much attention to himself at this moment. After tossing the filming equipment to several people, Lín Mò flew away without looking back. He first recalled most of the dragon ants into his spatial pocket, then shrank himself and the remaining dragon ants. Then he flew toward the far northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. This desolate region was ideal for his evolution. He summoned another batch of dragon ants. Go guard the perimeter. Lín Mò, having completed his pre-evolution preparations, summoned over 100,000 dragon ants with a single thought, stationing them around the perimeter. Receiving Lín Mò's command, the dragon ants wasted no time, swiftly establishing a perimeter defense. Lín Mò then directly submitted his evolution request to the system. Lín Mò was eagerly anticipating this evolution. Unlike before, when he had to wait until the evolution was complete to see the results. This time, Lín Mò knew that with his evolution, the Dragon God Illusion Array would also upgrade. This meant he would summon his second divine beast. This prospect filled Lín Mò with even greater anticipation than before. Once the evolution commenced, the familiar sensation returned. The mass of national fortune energy he had previously absorbed erupted once more. The dense national fortune energy enveloped Lín Mò completely, from the inside out. Under this envelopment, Lín Mò, in the midst of his evolution, experienced agony akin to having his flesh torn and bones stripped with every passing second. The rumbling in the sky seemed to remind Lín Mò. The primary element driving his current evolution was lightning. Before long, he would be struck by countless bolts of lightning. Lín Mò, utterly unable to think amidst the agony, was completely oblivious to the thunderous explosion. With every ounce of his willpower, he focused solely on reabsorbing the exploding mass of national fortune energy back into his body. In an instant, a thunderbolt as thick as a wrist descended from the heavens. When it first struck Lín Mò, he felt as though his very soul was being torn from his body. Before Lín Mò could react, the remaining thunderbolts followed in rapid succession. The sky was filled with a dense barrage of lightning strikes, each one striking Lín Mò's body with pinpoint accuracy. Though Lín Mò was in an invincible state during his evolution, he had lost the ability to move. He could only passively endure the assault of these heavenly thunderbolts. If it were merely the power of national fortune, he could absorb it. But against this external assault, he could only rely on his formidable willpower to grit his teeth and endure. Just as Lín Mò felt he would perish in this evolution, it finally concluded. After the evolution concluded, The pain and exhaustion vanished instantly. He first examined his body. Sure enough, it had grown slightly larger. Beyond that, there were no other changes. Still, the ability to keep growing was already quite remarkable. After all, within his own body, he could freely control his size. The broader the scope, the more advantageous it would be when facing enemies. After examining his physical changes, Lín Mò appeared calm on the surface, but deep down, he was already filled with anticipation. Amidst this anticipation, he opened his attribute panel. Name, Lín Mò. Species, Ancient Dragon Emperor Ant Ultimate Form. Level, 5. Talent, Fission. Individual count, 523,000 ancient dragon ants due to large numbers, only counted to the thousands incomplete, 46,000 ancient dragon ants ultimate form. Remaining lifespan, 35,000 days. Experience required for evolution, 400 million. Note, after evolving into the ancient dragon emperor ant and reaching its ultimate form, each evolution completes one level up. Special Constitution, Dragon God Dao Body Ultimate Form. The sole unique constitution formed by harnessing the national fortune of the Dragon Nation, evolved to its pinnacle. Achieves the strongest defense at the level of a divine beast. Muscle and bone strength +3. Muscle and bone strength can continue to increase with evolution. Active skill, Dragon Breath Ultimate Form. An attack infused with elements like Dragon Ice, Dragon Flame, and Dragon Thunder, unleashed with a single breath. Upon activation, it deals damage to everything within a 2,500-meter radius, capable of shattering stone or collapsing mountains. During activation, the host may freely adjust the skill's range within its maximum limits. Each time the skill is unleashed, the host may choose which elements manifest, and it carries a stunning effect. Once evolved to great perfection, it can instantly dismantle any formation. Active skill, Dragon Roar Ultimate Form. Erupts a thunderous roar that dispels beneficial effects from enemies while inflicting a stunning effect. Briefly sweeps up surrounding foes, and the mist generated by the roar carries a toxin. Upon reaching the perfect stage, additional unexpected effects manifest. Hint, due to the previous evolution, the enemy lifting duration is currently 10 seconds. The duration of Dragon Roar lifting surrounding enemies will increase with further evolution. Active skill, Time Roar Ultimate Form. Time Manipulation Skill. Upon activation, allows individuals to return to the past or advance to a future state. Due to its extreme power, it can only be used on one target once within a 24-hour period. Hosts must exercise extreme caution when employing this ability. Active skill, Dragon God Illusion Array Ultimate Form. Summoning skill. Upon use, summons ancient dragon deities. Currently only one deity can be summoned TBD. As the skill evolves, multiple deities may be summoned. After this evolution, the text on the system panel changed little. But Lín Mò knew this was merely because he had reached a certain level of evolution. Though the differences may seem minor, these skills have steadily strengthened with each evolution. Lín Mò felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the familiar text in the Dragon God Illusion Array. Currently only one can be summoned TBD. Thanks to Jingguo's explanation last time, he now understood. This situation arose because he could choose to enhance Jingguo or summon a new sacrificial deity. Even though he had long anticipated this outcome, Lín Mò still felt a surge of excitement. He promptly closed his system interface. He couldn't wait to activate the Dragon God Illusion Array. After the skill was activated, Jingguo did not appear. Instead, a familiar system notification popped up. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various other platforms.